You have traveled through famous rivers and mountains, searched for the sources of rivers and lakes, only wanting to spend the rest of your life in the various states of human life. However, today you have picked up your long sword again, facing the former sect alone. Once, for the sake of the people, you could single-handedly eliminate the demon cultists with a sword. And now you can also face the entire world alone with a sword for yourself. Just because 30 years ago, you single-handedly fought the demon clan and the demon lord with a sword for the sake of the people, and finally killed the demon lord at the cost of your lifelong cultivation. Although you brought peace and stability to the world, you also destroyed the foundation of the demon clan. However, today you are falsely accused by the sect of breaking the rules and killing for treasure. Naturally, you know that the people present are not fools, and it is not difficult to investigate the so-called truth of the matter. It's just that you are tired of this deceitful life and don't want to say anything more. Master, from this day on, let's not meet again in this lifetime. Our paths shall not cross. With that, he left without looking back. The disciple behind, feeling a pang of emotion, knew that everything she had done today was a betrayal to her own disciple. With her cultivation destroyed and tainted by demonic forces, she had to do this. Master, he's gone. Senior brother left everything behind. Gold and silver notes, spirit stones. Hearing this, the Taoist slowly opened his eyes. Why must he do this? He's just trying to provoke me. Master, senior brother is not trying to provoke anyone. He just doesn't want to have anything to do with Qingyun Sect anymore. Let's not meet again in this lifetime. Our paths shall not cross. Understood. You may leave. Master, about this matter. Enough. In the future, Qingyun Sect will no longer have Xuanxiao, and Tongtian Peak will no longer have a senior brother. Taking a deep breath, Emoju turned around and left, feeling disheartened. At this moment on the mountain cliff path, you dressed in green, recalling the time when you arrived at Qingyun Gate with nothing, and today you are leaving with nothing. From now on, you owe nothing to anyone, and in the latter half of your life, you will live only for yourself. Qingyun City. This is the most prosperous city at the foot of Qingyun Gate. The streets of the city are wide and bustling, lined with various shops and tea houses. Inside the tea houses, people taste fragrant tea, discussing the interesting stories and rumors of the martial world. At this moment, Chen Xian took a sip of tea, his gaze falling on the street outside the tea house. People on the street hurried by, with different expressions. The stalls on both sides of the street were filled with all kinds of goods, including fresh vegetables, fruits, fragrant snacks, and a variety of handicrafts. It had been 20 years since the last time he left the mountain gate. Last time in the book, it was mentioned that Chen Xian, to rescue his junior sister Emoju, single-handedly entered the demon's lair with a sword, sweeping away 6 demon kings. Unexpectedly, the storyteller in the tea house was telling his own story. It was a strange feeling to hear about his own experiences from someone else's mouth. Indescribably wonderful. At that moment, the sky suddenly rang with a sword cry. The sword cry pierced through the clouds, containing an unparalleled power and majesty, as if a long-dormant dragon was awakening, about to break through the earth, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sword cry echoed in the air, lingering for a long time, as if announcing something to the people. Everyone in the city looked up to the sky. What's happening? What is that sound? Inside the Qingyun Gate, the Qingyun sword trembled. A flash of sword light, and the trapped sword formation instantly broke open, enveloping the entire Qingyun Gate in sword energy. The elderly man in the green robe guarding the sword formation almost simultaneously arrived at the perimeter of the formation, a curtain of swords swirling behind him. In just a few rounds, the elderly man grunted, spat out a jet of blood, and then took 3 steps back. The elderly man exerted all his strength to block the Qingyun sword's killing intent and sword energy like thousands of spirit snakes around him. At a critical moment, a pure white hand reached out, forcibly plunging into the sword energy, attempting to control the Qingyun sword. Taoist Wanqing's expression was solemn, the sword energy almost instantly entering her body, entwining with her own breath. Before she could think too much, the Qingyun sword shot up into the sky like lightning, casting a curtain of swords in the sky. How could the Qingyun sword suddenly go out of control? Figures from the 7 peaks each rushed out, using their divine powers to resist the sword energy. Disciples from the Tongtian Peak all arrived outside the main hall, each with a bewildered look. After a moment, with the efforts of the peak masters, the restlessness of the Qingyun sword finally stopped. Just when everyone thought everything was finally calm, the Qingyun sword, carrying a fierce and unstoppable sword energy, suddenly headed towards the outskirts of Qingyun Mountain. The peak masters were shocked and pale, knowing that when this sword fell, countless lives would be lost, and Qingyun Gate would not escape blame. The Qingyun sword left too quickly, and several peak masters acted at the same time, but it was already too late. The green cold light, like a shooting star, headed towards the largest city under Qingyun Gate, Qingyun City. The peak masters in midair could already imagine the next moment. The people in Qingyun City were completely unaware of the impending danger. Buzz! The sword light suddenly retracted. An invisible force met the sword light. The sword energy fell from the sky, turning into a spring rain, dissipating quickly in the wind, turning into droplets. The people in Qingyun City looked up at the rain, which did not wet their clothes but dissipated into white mist in the air. After falling to the ground, the white mist filled the city, the rain getting heavier, with a faint expanding sound, as if the sky was slowly opening its mouth and letting out a sigh. In Qingyun City, inside a tea house, a young man in a green robe slightly narrowed his eyes. His hand moved like a sword in the air. Chen Xian put down his teacup, took a deep breath, his back already soaked with sweat. He supported himself with one hand on the chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the other hand, so as not to exhaust himself and fall off the chair. He started mastering the Qingyun sword at the age of 17, deeply in tune with the sword spirit, and with half a year of physical recovery, he still had the strength to control the Qingyun sword. But why did the Qingyun sword suddenly go out of control? This thought passed in an instant, and Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. This was not something he should worry about now. He was truly disappointed with the Qingyun sect. But what about the tens of thousands of innocent people in Qingyun City? If he, Chen Xian, turned a blind eye, then he wouldn't be Chen Xian. After a sword, the forgotten love Taoist master quickly took control of the green cloud sword. She looked at the spring rain incredulously, her body frozen in mid-air, her hand holding the sword trembling slightly. This is springtime. Regarding her disciple's famous stance, as a master teacher she could not know better. At the Green Cloud Sect, the crowd looked far away from the location of Green Cloud City below the mountain. They watched as the Qingyun sword cut towards Qingyun City like a meteor. But in the next instant, the roiling sword chi turned into a downpour. Springtime! It's senior brotherly. It's senior brotherly's spring breeze. Ma Zhu couldn't help but shout in disbelief. Ning Ying's face suddenly changed. How is this possible? Didn't he lose his cultivation? The rest of the Tongtian Peak disciples were all staring at this scene in a daze. There were few people in the Qingyun sect who were unaware of this hand of Chen Xian's spring breeze, not to mention that they, who were also disciples of Tongtian Peak, had naturally seen this famous stance of eldest senior brother more than once. After 30 years, springtime is back again. Chapter 5, he regained his cultivation. Xiao air, a pot of tea and a plate of peanuts and rice. Holler. The tea waiter had just served tea and peanut rice to another table of guests, when he inadvertently glimpsed the green-clothed young man sitting in the doorway, and wondered when he had actually left. Have you left? Did you pay for the tea? The tea boy was busy saying to the bookkeeper. Did that young man at the door pay? The bookkeeper shook his head. T Jr. slapped his thighs and was busy chasing after him out the door. Only people were coming and going outside the door, and there was no sign of the young man anywhere. Bad luck. How many days has it been since I've run into this kind of poor guy? Even the bowl of tea money is running away. T Jr. muttered under his breath and was about to clean up the tea seat that the young man had used. It was only then that I realized that there were a few copper coins pressed under the original teacup, just enough to pay for the tea and 2 more. T Jr. was overjoyed and had just taken the tea money into his hands. A woman with a cool temperament and stunningly beautiful appearance rushed in right outside the door. As soon as the woman appeared, she immediately attracted the gazes of many tea drinkers, unable to move away. Wasn't there a fine-looking young man with decent features who had tea here just now? T Jr. froze, intimidated by the aura of the woman in front of him. Good. There seems to be one. Isn't it a gentler face with a taiji bun and a pair of gray cloth shoes? Right. Where is he? It's gone. When? Where did it go? Just now. I don't know. As soon as the words fell, the marvelous figure in front of him had already disappeared from sight. T Jr. looked around and didn't even seek out the figure. He scratched his head, and if the tea drinkers around him didn't have the same expression as him, he would have thought he had seen a ghost. Before he could react, another figure appeared in front of him and asked the same words. T Jr. took half a step back. Who the hell is this young man? In just a few moments, with Qingyun City as the center, 100 miles in a radius was patrolled by the forgotten love Taoist several times inside and out, but no longer found that familiar scent. Disappeared? Master, how? The Grand Elder of Law Enforcement similarly searched for a week with his divine sense and found no results, holding on to his luck and asking Taoist forgetfulness. The forgotten love Taoist didn't answer, but the answer could already be seen in her expression. The second Elder of Law Enforcement's expression was slightly condensed. That kid's cultivation has recovered. Impossible, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice. He hasn't recovered in 30 years. How could he have gotten to this point? Cold sweat dripped from the second Elder's forehead. Then how do you explain this springtime and his disappearance from Qingyun City? Over the years, the The second elder had always viewed Xuanxiao as ominous. In the end, he even did this with the tacit approval of the sect leader and drove him out of the Green Cloud sect. Now, if the other party's cultivation had really recovered, even if he only recovered 30% of his peak, it would be enough to hang him up and beat him. The many elders fell silent unanimously. Can it be that Xuanxiao has really regained his cultivation? The forgotten love Taoist pondered for a moment and whisked his sleeve away. Find him, no matter what, by the order of the sect master. Mo Ju looked excited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Senior brother Xuanxiao, senior brother Xuanxiao. The disciples of Tongtian Peak, Ning Ying, Chen Ping, and the others had mixed feelings and mixed emotions. Standing frozen in place, the second elder frowned in contemplation. Where would Xuanxiao go after leaving the sect? The night is quiet and serene. The moonlight, through the dense branches and leaves, sprinkled the deep forest with a silver glow, as if a thin veil, gently covering the head of the woods, making people feel cooler. At this time, it is as if everything in the world becomes pure and clear. Xuanxiao sat cross-legged under the tree. A strand of spiritual energy floated in his hand, emitting a special kind of luster, interspersed with layer after layer of halo. It was like a powerful suction force, with a mysterious power vaguely flowing through it. With the power of the demonic soul in his body, he peeled away the layers of spiritual energy. It's like peeling some kind of fruit, the only way to get to the flesh inside. A moment later, Xuanxiao introduced the most elite portion of the spiritual energy into his body. He revolved the everlasting Tao scripture and worked little by little to repair his body. The eternal life Taoist scripture, which he had obtained from a mysterious place he had mistakenly entered in his early years. At first, the cultivation did not show any results, but gradually one could feel the divine splendor of this method. For restoring your body, the eternal life Taoist scripture is the best choice. In these 6 months, he cultivated while feeling the subtle changes in his body. Phew! Half an hour later, he heaved out a long breath. His body long drenched in sweat. The meat on the fire's rack crackled. Xuanxiao bit down hard on a large bite and nodded in satisfaction. Then he leaned against the trunk of the tree and looked at the moonlight with a smile in his eyes. Mistakenly entering into the prosperity, wasted decades, but ultimately it is difficult to stay free. I want to escape from the hustle and bustle and never be a caged bird again. Xuanxiao closed his eyes, and around midnight, he slowly opened them. A dark figure was seen with its back to him, nibbling on its own leftover food. Xuanxiao looked at the other party with one hand lightly, one hand holding his head. That little guy seemed to realize something and slowly turned his head. It happened to meet Xuanxiao's eyes. The next moment his body stiffened and he fell to the ground with a plop. It was a squirrel with fiery red fur. Surprisingly, it was a fire-leaving pine. That's rare. Flame Li Song trembled and climbed to his feet, taking a few steps back and mouthing the words of a human being. I'm telling you, don't bully me. My big brother is the Pangyun who turns the world around and has eyes in 10 directions. Never heard of it. Xuanxiao said truthfully. You don't even know my big brother. Surely you recognize the first sword of heaven and earth. Xuanxiao? Hearing the other party mention his name, Xuanxiao raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. Oh, Xuanxiao. I know. My big brother Pangyun is Xuanxiao's personal disciple. You bullying me is bullying my big brother, and bullying my big brother is bullying Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao faintly said, a pro-disciple? But I've heard that Xuanxiao's cultivation was abolished 30 years ago. Those are all blind rumors. Fiery Leather Pine said decisively. As he spoke, footsteps sounded. A male dressed in white approached, his face handsome and resolute. His eyebrows revealed an extraordinary aura. He held a folding fan in his hand and wore a sword at his waist. Behind her was a young girl with a clean-cut 280 face. Big brother, Fire Liaison ran over in a hurry. Xuanxiao's gaze shifted over, wanting to take a look at this person who claimed to be his own personal disciple. Pangyun lightly shook his folding fan. Little Yellow, you're running around again. This brother, my brother Xiao Huang has caused you trouble. Please don't be offended. Xuanxiao waved his hand. Nothing. This is my big brother Jianghu, known as the reversal of the universe. The eye of the Ten Pangyun, the fire-leaving squirrel, whose name was Yellow, proudly introduced himself. Chapter 6, Water Ghosts. Some false names are just that. Pangyun had a modest face, but in reality, his heart was secretly overjoyed. Oh, I've heard a lot about you. You've heard my story? No. Xuanxiao thought to himself that he had heard a lot about you, but he was just being polite. Pangyun didn't feel lost either, and said confidently, sooner or later, my Pangyun's name will be famous all over the world. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but feel his stomach growl. He gave an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, it's been too long since we found anything to eat. A short while later, the campfire reared up. On top of it were baked pancakes and leftover meat from Xuanxiao's meal. Qingyun gorged on the biscuits while chatting with Chen Xian. After learning that Chen Xian was going to Cloud City, both parties happened to be on the same route, so they agreed to travel together. What is it that footmen go to Cloud City for? Qingyun asked. Chen Xian faintly said, visiting family. He hadn't been back to his hometown in a long time, ever since his parents and sister died. This time I went back to see their graves, as the first stop on this journey for myself. Hometown, what will become of it now? What is Gongzi going to do again? Chen Xian asked carelessly. Qingyun said, Cloud City is my master's hometown. I left home this time to look for my master. I want to try my luck in Cloud City first. Your master is Chen Xian? Then why don't you go to the Green Cloud Sect to find him? There is something you don't know. My master has no place to stay. I spent 5 taels of gold to find out the information that my master has been away from the Green Cloud Sect all these years. Chen Xian felt a bit amused. Where was all this gossip coming from? Are you really Chen Xian's disciple? Of course. Gongzi, please don't say such nonsense, a clear-looking 218 girl on the side said with an expressionless face. Qingyun coughed lightly, signaling the young girl to keep her mouth shut. Just as he coughed out a sound, a pill was forced into his mouth by the young girl. Cough cough, what did you feed me again? Medicine for wind cold. Gongzi coughed just now. Qingyun somewhat broke down and grabbed his hair. I'm going to vomit from all the pills I've eaten on this journey. Her ladyship said to take care of the male. I don't need your care, the young girl continued to say with an expressionless face. The male is talking nonsense again. The male obviously won't do anything. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the image. I can't help but remember a lot of things. 3 days later, the reeds along the riverside swayed gently and rustled in the evening breeze. In the midst of these reeds, there is a deserted ancient ferry, which used to be the transportation hub of this place and the way for people to travel between the rivers. Nowadays, this ancient ferry has lost its splendor and only some remnants remain. A flatboat came gently on the river. The boatman stopped the boat and 3 men came out of the reeds. 2 men and a woman. One of them a sassy male with a fiery red squirrel standing on his shoulder. Boatman. Qingyun reached out and greeted loudly. They waited here for a couple of hours before they finally saw a ferry. There's basically no one here anymore, and I have nothing better to do than ferry people over here. The aging boater paddles the oars. Qingyun is an articulate person who can talk to anyone. Boatman. How did this ancient ferry become deserted? The boatman said, the river was diverted and it became like this. I heard my father say that in the past this ferry was bustling with people coming and going. Chen Xian looked down at the river's flow, and could barely make out anything in the murky water. He left home at the age of 10 and followed his father out of the house to the Green Cloud Sect. The river had been crossed, but then it shimmered with silver, like a gem-studded ribbon. The water is sometimes as calm as a mirror, reflecting the green trees on the shore and the blue sky, and sometimes ripples. At that time, my father sold the family's 2 pigs and borrowed a lot of money from relatives to pay for the trip. He said, son, you have to fight for the Li family. Its sound is the same, but its people do not exist. The fog in the river gradually condensed, and in the end it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was out of reach. In the past, during the time of military chaos, this river drowned many people. The boatman spoke leisurely. Have you heard of water ghosts? As soon as this matter of ghosts and monsters was mentioned, Qingyun's eyes instantly glowed. The boatman continued. Legend has it that the souls of those who commit suicide by throwing themselves into the water or accidentally drowning will wander to the place where they drowned. Nourished by the lake's yin energy, the soul will become a water ghost, then wait patiently in the water, lure, or just forcefully pull the living person down to drown. They are called scapegoats who act as a substitute for themselves in order to be reincarnated. Water ghosts can only be reincarnated by this method to get rid of the pain from hell. The knot in Qingyun's throat moved. Then what does this water ghost look like? Long hair all over its body, red eyes and black face. In the water it is large and immense, but when it comes ashore it is powerless. Seeing him speak with such conviction, Qingyun could not help but laugh. Speak as if you have seen it before, old man. Of course I've seen it, because... The boatman's body didn't move, turning his head slowly around. Qingyun's expression froze on his face, and his pupils dilated rapidly. His face instantly became pale and bloodless, as if he had seen something terrible. Only the boatman's face had been covered with black fur, and a pair of scarlet eyes seemed to mock him mischievously. A sudden harsh wind whistled around them, interspersed with an eerie roar that seemed to knock the ship apart. Qingyun sat on his butt on the boat, his forehead pressed against the board, sweating like rain, his whole body trembling like a falling leaf in the autumn wind, completely lacking the demeanor of the previous master. Xiao Huang followed suit and yelled, "Oops, mama, there's a goblin." Chen Xian glanced at the other party and said to himself that you yourself are a small demon that has become a demon. The young girl in a plain dress stood at the edge of the boat, her body rocking gently with the boat. her face expressionless as she stared at the murky water. "My lord, give me the sword." Qingyun trembled as he unsheathed the sword at his waist. Give. The young girl took the male sword and turned her head to Xuanxiao. "Can you sail a boat?" "Will do. The helm of the ship will be yours." Xuanxiao nodded. "Don't worry." The gusts of wind became more and more rapid, and the waves were frightening. However, Xuanxiao quickly brought the boat under control. Qingyun folded his hands and kept chanting, Ba Buddha, Infinite Heavenly Father, 9 Heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Po Wa Heavenly Father Blessing. Xuanxiao couldn't help but smile. This letter was quite a mixed bag. He glanced at the young girl again. The surface of the saber in the young girl's hand was as smooth as a mirror and delicate to the touch. The hilt is crafted from mahogany and is beautifully engraved with patterns and motifs. The blade of the sword also had a line of ancient writing engraved on it, which was still clearly recognizable even though it had survived the vicissitudes of time. These words seemed to be an incantation, or the name of the sword. The young girl held her sword in both hands and plunged the blade into the murky water. A few moments later, a large column of water was stirred up in the water. The gale stopped abruptly and the ripples in the water receded. Row the boat. The young woman closed her sword and sheathed it. Chapter 7, Return to the Countryside. The boat traveled down the river as the fog around it lifted. Qingyun's heart palpitated as he tried to look back. But there was nothing, as if nothing had happened just now. After the young girl returned her sword to him, she sat quietly beside him again as usual. "It looks like it doesn't even require my lord's personal attention." Qingyun forced a smile and got back on his feet. Xiao Huang applauded and shouted, "Big brother, that's awesome." Qingyun patted Xuanxiao's shoulder. "Brother, you can rest assured that you'll have us on this journey, and you won't be afraid of any demons or ghosts." "Then I am obliged, and I don't know how to thank you, Your Excellency. Just treat us to a hometown meal when you get to Cloud City." "A hometown meal?" Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes slightly as he remembered that his mother's cinnamon rice was especially delicious. "Cloud City more osmanthus tree. When I was a child, Xuanxiao felt that the osmanthus tree in front of the house is tall and big, as if it can pass through the sky. At that time, he always liked to stand under the tree, looking up at the branches and leaves of the laurel tree, his heart filled with infinite imagination. "Okay, I'll buy you guys cinnamon rice later." The boat sailed to the other side of the river, and his feet hit the ground. Qingyun's heart was solid. Late night, Xuanxiao, alone, returned to the river once more. The supreme edict, exceed your lonely soul, ghosts and all, for lives stained with grace. The river was still muddy in the moonlight, and not far away, in the woods, there was a chirping of bugs, their voices especially clear in the silence of the night. As the incantation rang out from Xuanxiao's mouth, bright lights converged on the surface of the river. It is as if a fire burning in the darkness heralds the coming of hope. The incantation in his mouth became clearer, and the glimmer of bright light gradually converged into a ball of light that grew brighter and bigger. Its light illuminated the entire river, as well as Xuanxiao's face. "It's all pathetic. Go ahead." Xuanxiao turned around and walked away. "Thank you, immortal master. Thank you, immortal master, for saving my life. I will be an ox and a horse in the next life." Immortal master's great kindness is unforgettable. More than a few dozen voices came from within the heart lake, and Xuanxiao waved his sleeve. The campfire illuminated a corner of the land. Qingyun and Xiao Huang lay on the sheepskin blanket and huffed. The expressionless young girl sat by the campfire, slightly raising her head to look at Xuanxiao, who had just returned. "Where have you been?" "Take a walk." "You lie." Xuanxiao didn't argue and sat down under the tree. The young girl stared into his eyes. "People who come from unknown sources are dangerous, and my son has a bad head on his shoulders, which is why he travels with random people." Xuanxiao smiled faintly. "He'll be saddened if you talk about your male son like that." The young girl said seriously, "My male is not smart and has very little guts, but I hope you don't have any bad intentions, because I am very strong." "I know. I wish you knew better." Xuanxiao said, "I'm not a bad person." "I hope so." The young girl closed her eyes again. "They say the setting sun is the end of the world, but when you look at the end of the world, you can't see home. Standing in front of my hometown at this very moment." Xuanxiao's gaze was filled with melancholy. "Young and old, time passes like a white horse. This is a state of mind that you can't experience even if you've read the book a million times. The year I left home, Cloud City wasn't as prosperous as this. It was just a small city back then." The closer he got to home, the more Xuanxiao spoke. "My family has been a farmer for generations, and if nothing else I should be one too." Qingyun picked up. "So what are you doing now?" "Me, right now, should be considered nothing more than a wanderer with no fixed abode." Xuanxiao smiled bitterly. Qingyun nodded and seemed to have been able to visualize what Xuanxiao had gone through over the years. In order to support their families, they had to leave their homes. The heart is full of endless reluctance and helplessness to travel to unfamiliar places to make a living. living a wandering life. Every day is a struggle to stay alive and survive. Looking back again. But things are different. Thinking of this, Qingyun couldn't help but shake his head, nearly on the verge of shedding tears of sympathy. The last time I went back to my hometown was when my sister passed away, and I was told that the road is relentless, and that when you set foot on a certain path, it means that the other path has permanently closed its doors to you. Xuanxiao sighed softly. Qingyun was a bit puzzled. His sister passed away? But looking at the man, he was clearly not very old, and was not close to himself. Oh, must be getting sick. He died young. Poor thing. Soon, several people entered the city. The village where Xuanxiao lived was originally outside the city. Then when the old city was destroyed and the new city rebuilt, it incorporated their village and annexed it. Only the village is still a village. The Li family is a large family in the village. After the death of Xuanxian's parents' brother and sister, the family had been in decline for a while, and then Xuanxiao knew about it and sent money to the descendants of the Li family to help revitalize the family. For the sake of their safety, Xuanxiao explicitly ordered the descendants of the Li family not to reveal that they were Xuanxian's descendants. Nowadays, the Li family has long since moved into the city, and the old house in the village is only occasionally allowed to be cleaned, but the ancestral graves are still there. Luckily, the laurel tree in front of the door is still there too. Xuanxiao looked at the osmanthus tree in front of the door. When I was little, I loved to climb up into the branches of the tree and shake the cinnamon while my mother and sister picked it up from below. In those days when the family was poor and there was not much food to eat, shaking down the cinnamon and making cinnamon rice was the happiest time of the year. Then this is your home? Qingyun pointed to the home in front of the laurel tree. Used to be. Xuanxiao placed his hand on the osmanthus tree, feeling the warmth of the sun and the gentle caress of the breeze, listening to the leaves rustle. It's as if you can hear the laurel trees talking about something. The squirrel, yellow, picked a leaf and chewed it in his mouth, then jumped back to Qingyun's shoulder and muttered in a small voice, "This guy is so young, why does he talk so old-fashioned?" Qingyun nodded approvingly, not like a young man in his early 20s, but like an old man past his prime. On a dirtbag in the mountains, Xuanxiao stood in front of a row of tombstones. The wooden columns from back then had now been replaced with fine white jade stone monuments. Xuanxiao was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. When I left home, my mother and sister cried uncontrollably, and my mother was heartbroken. Secretly borrowed money from grandpa and sewed it inside the compartment of my underwear. Years later, I realized, my mother lived to be 92, which is considered a long life, and I wasn't able to do my filial duty at her bedside. After she passed away, my sister sent me a letter and I realized it. He pointed to another headstone. This is my brother. Only met him a few times. I didn't know I had such a brother until 3 years after I left home. Chapter 8, Brother. I promised my sister that I would be there on her wedding day, but I broke my promise. When I saw her again, she was an old man lying in bed. Xuanxiao gently rubbed the name on the tombstone with the belly of his finger. Time reproduces a few more years. Where to find the vicissitudes of the coming day? Xuanxiao shook his head and led Qingyun and the others to his former old mansion. No one was inside the old mansion, and the locks on the doors had been changed for an unknown number of times long ago. But, naturally, it was difficult for him. The corners of Qingyun's mouth twitched slightly as he watched Xuanxiao pry the lock off the door. This, really your home? Yes, it's just been a long time since I've been back. The house was still clean. The courtyard had only a few weeds, and there was some rice and noodles in the kitchen. Xuanxiao looked left and right, rummaging this way and that. I can't be bothered to pick the cinnamon and turn out the pot to add to the fire for cooking. Soon, fragrant cinnamon rice was served with savory lumpia and cabbage soup. Roughing it, I hope you don't mind. The expressionless young girl was the first to take a big bite of her meal. Xuanxiao tasted a mouthful, and there wasn't much of the flavor of his childhood. He remembers that his mother's cinnamon rice was especially good, with a rich flavor, like cream and honey. My mother's cinnamon rice was especially sweet, and I used to sneak it to the blacksmith's girl next door, who said she would make me a daughter-in-law when she grew up. Then the blacksmith moved to town and I even snuck into town to look for her. If I hadn't left home back then, maybe I'd have children and grandchildren by now. No, I should be in the ground now. Xuanxiao was caught up in his memories. Big brother, this person is so weird. Xiao Huang leaned over and said in Qingyun's ear. Qingyun also had a slight feeling that this person, he's not sick, is he? Night. Xuanxiao couldn't sleep horizontally. He started remembering things at a very young age, and every single thing that happened, he never forgot. He even remembers his first walk. It was a sunny morning when he carefully took his first steps in life. His little feet wobbled as if he might fall at any moment, and his parents were there to encourage him to go forward. There was a sudden cacophony outside, followed by a fire lighting up the street in the distance. Xuanxiao sat up as the young girl in the compartment walked out expressionlessly. Outside the house, there was a cacophony of footsteps. Chen Xian opened the door and saw several Taoist disciples in Taoist robes quickly running past. Immediately after that was a team of magistrates. There is a demonic aura, the young girl said. Well, it should be resolved quickly. Chen Xian closed the door and turned around to go back to sleep. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Chen Xian counted his few remaining silvers and decided to treat Peng Yun and his maid to a meal in the middle of the only liquor store in the village. After all, the expenses of this journey Peng Yun haughtily contracted all of them. Inside the liquor store, a few people had just taken their seats shortly after, when they saw 4 or 5 disciples wearing Taoist robes walk in hooking their shoulders, yelling and screaming for the shopkeeper to serve wine and meat. The shopkeeper wore a bitter look on his face, but he could only treat him well. These Taoist priests stayed here in the name of getting rid of demons, and every day they had big fish and meat and good wine and food, but they didn't even give a daiko. More than a month in a row, that demon is not removed. He is afraid that this small store will be eaten up. It was the Taoist priest who had followed the magistrate to catch the demon yesterday. Chen Xian glanced at him. The aura on one of them is similar to the demonic aura from yesterday. The young girl said, "It doesn't look like a good person. Gongzi, let's go." Ha! Peng Yun stared blankly, completely unable to understand what the young girl was talking about. The young girl reached out to tug at him. With those Taoist priests, there's no telling what kind of trouble you'll get into. I'm not leaving, get it straight. Without saying a word, the young girl carried Peng Yun up and was about to walk out. Peng Yun's small, white face was bashful and red, and her 2 legs stomped carelessly. Put me down, put me down. Egu, this little lady is quite strong. Ha ha ha, what is the little lady doing? How come you're directly carrying your husband up? The drunken Taoist priest saw the scene and looked over. This is a great look. This little lady is so handsome. Get out of the way. The young girl took a half step back, seemingly a bit disgusted by the strong odor of alcohol on them. A Taoist priest angrily slapped the table. Speak politely. Without us, you would have been eaten by the demons long ago. Egu, Master Tao, what's going on? The shopkeeper heard the commotion in the hall and rushed out. Master Tao, misunderstanding, they are not from our area. Let's all make peace. Let's make peace. Get lost. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pushed to the ground by a Taoist priest. The young girl put Peng Yun down. I repeat, get out of the way. A few Taoist priests blocked the young girl's path, their eyes teasing. Smile, little lady. Smile and I'll let you go. Peng Yun stepped forward and gripped the sword at his waist, molesting a good family in broad daylight. Don't blame my son for being impolite if you keep messing around. The young girl reached out to protect Peng Yun. Gongzi, you can't beat them. Peng Yun, can't you give me some face in front of people? The 2 sides were at swords drawn, and it looked as if they were about to start a fight. Just then, the door to the liquor store was pushed open once more. A woman stepped into the wine shop, dressed in plain clothes and a black robe over it, with black cloth shoes. The pace is light but firm. Her hair was combed into a simple bun without any adornment, yet it looked extraordinarily fresh and natural. In her hand, she clutched a sword with a bright jewel set in the hilt, flashing with a mysterious light. The woman was followed by a line of people, who walked into the liquor store in turn. All of them were disciples of the Green Cloud Sect's Tongtian Peak. The arguments within the wine shop stopped in unison at this moment, and their gazes could not help but be drawn to this line of people. Their appearance was like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake, breaking the clamor and silence within the wine shop. A group of people, whether they look, or dress, temperament are as if they came from another world, very different from the surrounding. Senior, Inkbrush's tone was agitated, and he arched his hand in solemn obeisance. A few people behind him said in unison, Senior brother. This scene was both familiar and unfamiliar to Chen Xian. I am no longer your senior brother. Sifu. Chen Xian raised his hand to stop what Emoju was about to say. I know what you're about to say, but it's better not to say it. I can't afford to pay for the meal when so many of you come together, but I can make you a bowl of cinnamon rice. Chapter 9. Are you in a high position? Maju was silent for a moment. Senior brother. Your injuries? Well, it was originally getting better before, but didn't want you to have an empty moment with me. I never said anything, but I didn't realize that this time it was really working. Chen Xian hadn't intentionally hidden it. Thus Emoju quickly sensed Chen Xian's originally dead body. At this moment, it was reawakening to life, with a trace of spirit energy being born again in the Dantian. Great! Senior brother! Senior brother! You really succeeded! Mochizuki's heart was overflowing with excitement like a pot of boiling water that had just been boiled. Over the years, she had seen all the things her senior brother had gone through in her eyes. He watched the proud son of heaven who had grown up with him, the Kendo Kaiser, fall from grace. Gradually, he went from being a hero, to being an ominous man in his own words. In the next moment, Tears kept pouring out of the corners of her eyes. His lips trembled, but he didn't make any sound, just kept crying, as if he wanted to cry out all the pain and sorrow he had felt all these years. Okay, silly girl, I'm fine. Why are you crying? Chen Xian smiled and touched her head. Behind them, some of the other few were equally happy for Chen Xian, arching their hands to congratulate senior brother Li on recovering from his injuries. Some people have mixed feelings. Junior sister Ningying lightly bit her lips, and senior brother Chenping similarly forced out a smile. Since Chen Xian's fall, the two of them were not so badmouthed towards their former senior brother though, but it is true that they have intentionally distanced themselves from each other, especially after Chen Xian was rumored to be an ominous person, infected with a demonic soul. There was an Immortal Ascension conference where Chen Xian was arranged to be seated with Ningying. Angry Ningying sought out the disciple in charge for a long time, and in the end, with the disciple in charge changing Ningying's seat and Chen Xian taking the initiative to claim illness, this was the only way to put the storm to rest. Mo Zhu was furious and gave Ningying a slap because of this matter. Thinking back then, if it wasn't for senior brother Li taking care of her in 100 ways, she, Ningying, would be able to have today. Not to mention, Ningying's life was still saved by senior brother Li. Back then, Ningying caused trouble and was poisoned by a dragon python. If it wasn't for senior brother Li going deep into the Sunset Forest and fighting the purple gold dragon python for 3 days and 3 nights, forcing it to cure Ningying's poison, the grass on Ningying's grave is now 3 feet high, bitter and sweet. Congratulations senior brother. Ningying raised his hand in a bow. Chen Xian did not say anything, not even casting a single glance over. Ningying's expression stiffened slightly as she lightly bit her red lips. Fortunately, the rest of the group then saluted in unison. Bitter end. Congratulations senior brother. Chen Xian waved his hand. It's all been said that I won't be your senior brother from now on, so I won't stay much longer without anything else. Several people's expressions were a bit embarrassed, and they all looked at senior sister Ma Zhu in unison. After hesitating for a long time, Mo Zhu arched his hand to Chen Xian and was about to leave. Wait, senior. Ma Zhu suddenly looked back at Chen Xian in surprise. Could it be that senior brother has changed his mind? Those Taoist priests deliberately indulged the captive demonic beasts to cause trouble and cheated money here under the false pretense of getting rid of demons. Please deal with them. The Qingyun Sect was the well-deserved leader of the righteous path, with branches all over the world, working together with the rest of the sects and the imperial dynasty's Qintian supervisor to maintain order in the cultivation world. This is a matter that should have been handled by them or by someone sent by the Qintian supervisor. Mochizuki froze, his eyebrows filled with loss. With that, he twisted his head to follow the direction of his senior brother's finger and looked towards the Taoists who reeked of alcohol. Take it away. At this time, those few Taoists had already sobered up a bit. Just as they came back to their senses, they saw a man in a green robe walking towards them. Bold, we are the Tao of Zhengyang Mountain. One of the Taoists braved it and just shouted. He was then slapped by his senior brother and spun around twice. The oldest Taoist among the few was busy pulling a smile. Gentlemen of the Green Cloud Sect. Misunderstanding. We are disciples of the Zhengyang Sect. We came here to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. The officials can testify for us. Ma Zhu didn't want to hear about these trivial matters. Just leave it to the people of the imperial dynasty's Qintian supervisor stationed here. A few Taoists were intimidated by the green-robed man's aura, so they didn't even dare to breathe, let alone escape. One could only honestly leave the liquor store. A few moments later, only a few people were left in the originally bustling wine shop. Chen Xian. The young girl resumed her seat and continued eating as if nothing had happened. It's safe now, as if nothing had just happened. Unlike her, Pengyun was struck by lightning and stood in a daze. Those people are disciples of the Green Cloud Sect. Chen Xian took a bite of the fish, tasted the flavor, and couldn't help but nod his head. Yummy. They called you senior brother? You're a disciple of the Green Cloud Sect. Well, it used to be. Pengyun pulled over a stool and sat across from Chen Xian, his eyes staring straight at him. He scratched his head vigorously, remembering his contact with Chen Xian these days, and said incredulously, You have a very high status in the Green Cloud Sect. Those people in the party all had extraordinary aura, especially the woman at the head, who looked more like a fairy. It was the way he fantasized that an immortal cultivator should look like, and at a glance, he knew that he would not be a minor figure in the Qingyun Sect. However, she was treating Chen Xian in a very respectful manner. Chen Xian said indifferently, I've already left the Qingyun Sect. Then do you recognize Chen Xian? Chen Xian blinked. Seen it twice. Pengyun took a deep breath and pulled Chen Xian's hand. Then can you recommend me to go to the Green Cloud Sect? Chen Xian laughed. Aren't you Chen Xian's disciple? What? You're not from the Qingyun Sect. Seeing that the lie was broken, Pengyun smiled awkwardly. That, you don't know. The reason for this is a bit complicated. In fact, I am my master Qingxian's registered disciple. Once my master met me when he was traveling and saw my amazing bones, so he accepted me as a disciple. Later on, my master went off to slay the demons, so I didn't join the Green Cloud Sect. Oh, Qingxian nodded with feigned indifference. The story was well made up. Pangyun lowered his voice. As long as you recommend me to go to the Qingyun Sect, I will give you whatever you want. To tell you secretly, my family is the Dongyun Peng family. There's plenty of money. Mr. Peng, do you really want to join the Green Cloud Sect? Pangyun scratched his head. Actually, I was looking for my master, Qingxian, for something very important. However, if we can join the Green Cloud Sect along the way, that would be more than fine. Qingxian shook his head. There is nothing I can do to help. As Mr. Peng has already heard it in the square, I am no longer a disciple of the Qingyun Sect now. The loss on Pangyun's face was visible to the naked eye as he listened to Qingxian again. But what? Pangyun asked impatiently. Those people in the party are disciples of the Qingyun Sect. If Mr. Peng wants to join the Qingyun Sect, fine Qingxian. Great to go and ask them before they get too far away. I'm on my way. Pangyun suddenly realized that he was busy getting up and running out. Sir, wait, no, don't run around. The young girl picked up a piece of steamed bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Following its lead, Little Yellow also quickly followed. Big brother. Qingxian couldn't help but smile as he looked at the table of food. In the end, you'll just have to enjoy it yourself. Chapter 10, with a sword in hand. Who can stop the world? It looks like Senior Brother Li's injuries have indeed recovered. Having just been swept away by the Qingyun Sect, Senior Brother Li is. Chen Ping wanted to speak. Several people looked at each other. Qingyun Sect can now have the position of the world's leader of the righteousness of the world. Can have half of them are the year Qingxian lifted the world to conquer the devil to fight the results. Now that Qingxian had recovered from his injuries, even if he only regained a few % of his peak, it would still be enough to overturn today's pattern. With a sword in hand, who in the world can stop it? Not to mention the fact that it was the Green Cloud Sect that swept him off his feet. It was inevitable that he would have thoughts of retaliation in the future. Thinking about this, several people couldn't help but feel a little heavier. Ningying and Shenping, in particular, had a soulful look on their faces. Just then, someone behind them came running toward them in a hurry. Wait a minute, wait. A few people turned their heads and saw a young man dressed in white. My name is Pangyun. Are you all disciples of the Green Cloud Sect? Maju shot him a glance when Pangyun was standing beside Qingxian at the wine shop. It was only that Maju was so focused on his senior brother that he didn't notice him. Anything? Pangyun looked at the woman in front of him with a compelling aura. His throat moved. Can I join the Qingyun Sect? The Green Cloud Sect's general election is held every 20 years, and it will be 10 years until the next one. 10 years, even if you wait, your age doesn't meet the requirements anymore, Maju said indifferently. Pangyun immediately changed his words. Then I won't be joining the Qingyun Sect. Can you tell me where Qingxian Li Zhenran is now? Pangyun didn't notice that the crowd of the Qingyun Sect was looking at him a bit strangely, and took advantage of the fact that the other party was still willing to listen to him, so he hurriedly explained. You all don't know. Back then, when the devil cult massacred the city, my grandfather was saved by realist Qingxian Li. Real Li had also taught my grandfather a set of swordsmanship, and then Real Li left. My grandfather's last wish before he left was to say thank you to Mr. Li. I left home this time because I wanted to find Realist Li and fulfill my grandfather's last wish. Pangyun had followed his grandfather since he was young, and his grandfather had taught him the swordsmanship he had learned from Qingxian. So ever since he stepped out of his home, he had called himself a Qingxian disciple. Pangyun looked at the crowd of the Qingyun Sect with anticipation. The crowd of the Green Cloud Sect, on the other hand, returned him an even stranger gaze. Just now, that person inside the wine shop was Qingxian, Senior Brother Li. After a long silence, a disciple finally spoke. Pangyun. What? When Pangyun hurriedly ran back to the wine shop, Qingxian had already disappeared. There was a lot of food left on the table, which seemed to have been deliberately left for Pangyun and the others. Pangyun rushed to the old mansion of Qingxian's family again, only that he still couldn't find the other party. He's actually the famous Qingxian. Did I have dinner with him? And slept and talked with him? The young girl who was expressionlessly eating a pastry on the side added. He even put his arm around his shoulder and called him brother, saying that he would cover him, so that he could go out and brag about it in the future when his own prowess shook the four seas. Pangyun pressed his head down hard, and a sharp, stormy sound came out of his mouth. Wanting to find a crack in the ground in shame, the young girl had a pastry in her mouth and covered her ears. Into the night, Qingxian was lying on the slope of the back mountain. The sky was full of stars, like a beautiful painting unfolding. The starry sky here isn't as nice as the green cloud sects. A voice came from behind him. Chen Xian then said, when I was a child, I thought that the sky in my hometown was the biggest and most beautiful, and it wasn't until the first night after I went to the green cloud sect that I realized what it meant to be insular. Now that I've been through 1,000 sails, it's a different experience to look at the sky of my hometown again. Ma Zhu stood on the hillside and looked at Chen Xian. Senior brother, go back to the division. The Qingyun Sect will return justice to you. Your injuries are healed, and everything will go back to the way it was. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Yes, everything will change back to the way it was. The prerequisite is that my injuries are healed. Mo Zhu was silent. What Chen Xian said made it impossible for her to refute. As long as senior brotherly recovers from his injuries, any rumors of injustice, of an ominous person, will all fall apart. He'll be in the limelight once again. Chen Xian closed his eyes. I won't be going back. I'm a bit tired. Senior brother, what are you going to do after leaving the Green Cloud Sect? I want to see the mountains and rivers, to walk around the world and see the people, and to find old friends I once had. Go back and tell those people who are in fear that I, Chen Xian, am not a person who is vindictive, and that I have no further involvement with the Qingyun Sect. Chen Xian's words changed. Say something happy. The topic is too heavy. By the way, has that young man called Peng Yin gone to see you? Ma Zhu said. He said that you had saved his grandfather's life during the demonic sect's massacre, and even taught him sword techniques. His grandfather's dying wish was to thank you in person, and it was for this that he sought you out. Slaughter? Swordsmanship? Chen Xian couldn't help but fall into a state of reminiscence. 90 years ago, East Cloud City, the once prosperous city, was reduced to ruins. The walls have fallen, the houses are in disrepair, and the hustle and bustle of the past is no longer there. In its place was endless fighting and wailing, and the smell of smoke and death that filled the air. The streets and alleys were filled with the strong smell of blood and the stench of rotting corpses, which were piled high. The entire city was immersed in darkness, as if it were a hell on earth. The devil cult slaughtered the city, and a teenager carrying a wooden sword dragged a girl younger than his own age, running frantically through the streets. Big brother, I can't run anymore. The girl stumbled and fell to the ground. The teenager turned violently, gripped the wooden sword in his hand, and roared, "Run, little sister!" The three-eyed monster with a huge body pressed one hand to the next house, looking at the brother and sister, a sardonic smile on the corner of his mouth. The arm that was thicker than a tree trunk grabbed at the siblings. The teenager couldn't stop trembling, his eyes staring ahead with fear and despair in them. His body felt as if it had been drained of its strength, and he felt his heartbeat ringing in his ears as if it were announcing his death. In the next moment, the teenager roared out in anger. With this roar, as if he had used up his entire life's courage, the wooden sword, which was no threat to the three-eyed monster, was swung out from left to right. The smile at the corner of the three-eyed monster's mouth grew even wider, not knowing whether it was mocking the teenager's self-importance, or whether it was happy to be able to eat the delicious food. Put! The three-eyed monster's body was chopped in two by an invisible line from left to right. Its smile hadn't disappeared yet, fixed on its face. The teenager was stunned as a figure appeared in front of him, holding a 3-foot green mango in his hand. The cold light was compelling, as if it could cut through all the evil in the world. Chapter 11. The teenager watched the scene in shock. The man in green turned his head. Yo, the youngster is quite brave. Do you want to learn how to use a sword? That was the first time the teenager had seen a cultivator strike, and with one person and one sword, he killed a city full of demonic creatures in pieces. Later, he traveled all over the mountains and rivers, from the frozen snowy mountains to the hot deserts, from the vast grasslands to the rough seas. As his sword skills grew more refined, he had seen all sorts of powerful people along the way. However, there was no other sword that could be as stunning and unforgettable as that one. Chen Xian did not remember the name of the teenager anymore, as he had only taught the other party swordplay for one day. He then left on an emergency basis and has not met the teenager since. Now, hearing Mo Zhu tell this matter, this recalled that memory. Oh, so the teenager's name is Pang. Pang Yun is his descendant. No wonder he calls himself his disciple. Want to meet him? Inkbrush said. Tell him for me that I accept his thanks, and don't call yourself my disciple outside in the future. Chen Xian had quite a few enemies, and now even though the demon cult Pope was dead, the remnants of the demon cult were still hiding in the shadows. This was also the reason why he hadn't come down from the mountain during the 30 years that his cultivation had been wasted. Chen Xian stretched and patted the dirt on his butt to get up from the hillside. The sky hangs over the Milky Way, and the stars are shining brightly. He waved his hand. Let's go. Ma Zhu stood there silently, looking at Chen Xian's back, his heart filled with thoughts, but he didn't know how to speak. Her eyes were filled with concern and worry, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Chen Xian's back appeared to be very comfortable under the moonlight, and his pace appeared to be somewhat brisk. Inkbrand knew that he must be in a happy mood at this time. Chen Xian seemed to have sensed Emoju's gaze as he glanced back, but did not stop in his tracks. His eyes were filled with warmth, as if he was telling Mochizuki, "Little girl, it's time for the journey to part." Half a month later, in a cave, Chen Xian's eyes were tightly closed, his breathing steady and rhythmic. A rich aura surrounded his body, which converged from all directions like a tiny stream of air that hovered and twisted around his body. His skin shimmered with a faint aura, as if it was echoing the aura around him. The pores slowly opened up as if they were tiny suction cups, drawing the surrounding aura into the body. As time passed, his body became brighter and brighter, and his aura grew stronger and stronger, as if a furnace about to explode. Inside his body, the aura was constantly flowing, following the meridians and converging into the dantian. The dantian is the place where the human body stores its aura, and it is also one of the important acupoints for cultivators. As the aura continued to converge, his dantian became hotter and hotter, as if it was a burning ball of fire. After a long time, Chen Xian opened his eyes. The demonic soul within is growing. He is now one body and two souls. The original soul was severely damaged, unable to take on the energy of cultivation. Thus, it was left to the power of the demonic soul. As his cultivation recovered, the power of the demonic soul in his body was gradually growing. Chen Xian frowned slightly as he felt the growth of that power, and a trace of worry could not help but rise in his heart. Did this increase in power mean that he was one step closer to becoming completely demonic? Will he or she turn into a demon? On second thought, back then, the 18 Devil's Cave had failed to lure himself into the Devil District Demon Soul. Chen Xian yawned lazily as the campfire within the cave illuminated the two black-faced bears on the side. A big one and a small one. The big one looks like a small mountain, while the small one is like a pug. Wide-eyed, he cautiously looked at Chen Xian, who was sitting inside the cave. The wind was whistling with a guttural whine. It sped down from the mountain tops, through dense forests and swept across meadows with an air of sadness. Like a lonely traveler wandering through the mountains, it was telling its story to the people. Chen Xian closed his eyes as if he was listening intently. Puppy Bear looked up at his father. Big Dog Bear took a deep breath and gathered his courage. "Mr. Li, what is the matter for which you have specially come to me? I've been a vegetarian all these years, not to mention humans. I don't even eat other elves and monsters anymore. If you don't believe me, go look at the back of my house. I planted that stick rice field." Chen Xian said. "Don't worry. It's not like I'm here to trouble you. I'm just sleeping here with you." The Big Dog Bear muttered in a low voice. "Sleep where not good, but sleep me here. Also do not say hello in advance. Too impolite." "What did you say?" Big Dog Bear busily said. "No, nothing. It's just that I think it's simply a blessing for me that great benefactor Li can condescend to live in my house." Chen Xian laughed. "I say, Big Dog Bear, you're at least the boss of this Funyo Ridge. You don't know how to entertain a guest when he comes? But you have just eaten 38 ears of corn, 17 tea eggs, 89 dried groundnuts, and 3 pounds of fruit. Wasn't that just so I could pad the bar for a bite?" Big Dog Bear, Chen Xian slightly inclined his head. "Your son looks very cute. Look at this leg, looks quite fragrant. Isn't it? Looks quite similar to you." Big Dog Bear was busy hugging his son tightly as he looked at Chen Xian in horror. "What are you doing?" "Just kidding." Chen Xian laughed. "Don't worry. I'll be leaving first thing in the morning. I have an appointment with someone. If I don't go, I'm afraid it'll be too late." "Promise?" "What promise?" Chen Xian looked at the sky outside the cave. "Big Dog Bear, do you know about the Yaoguang meteor shower?" "I don't know." The corners of Chen Xian's mouth gently lifted, as if he had recalled something wonderful. "The Yaoguang meteor shower only occurs once in 100 years, and I know of a town where it would be beautiful to watch it. 100 years ago, I made a pact with a few people to go there in 100 years to see another yawning meteor shower." The Big Dog Bear opened his mouth. 100-year engagement. Will anyone remember? "Will do." Chen Xian thought for a moment and then increased his tone. "They all will." Big Dog Bear tentatively asked. "Great benefactor Li, I've heard them all say that ever since that big battle, you've been seriously injured and your cultivation has been nullified." Chen Xian raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you want to try it then?" No. The Big Dog Bear's head shook like a rattle. In his opinion, not to mention that Chen Xian's cultivation had been abolished, even if there was still a skeleton left, it would be able to scare it half to death. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not a bandit," Chen Xian said. The next day, Chen Xian carried 3 pounds of corn kernels, 4 pounds of dried groundnuts, 5 pounds of figs, and 2 pounds of firewood eggs, leaving the furnace ridge. Turning his head, he waved goodbye to the Big Dog Bear. Chapter 12, Meteor from the Past. 10-mile Springfield Township. This is a small town situated in the water town of Jiangnan. The scenery is picturesque. The produce is abundant. and the people live a simple and peaceful life. In the center of the town, there is an old well with cool, clear water. It is said that the well was dug by a general named Li Chunfeng in the former dynasty, and the town was named 10-Mile Spring Town. The stream was babbling, and a barefooted little girl stepped into it, sharp wooden fork in hand, her eyes staring straight into the water. At that moment, a young man in a white shirt slowly walked over. It was someone I hadn't seen before, and it was very unfamiliar. The girl raised her head, her black and white pupils looking at the other. Little girl asks you about a matter. Do you recognize a man named Zheng Tinyo? The little girl froze for a moment, then nodded. Zheng Tinyo is my master. Oh, there is only one blacksmith store in the town of 10-Mile Springfield. The blacksmith's name is Zheng Tinyo, and he's bold as hell. Chen Xian remembered the young Zheng Tinyo wearing a self-built Mingguang armor and charging into the enemy lineup like a huge chariot rampaging through. Unstoppable. Unfortunately, the damage to his origin was too severe. Cultivation regression, not to mention longevity, could not be reversed. Now his back is hunched and his eyes are bleary, and he can no longer swing a hammer to create the variety of fine iron objects that he did in his youth. His hair had turned gray, his face was haggard, and the signs of age were deeply etched on his face. Chen Xian looked up and down, carefully sizing up Zheng Tinyo. Yo, I thought I was going to visit you at your grave. Cough cough. Zheng Tinyo leaned on his crutches, a violent cough, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. How could I die first if you kid didn't die? I was thinking of visiting your grave. Chen Xian said. It looks like you'll definitely die before me. The little girl stood in the doorway and looked at Chen Xian suspiciously. Who is this man? Archie. Go get some food. Yes. The girl named Archie agreed in one breath. Have the other two guys who aren't on time come? Chen Xian asked. Zheng Tinyo sat on the rocking chair and narrowed his eyes slightly. Say they're not on time. You're the one who's on time, alright. Those two were here ages ago, dabbling in my place. If they don't go away, they're going to eat up my pension book. Oh, and where are they? One went to the village to find someone to play chess with, and one went to help kill a pig. Ha, that's pretty plain. Chen Xian took a sip of tea that had no tea flavor, feeling the afternoon sunshine filling the, looking at the green mountains, looking at the distant fishing boats, looking at the willow branches, thoughts drifted to the distant past. Qingyun Sect Tongtian Peak Grand Disciple, Sword Dao Leader Chen Xian. All the divine weapons in the world come from the hand of Zheng Tinyo. Northfall Division, Dan Ferry Jiangli, Great Yegua, plotting against the world prince Yan Chang. But when they first met, they weren't that well known. Yan Chang was the least favored prince and was sent to an enemy country as a hostage. On the way back to his home country, he meets Jiangli, who is looking for alchemy materials and has been bitten by a poisonous snake. At that time Yan Qing thought she had met love. Who knew that he was treated as a denizen by Jiangli, who knocked him out and prepared to sell him as a slave to the people of the Quafu tribe. He also accidentally bumped into Zheng Tinyo, who had come out of the mountains to pursue his studies, and then the three of them mistakenly destroyed the formation set up by Chen Xian. That year, Chen Xian was 18 years old, the first time he was ordered by his master to go on a mission. A beast drought with 1,000 years of cultivation. More than 10 disciples of the Green Cloud sect, plus 2 elders of the Sword Guard Pavilion all died at their hands. The 18-year-old Chen Xian, one man and one sword, fought with him for 10 days and 10 nights, and was about to seal him. However, the 3 men who suddenly appeared destroyed the formation, and the beast drought thus escaped. In the end, the 4 of them furiously chased after the beast for more than 6,000 miles and combined their efforts to seal the beast Kuei. The 4 thus met, and then later, breaking into the sword formation, entering the crypt, separating, meeting again, protecting the emperor on the throne and breaking the devil's Buddha. It's been a long time. Chen Xian's thoughts were pulled back as he looked towards the door. One was an old man who had already lost his hair, leaning on a cane, with an amiable face, without the slightest hint of the majesty that the lord of the empire should have. One person was dressed in white, plain and noble, with a clear and beautiful face, revealing a light and elegant aura between his eyebrows. The corner of Chen Xian's mouth lifted. Yeah, it's been a long time. Although life has its parting days, mountains and waters should meet each other. Is the meteor shower today? Zheng Tinyo asked. Yan Cheng said, I've asked the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervision to count it 3 times. It can't be wrong. Zheng Tinyo glanced at the bald Yan Cheng, the imperial son who had a sword brow and a face like a jade back then had now become a bald old man. Are you sure that old overseer of yours, who is older than you are, did the math right? Of course, the old supervisor has been assisting my Yan family for 3 generations. That said, how far down the road is this? Jiangli thought for a moment. We were gone for half a month that year. Half a month? Is it that long? Yan Chang was dismayed. Why do I feel tired already now? That's because right now, You guys are too old. Chen Xian shrugged. Yancheng poked the ground vigorously with his walking stick, exasperated. All know I'm an old man, and don't know to carry me? Cough cough cough. Who cares? Chen Xian crossed his arms and placed them behind his head as he teased. Tai Nyo, go carry this imperial prince of ours. Zhang Tinyo said in a bad mood. Cough cough cough. If I carry him on my back, I guess I'll be in the ground before I can wait for the place. Jian Li was stunned. Similar words she remembered happening many years ago. How many years ago was that? She doesn't remember. At the time, it was only unusual. If you don't care about me, then Miss Jiang will have to carry me, Yanqing said. Chen Xian laughed. You old men are full of children and grandchildren, and you still think about others. Go back and take a look in the mirror first. What do you know? The most important thing in a man is substance. The four men talked and laughed as they stationed themselves on the hillside and built a fire inside the broken temple, and they chatted about the past, the present, and the future. Sometimes they meet horsemen in a hurry, and now and then the camel bells jingle as caravans pass them by. The letter carrier of the stage passed by with his horse. The road beneath my feet was long and seemed short, so short that they couldn't recall the past in time. Finally, after half a month, they rushed to the shore of the lake. Life is so long in getting together and getting separated. Let's be happy when we see each other. The moon was early in the morning and there was a vague mist rising. Mountains surrounded the lake in the distance, reflecting the moonlight. The meteor crossed the sky, looking dazzling under the moonlight, like a silver ribbon that cut through the dark night sky, leaving a beautiful arc. It's a shooting star. Jian Li pointed to the sky. All four looked up at the same time. Chen Xian said, this meteor seems to have come from the past. Chapter 13. How many things of the past and present have been put into a laughing matter? A pot of turbid wine and a happy meeting. How many things of the past and present have been put into a laughing stock? Jian Li turned his head and looked at Chen Xian, Yan Cheng, and Zhang Tainyo as this iceberg beauty smiled faintly. Thank you. Although he didn't know what she was thanking her for, Chen Xian still replied, you're welcome. It would be nice if you could give me a hug, Yan Cheng said. Zhang Tinyo stared at the shooting star with unblinking eyes. It's so beautiful. It feels like everything was yesterday, Yan Cheng said. We were all still young, thinking about our own affairs of the heart, drinking the strongest wine, and looking at the most beautiful starry sky. The stars are far away, blurring the youth and dimming the splendor. It hides the traces of youth and illuminates the ignorance of the past. Early morning of the following day, without saying goodbye, Jian Li had already left. Yan Chang was chattering and complaining early in the morning when she didn't see Jian Li, complaining about each other never saying goodbye. Last time apart and last time up, and this time, I'm afraid it's the last time they'll see each other. Rather like a little old man, Chen Xian thought to himself. Not like. Yan Cheng is a little old man now. Yan Cheng didn't leave the town in his carriage until nighttime. Remember to pour some wine in front of my grave. Chen Xian, don't forget to bring Jian Li to see me together then. If you come alone you don't have to come. And, don't forget to have Jian Li dress nicely when the time comes. Yan Xing's voice grew more and more distant with the sound of the carriage's hooves. Chen Xian waved his hand and reminded. Remember to put more burial goods to make it easier for me to steal them. Zhang Tinyo arched his back. When are you going to leave? Leave tomorrow. Where to? Seek out famous mountains, look at rivers, and visit old friends. Zhang Tinyo said very bluntly. That's nothing to do. So do me a favor. Archie's small hands clutched the firewood as he wended his way from the other end of town to the smithy. People passing by greeted her and Archie nodded in response. The girl was used to running up and down the stairs, holding such a large pile of firewood without even a breath. The sound of reading aloud came from his ears, and Archie glanced with envy at the only private school in town. She ran back to the blacksmith store, first returning the firewood to the kitchen and then taking the fish out of the tank that she had fished yesterday. Fish stew today. Hard work. Zhang Tinyo sat on the rocking chair and narrowed his eyes slightly. Chen Xian said, you're asking me to send this girl to Xiling? Well, I'm too old to walk, and you have nothing to do anyway. What's the point of sending it to Xiling? If I die, she will have no one to turn to here. There's a relative of hers in Xiling? Sort of. The Celestial Master's House of Longhu Mountain in Xiling is recruiting disciples, and her father is a soap servant of the Celestial Master's House. Soap operators are not disciples of the Lungfu Shan, which has personnel spread all over the place. With such a large amount of manpower, the number of Lungfu Shan disciples was definitely not enough, so they recruited non-Longhu Mountain disciples as soapmen, equivalent to constables in the government offices, not considered to be in the official ranks of officials, only following orders. Archie's family for 4 generations is a soap servant of Lungfu Shan, generation after generation. The disciples of the Heavenly Master's house have to respect him. When it came to Archie's father's generation, he got into big trouble and died. Before he died, He entrusted his daughter to Zhang Tinyo. Now that the Heavenly Master's office is recruiting disciples, Archie has the soap operator grade A ancestral license left by his father. According to the rules, the Heavenly Master must take Archie. Chen sipped the tea that had no tea flavor. This is too much. I'm the head of the Sword Dao, and you're asking me to act as a guard. Bull asterisk 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 Sword Dao quintessence, Zhang Tinyo said carelessly. All swept away. I'm giving you a chance to support yourself. How much money do you have? My coffin book or our friendship for so many years? Which one do you choose as payment? Zhang Tinyo said. Definitely the former. Chen Xian did not hesitate. Zhang Tinyo bared his teeth and smiled. You're such a heartless fellow. Chen Xian laughed. Jokes aside, an old friend whom he had not seen for many years asked for his help, and it was not something that he had difficulty doing, so naturally there was no reason not to help. When do we leave? Tomorrow. So soon? No more waiting, for her to see you one last time? Zhang Tinyo closed his eyes. She has already lost enough loved ones. Don't let her watch me leave with her own eyes. It's too cruel. As usual, you're thinking of others. Zhang Tinyo was a poor boy from the mountains. When Chen Xian first met him, he was carrying a huge traveling bag. His exposed teeth looked like he was a bit malnourished, and he was dressed in plain clothes that were covered in dust. Don't believe in evil on earth. Generous and unselfish, always putting others before themselves. Chen Xian at that time always felt that this guy is naive and innocent. When he has seen the evils of the world will be good. It's just that through it all, the teenager is still the same teenager. The next day, Archie packed his small bookcase away, turning back from time to time to look at Zhang Tinyo, who was sitting in his chair in his old age. Archie doesn't want to go. He wants to stay with Tinyo, she said suddenly. Wesling is a big city. You will meet lots of new people and lots of fun things will happen. But there is no Iron Bull in Xiling. Archie lowered his head. Zhang Tinyo will wait here for Archie. She did not speak. Whispered. Iron Bull cheats. On that day, Archie secretly dismantled the small bookcase he had treasured for years. However, she was still pulled by Chen Xian's small hands and dragged hard out of the house. This walk was 700 miles. The breeze is gentle and the sun is shining. Archie wants to go back and see Iron Bull one last time. Chen Xian lowered his head and looked at the little girl. Archie hasn't said a proper goodbye to him yet. 10-mile Springfield Township. The only blacksmith in the town, Zhang Tinyo, passed away. And at night the neighbors went to his house to pick up the farm tools they had ordered 2 days before and found Zhang Tinyo's body. The old man lay quietly on his bed, his face kind and peaceful. He rose from humble beginnings and has had a rough ride through a lifetime of conquests, breaking into the cave of earth, destroying the devil's cult, dreaming greatly of spring and autumn, and spending half a life. Eventually, he chose his burial place in this mediocre town. She did not cry. She silently followed Chen Xian to finish Tinyo's funeral. Carrying that small bookcase that had been reassembled by Tinyo again, he followed Chen Xian out of the town. Chen Xian took a few steps and suddenly turned back. The little girl was seen standing at the entrance of the village, looking up, eyes teary-eyed, tears streaming down his face. Oh, crying here. Iron Cow won't know. Ugh. Chen Xian reached out and touched her head. Don't touch Archie's head. Chapter 14. A bamboo sword is a sword. The mountains in the distance are lofty and towering, plunging into the clouds, like ancient beasts, standing quietly on the earth, witnessing the passage of years. The silhouettes of the mountains appeared clearer in the sunlight. Chen Xian held a bamboo in his hand and tapped it in the bushes in front of him, surrounded by a layer of thin mist. These mists are like a white ribbon, entwined in the mountains, so that people seem to be in a fairyland. Are you a swordsman? The little girl, Archie, asked. Aha. What about your sword? Chen Xian said. No sword for now. That said, your master is a blacksmith. You should know how to make swords as well. Make me one. At the mention of the Iron Bull, Archie lowered his head a little in defeat. I can sword fight, but there are no tools here. Sharpen a handful of bamboo for me. Chen Xian shook the bamboo in his hand. Do bamboo swords count as swords? Of course, Chen Xian said carelessly. I heard Iron Bull say you were strong? Well, it used to be strong. Now what? Still strong, Chen Xian said confidently. Archie blinked and stopped chiming in. There was silence all around. But suddenly there was a wail and the body fell heavily to the ground. Pools of blood mingled with the clear water of the stream. A wrecked wagon, and some of the rushing current slowly pushed the bodies away. A few horse thieves with their weapons rummaged through the body they had just killed in an ambush. It's an official stagecoach. Usually mountain bandits do not dare to touch the official post, because the sitting inside is not guaranteed to be any official. The government will generally pursue. It's also their bad luck to meet this group of life-threatening, unruly horse thieves. The leader of the horse thieves looked at the white flowery silver, and the corners of his mouth showed a fierce smile. It's better to rob an official once than to rob those poor people 100 times. There were footsteps coming. The horse thief leader's eyes were sharp. Someone. The remaining horse thieves were armed and looked in the direction of the source of the voice. A man in green leading a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Not an official soldier. Not even an object of defense on his body. Serves you right. A horse thief loosened the bowstring and the feathered arrow flew out. Qian slightly inclined his head, just in time to dodge the feathered arrow. Archie raised his head and looked at Qian. Qian threw the bamboo pole in his hand. The horse thief leader was completely unable to react in time, and was shot off his horse and nailed to the ground, obviously unable to survive. With a flash of Qian's figure, the bamboo pole had returned to his hand. The 7 or 8 horse thieves' bodies stiffened, and the next moment they simultaneously fell to the ground. Simple as taking a stone from the ground and reaching out to pick it up. Qian shook the bamboo pole in his hand and turned his head to Qi. Still, I'm going to trouble you to sharpen it into the shape of a sword for me. Qian spoke as he poked and prodded his way left and right through the crowd. See if there are any more who have survived. Penny turns over a body and suddenly finds a small boy hiding in a pile of corpses. The boy's eyes were urgently closed, his face smeared with blood, and he was holding his breath, apparently pretending to be dead. Qian stabbed his itchy hole with the bamboo pole. Hey, hey, hey. Within a few strokes, the boy couldn't help himself. Grand Master, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. The horse bandit is dead. What is your name? Qian said. The little waif stood trembling in place, looking at Qian and then at the ferocious horse bandits that had fallen to the ground. My name is Lin Daoling. I am a native of Tuanzhou, and I followed my hairy friend from the same village before going to Shilin Tianzhifu to pursue my studies. Oh, Qian raised an eyebrow slightly. That? Qian pointed to the only child among the corpses. The child was dressed in brocade and silk. At a glance, it was the son of a rich and noble family. Lin Daoling nodded. Yes, these entourage? It's my hairdresser's second uncle. He's the county minister who just resigned from his post and returned to his hometown. He was thinking of giving us a ride, but who knows that he met horse bandits here. Lin Daoling's voice trembled, but his logic was very clear. And at a young age, witnessing the brutal scene of the horse bandits exterminating him, he didn't break down and yell. Half an hour later, Qian helped Lin Daoling bury the group of unlucky people who died here. Lin Daoling carved a wooden sign for his hair. Your kid also said that when you are rich, you will ask me for 10 wives, but now it is good. When you get there, you must bless me with peace and prosperity, and then I'll burn a big house and lots of money for you. Qian looked at the little doll rather curiously, obviously not much older than Archie, but living like a young adult. To the side, Archie was carving the sword for Qian with his own small knife. Her handiwork was exquisite, and her face was focused and serious. It seemed that the hand Qian had just revealed, killing 7 or 8 mountain bandits in seconds, had given her some shock. Carve it better. Qian rubbed his chin with the belly of his finger. Archie didn't even look up. A bamboo sword is no more sturdy even if it looks good. It doesn't matter. Handsome is good enough. Lin Daoling stood up. Alright, let's go. When he buried the body, he had already taken out all the valuable objects in advance and loaded them all on the body of the little donkey. When I left home, my mother gave me only 2 hangings and the family's small donkey, and now I have so much money at once. Lin Daoling said with a big grin, as if he had long forgotten the life and death crisis he had just experienced. Not afraid of being a stranger at all. He was eloquent in the face of Qian and Archie, who was almost the same age as him. What's your name? Qian. What about you? Lin Daoling looked at the little girl again. Archie, Lin Daoling said with an arch of his hand in an old-fashioned manner. The road is long. I hope you two will take care of each other. As the old saying goes, meeting in plain sight is fate. Qian smiled faintly. With this little guy, he was afraid that this journey wouldn't be lonely. It was like this that Qian led 2 children and a donkey all the way to Shilin. The night is sticky. Qian built a fire for the 2 little ones, and leaning against the tree trunk himself, he was about to meditate. Lin Daoling came over at this time. Big brotherly, aren't you great? Lin Daoling thought that a person who could deal with so many mountain bandits was by no means an ordinary person. It's okay. Why? Can you teach me a couple of tricks for defense? You? Qian shook his head. You can't learn right now. You look down on me? Since I was a child I know everything once I learn it. Otherwise I wouldn't have been chosen by the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master Talisman. So teach me a couple of moves and save me from being bullied in the future. Lin Daoling pointed to the donkey grazing on the side. How about I give you this burrow? Qian closed his eyes and no longer bothered with this brat. Che, if you don't teach it, I'm not going to learn it. Lin Daoling muttered 2 sentences in a low voice, then put the matter behind him and went back to annoying Qi. Chapter 15. What are the chances of you and I winning together? Qi engraved the bamboo sword for Chen Xian. Chen Xian gripped the hilt of his sword and waved it around a few times with some excitement. How many years has it been since I held a sword? The first time he held a sword. It was the famous Green Cloud sword. Re-gripped the sword once more after many years, but it was a bamboo sword. When Lin Daoling saw it, he pestered Qi to make one for him as well. Qi was reluctant at first, but she couldn't help but let Lin Daoling annoy her day after day, so simply got him one too. Lin Daoling was holding a donkey and had a bamboo sword on his waist. Do you know how to use a sword or not? Big brotherly? It will work. Then teach me 2 tricks and I'll give you the burrow. Chen Xian shook his head. It's too cheap to give away a donkey for teaching you 2 moves. Kid. Lin Daoling was not happy. This donkey I raised since childhood not only can pull the mill, but also pull goods. May dry. Chen Xian hugged his bamboo sword and said very stinkily, how many people wanted to learn the sword from me back then? And the things people gave me were worth a lot more than this donkey of yours. Lin Daoling raised his head and looked at the sky. Big brotherly, you are really powerful. How come I saw several cows flying in the sky? You can blow up so many cows by yourself. That's awesome. What do you know? You little doll. Buzz dash. At this time, someone in midair passed by with an imperial sword. He wasn't floating too high for the naked eye to see. It was a young swordsman. Drunk. A long green-colored robe that hunted in the wind. The body of the sword stepped on by his feet shone with a cold light and hummed as if announcing its sharpness to the world. The precious sword cut through the night sky like lightning, leaving behind a splendid sword mark. Lin Daoling's mouth was wide open, and his eyes stared straight at the young sword cultivator who was traveling in the air. His eyes were filled with envy, and an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart, imagining that he too could be like that young sword cultivator. Feet on flying swords, soaring through the sky. Lin Daoling withdrew his gaze and pointed at the man to Chen Xian. Well, can you beat him? Is your swordsmanship as good as his? Chen Xian raised his eyes slightly and quickly closed them again, full of disinterest. Too weak. Lin Daoling rolled his eyes. Read more in the future. Don't think about fighting with others all the time. To cultivate virtue first, Chen Xian said indifferently. However, these words would definitely not be heard at the age of Lin Daoling and Qi. Senior brother. Has Chen Xian really regained his cultivation? I don't know. As night fell, the last remnants of light in the sky were swallowed by darkness, and the land was shrouded in a silent night. Under the tree sat a man and a woman. The man's name is Jinli and the woman's name is Zhongyan. The two are senior siblings. Under the so-called horizontal push 800 Invincible, the world's first hard kung fu, the Xian Yuan, Regulus only took 2 disciples in his life, namely Jinli and Zhongyan. The sect is small but highly prestigious. The two were entrusted with the task of coming to spy on Chen Xian. Zhongyan faintly said, Senior brother, will the current Chen Xian still be as strong as before? Jinli hesitated. No, even if he is recovering from a major injury, after all, he has been wasted for more than 20 years. Recovery will take time. Zhongyan thoughtfully, Master has a good personal relationship with him. If we do this, if Master's old man knows about it. Gimli suddenly stood up. Let's go, Zhongyan said. Senior brother, Chen Xian is walking very slowly with the 2 children. There's no need to follow so closely. What Chen Xian will do next is anyone's guess. If we lose him, it's not good to tell that person. Senior brother, what are the chances of the 2 of us winning in his hands? Zhongyan suddenly asked. Jinli frowned and was about to speak. A breeze rustled the leaves through the forest, carrying a fresh scent and a slight coolness. Zhongyan and Jinli's bodies stiffened at the same time. A silhouette suddenly appeared behind them, both hands resting on Zhongyan's and Jinli's shoulders respectively. Neither Zhongyan nor Jinli moved, just staring at each other. Both were able to feel each other's nerves tighten to the extreme, as if a drilling force had instantly invaded their bodies and taken control of their nerves. An invisible shackle bound their limbs, preventing them from moving. They were all trying desperately to control themselves and keep the fear from showing on their faces. I remember that your surname is Zhong, Chen Xian said. You? The knot in Jean Li's throat moved. Surname Jean. Single name Ali. Oh, who sent you here? Chen Xian added. Tell the truth. I'm guessing it's the second elder of the Green Cloud Sect's law enforcement hall. The two were speechless. Chen Xian confirmed his guess and reached out to pat the duo again. I don't like people following me, and seeing as I'm on good terms with your master, this will not happen again. The originally stagnant breeze whipped again, and time flowed anew in the square footage of space measured by his feet. Jinli and Zhongyan's backs had long been drenched in sweat. At some point, the figure behind him had disappeared. The breath also did not remain half a bit, as if nothing had happened just now. The rustle of the breeze caressing the leaves and the cicadas chirping in the scrublands sounded surprisingly cozy. The aftermath of the robbery. Gimli's chest rose and fell slightly. We're talking about earlier? Zhongyan didn't seem to have regained her senses yet, and only after a long time did she reply, "The two of us, you and I, joining forces against Qingyun, can have a few % chance of victory." Now, the answer is there. In mid-air, there was the sound of flying swords breaking through the air. Jin Li was taken aback, subconsciously thinking that it was Qingyun who had gone and returned, suddenly changing his mind and not intending to spare them. Just as quickly, he reacted. It wasn't Qingyun, but a young sword cultivator who had gotten drunk. The young sword cultivator shouted something from his mouth and even took off his pants and sprinkled water down. Jin Li had 2 more black lines on his forehead and reached out. Put! There was a muffled sound. Immediately after that, it was as if the young cultivator had been dragged down hard by a pair of large invisible hands, falling heavily to the ground and fainting directly. Qian Lin Dowling had already fallen asleep. Chen Xian rubbed his forehead vigorously and gently exhaled. It looked like it had bluffed these two for the time being. Both Jin Li and Zhong Yan's cultivation were not bad, and their natural talent was outstanding. Otherwise they wouldn't have been accepted as disciples by the Xianyuan clan. If these two were to combine their efforts, I'm afraid that my current self would really be a two-fisted enemy. Chen Xian shook his sleeve robe. After this incident, it would definitely make those who had doubts about him not dare to move easily. Chapter 16, The Fierce Beast. Chen Xian sat on a donkey, flipping through a book in his hands, the Chronicle of the Western Tombs. It had been recovered earlier from the carry-on luggage of the unlucky officer who had been killed by the mountain bandits. A map that wasn't particularly detailed, only drawing the approximate shape of the country, marking out where each important state capital of Xiling was. Xiling Longhu Mountain was marked very clearly on the map. Today's maps are basically based on mountains and rivers. For example, county maps, city maps, etc., attached to local histories. First, the county was drawn in the center, and then the mountains, rivers, and places of interest within the precincts were drawn in their approximate orientation relative to the county. Finally, the villages and towns were filled in to the appropriate hills and rivers. That's even a map of a county, and it's the same thing when you put it on a country. Chen Xian remembered that the last time he went to Longhu Mountain had been a long time ago. At that time, follow the flying boat. Nowadays it's quite difficult to find it on your own 2 legs. The donkey under his buttocks let out a yelp, and Chen Xian glanced down. In the end, Chen Xian had betrayed his sword skills in exchange for the donkey Lin Dowling. Rest here for a while. Archie, who was at the front of the line, set the bookcase down. She had previously worked with iron ox in iron smithing, and had developed a tough physique at a young age. I carry firewood on my back and run up and down the mountains on weekdays without feeling the slightest bit tired. Soon, Archie built a fire. He also asked Lin Dowling to get some clean water from the river in front of him. After eating a piece of cake, Lin Dowling came over to Chen Xian's side to ask him to teach him swordsmanship. Chen Xian waved his hand. Teach you later, I always keep my words. Lin Dowling tugged at Chen Xian's hand with his small hand. Teach now, later on, you'll give it a forget. You're still a kid, aren't you? Does Archie want to learn? Chen Xian asked. Archie looked up. Can I learn too? Could be. Archie doesn't have a burrow. You can learn without a burrow, Chen Xian said indifferently. Archie thought for a moment. Okay, then Archie will cook for you. Thus, Chen Xian taught the 2 little ones a sword technique. The 2 practiced carefully for a while and both learned quickly. The next day, they asked Chen Xian to teach them the second move. Chen Xian held a piece of wheat in his mouth and lay on the back of his donkey, looking at the azure sky. Practice again. So the 2 little ones seized every available moment to practice their swords. After a full 5 days, he came back to Chen Xian to have him teach the second move. Chen Xian gnawed on a cake and said in a serious manner, to be quick, practice again. Archie and Lin Dowling saw Chen Xian's inscrutable demeanor and were convinced of him. It's not really that difficult to understand this move by practicing it over and over again after painstakingly figuring it out. After another month or so, it was only then that he asked Chen Xian to teach him the second move. At that moment, Chen Xian ate the sugar gourd that Lin Dowling had bought for him and said indifferently, not even close nah. Keep practicing. Now. Not to mention Lin Dowling, Archie was a bit unable to endure it. Is he lying to us? Lin Dowling asked. Archie nodded. Big liar. In the next second, Lin Dowling pounced. You gave me back my sugar plum. Don't, Rob, don't grab it. Let me have another bite. On this day, Chen Xian was passing through a city with 2 little ones and a donkey. Weishuwei City was originally a major transportation route, and was usually densely populated with merchants and traders. There was a lot of traffic and a lot of activity. However, from the beginning of spring this year, ferocious beasts began to proliferate. The human race has risen since the ancient times, but in those long dark years before their rise, the human race is like being imprisoned in a boundless cage, struggling hard, living in the wilderness. They are constantly faced with the test of life and death, and the ruthlessness and cruelty of nature make their lives fragile and short, until the first cultivator of the human race appeared. Yet even today, it was only the human race and demonic beasts coexisting side by side. Ferocious beasts were another branch of demonic beasts. Compared to demonic beasts, ferocious beasts were more violent, cruel, and lacked spiritual intelligence. Killing is their only instinct, attacking cities, devouring humans, and even gnawing on their own kind. Weishuwei City was originally surrounded by less ferocious beasts, but now some ferocious beasts from the north have migrated here on a large scale, causing a disturbance for a while. The Weishuwei City Lord had to deploy his experts to come and sweep the area. Many sect disciples came here to both engage in battles with ferocious beasts to hone their fighting abilities and earn the appropriate rewards. Among them are the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect. Xuanxiao found an inn to stay at and headed to the bed, sleeping for a day and a night. After waking up from his nap, he ate and drank a lot of food downstairs, leaning back in his chair contentedly, rubbing his stomach and squinting his eyes. The sun is 3 feet high and I'm still sleeping. If you're not an immortal, who is? Asterisk. Get thee out of here. Said you, what are you looking at? Inside the inn, a drunken, burly man was playing a drunken game, his eyes filled with blood and his body trembling unceasingly. With a jug in his hand, he staggered and waved it around, swearing profanities. The innkeeper, on the other hand, stood behind the counter and looked at the burly man with a helpless face. He tried to persuade the burly man to calm down, but his words didn't seem to do much good. This burly man got more and more rowdy and he started overturning tables and kicking chairs to pieces. Lin Daoling glanced at the burly man who was playing drunk and remembered the sword move that Xuanxiao had taught him. He felt to himself that he had already practiced that sword technique to perfection, and now was the time to test how powerful it really was. Lin Daoling drew the bamboo sword at his waist, like a chivalrous man in a storyteller's mouth, and bellowed, "Look at the sword!" Before the bamboo sword could stab at the burly man, it was grabbed by the other party and snapped off. "Where did you get that, little brat? Get the hell out of here." After saying that, he yanked Lin Daoling up in one go and slapped him on his butt. It didn't hurt, but Lin Daoling was ashamed and angry. When Achi saw this, although she usually hated Lin Daoling a bit, however, at this time, there was no hesitation at all, and he hastily executed his sword technique, poking his sword into the strong man's leg. The burly man snatched her bamboo sword as well and threw it aside. Seemingly annoyed by the two little ones, eyes rounded, he stepped forward. Archie was no more than a 7-year-old girl. The opponent's huge body was like a small mountain in front of her, and she couldn't help but tremble physically in fear. The burly man was about to make a move when suddenly the young man the two kids were sitting with inclined his head slightly. The burly man's eyes fell on the other man, a young man who didn't look the least bit imposing, but his eyes were unusually calm, as clear and bright as spring water, without a single ripple. The burly man couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his knuckles pale from the excessive force of his. He then cursed himself and turned around to walk out of the inn. Chapter 17, The Great Deceiver. The people in the inn looked at the drunkard's back in surprise. What the? Suddenly it's gone? Their hearts were in their throats. Who knew that the situation would change so quickly? It was clear that the young man had done nothing. Xuanxiao withdrew his gaze and continued to get high on melon seeds, as if nothing had happened just now. Neither did they bother about the frightened Achi and Lin Daoling dolls. Lin Daoling rushed at the drunkard's back and broke into a few curses. He then jumped onto the stool and slammed the table in front of Xuanxiao. What kind of Thai swordsmanship is that? Xuanxiao said indifferently. That drunkard is no ordinary man, but a martial artist whose fists can break the law. With your current sword skills, dealing with 1 or 2 ordinary people, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Liar! You gave me back my little donkey. And candy canes, beef jerky, donkey meat buns, Archie added slyly. Lin Daoling felt that a river of spring water flows to the east. I had set my heart to illuminate the moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch. Ever since Xuanxiao had taught him this sword technique, he had practiced it diligently. The heart had been holding out hope, even going so far as to feed Xuanxiao to his heart's content even though he was starving himself. Xuanxiao, cowhide blowing loud, said that this trick sword law, as long as a little bit of success, killing in the invisible, thousands of miles away to take someone's head is not a matter of. As for the drunk guy, what fist can break play? They picked the wrong challenge. As soon as Lin Daoling heard it, he knew that he was lying again. That drunkard was just an ordinary drunken scoundrel. Xuanxiao pulled out his ears and just pretended that he hadn't heard. Thus, Xuanxiao earned the title of Big Liar. There were many practitioners from all over the world who responded to the call, so the government subsidized the inns in the city and offered them free of charge to those practitioners who came to get rid of the ferocious beasts. The guests who were originally inside the inn were to be driven out. When the innkeeper saw that Xuanxiao was only one person and had 2 children with him, he must not have come to get rid of the demon. So, he had to return Chen Xian's room money and let him find another place to live. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he met Qingyun Sect disciples wearing Qingyun Sect's special pattern head-on. This time, to eradicate the ferocious beasts, the Qingyun Sect, as the leader of the world's righteous path, would naturally send their disciples to come. Tongtian Peak. The one leading the group this time was the third disciple, Ling He. Ling He is simple and mute. The relationship with eldest senior brother Chen Xian wasn't considered to be much closer, but it wasn't much colder either. Whether it was 30 years ago, Chen Xian was at the peak of his life. Still 30 years later, Chen Xian was at a low point in his life. Ling He was slightly stunned, not expecting to meet Chen Xian here. Big brother. I told you not to call me big brother. Behind Ling He, Ning Ying, Chen Ping, a group of Tongtian Peak disciples, also opened their mouths. Seniorly, Chen Xian didn't bother correcting it and waved his hand. Senior brother, we are also about to exterminate the ferocious beasts here. Why don't we travel together? Ning Ying hesitated and took the initiative to speak. She had thought that Chen Xian was also aware of the outbreak of the ferocious beasts in Weishui City, so he had specially come to help relieve Weishui City of its siege. In that case, it seemed that Senior Li's character hadn't become much greater because of his cultivation recovery. Still as chivalrous as ever. Loves a good fight. Even when he's angry, he's a knife to the heart. Ning Ying couldn't help but remember a time. Senior, I'm sorry I was wrong. I'll make you pastries for dinner, so don't ignore me. When I was a kid, when I made my senior brother angry, I could always get over it by spilling my guts, and elder brother Li wouldn't really bother with her. Now that Ning Ying was this old, she naturally wouldn't be as pampered as she was as a child. 30 years of estrangement cannot be dissolved overnight. Seeing that Chen Xian was ignoring her, Ning Ying added undeterred. Senior brother, I have a cousin who lives in Weishui City, so if senior brother doesn't mind, you can go and stay at my cousin's house first. Just now, when the Qingyun Sect's group walked to the door, they heard the innkeeper kicking people out. It was thought that Chen Xian did not have any other place to stay within the city. Don't bother. Without turning his head, Chen Xian left straight away. Lin Daoling followed Chen Xian for a few steps before turning back to glance curiously at the group. After Chen Xian left, Ning Ying revealed an uncomfortable smile. It looks like senior brother Li is really disappointed with the Qingyun Sect. Senior brother has great merit in the Qingyun Sect in the world, but the Qingyun Sect treats senior brother so. Chen Ping secretly admired, thinking that it is still you who can talk. It wasn't true that senior brother Li was disappointed in the Green Cloud Sect, and it wasn't true that he was disappointed in Ning Ying. Back then, elder brother Li had saved her life, but how had she repaid him? It was just that when Ning Ying said this, it was as if Chen Xian didn't want to get involved with her because he was disappointed in the Qingyun Sect. The inns within Weishui City were almost all occupied by cultivators who had arrived from all over the world, and there were no spare rooms at all for a while. Eventually, a shabby little temple in the city took in the three Chen Xian. There was only one old monk at the small temple, and the temple had a row of houses that were in great disrepair. Who are they and why do they all call you senior brother? Lin Daoling asked curiously as he ate his noodles boiled in white water. Chen Xian pretended to look pained. It's only you two little guys who look down on me and go outside to inquire about my Chen Xian's name. Saying you're fat, you're still panting. Lin Daoling rolled his eyes. Ah Chi nodded wordlessly, seemingly agreeing with Lin Daoling's statement. Lin Daoling added, Hey, big brother Li, have you been dismantled by us and made yourself lose face? So you purposely paid someone to act specially for us? To make us think you're good? Chen Xian inclined his head, no longer bothering with these two little guys as he took a big bite of his noodles. Too lazy to bother with the little guy. When it's time to go on the road again, should we feed the wolves or throw them in the river? Hearing Lin Daoling say this, Archie blinked and looked at Chen Xian again with what seemed to be a hint of sympathy. Well, Archie trusts you now. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, always feeling that this tone was like giving alms to beggars. Hurry up and eat. We'll be on the road tomorrow. Early the next morning, the old monk knew they were going out of town. They were advised that they must report to the city, and that anyone who wanted to leave the city now had to do so, and then wait for the time to come, escorted by the city's military. Otherwise, if you leave the city alone, you're likely to meet a ferocious beast attack. Chen Xian thanked the other party for the reminder, and after leaving the city, Lin Daoling was dead set on not letting Chen Xian ride his little donkey anymore. Ah Chi, do you want to ride a donkey? Lin Daoling chased after the little girl's back. No ride. Chen Xian shook his head, learning to please girls at a young age. Chapter 18, Six-Winged Golden Rock. The Qingyun Sect had come with 3 sets of cultivators this time, and there were only 7 Tongtian Peak cultivators led by Ling He from Tongtian Peak. The number of people is small, and the battle power is very strong indeed. Instead of going with the large force of Weishui City to clear out the ferocious beasts on the main peak outside Weishui City, He went with a small number of people to the even more treacherous Hongjian Peak. The group set up a formation and quickly climbed towards the top of the mountain. The trail circles around the mountain peaks as if it were a giant dragon winding through the mountains, with crags soaring high and cliffs so deep that you can't see the bottom. There were quite a few ferocious beasts encountered along the way. The disciples of the Green Cloud Sect opened the way, charging at the forefront without reason. The few sect disciples behind them couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh bitterly as they looked at the broken limbs of the ferocious beasts along the way. The Green Cloud Sect is the Green Cloud Sect. Chen Ping's long sword was sheathed, and the giant python that stopped at the intersection was slashed by the sword and easily split into two halves. The movements are clean and crisp, without a hint of redundancy. Feeling the gazes of the rest of the sect disciples behind her, Chen Ping became even more complacent. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Chen Ping realized that Ningying was a bit distracted. Nope, nothing. Ningying had been a bit distracted ever since she had met Chen Xian. Now that Chen Xian's cultivation had been restored, she was always reminded of the past and began to chastise herself for what she had done before. Don't take it lightly, all of you. Ling He said sternly, the ferocious beasts on Hongjian Peak should not be underestimated. Senior, master, the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect are really fast. A middle-aged man was filled with bitterness. The white-haired old man's eyes also had a few complexities. Although he was quite a bit older than those Qingyun Sect disciples, his cultivation was far inferior. This is the difference in natural talent. Alright, let's move on. Let's collect some low cultivation level ferocious beasts. It's also considered. As soon as his words fell, he was smashed into mush before the eyes of the disciples. Blood, flesh and bones splattered in all directions, splashing on the bodies, faces and eyes of the surrounding disciples. They stared blankly at the scene in front of them, completely unresponsive. An incomparably huge ferocious beast fell from the sky. Not only here, in the sky above the entire horizontal sword peak, ferocious beasts in the black pressurized clouds fell down like a torrential rain. After a short silence, the disciples began to scream and cry. Their voices were filled with fear and despair, as if the end of the world had come. Some of the disciples attempted to flee the scene, yet but a few moments later, they too were turned into a bloody mess just like their master. Little Dowling, did you also hide 2 pastries before? Share one with me. Chen Xian held a dog's tail grass in his mouth and looked up at Lin Dowling, who was sitting on a donkey, against the scorching sun. Lin Dowling turned his head away from him. What about Archie's? Chen Xian was undeterred. Archie said, didn't I give you a lot before? Let me finish eating. Chen Xian rationalized. Archie said, we only have 2 per person. You have 6 and ate them all. And you want our pastries to eat. Chen Xian touched his stomach. Adults have a large amount of food. Children have a small amount of food, so it's fine to eat less. Archie was so exasperated that he turned his head away from him as well. Chen Xian was a bit regretful. That pastry tasted really good. I should have known I should have bought more. Steal their pastries at night while they sleep, he muttered in a low voice. This was heard by a sharp-eared Archie, who stared at him with small eyes. Chen Xian laughed. Just kidding, just kidding. They didn't see a single ferocious beast on the path they took. Instead, groups of carriages and some cultivators could be seen heading towards the Weishui from here. Rumble dash. The ground suddenly began to shake violently, and the entire world seemed to be shaking. Not far away, the peddlers of the merchant horsemen looked around in horror, trying to find the source of the quake. The houses of the long empty village collapsed instantly. The roads were torn up and huge cracks appeared in the ground. Ouch, grandma's leg. Lin Dowling was so shaken that he fell off the little donkey. He looked towards the forest in the distance and was about to break into a fit of rage when a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. A large tree with a thick wellhead fell in pieces. The defense line surrounding the horizontal sword peak suddenly collapsed, and nearly 80% of the cultivators guarding this place drowned in the midst of the beasts. No one knew how the horizontal sword peak, which was originally just a partial line, suddenly appeared with so many ferocious beasts. The clouds hovering over the horizontal sword peak finally dispersed, and a huge 6-winged golden roc spread its wings. Its wings were like golden flames unfurled to the extreme, shining brightly in the sunlight, each feather radiating a powerful aura. With a flick of his wings, he kicked up a gust of wind that eclipsed the entire sky. The Weishui city lord looked at this scene in horror. How could he not have thought that this ferocious beast would be able to hide right above the horizontal sword peak with the help of some sort of divine ability and not be discovered by anyone, including myself who has been kept in the dark? Not only that, it hides these ferocious beasts in its own body. The 6-winged golden roc flew at an extremely fast speed, as if it was a golden lightning bolt, cutting a beautiful arc in the sky. In mid-air, a long sword flew out of the hands of Linghe, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect's Tongtian Peak, and a ghastly wound appeared from his chest all the way to his abdomen. If he wasn't wearing the armor of Tongtian Peak's treasures, he was afraid that he would have been killed here. The gaze of the six-winged golden rock seemed to be mocking the incompetence of the Weishui city lord. The main forces of Weimar City were now besieging the main peak, and it was too late to go back and forth at this point. The raging beasts will trample the city before that happens. Holding a broken sword, Ningying half-kneeled on the mountain peak that had almost been leveled. If it wasn't for Ling He who was in danger, these disciples of Tongtian Peak would have lost their lives at this moment. Chen Ping, who had originally gone up the mountain with confidence, collapsed beside her, and half of her hand bones were exposed. In the distance, the huge body of the six-winged golden rock covered the sky. The strength of the Weishui city lord wasn't how strong, and he sat in Weishui city to rely on his family connections for one thing. Secondly, although Weishui city is well-traveled and a prosperous place, however, this place is not sinister. The Weishui city family has always had 3 families and 5 gates, and all the previous city lords came from the 3 families and 5 gates, and the officials sent from the court do not receive real power. At this moment, that Qingyun Sect disciple Ling He, who had lost to the six-winged golden rock, was the strongest person around Weishui city at this moment. The pressure from the six-winged golden rock made it impossible to breathe. Even some cultivators who were not weak felt an unprecedented sense of fear and oppression. Their heartbeats accelerated, their breathing was rapid, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Some of them couldn't even stand up and could only collapse on the ground, staring helplessly at the sky. Chapter 19, Only the Sword. The wind is raging, tearing everything apart. Lin Dowling and Qi were very close, only they were actually not as frightened by that powerful pressure as some cultivators were. So much so that they could not stand. Goddamn dog days. I haven't returned home with my clothes on. Goddamn 2 eggs, you blessed me so much in the ground. The 2 eggs he spoke of was the infant name of the young man who died at the hands of the horse bandits. Chen Xian only felt that the wind was very noisy, and squinted his eyes to stare at the six-winged golden rock in the air. How? Something looks familiar? It wasn't until he saw a huge scar on the six-winged golden rock's left wing that he realized. When the northwestern land more ferocious beasts, and the folk people have been known as the king of the 6 beasts. Fierce beasts attack villages and prey on humans. Even heavily guarded cities and ponds would become the target of the ferocious beasts. At that time, the master of the Green Cloud sect had unfortunately fallen, and the emotionless Taoist had not yet taken over the position of sect master. For the time being, he couldn't leave the Green Cloud sect, so the then Silver Sword Peak senior disciple was ordered to lead the 27 disciples of the inner sect of Tongtian Peak and the 40 disciples of the outer sect, as well as the other 2 peaks. There were a total of over 100 Green Cloud sect disciples, traveling to the northwest to completely eradicate the northwest. Who knew that in that battle, the Green Cloud sect suffered heavy losses? The eldest disciple of Silver Sword Peak fought for his life to kill the 2 beast kings, but in the end, he was unable to defeat them and died. That battle was also the battle in which Chen Xian first revealed himself. At that time, his cultivation progressed so rapidly that onlookers said that his foundation was unstable. This, coupled with the fact that he had never been seen in action, led to the rumor that he was just a silvery pewter spearhead, a hit or miss. Chen Xian used the corpses of the remaining 4 beast kings to make all the rumors go away. One of the beast kings that he had killed was the six-winged golden rock. At that time, Chen Xian killed his way into the opponent's lair. I wanted to cut off the roots. Who knew that at the critical moment the six-winged golden rock used his life to protect his child? It is reasonable to say that ferocious beasts are less spiritually intelligent, cruel and murderous, and extremely indifferent to their feelings. They may even kill their own children at the drop of a hat. And such a thing as giving up their lives to protect their children is not likely to happen. Only after the young Chen Xian was slightly stunned, he did not show any mercy and quickly chopped out his second sword. But it was at that time that a sentimental female cultivator from Silver Sword Peak, who was usually a sentimental woman, suddenly stepped in to stop Chen Xian. Chen Xian was caught off guard, and the sword she only severed a portion of the six-winged golden rock cub's left wing. With that, the six-winged golden rock cubs disappeared into the forest without a trace with the help of wind rhythm. Afterwards, that female cultivator's rhetoric was actually that everything has a spirit and you can't kill innocents in vain. At that time, Chen Xian was young and full of fire, returning to the city to look at the wasted death of his fellow disciples. The tragic death of the people, the more he thought, the more angry, ruthlessly beat up that female cultivator. You have a moment of weakness today, and tomorrow you don't know how many more people will be buried in its mouth. The ferocious beasts won't talk to you about benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith. Later, both Chen Xian and that female cultivator were disposed of by the sect. The truth was just as Chen Xian had expected, and after the six-winged golden rock cub had recovered from its injuries, it rolled around and attacked villages and cities. It is also difficult to capture because it flies too fast and its movements are secretive. It is to live to this day. After years of going around in circles, it was surprising that Chen Xian had met the other party again. the six-winged golden rock's pupils reflected the appearance of Weishui City. Only suddenly its pupils shifted slightly downward, and its gaze locked onto a silhouette on the official road. That familiar scent will never be forgotten. The six-winged golden rock went berserk, its wings constantly flapping as it let out a cry of angry excitement. Its eyes became even sharper, and the flames spewing from its mouth became even hotter, its body emitting a powerful aura as if it wanted to burn the entire world to the ground. The flames burned brightly, illuminating the entire sky, making it impossible to look directly at them. At this moment, the six-winged golden rock seemed to have reincarnated into a wild, spiritless, ferocious beast. Its power and breath were overwhelming. Under the astonished gazes of the many cultivators in Weishui City, the six-winged golden rock suddenly reversed its direction. Ah! It flew over. Lin Daoling's shout rang out beside Qingyun's ears. It was the biggest bird he had ever seen in his life, bigger than the biggest mountain back home. He grabbed Qingyun's hand with a sniffle and a tear. Didn't you brag that you're great? Where's your sword technique? Use it. Qingyun's ears hurt from his noise and said, learn from Archie, you're still a boy. Archie stood frozen in place at that moment, his mouth slightly open. She turned her head, her bright eyes looking towards Qingyun. Are we going to die? Can we see the iron bowl if we die? You goddamned braggart. You pay for my buns, pastries. Lin Daoling sat on his butt on the ground. After all, he was still a little doll under the age of 10. Not to mention him, what about those cultivators, who had long been scared out of their wits? Qingyun inclined his head. Then give me the pastry. Lin Daoling froze, and busily pulled out the pastries in his arms. Here you go all the way. Qingyun held down the bamboo sword straddling his waist with one hand as he took the pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. Lin Daoling looked at him with anticipation. Qingyun twisted his head and threw the remaining piece of pastry back at him. Hurry up and eat. You can't be a starving man when you die. Lin Daoling's last hope was dashed because of this sentence. You goddamned. Qingyun drew his bamboo sword. Not that he was deliberately stalling for time. Rather, his current self wasn't sure how to deal with his opponent, so he only had one sword. Anyway, it's nothing more than two endings, life and death. Watch this, it's only this sword. A strong and unrivaled aura suddenly rushed straight into Qingyun's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, sweeping in like a shocking wave. His heart was beating as fast as a drum, and his blood was rushing and churning through his body as if it were trying to break through his veins. The aura was climbing, like a volcano that was about to erupt, constantly accumulating power, ready to spurt out at any time. From the day Qingyun grasped the sword, it was as if he had experienced a garden full of spring colors to autumn winds and falling leaves. From snow floating in the clouds to grass growing and warblers flying, the sword Dao that others had painstakingly cultivated and tempered millions of times, he had been able to obtain with ease. At this moment, Qingyun closed his eyes. These 30 years, the jungle is in a dream. The huge shadow of the six-winged golden rock enveloped him. He raised his bamboo sword, and the flow of the wind, the growth of the grass, the movement of the stars, the swordsmanship was like the rhythm of nature, harmonious and wonderful, and one could not help but be mesmerized by it. This sword was like an eagle with wings spreading, chasing the wind and waves, carrying the might of opening up the sky. The sword chi didn't split the six-winged golden rock in two. Instead, it spread rapidly. Like a grinder, it was hardened into a mass of flesh and blood. This time, Qingyun would not give his opponent another chance to escape. Chapter 20, from now on, I'll be at your service. The six-winged golden rock's miserable scream resounded through the sky, as if the entire world could hear its pain and despair. Its body was quickly torn down to nothing but blood and shredded flesh, its eyes filled with fear and pain. This kind of shocking scene would surely become eternal in the hearts of the people present at this time. After that majestic sword chi tore apart the six-winged golden rock, the aftermath continued onward with great vigor, rushing between heaven and earth. On the horizontal sword peak, Minging had just taken a pill for the seriously injured Linghe. In the distance, the sword energy had arrived. At this moment, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect from the horizontal sword peak, as well as the rest of the cultivators who had gone up the mountain to eradicate the ferocious beasts, subconsciously raised their heads, and their faces changed in unison. Everyone only felt a flash of sword light, and a sword aura had forced its way to the top of their heads. Although it was 3 or 4 feet away from them, everyone could feel the chill, as if it would pierce the top of their heads at any moment. That sword chi stalled for a moment and slowly dispersed as it lost control. Phew! Minging slowly came back to her senses, just to hear Chen Ping gasping loudly at the side. Why is this sword aura somewhat familiar? Chen Ping blurted out. Ninging pondered for a moment. Its eldest senior brother. As the six-winged golden rock was killed by a sword, many ferocious beasts that suddenly appeared were all prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. Their bodies shuddered violently. Their muscles tensed, trying to escape but unable to move. It was a fear that originated from the deepest part of life, deeply rooted and indelible. Even the most unintelligent of beasts, their instincts could not resist this onslaught of fear. Chen Xian's figure floated in midair after his sword, glancing in the direction of Hengjian Peak to make sure that no innocents had been harmed. Only then, like a white rainbow, did he re-land. Lin Dowling and she both opened their mouths in unison and looked at the scene in front of them incredulously. Chen Xian slung his bamboo sword back across his waist and raised his head up very stinkily. How about this kind of swordplay? Two little dolls who don't know the heights of heaven. Wow, Brother Li, you're too good. Lin Dowling made a 180-degree turn in his attitude and hugged Chen Xian's thigh as he looked adoringly at the other party. Ha ha ha. Chen Xian curled the corners of his mouth in triumph. Now you know what I'm all about, and tell me if I'm a liar? Lin Dowling shook his head like a rattledrum and hurriedly served the rest of the pastries with both hands. Big brother, you eat. Chen Xian also took it nonchalantly and put it in his mouth. Well, get it. With that, he looked back to Archie. Archie blinked, always feeling as if Chen Xian's demeanor was that of a villain, not at all like a true expert. After all, where are the masters that try to trick small children out of all the pastries they have on them? She shook her head, shaking off those strange thoughts, and took the two pastries out and handed them to Chen Xian. A few moments later, the Weishui city lord arrived in the air. Li, Elder Li. The city lord's voice was filled with surprise. He had thought that the extermination of the six-winged golden rock was the work of some old senior. Who knew that it was the famous Chen Xian? However, he clearly remembered a rumor that Chen Xian's foundation had been ruined and his cultivation was completely lost. It looks like it was really just a rumor. Oh, recognize me? Back then, during the battle at Jiaming Pass, my juniors accompanied the elders of my family to the battle, and had seen the seniors from afar. Elders' valor is unforgettable forever. That year, the Weishui city lord was but a pawn in the crowd, looking at Chen Xian's back from afar, his eyes filled with envy and admiration. In his heart, he fantasized that he would one day be like the other, but as his age rose, he gradually realized that he would not be able to reach it even if he spent his whole life. This time, the ferocious beasts came with great force, but fortunately, the senior made a timely move and saved the thousands of people in Weishui city. I hope that senior can accompany my senior to Weishui city, so that the people of Weishui city can show their gratitude, the city lord said sincerely. Chen Xian waved his hand. Thank you for your kind words, but I still have to rush with these two little ones. When I pass by Weishui city next time, just treat me to a meal, and don't pretend that you don't recognize me then. Elder is joking. The Weishui city lord looked at the back of Chen Xian's group as playful sounds came to his ears. Big brother, hurry up and teach me. I want to be as good as you. Big brother, from now on the only one who looks up to you is you. Ah ha 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 ha. Chen Xian's bright laughter rang out, seemingly enjoying this feeling of being worshipped by a small child. Once the six-winged golden rock died, the pressure on the ferocious beasts on the outskirts of Weishui city was reduced. There were still a small number of ferocious beasts hiding in the forest, but they no longer posed much danger to Weishui city. To prevent the ferocious beast from reviving again, the Weishui city lord organized 2 more sieges. Not to say that it was completely annihilated, but it also made the 100 miles around Weishui city free from the beasts. Weishui city, city lord's mansion. The mansion was exceptionally decorated inside and out, with the sunlight shedding dappled light through the curtains, and flowers and green leaves adorning every corner. The mansion with 7 entrances and 7 exits was filled with people who had come to the celebration inside and out. People were dressed in costumes, traveling through the mansion, laughing and celebrating the victory together. Weishui city was already wealthy, and the city lord was even more generous. Even the cultivators who didn't catch up with the pursuit of the ferocious beasts were rewarded with a large sum of money. The city lord and his many Weishui city dignitaries wore smiles and warmly greeted every guest. The disciples of the Green Cloud sect have arrived. As the voices came together, the gazes of the many cultivators within the mansion were all drawn over. The city lord and a few of the city's family patriarchs rushed to greet them, the smiles on their faces a few shades brighter. Ninging slightly arched his hand. My senior brother, Ling He, was injured and was not fit to come to the celebration banquet, so he entrusted us to come. So I hope that the city lord and all of you will not be offended. Where are your words? Little friend Lingyi was injured for the sake of Weishui city. Weishui city is willing to bear all of little friend Lingyi's losses. City lord is polite. Cutting down demons and eliminating devils is my job in the Qingyun sect. The city lord had a few fawning smiles on his face. It's a pity that Realist Li wasn't able to come due to a matter. Thanks to Realist Li's help this time. The other family heads behind them nodded in agreement. Yeah. I also hope that after little friend Ning returns to the clan, he can say thank you to Realist Li on our behalf. Chen Xian's departure from the clan. According to the second elder's plan, was originally supposed to be informed to the world soon after. Chen Xian no longer had anything to do with the Green Cloud sect. However, who knew that an accident would occur shortly after Chen Xian left the gate? The higher echelons of the Qingyun sect discovered that Chen Xian's cultivation had been restored. Given Chen Xian's natural talent, this turn of events caught the crowd off guard. He could only change his mind and strictly order the disciples of the sect not to discuss this matter any further, overturning the case of Chen Xian's poisoning and murder. At the same time, let the disciples seek Chen Xian to return to the clan. Chapter 21, Meditation on the Past as if it were in the bottom of the eye. Therefore, right now, the outside world did not know that Chen Xian had left the sect. The crowd of Weishui City only thought that Chen Xian had come together with Ningying and the others, only to leave first due to certain matters. That six-winged golden rock was really unlucky as well. After lurking for so long, he didn't expect to meet realistically just as soon as he showed up. Someone said in a joking tone, it's also fortunate that realistically is in Weishui City, or else we wouldn't be able to celebrate here today. I propose that we all start this cup by honoring realistically. The crowd in Weishui City bragged about Chen Xian, intending to pat the Green Cloud sect disciples on the back. Who knew that they had botched it? The few disciples of Ningying from the Qingyun sect were embarrassed, and could only laugh in agreement as if they were sitting on pins and needles. The true taste of heaven and earth can only be tasted by the quiet ones. Only the quiet ones can see through the true mysteries of heaven and earth. Chen Xian remembers that some old bald donkey once told himself that true cultivation is not only in the mountains or in the temples. At that time, he was holding a 3-foot sword for the sky and showing the unfair people. Naturally, he did not take the old bald donkey's words to heart. Now that I think about it, there's something to be said for the finer points. Chen Xian lay on top of the little donkey, his head resting on his hands as he quietly stared at the sky. In the evening, the sun was dipping in the west and the sky was tinted with an orange-red evening glow. The mountains in the distance, illuminated by the setting sun, took on a mysterious and magnificent air. It was a feeling that could not be expressed in words, as if nature was showing its most beautiful sight for people. People's shadows became long under the lingering sun. Chen Xian yawned lazily and extended his hand. Fruit. Immediately, Lin Dowling thoughtfully handed him a fruit. The fruit is rather greenish and sweet and tart when you bite into it. Big brother, when will I be as powerful as you? Lin Dowling was filled with anticipation. Learn slowly, practice slowly. Wanting to be fast is not enough, Chen Xian said leisurely. Lin Dowling nodded heavily. I know big brother. Ever since Chen Xian had shown his hand and killed the 6-winged golden rock, Lin Dowling and Qi had been convinced of what he said. Lin Dowling was now not only interested in learning the sword, but also in Chen Xian's story. Every day, he pestered Chen Xian to give him a lecture. Where were we yesterday? Lin Dowling reminded. Speaking of that Emperor Yen Cheng of Deyi and Fairy Jiangli of the Northern Fall Division, the two of them set their love under the moonlight. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, remembering that past incident between Yen Cheng and Zhang Li, a royal son who endures humiliation and has a heart of gold. One was from the Northfall Division, the youngest immortal official. The encounter between the two is highly colorful, like the protagonist in a talkie novel. It's just that the happy ending of the story doesn't come into play. And then what happened? Did they get together later? Letting go of everything and traveling the world together. Lin Dowling had heard many storytelling stories with similar bridges, so he was able to make a good guess as to where the story would go next. Chen Xian pondered for a moment and shook his head. Later on, Zhang Li returned to the Northfall sect and chose to promote the sect. That imperial son who endured humiliation also became an emperor and returned the world to a peaceful and prosperous world. Ha! Lin Dowling let out a long eep. Even Archie, who pretended to be practicing his sword but was actually listening to the story with his ears perked up, frowned, as if he was dissatisfied with the ending of the story. Why aren't they together? Aren't they all set in love? Chen Xian smiled faintly. Because they still have more important things to do. Where in the world are there so many perfect stories of talented men and women? Most of them start with a bang and end quietly. Lin Dowling and Qi were small and greatly puzzled. Chen Xian didn't explain too much either. How many years ago was it? He couldn't remember some of it. Myself and Tainyo forced themselves to create an opportunity for Yen Qing to express her feelings to Zhang Li, and spent the night looking at the stars in the icy sky. Together, they helped Yen Qing think of what to write in a love letter. I think it's most prudent to start with hello, Zhang Tainyo said in a serious manner. It doesn't appear to be proactive, but also expresses one's feelings. Chen Xian shook his head. Zhang Li is an immortal official of the Northern Fall Division. He likes to be literate. He should write it like this. A parting of so many years adds to wistfulness and longing. It means that being apart for so many years adds to the wistfulness and longing. Yen Cheng and Zhang Tainyo nodded approvingly, simultaneously giving a thumbs up. As a result, Zhang Li threw the epistle back to Yen Cheng and coldly said, "We just met half an hour ago, And this is the 107th letter you've written me this month. If you let Xuanxiao quietly place the letters on my bedside again, believe it or not, I'll shove them all into your mouth. Thinking of Yin Xing's aggrieved expression when she complained to herself at that time, Xuanxiao still couldn't help but laugh out loud now. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Lin Dowling asked curiously. A hint of sentimentality appeared under Xuanxiao's eyes. Nothing, remembering something happy. Meditate on the past as if it were at the bottom of your eyes. Green Cloud Sect, Tongtian Peak. There was a thin young man who was practicing his sword in the forest. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the teenager's face. His eyes were focused and determined. The sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and his body lightly traveled between the trees. The sword moves with you like a shadow. His sweat soaked his shirt, but he didn't care. There was only the sword in his heart, only his belief in the sword. After a long time, that familiar figure finally appeared. Ma Zhu was dressed in a green robe. Her robe sleeves were fluttering. Her stance was upright and light. Her hair was combed into a simple bun with a jade hairpin, while the rest of her green silk hung down her back, swinging gently as she moved. Her face was clean and plain, without a trace of makeup, but exuding a natural beauty. Sister! The teenager stopped moving and stood in front of Mochizuki, his chest rising and falling slightly. The young man's name is Chen 14. He was an inner disciple of Tongtian Peak, the youngest one in the ranking. At the same time, he was also the disciple with the most outstanding natural talent in Tongtian Peak in recent years. Years ago, Mochizuki traveled down the mountain. He happened to meet Chen 14, who was being pursued by his enemies, and after saving him, he accidentally discovered that he was born with his orifices wide open and his Dao chakra manifested externally. It is a seed of cultivation that is not found in 10,000. So, he was brought to the Green Cloud Sect. After worshipping the Green Cloud Sect, Chen 14 successively broke 3 realms in a row without any cultivation foundation. In the eyes of the crowd, a genius that was comparable to Xuanxiao was about to once again appear at the Qingyun Sect's Tongtian Peak. Chapter 22, Give me time, I will surpass him. One realm at a time, one step at a time. The 9 realms of the cultivation path, also known as the 9 scenes. 1 view. Huangting builds the foundation, cultivates the body, and illuminates the Huangting. The second scene, the 5 qi, San Jing, the essence of the 3 flowers gathering, cultivated to the state of realization, awakened the natural aptitude. The power of the spells was initially revealed, and the derived divine sense probed all things in heaven and earth and imperialized the magic treasures. 4 scenes, the destiny of the golden elixir, and the beginning of the great Tao. 5 scenes, to envision the Tao, and to forge the treasured gate of the great Tao within the body. The cultivation of the divine aptitude starts from the great Tao, and the door of the Tao is cast above the Sea of Yuan. 6 scenes, conceiving the firstborn, and transforming the firstborn into a baby. This is the practice of practicing the lower 3 views and the middle 3 views. As for the upper 3 scenes, there are very few people who have cultivated to this level. Chen 14 had stepped into the 4th scene of cultivation at a young age. It is not one's fate to become a golden elixir. The path begins at the beginning. The future is bright. One must realize that before this, apart from Chen Xian, the average age of a disciple of the Green Cloud Sect who stepped into the 4th scenery was above 50 years old. Let's go. Master wants to see you, Ma Zhu said. Master? Chen 14 was stunned. When he worshipped at Tongtian Peak, emotionless Taoist had already taken over as the head of the Qingyun Sect. There were so many things to do that he naturally had no time to care about him as a new disciple. Therefore, Chen 14 rarely saw emotionless Taoist on weekdays, and more often than not, it was the elders and senior sisters in the sect who instructed him on cultivation. Soon, Chen 14 accompanied his senior sister Mo Zhu to the main peak hall. Nice. There was no powerful sense of oppression on the emotionless Taoist as he lightly glanced at Chen 14. Chen 14 lowered his head and tightly pursed his lips in delight. Speaking of which, this was the first time the master had complimented himself. According to the rumors circulating in the cultivation world, none of the cultivators of the lower 3 sceneries could be considered cultivators, and only after they had formed the Dan would they be counted. Cultivators below Jindan facing a Jindan riding cultivator were basically unbeatable without the use of external forces. Emotionless Taoist said lightly, you are now considered to have entered the 4th view of the beginning of the middle 3 views. This realm can be stuck in a person's life. Cut pride and cut impatience. Disciple obeys the master's order. Taoist Emotionless followed up with Ma Zhu, there is news that Xiong Tiansong, a renegade disciple of the Qingyun Sect, is roaming along the border between Xiling and Dai. The Xiling kingdom hoped the Qingyun Sect would deal with this person as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. This time, you take your 14. Hearing this, Chen 14 instantly became even happier in his heart. On a mission with sister Ma Zhu, but his eyes flickered slightly. Master, Xuanxiao is strong. Senior brother just entered the fourth scene. The foundation is not stable. Emotionless Taoist said indifferently. Xuanxiao's 6 Jing Yuaning cultivation. Back then, Chen Xian's 4 Jing cultivation. He forcefully beheaded 2 6 Jing cultivators. Not to mention that this time, you're around. Chen 14 secretly clenched his fists, not waiting for Ma Zhu to speak again. Immediately said, "Don't worry, master. I will assist senior sister and return with Xuanxiao's corpse." There you go. The emotionless Taoist closed his eyes again. Ma Zhu gave Chen 14 a look, signaling the other party to leave first. Chen 14 walked outside the hall and heard the sound of conversation inside the hall. "Master, Ling He and the others have returned to the clan, and the complete account of what happened has been recorded among the shadow retaining stones." The hall was silent for a while, and it seemed to be playing the picture recorded by the shadow retaining stone. After a long time, the voice of the emotionless Taoist sounded once more. It was a heavy sigh. Chen 14 had never seen his master like this before, and he understood that the one who caused all of this was that eldest senior brother that he didn't really know very well. When Chen 14 paid his respects to his master, Chen Xian had long since recovered from his injuries with no hope of recovery, and was far away from where the Tongtian Peak disciples lived. Therefore, Chen 14 did not have much contact with Chen Xian. It was just that he couldn't know more about those legends of Chen Xian. A senior brother had said that if Tongtian Peak didn't have Chen Xian, Chen 14 would definitely be the most dazzling new star of the Green Cloud Sect. He joined the Green Cloud Sect at the age of 8, and at the age of 15, he attained the Dao in a single year's time, breaking the 3 sceneries in a row. Even more so, he stepped into the 4th scenery in the year he had not yet reached the age of 20. It was all dazzling enough, but on top of him, there was an even more dazzling presence. Even if he tries as hard as he can, others will come along lightly. How was senior brotherly back then? Thinking of this, Chen 14 couldn't help but clench his fists. After a long time, senior sister Ma Zhu walked out of the hall. "Sister." Senior Ink Bamboo waved her hand. "Go back and get ready. We'll leave tomorrow." "Good." Chen 14 looked at senior sister Ma Zhu's increasingly haggard face, and his heart became intolerant. Ever since Chen Xian had left the Qingyun Sect, senior sister Ma Zhu's face rarely saw a smile anymore. He knew what his master was worried about, and he also knew what the various brothers and sisters of Tongtian Peak were worried about. Chen Xian had been set up and driven out of the Qingyun Sect, and now his cultivation had been restored. For the Green Cloud Sect, this is the biggest variable. Chen 14 took a deep breath and suddenly turned towards the main hall. "Master," he said aloud. Inkbrush looked at his back in surprise, wondering what he was going to do. "Master, I'm not Chen Xian, and I won't be Chen Xian. Give me time and I will surpass him." Deep in the mountains, heavy rain, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the rain stormed like the river of heaven had broken its mouth. Chen Xian and his group rushed to a broken temple in the mountains. Lin Dowling looked at the broken temple in front of him, with its crumbling walls and broken doors and windows, full of dust and filled with the smell of corruption. "It is better to stay in a deserted grave than in a deserted temple," Lin Dowling said. However, it was clear that neither Archie nor Chen Xian cared much for this claim. Lin Dowling then flattered again and said, "But with Big Brother around, there's nothing to be afraid of. So cold, so cold." Chen Xian rubbed his hands together. "How did this temple become so broken?" "You've been here before?" Archie asked curiously. "Well, a long time ago." As he spoke, Chen Xian walked over to the collapsed clay embryo idol and helped it up. "Really? Long time no see." The next moment, a kindly old man appeared in front of him. This scene could have startled Lin Dowling and Qi. "Yo, scholar, how come the temple is in such a state of disrepair?" The land laughed. "The rivers have been diverted. The way into the mountains has become harder. Even the original mountain gods have been replaced. It's good enough for me, a small land, to be able to make it this far. Why did realistically have the time to come here to little god?" Chen Xian said, "Just passing by, just stopping by to see you. Thinking of coming to dabble in a meal. Who knew you've fallen into this state? It looks like you won't be able to eat. A meal is still affordable." The land said, But I need realistically to do me a small favor." By the sound of it, this favor surely can't be small. The land smiled and said, "It's naturally a small favor for manservantly. Can I trouble manservantly to move my statue to Liuha County on the other side of the mountain?" Chapter 23, The Tacky Tale of the Talented Man and the Beautiful Woman. The landlord's name is Lu Chu. He was a poor scholar in his lifetime, and his family was in dire straits. He and Sun Yan have known each other since childhood. A teenager will blush at the sight of a young girl and will be overwhelmed by a sudden probing. Although there is a green and sweet bamboo horse love, but due to the helpless constraints of the life of the body and destiny and difficulties, the young man knows that the only way to put a perfect end to this love is to study hard and achieve success. God's will. the day before going to Beijing to catch the examination. The small county flooded. The young man tries to save the people by using his ancestral method of water control. Under his shelter, hundreds of people have been able to escape. Eventually the teenager died of exhaustion. In honor of his kindness, the local people made a statue of him and he became the local land god. The cheesy story of the talented son. Chen Xian had stayed temporarily in Lu Chu's temple for a month. The woman named Sun Yan had to come up the mountain every few days to pay homage to the land god. Every time I come, I bring an apple that my teenager loves. Early the next morning, the rain stopped. Chen Xian placed Lu Chu's idol on the back of the little donkey. How is that girl doing? Chen Xian asked. In his opinion, Sun Yan was naturally a little girl. By this time, however, the other had long been in his old age, with children and grandchildren. Lu Chu revealed a bitter smile. She's sick and hasn't been here for a long time. I want to go see her. Archie turned his head and asked curiously, doesn't the landlord have magical powers? But it's been a long time since anyone offered me incense, not to mention mana, and it's hard for me to still exist in the world now. It can't be helped. The river is diverted and it's a pain in the ass to get up the mountain. Luckily, I get to eat an apple every so often. Lu Chu's tone was full of happiness when he said this. He paused and continued. Gu, recently there is a new city god in the next county, and this city god is acting a bit too overbearing. Had some previous beef with the city god of our county, but brought a personal vendetta into the middle of the business. Many special rules were laid down, forbidding the officials of our county to set foot within the boundaries of theirs, and forcibly shoving many wandering ghosts toward our county. Now the city gods of the two counties are preparing to go to the capital city god to fight the lawsuit. Lu Chu hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time, so he was especially talkative at the moment. Trouble real people. Just buy dinner, Chen Xian said casually. How can realist Li's precious time be wasted on eating? Coincidentally, I have all the time in the world right now. Lu Chu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chen Xian. The real person is not the same as before. Oh, it's very different. But the little god can't say what's different. Lu Chu was just a small land. He only knew that Chen Xian was very powerful, but he wasn't sure exactly how powerful. And even more so, he didn't know about the so-called great events of the cultivation world. Therefore, at this moment, he really just felt that Chen Xian was different from before. The man who was once preoccupied and worried. Now it exudes an air of relaxation, as if all his troubles have left him. Chen Xian's pace became even lighter, and his body exuded an aura of ease. He seems to have found his inner balance and is full of love and anticipation for life. Lu Chu said, I really envy you, Makoto. The mountain winds were blowing, carrying the fragrance of the mountains and forests, giving an inexplicable feeling of comfort and pleasure. The wind is also laced with the fresh scent of pine needles and the fragrance of the earth. The descent took 3 days, and on the 4th night you could already see the lights at the bottom of the mountain. Cough cough cough. Chen Xian burst into a coughing fit, his body trembling violently, his face as pale as paper, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. On the one hand, the body has not fully adapted to its current state and needs more time to recover. On the other hand, the injuries are recovering though. However, the Taoist bone, the foundation has been destroyed as irreversible damage. So much so that it was a bit too much to hold up his current spiritual energy. If Chen Xian's original body was a reservoir so large that it had almost no boundaries, then after the injury, the reservoir was destroyed and all the water in it was lost. And although the current Chen Xian had regained the ability to store water, he did not have such a vast expanse of water anymore. Unable to store too much water, every time he cultivated, he could feel his body trembling, as if it was resisting the influx of that spiritual energy. Chen Xian raised his eyes and realized that Qi, who was walking in front of him, turned his head around to look at him with some concern. Chen Xian responded to her with a reassuring smile. Rumble. The rocks not far away suddenly changed, as if a mysterious power was quietly awakening. At first, it was just some tiny vibrations, but soon these vibrations became more and more intense, until finally, the entire mountain rock began to tremble. A towering giant shadow rose up from the mountain, its body suffused with the rich divine light of the power of mountains and rivers. This aura was majestic and powerful, and one could not help but feel a deep sense of awe. I am the Willow River Mountain God. Who are you? Lu Chu arched his hand. Little God Lu Chu, a party of land in Zhao County, pays his respects to Lord Mountain God. Zhao County? The mountain god snorted coldly. What is the land of Zhao County doing in my Willow River? The lesser god has very little of the power of his offerings left, and wants to take one last look at his deceased while he is still alive. The officials of Zhao County shall not enter Willow River County. Lu Chu compensated with a smile. The little god knows that recently Liuhua County and Zhao County's officials had some misunderstandings. Lord Mountain God has a broad mind. Naturally he won't make things difficult for the little god because of such trivial matters. I still hope that Lord Mountain God will make it easy. The little god is grateful. You are good at talking, the mountain god said. I have a personal relationship with that Liuha city god. If I let you pass, how can I deliver with him? Lu Chu had been a land for many years, and there was little difference between the officialdom of a Yin official and that of a Yang official. He naturally knew what this mountain god meant. Without some favor, how could the other side turn a blind eye? Lu Chu showed an embarrassed look. Lord Mountain God, the little god has not been supplied with incense for a long time, let alone some other valuable objects. The mountain god had already seen that the other party's incense breath had weakened to the extreme earlier, and now that he heard the other party say it in person, he became more and more impatient. Let's cut the small talk short. If you go any further, don't blame this seat for being impolite. But, according to the laws of the Netherworld, there is no such law. Even though the little god is the land of Zhao County, he has the right to travel to Liuha County. Before he could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by the mountain god. What? Reason with this seat. Chapter 24, Reasoning. What? You want to reason with this seat? Ogami, Ogami. Lu Chu's body became a few points thinner, seemingly affected by the mountain god's powerful aura. At this time, Lin Dowling walked out. This kid is a bold one, and he doesn't look scared at all in the face of this scene. He reached out to pat Lu Chu's shoulder, but his hand did not touch the entity, so it was just a matter of giving the other man a look, as if to say leave it to me. He saw him take out 2 cinnamon cakes from his arms and hand them to the mountain god. No, for you. Although Lin Dowling is young, he is very good in this aspect of the human condition. Knowing that this was the time to give the other party some favors, he graciously took out the cinnamon cake that he couldn't spare. Just how charming is this cinnamon cake? Let's just say that Chen Xian had been asking for 3 or 4 days towards him. It seemed to him that even a powerful swordsman like Brotherly would want to take a bite of this osmanthus cake, let alone a mountain god. The mountain god stared at the little doll in front of him with a cold face, favoring Lin Dowling, who still had a smug expression on his face, as if to say, you want to eat it? I knew you did. The osmanthus cake in Lin Dowling's hand suddenly came out of his hand and was caught in midair by a hand, which prevented it from falling to the ground. Chen Xian bit off a large portion of the cinnamon cake. Lin Dowling similarly felt the pressure from the mountain god and was busy hiding behind Chen Xian. Chen Xian slowly closed his eyes, carefully savoring the deliciousness on his tongue. The cinnamon cake has a delicate, soft, cloud-like texture. While eating, he patted Lin Dowling's shoulder. Junior, still too young. Look at Big Brother. Big Brother, are you going to beat him up with your sword technique? Lin Dowling asked in a low voice. Chen Xian shook his head inscrutably and said seriously to Lin Dowling and Qi. Remember that violence will not solve any problem, and fighting violence with violence usually only escalates the conflict. It can only make the other person afraid and cower, either obey superficially or rise up. Violence only makes the other person's inner desire to resist stronger and does not diffuse the problem. The 2 dolls nodded in seeming understanding. Chen Xian smiled faintly. I would also like to ask the mountain god to give us face. We will go and return, and never trouble the mountain god. Face? What face do you have? Chen Xian once again arched his hand. This Willow River mountain has a continuous mountainous terrain, and to be able to become the rightful god of this mountain, Your Excellency is also considered to have accomplished cultivation, so I'm sure you are also a person of virtue. The city god of the 2 counties implicating the Yin officials of the 2 counties due to personal grudges is already a violation of the law, and the foot as a mountain god need not get involved in this mess. Who would have thought that hearing his words, the mountain god's anger increased a few points. Who do you think you are, talking to this seat with such a tone of voice? It's your turn to talk about how this seat does things. With some mana, you don't know the height of heaven. As the mountain god's flooding voice rang out, hurricane winds rose around them. Flying sand and stones, and tree branches were blown to the east and west. My surname is Li. My name is Xuanxiao. The hurricane stopped abruptly, and the mountain god's expression froze slightly. Li, Chen Xian. Chen Xian crossed his arms across his chest and leaned back slightly. Su, carrot. Lin Dowling looked at Chen Xian's back full of admiration. A scene that only appeared in his dreams. Walking alone and smoothing out injustices. Reporting a name is enough to scare the wicked into submission. Mountain god, Chen Xian? Who is Chen Xian? I don't recognize it. Chen Xian. The mountain god did not recognize Chen Xian, just as a magistrate in a county office did not necessarily know the prime minister of the dynasty. Me, Chen Xian, the one with the sword. Chen Xian seemed to be feeling that this scene was a bit awkward in front of a child, gesturing his bamboo sword to try to make the other party think. This seat cares who you are. You fart bird man. Thief nappy mother's little rats have. Male genitals nappy. No shame dog bone. The mountain god had run out of patience to continue the conversation, so he was going to teach this boy who didn't know what he was doing a good lesson. Chen Xian's face remained unchanged. Come, let's go over there and talk. Lin Dowling wondered. This mountain god has scolded our big brother like this. How come our big brother doesn't even let out a fart? Ah, Qi calmly said. Being scolded like this all the time with unchanged face, spoiling people and insisting on convincing people with virtue. Archie was puzzled, and for the first time, his understanding of Chen Xian had changed so drastically. He was trying to say that a true master never strikes without reason. The truly strong are willing to border on the freedom of the weak. Violence never solves problems. She remembered what Iron Bull had told her. Chen Xian is the gentlest of the few of us. He never fights with people easily. Always gentle. A modest gentleman. Always with a smile at the corner of his mouth. There's no rush no matter what you meet. And you don't get complacent because you're strong. Not a moment later, the mountain god appeared once more with a swollen nose. Gu, look at what a big misunderstanding this has caused. You said you were Chen Xian earlier. So why make this mess? It's a real watershed, a family that doesn't know a family. Come with me. I'll take you down the mountain. Ha, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Chen Xian patted the bamboo sword and muttered. It's still this thing that works. Archie. Surprised face. Archie shook his head and threw out all the thoughts he had just had. She glanced again at Chen Xian, who was showing off his sword skills to Lin Dowling, and thought silently. Two cheats. Chen Xian and the others carried Lu Chu's clay embryo statue on a donkey all the way to Liuhua County, because Lu Chu's incense power was now too weak. His soul could not leave the body's clay embryo statue for too long. So Chen Xian and his group followed Lu Chu to the door of the girl Lu Chu had his heart set on. Thank you. Realistically, Lu Chu's figure became thinner and thinner, like it could be blown away by a gust of wind hitting it. Chen Xian said indifferently. Go on. I don't think that girl has much time left. Lu Chu pulled half a day's worth of money out of his pocket and fished out a scrap of silver and handed it to Chen Xian. That's the promised reward. Chen Xian took the silver, tossing it into the air and catching it back in his hand, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if that girl Sun Yan still remembers me, so bring me a good one later. Lu Chu nodded and his figure passed through the stone wall and entered the mansion. Chen Xian casually grabbed a roadside dog's tail grass and chewed it in his mouth. I looked up only to find that the entire sky had turned a warm color. The sky was already drenched in the setting sun, like fabric in a dye vat, with no whites left. Archie said as he stood against the wall and cocked his head. Is he saying a final goodbye to someone he loves? Yes it is. Chen Xian said softly. Chapter 25. There is so much beauty in this world. Su's house. The dying Sun Yan was lying on the couch. Her body was like an oil lamp that was about to be extinguished, slowly draining the last of its energy. The eyes were deeply sunken in their sockets and had lost their former splendor, like two dry wells. Dull and lifeless. Lu Chu took a deep breath and stood right in front of Sun Yan's bed, but the other party wasn't able to see him. Lu Chu's face was similarly covered with wrinkles, like a piece of paper that had been crumpled and written with the marks of age. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't make a sound. His thoughts drifted back in time, remembering his younger self. He moved from Liuhua County to Zhao County because his mother remarried. His mother had another brother and his stepfather treated him badly. He thought about when his father was alive and about the neighboring girl named Sun Yan. One day, while he was at home chopping wood, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Have you been eating properly? As soon as he turned around, he saw Sun Yan standing behind him with a big smile. Her shoes were dirty, and later Lu Chu realized that in order to see him, the girl had gone over a mountain to Zhao County alone. Later on, Lu Chu often ran to Liuhua County. Then later, he accidentally became land. It was Sun Yan's turn to tread this mountain path over and over again. The mud we stepped through, the mountains we climbed, the miles of stars we looked up at with cold air. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, he ended up missing his appointment. Lu Chu took a deep breath and used the last of his incense power to visualize his own silhouette into shape, appearing in front of Sun Yan. Yo, did you eat properly? The setting sun sprinkled on the surface of the river, and with the trembling of the waves, the turbid yellow surface of the river, which had been heavily rained on a few days before, showed different lights and shadows, like countless stars in the sky falling into the river. The leaves rustled in the breeze, as if accompanying this beautiful story. Those obsessions that have long been planted in the heart of the obsession. Love, with the flood of time impact into a bit of debris. Chen Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he suddenly stretched. Let's go. Where's Grandpa Lu Chu? Archie asked. Him? He's already finished saying goodbye. Chen Xian said indifferently. Will he come back again? Lin Dowling said. Not anymore. He said goodbye to his past self. Archie lowered his head. But they didn't end up together. Wouldn't that be sad? Chen Xian had a smile on the corner of his mouth. How could it be? There are so many beauties in this world. The tufts of sunlight in the morning, the The corners of the clothes blown by the breeze, newborn dirt in spring, warm fireplace in winter, plum blossoms in deep alleys with green tiles, osmanthus blossoms outside the yard, campfires with stories stored in them, poems written about the moon. Don't forget what you once had, and cherish what you can't have. Don't give up on what belongs to you, and keep what has been lost as a memory. Boss, how do you sell noodles? Boss dare not be, just a roadside noodle seller. The vendor at the noodle stall looked up with a smile. It's almost winter and the weather is getting cold. It's early in the morning and there are few people on the streets. The young man in front of me with 2 children and a donkey looked like a traveler. How many bowls of noodles? 3 bowls. A moment later, the bowl of noodles in front of Xuanxiao was emptied. He licked the corners of his mouth, smacking his lips with intent, his mind still savoring the aftertaste of the noodles. At this point, the vendor had just picked out the noodles out of the water before he could react. Xuanxiao then burst into a yell, his voice loud and enthusiastic. Boss, a bowl of noodles, with extra chili and scallions. The vendor heard the voice and skillfully placed the freshly watered noodles in Xuanxiao's bowl. Xuanxiao praised, good noodles. Where did you come from? South. Which way to go? North. Gradually, the vendor realized that something was wrong, and that the young man was a little too able to eat. Bowls after bowls couldn't catch up, and the noodles in their own pots were taken by the other side as soon as they came out of the water. In this short while, more than 20 bowls of noodles had gone down. While the vendor was happy, he was vaguely concerned that it wouldn't hold him up. Would it? Customer, you can take it easy. This noodle is not like a small dish. The actual dough is needed. Fragrant. Beautiful. Xuanxiao was going to continue eating. Archie reached out and tugged at the corner of his sleeve. Xuanxiao looked down at her. Archie's round eyes dribbled, spreading his small hand out in front of Xuanxiao, with only 15 pennies left inside. Originally, they had a lot of money from the family of Lin Dowling's youngest brother-in-law, who died at the hands of horse bandits. Turns out the money got lost while I was in town earlier. Because of this, Lin Dowling cried out for a long time. It's money he's saving for his 8 grannies later. Xuanxiao counted the noodles he had just eaten, and the 15 cents was definitely not enough. Is that all? Nothing else? Archie shook his head. No more. That's all. Xuanxiao looked at Lin Dowling again. Lin Dowling shook his head. I don't have any more either. You kid loves to hide money. Xuanxiao disbelievingly went to touch the other party's pockets. Big brother, I'm really out of it. Hearing these words, the peddler's heart thumped. Daring to be a freeloader? However, looking at Xuanxiao's dress and attire, and then looking at the aura on his body, how could he not look like a freeloader? Xuanxiao scratched his head. How about, sell the donkey? No. Lin Dowling immediately jumped 3 feet high. This donkey, but he was raised since childhood. How can he say sell? Xuanxiao's eyes glanced at the store on the side of the street and suddenly came up with an idea. So he stood up and headed for the store. Seeing that the 2 children and the donkey were here, the peddler was not afraid that he would escape. The shopkeeper was wielding a pen and writing an article when he saw someone coming and greeted him. What would you like to see? Inkstone, paperweight, or other literary treasures? Xuanxiao glanced around. The inkstone was beautifully carved with patterns on it, from landscapes to flowers and birds. The finest paperweights are made of fine rosewood, inlaid with cat's eye, turquoise, amber. Shopkeeper, a sheet of rice paper. Just 1 sheet of rice paper? For sale? The shopkeeper lost interest. Originally seeing that the man was well dressed, he thought he was a big seller, so he casually drew out a piece of rice paper. 2 cents. Thank you very much. Would it be convenient to borrow a pen? Convenient. The shopkeeper wasn't being petty. Xuanxiao thanked him and placed the 2 pennies on the table, taking the brush and dipping it in the ink, his fingers gently gripping the shaft and feeling the contact between the tip and the paper. Chapter 26 Landscape Painting. Xuanxiao rolled up the sleeve of his right hand with his left hand and picked up the brush with his right hand. The brush strokes are light and agile, and the viewer feels like a horse coming out of the reins and going away. As his brush strokes continued to move, a beautiful picture gradually emerged on the paper. It was a landscape painting with rolling hills and clouds, as if one was in a fairyland. Xuanxiao's strokes became faster and faster, his right hand constantly waving, and the lines under his pen became more and more fluid, and the entire picture became more and more vivid. Finally, he stopped the pen in his hand and let out a soft breath. He put the pen down in his hand and gently massaged the fingers of his right hand. For a long time, no painting fingers are a little sore. Xuanxiao's calligraphy and painting were taught by a former national artist from Day. Back then, he made a vow in front of his master that he would only circulate 10 paintings in the world in this life. After that, it was prudent and cautious. The shopkeeper stood in front of the painting, his eyes staring straight at it and his mouth hanging open. He was also a person who knew how to paint, and at this moment, his whole body seemed to be in the world of the painting. attracted by the delicate and subtle strokes, and his whole body was mesmerized by it. With the lofty mountains and rippling rivers, and with the help of the layout, it gives a sense of serenity and cozy beauty. Vaguely, it could even give people a kind of realization that they could communicate with heaven and earth. Chen Xian said, "What does the shopkeeper think of this painting?" The shopkeeper came back to his senses after a long time. Good, good, good. 3 good words in a row. He also felt that it was a bit too dry to say so, and was about to pour out his understanding of the painting. Chen Xian interrupted with a sentence. Would the shopkeeper be willing to buy it? That's naturally good. Chen Xian counted the following money. Not much, just give 70 or 81. 70 to 81. The corner of the shopkeeper's mouth twitched. He was even prepared for the other party to say 70 or 80 taels. Who knew that came a sentence of 70 to 80 words? Good, good. No problem, no problem. The shopkeeper nodded his head as if pounding garlic, as if he was afraid that Chen Xian would back out. He grabbed a lot of broken silver on the counter with his big hand and handed it to the other party without even looking at it. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't refuse and accepted the money with peace of mind. Counting. This is the second of his paintings to circulate. The first painting he gave to a woman. How could I have imagined at the time that putting pen to paper again, years later, would be in exchange for a few crumbs of silver for myself? Okay, it's worth it. Money can't buy you happiness. Chen Xian collected the money and left in style, without looking back, without a trace of lingering or reluctance. Speaking of which, he hadn't even noticed what the name of the store was. This customer, can you leave your name? The shopkeeper then remembered. Chen Xian waved his hand. The shopkeeper was ecstatic, rubbing his hands together excitedly and staring at the painting. The more you look at it, the more flavorful it is, and you can't wait to copy it and hold back the fluttering in your heart. It is imperative, however, that this painting be framed. The name of the famous painting is reframed, as in the case of a disease that extends to the doctor. If you heal well, you rise with your hands, but if you don't heal well, you die with your hands. Chen Xian slowly left the store and returned to the roadside noodle stall. In fact, a bowl of noodles was only a few dollars, so don't look at how much Chen Xian ate. It didn't actually cost much, paying a total of 75 cents when the bill was paid. The vendor at the noodle stall charged him 71. Big brother, where did you get the money? Lin Dowling glanced in the direction of the store in surprise and whispered, Big brother, you went to rob the money? Chen Xian knocked his little head. What is the status of your big brother me? How can I do that kind of unseemly thing, where a casual ink painting can be sold for a heavenly price? He gave the money he earned to Archie, the young butler. Archie blinked. Awesome. It was the first time she had ever praised Chen Xian from the bottom of her heart. In Archie's perception, only the village's private tutor could write. Not to mention the likes of Chen Xian who could take out his paintings in calligraphy and sell them for money. Sold for a lot of money. Archie muttered that he didn't know how many times he'd have to beat the iron to earn that money back. She carefully put the money away so she wouldn't lose it like last time. Archie raised his head and looked at Chen Xian. Can you teach me to write? Hey, you two little guys. One of you wants to learn my sword. One of you wants to learn my writing. And one of you is better than the other. Chen Xian shook his head. No teaching, no teaching. Think I'm some kind of village gate instructor? I used to that was. Chen Xian was about to speak eloquently when he heard Chi say, all of Archie's future pastries are for you. Chen Xian rubbed his chin with the belly of his finger and nodded thoughtfully. Well, that's not bad. People come and go on the streets, and all kinds of vendors set up their stalls on the street, shouting and selling. Chen 14 looked left and right. Ever since he had worshipped in the Green Cloud sect, he rarely went down the mountain. One of the most notable was a noodle vendor who stood in front of a large pot with a long chopstick in his hand, constantly stirring the noodles in the pot. When the noodles are cooked, he fishes them out and puts them in a bowl. Add a variety of seasonings and a bowl of flavorful noodles is ready. The noodles were so thin and long, so smooth and tender that you couldn't help but drool at the sight of them. Chen 14 pursed his lips and the knot in his throat moved up and down. After breaking through the lower 3 scenes, the cultivator would have opened up the grain and did not need grains and cereals to maintain the body's needs. However, there were many cultivators who would still savor the food in order to satisfy their appetites. A bowl of noodles? The Maju beside him suddenly spoke. Chen 14 was stunned. Ah, no need. He knew that his senior sister hadn't touched grains and cereals for many years, and had been abstaining from eating for more than 20 years. He himself must not be moved from this desire of the mouth and the stomach. Besides, this was the first time he had gone down the mountain with his senior sister on a mission. Rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. Good. The moon and stars were thin, and it was not yet time for curfew. Chen 14 listened to the bustling sounds outside and walked over to the window. He suddenly wanted to go for a walk outside with his senior sister, but when he reached the door of her room, he stopped in his tracks. Sister must be practicing now. He took a deep breath. And after all, he didn't muster the courage to knock on the door of his senior sister's room, but instead went out into the street by himself. Chen 14 walked aimlessly through the streets and alleys, and finally walked into a store called Rongbozai. Gu, sir, please come inside and pick what you want to see. The shopkeeper didn't even turn his head, staring straight at the newly hung landscape painting on the wall. The more he looked at it, the more he called it. For 2 consecutive nights he didn't go home anymore, but stayed directly in the store, fearing that the painting would be stolen. He was now in a very conflicted state of mind, wanting to share it intensely with both onlookers. And I'm worried about having an accident and being missed. After all, money doesn't come out of the closet. Chen 14 circled the store halfway around, with no objects that caught his eye, and seeing the shopkeeper's concentration, he followed the direction of the other party's line of sight. Chapter 27: A Chain of Coincidences. Chen 14 stared at the painting. The Qingyun Sect has a lot of senior brothers and sisters are calligraphy and painting masters, paintings of spiritual charm of their own, non-mundane comparable to they. He was originally in a bored state of mind, strolling along to have a look, but he was deeply attracted by the painting. He unconsciously held his breath. Seeing a painting is like seeing a person, and the depth of the person who made this painting is hard to understand. The shopkeeper could only vaguely feel the mood of the painting. However, Chen 14 was originally a cultivator, and his divine sense was far from being comparable to that of an ordinary person, so he immersed himself in it with a single glance. A green mountain and green water floated before his eyes, and the melodious sound of the ancient zither echoed in his ears. It was as if he was in an ancient world and felt a power that transcended time and space. After a long time, Chen 14 came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "Shopkeeper, how do you sell this painting?" The shopkeeper grinned. "The guest also thinks this painting is good. I won't hide it from you, but everyone who comes to my store these days says so." Seeing that the other party did not answer his question, Chen 14 added, "How can I sell this painting? This is a non-sale item. I'm sorry, customer. I have to keep this painting for myself." On the one hand, the shopkeeper vaguely felt that the man who had left the painting before was, let's say, a famous artist. Nope, it had to be some famous artist he didn't recognize. "I happened to pass by this place and happened to leave myself another painting. If you sell it at a low price, you can regret it for the rest of your life. It's precious enough to be a family heirloom." On the other hand, he had not yet appreciated it enough himself, and even if someone paid a high price, he could not afford to part with it himself. Chen 14 frowned slightly. The person who was able to make this painting must be someone with great cultivation, so he asked the shopkeeper some more details about the origin of the painting. After learning that it was someone who had traded the painting for some loose silver, his frown deepened. "Shopkeeper, name your price. I won't bargain just yet." In Chen Xiv's opinion, if the painting was left in the hands of the shopkeeper, at best it would be a waste of money in exchange for some money. "Customer, this painting is really not for sale. 200 taels. The shopkeeper's face stiffened slightly. Today, although it is a prosperous world, the average family of 5 people's yearly ration is only 10 taels of silver. Although this painting is worthy of admiration, it has no inscription and no seal. In such a small town, you have to take it out and sell it for 200 taels, definitely to be taken by others as having a problem in the head. 300 taels. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Chen 14 added another 100 taels without slowing down. The corners of the shopkeeper's mouth twitched, and his heart beat uncontrollably faster. But the businessman's instincts told him that this price could go up as long as he didn't let up. He forced himself to stabilize his mind. Guessed, 300 taels. He deliberately didn't go on. Chen 14 did not hesitate. 500 taels. The shopkeeper was inwardly shaken again, finally unable to hold back his relief. "Good. Deal. However, I have one condition. I want to copy it one last time. The store is one of the best in the small town." "Could be." After a long time had passed, the shopkeeper looked at the work he had copied and couldn't help but furrow his brows. The difference is just too much. Without a word, Chen 14 pulled out a pen from the pen holder, took a light breath, placed the tip of the pen on the paper, and began to draw the first stroke. Good. A smile appeared on the shopkeeper's face. In his opinion, the 2 paintings in front of him couldn't be more different, but in Chen Xiv's eyes, the 2 paintings were worlds apart. After paying the money cheerfully, Chen 14 took away the landscape painting. "Guest, your painting." The shopkeeper chased Chen 14 out with the painting he had copied. Chen 14 waved his hand and said indifferently, "Sending you off." The shopkeeper opened his mouth and returned to the store with the painting with a joyful smile. These 2 paintings are basically no difference in his eyes, but also got 500 taels of silver for nothing. It is simply a good thing that fell from the sky. Back at the inn, the more Chen 14 looked at the painting, the more marvelous he felt. He suddenly remembered that senior sister Maju loved landscape paintings, and there were many similar landscape paintings in his room. Chen Xiv's background in landscape painting was also tempered by his senior sister. It doesn't look like it's been a long time since it became a painting, and the painting hasn't been signed yet. A bold idea suddenly popped into Chen Xiv's head, and the impulse made him quickly put it into practice. Senior sister, why did this Xuanxiao Song defect from the sect in the first place? Chen 14 invited his senior sister to his house under the pretext of the matter of cultivation. The painting had been set up beforehand, and the frame was removed to reveal the rice paper inside. It was laid out flat on the table and had pen and ink deliberately placed beside it. Create the illusion that you just finished painting not too long ago. Chen 14 was a little apprehensive in his heart, but when he thought of his senior sister praising his look after seeing the painting, he was filled with anticipation. After a long time, under Chen Xiv's deliberate guidance, Maju noticed the painting on the table. 14th, how come you have the leisure to paint? On a whim. I was thinking of showing my senior sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen 14 noticed that there was something not quite right about Emoju's expression. His heart stuttered, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Inkbrush was silent for a moment. Where did this painting come from? Chen 14 didn't dare to lie and truthfully said, it was bought from a store that sells literary treasures. Maju stood up violently, and with a flash of light on his wrist, the bracelet he wore on his wrist steeply turned into streams of light and swept out. It transformed into a sword. Maju naturally recognized this as Chen Xian's painting. The senior brother had sworn to pass on only 10 paintings to the world in his lifetime. An elder brother's first painting was given to the demoness of that demonic sect, which was later destroyed. The demoness was killed by her senior brother, but the painting was nowhere to be found. Maju had never seen the painting, but he knew about it and recognized his senior's handwriting. Thus, it was immediately associated with the fact that there were remnants of the devil cult absconding here. When Chen 14 saw his senior sister's appearance, he was completely at a loss. Afraid that his senior sister would misunderstand something, he was busy telling the whole story from beginning to end, including what that shopkeeper said about where the paintings came from. Only after listening to Chen Xiv's explanation did Emoju's slightly wrinkled eyebrows unfold. Sifu had passed by here. I can't believe that I'm giving away a painting just because I'm exchanging some money. To know that year that the North Mang princess want to beg for a picture of the senior brother to seek death. Emperor Mang of Bei Mang loved his daughter and offered heavenly prices, but they were all rejected by his senior brother. Now elder brother is casually giving his paintings to a shopkeeper who owns a store in the city. Elder brother had changed. Elder brother had really changed a lot, making her somewhat less recognizable. Chen 14 looked at his senior sister's clouded expression and lowered his head sheepishly, regretting how he had been blinded by lard. How dare you think of using this stupid method to please senior sister? This painting must have been recognized by senior sister as being made by someone familiar. He should have thought of it himself. Senior sister has been famous for a long time and has a wide range of friendships. The person who could make this painting wouldn't be an ordinary person, and it was a very likely thing that he was acquainted with his senior sister. Chapter 28, The Demons Outside the Pass. Chen 14 lowered his head, itching to find a crack in the ground for what he had just done. However, he was completely unaware that the opposite side of the table, senior sister Maju, was half-heartedly mulling over what had just happened. Maju only knew that the person who had once been most familiar with her was gradually becoming a stranger. The very thought of it made the mood a little harder. After a long time, Inkbrand removed his gaze from the painting. Since you have obtained this painting, it is your good fortune. Put it away. Chen 14 hesitated for a moment. Just now his senior sister clearly asked him if he was painting. He also said that it was just a whim, clearly indicating that the painting was his own work. But to explain, one could barely argue, but that would seem too heartfelt. Elder sister, who made this painting? Your senior brother, Mochizuki said faintly. Brother? Chen 14 had many senior brothers, but seeing this expression on his senior sister's face, he immediately understood who this senior brother was. Who else but Chen Xian could be the one who could make senior sister so hung up on her? Looking at the painting, Chen 14 had mixed feelings in his heart. What a coincidence. Get some early rest. After saying that, Maju left the room. Not a word was said about his counterfeiting of the painting, as if it had never happened at all. Chen 14 exhaled deeply, his fists clenching involuntarily. His eyes fell back on the painting. When he worshipped the mountain sect, Chen Xian's cultivation had already been abolished. Therefore, he had merely heard the legend of senior brotherly from other people's mouths, not to mention having seen each other's paintings and calligraphy. Listening to the shopkeeper's tone, at that time, Chen Xian was just drawing with his hands and was able to make such a masterpiece. He suddenly had the urge to tear the painting to shreds. It was as if in this way, he would be able to surpass the mountain that was insurmountable for him. The goat path was narrow and winding, lined with dense woods and fields of green grass. On weekdays, village farmers traveled along this path between the fields and the village, carrying their crops in wheelbarrows or on their shoulders across the rugged path to bring home the bountiful fruits. Chen Xian led the little donkey, striding briskly and humming a somewhat off-key ditty. The young girl at the front, Archie, was distracted and seemed to be missing home a bit. Lin Dowling, on the other hand, was otherwise, catching a bug one moment, and pinching a snowball the next. The juvenile mind simply allows itself to be idle. The further north you go, the colder it gets. Half a month later, it was snowing heavily, covering the sky. The wind howled, the temperature plummeted, and the birds' traces disappeared without a trace in the white sky and earth. The wood door was pushed open by the wind, and Chen Xian sat on a stool with the fireplace burning brightly by his feet. The fork was grilled with moist, greasy rabbit meat. The two little ones were roasting against the fireplace. Chen Xian held a small half-jar of yellow wine with a cozy face. The sun was setting, and far away a vast expanse of mountains. It's a good thing we found the cabin, or we wouldn't know where to sleep tonight. After this mountain, you'll reach Shilling. Chen Xian took a big gulp of wine and bit into the meat. Lin Dowling looked greedy. Big brother, give me a sip too. Go go go. Kids drink what they drink. Big brother, you look down on people. Lin Dowling stood up angrily. I've been soaking in a wine vat since I was 5 years old. What kind of wine haven't I drunk? Hey man child, bragging one way or the other. Lin Dowling felt that he had lost some face in front of Qi and grabbed for a drink. Chen Xian stopped him with one hand, and with the other hand, he held a tree branch in the snow and wrote and drew, teaching Archie to write. Archie sat beside him and watched quietly, a gleam of longing and curiosity in his eyes. Little hands clutched the branches as if they were feeling the power of knowledge. With each stroke, she was studying carefully, as if she wanted to take Chen Xian's teachings to heart. In the distance, a white blanket approached an old man wearing a straw raincoat and a bucket hat. Archie looked up at the other woman. Somehow she felt a little uncomfortable looking at this person. I wonder if I could borrow the house for a fire. The old man's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. No problem, Chen Xian said indifferently. Thanks a lot. Is the foot going to Shilling? The old man asked. Yes. The old man glanced at Archie who was sitting beside Chen Xian. Can the footman recognize that Longhu Mountain's once most renowned soapman Zhao Lingchuan? Archie's eyebrows twitched and he silently stopped the movement of his hands. I don't recognize it. Why don't your excellency speak with me about it? Chen Xian seemed to have gotten interested. That Zhao Lingchuan is immortal. In his 30s he has yet to set foot on the path of cultivation. And if it weren't for his father's relationship, he would never have become a soap servant at Longhu Mountain. Eating, drinking and mingling all day long. No one takes him seriously. No one would have thought that the big guns would come late. Being a soap servant of Longhu Mountain, but holding 12 dragon and tiger flag tags, he swept away all the demons in the northern pass. Wide range of disciples, open teeth and build a house. Even what the successive heavenly masters of Lung Fushan had not accomplished, he made it happen. But everything is too late. His existence not only threatens the demons in the north outside the pass, and even Longhu Mountain are dissatisfied with it. Move to get rid of the idea. The Lung Fushan soap operators were originally set up by Lung Fushan to cope with the shortage of manpower. But the latecomer has even overpowered Lung Fushan. I only know Zhao Lingchuan, but I don't know Longhu Mountain. The demons outside the pass cannot tolerate him, and Longhu Mountain does not allow him. So how can such a person live? In the end, under the secret authorization of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, the demons outside the pass joined forces to kill Zhao Lingchuan, and the demons swore an oath together. If a descendant of the Zhao family reappears, the demons outside the pass will snuff them out at all costs. The old man in the bucket hat paused and continued. In fact, at that time, the entire Zhao family was slaughtered. Only its youngest daughter survived, and was taken in by a retired cultivation senior. And only then did the demons not dare to act rashly. Lin Dowling looked left and right, keenly noticing that something was not quite right with the atmosphere, and gripped his bamboo sword tightly. Chen Xian took another sip of wine. All heroic, but ended up like this. Pity pity pity. The old man laughed. That Zhao Lingchuan always hangs his hat on the fact that evil doesn't suppress justice. But in the end, so what? The foot has nothing to do with that Zhao Lingchuan. Just entrusted by someone. Also do not know the origin of the matter. Why don't we turn around here? Chen Xian scratched his head. Aya. What can be done about this? The demons outside the Guanwai. It's really disturbing. The old man's brows gradually furrowed. How did he hear a few hints of flirting from the other party's tone? Chapter 29, I'll take care of this girl. A few moments later, there were huge black shadows leveling the ground. The young man sitting on the ground followed closely behind, but leapt into midair one step ahead of the former. The bamboo sword at his waist chopping downwards. With only one sword, the huge black shadow was smashed back to the ground. In but half a breath of air, Chen Xian's figure returned to the ground, catching the yellow wine that had fallen from his hands but had yet to hit the ground. In front of the cabin, a huge black python body was creeping and writhing on the ground. The scales shimmered obsidian-like, and the eyes glinted coldly, revealing a disdain for life that sent shivers down one's spine. Blood gurgled from the black scale armor, and a sickening stench soon filled the air. Lin Dowling and she didn't move a muscle, staring blankly at this guy that was bigger than all the pythons they had seen in their lives combined. On the contrary, the little donkey is calm as usual. According to reason, this kind of mindless, at this time should have been scared and instinctively run around wildly. The last time he met the six-winged golden roc, the little donkey was also like that, quietly eating grass by the roadside. Chen Xian reinserted the bamboo sword into his waist and looked idly at the python that had fallen to the ground. The old man who had appeared in his original form slumped to the ground, his body twitching. That single sword had said it all. It glanced at the ordinary bamboo sword that the other party had just used, and its own 500 years of cultivation was still no match for a bamboo sword in the other party's hand. By the looks of it, it seemed like the only way to have a fighting chance was to become a boa yourself probably. I've got eyes to see. Ahem. Go back and tell the demons outside the pass that I'll cover this girl. The python's eyes rolled, listening to the other's tone. He had a way out? A few moments later, the python disappeared from the mountain range here, its body traveling swiftly underground. Chen Xian crossed his arms and stood in front of the two dolls with that smug expression as if to say, "Awesome, right? What are you waiting for? Compliment me on my good looks." Archie looked at him, motionless, deliberately silent, and, Omega. Chen Xian tilted his head, not hearing the compliments, and put a frown on his face. Very impressive. Archie said this. Well, what else? Archie mused for a moment. And, it's awesome. No other words? Chen Xian frowned and looked in the direction the python had fled, thinking in his heart whether or not he should capture that python back and scare the two little ones again. As Qi looked at Chen Xian's appearance, he couldn't help but once again recall what Tainyo had once said to him. Chen Xian is very humble, never complacent because of his great strength. Archie shook his head. Iron Bull cheated. Xuanxiao is not modest at all, and very much likes to fool around. Lin Dowling clapped his little hands together. Big brother, if I practiced swordsmanship hard, could I be as powerful as you? Chen Xian smiled confidently. Probably. That depends on how talented you are. After all, people as powerful as your big brother me don't come along very often. Lin Dowling thoughtfully muttered. Someone as dumb as big brother has to practice for a long time. If he practiced on his own, wouldn't he be very powerful very quickly? Chen Xian slapped him on the head. Hey, what are you kid talking about? Dai and Xiling were originally neighbors. Inevitably, some friction arose between the two countries, and on several occasions this led to sizable wars. Later, the area was demarcated by the Jiamen Pass. Call it Guanwai, the unregulated zone. The two countries no longer share a border, which makes it less of a tit-for-tat situation than it was before. At this time, outside of Guanwai, the floating cloud city Grand Tavern, knock knock knock, with the sound of the night watchman's gong, the large restaurant, which had been silent for a whole day, suddenly became brightly lit at nightfall. The colorful lights flashed, illuminating the entire restaurant as if it were daytime. The halls of the tavern were filled with the rich aroma of mouth-watering food. At this moment, the restaurant seemed to have awakened from its slumber and was full of life and vigor. Junior was wiping down the dishes in preparation for the evening's guests. Soon the guests arrived. The first to arrive was a beautiful woman with a curvy walk, her pace as light as the wind and her posture as delicate as a willow. There was a short figure walking by, but it was two-headed. There are four-footed, two-footed waddlers and cute-looking pink-faced men. A closer look at the white fox, the wild dog, the tiger demon, the snake charmer. All kinds of demons and monsters from outside the pass gather here. The lobby of the restaurant was noisy, with all sorts of voices ringing out. Back then the one who made the oath was also our old man. That Zhao Lingchuan could have tossed our family around, and now that his daughter is in the world, how can we leave her alive? That's right, hand that ninny over to me, and I will torture her to the point of begging for her life and death. Count me in. It turned out that all the demons gathered here today to discuss how to deal with that Zhao Lingchuan's descendant. The demons were drinking and eating food while yelling with righteous indignation. The old man sitting in the middle of the crowd spat out his letters and said nothing. A scholar dressed like a male walked to the front and signaled the demons to be quiet. Everyone, back then, that Zhao Lingchuan had a blood feud with us. We made a blood oath together to kill him and his entire family. Now that its own flesh and blood is present in the world, and it even has to worship under the Dragon Tiger Mountain. But it's only been 7 or 8 years. Do you really think that we, the demons of Guanwai, are dead? A statement that spoke to the group. That is, Sensei, kill them. If it's really that Longhu mountain that's behind this, let's first let the 3 provinces outside that Shilling Pass be littered with corpses. That's not a big statement. Put it 100 years ago. The forces of the demons outside of the pass were extremely large, sandwiched between the forces of Shilling and Danya. Both sides are interested in pulling the strings, and the demons outside the pass are even more unscrupulous, treating human life like grass and killing at will. Deng Chun, even the magistrate of a county said to kill. Some simply occupied a city and made themselves masters. Nowadays, all the demons outside the pass are much more restrained, but if they really have the intention to tear themselves apart from Lungfu Shan, poisoning the water source, spreading epidemics and creating a river dike, these dirty tricks, one after the other, I reckon there's still day behind this one in the dark. Humph, why don't we even clean up Dai together? I agree, if we don't give them some color, I'm afraid that we'll forget about our prestige. The old man sullenly drank, and when he thought of the man holding the bamboo sword, it was a burst of cold sweat on his back. At that moment, the scholarly male standing in front of the crowd of demons said, Elder Brother Lu, your Lu family is the most well-informed. I heard that you have already crossed paths with the person who can escort you, so you might as well say something to our big guys. Chapter 30, Chen Xian of the Qing Dynasty Sect. All eyes from the crowd of demons fell on the old man at once. The old man took off his bucket hat, spat out his letter, and stood up with a complicated look on his face. Old Willow, who exactly is that escort? A large-sized pig demon impatiently pressed the matter when he saw the other party being abrasive. That's right, can't it be that it's still a great god? At these words, the demons let out a hearty laugh. The old man, however, couldn't half smile, and he didn't know the identity of the other party at that time. It was only later, after much poking around, that it was finally determined to be able to get past that man and survive. Needless to say, when you go out to brag in the future, you'll have a lot of ing confidence. The Green Cloud Sect. Green Cloud Sect? The faces of all the demons sank slightly. Qingyun Sect is the leader of the righteous path today. This matter would indeed be somewhat troublesome if Qingyun Sect is involved. Qingyun Sect Chen Xian. At these words, there was a dead silence around them. Who? Li, Chen Xian? Immediately afterward, the expressions of the demons turned to puzzlement. This whole thing is as bizarre as if 2 underground gangs were in a deadly fight and one gang went and hired help. The other gang asked someone to inquire and ask who the other gang had invited and to prepare some countermeasures, and then learned that the other gang had gone to hire the emperor as a helper. The demons were wide-eyed. You looked at me and I looked at you. Chen Xian, that Chen Xian from the Qingyun Sect? A sheep demon asked incredulously. How many Chen Xians are there in the Qingyun Sect? The old man asked rhetorically. The demons were silent again for a few moments. Scared less. A man slapped the table, reeking of alcohol, obviously drunk. That Chen Xian's cultivation was abolished 30 years ago, and he spends his days in the Qingyun Sect behind closed doors. Now even if he is greatly injured and we swarm him, he may not be able to kill us all. The crowd of demons looked at each other like they were little cuties, like looking at each other. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? What kind of person is that Chen Xian? His own group. What with all the demons in Guanwai? Would probably not be placed in the eyes of the other party. What about the demon cult back then? A mere demon cult paramount envoy was able to dominate the demons outside of the pass. In their opinion, they were high and mighty partial envoys, but they couldn't even be ranked amongst the devil sect. At that time, Chen Xian had fought a bloody battle against the Demon Sect's 8 confessors with 1 man and 1 sword, killing 4 and injuring 2. The number of characters who had died under his sword similar to the pariah-like envoys could not be counted. Although it is said that tigers are bullied by dogs, they are not even dogs at all. At best they are a bunch of worms gathered together. Elder Lu. This matter, really? The scholarly male was filled with skepticism. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other man, but the fact that this was happening was outrageous. The old man nodded, then arched his hand and left the restaurant without a word. All the demons could not help but beat a retreat in their hearts at this time. People have already looked for the general character of Tong Tian, and it is obvious that they are going to die if they don't think of themselves. Just then, a laugh rang out. That laughter was extremely piercing, as if it was a sharp knife that directly pierced into the eardrums of the demons present. The laughter came from a tall, well-built man. His smile made all the demons notice him. A living person? What are you laughing at? The taller man said. I laugh at the Guanwai group of demons who are as timid as rats and only know how to bully the soft and fear the hard. That is, as soon as they hear that slightly louder name, they are scared out of their wits. What did you say? How dare you? I'll pick your tongue today. Upon hearing this, the demons burst into a rage. I can't afford to mess with Qin Xian, but I'm still afraid of you. A moment later, the people present were all frozen in place as if they had been hit by a blow to the head. The terrifying aura emanating from that tall man caused the originally restless crowd of demons to instantly calm down. "Gentlemen, introduce yourselves," the scholarly male said. "This is sect leader Xuanxiao Xiong. Xuanxiao? The defector from the Green Cloud Sect?" Xuanxiao is a disciple of the Silver Sword Peak of the Qingyun Sect, who has been hot-tempered and unruly since he was young, and often commits crimes. Back then, within a few years of worshipping the sect, Xuanxiao came out with the rape of a female disciple of the hidden sect. The division, for the sake of reputational impact, on the other hand, could not bear to give up a disciple with outstanding talent just because of this matter. So, the matter was properly handled for Xuanxiao, and then every time something went wrong, it was the Green Cloud Sect that wiped its ass. While leading a team on a mission, he accidentally found a rare treasure. In order to prevent the backstabbing between disciples, according to the rules, no matter what treasures are obtained during the mission, all have to be handed over to the clan. Xuanxiao went so far as to kill all the disciples who were on the mission with him in order to keep the treasure for himself. After returning to the Green Cloud Sect, he falsely claimed that he was attacked by a ferocious beast, and the whereabouts of the rest of the disciples, who were seriously injured, were unknown. However, this is something he did not do very well. Soon enough, clues were found by the law enforcement hall, killing his fellow disciples. His master no longer had the heart to protect him. As a result, Xuanxiao was forced to flee from Qingyun Sect and was wanted by Qingyun Sect. Although Xuanxiao's reputation is poor, his strength is unquestionable. 6. Jing cultivation, conception of the Yuan fetus, and the transformation of the Yuan Ing. It is already in existence that can start a sect, so it is not too much for the scholarly gentleman to call a bear master teacher. To say that you guys are as timid as rats is really overestimating you. So what if that Chen Xian's name is even louder? I've long wanted to meet him. Xuanxiao swept a glance at the group of demons, his face full of disdain. Then leave Chen Xian to me to kill. You guys just need to watch from the back. The demons all looked at him in unison, and Xuanxiao had a condescending face, as if he didn't put that so-called Sword Dao leader in his eyes at all. Xuanxiao naturally has his considerations. He is now being hunted by the Qingyun Sect and has no foothold. It was so hard to escape into the pass, but there was no place to stand. Killing that Chen Xian was, on the one hand, revenge against the Qingyun Sect. After all, although Chen Xian's cultivation had been abolished, his name was resounding. The world knows the Chen Xian of the Qingyun Sect. Killing the Chen Xian by himself was tantamount to slapping the face of the Qingyun Sect in public, a sort of revenge. On the other hand, it's a pitch to the people behind you, to nab a pitch. The remnants of that demonic sect that the world spoke of were now their own last refuge. More importantly, it seemed to outsiders that Chen Xian's cultivation being abolished was a half-true, half-false rumor. After all, Chen Xian hadn't left the mountain for 30 years after exterminating the Demon Sect. As an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sect, Xuanxiao was exposed to more internal matters of the Qingyun Sect. Silver Sword Peak and Tongtian Peak, among the 7 peaks of the Qingyun Sect, had always had a good relationship. Xuanxiao naturally knew the true situation of that Chen Xian. That Chen Xian would have been a wastrel long ago. With a demonic soul tainted in his body, he was considered ominous. When he hadn't yet left the clan elders had been more than a little dissatisfied with him, so he must have been swept away by the clan now, just in time for him to pick up a bargain. Chapter 31, My cultivation has been abolished. Beyond the pass. The Transverse Canyon. This is the road that leads from Guanwai to Shiling. The demons outside the pass have long been ambushed on both sides. Don't see that they are raging, but none of them are ready to jump out and be the head of the pack. What kind of person is Chen Xian? Even if he's down and out, it's their turn to bully him. But now there was a defecting disciple of the Qingyun Sect who was willing to be a vanguard and spoke with conviction. Xuanxiao stood at the top of the mountain, overlooking the magnificent view of the entire canyon. The mountains stretch across and the canyons are deep. The mountains are rolling, like a giant dragon winding its way. The river rushed through the canyon, splashing and roaring. Xuanxiao took a deep breath. The canyon's spiritual charm was deep, which was why there were many demons outside the pass. Today, I will kill that Chen Xian here. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. Although Xuanxiao had seen with his own eyes that Chen Xian, whose cultivation had been abolished, had been defeated by a cultivator of the lower 3 scenarios in the martial arts dojo. However, he had also witnessed that the other party, who was only 20 years old, was holding the green cloud sword in his hand and was able to cut down all the devils. Speaking of which, he and Chen Xian had quite the affinity. Back then, on the day of Chen Xian's initiation, he had a one-sided relationship with him. Chen Xian's father was panting from exhaustion from having to climb the long ladder of the Green Cloud Sect. Although Xuanxiao had also just started not long ago at that time, He was born in a cultivation family and had been practicing since he was young. For mortals, there has always been a lack of regard. It was only years later that Xuanxiao could not have imagined that the young man at that time would become the most dazzling existence in the cultivation world. There was a constant wind blowing through the canyon, making ghostly sounds. In the distance, several figures were approaching the canyon. Boss, that Zhongli and Yin Qing story didn't end well at all. Tell me another story. Chen Xian gripped the weeds in his mouth, his eyelids lifting slightly as he looked towards the canyon in front of him, the corners of his mouth gently hooking up. Oh, what other stories do you want to hear? I want to hear a love story, Lin Dowling said. You hairless brat know about love. She, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned her head. She wants to hear Xuanxiao's love story. Aha. Lin Dowling nodded his head. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it too. Chen Xian's eyes flickered as the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly retracted, as if he had recalled some long ago memory. Me, I'm a swordsman. A swordsman doesn't need a woman, only a sword. Behind the little donkey was a four-wheeled cart loaded with bags of dry tea leaves. An old man with a cigarette holder was walking by the car with a young guy. The two were father and son, and Chen Xian met them halfway. They lost their donkey. The old man was going to take his son to Xiling, sell all this tea for money, and come back to marry his wife. Thus, Chen Xian pulled them along for the ride. Chen Xian ate the preserved sausage that he had air-dried himself in the old man's house. Chen Xian was worried that the two little ones were pestering him about some love story, so he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with the old man. Since the tea you grow can go to Xiling and be exchanged for money, how come no one else does it? The old man slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. They all know that they can exchange money, and Xiling and Dai have not been at war over the years. But on the other hand, this pass is dangerous, and is haunted by demons and ghosts. If it weren't for the sake of getting a daughter-in-law for my baby, I wouldn't be willing to take that risk if it killed the old man. After speaking, the old man looked at Chen Xian again. What are you doing on the road with two children? Postulant? Entrusted by a friend to send them to school. It's good to read. It's good to read. The old man nodded. The group walked and chatted, and before they knew it, they had entered the canyon. Xuanxiao stood at the top of the mountain, looking down at the silhouettes below, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It was so close that the other party didn't even notice it in the slightest. Rather, it was the extra old and young that caught Xuanxiao's attention. But after determining that the other party was nothing more than an ordinary person, the hanging heart finally dropped. When he kills Chen Xian himself, this group of demons outside the pass will be the witness. At that time, he would then offer Chen Xian's head to the Demon Sect in exchange for a 7 scenic realm breaking pill. Xuanxiao entered the 6th Jing at the age of 30 and has been stuck here for the rest of his life. There has been no substantial progress. The boundary breaking pill had also been taken twice, but the effect was not obvious. As for the 7 scenic breakthrough pill in the hands of the devil cult, it is said to be one that was once left behind by that devil cult's second provider when he broke his bottleneck. The gazes of the demons fell on the group of people in the canyon. Which one is Chen Xian? The one with the smoking stick? Or the young man in the leather hat? Or the man with the weed? It can't be those two little dolls. That was a figure that had once shaken the heavens and the earth, stomping his foot and making the world shake 3 times. Such a legendary figure was enough to make them curious and want to catch a glimpse of the real thing. Xuanxiao snorted coldly as his aura climbed up and up, like a person ascending a high mountain. The cultivation that had previously been suppressed climbed from 3 Jing, 4 Jing, and all the way to the peak of 6 Jing. Xuanxiao hadn't climbed to the peak of his cultivation for a long time in order to avoid being pursued. At this moment, even though it had been established that Chen Xian was still an invalid, however, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Feeling the long-lost power in his body, it was as if everything became easier. His blood pulsing, every meridian excited. The demons felt the power at the same time, and understood that this was Xuanxiao about to make a move, and they couldn't help but sweat in their hearts. Li Xian, Xiao. His voice was just about to roar out and, in the next moment, this renegade disciple of the Green Cloud sect, who was incomparably confident in his own strength, suddenly stiffened slightly, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually receded. In its place is less confusion. You asked for me? A familiar and somewhat unfamiliar figure stood in front of him. The man had his arms crossed and a faint smile on his face. Xuanxiao's feet moved back, his body's qi and blood erupted with full force, his muscles tightened, and his power converged on his fists. The blood rushed as if it were about to spurt out. The fist arced through the air, carrying the sound of wind as it struck towards the opponent's chest. There were no spells or magic weapons that were more useful than fists for killing in close quarters. Xuanxiao realized something was wrong when Chen Xian appeared in front of him. However, he still held a glimmer of luck in his heart. At this moment, All the demons outside the pass are present, and his own 6 scenic cultivation is close by. Together, Chen Xian has long been a wreck. The sound came to an abrupt end as the bamboo sword pierced through Xuanxiao's heart. It's true that my cultivation has been nullified, and it's also true that I've become weaker. But it's not that I've become weaker than you. Chapter 32, Escape. The battle was over when Chen Xian thrust the mediocre bamboo sword into Xuanxiao's body. The sharp sword qi exploded, destroying his heart in an instant. The 6 scenes are divided into 3 stages: Spirit Stage, Yuan Pu, and Infant Transformation, rising the spiritual platform, nurturing the firstborn, and transforming the firstborn. And Xuanxiao had already been at the peak of the 6th Jing many years ago, transforming into a Yuan-ing. As the saying goes, the surging sea of Yuan rises to the spiritual platform, and the spiritual platform breeds the Yuan fetus. The Yuan fetus condenses the Tao light brilliantly, and the thunderbolt flashes to transform the Yuan-ing. In theory, even if Xuanxiao's heart was destroyed, he would never die on the spot. However, Chen Xian poured his fused sword qi into it in a split second, not giving his opponent any chance to counterattack. After the sword qi tore through Xuanxiao's body, excluding the small portion of sword qi that had been consumed, the rest of the sword qi was all absorbed by Chen Xian once again. A swordsman's sword qi is not endless. Rather, it required the swordsman to hone it night and day to gain those few moments of sword energy. If you use some, you will have less. Chen Xian patted the sandy soil on his knees and sighed silently. It's really not what it used to be. Frequent urination. Blah blah blah. Xuanxiao's body fell straight down. No more sound. If the firstborn is destroyed, even the greatest immortals can't save it. Chen Xian pulled the bamboo sword back out and looked around. In the next instant, a figure fled in all directions. At this moment, the demons outside the pass only had one thought: escape. At the same time, he greeted Xuanxiao's 8 generations of ancestors more than once in his heart. This Xuanxiao gave birth to a son with no ass, blowing his bullskin to the sky. What Guanwai group of demons are all small fry. What Chen Xian is not enough to fear. What he hit the head. To take off that Chen Xian's head. That. His own group of people are really brainless. Why did they believe this stinking chowderhead? Chen Xian glanced at the group of demons that had dispersed in all directions after his sword, and did not intend to strike his sword again. Nowadays, his injuries hadn't fully recovered and his foundation had been destroyed. Sword qi was few and far between, so it was better to save it for a critical moment. A moment later, Chen Xian's figure reappeared in the canyon. Lin Dowling saw him return from afar and said, "Big brother, where did you go to take a? I wanted to." Chen Xian was so angry that he gave the kid a kick. OMG. Big brother, don't kick your ass. It's going to poop out. Lin Dowling covered his butt with one hand and ran away in a hurry. The old man barred his cigarette and looked at the rising campfire in a deep voice. "I hope it's a safe journey and I don't meet any demons or ghosts." With his head resting on his hands, Chen Xian slightly inclined his head and snickered at the old man's son on the side. "What kind of daughter-in-law are you going to marry after you've exchanged money and shilling this time?" The young man smiled shyly. "Ling on the east side of the village." "Oh, pretty?" The young man nodded, even more embarrassed. "Ling is dark, thin, and has a big ass." The young man could never help staring as he bent over his farm work. He and Ling were childhood sweethearts. When she was old enough to be engaged, she pestered her father to take care of finding a matchmaker to propose. His family is poor and can't afford any bride price, so he had to go to Xiling for money. And when he was leaving, Ling tugged at his sleeve, afraid that his lover would never come back. "I'm sure that Ling is looking at her lover boy at the village entrance every day," flirted Chen Xian. The young man's dark face flushed riotously. "How wonderful!" Chen Xian heartily lamented. 5 days later, Chen Xian and his group left the canyon and rushed to Chao City, the nearest provincial city in Xiling to Guanwai. After a night's rest, the old man and his son, who were traveling together, took their leave. They have to sell the tea quickly. After that time, it will not sell well. The young man gave Chen Xian half a bag of tea as payment for the journey. The corners of the old man's mouth trembled on the side. His face sank as he stared hard at his own son. Obviously couldn't part with the half bag of tea. With that, he then stared at Chen Xian with somewhat cloudy eyes, waiting for the other party to say a couple of excuses. Then he took the opportunity to ask for the half bag of tea back. "Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Then I'm welcome." Chen Xian smiled and accepted half a bag of tea. The old man's face became even more unsightly, and his forehead couldn't help but have a few more black lines. Before leaving, Chen Xian took out the bamboo sword from his waist. "I won't take your tea for nothing. This sword is a return gift." Chen Xian unclasped the bamboo sword at his waist and handed it to the young man. "It hasn't been with me for a long time, but it's kind of a bit of a spiritual charm, and idle demons and devils don't dare to get close to it." The wrinkles on the old man's face crumpled together. completely confused as to why the other party would say such a clueless thing. If the other party was a Taoist priest, or a monk, this would not seem so out of place. What's more, along the way, he hadn't seen the other party use any of his skills. At his young age, that doesn't carry any weight. Instead, the old man's son froze for a moment, and then solemnly accepted the bamboo sword. Thanks a lot. When he was far away, the old man could not help but lecture his son. You silly boy, half a bag of tea has been given away. What? Showing off that you're rich? The young man scratched his head. Father, he pulled us all the way. And besides, that man doesn't look like a normal person. What? You see, people with 2 dolls dared to go outside the pass, from the south all the way to Shilling, so long without incident, can be an ordinary person. Before the young man added, that's how it's written in the talking books and novels. The old man scoffed. 5 days later, the father and son driving the mule cart left Shilling and headed for the pass. This time the tea was not only sold at a good price, but also bought a mule cheaply. Father and son were smiling. Heavy rain, the sky looks like it's cracked open. Father and son drove a mule cart to hide in a broken temple in the mountains. Hey, this one's too old. Old gangly neat must be bad. That young one is good. Half each. Okay. Out of sight of the father and son, 2 evil spirits inhabiting the clay effigy were thinking of how to partake of them. The mule on the side seemed to sense something, and uttered an uneasy cry of. The old man shivered uncontrollably as a piercing chill came over him. The mule kicked the ground with its hooves and let out a terrified yelp. A loud clap of thunder fell in the dark night, illuminating the old man's somewhat ghastly face. A sudden feeling of uneasiness arose in him, and his throat moved. The 2 evil spirits stared at the poor unsuspecting fellow as they slowly approached the father, son and mule with a cruel gleam in their eyes. The old man's eyes suddenly widened, and although he couldn't see the evil spirit, he instinctively sensed that something was approaching, and a wave of goosebumps rose on his body. Wah! Wah! The sleeping young man was dreaming of his wedding night, and Ling looked at him shyly, and couldn't help but smile a little dementedly. It was his father's panic yell that woke him up. These days, I don't know if this bamboo sword really has a marvelous effect. It was obviously a cold day, but with the bamboo sword on his waist, he didn't feel much cold. So at this moment, the young man subconsciously touched the bamboo sword at his waist. Dad, what's going on? Outside the temple the electricity was still flashing and thundering, but the mules had gone quiet, and the old man, in a cold sweat, looked around in terror. It was just that there was no longer that oppressive feeling like a sword in the throat just now. Disappeared. The old man slapped his cheeks, looked at the clay embryo statue of the temple, and then at his son. Eventually, the gaze fell on the bamboo sword at its waist. Dad, what's wrong with you? Having a nightmare? No, it's fine. Go to sleep. The next day, the rain stopped. Father and son led the mule away from the broken temple, never noticing that in the middle of the broken temple, the clay embryo statue had developed a tiny crack. The 2 evil spirits that had been lodged in it had long since been decapitated. Chapter 33, Because the world's greatest swordsman is protecting you. Shilling, Chao Chang, superintendent of the local Tiancha Dao in Lungfu Shan. Fellow Daoist Mo. Fellow Daoist Chen. Please. Governor Liu, who was sitting in Chao City, raised his wine cup. Maju and Chen 14 raised their glasses at the same time. The cup was not just any ordinary good wine, but spirit wine, which was quite beneficial to cultivators. Elder Liu put down his wine cup. I wonder how many more disciples, or elders will follow from Qingyun Sect? Mochizuki faintly said. It's just the 2 of us. This, Elder Liu's face stiffened slightly. He was naturally aware of that Xuanxiao's strength. Since the other side came to the pass, the disturbance was a headache for him. Several sieges have failed to succeed, but now the Qingyun Sect has only sent 2 disciples. Chen 14 could see the other party's distrust and his tone was quite disgruntled. With my senior sister here, the footman can rest assured that Xuanxiao is not enough to be a problem. That's right. Elder Liu nodded awkwardly. The Qingyun Sect is the crown of the world. Who doesn't know who is unknown? When the words came to this point, Capital Director Liu hesitated for a moment before saying, it wasn't that Poverty Road intended to poke around, but I inadvertently learned that Qingyun Sect's Chen Shan Li Jinran had appeared in Chao City, so Poverty Road thought that it was that Li Jinran who had come in person. Chen 14 stared at the other party without saying a word. Which pot is not a pot? Inkbrush's face sank. Seeing this, Capital Director Liu quickly changed his words. Of course, it's not that the poor Taoist doesn't trust the 2 of you, and it's unlikely that Realisly would come in person just because of a tiny Xuanxiao. Ha. Supervisor Liu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and realized that he seemed to have spoken wrongly, so he busily punished himself with 3 cups. At this time, a Lungfu Shan government servant hurriedly came to report. Capital. The captain. What's the matter? So flustered? Xuanxiao is dead. What? Subconsciously, Elder Lu looked at Mo Zhu, Chen 14 and the two of them, only to see that the other's face was also at a loss. Shortly afterward, Xuanxiao's body was carried into the capital. The body is well preserved, and it's reasonable to say that a man dies like a lamp. Again, it's in the mountains and should have been eaten up by demons and devils a long time ago. After all, these 6 scenic cultivators were not ordinary turnip greens. They were undoubtedly precious tonic for the demons, devils, and demonic beasts in the mountains. But Xuanxiao's body remained intact after several days in the canyon. The reason for this was that the sharp sword chi remaining on top of that corpse never dared the demons to take half a step into the thunder pool. This, Elder Lu's brows furrowed as he looked at the sword marks in the center of his hand. What a sharp sword chi! He was surrounded by the chi of the dragon and tiger, and was the local capital supervisor of the Dragon-Tiger Mountain sitting in a city, so his cultivation was naturally not weak. This sword chi looked weak and was already in the wind, but once the party touched, it was like a maggot drilling into the body. While he was puzzled, he saw that the Maju of the Qingyun Sect had already used a spell to lift up Xuanxiao's corpse. This person was killed by my senior brother. The corpse needs to be brought back to the Qingyun Sect. So excuse me. After saying that, without waiting for Director Lu to respond, he had already swept out of the hall. Chen 14 stood frozen in place for a moment and immediately followed. Sister. Mochizuki bowed his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a soft smile. That smile was like the first rays of the morning sun, warm and soft, as if it could dispel all the gloom, and like the first cherry blossoms that bloom in spring, delicate and moving. Chen 14 couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Sister, laughed, the iceberg senior sister, as she has always been jokingly called by the disciples of the sect, laughed. Chen 14 remembered his senior sister's smile as so precious and unforgettable. Whenever he recalled his senior sister, his heart always surged with a deep sense of longing and attachment. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't clearly depict what his senior sister's smile looked like. Sister? Nothing. Let's go. Inkbrand tightened his smile. After realizing that Xuanxiao was killed by her senior brother Chen, she had everything figured out. It turned out that Senior hadn't changed, and Senior hadn't abandoned the Green Cloud sect. Was it a coincidence that Chen 14 obtained his senior brother's painting? Originally, Inkbrush thought so too, but now, she understood. That was intentionally left by elder brother, who had never before left a painting easily. And how could you sell it to a shopkeeper for a few taels of silver? It must be that Senior calculated in advance that Chen 14 would go to that store and eventually get Senior's painting. Chen 14 is Tongtian Peak. In addition to the senior brother, the most talented disciple, the senior brother intends to cultivate. And then, senior brother beheaded Xuanxiao, who had colluded with the group of demons outside the pass. In case he and Chen 14 are weak, senior brother really took great pains. Thinking about all this, he knew that senior brother was still silently guarding Tongtian Peak. Mochizuki's eyebrows lowered slightly as warmth rose in his heart. With this thought, Imoju suddenly glanced at Chen 14. After a little hesitation, he told the truth about the whole thing. In the past, elder brother never asked for anything in return for what he did. So much so that those who had helped silently ended up not knowing that it was elder brother who had helped them. After senior brother's accident, how have I ever seen these people grateful to senior brother? Of course there was no shortage of white-eyed wolves like Ning. After listening to his senior sister's explanation, Chen 14 was silent for a moment and looked at his senior sister's expectant eyes. Don't worry, senior sister. Senior brother's kindness. 14 bears it in mind. Inkbrand nodded approvingly. The choo. Chen Xian touched his nose and muttered. Who keeps reading about me? 1 thought, 2 curses, and 3 chants. You sneeze twice not because someone is chanting at you, but because someone is cursing at you. Lin Dowling said so. Chen Xian gave him a kick in the ass. Lin Dowling had long been accustomed to it and covered his buttocks and ran ahead. Big brother, do you see that the tallest mountain is Mount Longhu? Lin Dowling pointed at the lofty peak in front of him and said excitedly. Yes. Chen Xian nodded. He had been to Longhu Mountain once many years ago. Not that he had forgotten now. Archie lowered his head and walked slowly behind, obviously a little disinterested. What's wrong? Chen Xian's large hand suddenly pressed down on her head. Archie lifted her head up. Her big watery eyes turned around and looked at Lin Dowling in front again. Archie doesn't want to go to Longhu Mountain. After sending Lin Dowling to Longhu Mountain, Archie wants to follow you. I have wind in my blood and am destined to drift for the rest of my life. So what's the point of following me? Archie stopped talking. Her father, Zhao Lingchuan, and even the entire Zhao family, was killed by some people with ulterior motives at Longhu Mountain, in conjunction with the demons outside the pass. and now she wants her to go to Lungfu Shan to learn from a master. Seemingly guessing what was on her mind, Chen Xian rubbed her head. Where is there so much fairness and justice to be found in this world? If you want fairness and justice, fight for it yourself. There is nothing more handsome than to learn the art from your enemy and then avenge your family's death. Archie blinked, his mouth bulging. It's not like the people of Longhu Mountain are little cuties. How could they teach an enemy's child? Chen Xian said. I still understand Longhu Mountain. It won't be all bad people. Much less all the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain will be all your enemies. As for your enemies, they wouldn't dare touch you. Archie asked. Why? Because you have the world's #1 swordsman covering you, Chen Xian said indifferently. Chapter 34, The Divine Master's Office takes a beatdown. Shilling, Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion. The old celestial master is in seclusion. This time, the disciple initiation meeting was presided over by the 5 masters of the Heavenly Master's Office of Longhu Mountain. The Heavenly Master's Office has 3 capitals, 5 lords and 18 heads, responsible for matters large and small. Sandu has mostly stayed out of the internal matters of Lungfu Shan. At this moment, 5 of the 5 masters of Longhu Mountain, dressed in red robes, were discussing the disciple initiation ceremony in the hall. This is a list of the children of this time who have made great achievements in various places of Longhu Mountain and who have been in the soap service for more than 3 generations. Peng Yangzi frowned slightly, his gaze landing on a name of the disciple at the head of the list. Descendants of Zhao Lingchuan. Back then, Zhao Lingchuan's popularity was unrivaled, vaguely surpassing that of the orthodox Longhu Mountain. It was Peng Yangzi who conspired with one of the 3 capitals of Longhu Mountain, Du Lao, to use the group of demons outside the pass to get Zhao Lingchuan killed. Re-seeing the name after many years, Peng Yangzi couldn't help but have his eyelids fluttering slightly. According to the regulations, children should have blood relatives above them who still serve as local soap servers in order to be eligible for selection. But this Zhao Lingchuan's descendants. Zhao Lingchuan has been dead for many years, and there are no collateral relatives serving as Longhu Mountain soap servants in the local area. The remaining 4 understood what Peng Yangzi meant. One of the red-robed Taoist priests, whose eyes were tightly closed, finally opened his eyes. Zhao Lingchuan made great achievements for Longhu Mountain back then and kept the people of Shilin peaceful, and his body was exceptionally buried in Longhu Mountain after his death. The Zhao family was wiped out, with only one daughter surviving, and now holding her father's soap order to worship the Dragon Tiger Mountain. If we are turned away, I don't know how that world will talk about us. Peng Yangzi had nothing to say, and the rest of the group did not object to this. Yo, look at the way these guys are dressed. Beggars are coming up the mountain. There were Longhu Mountain disciples sitting on top of the white stone steps on either side, playfully looking at the 3 Chen Xian who were leading the donkey. Chi followed behind Chen Xian, walking silently. Lin Dowling rolled up his sleeves and was about to break out in curses, but he was lifted up by Chen Xian. Big brother, let go of me. I have to teach these dog-eyed guys a lesson. Hey, are you Zhao Lingchuan's daughter? Do you know how many people from Dragon Tiger Mountain your father has killed? And now you still dare to come to Dragon Tiger Mountain. What's your name? Are you mute? The beggar has gone up the hill. The beggar has gone up the hill. Chen Xian swept a glance. Most of them were no more than 13 or 14-year-old outer disciples of Longhu Mountain. By the looks of it, it should be some kind of a secret order. The inner disciples didn't care to do this kind of thing, so they purposely looked for young disciples from the outer sect. Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile, shaking his head to himself. Tricks don't make the grade, but they sure are disgusting enough. Go back. Get lost from wherever you came from. You are not welcome at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Playing deaf, huh? Your father is the big. You are the little. Phew. Ha 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 ha. Archie clenched his fists tightly and said nothing. Chen Xian glanced down at her and said with a smirk, angry, aren't you? Archie nodded wordlessly and shook his head again. Archie is not angry. Anger can only anger you. Archie will remember them. Well, not bad. Chen Xian rubbed her head. At that moment, a young disciple wearing a Taoist robe appeared in front and stopped the many disciples with his eyes. These outer disciples are young and uninformed, so please don't be offended. No harm done. Please follow the trail. Then he followed the other party all the way to the inside of a dilapidated house. Before the entrance conference, I still hope that a few of you will stay here temporarily. Lin Dowling pinched his nose and looked at the feces in the corner of the house, and couldn't he help but break his mouth. Grandma's leg. Is this a place where people live? This was clearly a place where lived before. And this is how you entertain your guests at Longhu Mountain. The young Taoist priest smiled faintly, left a sentence love to stay or not and left. Lin Dowling was furious and stomped his feet, his mouth greeting that young Taoist for 8 generations. Chen Xian, on the other hand, sat on his butt on a rock at the entrance and yawned lazily. Archie had already started to clean up the house inside and out. The little burro snorted. The Disciple Entrance Conference was going to open in January, so Chen Xian prepared to stay at Dragon Tiger Mountain for some time. However, certain people in this Longhu Mountain are determined to make them embarrassed. Not only no meals, but also people secretly use stones to smash windows in the middle of the night. After learning that all the other initiated disciples had been placed in the spacious and comfortable main room of the East Hall, Lin Daoling was furious and jumped madly to his feet. Standing in front of the temple, he broke into song. However, before being taught a lesson, he was first given a tilo back by Qin Xian. Big brother, you let me export my anger. These Longhu Mountain Taoist priests don't do anything. Dog's eyes look down on people. When people didn't deliver food, Archie and Lin Daoling went to fetch it themselves. It's a long walk to the handyman's hall every time. The road, of course, was not a smooth one. Either they were intentionally bumped into by the outer disciples of Longhu Mountain who were about their age, or they were looking for a fight and cursing at each other. Lin Daoling, this little tantrum of a man, fought with others in 3 words. There were many people on the other side, and Lin Daoling's 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, and he was knocked to the ground by others. Archie put down the carrying case with his meal in his hand and rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. Although these Longhu Mountain people were external disciples of Longhu Mountain, they were the same age as Archie and Lin Daoling. Although he was from a cultivation family, he was ultimately just a child. Lin Daoling had been mixing with the streets and fighting with people since he was young, so his skills were naturally skillful. Archie had grown up following Tinyo's ironworking, and had handily dealt with a few of his peers who thought highly of themselves. It didn't take 5 or 6 of their peers long to run away crying from the 2 of them. But the next day, more people ambushed them. Lin Daoling and she fought as they ran and came back covered in soup from the meal. Lin Daoling rubbed his punched red cheek and wailed in anger. Seeing him in such a lousy state, Archie got angry and said, "What are you crying for? If you get beaten up, you'll fight back tomorrow." The next day, the 2 little ones went to fetch their meals again. This time, Lin Daoling and Chi were prepared. One raised the sand that had been prepared long ago towards the other, and the other took the bamboo sword and punched it, took advantage of the situation. But the next time the other side was also prepared with weapons. Lin Daoling was beaten to a pulp, tugging at Chen Xian's sleeve with a snotty nose and tears, asking his big brother to go and avenge himself. Chen Xian sat on a rock and said carelessly, "You got beat up this time and I helped you fight back. And the next time you get beat up again, who's going to help you fight back?" Chapter 35, Borrowing a Sword. Chen Xian just sat or lay down, and neither Qi nor Lin Daoling knew what he was thinking about the whole day. "Big brother, the sword technique you taught me is useless," Lin Daoling said in a depressed manner. He had tried to use a few moves before, but the results were not as effective as waving them around haphazardly on his own. "That's because you 2 don't know how to use it. So practice and don't slack off." Chen Xian lazily rolled over. Lin Daoling and she had not seen Chen Xian leave the broken house for a month, and the 2 of them had been beaten for a month. However, the people on the other side didn't end up much better as all. Even if Lin Daoling and Achi were beaten to death, they would still grab each other and give a few punches. Finally this month passed, and it came to the day of the disciple initiation meeting. Real trouble at the door. Lin Daoling and she had just changed their clothes early in the morning and were ready to go out to participate in the disciple initiation meeting. However, they saw the crowd outside. Those outer disciples of Longhu Mountain who had previously been cleaned up by Qi and Lin Daoling. Not only did they all come this time, but they all brought their own elders. Chen Xian yawned and walked in from the house. "What's going on here? All of you making such a fuss?" "That's them both." One of them, a child with a bruise on his face, pointed at Qi and Lin Daoling with an angry gleam in his eyes. The gaze of one of the oldest among the crowd fell on Archie, his narrow eyebrows slightly raised. "Whether it's the looks or the eyes. What a likeness. It really looks like that Zhao Lingchuan." When they were involved in the murder of Zhao Lingchuan, all the people present and the families of Longhu Mountain represented behind them all had a part to play. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here today, chopping off the roots and eliminating the roots. The matter is now must not leave the Zhao Lingchuan descendants to re-emerge in the Longhu Mountain. The footman is not disciplining properly, condoning young children to beat others. Today we have come to demand an explanation. As soon as that old man surnamed Xian's words fell, Lin Daoling shouted at the top of his voice, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was clearly your kids who started the fight and called us sons of ES. This whole bunch of kids in your family, hitting 2 of us and getting beat up by us. You guys still have the nerve to come to the door for a claim. Shame on you." The old man surnamed Qian's face was gloomy. There was a young son by his side who had long since become furious. "You milquetoast brat. How dare you speak to my uncle in such a manner?" Immediately afterward, the spearhead was pointed at Chen Xian. "It must be because of your poor discipline. Why don't you make amends to my uncle?" At this moment, Peng Yangzi, one of the 5 lords of Dragon Tiger Mountain, even though he was inside the hall, he was always able to detect the situation of Chen Xian and the others. First of all, the incident of the children making a fuss was used as a lead, and arrangements were made for the people to go and demand compensation, and it was inevitable that the two sides would argue. In the midst of the dispute, a young disciple struck out in anger and indignation. He accidentally kills Qi, the daughter of Zhao Lingchuan, who has come to Longhu Mountain to pay homage to his master. To an outsider, it looks like an accident, and that young disciple's murder by mistake was not a crime punishable by death. There will be blessings waiting for him when the wind blows over. Taking a step back, even if old Tianshi wanted to pursue this matter, let the young disciple who struck out commit suicide and give an account. Lung Fu Shan will certainly put the matter to rest for the sake of its reputation. Zhao Lingchuan's family had no posterity, so naturally no one dwelled on the matter any longer. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Ping Yangzi mouthed the Sutra of Purification, and this matter could not be called a big deal to him. It's like clearing weeds from the ground. After all, that Zhao Lingchuan was already dead, and he was only killing his daughter again as a precaution. Even if today's ploy didn't work, there were countless ways to make him die in Longhu Mountain or outside of it in the future. Just why? He vaguely and surprisingly had a sense of uneasiness. As one of the 5 lords of Longhu Mountain, Ping Yangzi absolutely did not believe that this feeling was empty. Except again, he wasn't sure what could be giving him this sense of unease, so I had to recite the Sutra of Purification. Reparations? I wonder how I should make amends. Chen Xian asked. Kowtow twice to my uncle. My humble self is not good at kowtowing. Chen Xian shook his head. As he said that, he raised his head to look into midair, as if he didn't care about the young man he was conversing with at all. It never snows when it's flying like goose feathers in the Green Cloud Sect. It's like spring all year long, with a lot less flavor. There was a wind blowing in his face, causing his robes to hunt and shake and his hair to flutter. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, only finding it interesting. Kowtow my ass, Lin Dowling said angrily. A beautiful woman protected her own child and laughed coldly. 2 father-born and mother-unraised bastards, running to Dragon Tiger Mountain to spread their wildness. You're the one who was born without a mother. The beautiful woman's almond eyes glared. Little brat, you say that again. Lin Dowling suddenly stopped talking and tugged on Chen Xian's coat, whispering, big brother, why do I feel like things are a little off? You're resourceful. Lin Dowling had seen horse thieves kill people, and the eyes of these people at this moment were actually no different from those horse thieves. They want to kill us? Lin Dowling was incredulous. Probably. Lin Dowling's lips turned a little white. This is Longhu Mountain. Big brother, you surround yourself with them first. I'll go call someone. It doesn't work. Why? Chen Xian looked at the rapidly melting snow that fell onto his hand and said indifferently, if it was useful they would have come long ago. Today, the disciples of the Deacon's Hall of Longhu Mountain all intentionally avoided this direction and went around to other roads. Deaconess Hall. The Deacon Elders sat on the upper seat. This matter has nothing to do with us. If it really becomes a big deal then, that Ping Yangzi will take the blame. The other slightly younger old man showed a few difficult faces. If it was just that alone, I wouldn't have to worry so much. It's just that Chen Xian happened to appear at Longhu Mountain at this very moment. He's already an invalid. What's there to worry about? Although he is an invalid, Chen Xian has a reputation and is a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. If something happens at Longhu Mountain, don't worry. Ping Yangzi is measured in his actions. His target is that Zhao Lingchuan's daughter. He won't make a move against Chen Xian. The Deacon Elder took a sip of tea and continued. Besides, that Chen Xian has been loathed by the Qingyun Sect for a long time. Even if he dies on Longhu Mountain, his Qingyun Sect may not be able to thank us. By the way, is this tea the white horse hair tip from the Little Cold Realm? Exactly. That's all for this year. Wait for the next decade and try to get some more to honor the elders. The two of them were chatting idly, when their minds suddenly froze. Set sail and teach them a good lesson, the beautiful woman said indifferently. The servant named Xiqing nodded his head slightly and looked at the young man across from him, making up his mind. The man and the boy will be fine with a little lesson, and the girl is going to die. It's a bit unseemly to lay hands on a child though. In front of the broken house, Chen Xian slowly rose in the wind and snow. The gazes of the crowd were fixed on him. They seemed to be sensing something, as if they saw some kind of danger signal in each other, and subconsciously they shielded the child behind them. Secretly running his mana, he was ready to strike at any time. Only the young man across from him suddenly pulled a smile. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight you guys, and I don't have the luxury of fighting you. It would be beneath the swordsman's demeanor to fight with you. He looked up and held out his hand. Hey, lend me your sword. Chapter 36, The Jianghu Never Breaks Up. See you again if you have the chance. Borrow a sword. Chen Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it threw the ground. The Longhu Mountain Taoist priests, each style of 1,000 swords, were all sheathed and flew toward this place in a vast manner. The sky was cloudy, the wind was howling, and the whole world became gloomy. The flying sword is like a rainbow. As the sword light pierced through the darkness, in an instant, the entire sky of Longhu Mountain was illuminated by the sword light. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by the sword chi, revealing a blue undertone. The sunlight poured over the clouds, creating a golden glow, like the gods of heaven descending to earth. Large swathes of trees on the mountain were cut down by the sword chi and fell to the ground with a dull ringing sound. The mountain rocks were shattered by the sword chi, forming countless fragments that splattered everywhere. The biggest river in Lungfu Shan, the one that flows through the whole Xiling. At this moment, the entire river of Longhu Mountain was illuminated by the sword light, and the river was stirred by the sword chi, forming a huge vortex that sucked in everything around it. The water splashed and was as crystal clear as a pearl. The river water was cut by the sword chi, forming a deep scar like a canyon. In an instant, all the living beings in Longhu Mountain were illuminated by the sword light. The spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden fled around in terror, looking for a place where they could dodge the sword chi. Birds circled the air with shrill chirps. The crowd, on the other hand, looked at the rain of swords in the sky in horror, not knowing what was happening. The crowd in front of the broken house felt an unparalleled force. This power seemed to come from between heaven and earth, and in front of this power, everything was an insignificant ant. No good. Mr. Li is merciful. Several voices rang out suddenly in succession, and different figures swept out successively in all directions. Deaconess Hall. The deacon elder figures who had previously watched the show and chatted idly had arrived atop the mountain peak here, staring daggers at the raining swords in the sky. Peng Yangzi, one of the 5 lords, took a deep breath, rapidly recited words under his breath, and the duster in his hand began to shine with a strange light. I can't. It's too late. It's too soon. Now the only one of the remaining 4 lords in charge of Longhu Mountain was a sword cultivator who reacted quickly, but he was still looking at the rain of swords that filled the sky. Soon, he gave up the idea of resisting. Dragon and Tiger Chi. This person can actually mobilize Dragon and Tiger Chi. In the main hall, 18 dragon and tiger flag signs hunted. The topography of the 18 provinces of Xiling was painted on the flagboard, as well as various mysterious charms. These flags were made by the first heavenly master of Longhu Mountain back then, and were used to suppress the 18 provinces of Xiling. Back then, the primordial heavenly master was able to harness 18 dragon and tiger flag signs, and after that, there was no more celestial master who could fully harness the 18 dragon and tiger flag signs. Until many years ago, Longhu Mountain Soap Service Xiao Lingchuan mastered a 14 flag sign. The dozens of people in front of the broken house, men and women, young and old, had come to this place according to the plan to find fault and kill Xiao Lingchuan's daughter. There were also many Longhu Mountain disciples who didn't mind watching the action, as many as 100 or 10 people. At this moment, stupefied, he raised his head and watched the rain of swords fall. They would die, and that was already an irrevocable fact in their minds. They would fall under the sword's energy in a flash, not even in time to feel the pain. More than 1,000 swords were stuck in the ground, buzzing. The sword chi did not overflow in all directions, but rather, as one flying sword fell, it turned into a sky of rain pouring down, and the cold touch made people shiver. The crowd was dumbfounded. Alive? Yourself, alive! Such a thought rose in the minds of the crowd at the same time. The rain of swords fell from the sky, but it didn't hurt them in the slightest. The beautiful woman who cursed the most fiercely just now is now bloodless and pale, and has long been scared out of her wits. The old man who seemed to be the most sophisticated in that crowd was no better. Not to mention them, the outer family disciples of Longhu Mountain. In midair, what about the 5 lords of Longhu Mountain, the many Taoist real people, and the countless disciples of Longhu Mountain who came looking for the wind? At that moment they all unsheathed their swords. Chen Xian tilted his head and said loudly, "Old Celestial Master, I've returned the last strand of Dragon Tiger Chi to Dragon Tiger Mountain, and it's all clear from now on." Chen Xian shook the wind and snow from his body. At this moment, the air was already densely packed with the figures of all the Lungfu Mountain Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes. Lin Dowling gave a thumbs up. Ah Chi's big watery eyes stared at Chen Xian. Amazing. Chen Xian nodded. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time this girl had complimented herself. Fight back when you're bullied by others, and don't report my name when you're beaten by your peers. I'm too ashamed. The green-clothed young man stroked the little donkey as his aura climbed. He turned his head and said to Lin Dowling, "The little donkey gave it to me." In an instant, the figure turned into a pillar of light and rushed away. The crowd subconsciously raised their heads to look, and a voice came from beyond the ninth cloud. "These 2 dolls are covered by me, Chen Xian, so I hope that all of you from Dragon Tiger Mountain will help take care of them." The tone was light, as if it were a joke, but feeling the lingering power in the air for a long time, everyone present understood the weight of those words. "Big brother, when can we meet again?" Lin Dowling shouted at the top of his voice. The rivers and lakes don't break up, so I'll see you again. Bye, Archie said softly. She seemed to be aware that Qingyun could hear her. After a long time, the many family descendants who had come to look for trouble silently and quickly left the place with their young children. The many Taoist priests of Longhua Mountain also retrieved their swords. Everyone was silent and speechless, and some even simply sat down in place to scrutinize the residual sword intent. Ping Yangzi took a deep breath and let it out again in a long exhale. With such a sound, the sword aura covered the sky, and thousands of flying swords of different categories and levels. It doesn't even belong to the swordsman himself, but it was able to keep the sword energy from leaking a trace and not injuring a single person present. It is not difficult to paint on a canvas, but it is inhuman to make a painting beautiful and refined in a place the size of a fingernail. This hand of Chen Xian's, drawing 1,000 swords without harming a single one, was like that of painting on a thumb. Chen Xian, worthy of the name of Sword Dao leader. Haiyangzi's gaze fell on the girl with the braided hair in front of the broken house, and she suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. He gave a bitter laugh. To be able to receive a sword from Chen Xian is not a life wasted. Longhua Mountain, Spirit Medicine Garden. The old heavenly master slowly opened his eyes, feeling the dragon and tiger chi that had been missing for more than 70 years and was finally replenished at this moment. Back then, Chen Xian borrowed most of the dragon and tiger chi from Dragon and Tiger Mountain in order to destroy the Demon Sect, because the chi of the dragon and tiger is related to the fate of the country. Only a few people know about this matter. Over the years the Dragon and Tiger Chi has returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain one after another, leaving only this last trace of Dragon and Tiger Chi. Originally had no hope, after all, when Chen Xian destroyed the Devil's Door, not for one's own selfishness, but for the whole world. As a result, Chen Xian was seriously injured. The Chi of Dragon and Tiger also had the efficacy of healing wounds, and it was only natural and human to keep the Chi of Dragon and Tiger in its body. It could even be said that the entire Longhua Mountain owed him Chen Xian for some reason. It hadn't occurred to him that after many years, Chen Xian had finally returned the Dragon Tiger Chi to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chapter 37 And the Mother, the Servant Girl. January later, Shiling Yangon Town. Ghost Hand Dr. Li Yong'an fiddled with bottles and jars, his fingers flexibly shuttling between the various equipment as if he were playing a beautiful piece of music. These bottles and jars are filled with medicines that Li Yong'an regards as treasures, and each bottle has been carefully selected and concocted by him, treating these medicines as if they were his own children, full of love and care. Cough cough. Chen Xian lay on the bed and raised his eyes slightly. I say old Li too. Where's your damn medicine? How long has this been going on? Cut the crap. Keep your mouth shut if you don't want to die. Li Yangon was hunched over, holding a small black pill that he had just pinched and shoved into Chen Xian's mouth, his mouth chattering. You said your injuries have been improved. A good rest is not good. Have to go to Longhua Mountain to lead the sword. To draw the sword is to draw the sword. And to return the Dragon Tiger Chi to Dragon Tiger Mountain for what? Chen Xian said. Handsomeness is a matter of a lifetime. Besides, that Dragon Tiger Chi wasn't mine in the first place, and I promised to return it to Dragon Tiger Mountain in the first place. Promises are not lightly made, promises are made. Well, you're the one who contains the bird monkeys to be sentimental. Li Yong'an gave Chen Xian another green liquid in his hand to pour into his mouth and patted him on the back. This one Tinglong Dan how many clan Xianzhong main are not given. Think of the year in order to configure this medicine through more than 991 difficulties. He had successively searched for 3 top alchemists, climbed mountains, begged grandparents, and made great pains to formulate 3 Tinglong pills. I've already used 2 of them earlier, and this third one I'm thinking of adding more to my lifespan later when it's up. Chen Xian grinned. You're a bad old man who cherishes his life. You can't die if anyone dies. Cultivate well. You still think you're your younger self now that your roots and bones have been destroyed. Even if you recover from your injuries now, your root bones won't recover. Grab a root bone to fuse with yourself. Chen Xian yawned lazily. A good root bone isn't a turnip or green vegetable. Where can I find one? Li Yong'an smiled and said, go back to the Qingyun Sect, or defect to some random sect or power. As long as they learn the news of your recovery from your injuries, not to mention the root bones, they can dig out their own bones for you. Too tired to try to get around while I'm still alive. Chen Xian stretched his back. As for the root bone, it's not easy to find. It depends on fate. No more. Make some wine and meat. We have not been able to see each other easily. We must have a good time in the evening, and not get drunk. Night. Chen Xian and Li Yong'an pushed their cups together and roasted meat on the stove in the idyllic garden at night. The fields of ghostly Dr. Li Yong'an, with elixirs all over the place. Taking a random plant would be enough to make the cultivators outside go crazy and fight for their lives. No one would have thought that such an idyllic garden had not appeared in the backyard of some sect, family, or empire. Instead, It turned out to be in the middle of a mediocre town. Only at this moment, such an astonishing field had become a place for Chen Xian to roast his meat. Hey, do you remember our first meal was this hearth roast? Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the roasted meat that was making a nuisance sound in the fire. Li Yangon stroked his beard. Can't forget it. Back then, Ya Li was not yet called the ghost hand doctor, but a blind man who traveled the world trying to cure his eyes. It's like traveling back in time and remembering all the past. Obviously the heart surges with the momentum of thunder and lightning, but the mouth is squeezed out a flat sentence. It's been a long time. I've been drinking, and I've been talking about it. Looking back, the good, the bad, the funny and the regrettable from years ago. Wine to dry. Unintentionally pounds of wine fell belly. I was so drunk that I went to bed with them and didn't get up at dawn. I also don't know if the next time I see you, it will be me burning paper for you or you burning paper for me. Chen Xian laughed. A smile appeared on Li Yangon's wrinkled face with a hint of bitterness. Things are not what they used to be. Chen Xian rolled over, sat his butt on the little donkey, and beckoned. Bye. The last time I said goodbye. Goodbye was 40 years later. I wonder how many years it will be after this one. Li Yangon looked at Chen Xian's back for a long time. The older a person gets, the more likely they are to be nostalgic. I didn't believe it before, but now, I'm afraid it's the last time I'll see you, so I'll say a few more words. Li Yangon sighed softly and turned around to go back inside. He removed the restraints in the field, revealing his original appearance. Then he saw his carefully tended fields, a taste of precious herbs being stolen in full. Oh, able to steal the herbs from the field without him noticing. And the other party very calmly picked out only the good herbs to take away. There were certainly no such people left in the town, and outsiders appearing around the town would certainly be noticed by him. Then there's only one person. There was only that one person in the world who dared to steal from him. Ghost Hand Divine Dr. Li Yangon. Li Yangon froze in place, then reacted by breaking into a fit of rage. Chen Xian, and the mother, the maidservant, the Chu. Chen Xian rubbed his nose, then smiled in relief. It must be that Li Yongman misses me. What a brotherly love. I've only been gone a short time and I'm starting to think of me so much. Chen Xian patted the sack he used to contain the herbs. A sunny day. That's scenery. Red flowers or green grass. Chen Xian was holding a small wooden stick with a rope tied to one end. There was a carrot tied to the rope. He sat on the donkey and placed the carrot right in front of the donkey's eyes as a way to motivate the donkey to hurry. The little donkey couldn't eat on the left, nor on the right, and his mouth let out a post-dissatisfied grunt. With that, his body shook and threw Chen Xian off his body. Caught off guard, Chen Xian fell and the wooden stick in his hand dropped. The little donkey hurriedly lowered its head to pick up carrots to eat, so angry that Chen Xian kicked its buttocks straight with his foot. Hey, you heartless, old man feeds you and drinks you, and this is how you treat old man? The little burro went to slant him with his eyes, as if to say, I'm not working? Who do you ride every day? Chen Xian patted the dust on his ass with his hand, casually fished out a herb in the sack and threw it into his mouth like chewing weeds. If its pill masters and alchemists were to see the scene, they would be afraid that they would be so anxious that they would slap their thighs and scream from their mouths. Wasteful, wasteful. Three-tailed wind blades. Cultivators. Cultivation is divided into 1 to 9 views. The herbs under this world and the elixirs are also divided into 1 to 9 grades. Unlike man-made elixirs, herbs are born and bred, nourished by the sun and moon's aura. This three-tailed wind leaf was a 7th grade spirit herb. Incomparably precious. How many pharmacists, alchemists traveled all over the world, cave in heavenly paradise bitterly seeking a flavor but cannot. And now it was being eaten so casually by Chen Xian as a small snack. Chapter 38, it's also his destiny. There wasn't a cloud in the air. There wasn't a breath of wind. There was a blazing sun overhead, and all the trees stood listlessly and lazily. Chen Xian looked out into the distance. The mountains are surrounded by white clouds, like a fairyland. He took a deep breath, remembering the man he once was, the young and foolish man, the confused man. Giddy up. Above the official road, there was the sound of a fast horsewhipping, from far to near. Chen Xian slightly inclined his head. It was a group of heavily armed and heavily armored soldiers. The crotch of the warhorse was frighteningly large, like a giant beast, and the official road trembled violently as if it was about to quake. Chen Xian hurriedly steered the little donkey to the side so that he wouldn't be bumped into by them. Behind them, the sound of reeling carriages slid across the crystalline alabaster like rain. The carriage was elegantly illuminated by the sunlight and encrusted with gold. Chen Xian held the softly baked pancake in one hand and took a big hard bite. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted by someone, revealing a beautiful and lovely face. It was a woman of the age of 2 or 8, with a delicate and lovely face, with eyebrows curved like the crescent moon, and bright, soulful eyes that shone like stars. Her nose is straight, Her lips are red, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth reveal her sweetness and playfulness. She looked at Chen Xian and the small donkey at his hip, followed by her gaze landing on the baked cake in Chen Xian's hand, and she couldn't help but purse her lips. That, can I have some of that? Chen Xian smiled, tearing off the remaining half of the pie that he hadn't stained himself, and tossing it to the other party with a single reach. The young girl was full of joy and held out her small hand. But the next moment, a sword light cut the pie to the ground. A white-clothed swordsman drove his horse close behind the carriage. Miss, this cake is something that rough people eat. If you want to eat it, there are snacks in the car, not to mention this outsider's stuff. You can't just eat it. After he finished speaking, he coldly glanced at Chen Xian, as if he was warning the other party. Chen Xian shrugged helplessly. The young girl looked at the pie that had fallen to the ground with dismay. But I see him eating, and it's either that or you don't. So why are you wasting food? The white-clothed swordsman no longer paid attention to the young girl. The young girl chattered on, feeling rather amused. Chen Xian fished out a wild fruit he had picked earlier from his arms and took a bite. After a few bites, he realized that a pair of eyes had been staring at him. Chen Xian turned his head, and saw that it was the same young girl from the carriage just now, her eyes staring straight at the fruit in her hand. Chen Xian really found it interesting. Looking at the traveling personnel, this carriage, it was by no means a poor family. How is it that a fruit and a scone can mesmerize it like this? Want? Aha! The young girl nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Chen Xian glanced at the white-clothed swordsman. The young girl said, I want to eat the fruit. The white-clothed swordsman was rather helpless, as if he was worried that his lady would continue to prattle on, so he casually threw Chen Xian a piece of gold. Fruit, bring it. There was a general tone of command in his voice, without the slightest change in his face. Chen Xian tossed the fruit over, and along with the fruit was the piece of gold. Fruit picked in the mountains is worthless. Make a friend. The white-clothed swordsman raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Chen Xian with slight surprise. However, he soon let out a cold snort. One fruit and you want to befriend my Wei family. Contrary to the white-clothed swordsman's thoughts, the young girl took a bite of the fruit and revealed a satisfied smile. When she finished eating the fruit, she looked at Chen Xian with a smile on her face, as if asking him if he had any more. Chen Xian found it interesting. Girl's name? Wei Yingying. Chen Xian searched in his mind. Looking at the formation, it was probably the Nanyang Wei family. The wagons in the back are loaded with goods, gifts, goodbyes. Thus, Chen Xian asked one more time. Oh, it's that Tung Yuan Pavilion Master Tung Wu's son's big day. We're going to have a banquet. When it came to eating a seat, Wei Yingying's eyes sparkled with luster. Then what are you going to do alone on a donkey again? Wei Yingying asked curiously. Take a look at this world. But now well, I'm also going to go to Tung Yuan Pavilion to ask for a cup of wedding wine to drink. Then it's just as well we're on our way. The white-clothed swordsman said indifferently. You also know the Tang Yuan Pavilion Master? Well, sort of. Sort of? The other party's cultivation, internal qi, and the direction of the spirit within the mansion were not hidden, and were clearly seen by himself. Without looking at his appearance, the white-clothed swordsman directly used his divine sense to probe his present age. Although you can't be specific and know what year and month it is, you can still figure out a general idea. At such an age, the cultivation is can, but there is no way forward. How can a person with little knowledge know the master of Tung Yuan Pavilion? The white-clothed swordsman was disbelieving. It was probably because he saw that their line of people was incredibly imposing and thought of following them to Tung Yuan Pavilion to try his luck. Rather a master of improvising and seeing the wood for the trees. The white-clothed swordsman glanced at his own young lady, and seeing that she was chatting with the other party with quite a bit of interest, he didn't say anything more. He hid some of his own selfishness to save the lady from annoying him. When we arrived at the Tang Yuan Pavilion, we would then dispatch the other party is a trivial matter. Chen Xian and Wei Yingying were still chatting. Little girls are young and curious about everything. As for Chen Xian, it was purely because he had no one to talk to and was somewhat suffocated. You know that Tang Yuan Pavilion Master? Wei Yingying asked. Recognized before. Oh, Wei Yingying added. So how's his cooks cooking? It could be seen that Wei Yingying was really serious about the matter of eating the banquet. Chen Xian was made to laugh and cry by this girl's jumpy thinking. I really don't know about this. I haven't gone to his house for dinner. Not to mention that the last time I saw him was already many years ago. So what's in your sack? Food? Wei Yingying stared at the sack carried on the burro. Sort of food. Chen Xian gave an ambiguous answer. When he said that, Wei Yingying became even more curious. What food? I'll trade you something for it. Any random herb in the bag was estimated to be worth the congratulatory gifts that this entire caravan was carrying. No exchange, and it's something you can't eat, Chen Xian said with a smile. Herbs, pills can't just be eaten. It is not the case that the higher the grade, the better the effect. Rather, It has to correspond to each cultivator's own situation. The body can't withstand the medicine, but will be victimized by it instead. A minor injury can kill you. Ha! Wei Yingying was filled with disappointment. She thought for a moment more and fumbled for a valuable jade pendant. Switch with you. The white-clothed swordsman glanced at it, his face full of helplessness. The lady's old habit of exchanging treasures for food with others has never changed. The old madam was afraid that she would give away anything of real value as she went along, so she got her some worthless objects. This jade pendant in the lady's hand would probably be enough for the young man in front of her to spend 3 lifetimes. For the Wei family, it is not considered a valuable treasure. The man was clumsy, but he was indeed lucky enough to have met his lady. It's kind of the making of him. Chapter 39, whether it is light or dark, it all depends on the thought of my father. Change with you. Do you change? Wei Yingying said with anticipation. Chen Xian waved his hand vigorously. No change. No change. You can't eat this. The white-clothed swordsman following beside him secretly sneered. So it was a stupid person. A heavenly opportunity fell in front of him, but he rejected it. However, he never said much from the beginning, like an observer from on high, just quietly watching the ants carry their food. As the caravan made its way along, the weather was overcast and the sky was filled with thick, low, grayish-yellow turbid clouds. The northeasterly wind whistled and roared, raging through the wilderness as if it held a sharp sword that could pierce a tightly woven fur coat. Fortunately, more than half of the caravan is a person of cultivation, but is not afraid of the north wind whistling. Chen Xian parked the little donkey in a righteous manner in front of him and was not going to continue any further. It was so windy and snowy that you couldn't even see the road ahead. However, the Wei clan's party, it seemed, was completely unconcerned about this and continued on their way. Chen Xian built a fire and was frozen to the ground. Agu. Yi Zhuang is a local family with a big surname, specializing in parking people who died in an unknown manner, or died in a wrongful death, and no one to collect their bodies. Chen Xian glanced at the several coffins within the manor. In addition to some basic rations, Chen Xian looked around and found a mouthful of ceramic bowls placed in the corner. So he wiped the sides of the ceramic bowl with snow and added more snow to it. Added some more rice and put it on the fire to roast, waiting for the fire to melt the snow. It wasn't long before I could smell the aroma of rice porridge. Chen Xian squinted his eyes and took a sip of wine, listening to the sound of the wind and snow whistling outside. Comfortably. Just a moment later, there were voices from outside the house. Chen Xian turned his head and saw a familiar cute little face peeking out. A group of people from the Wei family walked in one after another. Come on in. Get in there and get warm. Wei Yingying greeted a few thinly dressed maids, wearing so little, and not letting people into the carriage to warm up. Look at how frozen they are. The white-clothed swordsman said indifferently. Miss, if the subordinates also got on the carriage like the master, wouldn't it be breaking the rules? What rules? They are not cultivators. What if they freeze? The few maids were very beautiful looking, but unfortunately did not have the talent to cultivate. Second master first. Let's rest for the night and then go after them. The white-clothed swordsman crossed his longsword in front of his chest and sat down cross-legged. When he finished, he didn't want to say anything more. As far as he was concerned, the death or life of this maid had nothing to do with him. All of them have signed the contract of sale. Life and death are by the Wei family, and they are not precious cultivators. This was more than just his thoughts alone. And which of the world's great families treated these underlings as human beings? Miss is ultimately a teenage girl. Is this firewood yours? Can you sell us some? Wei Yingying asked. No, it's from the righteous house. What's with all the firewood here? It was put in there by someone to use for passers-by. Why? Chen Xian explained. No reason. It's easier to make things easier for others than for yourself. And the people who passed by used firewood. When the next day is convenient, use as much as you can and then make it up to the person. Wei Yingying blinked. The white-clothed swordsman gave a cold snort in his heart. The weak are just holding on to warmth. Only, he had no intention of explaining it to his lady. This rice porridge of yours looks delicious. Wei Yingying pursed her lips. Then, she pushed all the melon snacks she had brought along to Chen Xian. Switch with you. Chen Xian looked at the beautifully packaged dim sum in his hand, gently biting into it and slowly chewing, feeling the delicate texture of the dim sum melting in his mouth. Well, the king's plan store for dim sum in Chang'an is located in Day, and it is feared that the price of dim sum from Chang'an in Day would be more than dozens of times more expensive in Xiling. But to the Wei family, it was naturally nothing. Wei Yingying was surprised. You've eaten? I've eaten it. A friend used to like it. A beautiful woman sees things the same way. And your friend must be as big a beauty as I am. Chen Xian nodded. Well, she is indeed a great beauty. The number one beauty in the world. How beautiful is it? Well, it's too beautiful to describe. It's just very, very beautiful all in all. definitely not as pretty as my sister. Wei Yingying said, my sister is the most beautiful person in the world. Call your friend to compare with my sister one day. I'm afraid this won't work because she is already dead. Chen Xian said indifferently. How? I killed her. Wei Yingying's movements of eating the rice porridge froze as she raised her head, her amber-colored pupils staring at Chen Xian. Why? Because she's crazy and wants to kill everyone in the world. Chen Xian leaned on his head with one hand, his tone so bland that it was like nagging a family member. The way family members around them who heard this couldn't help but feel a bit amused, and they didn't take it too seriously. Even the few servants who baked and warmed it up thought it was just a story. The only person in the room who was really afraid was this little girl in front of Chen Xian. Wei Yingying said, then wouldn't she be very powerful? Well, quite impressive and quite confident. She always said no one could make me lose unless I didn't want to win. Light or dark, it all depends on the thought of my father. Chen Xian followed the tone of the man in his memory. My father has witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth and demise of species, and in the midst of countless hours, only the folly of mortals has remained constant. You are guarding a doomed world, and your efforts are pointless. Run away. That way you'll live a few more days. Me, the beginning of the end, the shadow of the sun, the death knell of destruction. I exist for this moment. Witness the pain and despair. Mortal. As Chen Xian learned, he couldn't help but laugh himself first. The surrounding people had long been unable to hold back their laughter, but after all, it was a large family, and it seemed that they felt that it was undignified to laugh like that, so just covered his mouth with his hand and laughed softly. A thought emerged from the crowd at the same time. This person, the brain, will not have a problem, right? Most of the people accompanying the Wei family were cultivators, and at the moment it was like seeing children on the side of the road with armor made of paper shells, pretending to be great generals who had fought hundreds of battles. Even the white-clothed swordsman, who had closed his eyes to cultivate, couldn't help but open his eyes and take another look at the young man. Every time he thought the man was acting ridiculously, the other man always did something even more ridiculous in the next moment. Ridiculous. Wow. Amazing. Wei Yingying opened her small mouth. The white-clothed swordsman let out a silent sigh. His own young lady was convinced even by such words. Not too young by any stretch of the imagination. It's not like you're a 3 or 4-year-old kid. Oh, my god. Chapter 40, Sky Cicada Spirit Flower. Your friend is awesome. Wei Yingying was convinced of Chen Xian's words. Then how was she defeated? Because she met someone better. Sometimes, Chen Xian wondered if the heavenly Tao had specifically allowed himself to be born into this world in order to exterminate that person. When he killed her himself, heaven took away everything he had. Bring back the balance of power in the world. The snow won't stop. The sky is full of snowflakes. It's been a long time, over 30 years. In his dreams, he could never see her face either. Rambling again. Chen Xian couldn't help but shake his head. He walked outside, ready to add some more snow. The wine is gone too. Unfortunately, Wei Yingying cupped her small face, her eyes rolling and rolling. So he's that good. The white-clothed swordsman really couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Miss, don't listen to that person's bull *********. It's just a no-good sword cultivator. Not even a native sword. But it's a great bragging skill. Wei Yingying was confused. You mean, he lied? Yes. Why? No reason. It's not uncommon to see people who like to brag about bull ********. It's just that it's rare for them to brag as much as he does. Then how do you know he's bragging? Wei Yingying wondered. The maid by the side named Inger gently laughed. Miss, even I can hear it. This person is almost ready to tear the cowhide. Although Inger was a maid, she was dressed differently from other young girls. Although the light blue dress looks like there is no difference with those ordinary maids, but the skin and the cold wind blowing, but there is no half change. Inger, whose father had been a domestic slave in the Wei family for generations. The status of a domestic slave was not low. His father was also a scenic cultivator. Inger and Miss Wei Yingying had grown up together since they were young, so naturally they were closer and had a higher status. If it was an ordinary maid who said this, with the white-clothed swordsman by her side, she would definitely be taught a hard lesson when the young lady left. Wei Yingying's pretty eyebrows furrowed slightly. My father has witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth and demise of species, and through countless hours, only the folly of mortals has remained constant. Ha ha ha, this man's speech is amusing. After saying that, Inger couldn't help but purse her lips again. But I don't think he's lying, Wei Yingying said. The white-clothed swordsman said. Miss, the liar won't write the word liar on his face. Don't be cheated and still don't know since. Inger also said. That's right, riding a donkey and carrying a sack, dressed so poorly. It is also a little cute. He was not even exchanged for Miss Fang's jade pendant. It's just as well to show me, while he's away, what treasures he's got in this sack. With that, She untied the sack that Xuanxiao had been carrying all the way. That sack is the most common sack ordinary people commonly use to ship grain. There were even fewer runes, forbidden symbols on it. Air pulled a flower out of it and couldn't help but look at it. This bag is actually filled with flowers and plants? It's quite pretty. The petals are layered, soft and flexible, and are studded with so many small golden yellow particles that you don't have to get close to smell them to detect the fragrance. Air rummaged around some more. This man is strange. The sack is full of flowers and plants. It's indeed so beautiful. Wei Ying moved closer to look. The white-clad swordsman glanced at it unintentionally. There's something strange about this flower. The white-clothed swordsman's divine sense subconsciously swept through. This instantly made it even more curious. Something's not right. Something's not right. He didn't know much about pharmacology, though, and he didn't know much about expensive herbs. However, the divine sense could feel the spiritual rhythm contained in this flower, and feel a strange energy emanating from it. The white-clothed swordsman said, "Uncle Bin, take a look at this flower." The Uncle Bin he spoke of was a pharmacist of the Wei family, blind in one eye and somewhat eccentric in temper. However, because of its level of pharmacology, it was quite respected in the Wei family. At the sound of voices, a one-eyed, white-haired old man approached. The whole man was unkempt and smelled of the peculiar odor of constant contact with medicine. "Break out the goddammit. Tell me what to do." "Flowers? Look at ing flowers? There's something good here." Uncle Bin said this, but he still looked at it. Uncle Bin crouched down, his cloudy eyeballs staring at the pretty flower, and then the expression on his face suddenly changed. Heavenly cicada spirit flower. It's the sky cicada spirit flower. He lost his voice and screamed out, startling a few people around him. Sky cicada spirit flower? A 7th grade spirit flower. The sky cicada spirit flower that grows on top of the snowy mountains? The white-clothed swordsman subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword. No wonder the flower looked familiar to him. Back when he was trying to break through the middle of the 6th scenario, just once, accompanied by the elders of his family, he had traveled to the secret realm in search of this heavenly cicada spirit flower. As a result, not only did he fail to find the spirit flower that time, but he was injured and his realm fell. Now, after so many years, I get to see it again. The white-clothed swordsman had mixed feelings in his heart, and confusion ensued. Why is this spiritual flower here? TSK, Fire Heart 7-leaf flower, Blood Crystal Grass, Blue Rock Heartstone. Holy, what a waste. This good stuff is even packed in a sack. A waste? Old me, I've seen so many good things in my life. Uncle Bin's voice rang in his ears. The white-clothed swordsman's expression, which hadn't had any ripples along the way, was changing like a 7-colored sunshine at the moment. All of them are 6th grade, 7th grade spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers. Among them, there is actually a flavor of 8 products. Long ago, it was not an extraordinary thing. I'm afraid that these spiritual grasses and flowers are enough to buy a few cities. If they fall into the rivers and lakes, I don't know how many people will be provoked to kill each other for this. The white-clothed swordsman's heart was beating wildly. His face flushed red. He took a deep breath, trying to quell the excitement and thrill inside him, but his heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. These medicinal herbs, not to mention his Wei family, is that the Shilling royal family is afraid will not have? How could an ordinary cultivator have so many rare treasures? It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that that person is really a supreme master. However, the divine sense checked his body and there was nothing special about it. Unless that person's cultivation was so profound and unfathomable that it was nothing more than the other party's blindfold, and he or she couldn't see through it at all. Thinking about this, the white-robed swordsman's back broke out in a cold sweat. This kind of character is not something that his Wei family can afford to offend. Bring it! The white-clothed swordsman was busy snatching the spirit grass from Inger's hand and carefully placing it into the sack, then putting the sack back in its original position. Mind your own business, Fong, the white-clothed swordsman said in a cold voice. Yes, the people in the Yi Zhuang are all members of the Wei family and naturally know the strict rules of the Wei family. After sternly warning the rest of the people, the white-clothed swordsman added seriously to Wei Ying. Miss, don't say anything that slips out later. He wasn't worried about anyone else. Just this jumpy nature of his own young lady. Chapter 41 A Sea of Blood, swept away the world. Xuanxiao held a small snowman in his hands as he walked into the house with a smile on his face. Gee whiz, the word handy was made for me. No one complimented him, and he didn't feel embarrassed about complimenting himself. All the people in the room were silent, not daring to make a sound. Xuanxiao shook the wind and snow from his body at the doorway, closed the door of the righteous village, and resumed his seat by the campfire. Wei Ying had already finished her rice porridge and was currently sitting on the futon, her bright eyes staring unblinkingly at Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao took out another snow-white rabbit from behind his back, Wind and snow with roasted rabbit meat. Perfect. That rabbit was all soft fluffy fur, like a furry ball. The ears are long, erect, and turned from time to time, as if listening to the movements around them. The eyes were like two rubies, sparkling with intelligence and wit. Such a cute rabbit. How can we eat it? Wei Yingying couldn't bear it in her heart. No? Wei Yingying shook her head like a rattle. Look how cute it is. We can't eat it. Not long after, Wei Yingying took a bite of the rabbit leg that was roasted crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Well, cute rabbits do smell good. Chen Xian nodded with a smile. I told you it was delicious. The white-clothed swordsman glanced at his own young lady and the green-clothed young man. That is, how he could not still his mind to comprehend the sword Dao, especially knowing that the other party's sacks were filled with rare spirit herbs at the moment. However, he was half afraid to move his mind. He is neither stupid nor a cutie. It's a stupid thing to be a cutie. I wouldn't be in such a position in the Wei family with a foreign name. He had really looked away, not expecting such a person to be a supreme expert. Such a person must not be a nobody. Could it be the retired ghost Dr. Li Yangan? Incorrect. Although he had never met Li Yangan, he had often heard Uncle Bin, the pharmacist in the house, mention it. The portrait of Dr. Ghost Han hangs in front of Uncle Bin's bed, and he pays homage to it 3 times a day. Uncle Bin was instructed in pharmacology by him when he was young, so if the other party was really a ghost-handed divine doctor, Uncle Bin would definitely recognize him. The white-clothed swordsman suddenly remembered the story the other party had just told his lady. The young man in green spoke of a female friend of his. Beautiful. In his words, the most beautiful woman in the world. The number 1 beauty? Killed by him again. And this first beauty has a deep cultivation. Still able to say such arrogant words. No one can make me lose unless I don't want to win. You are guarding a doomed world, and your efforts are pointless. Run away. That way you can live a few more days. The only other person in the world is the Demon Sect demoness who was killed more than 30 years ago. The sea of blood is heaving and swept away, and the air is cold with 1,000,000 swords in the 9 states. That's right. The most beautiful woman in the world wants to kill all the people in the world. There is no second person in this world except for the devilish demoness. The white-clothed swordsman only felt his head buzzing. If that's the case, then this person in front of me could be Kendo Kaiser, Li, Chen Xian. The white-clothed swordsman's eyes stared like bronze bells. If it was said that the ghost hand divine doctor, Li Yangan, was the object that pharmacists in the world needed to look up to and worship, then Chen Xian, the leader of the sword Dao, was a myth in the eyes of all swordsmen. The white-clothed swordsman took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. In his opinion, the other party's identity had directly shifted from a lower 3 scenic sword cultivator with no forward path to speak of to the world's sword Dao leader. The next day, when the wind and snow had stopped a little, the Wei clan's group in Chen set off once more. The white-clothed swordsman maintained a not too close distance from Chen Xian, carefully observing the other party. When he hadn't realized the other man's identity before, he had listened to him humming off-key songs with disdain. Now analyze it verbatim. Seeing it's picking flowers and leaves. It's the little girls that do it. Now, sensing cultivation in the smallest detail, he was worthy of being the leader of the sword path. If you see the other side and your own lady talking, you must put your ears up and listen carefully. But the lady kept asking something about food. The white-clothed swordsman was so anxious in his heart that he nearly shouted out, "Miss, you ask something crucial. Now in front of you is the world's swordsmanship leader, the first person in the 9 states, the Qingyun Sect's Tongtian Peak chief big disciple." The white-clad swordsman thought about getting a list of questions for his lady privately. First, it is rumored that your cultivation has been ruined since that battle. Is this true? Secondly, it is rumored that you had a love affair with the demoness of the devil sect who claimed that the sea of blood was heaving, swept away all the world, and chilled millions of swords in the 9 states. Can you tell me more about it? Thirdly, after that battle back then, the body of the demoness of the devil's cult was nowhere to be found. Where exactly did it go? Fourth, the white-clothed swordsman silently mulled over a few key questions he was going to ask in his mind. A few days later, Tong Yuan Pavilion. Today Tang Yuan Pavilion Master's son's big wedding. The whole Tong Yuan city was bustling with activity, and countless people came from all over the world to congratulate him. The streets and alleys are filled with the scent of flowers and wine, colorful flags fluttering, gongs and drums clamoring, simply more lively than the new year. The Tong Yuan Pavilion Master is a legendary figure. During the spring and autumn period, when demons and devils were in turmoil, there was no shielding then, and there was no day. The Tang Yuan Pavilion Master was then able to allow Tang Yuan City to roam between various forces, and as a result, the people of Tang Yuan City were able to recuperate. Unlike the outside world where there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood and demons everywhere, at that time, A lot of people who fled the city ran towards Tangyuan City for the same reason. The Tangyuan Pavilion Master protects the people of the city with his own strength and is charitable in kind. Just ask which one of the people of Tangyuan Pavilion nowadays hadn't been favored by the other party. Outside the Tangyuan Pavilion, the lights were decorated and the red carpet was spread from the entrance all the way to the street. Huge red lanterns were hung all over the streets and alleys, with the words, "Congratulations on the wedding of the son of the master of the Fujimoto Pavilion" written on them. Inside the building, there was a lot of laughter as the guests gathered together. The protagonist of the wedding, the son of the owner of the Vinyuan Pavilion, dressed in a gorgeous robe, holding a folding fan, smiling as he greeted the guests who came to congratulate him. Xuanxiao led the little donkey and slowly walked through the low city gates, the sunlight bright and dazzling. The little donkey hissed softly. Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes as he looked at this ancient and prosperous city. The houses on both sides of the street are staggered, with flying eaves and arches in ancient colors. The walls of red bricks and green tiles are crawling with vines, giving a feeling of vicissitude and heaviness. There were literati in long shirts, rich merchants and businessmen in gorgeous clothes, and commoners clad in sackcloth. This is as far as it goes. Wei Yingying was curious. "Aren't you coming with us?" Chen Xian said. "We have to prepare some congratulatory gifts for people. We can't just eat and drink for nothing." Chapter 42, Tangyuan Pavilion. Chen Xian sat at a roadside tea stall, drinking tea while searching for what congratulatory gift he should bring to that Tangyuan Pavilion master. He drained the tea in one gulp and fished another reddish leaf out of the sack. Upon closer inspection, the veins on it are clear. The leaves are brightly colored in red, like a beating heart. Dragon's blood leaf. Chen Xian placed a piece of dragon's blood leaf in a teacup and asked the stall owner to pour himself a cup of boiling water. The hot water kept rolling, boiling more and more, and the rolling white water seemed to turn into bright red blood in no time. If this scene, so that the Wei family's Uncle Bin saw, afraid to pound feet in chest angry 7 orifices. Wasteful. Chen Xian took a fine sip of the tea brewed from this dragon's blood leaf, feeling the spiritual rhythm within. The tea stall is situated right by the lake, and because of this location, it is quite a bit more expensive than regular tea. He sat quietly by the lake, taking in the peace of the night. The lake gently rippled in the breeze, and the lotus leaves swayed with the evening breeze, making a subtle rustling sound. Inside his body, warmth surged and rushed, as if it were a great river, washing through his meridians and veins. It was as if it brought life and energized his body. Every cell of his own body was greedily absorbing the warmth and letting it flow through his body. He closed his eyes and reveled in the wonderful feeling. After a long time, Chen Xian gently exhaled. This dragon's blood leaf's effect of cleansing the muscles and marrow was really good. This absorption method of his was simply heavenly for ordinary cultivators. Whether it was a spiritual herb or a spiritual medicine, it needed to be refined by a pharmacist, a Dan master, before it could be taken. And the higher the grade, the more careful you have to be, because if you are not careful, you will be backfired by the medicine. Pharmacists knew the preciousness of spiritual herbs and medicines, so during the refining process, they would pay full attention and put all their energy into it, carefully studying the characteristics of each spirit herb and elixir. He searched for the best refining method to maximize the retention of its medicinal properties. During the refining process, pharmacists would utilize a variety of tools and techniques, such as crucibles, stoves, refining formations, and so on. The active ingredients in the spiritual herbs and medicines would be extracted, and the quality and effect of the elixir would be ensured through constant debugging and testing. Dan masters, on the other hand, focus more on the harmonization and cohesion of medicinal properties. Refining spiritual herbs and medicines is not an easy task. Pharmacists and Dan masters need to face various difficulties and challenges, such as the quality of spiritual herbs and medicines, the choice of refining tools, and the control of the refining process. As a result, pill masters and Dan masters were always careful in treading on thin ice when refining spirit herbs and elixirs to ensure that each and every one of them could be fully utilized. For this reason, pill masters and Dan masters had an extremely high status both in the clan and in the imperial dynasty, because no matter how gifted one is, when one embarks on the path of cultivation, spiritual medicines and herbs and elixirs are indispensable. Even if you get a spiritual medicine and herb, you need to find a pharmacist to refine and purify it for you. Some casual cultivators, because there is no clan or family forces to provide support, even less will have the appropriate supporting pharmacist. So then 70% of the casual cultivators died because they took the elixir. And there was such a person in the 8 wastelands of the 9 states. Whether it's a spiritual medicine, spiritual herb, or spiritual elixir, there is no need to refine, purify, and condense. His peculiar body allowed him to take spiritual herbs directly, while absorbing as much as he could of what was beneficial to his body without wasting a single bit of it. and expel all the harmful things without leaving a single one. It directly skipped the stage of spirit herb refining. Not only that, other cultivators at a certain realm would not dare to eat spiritual herbs and medicines that exceeded their realm by too much. This is because there is a high chance that it will not be able to withstand the medicine and cause irreparable damage to the body. In severe cases, it's directly life-threatening. And when Xuanxiao stepped into the third scenery, eating 6th grade spirit herbs and elixirs was like eating pickles. His body absorbed the small portion that was beneficial to him, while the medicinal power that Xuanxiao's body could not withstand was directly eliminated outside of his body. Such a body belonged to the kind of thing that no pharmacist or Dan master under the universal sky could even dream of. Born to test the seeds of medicine. Back then, after Ghost Hand Divine Dr. Liangan discovered this trait of Xuanxiao's body, he decisively stepped in and poisoned him, kidnapping him back to test the medicine for himself. It's been a long time coming. Xuanxiao slowly brought his thoughts back and leisurely sipped the tea infused with dragon's blood leaves. Tomorrow the wedding will officially start. What gift can I give to show my sincerity? And rub a meal on the way. Speaking of which, that Qingyun Pavilion Master's youngest son was also considered his junior. Back in the day, there was a meeting. The Qingyun Pavilion Master's name is Jane Wei. He was born in the chaotic spring and autumn period. By chance, he got a sword left behind by a loose cultivator, so he realized a few points of sword meaning, and from then on, he used martial arts to enter the sword. Step by step, he established the Qingyun Pavilion and traveled between various forces, protecting the people of Qingyun City in a time of chaos. Later, De Yi and Xiling were established successively, and the devilish cults were rampant. Jane Wei closed Qingyun City and prepared not to get involved in the fight between the good and evil factions. Damn it! I don't give a about what's going on outside. I only care about this Qingyun City. Back then, Jane Wei stood on the wall of Qingyun Pavilion and said so, and at that time, Xuanxiao was faced with a dilemma. On the one hand, the devil cult led the weak water to attack Yinshan, and once it was allowed to succeed, if the Yinshan formation is destroyed, the entire Central Plains battlefield will show an irreversible decline. When that happens, it will involve several battlefields in the northwest and southeast, and it is very likely that the sky will be turned upside down, unless the weak water was allowed to be diverted and borrowed from Qingyun City. Xuanxiao had discussed this with Jin Wei beforehand, hoping that he would cede Qingyun City while transferring the people in the city. However, it was flatly rejected by Jane Wei. At that time, Qingyun City had gathered a large number of fleeing refugees. With a population of more than 1 million, there was no time for the people of the city to escape. Not to mention that once the weak water impacted Qingyun City, the city would be devastated. Even if some of the people escaped, without the blessing of Qingyun City, the surrounding ferocious beasts, demons. Besides, with the destruction of Qingyun City and the displacement of countless people, how could the food problem be solved? Jane Wei's refusal was within Xuanxiao's expectations, and he didn't know what kind of reason he should use to get the other party to agree. For the sake of the countless people in the world, they want this Qingyun City to be destroyed and sacrifice these millions of people. Later, Xuanxiao faced many similar dilemmas, but that time was the first time he didn't know what to choose. The one who made the decision for him was his master, Taoist Forgetfulness, who worked with several Green Cloud sect elders to invoke the Green Cloud Sword. With one sword, he cut off the Qingyun City's city protection formation, and then drew the weak water to surge in. Qingyun City was inundated with life overnight, and torrential rain poured down. Xuanxiao stood in the rain and watched Jane Wei kneel on the ruins and bawl. His eyes were filled with pain and helplessness, as if the entire world had collapsed at this moment. Chapter 43, The Wedding Banquet. Because of this matter, Jane Wei hated the Qingyun Sect even more than the Devil Sect. It was reasonable to say that Xuanxiao, who was a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, could no longer befriend Jane Wei, but on the contrary, the two of them became friends for life. Many years later, Xuanxiao once again stepped into this Qingyun City. The next day, the procession that greeted the bride traveled through the main streets of Qingyun City, and it was undoubtedly a grand wedding. The people in the procession were dressed in costumes, carrying flowers and ribbons, and the drums, gongs and trumpets resounded throughout the city, announcing the joyous occasion to the entire city. The procession moved slowly, and people on both sides of the street stopped to watch. Xuanxiao blocked the sunlight with one hand and looked at the young man at the front of the group. Well, it looks quite similar to the young Jane Wei. He followed the group all the way to Qingyun Pavilion, and happened to meet Wei Yingying and her group. Wei Yingying waved Xuanxiao over. This way, this way. The white-robed swordsman's eyes drooped slightly as he arched his hands and clasped his fists, carefully wording his words. Greetings, elder. Xuanxiao waved his hand without saying anything more. He naturally stood with the Wei family's group, and he had no invitation. However, The bystanders treated him as a member of the Wei family's entourage and released him. It's just that they, the entourage, eat in the back room. Please feed this burro of mine some good grass, the servant was busy saying. Naturally. Chen Xian patted the burro's head. Be good and obedient. With that, he followed the crowd to the back room. The white-clothed swordsman glanced at his own young lady whose eyes were glowing at the food. And when the young lady touched base with the Wei family's second master, the white-clothed swordsman left straight away, heading straight for the back room. His eyes searched for Chen Xian's figure as he walked. The opponent's aura was clearly very weak, but it was difficult to track. Although this is in the Tangyuan Pavilion, more restrictions, but it is not so much as a little sense cannot be. An acquaintance greeted him, and the white-clothed swordsman nodded slightly. Hey, isn't that the Wei family's Lu Wuxin? It's him, the most outstanding disciple of the Wei family. Already a 6th scenic sword cultivator at such a young age. TSK, the future is unlimited. The Wei family hasn't had any sons or daughters step into the 6th scenic view all these years, letting a disciple with an outside surname enter the 6th scenic view first. This Wei family is also a rabbit's tail that can't grow long in my opinion. As soon as the man finished speaking, he was locked by a lingering aura, and his body froze. Lu Wuxin coldly glanced at the other party. If he wasn't in Tangyuan Pavilion, today he would definitely teach these two gossiping guys a lesson. Having not been able to find Chen Xian's figure, Lu Wuxin could not help but feel a bit anxious. The youngest son of the Tangyuan Pavilion master's most beloved son is getting married with a big invitation to guests. It's not usual for people to come as guests. Finally, the familiar figure was spotted in the crowd. Lu Wuxian quickly walked over and sat down next to the other party. Chen Xian looked at him with a smirk. You have poisonous eyes. Lu Wuxin's heart tightened as he faintly said, Senior, overpraise. He complimented me. See that? Write it down for me quickly. Look over here. All of you. Chen Xian complimented me. The ones here are all little kids. They definitely can't eat us. Chen Xian smiled confidently. Willow heartless. Lu Wuxin Fong did not even notice. At this moment, looking around, indeed all sitting around are some 12 or 13-year-old dolls. Although it is a doll, but in the end, it is a child of a big family. Sitting on the stool and waiting quietly, wearing and demeanor reveal a kind of nobility and self-confidence. Elder is joking. Soon, dishes of various colors were brought up by the servants. The servants carefully arranged the dishes in a neat and tidy manner, making sure that each dish was perfectly presented to the guests. They move about lightly and silently, providing attentive service to their guests. Wine and dine, and these are not ingredients for the common man. Clams from the East China Sea, Zhenle from Sansan, and wild rice from Snow. It is that in some sects you can't even eat something this good. The two spiritual veins underneath Tangyuan City intersected, so just close your eyes and count your money. The children at the table didn't know if they had learned from the elders at home, and after moving their chopsticks shallowly for a few chopsticks, they tasted shallowly, started discussing matters of cultivation, or the great events in the 8 wastelands of the 9 states today. Elder, I'll drink to you. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Wuxin finally raised the exquisite wine cup. Chen Xian, who was stifling his dry meal, also raised his glass. Lu Wuxin took a sip of wine. Compared to the delicacies in front of him, he wanted to talk to the man next to him more than anything else, but unfortunately he never knew what topic to start with. At that moment, someone approached. Brother Willow. The person who spoke was a young male, the 24th son of Tangyuan Pavilion's master Jian Weiwei, Jian Yangming, Lu Wuxin, and several other young outstanding disciples were known as the 7 masters of Xiling. The two have known each other since. Brother Jane. It's been a long time. Lu Wuxin arched his hand and saluted. Why is Brother Lu sitting here? These underlings are too unruly. Although Tangyuan Pavilion is powerful, that Wei family is not an ordinary family. Although Lu Wuxin was a foreign surname, he was the only sword cultivator of the Wei family's younger generation who had stepped into the middle 6 scenarios over the years, and his future was unlimited. Coupled with the fact that Jian Yangming and Lu Wuxin had a good personal relationship, he could not be treated so slowly. It's insulting enough to not even let people sit in one of the main seats and instead sit with a couple of dolls. There's no hindrance, Willow Heartless said busily. This way please, Brother Lu. Later on we will drink well for a day and a night. It's the same wherever you drink. And Brother Jane knows I like a clean slate. Seeing that the other party didn't leave, Jian Yangming simply sat down. Alright, then I'll accompany Brother Jane. The two of them downed a few glasses of wine, and only then did Jian Yangming notice the young man beside Lu Wuxian, only to see the other party roll up his sleeves and chopsticks as if they were dragonflies. Brother Lu doesn't introduce me either. Who is this kind brother? Willow Heartless hesitated. He also didn't know how to introduce Chen Xian. The other party seemed like he wasn't really willing to reveal his identity, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting here. If you say it yourself and upset the other person. Yes, a friend of mine. After speaking, Lu Wuxin carefully glanced at Chen Xian. Chen Xian nodded, agreeing with this statement. Only then did Lu Wuxin secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that the other party's cultivation was mediocre and nothing too impressive, Jian Yangming did not inquire too much. Chapter 44, The Devil's Cave. Tong Yuan Pavilion. Back Mountain. Tong Yuan Pavilion Master Jian Wei looked grave. Today was clearly the big day of his youngest son's wedding, but he was not happy at all. The Devil's Cave appeared at the intersection of Tong Yuan City's earth veins. The Devil's Cave, the most mysterious place in the 8 wastelands of the 9 states. So far, the total number of detected magic caves is 9. It has been sealed and guarded by practitioners for generations. Where does the Devil's Cave lead? Why does it appear? What exactly is it for? No one knows these secrets. It's just that every time the Devil's Cave appears, it causes a shock. The Devil's Cave not only possesses a vast amount of exotic treasures, but can even find things that do not belong to the 8 wastelands of the 9 states. However, unlike the secret world, the Devil's Cave was extremely dangerous, and cultivators were simply unable to walk in it for long periods of time. And when the Devil's Cave grows step by step, it will inevitably affect the 8 wastelands of the 9 states. The only cultivator in the world who could walk in the Devil's Cave was the devilish Demoness. With powers she got from somewhere, she was able to move her army quickly through the Demon Cave, often catching her enemies off guard. And the secret of the Devil's Cave was buried along with the death of the Demoness of the Devil's cult. Now, the 10th demonic cave in the world is present in the world. Half a month ago, Janeway sensed something wrong with the backwoods atmosphere. At that time, he would have thought that there were miscreants who wanted to secretly lay their hands on Tong Yuan City's spirit vein. Who knew? It is actually the Devil's Den. Behind Jane Weiwei was the successive generations of Tang Yuan Pavilion patriarchs, as well as the Tang Yuan City Lord. At this moment, the atmosphere was unusually grave, and everyone's expression was extremely serious as they silently gazed ahead. The aging Jane Wei's brows were furrowed together, my lips tightly closed, as if trying to control my emotions. His eyes revealed a deep concern. Tong Yuan City's lord looked at Jane Wei's back and stepped forward. Jane, old man, I have sent a letter to the Imperial City to explain this matter. I think it will not be long before. The ground shook just as the words were spoken. Rumble. In the Devil's Cave abyss, it was as if some kind of ferocious beast was roaring angrily, wanting to tear everything apart. The ground began to tremble unceasingly, and the mountains were shaking unceasingly. How is that possible? A Tong Yuan Pavilion Yuan elder stared at the vibrating demon cave with wide eyes, incredulously. From the emergence of the Devil's Cave to a small-scale outbreak to a large-scale plague, the process can be as short as a few years, or as long as a century or 1,000 years, and it had only been a few short days since the discovery of the Devil's Cave. White mist filled the air. 2 eyes like large red lanterns appeared in the white mist, eyes with a mocking look. Clang! The long sword was sheathed. When Jane Weiwei's sword fell, the creature hidden in the white mist had already retreated within the Devil's Cave. The white mist was as if it was alive, rapidly engulfing the Tong Yuan Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, the splendid attic was completely shrouded in white mist and disappeared from view. Subsequently, the white fog centered on Tong Yuan Pavilion and spread to the entire Tong Yuan City. A shrill cry erupted from the white mist. A set of demonic creatures surged out from the Devil's Cave like a tidal wave, and in an instant, they filled the mountains. The first to be impacted, Jane Weiwei and the rest of the group, struck out at the same time. The strength of the several people were not bad, and the demons in the Devil's Cave were exterminated without resistance. However, the next moment the magic sound entered his ears. Buzz, buzz, hum. The crowd was busy protecting their own bodies. The devil's voice fell in the heart of the lake seems to set off a huge wave. At this moment, the entire Tang Yuan Pavilion was in a panic. Tong Yuan Gu, which was originally in the middle of a wedding ceremony, was inexplicably shocked. The white mist and the demons appeared at the same time. People fled in panic. Buildings began to shake and bricks and tiles fell. However, it was good that most of these people were cultivators, and they soon launched a counterattack against the demons. A Buddhist monk used the method of calling the wind to disperse the white mist in a 10-mile radius. But in a moment's work, the white mist once again came wrapped heavily. That Buddhist monk was also eaten alive by the demons that came from all directions. The demonic sound echoed throughout the Tong Yuan Pavilion, and some people with low cultivation levels, or those who were not resolute in their minds, broke down and screamed. What's more, they target their friends and family, brothers and sisters. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. Wei Yingying had a piece of jerky in her mouth as she was picked up by the second master with one hand. Under the second master of the Wei family's one-handed spell illusion, The demonic creatures in front of him had all been turned into flesh and blood. However, the eerie magical sounds continued to resonate, affecting the minds of those around them. Everything suddenly changed, and the party was still lively and joyful wedding. At the moment, it's a fire burning, running, crying, laughing maniacally and wailing intertwined. The sky was dark with clouds and lightning. The rain poured down from the clouds, mixing with the hot blood on the ground and seeping into the long-decayed earth. The coldness of the rain and the warmth of the blood intertwined to form a bizarre and cruel picture. In this land, a swarm of demons is ravaging the land. They come in all shapes and sizes, some like giant spiders, some like ferocious beasts, and others like evil spirits escaping from hell. Their hissing was like thunder, deafening and frightening. Fellow Taoists, a devil's cave has appeared in the Qingyun Pavilion. I hope that you will quickly evacuate the Qingyun Pavilion. Jane Weiwei's voice rang out from the clouds, reaching everyone's hearts and lakes. The white mist that gushed out from the devil's cave seemed to be able to swallow sound. Jane Weiwei's own mana steamed madly in order to be able to let this sound pass out. At this moment, Jian Yangming's hair was scattered, and blood and sweat were mixed together. A confused face looked around, completely unaware of what was happening. The white fog thickened, and I couldn't see out of my hand. It's impossible to tell if the next thing approaching you is a creepy demonic creature or one of your own. The divine sense was invested in it, but it was like a clay cow entering the sea. A sharp claw poked out of the fog. Jian Yangming shivered and was busy casting his Dao. However, the demonic creature was much faster than he thought. Jian Yangming had no choice but to shorten the process of casting the spell, but the power was much smaller, and the effect was weak when it landed on that huge demonic creature. Jian Yangming's palms condensed the thunder method, and the white mist behind him suddenly shrunk in the middle. Another figure wordlessly stabbed at Jian Yangming's back. This demonic creature was clearly an expert in assassination, and Jian Yangming didn't notice it in the slightest. Just in the nick of time, a voice suddenly rang out. Back! Boom! Jian Yangming snapped back, blasting the demonic creature behind him with his lightning technique, and shifting his footsteps while casting his Dao technique to exterminate the demonic creature in front of him. Thanks a lot. The man who spoke up to warn him, he recognized. It was the young man who was acquainted with Lu Wuxin, and he was the one who ate the most deliciously at the banquet. At that time, Jian Yangming was still slightly disdainful in his heart. Chen Xian ignored the other party and frowned slightly as he looked at the dense white mist in front of him. Then he sighed lightly. This Tangyuan city is really plagued with many disasters. Chapter 45. What else can we do now but wait for support from the army? This devil cave outbreak is different from the past. I'm afraid it's too late to wait for support. At this time, just 4 hours had passed since the outbreak of the devil's cave. The entire Tangyuan pavilion was plunged into a white fog. Tangyuan pavilion's owner, Jian Weiwei, activated a large formation and closed off Tangyuan pavilion. This was what prevented the white fog from filling the entire Tangyuan city, but how long it would last was anyone's guess. Inside the council chamber, the many leaders of the forces that came to participate in the wedding, all the prominent figures in Tangyuan city were gathered here. The devil's den erupted suddenly. Fortunately, Jane Weiwei's youngest son was married, and Jane Weiwei was charitable and willing to make friends. Tangyuan city had gathered quite a few cultivators with strong cultivation this time. All of you have seen the situation in that devil's cave, appearing for only a few short days, but suddenly exploding. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will cause irreparable damage. Amit Bab Buddha, Master Empty Speech said in a serious tone. Master Empty Speech was a monk of the Golden Buddha Temple and had received favors from Jane Weiwei when he was young. This time, I brought my disciple down to attend the wedding of Janewei my son. Who knew that the devil's cave had erupted and his disciple had died in the disaster? The Wei family's second master said in a deep voice. According to the previous pattern of the devil's cave's outbreak, while the devil's cave has yet to take shape, swiftly kill that cave master, and then seal the devil's cave. As the devil's cave stayed longer, the strength of the first cave master who guarded the devil's cave would grow stronger. Elder Jane, you have fought with that cave master. How strong is the other party this time? Jane Wei's pale eyelids twitched. Above the middle three scenes, Upper Sankey, everyone's faces sank. The devil's cave had yet to take shape, and the cave master was already this strong. That's more than enough. If it dragged on any longer, even if the demon cave master was exterminated and the demon cave was sealed, the entire Tangyuan city was afraid to be buried in the middle of the havoc. The best thing to do now is to gather all the forces that Tangyuan city can deploy, and all of them will surely have a chance to win. While the other party is not yet on a firm footing, it will be destroyed and then sealed in the devil's cave. The people in the council chamber. You look at me, I look at you without saying a word. They had originally come to attend the wedding, and now such a big event had happened in Tangyuan city. The devil's cave is extremely dangerous, and it is not certain that you will take your life here. What's more, the immediate danger is Qingyun City. It's not their territory. For this demon extermination, Qingyun City does not want a single penny of all the spirit objects found within the demon cave. Furthermore, if anyone is injured or buried here as a result, Qingyun City will not be shortchanged. Hearing Jane Wei say this, some of the people who were still hesitant immediately clapped their chests and said that it was incumbent upon them to get rid of the demons and defend the way. Although the Devil's Cave was exceptionally dangerous, the treasures in it were endless. However, although the crowd was moved by the treasures, but that the upper three scenes of the unknown strength of the Devil's Cave master, but it is also to make their hearts afraid. That demonic sound takes the heart and soul. That is, not to enter the Devil's Grotto. All let me and others cannot be disturbed. If it is to enter it, a sword cultivator's words poured cold water on the crowd. Even the best treasures have to have a life to use them, don't they? That sword cultivator glanced at the crowd and continued. The Devil's Cave is originally the most mysterious and dangerous place in the 8 wastelands of the 9 states. Not to mention that this time the Devil's Cave has suddenly erupted. It's very different from the previous ones. So who knows what kind of accidents will occur when you enter it. Lu Wuxin stood beside the Wei family's second master, holding his sword in his arms, and looked at the sword cultivator with a few moments of contempt in his eyes. It was an old-timer who became famous early on. He is said to have realized the sword for 13 years, and has not produced it for 13 years. And then a sword cuts through the waters of the great river. Lu Wuxin had seen the other party when he was young and couldn't help but admire him. Just for the moment, before the battle, my generation of sword cultivators should go forward. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in the other man. The battle power of the upper 3 scenes, coupled with the power of the Devil's Cave. On the contrary, our cultivation is bound to be damaged when we enter within the Devil's Cave. With our opponent fighting for his life, what are our chances of winning? Even if we win, how many people will die? Of all the people present, the person with the deepest cultivation was Qingyun Pavilion's master, Jian Weiwei. But everyone knows that Jane Weiwei is too old and is approaching the end of her life, sort of half buried in the dirt, to put it mildly. At this time, the Wei family's second master took the initiative to speak. Gentlemen, I have another piece of good news here. Do you all want to listen to Wei for a moment? He purposely sold it. Good news? The crowd was puzzled. This current situation was already considered bad enough. The Devil's Cave suddenly erupted without any anticipation. The Qingyun Pavilion's grand formation didn't know how long it could hold up. It is likely that Qingyun City will suffer havoc as a result. And if the Devil's Lair continues to spread, what good news? Old Wei, don't play dumb with us. That's it. What's the good news now? The Wei family's second master laughed. To be precise, I have 2 pieces of good news here. This first piece of news is that although this time the Devil's Cave suddenly erupted without any anticipation, however, it is fortunate that there are so many heroes gathered here. So even if that Devil's Cave appears, it will surely not be able to make any waves. Who wouldn't want to listen to horse's ass? Some people's mouths were already showing a faint smile. Second good news. The Wei family's second master paused. There is someone we didn't expect who is now in the middle of this Qingyun City. Who? Someone subconsciously voiced. Chen Xian. Jian Yangming listened to the intermittent crying around him, and his expression was a bit gloomy. One father killed his son with his own hands under the influence of a magic voice. At this point, clutching the body of his son was slow to let go. There were many more people within the Qingyun Pavilion who hadn't escaped, and there were even more people like this who had killed each other under the influence of the demonic sound. If father hadn't blocked Qingyun Pavilion in time, I'm afraid that Qingyun City would have suffered a great disaster at this moment. Such a drastic change that it caught people off guard. Jane Yangming saw her brother Jane Yangtian sitting under the willow tree. There are 4 great joys in life: the night of the wedding, the time of the gold list, the meeting of friends in other places, and the rain after a long drought. Today should have been the day of Jane Yangtian's great joy. It's the night of the wedding. But this is what happened. He patted his brother's shoulder. Don't worry. With father here nothing will happen. Qingyun City can't change the sky. Just then, a discordant voice suddenly came from the side. It was a black and white donkey, eating grass while making grunting noises from its mouth. The owner of the burrow was also lying under the willow tree, holding a weed in his mouth and looking deep into the sky of Qingyun City. I haven't thanked brother for what happened before, Jian Yangming said. When the Devil's Cave erupted, Jian Yangming was attacked by a demonic creature in the midst of the mists, and was fortunate to have the other party's reminder. Chen Xian waved his hand. No harm done. Chapter 46, Li Zhenran. 24th brother. Who is this? Jian Yangming introduced. This is my 25th brother, Jian Yangtian, and this is... He recalled that he didn't seem to know the other man's name. It's a friend of Willow Heartless. Greetings. Jian Yangtian arched his hand. The Wei family, Lu Wuxin. was known as the 7 heroes of Xiling with his elder brother, Jian Yangming, and 5 others. He had also met Lu Wuxin a few times. The other party was arrogant and would not make friends easily. I'm sure this person has something to offer. Pity, it's a pity about that table of food. Chen Xian shook his head inside. Hearing these words, Jian Yangtian's eyes changed slightly as he exchanged glances with his elder brother. Jian Yangming smiled. When they were at the table earlier, the other was preoccupied with that table of delicacies. Now, it's amazing that you can't get over it after something like this. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. When this matter is resolved, I will definitely let you eat him for 3 days and 3 nights, Jian Yangming said in a joking tone. In his opinion, although the Devil's Cave was menacing, the Taingyuan Pavilion was not something to be messed with, especially with his father at the helm. It was as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be solved. I'm afraid it's not that easy. This Devil's Cave incident came suddenly. Beforehand Taingyuan City did not have any anticipation, and then eat a banquet will not know whether it is a happy or funeral banquet. Jane Yangtian was too young to hear this, and immediately argued. Taingyuan City has passed through all the big storms and waves. The district Demon Cave. As long as there is my father and the Taingyuan Pavilion, the sky of this Taingyuan City will not be overturned. Chen Xian had no intention of arguing with him. Remembering the tragedy in Taingyuan City many years ago, it's not easy for time to smooth out the tragedy, only to have to do it all over again. Faded. This is not a simple matter. The Devil's Cave will grow stronger over time. The sooner it is resolved the better. This time the Devil's Cave is different from the past. If you give it time, it will still be good. It's just that on this trip, I'm afraid a lot of people will die. Jian Yangtian said in a deep voice. Even if all of my Jian family dies in battle, I will also seal the Devil's Cave and protect the lives of the people of Taingyuan City. Only after hearing these words did Chen Xian slightly open his eyes and glance at the other party. This kid not only looks like his old man, but even this personality. No wonder Jane Wei, I love this little son of mine. Jane Yangtian looked at the other's eyes strangely. His eyes did not match his looks at all. It was an indescribable contradiction and incongruity. The looks were young, but the eyes were old, as if they had been through many years. 24th brother. What is this person's origin? Jian Yangtian inquired in a low voice. I'm not too sure. I only know that it's brother Lu's friend. Jian Yangming also vaguely felt that this person's identity was somewhat unsimple. It's just that he was at the banquet and he didn't care. Didn't even ask for a name. Brother Ryu. It was at this moment that in the distance, Jane Weiwei and her group walked out from within the council chamber. Jian Yangming hesitated to walk over. He looked at the faces of his father and the others from afar, wanting to judge the situation at hand from it. But before he could ponder in his mind, he saw a line of people coming in his direction. Jian Yangming couldn't just walk away at this moment, so he brought his younger brother, Jian Yangtian, and took the initiative to welcome him. Father, meet your uncles. Jian Yangming and Jian Yangtian arched their hands and bent over. Janewei nodded slightly and skimmed right over her 2 sons. The line of people behind them didn't stop for a moment either, silently following Jane Weiwei. When Jian Yangming saw that the crowd looked a bit grave, his heart couldn't help but be flooded with worry. This direction. Jane Yangming was puzzled. Where is this direction going? It's the way out of town. With father's character, he should immediately gather all the cultivators of Taingyuan City to kill back into Taingyuan Pavilion right now. It's only right to kill all the way to the Devil's Cave, exterminate the cave master, and seal the Devil's Cave. Jian Yangming gave a wink to Lu Wuxin in the crowd, as if asking the other party if they could discuss a result. It just didn't get a response from the other side. The group didn't get very far and stopped at the willow tree. Jane Weiwei face with a smile. Why didn't you say anything when you bird-containing monkeys came? Chen Xian, who was lying under the willow tree, laughed. Low key. I don't know you well enough. It's not just that you don't want to go along with it and come here to dabble. Hey, that's not pleasant for me to hear. But I brought a piece of flowery cloth for your daughter-in-law to make a set of clothes. Jane Wei, I simply want to be angry and laugh. Look at your stingy and shabby strength. When I did not treat you badly, my son's wedding you send a piece of flower cloth. Chen Xian put on an appearance of not listening to the king's chanting. The 2 brothers, Jian Yangming and Jian Yangtian, who saw this scene looked at each other. The corners of Jian Yangtian's mouth twitched slightly. 24th brother, didn't you say that he was a friend of brother Lu Wuxin Lu? How come it looks like? Jian Yangming's brows furrowed, and he was naturally aware of his brother's doubts. Just how could he not be? Look at the father, this appearance. The 2 are obviously long acquaintance. And listen to the tone. The relationship between the 2 sides is also very good. Really, except for Jane Weiwei. The line of people behind them all bowed their hands in unison with solemn expressions. Chen Xian was a well-deserved leader of the righteous sect back then. He is in command of the battlefield, and his orders are obeyed wherever he goes. He has the power of life and death, and he is a powerful man. The person who came here was able to befriend Tong Yuan Pavilion's pavilion master, Jian Wei, and was invited by him to attend the wedding. The identities were naturally not bad, and there were quite a few of them who had participated in the battle of demon destruction. It was just that with their cultivation and strength, they were just insignificant minor characters in that great battle. To them, the very existence of Chen Xian was an authority, a power that could not be challenged. Both once and now, they feel so small. Just arching his hand in a solemn salute, expressing his respect and awe for Chen Xian. Tong Yuan Pavilion Provider Zhang Anomaly, by Shangxi Zenith Li. Tong Yuan Pavilion Elders, Zhou Qian, Wang Yobua Si Zenith Li. By all rights, the people of Tang Yuan Pavilion and even the entire Tong Yuan city should hate the Qingyun Sect to the bone. It was actually true, but for Chen Xian, the Tang Yuan Pavilion had nothing but gratitude. After fruitless discussions back then, the Forgotten Love Taoist leader and a few Green Cloud Sect elders secretly drove the Green Cloud Sword, broke Tong Yuan City, and drew the weak water to flood the city. Chen Xian had put his life on the line and fought off the weak water alone, gaining half a day for Tong Yuan City. And then, taking advantage of Tang Yuan Pavilion's great loss of strength, the spirit vein was secretly spied on by many forces around it. It was also Chen Xian who had preserved the spirit vein for the Tang Yuan Pavilion while helping to rebuild it. 10,000 Sword Sect Vice Sect Master Xingyuanzi. I don't know if Zenith Li still remembers me, but I was fortunate enough to have received Zenith Li's guidance during the battle by the lake back then. Double Gun Sect, Duan Wu, Duan Wen. Greetings to Zenith Li. Zenith Li saved his life back then. We brothers have yet to repay him. Scattered Cultivator Parapet repeatedly. Once had a one-sided relationship with the real person. Today once again to see. Is really the fortune of us. Can Real Li still remember the Battle of Liangzhou? Back then I was the deputy envoy of the left vanguard captain. I am Wei Tianji, the second member of the Wei family. I have heard of Realist Li's great name for a long time, and today I have the chance to meet him. Chapter 47. Tianyi Sect Disciple Hua Yu. The crafty weapon Sungaku. Tong Yi, the Qin Tian supervisor of Shiling. C.U. Realist Li. The voices rose and fell. Jian Yangtian took a deep breath and said doubtfully, 24th brother. Which one is Realist Li? Thoughts flew through Jane Yangming's mind, but she couldn't come up with a solution. A real person? That's not a rare designation. Those who had achieved a small amount of success in the Taoist scriptures would be addressed by the onlookers as Jinjin in order to show their respect. It's rare to have these people be so respectful. Brother Lu. Brother Lu. Jian Yangming called out to Lu Wuxian in a low voice. Willow Heartless inclined her head slightly. Brother Lu, you didn't tell me the truth. Who exactly is this friend of yours? Lu Wuxin smiled faintly. Chen Xian. The expressions of the two brothers of the Jian family stiffened at the same time, revealing a look of disbelief. He is Chen Xian. Li, Chen Xian? Jian Yangtian pondered for a moment and said, didn't he say that his cultivation was ruined after the great battle? Lu Wuxin said with slight disdain, you believe in rumors too, regardless of whether the rumors were true or not. Now that Chen Xian had appeared here, for the people of Tang Yuan City at this moment, it was tantamount to a heavenly good news. The downhill god is just as much a god. What's more, they weren't even qualified to go up the mountain. Chen Xian sat up from under the tree and waved his hand as a greeting to the crowd. Tong Yuan Pavilion Elder Zhou Qian said in a deep voice, the Devil's Cave has appeared. Tong Yuan City is in danger, and the only way to resolve the crisis at the moment is for Realist Li to make a move. Jane Wei I didn't say anything. Given his friendship with Chen Xian, coupled with his understanding of him, since the other party had come, they would definitely not stand idly by. Chen Xian calmly said, if I could have made a move, I would have done so a long time ago, but it's a pity that I'm out of practice now. The words came to a thumping in the hearts of the line. Rumor has it that Chen Xian's cultivation has been ruined in seclusion since that great battle. Only few people know if the rumors are true or not. Now that I've heard it from the other side himself, it's hard not to associate it with the talk that's been going around for a long time. Chen Xian, really wasted? Chen Xian continued without slowing down. However, Mr. Li still owes Tong Yuancheng a favor, and Mr. Li still has a few more to spare. If you all want to get rid of that Demon Cave's cave master, I am willing to make some modest contribution. The crowd present was silent for a moment. For one thing, because Chen Xian had thrown a pot of cold water on them first. The second was that he expressed his willingness to follow the crowd to the Devil's Cave even though his strength was not as strong as before. Some of the people who had been discouraged now brightened up and felt hopeful. To them, Chen Xian was more like a symbol that represented absolute authority and indestructible power, like the son of heaven's imperial court. Jian Weiwei said calmly, you, Chen Xian, have never owed Tang Yuan City, nor have you ever owed anyone in Tang Yuan City. Back then, when the weak water impacted Tangyuan City, the people of Tangyuan City remembered your kindness, and Tangyuan Pavilion remembers it. Chen Xian smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Half an hour later, by Tangyuan Pavilions more than 100 cultivators, and 80 cultivators from various forces who came to participate in the wedding, a total of more than 200 people of the crusade team, to be wrapped by the Miss Tangyuan Pavilion voluminous march. Although the number of people is not large, they are all strong soldiers. The situation of the battle ahead is unknown, and more people going in with insufficient strength will only add to the casualties. So pick only the strongest people. At this time, the people within Tangyuan City did not know exactly what had happened though. But everyone is not deaf and blind. That Tangyuan Pavilion's white fog, as well as that before the earth-shattering ringing were heard clearly. Many of the people had gathered on the periphery, looking on curiously. There is no fear for the ignorant. Jian Weiwei I had wanted to transfer Tangyuan City's warhorses and spirit beast mounts to collaborate in the battle, but those spirit beasts with extraordinary abilities and battle-hardened warhorses raised their hooves and hissed before that white mist. No matter how much his master urged him, he refused to go any further, and so he had no choice but to give up and, with several cultivators casting artfire at the same time, the group of more than 200 people just plunged into the mist like a sharp blade. The team, though improvised, is extremely regimented. At the corners of the group, a mysterious formation was formed by 4 rune seal masters, and the power of this formation pervaded the entire group, making people feel at ease and relieved. The rune seal masters standing at the 4 corners of the formation held mysterious talismans, their eyes focused and determined. A faint glow flickered around their bodies, the energy fluctuations that were unique to rune seal masters. These rune seal masters shared the same mind, and there was no need for words between them as they maximized the power of the formation through tacit cooperation. Jian Yangming glanced at his younger brother, Jian Yang Tian, and whispered, "You shouldn't have come." On the day of his brother's wedding, he suddenly encountered a big change. "If there is any more accident," Jian Yangtian said in a deep voice, "I am a son of the Jian family. How can I be greedy and afraid of death? If there is danger in the Jian family, hide behind it. What about the people of Tangyuan City?" Jian Yangming helplessly smiled bitterly. Among the several brothers is this youngest brother, character most like father. Lu Wuxin's hand pressed down on the hilt of his sword, his expression grave. The 3 of them stood in a position that formed a triangular formation, protecting Chen Xian in the very center. Chen Xian's was dressed in a green robe, stepping on a pair of black cloth shoes, his hands resting on his sleeves, his expression making it impossible to tell whether he was facing an extremely dangerous matter, or whether he was just looking at the scenery. The group went all the way straight to the Devil's Cave at the back of Tangyuan Pavilion. The more forward, the thicker the white fog. At first the crowd can also use the divine sense to glimpse the situation in front of 1 or 2. Further on, there were only a few people in the group who were able to use their divine sense to enter the scene in front of them. Further on, Wei Tianji, the Wei family's second master, left tiny beads of sweat on his forehead, and eventually withdrew his divine sense, having reached his limit. Continuing any further would be a waste of mana. After an incense burned, Jane Weiwei suddenly moved. In an instant, a huge sword chi came out across the sky, as if a heavenly god had descended to earth, carrying endless majesty and power. This sword chi chopped out, and the thick fog around them was instantly chopped away, as if the gates of heaven had been opened, revealing a world of clarity. In that moment, time seemed to freeze and everything became still. Only that sword chi flashed brightly in the air. Under the light, the road ahead was densely packed with demonic creatures. Their bodies reeked, and that putrid odor filled the air, suffocating people. As if emanating from the abyss of decay, this stench smoked and eroded one's nasal passages. Their eyes had not the slightest gleam, no fluctuation of emotion, and no anger. The look was one of despair and helplessness, a seeming indifference and disregard for the world that swallowed up all hope and light. It is as if their very existence is a mockery of life, giving rise to endless fear and despair. Chapter 48, The Hard Way. Kill. Now that he had broken in, the situation at hand had been anticipated. The sword cultivators who struck the most viciously in a moment had their swords out, and the demons on the road in front of them were killed all of a sudden. The group didn't stop for a second and moved forward quickly. Weak and pathetic. The demons that came to block them were completely no match for them, and the crowd cleaned them up with the wind, killing them in the back of the mountain in less than half an incense burner's time. However, at this time, no one showed a joyful expression because it went well. Instead, their expression became more grave. Obviously, a few hours ago, this place was still a swarm of demons, forcing Jane Weiwei to blockade Tangyuan Pavilion. Now how could it suddenly disappear? But at this point it's basically impossible to beat a retreat. In front of the Devil's Cave, Countless demons appeared as if out of nowhere, silently closing in on the group. Fellow Taoists, be careful. Jane Weiwei's sword light rushed up to the sky to illuminate the surroundings, but in just a moment it was covered by the mist again. The crowd weaved in and out of the smoke, exchanging fire fiercely, with flying swords humming and casting spells, beastly hissing, and explosions that seemed to deafen one's ears. Their silhouettes were blurred in the smoke, and only the flickering lights of swords and sabers, as well as the fire that erupted from time to time, illuminated this dark battlefield. Leave a portion of your men to guard the entrance of the demon cave, and the rest to decapitate the cave master. Jane only me when the time comes. Wei Tianji, the Wei family's second master, raised his hands. The god of heaven helps me. The yellow talismans came out in unison, and a thunder spell that contained them was all catalyzed. A huge aura of energy swept out in an instant, and each boost of energy produced a special effect. A demonic creature was directly blown to pieces under this kind of might. Move. The crowd did not hesitate for a second, and a small number of people stayed behind to fight with the Wei family's second master, so that the group would not be outflanked from both sides. The rest of them rushed headlong into the demonic cave. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demonic sound entered the ears, and the terrifying demonic sound resounded once more. The crowd that entered the devil's cave heard the horrifying demonic sound and had expressions of horror on their faces as their bodies involuntarily trembled. Breathing became rapid and his mind went blank, as if he had lost the ability to think. Some tried to cover their ears, trying to stop the invasion of the magical sound, but it was all in vain. The magic voice was like an invisible hand that clutched their hearts so tightly that they couldn't break free. Meditate. Bow your head to Sushti and bow your head 7 times. I praise the great paramount, and I wish you mercy and protection. Namo Satsamasam. Samhita. Chanting sounds. More than a dozen robed monks twirled Buddha beads and chanted in low voices. The voice grew louder and louder against the magic sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the crowd quickly walked within the devil's cave, traveling and fighting. More demons surrounded them. Lu Wuxin's spotless white robe was stained with a lot of blood, yet it is not a demon, but belongs to a companion. The demonic creature did not have blood, which was something that made it different from any creature in the 8 deserts of the 9 states. A demonic creature killed would just disappear like dust, leaving no trace behind. A scarlet claw attacked, and Lu Wuxin crossed his sword to block. The owner of the claws was green-faced and fanged, tall and strong, his body rippling with sinew and flesh, covered with scars and wrinkles as if it were proof of the countless battles it had endured. Its claws were scarlet, freshly dipped from blood in general, and emitted a strong aura of death. The tip of one of the claws was still dripping with beads of blood. It was it that had just torn apart the chest of a human cultivator, and it was shocking to the eyes. Lu Wuxian dodged his opponent's first attack. As he was about to counterattack, the demonic creature suddenly switched its attack target to kill Chen Xian, who was being protected by Lu Wuxian. Not good. Lu Wuxin's sword momentum turned, only for another demonic creature to crash over, forcing him to retract his sword in defense. Chen Xian didn't seem to have noticed, not dodging or flashing. Suddenly, a sword light killed out from the side. Jian Yangtian thrust his sword into the demonic creature's body. Only the follow-up power was lacking. For a moment, Jian Yangtian could not retreat or enter. Caught in a dilemma, that demonic creature was about to take Jian Yangtian into his arms. An ice-walking spell exploded on its head. Jian Yangming circled around the demon's body sensitively for a week, and the demon's huge body was transformed into an ice sculpture. Jian Yangming exhaled thickly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. That constantly resounding demonic sound set off huge waves in the lake of his heart again and again. At first, the monks' chanting had some effect, but as they got closer to that cave lord, the demonic sound was more than several times stronger than before. People were constantly falling, and some cultivators couldn't help but let out maniacal yells from the effects of the demonic sound. Before aiming their attacks at their companions in front of them, a shot stabbed it through and ended up being knocked out. Under the influence of the magic voice, the psychology of some people has changed. They begin to feel desperate and helpless and feel that they have been taken over by the devil. Emotions were also getting the better of them and they started screaming and crying in a futile attempt to release their inner fear and stress. The only thing the others could do was to knock out the person controlled by the demonic voice and drag them away from the place. On this battlefield, no one knew if they could survive or how long the battle would last. They only knew that they had to keep fighting until the last moment. Jane Weiwei held her natal sword, striding at the forefront, killing all the way forward. This road, I'm afraid, is the longest road they've ever traveled in their lives. The people around them were getting fewer and fewer. They had far underestimated the ferocity of the trip to the devil's cave here. Treasures kept appearing for those underfoot, sword embryos buried in the dirt, armor scattered to the side, blades falling to the ground. There were also spiritual flowers and herbs that bloomed in the darkness. but no one had the heart to care about that right now. The demonic sound tormented their spirit and body over and over again, as if a million worms were eating their bones. Willow heartless looked at the corpse of her old friend at her feet and didn't linger for a moment. Xuanxiao looked intolerant and made a solemn bow to the man's corpse. His eyes were a little cloudy. Just now he had blocked a sneak attack for Chen Xian. His left foot was severely injured, sealing his acupoints. At the moment he could only drag his foot along. He glanced at Chen Xian. Nowadays, only Chen Xian was the neatest amongst the entire group. Traveling here, even if more people died and who died, they didn't see each other strike once. Even when his own life is at stake, he does not even lift his eyelids. If it wasn't for himself and his elder brother, Jian Yangming, and Lu Wuxin's desperate attempts to protect him, the other party would have been afraid to be buried here several times. A ghostly voice went straight to his head. Jian Yangtian's hand holding the sword couldn't stop trembling. Don't go any further. You'll die. You can't bear to leave your betrothed wife alone, and become a widow before the wedding is over? You're all bound to lose. So why don't you wait to meet the cave master and see how many people are left around you? This is full of treasures. Just pick up a few. Turn around and run, it's not too late now. Chapter 49, The Last Hope. Jian Yangtian clenched his teeth, and eerie sounds continued to ring out. Run away. Run away. You no longer have any chance of winning. The voice seemed to have grabbed the weakest place within him and struck right here. Ha 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 ha. Don't hold on to that ridiculous hope. Look how many have died already. You all already look like this. What will you take to win over the cave lord? Could it be by relying on that Chen Xian? That's your last card? Ridiculous. Have you ever seen him strike on this journey? Flee. It's not too late. Not only Jian Yangtian. At this moment, among the few people in the line, all of them were constantly affected by the demonic sound as well as this bizarre sound. Jian Yangtian's footsteps suddenly froze and his body didn't move. Behind him, Lu Wuxin stared at his back, understanding that the other party this was already at his limit. In fact, it was already a miracle that Jian Yangtian's cultivation level could last until now. Many people whose cultivation level was higher than his were either not strong-minded enough to be affected by the demonic sound, or they could not hold on and collapsed halfway. Jane Eyebright wiped the blood from her face as he was about to take her brother away. My brother is getting married today. Something must not happen here. I will risk my life to protect him. Only in the next moment, the confusion in Jian Yangtian's eyes instantly disappeared and he once again took a step. A death is just a death. What is there to fear? You can't hold on. Turn back. Jian Yangtian endured the turning of his mind and roared out in a low voice. Jian Yangming ignored it and continued to walk forward. He didn't have the strength to speak anymore. Opening his mouth and trying to make a sound was a difficult task for him right now. Jane Wei walked at the front of the line, and he was pulling further and further away from the group. His body was shrouded in a layer of cold light, carrying an unstoppable power that made people not dare to look at him squarely. The footsteps were firm and powerful, as if nothing could stop him, and all who stood in his way were scattered. The long sword was either slashing or chopping, with sharp whistles, as if it was even cutting through the air. The lingering sword chi was like a spirited dragon that danced in the air. Another half a moment's work. Janeway stopped in her tracks, and he glanced back at the people behind him. What started out as hundreds of people is now just a handful. One's favorite little son, Jian Yangtian, landed on his feet with his original life sword. Only that the original life sword was already only half left. The 24th son, Jian Yangming, was held by Jian Yangtian, his eyes tightly closed. Just a moment ago, he had blocked the fatal blow for his only brother, Jian Yangtian, at the cost of his life. Jian Yangming ranked 24 and had always been the youngest child in the family, until the birth of Jian Yangtian, and therefore he loved this younger brother dearly. Looking at the corpse of his son, Jian Yangming, Jane Weiwei's gaze became blurred within a split second, as if he had traveled out of his mind and his soul had left his body. However, the situation at hand did not allow him to grieve. There are no more people who can go on down the road. The few people, too, were all like candles in the cold wind, ready to go out at any moment. And, anyone else? Every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of Jane Wei's throat, and the voice revealed deep exhaustion and helplessness. No one answered. Half the time, there was an old man who looked up, his white hair falling in disarray behind him. His lips quivered slightly as if he wanted to say something, but it didn't come out. Master Empty Speech of the Golden Buddha Temple was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and that was the result of him fighting against the demonic sound in order to protect the team. 10,000 Sword Sect's Vice Master Xingyuan Zi, only half of his body left, looks horrible, in their condition, let alone the cave master of the Devil's Cave. It was just another wave of demons that they couldn't resist. There was a throbbing in the darkness ahead, but under the torment of the magical sound, no one noticed until the group of things was no more than 4 or 5 feet away from them. Densely packed demonic creatures emerged from the dark abyss like a tidal wave, emitting a foul and evil odor. Their skin was lumpy and shimmered strangely, as if it were made of broken gems and rotting flesh and blood. Someone laughed. A self-deprecating laugh. Lost big time. The team of over 200 cultivators barged in headlong without even seeing the face of the cave master of the Devil's Cave. We will be buried here today. The 10,000 Sword Sect's Vice Sect Master, Jin Yuanzi, said unwillingly. Master empty speech recited a final Buddha's name. Gentlemen, I will take my first step. With that, he sat down in place with his hands folded. Once the old monk died, it was only then that the remaining few finally realized what the other party had endured for the crowd from the very beginning until now. Without the resistance of the Buddha's voice, the demonic sound impacted their divine sense with full force. Ah, it's so damn hard. The old man's brain is knocked out. Jian Weiwei turned her head to look at Chen Xian, who was in the center. How was it? Chen Xian nodded. It'll work. Good. It's up to you at last. The worst had come to pass, but luckily they had one last card up their sleeve. Chen Xian was silent for a moment before nodding his head once again. The remaining few people looked towards Chen Xian. All this way, even when the situation was in dire straits, Chen Xian had not been seen making a move. Some people come close to forgetting that the other person even exists. Jane Wei's colorless eyes lit up slightly as he struggled to get up. He seemed to be realizing what his father was trying to do, but he couldn't stop it. Jane Weiwei's sword fingers brushed against the sword, and countless bizarre shadows were reflected in her eyes. This old man, who had lived from the spring and autumn period to the present, swung his last sword. Jane Weiwei's hearty laugh echoed in several ears. Today, I have the audacity to open the way for the world's sword Dao leader. The sound grew like a thunderous surge. Dazzling white light and scorching heat appeared at the same time. It was a shocking power. It rushed through the air, galloping by like 1,000 horses. Dazzling white light shimmered in the surge of sound like stars in the night sky. The surroundings were like an additional volcano, spewing out endless heat and setting everything around it on fire. Several of the men's skin was red from the searing heat, their sweat pouring down like a fountain, but they couldn't look away. Dad, Jian Yangtian finally spoke out in pathos. After half an incense stick of work, the white light and burning sword chi in front of them finally disappeared. The passageway that was originally blocked by densely packed demonic creatures was now unobstructed. Chen Xian looked at his old friend's back and did not say anything more. Chen Xian walked over to him and pulled the other party's sword up. One person and one sword all the way forward. Chapter 50, One Man, One Sword. Chen Xian made his way forward, but not a single demonic creature stood in his way anymore. It's a great big gamble that, if there were any more demons blocking the way at this point, Chen Xian could only take the remaining people and run, as a few more people could survive. But now, all the way to Candid, Chen Xian stood in front of the Demon Cave Cavemaster. Red hair, blue skin, 4 hands, 2 heads, green-faced and fanged, with an abominable appearance, clad in what appeared to be tattered armor. His body was like a small mountain. It sat on top of its throne, and a beam of light from nowhere in the Devil's Cave fell upon it, as if bathed in holy light. Chen Xian raised his head to look at the other party. Very strong, surprisingly stronger than Jane Weiwei in her heyday. Even without those countless demonic creatures, it was still very difficult to exterminate the other party with that team of over 200 cultivators alone. The other party's eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Chen Xian. It didn't make a move, and even when it knew full well that the group of 200 or so was rushing at it, it just sat quietly on its throne. In its view, they simply can't succeed. The truth was just as it thought it would be. There was only one person who was able to walk up to it in the end. Flee, this seat spares your life. Sound like thunder. Chen Xian smiled faintly. My humble self is not good at escaping, but I do know a little about swordplay. The cave master's expression did not fluctuate. Stupid. Ask a question. This time the Devil's Cave appeared extremely strange. Can you explain it to me? The question was not answered by the other side. This was also expected by Chen Xian. The creatures in the Devil's Cave were extremely strange. There have been attempts to capture magical creatures for more information. It's just that captured demons will soon kill themselves and die. The few demonic creatures in the Devil's Cave that could communicate were also like ferocious beasts with no spiritual intelligence, and would not have the slightest bit of emotion, as if they exist only to kill. To be able to walk inside here, you're not bad. At least you're better than those mole crickets that died outside. Report your name. They aren't mole crickets. They're the ones who escorted me here. Chen Xian spoke in a bland tone. As for the name, Chen Xian. Chen Xian? Before the demons on the throne could chew on the weight of those 3 words, please. Chen Xian took a step forward, followed by a horizontal slash of his sword. There was no dazzling white light, no scorching sword chi, as if it was just the most ordinary swing of the sword. Jian Yangtian placed the bodies of his father and elder brother together as he looked at them. A few hours ago, his father had urged him to get married. The older brother flirted with the fact that he was about to cave. Now, it's heaven and earth. He planted himself helplessly on the ground, his eyes blurring. Yourself also reached its limit. The demonic sound. It stopped. Lu Wuxin muttered. The tortured nerves of the remaining few people suddenly loosened up, and they exhaled thick breaths as if they had been held underwater for a long time. It's done? Zhen Yuanzi was incredulous. The sword Dao Kaiser is not a blowhard. Someone said. Chen Xian came from the distance with a sword in one hand. A few people stared at him dead in the face, and no one said a word. Until Chen Xian nodded slightly, the matter was settled. He stuck Jian Weiwei's sword in front of Jian Yangtian and then left without a word. For him, it was as if it was a simple journey. No one has seen him strike. From the beginning to the end, he only made one sword. One sword had determined the victory, yet it was his limit at this point. Even walking was a bit too difficult for him. It was all he could do to hold himself up and keep from collapsing under the gaze of several people. As he once said, handsome, it's for life. That cave lord sitting on top of the throne recalled the weight of the three words Qin Xian, but it was already too late. Several hours later, Tongyuan City. The white mist that encapsulated Tangyuan Pavilion had dispersed, and within the Devil's Cave the cave master was killed and the Devil's Cave was sealed. Of course one seal is certainly not enough, and the seal will be reinforced subsequently, and this matter has already been notified to the Shilling royal family, as well as all the major clans that will be deploying their manpower to come in case of any mishaps. In this battle, the Tangyuan Pavilion was greatly injured. Tangyuan Pavilion Master Jian Weiwei, and his 24th son, Jian Yangming, were killed in battle. In addition, more than 100 Tangyuan Pavilion cultivators, 1 out of 10 remained. Chen Xian slept from darkness to dawn and back again. He was woken up by a little donkey licking his face for him, a face full of slobber. Chen Xian disgustedly pushed the guy away. Can you guys understand some personal hygiene? The little donkey saw that he was awake, and brayed like a sardine. Chen Xian rubbed his head, glanced at the sky outside, and walked out of the house. A servant had already heard the commotion and informed the others. My eldest son traveled the world in his early years and did not return home often. The affairs of the pavilion have been helped by his second son, Jian Yanghe. Now, Jane is only as good as my death. The only one who had the ability to take over as the pavilion master was Jian Yanghe. In these 2 days, Jian Yanghe not only had to arrange for his father's funeral, but also had to deal with various matters after the magic cave was sealed. More than 100 cultivators of the Tangyuan Pavilion had died in battle, which would surely lead to the entire Tangyuan Pavilion being green in the future. One thing after another. Years ago, your father was on good terms with Chen Xian, a Tangyuan Pavilion elder whispered to Jian Yanghe. Back then, when Tangyuan City suffered a great change, if Chen Xian hadn't stepped in to suppress the exterior, there wouldn't be a Tangyuan Pavilion today. I heard someone say that Chen Xian was expelled from the Qingyun Sect? What? Really? True. Back then, I saved a disciple of the Green Cloud Sect, and he was the one who told me about this matter. Jian Yanghe's eyes lit up as he suddenly came up with a bold idea. If you can keep the other party in Tangyuan Pavilion. Elder Yuan understood what he meant. It would be a blessing for my Tangyuan Pavilion if we can keep this person here. This kind of character is one that I, Tangyuan Pavilion, can leave behind? Now that the Tangyuan Pavilion has suddenly met with a great change, this person is extremely sentimental and has an old friendship with the pavilion master. Coupled with the fact that he had just been expelled from the Qingyun Sect, he had nowhere to go. We need to show 12 points of sincerity. Jian Yanghe nodded. Understood. Within a short while, a few of the Tangyuan Pavilion's patriarchs, as well as Jian Yanghe, arrived in front of the room that Chen Xian was staying in, only to push open the door to the house and find it empty. But the person was gone. The people of Tangyuan Pavilion looked at each other in disbelief. Outside Tangyuan City, the sun was setting and the afterglow was shining. Between the mountains, there flows a clear brook, the water glittering with golden light under the setting sun, as if a golden ribbon winding through the mountains. After taking a look at Jane Weiwei's tomb, Chen Xian led the little donkey away. At the moment, he was lying on a small donkey, this time with 2 more sacks in his hands. The sacks were filled with treasures that had been brought along from the Devil's Den. Egu my god, this won't fit either. Piggybacking on a storage bag would be good. He slapped the burro's ass. Hurry up. Chapter 51 The Past of the Stick Rice Land. What's this one from? Chen Xian was holding a handful of spirit herbs that he had picked from the demon cave. The grass looks familiar. I just don't know what it's called. Is there any poison? Thinking so, Chen Xian swallowed it in one gulp. In no time at all, he blanched and fell pensively from the burrow. There's poison. Burrow, omega. Out of life. The burrow stomped a hoof on Chen Xian's face. and when he saw that the other party did not wake up, he stomped down again with several consecutive hooves. He saw Qingyun's face turn green for a while and white for a while before he rose from the ground and spat out a mouthful of thick water. Bah! Sure is poisonous. The burro was startled to see Qingyun wake up. Qingyun huffed and slapped his cheeks again, and his head soon regained its clarity. If other cultivators were to undergo such a blow, even if they didn't lose their lives, they would still have to damage their bodies and suffer for a period of time. However, Qingyun had quickly expelled the toxins in this spirit herb from his body, leaving behind the small portion of it that could be accepted by the body. Hoo-hoo! Qingyun exhaled twice and chewed on another type of grass. Ouch me, that's awful. Get some great sauce, well, dip it in. Well, this one isn't poisonous. Qingyun handed the little donkey a piece of spirit grass. The little burro opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. After taking a bite of the spirit grass, the little donkey spread its legs and ran faster. Quack, quack, quack. The sound of donkey hooves was even and monotonous. The little donkey used to be skinny and small, but this was only a few months ago, and he became tall and big, wearing a black coat. Shiny, silky, like it's been rubbed with oil. The mouth was long and large, two large bulging eyes. The legs were long and thick, and the paws were wide and thick. The bark was long and endless, shaking his head left and right. 4 days later on a rainy night, on the mountain road north of Guangningfu, this mountain is called Pipa Mountain, named after its shape. The eastern end is low and narrow, rather like the head and neck of a pipa, while the western part is high and wide, just like the body of a pipa. Its head consists of a large rock with no grass or trees on it, and is surrounded by holes from the streams that flow down the mountain. The stream gushes in and thumps, sounding like a chime, varied and felicitous. At this time, it was raining heavily. Rainy days always put people in a happy mood, and this was especially true for Qingyun. Whenever it rains, he always likes to walk slowly, because he can clearly see the beauty of the landscape and touch everything on the earth with the sound of the rain. A mountain god temple appeared in front of them, the door of which was closed, with a worn-out plaque hanging above it. Qingyun put his umbrella away, and with a shake of his body, the little donkey took the lead and ran inside. Qingyun looked at the statue of the mountain god and joined his hands in a slight bow. Rant! This statue of the mountain god stands in the center of the temple, and the years have left deep marks on it. The golden phallic form of the idol had dulled and no longer had the divine charm of the past, as if it was a lonely guardian silently guarding the land. At the feet of the idol, there was a censer with curling incense burning inside. The power of the incense in the incense burner slowly rose and wrapped around the idol, as if it was telling the idol something. With that, Qingyun found a corner and sat down. Fumbling through the sack, he fished out a book. Taishang Induction Psalm. Well, not this one. The Jade Box Book. The Sword of Hang. Not this one either. The Sun and the Moon in the Sky. No, no, no. Finally, Qingyun touched the one he desired. The Past of the Red House and the Dream of Spring. He, this is the one. Qingyun then threw the other books out without a care in the world. Holding the book Red Chamber Spring Dream Outreach for himself and reading it carefully. The little donkey snorted and squared the book on the floor with his hoof, his eyes dribbling round. This little donkey has been spiritual since it was young, and Lin Dowling, who raised it from childhood to adulthood, is another person who possesses great fortune. This little donkey itself was a piece of this Lin Dowling's chance. Who knew that it was intercepted by Qingyun halfway? Now, it had been fed so many spirit medicines by Qingyun. Even if it is a piece of scrap metal, it will be made into a piece of gold. Qingyun fished out a piece of burrito from his arms and took a bite. There's something about reading a novel with this wild style of writing on this rainy night. There was a fire sitting underneath the iron basin, to which some spiritual herbs and medicines had been added, and some soy sauce had been put in to flavor the fire. Before long, the water was gurgling and bubbling. It's pouring outside. Inside the temple of the mountain god, one man and one donkey. One looks at the little people's books. The little donkey, on the other hand, concentrated on these esoteric books. These scrolls are all through the cultivator for decades as one day of enlightenment. During the hardship is self-evident. The taste is only known to themselves. And these people wrote down their insights, pouring their heart and soul into each one. Asterisk caret asterisk. Qingyun smiled like a lewd uncle. The little donkey glanced at him in disgust. No talent. No interest. As he was watching with great interest, Qingyun's ears suddenly twitched as he heard some peculiar ringing. That guy was chasing me real hard. Lu Wuxin. If we weren't injured, we really wouldn't be able to win. A few people were talking, and then the door of the temple was pushed open from the outside with a bang. The figures entered the temple one after another. Whoa! The wind rushed in through the door and the fire danced. The burro lifted his head to stare at them warily. There were 5 people in total, all dressed as ordinary people. 3 men and 2 women. One woman with a woman in her arms. The girl was at the height of her youthful beauty, nibbling a carrot in her mouth, with a clear stupidity in her eyes. The five of them shot a glance at Qingyun, and then they sat down on the other side of the temple. Why don't we go through the mountains overnight? A woman transmitted her voice with heart lake. It's too menacing. This storm has come at an unusual time. It's so hard to win. We can't let this woman have any accidents, or we won't be able to go back and deliver. As they spoke, all five noticed that something wasn't quite right. Another passerby inside the temple kept staring at them. Qingyun narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the girl who was nibbling on a carrot with her head down. The woman raised her head and looked at Qingyun. This pink-clothed woman. Who else could it be if not Wei Yingying? Wei Yingying's eyes lit up. Help! Help! As he spoke, he swallowed the carrot root. Qingyun couldn't help but smile. Why don't you run when you're yelling for help? Wei Yingying said truthfully. You can't run from them, and it's easy to get beaten up. Well, it's not stupid. I thought all you knew how to do was eat. A woman smiled faintly. Let this little brother misunderstand. This is my niece being disobedient. Don't be too concerned. Chapter 52 Familiar Demonic Qi. Qingyun was still looking at the sticky Riceland's past villainy book with great interest. The woman, seeing that he had stopped talking, reached out and tried to grab the girl back and, don't move. A cold color flashed in the woman's eyes. What's the matter, little brother? Do you have to take care of this idle matter? It's not exactly an idle matter, Qingyun said. Tell me what's going on with this demonic aura on you guys? The pupils of the five people snapped, striking out at the same time in an instant. Pop! A flick of the finger. The temple door slammed open as if by a force, and a tiny raindrop flew in and stopped in midair. The bodies of the four men who had wrapped up the kill froze for a split second as the raindrops floated around them. Tiny raindrops as fine as the tip of a needle, densely arranged, and the old man among the five took the lead in rushing out of the temple door. In this moment, he had already decided to run away. Trying to run? Qingyun changed his hand techniques. This time, nothing changed outside. Ouch! It's been a long time since I've had to give forget. Qingyun scratched his head. The clouds fly and move about in a hurry, i.e., the realm and the fire combine in a hurry, and the Xian lay long passes through the rain, and the things and the water are sufficient for the people. Heartland autumn why? Rain shun not think. Buzz off. Two muffled sounds came from the air. The old man who had long ago swept out a long way away planted his body towards the ground, his head spinning. In the next moment, Qingyun, who was leaping with electric light, appeared in front of him. Qingyun did not ask, as he knew that these people would not reveal anything at all. He made a light point on the old man's forehead, and the old man's eyes lost their luster. A strand of black qi in the inner field was taken out by Qingyun using a special technique. The rain was pouring down and the wind was howling, blowing the trees around. Even some branches were broken and leaves were blown around. Qingyun's expression wasn't very nice. There are many kinds of demons in this world. Its central demon is the evil thought that grows within the practitioner. Shadowless and invisible, hard to detect. If it is not eradicated in time, it will grow stronger and stronger and eventually take over the practitioner's mind, causing him or her to fall into the devil's path. The external devil is the leakage of demonic qi from the devil's cave, eroding the souls of the cultivators and plunging them into endless pain. Eventually some cultivators would be controlled by external demons, losing their own will and becoming puppets of the demons. Back then, that demonic sect used demonic qi to control cultivators, and the scent of this wisp of demonic energy was both familiar and unfamiliar. Others might not know, but Qingyun couldn't be clearer. It's the scent of that devilish demoness. Qingyun stood in the rain for a long time. He killed her with his own hands and buried her with his own hands. Qingyun's brows furrowed as he thought that he should take a look inside the other party's grave. Qingyun dispersed the wisp of demonic qi and turned around to return to the temple. Wei Yingying and Little Donkey were chewing on dried groundnuts together inside the temple. Seeing that Qingyun had returned, Wei Yingying handed him a dried groundnut. Qingyun looked at the dried groundnut. What? These people just tricked you over with dried groundnuts? Wei Yingying said. Not at all. They snatched me. I couldn't beat them. Honestly, you can suffer less and eat good food. You're not a stupid girl. Wei Yingying nodded. Qingyun threw the dried groundnut into his mouth. Do you know where your family is? I don't know. So how do I get you home? I know where home is, but I'm going to another place that doesn't coincide with your home, Qingyun said. Wei Yingying blinked. Don't leave Yingying behind. Yingying can eat very little, or even not eat. Qingyun smiled and said, tell you what. I'll take you to see the grave of a friend of mine first, and then I'll ask someone to leave a message for your family so that they don't worry about you. Wei Yingying nodded like garlic. Good. Not forgetting to add, I can eat very little. Qingyun walked up to the mountain god statue, and I hope the mountain god will come out to meet me. a white mist suddenly dispersed, and with it, at the same time, appeared a hunched-over elf. Somewhat grumblingly, he said, "You young people are so rude, disturbing my purification." Chen Xian smiled and said, "There is really something I want to bother Lord Mountain God with." "What's up? Hurry up. I'm busy. It's annoying that those of you with a bit of cultivation can't move without making us little land and mountain gods." Chen Xian felt out some spirit stones. A smile suddenly bloomed on little mountain god's face. "Young people still know some rules. Say, what is it?" A few days later, Temple of the Mountain God. A young man in white wearing a sword followed the traces all the way to the middle of the temple. Mountain God. Boom. The smoke cleared and the mountain god appeared in front of the idol, trembling with fear and trembling, holding his breath and looking carefully at the other side. "Little god Basho mountain god. Meet, I've met you. Immortal." A cultivator with low and weak magical power invoking the mountain god and land is naturally treated differently than someone with high and deep magical power summoning. This treatment is naturally different. Unlike the previous days, when he had been summoned out by Qin Xian, this time the mountain god's face had creases of laughter on it. "To ask you something, I have seen a woman of the age of 28, dressed in a pink dress." Before Willow Heartless could finish, the mountain god then hurriedly said, "I've seen you before. A few days ago, 5 men brought this girl to the temple of the lesser god. It was followed by a young man in a green robe, who killed all 5 of those men and took the girl." Looking at the other man's furrowed brow, Yamagami wasn't sure if he should or shouldn't say the next words. It wasn't until the other party signaled him to continue that Yamagami continued. "That young man asked me to pass on a message to the Supreme Immortal, that the girl had let him save her, and that there was no need for the Supreme Immortal to worry about her, and that he would go ahead and send the girl back to the Wei family afterward." Did the man say his name? Surname Li, first name Xuanxiao. The heart that Lu Wuxin had been carrying along the way was finally put down at this moment. "Thanks a lot. There's nothing in the way." Lu Wuxin was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the other party. "What did Chen Xian give you?" The mountain god froze. "Some spirit stones." "Spirit stones?" The mountain god was busy taking out the spirit stones and said nervously, Just these." Lu Wuxin glanced at the spirit stone. "It's kind of your creation." Leaving behind this sentence, Lu Wuxin left the mountain god temple. The mountain god was a little unsure and subconsciously hugged the spirit stone in his arms tightly. However, he wasn't some stupid person, and after a careful consideration, he was able to figure out the meaning of the other party's words. He looked at the spirit stones in his arms and looked delighted. Understand that the person he met a few days ago was originally a nobleman. He was busy making a distant bow to the distance. "Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal. Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal." Chapter 53, Night Attack. Croakta. The little donkey ran as if he were spread out. Wei Yingying sat on the donkey's ass, her body being shaken left and right by the bumps. Chen Xian used a rope with one end tied to the burro's body and one end clutched in his own hand, his feet stepping on a wooden board, dragging 2 long tracks on the ground. The people passing by looked at this strange scene and really didn't know what to say. "It's so weird. Young people play with real flowers." Wei Yingying looked back at him. "Where are we going?" "Return to the ruins. Return to the ruins." Wei Yingying softly recited the name as if it was a distant and mysterious dream. An infinite ocean, with rough waves and howling winds, unconsciously appeared before his eyes, as if he could see the outline of that place. The ruins is a legendary place said to be the end of the world, the origin and destination of all life. Some people say that the returning ruins is a mysterious island with a group of immortal beings who live forever. Others say that the return is a terrifying black hole that swallows everything that comes near it. Chen Xian buried that woman there with his own hands. This is something that no one knows about but him. Wei Yingying looked into Chen Xian's eyes without blinking. His eyes were bright, not dulled by the journey, yet less aggressive, with a light-hearted smile in them. Bam bam bam. The objects in the sack clashed against each other with a crisp clang. Chen Xian took out a very ornate-looking bracelet from it, which hid a pair of precious armor within it. At the critical moment, one can then call out the precious armor from the bracelet. It was also a treasure he had picked up from within the Devil's Cave. The grade wasn't considered high, but it was almost able to withstand the full force of a peak 6th king cultivator. On top of that, there are god speed shoes to run faster in. If you're in danger, it's better to run away first. The Cloak of Evasion, as the name suggests, omits the process of casting spells, making it easier to hide and escape. Substitute straw. Safety comes first when you're out and about. There was a teepee with a few carriages parked on one side by the official road ahead, a good place for passers-by to rest their feet. There were 7 or 8 tables set up in the teepee, and basically every one of them was filled with people, so it looked like business was pretty good. Chen Xian ordered 2 large bowls of tea. While sipping his tea, he plotted his route. It's a long way, not too far but not too close either. It would be fast if he was traveling in the air. It was just that Qin Xian was not in a hurry in his heart. There was a destiny in the underworld. If it's really the world's greatest power, this time, will he or she have to go against the grain? Qin Xian glanced at Wei Yingying, who was dressed in pink. Wei Yingying is not very smart, but she is really beautiful. Goose egg face, white skin like sheep's fat white jade, eyebrows as slender as willow leaves, curved in just the right arc, a pink dress, long hair fluttering with the breeze, light as silk, totally not supposed to be at this dusty roadside tea stall. For a moment, it attracted a lot of attention. To these plainly dressed pedestrians, this girl was a complete fairy. Well, eat less, Qin Xian said. Wei Yingying's mouth was stuffed with a bulge, and she was still grasping a piece of milk cake in her hand. Although these pastries are cheap, they have a different flavor for Wei Yingying. Qin Xian grabbed a piece of milk cake and threw it to the little donkey. The little donkey was delighted and lifted his head and steadily bit the milk cake into his mouth. Senior brother, that woman is so beautiful. The young Taoist looked at Wei Yingying's back and couldn't help but swallow furiously. Another Taoist with an 8-beard beside him hemmed and hawed. Indeed, it's damn pretty. Many times better looking than those goods in the greenhouse. Winning at innocence, Sifu added. The 8-bearded senior brother nodded in agreement. The two looked at each other and smiled. Master, we're both going to take a piss. The 8-bearded senior brother looked towards the blind Taoist who was drinking tea. The blind Taoist snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what the two of you are thinking. Being hooked by lechery. The two young Taoist priests hemmed and hawed. The blind Taoist priest's words turned, and coldness flickered in his eyes. You too. Ah, you know how to focus on the little woman. That guy has quite a lot of treasures on him, and he's not afraid of being targeted when he comes out wandering around with so many treasures. The 8-bearded senior brother said with some uneasiness. Master, with so many treasures, will the dots be a bit solid? You might as well not have grown your eyes. The blind Taoist priest said. That man is carrying all the treasures of escape. Guess why he is carrying so many treasures of escape? The young master's eyes lit up. Good start. No risk. Exactly. The blind Taoist priest, whose real name is Zhao Hucheng, has been practicing since childhood. It was only a pity that he had done too many evil things in his life, leaking out and being robbed of a pair of strokes. It's still master who is taller. The 8-bearded senior brother was busy offering his horse. The blind Taoist priest lectured. The master is blind in the eyes, but not in the heart. And look at the two of you who have no form all day. All you think about is women. The two disciples only said, Master's lesson is right. The blind Taoist priest flicked his sleeve. That female doll will let the master enjoy first. Old. The two young disciples were disdainful inwardly, but on their mouths they said, that's natural. Surely it's filial piety to the master first. The blind old Taoist smiled faintly. Qin Xian finished his tea and paid for it. After lifting the bag on his shoulder and exiting the teepee, he left with Wei Yingying and the little donkey. It's getting late. The sun was slowly sinking in the west and the sky was tinted with an orange-red afterglow. The breeze brushed gently, carrying with it the lingering warmth, and the silhouettes of the distant mountains became clearer in the light of the setting sun. Let's go. Qin Xian carried the sack on his back, his footsteps light. Wei Yingying patted the little donkey's butt. The little donkey gave her a blank look. Do I know you well? Just pat my ass. Quacka 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 quacka. At night, Qin Xian sat cross-legged at the bottom of the hill and closed his eyes, not moving a muscle. It seemed to enter the realm of oblivion. Wei Yingying stared at him. What a profound cultivation method. Wei Yingying was the Wei family's most gifted offspring in the past 1,000 years, and had displayed an astonishing talent for cultivation since she was young. She had already been able to sense the fluctuations of aura between heaven and earth even before she had formally begun her cultivation. Therefore, since she understood, Wei Yingying was personally taught by the most prestigious elder in the family and began to embark on the path of cultivation. Although she was still young and her cultivation level was not considered too high, she had dabbled in matters of cultivation. This breathing technique, it's hard not to. Hello. Oh, ZZ. Oh, so it's just sleeping. Wei Yingying continued to nibble on the wild fruits. Just then, a dozen cold lights suddenly broke out of the nearby mud pit. Hey, it's a new book, and it's embarrassing to even think about writing on a different account. There's nothing like being caught writing a novel and having it read aloud in public, toes buckling to the ground. I'm not going to say anything, just support me more and I'll be done. Chapter 54, Killing for Treasure. Wei Yingying reacted extremely quickly, snapping her eyes open and her body rose into the air. With a smooth gesture, he caused both the little donkey and Qin Xian, who was sitting on the ground, to rise up in the air and dodge the blow. Two cyan-colored figures appeared out of thin air. Wei Yingying recognized them as the two Taoist priests who had been drinking tea at the tea stall earlier in the day. At that time, I felt that their eyes were not kind. but I never thought that they would dare to really sneak up on them. Wei Yingying flicked her wrist and a flash of red flowed out of her sleeve, sweeping towards the two Taoist priests. It was a mass of red streaming beams. The eight-bearded Taoist priest hammed and hawed. "Little lady, go have fun with Master Tao." He lifted his hands and mouthed the words. Immediately, a layer of ice fog rose in front of his body, and the red streaming beams attacked him, and were instantly wrapped in frost, gradually becoming powerless. Who would have thought that Wei Yingying's hand technique aside, that stream beam from the original more than a zhang long, suddenly stretched to several zhang, wrapping that eight-bearded Taoist priest in layers. The eight-bearded Taoist priest sensed the danger and shouted, "Senior brother!" At the same time, the ground Wei Yingying was standing on suddenly reached out with a pair of hands and grabbed Wei Yingying's feet. The hand carried some sort of mana energy that prevented it from breaking free for a moment. Just then, the eight-bearded Taoist priest had gotten out of his bindings. With a talisman cupped in his hand, two balls of fire shot towards Wei Yingying. Wei Yingying couldn't dodge and had to take this ball of fire hard. The precious jade in front of him unfolded a barrier to block the blow for him. Good stuff. Eight-bearded Taoist secretly staggered. Consecutively several fireball attack over. Not only did not hurt the other half, it also allowed the other party to break free and control the flow beams to force the senior brother to hold his head. It doesn't look like it's going to work without some real action. The eight-bearded Taoist priest immediately fished out another golden sword talisman and pinched the paper between his index and middle fingers. The mind coalesced and a mantra was recited under his breath. Lay. Immediately, a golden light spat out from the talisman paper. That golden light shot out to meet that red streaming beam. Although the red stream beam was one level higher than that golden sword talisman, it was an inherently restraining relationship. Even the biggest mouse shivers at the sight of a cat. Rip la la la. Seeing that the golden blade talisman tore the red stream beam a little bit from it. Seeing this situation, Wei Yingying was a little anxious in her heart. These two are too much older her, and at the bottom of the climbing, along with that blind master through countless killings. In terms of this life and death fight, this Wei Yingying is really not a match for the two of them. Now that the situation was urgent, Wei Yingying couldn't care about anything else. Immediately, he revolved his body's mana and prepared to do his best, and the red streaming beam suddenly opened up against the wind. At once, it swept over the two of them in an overwhelming manner. This sudden change caught the two off guard, and in no time at all they were surrounded and unable to move. Wei Yingying was also a little dizzy in the head and staggered due to the excessive operation of her mana. Senior brother, the dots are a bit solid. The young Taoist was sweating profusely. The eight-bearded Taoist grinned. This little is quite powerful. Shame on you. A majestic voice resounded in the surroundings, followed by the blind old Taoist's figure appearing out of thin air. Master, please don't talk about us brothers. This little is not easy to deal with this time. The eight-bearded Taoist priest flattered. It is still up to your old man to make a move. With a big wave of the blind old Taoist's hand, the red beams that were wrapped around the two brothers were instantly untied. The red beam felt like it had lost all its power and returned to Wei Yingying's hand, knowing that she was no match for her opponent even if she was in perfect condition. Not to mention having just experienced a battle, Wei Yingying hurriedly hid behind Qian. The blind Taoist waved his Buddha dust. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, fellow Taoist, the suffering on earth, why don't you let the poor Taoist send you to the world of everlasting bliss? Qian laughed. Don't bother the Taoist master. I haven't spent enough time on this earth. That's not up to you, fellow Taoist. Qian waved his hand. Go ahead and make your move. Just run away. In the next instant, Qian picked up Wei Yingying with one hand. Run, Godspeed shoes. As if the wind was born under his feet, Qian leaped a dozen feet or so while a pure white feather appeared in his hand. Hoo! Qian blew up in one breath. A pair of wings sprouted from his back, and with a fierce flap, he flew off into the distance. Ha ha ha, yeah, yoo-hoo. Qian looked down at the forest below. Gee, it's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling of flying through the air. Quack-a-doodle-doo, quack-a-doodle-doo. The little donkey's slightly obese body moved rapidly on the ground, and then leapt up violently. Qian picked up the little donkey with his big hands. Go you! Looking at Qian's rapidly departing back, the eight-bearded Taoist priest anxiously said, Master, the blind Taoist smiled confidently. What are you afraid of? He can't escape me. The words fell, and he lifted his steps and left, making a move to shrink the ground. He was extremely fast, just like a gust of wind, and almost in the blink of an eye, he passed through the mountains and rivers under his feet. Wow, there's something about this old man. Seeing this, Qian hastily accelerated his speed. This chasing and catching up was half an hour's work. The blind old Taoist stopped at a hill, his eyebrows twitching gently as he ran really fast. Immediately, he fished out a talisman seal from his sleeve and stuck it on his body. In the next moment, The blind old Taoist's figure once again disappeared like a ghost. Rumble dash. At the same time, the old Taoist's hand pinched the magic symbol. Within the clouds, dark clouds coalesced with a thunderbolt. Chen Xian raised his head to look at the sky. As the old Taoist moved, a falling thunderbolt fell and was narrowly dodged by Chen Xian. The old Taoist seemed to be a bit anxious, and his mana rose around him. Chen Xian's wings behind him were struck by the falling lightning, and his body swayed violently as he fell toward the mountains. With that, the wing re-emerged as a feather back into his hand. Chen Xian landed in the mountains and frowned as he smelled the burnt odor on his body. The figure of the blind old Taoist priest appeared not far away with a cold smile on his lips. With you also want to escape the palm of this Taoist master. A fool's dream. Chen Xian patted the dust on his body and casually said, "Indeed, I have somewhat underestimated the Taoist master's strength." The blind old Taoist smiled contemptuously. He was no longer prepared to talk nonsense with the other party. The magic treasures on this body of the opponent were invariably used to escape. Now that he had been caught by himself, this body of magic was useless. Just now, in order to chase the other party to consume 2 high-grade talisman seal, that is his several years of hard work. The thought of it, the old Taoist, is a little neat pain. However, the kid in front of me is either rich or wealthy. With so many treasures on his body, he was considered to have made up for his 2 high-grade talisman seals. As for whether or not the forces behind the other party would retaliate, the blind old Taoist didn't care at all. Kill the person. The body burned with a secret method. Let the forces behind the other party in how capable, but also do not know that it is their own doing. Killing for treasure has been a common occurrence since ancient times. Chapter 55, You run? My ass. What kind of crappy escape spell? It doesn't work well. It's not as good as my cloth shoes. Chen Xian looked at the divine speed shoes under his feet and pulled off the recluse cloak behind his back, his face full of disappointment. The key to whether a magic treasure is good or not lies in the cultivator himself. The blind old Taoist felt that he had spoken nonsense. It's actually quite true. But what's the point in talking about it with the other person when the person you're talking to is going to die soon? The blind old Taoist was usually used to educating his disciples, so he said it in passing. Kid, be more careful in your next life. He changed his hand technique and immediately swept out a gray stream of light from his sleeve. It was a rune weapon. It appeared without the slightest warning. Streams of light flickering through the air, the gray light not blinding. However, it gave off a mysterious feeling, as if this rune soldier possessed incredible power. This talismanic soldier was the blind old Taoist's talisman, accompanying him through countless storms and rains, and was also his sharpest killing weapon. The gray stream of light should have pierced through Chen Xian's body, but it rested at Chen Xian's throat, which should have been the most vulnerable part. At the moment, it was as if a copper wall was blocking the gray stream of light. The gray streams of light could not advance and made a buzzing sound. The blind old Taoist's expression suddenly changed as he looked at this scene incredulously. Still, it's a character who's been through a lot in the end. Soon, he calmed down, took a deep breath, mouthed the words, and began to perform his life's work. With the sound of the blind old Taoist's incantation, the gray sword awnings grew brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into an aurora borealis. It was just that no matter how bright that light was, it could not enter Chen Xian's skin for even a fraction of a second. No way. Although the injuries hadn't fully recovered and his cultivation was mediocre, however, the basic form of the body was still there, and it was no accident that he was able to resist the blind old Taoist sword without any burden. In the next moment, the blind old Taoist was penetrated by a dagger. Chen Xian clutched the dagger in his hand and nodded. Well, this dagger brought out from the Devil's Cave isn't bad. Magic, the magic cave. Blood spilled from the corner of the blind old Taoist's mouth, and it was only then that he realized he had messed with the wrong person. Elder, can you spare my life? May not. The corners of the old Taoist's mouth twitched. One last question. Before the words were uttered, the blind old Taoist had already swallowed his breath. To his death he hadn't figured out that since the other party had this strength, what the hell was the point of running? Well, the shoes are okay, but cultivators above the 6th scenery won't be able to run. These wings aren't of a high grade, but they can at least let you fly for a while. As for this recluse cloak, Chen Xian put one piece of treasure on the little donkey. How could he say that it was also considered his future mount for traveling all over the great river in the north? Can't be too shabby. These are the treasures that he has tried out just now. Of course, the target of the trial is the blind old Taoist in front of him who thinks he has met some great advantage. Overall it's not too bad. The treasures in the natural Devil's Cave wouldn't be so shabby, but a few others, little donkey couldn't use them for the time being. Those contraptions are too high grade. At this time, the 2 disciples of the blind old Taoist arrived late. Upon seeing his master's corpse, as well as the safe and sound Chen Xian, he did not hesitate to turn his head and run. The short dagger in Chen Xian's hand spun around, rapidly drawing a half circle around the duo in midair. A bright red line then appeared above the eyebrows of the two. With the short dagger back in his hand, Chen Xian waved the short dagger and threw it back to the little donkey. The little donkey caught it in his hoof and looked to the left and right, delighted, and ran merrily along. I'll ask you again what you're going to do next, Chen Xian said to little donkey and Wei Yingying. One man and one donkey looked like they had been named to answer a question by a private school teacher. Wei Yingying and little donkey looked at each other and couldn't say anything. Chen Xian simply sat down on the ground, extended a finger in midair and shook it as he continued. First, remember to act in the future. People don't offend me and I don't offend them. If people offend me, if you can beat him to his knees and call him grandpa. If you can't beat him, run. Secondly, after you have won, you must remember to cover your tracks, lest you be retaliated against by the other party's companions. Third, and most importantly, remember to kill and touch. Little donkey and Wei Yingying nodded thoughtfully. Chen Xian waved his hand. Go. Looking at Wei Yingying and little donkey's busy backs, Chen Xian's mouth was tinged with a smile. It's like watching your students or memorizing a book, the way you taught them. Wei Yingying was visibly a bit resistant to corpses. It looked like in her previous cultivation experience, she hadn't experienced many life and death crises, let alone going out and killing people. However, since she had embarked on the path of cultivation, this was inevitable. The practice is to contend. The way forward. Everything can be thrown away. These were the first words taught to him by the forgotten loved Taoist master when he was initiated back then. Chen Xian sat down cross-legged. Thin clouds swept over the moon and the sky overhead was full of stars. Chen Xian unlocked the blind old Taoist's wine gourd and took a large gulp, smashing his mouth. Well, that's a nice wine. 3 days later, 2 black-robed men found the bodies of the blind old Taoist and the 2 young Taoist priests. Just as second elder guessed, Chen Xian's injuries have not fully recovered. One of the black-robed men said in a deep voice. Nowadays, at most, he is at the strength of the 7th scenario, and he might have to be a bit worse than the 7th scenario. If time passes, when he recovers his cultivation, he will surely retaliate against the Green Cloud Sect. Second elder's meaning. Chen Xian was expelled from the Qingyun Sect. Sooner or later he will be a hidden danger. Get rid of him, both of us? Someone will come to help us from now on. The black-clothed man with a slightly thin figure showed difficulty. But, Chen Xian, after all, has unparalleled achievements. The other chided. Don't forget who you are. Both of them were disciples of the Shadow Hall of the Qingyun Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall is divided into the Ming Hall and the Shadow Hall. The Bright Hall is under the sun, the Hall of Shadows. On the other hand, hid in the shadows and did things for the Green Cloud Sect that could not be seen in the light of day. The second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall was finally unable to hold back his killing intent and was about to make a move against Chen Xian. In his opinion, the reason why Chen Xian did not retaliate against him, or even the entire Qingyun Sect, it all boiled down to the fact that the other party hadn't fully recovered from their injuries. If they waited for the other party to recover their cultivation and become that unrivaled Chen Xian in the world again, at that time, whether Chen Xian would retaliate against the entire Qingyun Sect, the second elder did not know. However, he inwardly recognized that Chen Xian would definitely retaliate against him. Instead of regretting it at that point, it's better to be proactive. Send a message to the Hall of Shadows to surround and kill Chen Xian. The black-robed man waved his hand. Yes. Chapter 56, The Postponed Birthday. A small boat rests on the water in a section of the Baichuan River. The river flowed quietly, the breeze blew gently, and the boat rocked slightly with the ebb and flow of the river. A man in a bucket hat sitting in a boat was clutching a fishing rod. Upon closer inspection, the man had fallen asleep, squinting and letting out a light snore. A worn oar leaned against the bow. The wood grain on the oar had been smoothed out, and the hull was worn, with patches and cracks in many places, but it still floated sturdily. Just then, Chen Xian flicked his wrist and, above the river, a bright line jumped out of the river, an obese grass carp that just landed in the boat. Chen Xian raised his hat curtain. The boat was bought from an old shipwright, and although it was broken, it could still be used for repairs. He was going to find an old friend and ask his old friend to help send him to the Western Sea. The returning ruins are then above the Western Sea. This friend, as it happens, knows a little about water. A small donkey brayed from the shore. Wei Yingying took the little donkey to the next town to buy wine. In addition to buying some peanuts and rice small pickles, Chen Xian boiled a pot of fish soup in the small clay pot that came with the boat. First, clean the fish, cut it into small pieces and put it into a pot. Then light the stove on fire and bring to a slow simmer over low heat. While waiting for the fish soup to cook, he took out a bottle of wine and took a gentle sip, feeling the spice and warmth in his throat. The fish soup was finally cooked, and Chen Xian served it into a small bowl and brought it to the bow of the boat. He sat cross-legged on the boat, taking in the coolness and serenity of the night, the wind blowing across his face, bringing a breath of fresh air. Chen Xian looked at the starry sky and stretched his back comfortably. Wei Yingying held a small bowl and squatted in front of him. While eating the fish one by one, he didn't forget to strike up a conversation with Chen Xian. Big brotherly, I heard from Wuxin that you are the world's sword Dao leader, very powerful and impressive. Generally average. Chen Xian took small sips of the fish soup, in a rare moment of some modesty. So you're so good. Aren't there so many delicious things you've eaten under the sun? Ha, so it's here waiting for him. Chen Xian thought for a moment and said seriously, when I was a child, my family was poor and couldn't afford to eat anything good, and then I embarked on the path of cultivation. I eat some basic food daily, but soon I won't need to consume grains and cereals, relying on the aura of heaven and earth for my livelihood, so I haven't eaten anything delicious. Wei Yingying was a bit disappointed with this answer and focused on eating the fish. Chen Xian's gaze suddenly looked toward the river. Underneath the river, a 10-odd feet long scaly dragon was swimming this way from afar. Shallow water cannot hide a dragon, but the Baichuan River is an anomaly. It is interconnected with the Great River, which spans the 3 states of central China, and belongs to a branch of the Great River. The galloping underwater augur noticed the sight, and as it got closer, the augur raised its head again, but the man's eyes were already turned away. There was no profound mana steaming from this person, so Zhao Long didn't care too much and just thought it was his own illusion. He silently leapt out of the water and took human form while a small boat appeared out of thin air under his feet. The dragon then took a small boat and approached Chen Xian's fishing boat. The name of the dragon is Ao Chun. Although it is an augur, it is different from ordinary augurs. There was a true dragon bloodline flowing in his body. On weekdays, he doesn't like to cultivate and favors having fun. It was just a drunken bender that got into trouble with the wrong people. Afterwards, he was punished by the elders of his family to countertrial in this Baichuan River, and he was not allowed to leave without authorization within 100 years. When Ao Chun has nothing to do, he likes to take human form and talk to passing tourists. Sometimes, he would shake his folding fan and charm the women who were in the prime of their youth to the point that they could not wait to marry him on the spot. The 2 ships gradually approached, and Ao Chun arched his hand in obeisance. With all due respect, a fluttering gentleman, warm and gentle as jade, with a smile that seems to be in the corners of his mouth, making people feel like spring breeze. Chen Xian gave the other party a slightly profound look. I'm worried that there is no one to accompany me with the fine wine. I wonder if your excellency would be willing to do so. Ao Chun carried an altar of fine wine. From a great distance, Chen Xian could already smell the odor of wine. Then, regardless of the other party's purpose, he readily agreed. Ao Chun poured a large bowl of wine for Chen Xian and another bowl for himself, and was about to put down the wine altar. At that moment a small, tender white hand came over with a bowl of wine. Wei Yingying pursed her lips, a look of curiosity and anticipation on her face. Ao Chun took a close look at the girl and couldn't help but tsk. Good roots. It's a seedling for cultivation. Immediately, he also poured a bowl with this little girl. Who knows? The other party took out another bowl right after. Ao Chun looked at Wei Yingying suspiciously, and Wei Yingying pointed at the little donkey behind her with an expectant face. Ao Chun smiled helplessly and just poured another bowl. This wine of mine is hundreds of years old. Brother should savor it. Chen Xian nodded approvingly. Nice. This wine was no ordinary mortal wine. It had many benefits for cultivators. A few bowls of wine were consumed and the sky was the limit. Ao Chun put his arm around Chen Xian's shoulders and asked where Chen Xian was going so that he could give him a ride. In theory, Ao Chun should have returned to his home a few days ago. His grandfather's big birthday. He had it all figured out. Grandfather loved him the most. When the time comes, you will beg your grandfather and give in. The rest of the sentence will be waived, and he will not stay here. It's just that there was a sudden message from home that a very important guest was coming to our house. In order to wait for the other side, the grandfather went so far as to postpone his birthday. Ao Chun heard for the first time that a birthday could be postponed. He wanted to see what this rumored guest was all about, and counting the time he should be heading out himself. If it was on the way, it would be possible to give Chen Xian a ride. Just then, Ao Chun violently sensed a hint of something wrong. A feeling as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at it from behind. Its heart beat steeply, blood rushing through its body, and it felt a fear it had never felt before. Ao Chun's divine sense probed around, but found nothing. His eyes became more alert, wondering if he was overstimulating. However, that uneasy feeling grew stronger and stronger, as if Ao Chun could feel a powerful force approaching, coming at yourself. The next moment, several black shadows rushed in all directions. What a strong killing aura! Ao Chun appeared almost instantly. The other party had already set up a formation without realizing it. Punch out! Ao Chun quickly made the judgment that the situation was unclear and it was better to slip away first. His figure steeply transformed into a pillar of light that shot straight into midair. However, soon he realized something was wrong. Chapter 57, The True Dragon. After sensing the strong killing aura and that uneasy feeling like a mane on his back, Ao-chan rushed to the highest altitude with a rush of his head. His heart was beating fast, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. His instincts told him, "It's strong. The visitor is strong. Far beyond his ability to fight." He took a deep breath to calm his own. Soon he realized something was wrong. It was because those several silhouettes didn't catch up at all after he escaped. Instead, he went straight to the figure in the boat, as if he didn't exist. Now Ao-chan was even more confused. He quickly surveyed his surroundings for possible threats. Soon, he realized that there was another group of silhouettes shifting in the woods not far away. Their figures were hidden between the trees, but Ao-chan could feel the powerful aura emanating from them. So many human powerhouses. The three black-robed men took the lead, their eyes cold and merciless, revealing a determination to kill. There was no unnecessary nonsense, aiming straight for Qingyun's life, a disciple of the Shadow Hall of Law Enforcement. 3 sharp swords plunged straight into Qingyun's chest. Got it? So easy. In the midst of his thoughts, several more swords stabbed up. Each sword went straight for the vitals. Just as quickly, one of the sword cultivators with the most profound cultivation level sensed that something was wrong. No! In the next moment, Qingyun's body transformed into a scarecrow. The real Qingyun then appeared in the distance with little donkey and Wei Yingying, puppet straw, second elder, really trying to catch up with all the others. Qingyun said indifferently. No one answered, and the only thing that answered him was the sword. The disciples of the Shadow Hall were not incompetent. The puppet straw could be used once, but not a second time in front of them. Qingyun looked at the river and muttered, "It's time to come, old dragon, old dragon. If I don't come your brother I'm going to turn into a corpse." Ao-chan looked at this scene and had the intention to help, but he also understood that with his own strength, he would be lucky to escape alive. Swish swish, the sword light flashed. Only the sharp sword light did not hurt Qingyun by half. Instead, it was cut off midway by an even more powerful aura. Rumble. Thunder rolled, like a burst of war drums, resounding through heaven and earth. The sky was cloudy and dim. Like nightfall, the wind howled and the leaves rustled as if trembling in fear. The next moment, a downpour of rain fell from the sky like a waterfall, violently pounding the ground. The disciples of the Shadow Hall simultaneously detected an incomparably powerful aura that swept over them like a raging wave, enveloping the entire space. Their faces instantly turned pale, and an indescribable fear welled up in their hearts. They couldn't even determine its direction or source, and only felt their bodies trembling like a flock of helpless lambs that could be slaughtered by this mysterious force at any time. They wanted to run away, but realized that their footsteps had become unusually heavy, as if they were nailed to the spot by something. Ow! The sound of a dragon's roar resounded in the sky. Ao-chan was full of shock. The grandfather! An old man with a long beard appeared in midair. True dragon AoE. For a dragon genus with this kind of pressure, the entire central state was afraid that there was only that true dragon AoE. The Shadow Hall disciple leading the group yelled lowly, "Go!" AoE snorted coldly, "If you want to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." That leading disciple leapt out into the distance with his figure against the pressure of the true dragon. However, as AoE's hand crossed from top to bottom, the figure in the air let out a cry of alarm, his voice filled with fear and despair, as if AoE's hand was a sharp knife that cut his body in half. The figure's body trembled in the air, as if it was suffering from unbearable pain. AoE's hand was like a gust of wind, gently brushing the figure's body. However, this seemingly gentle touch contained an infinite amount of power, causing the silhouette to feel an unprecedented amount of severe pain. The silhouette's body started to become stiff. His muscles tensed up as if he was trying to resist AoE's attack. However, it was all in vain. AoE's power had already surpassed his limits. Finally, the silhouette's body could no longer withstand AoE's attack. His body fell straight down from the height, as if he were a kite with a broken string, floating helplessly in the wind. Qingyun silently watched the silhouette fall, not a trace of pity or sympathy in his eyes. AoE looked toward Qingyun and laughed. "Ha ha ha, it's been decades, and it's really rare for Grand Master Li to write to me." Qingyun laughed. "Old Mr. Ao's big birthday. How could I not come? Count on you having a bit of a conscience." AoE pulled Qingyun's hand. Go. Go back and drink. And make sure to get drunk." At this time, AoE suddenly remembered something and turned his head to point at the Shadow Hall disciple he had immobilized. "Grand Master Li, what do these people want to do about it?" The injured lead disciple lying on the ground weakly said. "We are disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Mr. Ao, we have no grudges. There's no need for you to make an enemy of the Qingyun Sect." "Qingyun Sect?" AOE snorted coldly. How could the disciples of the Qingyun Sect surround and kill Xuanxiao? A few of you are posing as disciples of the Qingyun Sect, thinking that you can hoodwink me. A few people had a hard time looking at each other. That leading disciple clenched his teeth, and had no choice but to tell the truth in order to save his life. We were ordered by the second elder of the law enforcement hall to surround and kill Xuanxiao, a renegade disciple of the Qingyun Sect. A defecting disciple? Xuanxiao. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. AOE waved his hand. No matter what a few people said, AOE was just pretending to be confused, biting down on the fact that they were posing as disciples of the Qingyun Sect. AOE said, "Realistically, what do you think should be done? These people are posing as your Qingyun Sect disciples." Several people looked at Xuanxiao as if seeking help. "Li, Senior Li," a female voice rang out. "Senior Brother Li, you once taught me swordplay. You forgot." Xuanxiao didn't pay any more attention and turned around to walk away. AOE waved his sleeve, and the few Shadow Hall disciples present immediately felt the pressure in this rainstorm increase exponentially. The original waterfall-like curtain of rain instantly became more dense, and the water droplets hit the body was actually a little painful. Several Shadow Hall disciples' faces turned white, and blood was already spilling from the corners of their mouths. They struggled to run their spiritual energy, but they realized that the spiritual energy around them had actually become abnormally thin, and the exponentially increasing pressure was like a huge mountain that pressed down on them, preventing them from moving. Gradually, they could perceive nothing. Ha 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 ha. Old Li walks. My palace has countless good wines, but all of them are reserved for you, AOB said, beckoning into the air. Kid, hurry up and get down here. The AO-chun in midair froze, and then hastily bent down with an uncertain expression on his face. Chapter 58, 8 points to the hog. Wei Yingying looked at the underwater scene and couldn't help but stare. She gently opened her mouth and no seawater poured in. At the same time when they entered the water, AOE formed a film of air around them, blocking out the seawater. The closer he got to the water mansion, the more he could feel the majestic dragon energy. At a time like this, ordinary beasts, spirit beasts would definitely panic and not know what to do, wanting to flee this place. However, the little donkey was braying excitedly. It seemed as if the stronger the dragon aura was, the more excited it was. AOE was slightly surprised, but since it was a spirit beast that Old Li brought with him, it was naturally not an ordinary spirit beast. There were also many guests in the water mansion. The mansion was decorated with lights and sound and music. All sorts of gods and demons came in droves, bringing congratulatory gifts and smiling to the Dragon King. However, there were naturally not many characters that could enter the eyes of the true dragon. The demons that have entered the mansion are all great demons with great reputations. Demons make up 90% of the water tribe. In the entire water mansion, there were only 2 humans, Xuanxiao and Wei Yingying. Many aquatic races looked at the 2 humans in surprise. A human cultivator. This true dragon's birthday banquet would actually show up human cultivators. After the aqua guests had paid their respects, they all whispered to each other. Who doesn't know that the true dragon AOE has always detested humans? Even back then, he didn't hesitate to lead the water race to war with the human race. When AOE was young, his entire clan was killed by a human cultivator. And later AOE cultivated his true body and killed that cultivator's family to avenge the death of his entire clan. That cultivator had a huge clan at his back. Thus a blood feud was established between the 2 sides. Then later on, the water tribe went to full-scale war with the human race. It can be said that AOE hates the human cultivators to the bone, although in the end the 2 sides reached a peace agreement. But AOE's hatred for the human cultivators didn't decrease by half at all. When he saw a human cultivator on a normal day, he was already very restrained when he didn't beat him to death. Not to mention seeing human cultivators within the water mansion. Not to mention such a crucial day as the true dragon's birthday. AOE pulled Xuanxiao to sit beside the main seat and chatted with laughter. Old Li, quickly taste it. This wine of mine is 1,000 years old. Or back when I was unenlightened. The family left it behind, and I've never been able to drink it. Today, you can have a blessed taste. Xuanxiao wasn't polite and slammed down a large bowl. 1,000-year-old vintage that has been too good to describe exactly what it tastes like. It was a rich, mellow aroma that seemed to be mixed with the vicissitudes of history and age. Each sip is like savoring an ancient story that is mesmerizing and evocative. Xuanxiao felt the immortal wine washing over his body over and over again. His skin flushed slightly, and his body gradually became lighter, as if he was about to float. Xuanxiao closed his eyes and immersed himself in this wonderful feeling. The aroma of the immortal wine filled his surroundings, making him feel incomparably comfortable and pleasurable. And he couldn't help but speak. Soothing. Ha ha ha, my wine is beautiful. Drink. Let's drink enough today. Xuanxiao laughed. Then I won't be polite to you. Don't deny it when you sober up. AOE, look like such a petty person. Come and drink. AoE just followed Chen Xian and drank heavily. Those who come to celebrate their birthday are naturally entertained by their sons and daughters. At True Dragon's age, basically everyone of his generation died out. The people who came to celebrate their birthday were all juniors, and it was not a loss of courtesy for them to be entertained by their children. What's more, on weekdays, the True Dragon lived in deep seclusion, and it was already not easy to have the honor of seeing the True Dragon once. Kowtow to your old man. A junior augur kowtowed a dozen times in a row. Good. Aob smiled from ear to ear. Ao-chan glanced at his grandfather, who was sitting on the main seat, and then looked at Chen Xian on the side. Oh, it's a good thing Fawn got high and didn't worship each other. He had forgotten that he was going to plead with his grandfather to be spared the punishment, and his mind was full of doubts. At this time, an aquatic spirit demon next to him asked what he wanted to ask. Your Highness Ao-chan, who is that person sitting next to the Dragon Lord? That's right. Tell us quickly. Hasn't the Dragon Lord always hated the human race? Ao-chan laughed bitterly, thinking how would I know? Grandfather more than hated the human race. He remembered going out with his grandfather when he was a child and meeting the human cultivators. Grandfather, though not so much as to beat and kill them, would deliberately throw the other into the sea, or suddenly appear out of nowhere and make a move to eat the other person. And don't stop until they've scared the crap out of them and run away. It's when you see a newborn child and the person has just fallen asleep. He had to go over and make people cry and then leave happy. How is it that nowadays, he is pulling a human cultivator to talk and laugh? At that moment, Ao-chan saw an old turtle greeting the guests who had come. The old turtle's name is Nico. It is said that the old tortoise had no name, and then the immortals gave it to him. As the saying goes, a peach grows young, its leaves are abundant. Natalie means lush, fast growing. To be given a name by an immortal, this is considered to be a blessing of opportunity. Old Turtle was the steward within the Dragon Mansion and had been with grandfather the longest. Even his father and others have great respect for him. Ao-chan hurried over. Master Turtle, the old turtle said slowly. What kind of congratulatory gift did you prepare this time? Later on, I can also take you to beg for mercy in front of your grandfather, exempting you from the punishment. Remember not to cause trouble in the future. Well, I knew Master Turtle loved me the most. Ao-chan was so happy that he almost forgot about his big event. By the way, Master Turtle, who is that man sitting next to my grandfather? Why is my grandfather so close to him? Ha! The old turtle narrowed his eyes slightly. Remember to kowtow to your grandfather later. And don't forget to give Mr. Lee a toast. Who the hell is he? Now Ao-chan was even more confused. Since it's the famous Chen Xian, the one from the Green Cloud Sect? Or else? Ao-chan glanced at the young man sitting next to the main seat full of surprise. It doesn't look like that at all. Mr. Lee is usually unassuming. It would be strange for him to be seen through by you. Was he close to my grandfather? Naturally, it's a long story, and you're too young to know it. By the way, didn't you once ask my old turtle which immortal was the one who gave me this word Nico? Immortal? Ao-chan, couldn't be him. The old turtle smiled faintly, recalling the past. At that time, Mr. Lee was only 3 years old, so I, the old turtle, was lucky enough to get such a chance. 3 years old. Ao-chan looked incredulous. 3 years old, and an immortal gives his name? The old turtle said in a deep voice. There was once an arithmetician who said that if there were 10 points of chi in the world, Mr. Lee alone would occupy 8 points. A casual opening of the mouth is a great chance for a demonic elf, not to mention the bestowal of a name. Chapter 59 West Sea. After hearing these words from the old turtle, Ao-chan busily carried his wine cup and trotted towards the main seat, with an appropriate smile on his face. First of all, he paid tribute to his grandfather's birthday, but there was no matter of pleading for himself to be exempted from the punishment. Afterwards, he raised his glass. Lee, Mr. I'll toast to you. I didn't know the identity of Mr. earlier, so I hope I'm not to blame. Not to blame. Chen Xian laughed. Your Highness the Dragon's son need not say so. That fine wine you invited me to drink was really good. After Ao-chan drank a cup of wine, he busily said, Mr. is joking. I was just seeing Mr.'s extraordinary temperament from afar, so I thought of looking for Mr. to have a drink. I didn't expect that Mr. and my grandfather are old acquaintances. It's really fate. Ao-chan deliberately emphasized the word fate. He knew that the most important thing for cultivators, especially those with high cultivation levels, was a destiny. However, Chen Xian did not pick up on the conversation and only nodded slightly. Ao-chan was about to say something else, but Chen Xian had already been drinking with his grandfather's arm around his shoulders. He also had no choice but to back away. And when he saw Wei Yingying and Little Donkey, who were stuffing their heads to eat on the side, he came over. Miss Wei, I'll drink to you. I don't drink. Wei Yingying picked up a small delicate porcelain bowl filled with soup. Take soup instead of wine. Good. Ao Chun didn't mind, and asked in a small voice as he finished his drink in one gulp. Miss Wei, how did you and Mr. Li meet? Wei Yingying looked at Ao Chun and then looked down at the food on the table. It's not good if you don't eat early. Ao Chun immediately understood what she meant, so he busily said, don't worry, I'll compensate 10 copies for you later, and then fill you up with some more when you leave. Wei Yingying's eyes lit up as she told the story of how she and Chen Xian met. In all details, Ao Chun nodded thoughtfully. He observed that Wei Yingying really did have excellent roots and bones, a good seedling for cultivation. It was thought to be Mr. Li, who brought him around with the intention of cultivating him. It was only at this time that I heard Wei Yingying say the original story and realized it. Ben was also thinking of finding an opportunity to follow Mr. Li. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Ao Chun was a little lost, but on second thought, this god must have given himself a chance since he let himself meet, and by the looks of it, the odds were that grandfather wouldn't let Mr. Li leave after attending the birthday banquet, and he fought to get in front of the other side again. As beautiful as fairy wine is, it goes to your head. It was the true dragon, whose strength was at its peak, that huffed and puffed for 3 days and 3 nights, not to mention Chen Xian in his current state. After sleeping for a full 10 days and 10 nights, Chen Xian stretched his back, his bones rattling. Yes, this feeling. The old dragon also really took great pains to specially bring out this treasured immortal wine to quench his body. He took this favor. Chen Xian looked out through the crystal windows in the room, trying to take in the full view of the seabed. The view that came into view was beautiful, so beautiful that it didn't look like an earthly scene, but more like being in a fantasy world. Here, the color of the sea becomes a deep blue, deeper than the color of the sky. Chen Xian gently closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing before slowly sitting down cross-legged. His body relaxed and his heart grew calm. Under the guidance of his divine sense, Chen Xian once again saw the demonic soul within him. That was an extremely terrifying existence, the product of the fusion of countless demonic cultine souls. It lurked within Chen Xian's body, always ready to devour his soul. It surged through Chen Xian's body, attempting to control his body and mind and lead him into the dark abyss. However, it was always suppressed to death by Chen Xian, and was not allowed to take half a step into the minefield. Only when cultivating would Chen Xian utilize the power of his demonic soul. Wisps of spiritual energy floated in the air as if they were a star in the universe, shining with a unique light. The inner layer of light condensed into a small ball, while the outer layer was like a thin veil that gently wrapped around the inner layer, making the whole spiritual power look even more mysterious. Chen Xian could feel its power. Through it, Chen Xian felt connected to the universe and in harmony with nature. Chen Xian gently held a strand of spiritual energy and felt its life. It was as if a gust of wind could blow it away, but it was as if it could change the world. A moment later, Chen Xian slowly released the already thin strand of spiritual energy back into the air, and it slowly began to dissipate, eventually disappearing into the air. Ha 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 ha, old Li, old Li. Just then, the shouts of the old dragon came from outside the house. Chen Xian was somewhat helpless, presumably calling himself for a drink again. You can't drink anymore yourself, and it's time to say goodbye after 10 days and 10 nights of sleep. So, the situation was explained to the old dragon. Seeing that he couldn't keep Chen Xian, the old dragon didn't hold back much. I'd like to ask the Dragon Lord to pay more attention these days. Chen Xian was naturally referring to the matter of those Shadow Hall disciples of the Qingyun Sect that Long Jun had killed. The Dragon Monarch, however, was completely unconcerned. What can the Qingyun Sect do to me? You just go at ease. Chen Xian nodded and did not say anything more. As a true dragon, the Dragon Monarch's cultivation was profound, and those who could deal with it could be counted on one hand. What's more, this number would have to be halved even further if the waters were added to it. The order to surround and kill Chen Xian should have been secretly given by the second elder. Even if the upper echelons of the Green Cloud Sect knew about it, they would not speak about it in the open. So even though he had suffered a great loss, the second elder was still dumbfounded, not to mention settling scores with the true dragon. By the way, let my no-good grandson give you a ride for me. Chen Xian understood the meaning of the old dragon's words since he wanted to allow himself the opportunity to mention his grandson. Since it was a request from an old friend, Chen Xian did not refuse. Besides, he and Ao Chun were kind of related. After hearing the news, Ao Chun was so excited that he practically jumped up and down and went back to prepare properly. Only then did he leave the water mansion with Chen Xian, Wei Yingying and that little donkey. Ao Chun transformed into the body of a dragon and followed the ocean currents all the way to the West Sea. Returned to the ruins. After hearing that Chen Xian was going to the returning ruins, Ao Chun looked puzzled. He had grown up in the Western Sea since he was young, though he had heard rumors of the returning ruins, but I've never seen it, not even my grandfather. However, Mr. Li will certainly not talk nonsense. Thinking of this, Ao Chun had some anticipation in his heart. What does this rumored returning ruin really look like? The little burro closed his eyes and quietly listened to the sound of the waves and felt the sea breeze brushing his face. It saw the sea for the first time and was full of excitement and curiosity. Chen Xian laughed and patted its head. Follow big brother, and in the future, not to mention the sea, even a little female donkey will be found for you. Hey, 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 hey. Chapter 60. West Sea. The pre-dawn darkness receded, and a bright light came through between the sea and the sky, like a lit torch burning the deep blue waters. The whole eastern sky was burning red with the dawn. Chen Xian squinted his eyes slightly, his pupils colored red by the rising sun. Small fishing boats ride the waves of the sea. A dozen-foot-long scaly dragon under the water made way for it. Little donkey and Wei Yingying stared unblinkingly at the movements of Chen Xian's hands. Then he saw Chen Xian squatting beside the small earthen stove of the small fishing boat, throwing some tea leaves into the earthen pot as a fire sat below. This was some tea given by the old dragon, and naturally it was not ordinary tea. Chen Xian added a few more pairs of herbs to it, and the tea was fragrant. After a long time, Chen Xian half reclined on the chair, drinking hot, refreshing tea, looking at the undulating sea, the sea breeze blowing in the face with a salty flavor. Ah! Wei Yingying took a small sip of tea and eyed Chen Xian again. Chen Xian said without turning his head, drink less of this tea, you can't afford it. Wei Yingying was a little disappointed, and looked at the little donkey that was chewing on the side of the tea, as if she was wondering why the donkey could bear it, but not herself. Chen Xian surveyed the little donkey's body, rubbing his chin with his finger belly. This guy has really given birth to a good body, and with a little cultivation, becoming a demon king of body refining should not be a problem. Ao Chun said, Sir, my grandfather sent a message to me that he has asked the water clans in the Western Sea to keep a constant watch on the movements of the Qingyun Sect, and that the Qingyun Sect's people have not followed them any further. Chen Xian nodded. Trouble old dragon. At the moment, Ao Chun had a load of questions. I would like to ask, isn't Chen Xian a disciple of the Qingyun Sect? How come he's being hunted down by the Qingyun Sect? Is this Qingyun Sect person out of his mind? What good does it do to offend Chen Xian? But he always felt that the question was a bit presumptuous, so he just buried it in his heart. Chen Xian sipped his tea to himself. People don't offend me. I don't offend you. He originally didn't want to get involved with the Qingyun Sect again, after making an unparalleled achievement on his own, although he was set up and framed by the Green Cloud Sect and swept out of the door. But there is the grace of nurturing from childhood. The big deal is that we don't owe each other, and each side of the road to the sky, but it's just that some people are looking for death. Second elder, I'll keep this debt for you and pay it back slowly in the future. In the distance, a flying boat passed by, which was intentionally lowered, as if to enable those traveling in it to better appreciate the sparkling sea. There were quite a few cultivators on the flying boat, and at this time, they all couldn't help but gather to the edge of the flying boat to look down. Inside the flying boat, cough cough cough, a beauty with a face as pale as paper lay on the bed. Although the beauty is beautiful, but the dantian is broken. The sea of consciousness is dried up, and half of the tendons and bones of the whole body are broken. The woman in the green dress with the sword, standing in front of the bed, could only do her best to comfort her. Elder sister, don't worry. When we find Ghost Hand Divine Dr. Liangan, there will definitely be a way to treat elder sister's injuries. The woman in white gently shook her head, but she no longer had any hope. That Ghost Hand God Dr. Liangan has always been a god, hard to find. Besides, having no relatives with the other party, how would they step in to help themselves? The woman in green walked out of the bedroom and sighed silently. On a small fishing boat, Chen Xian looked at the flying boat not far away and said, Your Highness Ao Chun, please take me to the flying boat. He wanted to beg for a storage ring, otherwise there was no place to put such objects brought out from the abyss, as well as the spiritual herbs and medicines given to him by the Ghost Hand Divine Dr. Liangan, which were troublesome to put in a sack. Ao Chun then stopped the flying boat and led Chen Xian to it. Chen Xian arched his hand and said that he was going to pick out some desired items on the flying boat. The people on the flying boat gladly agreed. After all, this flying boat of theirs is traveling around, buying in one place and selling in another. It wasn't in place yet, so the vendors at the flying boat weren't open for business yet. After hearing that Chen Xian was going to buy a storage ring, a cultivator wearing a hat casually took out 5 storage rings and quoted the price for each. On the side, the cultivator wearing a long coat and a token guarded his store, getting high on golden melon seeds while sizing up this auger and a man with his eyes. It seemed that they didn't feel that there was any oil on the other side, so they didn't greet each other first. Letting his next competitor go, He had made a lot of money in Southport the other day anyway. Which one do you fancy, sir? Might as well buy them all, Ao Chun said with bravado. Chen Xian smiled and said no as he glanced at the other things in the cultivator's store. He chose a few more items that he couldn't say he would use later. I don't have any spirit stones left in my hand. How about bartering? May. When Chen Xian saw that he agreed, he fished out a bunch of blooming purple and gold flowers from the sack. Purple gold flower, the holy medicine for repairing the heart chakra. Although Chen Xian's heart veins have not fully recovered, but this divine Dr. Li Yangan favors purple gold flowers, so he has planted a lot of them. That's why Chen Xian stole more than enough, and taking out a bunch to buy some things didn't get in the way. What's more, back then, in order to cultivate this purple and gold flower, Li Yangan that old boy but enough to give Chen Xian a dozen pounds of test drugs. That period of time Chen Xian fart our drug flavor, and now it's kind of returned. A bouquet of purple and gold flowers to return these things, may I? The cultivator wearing the hat froze for a second before, immediately afterward, as if he was afraid that Chen Xian would back out, he snatched the violet gold flower. It's a deal. Whoever cheats is a puppy. Chen Xian smiled helplessly. Boss, it's feasible for this stone to be sent to me by the way? No problem, no problem. The cultivator was close to saying, just take whatever you see. The stone wasn't a valuable thing. It was sold to him by an old blind man. When he saw that old blind man was pitiful, he gave the other party a dozen or so spirit stones to get rid of him, and he didn't take it too seriously. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the unassuming and green moss-covered stone. Tisk, not bad. Not bad. The other shopkeeper who was wearing a long coat and was stoned on melon seeds, leisurely, saw this situation and directly sprayed the melon seed rind out of his mouth. He touched the other melon rinds that were smeared on his mouth and hastened to come up with them. This fellow Daoist. Come to my store and take a look. Going up to the door to steal business. Now the shopkeeper with the hat isn't going to do it. Peers are enemies, and the two were already at odds, so they quarreled in a few words. At this time, the other shopkeepers also came over, their eyes staring straight at the bulging sack that Chen Xian was carrying. Ha! Nice guy. It's really unpretentious. Who's a good person to use this stuff for spirit grass? What else is in this bag when you can pull out purple and gold flowers with your hand? All of a sudden the crowd's divine sense probed over at the same time, which was fine without probing. Upon probing, they were all shocked. A powerful energy emanated from the worn-out sack. This is how many more high-grade spirit herbs there are. For a moment, the crowd looked different. There were surprised people, unsuspecting people, and greedy people. Their gazes were all focused on the worn-out sack, as if they saw endless wealth and opportunity. Among them, the most striking was a man dressed in gorgeous clothes. He was holding a folding fan, gently shaking it as a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. He looked at an old man beside him and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, do you see how many high-grade of these spirit herbs are left?" The old man looked solemn, stroked the beard on his chin, and said softly, "There are at least dozens of high-grade spirit herbs here." When the young man heard this, his heart rejoiced and the greed in his eyes increased. The woman in green was in a depressed mood because of her sister's affairs, and was wandering around the flying boat. Who knew that she had witnessed this scene? Not only was there an amaryllis, but there was that two-way flower in the sack that she had begged for. The flower blooms in two tips, one white and one black, and is a legendary sacred medicine for healing wounds. The green-clothed woman's eyes lit up with joy. The sky is the limit. With the two-way flower, my sister will be saved. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, one person and one augur left the flying boat with the treasure. Chapter 61, Fighting in the Sea. Back on the little fishing boat, Little Donkey and Wei Yingying both looked at Chen Xian with expectant gazes. One was asking what treasures had been brought back. One is asking if there's anything good to eat. Chen Xian gave them what they wanted, and he got a storage ring for the little donkey as well. The little donkey has become spiritually intelligent and has started the path of cultivation. Having a storage ring also makes it easier to pack things. The little donkey played with the storage ring with a look of delight and curiosity, loading all the books and volumes that big brother Chen Xian had given him into the storage ring. Wei Yingying, on the other hand, hugged an exquisite pastry, her face full of happiness. Chen Xian reclined on the chair, tightly holding the green moss-covered stone he had begged for in his hand, his eyes gazing at the mysterious stone as if he wanted to see its essence through the exterior. His fingers gently rubbed the green moss on the surface of the stone and felt a strange touch, as if the stone had a life of its own. Can't see through it. Even he couldn't see through the gadget, but only knew that it was an uncommon object. It needs to be refined by a fine fire to make it reveal its original form. Chen Xian couldn't do anything about it for the time being, so he put it into his storage ring, thinking that he would refine it again when he had the chance in the future. Successively, there are quite a few people secretly following. Ao Chun noticed the movement behind him. No harm done. Chen Xian held the teacup and slowly sipped the tea. His gaze was firm and calm, as if he and his fishing boat were the only ones in this vast ocean. The small fishing boat was still moving along unhurriedly in the surf, bobbing gently with the ebb and flow of the waves. The dozen or so brats that followed behind them were not idle. Their minds, Ao Chun knew. However, he didn't care in the slightest. Do you know who you're carrying on your boat? If these people were really up to no good, he could just see Mr. Li strike himself. That's how it was, traveling but half a day. The crowd that secretly accompanied him was dumbfounded. The woman in green tried to stop the small fishing boat several times. Naturally she didn't want to steal and rob it, but she wanted to barter for it. It's worth it even if you have to trade your entire fortune for it. Rumble. Just then, an earth-shattering roar suddenly appeared on the sea ahead. The surface of the sea was instantly torn apart, revealing a huge black crack, from which countless black lightning bolts surged out, like a vicious dragon wreaking havoc in the air. The ocean was also stirred up by this force, raising huge waves tens of meters high that swept in all directions. Ao Chun protected the fishing boat against the immense pressure. Sir, there should be a great power fighting ahead. Chen Xian raised his head and protected his teacup with one hand to keep the hot air from being blown away. They were now offshore and in the deep waters of the Western Sea. The Western Sea was so big that it wasn't something that could be dominated by the true dragon alone. In the midst of the wind and waves, the figure that was 100 feet tall and long was visible, with both horns facing the sky. Shaped like a buffalo, it is black in color, and beside it, a mountainous pile of figures was faintly visible. Ao Chun couldn't help but cringe at the sight. That buffalo-like fellow was an extremely rare ancient beast, bared iron, and the figure that fights with it like a mountain is known as the lookout roar, covered in scales, with firelight entwined all over its body. It is extremely ferocious and is the nemesis of the dragon race. Both sides fought exceptionally fiercely in the deep sea, seemingly immortal. Like two shooting stars colliding in the night sky, they burst into dazzling light, each attack carrying endless power, as if they were going to tear the entire ocean apart. Ao Chun stared at the sea, which was bared iron's home turf. However, this Xuanxiao roar is covered with flames, not the slightest bit, seems to steam the entire sea. A large number of steam instantly will make the surrounding white. Sir, let's just back off and wait for them to finish their fight, or let's go around, Ao Chun said with trepidation. He had already been affected by the aftermath of the battle and killed himself, not willing to come any closer. There's no need to pay any attention to it, just move forward despite it, Chen Xian said. The little fishing boat drifted in the wind and waves, heading straight for the center of that wave. Soon, Bared Iron and Skywatcher's Roar, who were fighting in the sea, coincidentally stopped their fight, and both of them threw their gazes towards him. One could only see the small fishing boat resting in the midst of the wind and waves, an augured dragon hovering and shivering underwater, and more than a dozen cultivators hiding in the shadows. However, neither Bared Iron nor Skywatcher's Roar took it to heart. It was hard to tell if all these people together could withstand the ripple effects of their battle, let alone pose any threat to them. The Skywatcher's Roar was the first to recognize Chen Xian sitting on the fishing boat and took a few steps forward. Roar! Legion run! Lookout Roar screamed out in excitement. Chen Xian smiled brightly and put his hand on his sleeve. What? After so many years, you're still so grumpy. You two fight so much in the sea. The people near the sea don't know how many disasters they have to suffer. And what if the passing merchant ships are overturned? The always hot-tempered Xuanxiao Roar was like a small child being reprimanded by a gentleman at this moment. His head lowered and he didn't dare to say a word. Bared Iron snorted coldly in his heart, and his contempt for the Skywatcher's Roar increased a few more points. Ha! Goons! Real people understand. It is this guy is rude and unreasonable. I just pass by. But this guy said that wild geese pull out the hair. The beast left the skin. I was just passing by. But this guy said that wild geese pull out hair and beasts leave skin. He insisted that I pay the toll. So I started fighting with him. Lookout Roar defended. Chen Xian calmly looked at Bared Iron again, seemingly waiting for the other party's explanation. Bared Iron subconsciously swallowed and stumbled. Li Jinjin, no, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's that this sea is my territory. This guy randomly barged into my house without even saying a word. So naturally I'm furious beyond measure. Chapter 62, it's so frustrating. A second ago, Bared Iron still despised the groveling appearance of Skywatcher's Roar. In the next second, he faced Chen Xian's question. Bared Iron immediately changed his face. Chen Xian said, how old is a demon? Still moving to fight. It's not like there's any deep hatred. The two demons both lowered their heads and did not say a word. The eyes of the crowd peering from the shadows flickered uncertainly, their hearts in a million shocks. In the eyes of these two ancient exotic beasts, they were probably similar to ants. They thought that the person who could bring so much spirit grass was not an ordinary person, But they didn't want the other party to stop the strife between the two ancient beasts with a casual remark. Seeing this, many people had the sense to leave quietly. You too, the sea is so big that it is your territory? When people pass by, you charge them a toll? Are you the king of the mountain? And you, since you're passing through someone else's territory, speak more politely. After a few words, the two demons were beaten 50 times each. Come on, shake hands, we're all still good friends. The two demons looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. Smile happily, Xuanxiao said. Baird Ironhow looked to the sky. Roar took a deep breath. One extended his hand and the other his hoof. Asterisk carrot carrot, people, carrot carrot asterisk, use. The real person is right. That's right, we made up and will never fight again. Skywatch Roar nodded like garlic. Xuanxiao nodded slightly. Alright, do what you have to do. Hey, the Skywatcher's Roar arched his hand towards Xuanxiao. Then I will take my leave. Realistly, if manservantly is free, come up to my place and sit down. When he finished, he couldn't wait to get out of the sea. With a stomp of his feet, the mountain-sized figure rose up from the ground. Rumble. The crowd in the dark was shocked for a while, and at this moment, they had already fled without most of them, and no longer dared to spy on the spiritual herbs and medicines. The figure of Looking Heaven's Roar had leapt a long way away, and a chill ran down his back. I never thought I'd meet realistly here. The Skywatcher's Roar would never forget being beaten by the early 20s Xuanxiao, as if he were his son, and beating it all over the place. Later, looking at the sky, Roar unconvinced and went to his 7 ants and ants again. Ended up on the floor with himself, beaten by the other guy. The scene was a miserable one, although I have not seen for so many years, but once I heard the other side speak, that is, even a look, the body still cannot help but shiver. Hey, didn't you say he's lost his cultivation? Why are you still so wild? What kind of big brother are you pretending to be in front of me? Next time I see it, if I dare to do that again, I'll go up there and do a backdrop with a glance of a cannon. These scenes played out over and over again in Lookout Roar's mind. However, all of this is just imagination. If he were to see Xuanxiao again the next time, the Skywatcher's Roar would probably still be the same as today from the heart. Cultivation is crippled? This kid is afraid he can stick me upside down on the ground with one hand. In hell. So suffocating. After the Skywatcher's Roar left, Baird Iron carefully looked at Xuanxiao. Realistly, how come you're free to come to the West Sea? Xuanxiao smiled and said, nothing. What? Still want to ask me for a toll? Baird Iron hurriedly said, manservantly is joking. What is it that manservant has that you need my help with? Rather, it's not a bother. So, then the real person will come and sit in my house? Baird Iron asked tentatively. Xuanxiao was tantamount to a plague in Baird Iron's eyes. Such a person, naturally, he would not dare to invite into his home. When the time comes, any treasures in the house are guaranteed to be seen by the other side. In case you look at your petite and beautiful wife again, the consequences are unimaginable. It was just uttered purely as a polite remark. Xuanxiao said carelessly, fine, then I'll be respectful. Baird Iron, Omega Omega. Really? Xuanxiao teased. What's with the expression? Could it be that I'm not welcome to go? Dare not. Dare not. Xuanxiao waved his hand. Alright, I still have things to do. Let's wait for the next time we have the chance. Remember to change your temper in the future as well. Don't fight with people without moving. Upon hearing this, Baird Iron let out a sigh of relief and busied himself. I see. Thank you for your teachings. Then I will take my leave first. After saying goodbye to Xuanxiao, Baird Iron burrowed underwater. The small fishing boat continued to move along with the waves. The sea had been calm and blue. After the violent wind and rain of the party, the sea seemed to have gone through a baptism, and the sunlight sprinkled on the surface of the sea, sparkling. Xuanxiao looked at the tea that was already getting cold and added some hot water. Ao-chan was underwater, carrying the boat against the wind and waves, and his heart was excited. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. He had thought that this time he would still be able to see what kind of scene it was when the strongest human cultivator under the sky struck. Who knew it would turn out like this? In a few words, the fight between the two ancient beasts was pacified. For Ao-chan, this could be a lot more shocking than personally striking out. Sir, those people behind us have left, Ao-chan said triumphantly. Aha! Xuanxiao took out the past events of the Rod Riceland of the Red Mansion outreach from his storage ring and continued to study it. Wei Yingying came over and wanted to go look as well. Go. This isn't something a child should read. Xuanxiao casually flung her a copy of Sun and Moon in the Sky. What is it? A body refining technique. Suitable for you, Xuanxiao said without lifting his head. These days, he observed that Wei Yingying's physique was especially strong and vigorous. What's even more rare is that she has a pure mind and exceptional perseverance. So she's a real talent to be made. Although Wei Yingying was always thinking about food, But in the end, she was a young lady from a large family. One look at this spell told her that it was very precious, and she took it with both hands and carefully flipped it open. This spell was a half-volume remnant that Qin Xian had retrieved from the Devil's Cave. It was nothing to Qin Xian, but once outsiders learned of it, it would surely cause unnecessary strife and trouble. So Wei Yingying was instructed twice not to let anyone know about it, except when she herself was strong enough to protect it. Wei Yingying nodded her head like garlic. Just then, Ao Chun suddenly said, "Sir, there's another person following us from behind, and this person is really bold. No harm done, just let her follow." Just as Qin Xian finished speaking, the aura behind him was no longer hidden, but actively revealed itself to be rapidly approaching. Ao Chun was instantly alert. Chapter 63, Goodbye to the Returning Ruins. The small fishing boat gradually came to a stop, and Ao Chun raised his head from the surface of the sea to stare at the woman in green who appeared not far away, floating in midair. The woman in green carried her sword and arched her hands. "Greetings, Elder." "Oh," Qin Xian nodded slightly. "I hope Senior will not be offended if I take the liberty of disturbing you." "Nothing. Speak directly. What is it that you are looking for me for?" Qin Xian asked bluntly. "In the next North Fall Division Jiling dust, my sister a few months ago and I went down the mountain to practice. Who had thought that the remaining members of the demonic sect sneak attack? Sister for protection was seriously injured. The sea of consciousness is exhausted. The meridians are broken. Only this two-way flower and that ghost hand divine Dr. Liangan can save my elder sister." Before on top of the flying boat, unintentionally probed the senior is carrying two-way flower. Today specially come to seek medicine. Before Qin Xian could say anything, Ji Lingxuan paused and continued. "I also know that the two-way flower is treasured beyond measure, so feel free to speak up. Senior, as long as I can save my senior sister, Ji Lingxuan is willing to give all he has. For the rest of my life, I am willing to serve Senior to the death." Qin Xian said, "Deadly life? How do you serve a deadly life?" "I'm willing to listen to Senior's instructions." Qin Xian touched out a bright green leaf. "Take it. Dare I ask Senior what this is? Something to make you listen. Or what if I give you the two-way flower and you disown it? Unless one was extremely trustworthy." It was a major taboo in the cultivation world to arbitrarily take spiritual medicines and spirits gifted by others. Examples of being poisoned and refined into a furnace abound. What's more, the other side is just a verbal promise. However, Ji Lingchen only hesitated slightly before taking this leaf without hesitation. Life and death is on the line. For the sake of her elder sister she will also have to gamble. Ji Lingchen swallowed the leaf and took out his storage ring and storage bag. "This is all I have." Ao Chun couldn't help but look at the other party in a high light. What a woman with a heavy heart. Qin Xian put down his teacup. "You took the medicine I gave you and are subject to me. What would I do if I did not give you the two-way flower?" Ji Lingchen's heart thumped as he subconsciously clenched his fists. "I have no other hope but to rely on this. If you go back on your word, only in the afterlife, blood will be paid for blood." Qin Xian laughed. "Where is the afterlife when the body is dead? You are a disciple of the Beilu division. What is your relationship with Jiangli?" The other party even directly addressed his own master's name Hui. Ji Lingxuan slightly raised his eyes, but he did not have the heart to count these. "Jiangli is Ling Chen's master. Your master doesn't know to take care of your disciple after such a big incident? Master has long since left the sect to investigate the remnants of the Demon Sect and is unaware of this." Then, Ji Lingchen froze, and hastily reached out to receive the object that the other party threw at him. Two-way flower. "This, many thanks to Senior." Ji Lingchen was busy saying, "The medicine given to you is to unblock the veins. Your qi and blood are a bit impassable, and your heart is restless, so it's better to take this medicine." Ji Lingchen was overjoyed. "Thank you Senior. Go on." Qin Xian waved his hand. "I have a great relationship with your family's master, so this will be considered a meet and greet gift." Ji Lingchen respectfully said, "I haven't asked Senior's honorable name yet, so I'll be able to inform him of it when I meet my master in the future." "Fine. Go back and tell Jiangli that this is the 36th favor she owes me, and she'll know who I am. I am aware of this, so I will take my leave." Ji Lingchen was unsure, but from the tone of voice, he could also tell that the other party's friendship with his own master was unusual. Ji Lingchen was holding the two-way flower in his hands. His heart was overjoyed, but he didn't expect to obtain the two-way flower in this way. "Ah!" The little donkey barked, and Ji Lingxuan didn't take the storage ring and storage bag with him. Qin Xian said indifferently, "Keep it." These objects were exchanged for two wayward flowers. "It's cheap for her." The little donkey's quick eyes and hands picked up the storage ring and storage bag, his face full of joy, as if he had gotten a great bargain. Green Cloud Sect, Law Enforcement Hall. Waste. Rubbish. The second elder stood in the living room with his hands behind his back and a grim face, not saying a word. His eyes were dead set on the delicate teacup on the coffee table, as if he was trying to see through it. After a moment, he suddenly reached out with his right hand, grabbed the teacup as soon as he could, and slammed it down hard on the ground. The teacup shattered on the floor, spilling tea and leaves everywhere. The second elder's face was filled with anger and determination. His lips trembled slightly as if he wanted to say something, but did not. After a long time, the second elder slowly turned around and slowly walked out of the living room, his back looking incomparably old and lonely. Behind him was silence and clutter. Zhao Ling, a pro-disciple under the door, stared nervously at his own master. Send again. I don't believe this true dragon in the sea can keep watching him. Zhao Ling was momentarily speechless. Master. This time the Shadow Hall lost 3 7th realm sword cultivators and 2 6th realm chi practitioners. It's a heavy loss. If we send it again. He wanted to say that this matter would be non-trivial once the rest of the sect found out. What do you know? It's all or nothing. Not to mention the matter. The second elder gave a start and lowered his voice. That's what the sect leader ordered. Master. Zhao Ling's eyelids jumped. The second elder said in a deep voice. What kind of character is he? Chen Xian. Since we have already made an enmity, let's not be merciful and soft-hearted. When he recovers his cultivation, it will be too late to repent then. Disciple understands. The second elder took a deep breath. If he killed that Chen Xian, okay. If not, no one knew the terror of that boy better than he did. This time the news has disappeared again. Rush that kid from Tongtian Peak and tell him to hurry up and get the news out. Yes, disciple understands. Zhao Ling hesitated. Chen 14 said that in recent times his senior sister Maju had not corresponded with Chen Xian anymore, and that Maju seemed to have vaguely realized that her letters were being peeked at by others. The second elder said angrily. Then let him probe again. Maju is very close to Chen Xian. Maju must know where Chen Xian is going. Tell Chen 14 to probe no matter what. Zhao Ling said. Senior. That Chen 14 sounded like he didn't want to continue risking his life for fear of being discovered by his senior sister. The second elder snorted coldly. He can't quit if he wants to? Give him a few more days. If he can't discover Chen Xian's whereabouts again, his senior sister will know about him peeking at his letters. Yes. Half a month later. The sea is vast. A crimson sunset shines on the sea, which is the most beautiful at this time of the year. And the sky looks like it's on fire under the glow of the haze. The sea current runs from west to east, with vast, blue waves. Chen Xian stood up. He remembered that his last parting with that demonic sect woman was also on such a sunset day. And now on such a sunset day, to the other side's burial place. Ha! What a sunset day! Chen Xian smiled. He pointed to a glimpse of haze in the distance. Haven't you always wondered what the returning ruin looks like? That's what it is. Ruin. One dragon and one donkey simultaneously raised their heads to look in the direction of Chen Xian's finger. Return to the ruins. Chapter 64 Distant Memories. Return to the ruins. You guys will stay here, Chen Xian said. Sir, be careful. Ao Chun looked at the haze in the distance, though his heart was curious beyond measure. However, since Mr. wouldn't let him go, he just had to stop the curiosity in his heart. Chen Xian left the small fishing boat and landed on his toes on the surface of the sea, traveling in the air. The returning ruins had been forbidden by him and could not be found by others. Even if you seek it out, you can't enter it, though after that, his own cultivation was nullified. The ban, however, was still in place. The prohibition sensed Chen Xian's aura and allowed it to flow unimpeded. The returning ruins, where the waters of the Western Sea converge, contains a very mysterious bottomless pit. Even if more water is injected into it, it won't make it increase or decrease by a single millimeter. And the returning ruins boasts 5 great mountains, namely, Daiji, the highest peak, Fangvu, Yingzhou and Panglai. These were no ordinary mountains, with pavilions on them, all said to be constructed of gold and beautiful jade. The mountain also has a variety of birds and beasts and trees, flowers and fruits. There is also a sacred spring called Sweet Spring. Drink a mouthful can make you immortal. Of course these are just legends. However, there were 5 great mountains on the returning ruins, and all of them had heaven and earth prohibitions. Even Chen Xian could not enter. He had once joined forces with that demonic woman to break through a large mountain on the returning ruins. Daiyu, find the secret treasure of heaven and earth. And then trapped by Daiyu, Chen Xian raised his head and looked at the distant Dai. Everything around him turned into a blurry stream of light, and he couldn't help but be pulled in by the memories. A phrase echoed in his ears. I say, should we work together and split the treasures we get 50-50? I say, should we work together and split the treasures we get 50-50? Hundreds of years ago, return to the ruins, one of the 5 great mountains, Dai. In midair, Chen Xian, who was dressed in white and had his feet on a flying sword, looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in red across from him. The woman was as dazzling as a flame. and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a gentle smile. How about this offer? Chen Xian hesitated and said honestly, I always felt that you don't seem like a good person. The woman in red said, guessed right. I'm not a good person. You won't be afraid, will you? Agitation doesn't work on me. The red-clothed woman spread her hands. But with this prohibition in front of us, you and I alone, we definitely can't break through. So what do you think we should do? Unless a blood oath is made with me. Good. The woman in red nodded her head in agreement without hesitation. Chen Xian was slightly surprised, not expecting the other party to agree so readily. You can't just make a blood oath. Once this blood oath is made, it will be like a deep imprint in the soul. If there is a violation, it will certainly suffer the wrath of God at some point. A blood oath is made, and heaven and earth are witnesses to it. Immediately afterward, the two of them each exerted their divine abilities and cooperated with each other. Even so, it took half a year before the confinement outside the Dai was broken through a small opening, and the small opening was healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Hurry! The two of them, Chen Xian and the woman in red, simultaneously transformed into a streak of light and surged towards the mouth. Buzz! That mysterious prohibition pressed on his own body was like a rabbit that had unintentionally stepped on a hunter's trap. Chen Xian's entire body was stiff, and he was unable to cast half of his spells. The body fell straight down through the opening and nothing could be seen in front of him. Not knowing how long he had been falling, Chen Xian took stock in his mind. For about an hour or so, it actually dropped him hard. Waking up again, it's been an indeterminate amount of time. The scent came from the tip of her nose, and her body pressed softly against it. Chen Xian slightly opened his eyes and saw the woman in red lying on top of him. Hey! Chen Xian slapped the other party's flirtatious face. 2 slaps later, the woman in red woke up and froze for a second at first, immediately feeling the fiery pain on her face. Her beautiful eyes turned and stared straight at Chen Xian. Chen Xian drew himself up and looked around. This is the inner part of Daiyu. Nothing? Chen Xian stood up. His body felt as if it had been drained. Not to mention leaving this place. I am afraid that he could not even walk a little faster. The restrictions of this heaven and earth are too much. There's the sound of water. The woman in red said, go over and take a look. After walking not more than a few steps, Chen Xian's body suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. The woman in red inclined her head slightly to look at him. Will it work? Can. Chen Xian braced himself to stand up, and the further he went, the stronger the prohibition became. At the end of the walk, the view opens up slightly. Saw a small pool of water. There were several golden carp in the pool of water and nothing else. Look, the woman in red lifted the glowing string on her wrist and only one text was carved on the stone wall, and all around the stone wall were such texts. The writing, probably from the ancient period, is very complex. Chen Xian did not recognize it, and he thought of an even more crucial question at the moment. This place is isolated from all auras. It was reasonable to say that there did not exist any place in this world that could isolate the aura of heaven and earth. Even if there is no air in a place, the aura of heaven and earth will still exist. But there wasn't a single trace of aura here. Not that it couldn't be sensed, but it simply wasn't here. 2 hours later, both Chen Xian and the red-clothed woman's faces were a bit ugly. There was no way out, and there was no so-called treasure, elixir of immortality. There was also no aura here, plus the existence of the heaven and earth prohibition. In other words, it was very likely that they would use up all their energy while being consumed alive here. What are you looking for here? The woman in red asked softly. Seek what? I have no idea. Chen Xian said truthfully. I just heard that the returning ruins are mysterious, and since Master told me to travel the 8 wastelands of the 9 states, I thought of coming to the returning ruins to take a look. You're out of luck then. Curiosity kills, the woman in red said. For the next 2 days, the woman in red searched undeterred for a way out of the cave. She dragged her tired body forward, fumbling step by step, every nook and cranny, every crevice. She didn't miss, holding a glimmer of hope in her heart that she would find her way out. Chen Xian, on the other hand, sat quietly in the corner, grinding up the words on that cave wall as if he was trying to find some sort of answer from those ancient words. He ran his fingers lightly over the walls, feeling the dents and dings, trying to piece together a complete story. Time passed by, and little by little, the patience of the woman in red wore thin. What Chen Xian didn't know was that for some reason, here, the red-clothed woman was subjected to the heavenly Tao's forbidden suppression that was several times stronger than her own. Dozens of times. Chapter 65, Trapped. So, within a few days, the woman in red then collapsed in her body, her forehead burning, and she spoke in a fit of sleep. Chen Xian couldn't understand a single word she said. Chen Xian cut down a few tree branches around the small pool of water and built a fire to cook some hot water for the woman in red. Another one of the few fish in the water hole was caught and roasted to feed it. The woman in red drank some water and spit out all the fish, unable to eat a single bite. In the end, the fish meat was all eaten by Qingyun. After eating this fish, he only felt a dryness in his belly. As the fish was digested in his belly, the feeling of dryness grew stronger and stronger, as if he was in a sea of fire and every part of his body was burning. Immediately afterward, he felt a strange heat surging through his body, and it seemed as if his body was being filled with a powerful force, while his taste buds were immersed in the freshness of the fish. Qingyun recovered some of his strength, thinking that the fish was useful, so forced it into the other's mouth. Woo woo woo, the woman in red mumbled under her breath as she fell unconscious. Qingyun frowned slightly. Eat, hurry up and eat. While saying that, he forcibly broke the other's mouth open. Cough cough cough. This fainting of the woman in red was a few days' time, and she only regained consciousness a little later. These days, Qingyun had done nothing but take care of her. It was to go around the cave in order to find a way out, and more time was spent observing the writing on the stone walls. The words above carry some kind of spiritual rhythm, although he did not recognize, but the fine feeling is able to understand it too. This should be some kind of kung fu, and even without the need to invoke spiritual qi, one could cultivate in detail. There was just nothing magical about it, and it looked like the most ordinary folk martial arts technique. Anyway, it was idle in this cave, so he practiced with nothing to do. In just a few days, he was able to mobilize a faint trace of green turbid qi from his body. Then he gave some of this green and turbid qi to the woman in red. After a few more days, I don't know if that clear and turbid qi worked. The red woman's fever gradually subsided and she gradually regained her senses. Inside the cave, firelight illuminates the surroundings. A golden carp was set on the fire, roasting delicately. The skin of the fish is baked to a crisp, and the fish oil slowly seeps out and drips onto the fire, making a crackling sound. The woman in red sat by the fire, her eyes dead set on the carp, the aroma of which filled the cave. Her lips quivered slightly as she gulped softly. A moment later, Qingyun handed her the grilled fish. Eat, half for both of us, Qingyun said. You eat first. I'm not hungry yet. The woman in red was no longer polite. At the moment she was really hungry. Since she embarked on the road of cultivation, she had never experienced this feeling. Soon a fish is eaten carefully and cleanly. The woman in red cocked her head, looking at the last 3 fish left within the small pool of water. Are we going to die here? I don't know. Thank you for taking care of me. You're welcome. If you hadn't saved me, you might have been able to live longer on these fish. With me another mouth to feed, Qingyun said. With one more person, it is impossible to say that we will be able to figure out a way to escape. The woman in red said. Anyway, I'll take note of this favor. Whatever. In this way, 2 more days passed. The woman in red sat squatting by the small pool of water and washed her face. In the end, it's a woman who can't stand to be fluffed up all day. She glanced back at Qingyun, who had his back to her and was staring intently at the writing on the stone wall. The woman in red ripped off the clothing from her chest, droplets of water slipping from her fingertips and dripping onto her chest. Turning his head again, he found Qingyun staring straight at him. The red-clothed woman's face suddenly turned red and she snapped. What are you looking at? Nothing, I thought you were stealing food. The woman in red gasped. Steal a what? Qingyun then stopped looking. The woman in red guffawed, then sighed silently. We're down to 3 fish. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer. 1 more day is as long as it lasts. The woman in red said. I hate waiting to die. Qingyun, me too. Smiles spilled from the corners of the eyes and lips of the woman in red. How could you not think that I would die here? In 2 more days, you will kill me. Let me die before you. Qingyun looked at her in surprise. The woman in red explained. I don't want to wait to die alone. It's too lonely. People in the devil's cult are still afraid of loneliness? The woman in red raised her eyebrows slightly. You guessed that I'm a member of the demon cult? Aha. Qingyun nodded slightly. The woman in red said. As long as a person is afraid of loneliness. How old are you this year? What's the point of asking? Nothing, just wondering how old the little guy I died with was. You don't seem to be any older than me. Little one, you can't imagine the actual age of your sister. Call out to her. Qingyun no longer bothered with her. The woman in red rested her hand on her cheek, not wanting to end this conversation so soon. Let's talk more. We're going to die anyway. Perhaps I have a way to survive. Qingyun said seriously. These days, Qingyun had been cultivating some sort of mysterious technique recorded on the stone wall. It's nothing special. Only one thing. You cannot have to condense your aura. Under the confinement of heaven and earth in this place, gather the green and turbid qi in the inner sanctum. A few days ago, he tentatively dived under the small pool of water. Noticed that the rocks that had piled up at the edge of the waterhole were a little loose. Qingyun then wondered if he could use all this green and turbid qi that was left in his inner sanctum to blast open the stone. There may be salvation. Of course, it's possible that it won't blow up, It's also possible to blast away and there's no way out. But all in all it's a law. Seeing that there weren't many days left, Chen Xian seized the opportunity to cultivate. One day, the woman in red woke up from her sleep. Chen Xian looked over, only to see the other party's originally stunningly beautiful face, pear blossom with rain, but also moving, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, outlining a faint hint of sadness, and her lips, originally as delicate as cherries, were now pursed tightly. It was as if they were trying to contain the pain inside, but they couldn't hold back the flood of grief and had to let it flood in. Tears kept slipping from the corners of her eyes, dripping down her fair face, and Chen Xian looked at her quietly, and wondered what she was remembering. The woman in red wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile. What? Haven't you seen enough? Want me to shed some more tears out? It's not necessary. Before that, Chen Xian added another sentence. I can lend you my shoulder to cry on for a while. The woman in red snorted and laughed again, her beautiful eyes looking at the other party. Chapter 66, Getting Out of the Trap. This gong method is nothing special, the woman in red said. Chen Xian said, yes, but it was able to save some green turbid qi in the body. The woman in red also tried a few times, but she was too severely suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The mind is buzzing all the time, let alone practicing. Thus, he turned to instruct Chen Xian. Chen Xian could not read the words in this, and could only slightly perceive its meaning. The woman in red then explained to him word by word. So much for saving time. Another month or so passed. The 3 golden carp within that small pool of water had been eaten up, and even the marrow and the fish bones had been sucked clean. The woman in red was a lot more haggard than before, although her face was clean as usual, and her beautiful eyes had even less color. Chen Xian said, are you ready? Aha! The woman in red nodded, and both knew that this was a last-ditch effort, and if they didn't succeed, they would die here together. The next moment, the two of them leapt into the water one after another. The woman in red was already weak, and at this moment, once she entered the water, chills reached the bones. The woman in red was already weak, and once she entered the water at this moment, the cold air entered her bones, and her body couldn't help but tremble. The cold water surrounded her and seemed to freeze her life. Within a few moments, her lips were purple, her face was pale, and her eyes revealed despair and pain. She had overestimated her physical state and her body was getting heavy. Arms and legs began to grow weak, and she felt herself about to be swallowed up by the waters. As her consciousness faded, she suddenly saw a figure. With her last ounce of strength, the woman in red reached out to the figure. An inexplicable hope welled up in her heart, and for a moment she suddenly felt that she would not die alone, that at least this man would be by her side. Chen Xian pulled the other party with his large hands and swam for about half a quarter of an hour's work, to the stone wall. If this stone wall was on a normal day, whether it was for Chen Xian or the woman in red, it would be nothing more than a matter of moving one's head. But now, it's a matter of life and death. Chen Xian stretched out his fingers and gently touched the stone wall, a strange feeling welling up in his heart. He felt a faint force pass out from the stone wall, echoing the green and turbid qi within him. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the flow of the power. It seemed to be calling out to him gently, and with that, Chen Xian began to focus his mind. Feeling his thoughts gradually becoming clearer and feeling everything around him more keenly, he began to mobilize the green and turbid qi within his body, which rushed and churned within him, trying to break through all obstacles. Chen Xian felt his heartbeat accelerate, blood surging through his veins as his body gradually heated up. He knew that it was power gathering. Next moment, there was a muffled sound and the stone wall didn't move. The light in the red woman's eyes dimmed for a few moments. It's not working. Chen Xian clenched his teeth and once again ran the spell, the green and turbid qi steaming in his internal organs. In his heart, he thought, there is no way back, so he can only fight to the death. Next moment, rumble dash, boom! The stone wall was broken through in a brainstorm and a light filtered through. The woman in red lights up the way out. There really is one. As the stone wall collapsed, Chen Xian also exhausted his strength and lost all consciousness. At the last moment, all he saw was a figure swimming toward him. As the stone wall collapsed, the woman in red's divine sense suddenly loosened. She lifted up Chen Xian and desperately swam outward. The stone wall behind them, on the other hand, returned to its original state in the next instant. But at this moment, where would the woman in red notice this? The ban was still in place, only not as strong as before. After an unknown amount of time, the woman in red looked at the unconscious Chen Xian. No, if you continue like this under the ban, you will be drowned alive. She didn't hesitate and passed her red lips over. Chen Xian, who was in a daze, subconsciously touched his hand upwards and felt soft and full. The woman in red frowned slightly, but she didn't have the heart to care about that at this time. Another half hour of work passed. During this period, the woman in red gave Chen Xian a few more times to ferry qi. That is, the pro zone are a bit numb. In the end, the woman in red led Xuanxiao to break through the icy water. The woman in red lay on her back on the grass, panting heavily, her chest heaving. Hoo! The red-robed woman took a few breaths to slow down and looked at Xuanxiao once again. Seeing that the other man was still awake, he skillfully got on top of him. A few mouthfuls went down, but there was no reaction from the other side. The woman in red frowned. She remembered seeing people get it this way before. With that thought, he passed his red lips again. Suddenly, Xuanxiao opened his eyes. The woman in red locked eyes with her. His eyes were clear and bright. The woman in red shifted her red lips slightly for a few moments. Teach you a method. In the future to save drowning people, do not just give them kisses, but also hold down the outside of their chest at. Xuanxiao's voice rang in his ears. The woman in red glanced at him with a touch of sultriness, a touch of surprise, and a touch of shame. You woke up early? Sort of. Xuanxiao stared at her stunningly beautiful face. There was a faint blush on the woman's face, and the wind not far away gently swept up some of the damp hair on her forehead. Immediately afterward, Xuanxiao's gaze couldn't help but fall on her body again. What to watch? The woman in red subconsciously glanced at herself. It was only then that he realized that most of his clothing, already thin and red, had been washed away by the undercurrent. At the moment, it would be an understatement to say that it was springtime. Xuanxiao quickly averted his eyes and sat up, taking off the green clothes he was wearing and handing it to the other party. The storage ring couldn't be used here yet, and although they had gotten out of the trap, they didn't seem to be out of the realm of the prohibition though. The red-clothed woman draped herself in Xuanxiao's green clothes, the blush on her face still not faded. Xuanxiao pursed his lips and secretly poked at the red-clothed woman with her back again. He blinked, only to feel the meat deer in his heart have a jump. There's a flick of a soft warm breeze in the distance, and a twinkle in the more distant stars. I'm going to get some food. Aha! Not long after, the snake meat was roasted on the fire. Remove the internal organs and poison sacs, and finally roast them in a pile of sparks, and eat them with extreme toughness. Eat more, we don't know how long we'll have to walk later, Xuanxiao said. The woman in red said, this time is really unlucky. What did not get not to mention, but instead suffered for months. After eating the snake meat, the two of them simply packed up and left the place. Chapter 67, The Hanging Heart Finally Dies. The two are traveling for more than a day. They left the scope of the ban, each recuperating but a few days. They recovered the magic power. Clothes back. The woman in red changed into red again at this point. Xuanxiao received his own green clothes, seemingly as if he could still smell the lingering odor on the clothing. Xuanxiao looked at the other party and hesitated for a moment before finally saying, you are not a ruthless and unrighteous person. And how did you join that harmful devil sect? Why don't you go back with me? Go back? Back where? The right way. The woman in red smiled faintly. And how do you know I'm not heartless? Xuanxiao didn't know how to reply anymore. The woman in red said, whisper a secret to you. Xuanxiao looked at her. The red-robed woman stepped forward, almost pressing herself against Xuanxiao, and flicked her red lips against his ear. I was going to kill you after I got out of the trap, dismember you and burn you to ashes and sprinkle you in the sea. But now I've changed my mind. Do you want to join the Devil Sect with me? With your skills, you will definitely be utilized in the Devil Sect. Xuanxiao calmly said. In that case, if we meet again in the future, we will be enemies. A smile appeared at the corner of the woman in red's mouth. Good. As Xuanxiao looked into her beautiful eyes, he couldn't help but have a charming thought. In his heart, there was a feeling of why be a thief when a beauty is like jade, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Xuanxiao turned around and left. The woman in red's voice sounded behind herself. Killing is addictive, or else you could try it. That feeling of watching life pass through your hands, especially a being that has just descended into this world. As she said this, a look of immersion appeared on the woman in red's face. Her eyes flashed brightly, like stars shining in the night sky, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile, as if she was reminiscing about a beautiful past event. One would never associate such a look with killing when one saw it. Xuanxiao returned his head one last time. The devil cult slaughters living beings and kills innocents indiscriminately. The next time I meet them, I won't be merciful. The next time we meet, I will show no mercy. At this very moment, Xuanxiao came back to his senses, extricating himself from his distant memories and looking at the large mountain dai not far away. How could it have been imagined then that the duo would end up like this? He waved his hand, and the restraints within the dai released an opening for him. Xuanxiao entered alone, and the sound of water gurgled. He buried the woman in red right here, in the place where he first met her. Inside the cave, there is a coffin. Xuanxiao hesitated for a moment and slowly opened the coffin. After a long time, he stood in front of the coffin, looked at the empty coffin, and sighed softly. The corpse of that demonic demoness of the demonic sect who had been buried here with her own hands had disappeared. The woman who wanted to destroy the 8 wastelands of the 9 states and kill all the people in the world might have returned. Suddenly, Chen Xian looked back. Vaguely, it was as if there was a pair of eyes staring straight behind him, but the moment he looked back, he didn't see anything. Wei Yingying ate her dry food while flipping through the book of body refining techniques Chen Xian had given her. The sun and the moon in the sky. Ao Chun curiously came over and stretched his neck out to sea. At that moment, the currents on the surface of the sea suddenly erupted outward, followed by the coalescence of the currents. Ao Chun looked over curiously, and it turned out to be the little donkey trying to cast a spell. Ha! Learn that fast? The little donkey grunted in excitement, though it didn't take long for the cohesive stream to disperse once more. Not long afterward, Chen Xian returned from the returning ruins. How's it going, sir? Chen Xian hesitated slightly and calmly said, just as expected. The heart that was hanging in the air has finally died. God willing, and let her be. Ao Chun. Confused face? Chen Xian resumed his seat on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Sir, where are you going to go next? Ao Chun asked tentatively. Chen Xian said carelessly, I should send this little ninny home first now. He was naturally referring to Wei Yingying who was indulging in eating the cake. Then find yourself a piece of top-quality root bone, so that your cultivation can be repaired quickly and prevent you from being killed by the people sent by the second elder. Chen Xian took a sip of tea and looked towards Ao Chun. I've been thankful to your highness Ao Chun for this period of time, and since I've already arrived here, I won't bother your highness with the rest of it. As soon as Ao Chun heard that the other party wanted to let himself go, he busied himself. Grandfather told me to take good care of Mr. all the way, and now that the matter is still unresolved, let the latecomer follow Mr. for the time being, or else he will surely be blamed by grandfather when he returns. It's just that I've been running around all the way, and I'm afraid that I've disturbed your highness's cultivation. Chen Xian said, not in the way, not in the way. Joking aside, is there a greater chance than following a sword immortal? Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Chen Xian agreed. Just remembering what Chen Xian had said just now, Ao Chun's heart was somewhat flooded with mutterings. Finding roots and bones, restoring cultivation? What's going on? It's hard to believe that it's really like the rumors that Mr. Li's cultivation has been nullified. The winds of March blow without chill. The apricot blossoms are cozy and self-contained. The group had left the Western Sea and were already on their way to Nanyang. Ao Chun took human form. Shaking his folding fan and following the donkey's ass, he proposed. Mr. Li, you're so busy. Why don't you just let me send this little girl home? And you go about your business first, and I'll come back to you afterwards. Chen Xian sat on the little donkey, sipping his wine, and said indifferently, there's no rush on my part. This thing, the root bone, was like a fated destiny that could be encountered but not sought. Some people spend their entire lives unable to meet a root bone that matches their own, while others are inadvertently favored by the heavens. For Chen Xian, his root bones were even more rare of rare. His physical condition was extremely special, and he needed to find root bones that could fit perfectly with it in order to maximize his potential. However, it is not easy to find such a root bone. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It takes a combination of patience, perseverance and luck. Chen Xian knew his chances were slim, so this kind of thing can't be rushed, and there's no use in rushing. Right at this moment, a paper crane with an aura landed noiselessly on Chen Xian's shoulder. The paper crane was the only means by which his senior sister, Mo Zhu, could contact him. Chapter 68. Chen Xian stretched out his finger and the paper crane fell onto it. He narrowed his eyes slightly at the letter from paper crane, hesitated, and quickly wrote back to the other. Green Cloud Sect, Tontian Peak. Chen 14 stood in front of senior sister Ma Zhu's door, his expression cloudy. A few days ago, Zhao Ling, a disciple under the second elder of the law enforcement hall, had already explained the situation to himself. If he couldn't get Chen Xian's whereabouts again, he would publicize his previous incident of snooping on his senior sister's letters and exposing senior brother Li's whereabouts. Chen 14 had a thought and stepped into the ship of thieves, and now it is difficult to get down. At that time, Zhao Ling of the law enforcement hall promised him a batch of top-grade spirit pills. He knew that his senior sister, Mo Zhu, had been exchanging letters with Chen Xian, which was why he had taken the step of intercepting his senior sister's letters. The news of Chen Xian was secretly communicated to Zhao Ling of the law enforcement hall. Only then did the law enforcement hall send Shadow Hall disciples to intercept Chen Xian. Chen 14 naturally knew the tactics of the law enforcement hall, and doing so would allow him to obtain more cultivation resources on the one hand, and getting involved with the law enforcement hall will make it easier to act in the future. On the other hand, there had been an odd thought in his mind. Let Chen Xian die. Let senior sister Ma Zhu stop thinking about him. It was a thought he didn't dare tell anyone about. Even every time he thought about it late at night, he even felt a little ashamed. He knew that Chen Xian hadn't done anything to make him hold a grudge. In fact, Chen Xian was considered to be kind to him. Nowadays, it didn't want to work with Zhao Ling anymore. It wasn't that Chen 14 had a clear conscience, but rather he realized that his senior sister Mo Zhu was aware of this matter. But how could the people of the law enforcement hall let him go? Ink Bamboo's senior sister is at the Silver Sword Blade at this time. Chen 14 some days ago saw that Ink Bamboo's senior sister once again released the paper cranes that sent the message. Counting the days, the paper cranes should be back too. Waiting for but half an hour's work, really saw the figure of the paper crane fluttering its wings. Chen 14 was delighted and hurriedly cast a spell to make the paper crane land on his hand. Looking at the paper crane, Chen 14 suddenly had an illusion. The emotionless paper crane seemed to be staring at itself. An illusion? Chen 14 subconsciously looked back and tensed his nerves. He took a deep breath, thinking of sister, remembering what came before. Chen Xian. That's a supreme talent that doesn't come out of our Tongtian Peak for 10,000 years. Junior brother, don't keep thinking about breaking the record held by senior brotherly. Senior brotherly at your age. Looking at the Green Cloud Sect in addition to Master Teacher, there is already no one out of it left or right. Junior brother, you're learning this sword technique so fast, I can't teach you. If senior brother Li's cultivation hadn't been ruined, he would have been able to teach you. Chen 14 seems to be modest, but in fact, since childhood is a high-minded and proud person. Ever since he had gone up to the Green Cloud Sect, he had devoted all of his time and energy to cultivation, hoping to achieve better accomplishments as a way to prove his strength, proving that senior sister hadn't saved the wrong person back then. Whenever he made a breakthrough, he would go and be the first to tell senior sister Ma Zhu the news. His whole family was wiped out and it was sister who saved him. In his heart, he had long since treated his senior sister as the most important person to him. However, in senior sister's heart, that most important person was not herself, but Chen Xian. Chen 14 hesitated slightly, then used a special method to open the letter. The path of cultivation seeks a single thought to be realized. Chen Xian must die. As the letter opened, a sharp sword chi surged out in the next moment. This sword chi was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness of the night sky and illuminated everything around it. Under the impact of this sword chi, the air around them seemed to be distorted, forming an invisible ripple. The ripple spread out quickly, enveloping everything around them. Chen Xiv's face turned white with a swish. Not good. He flung the letter away violently, his body plummeting backward. He retreated fast enough, but that sword chi was even faster. The sword energy was not majestic, but it was unusually sharp. It was as if an aged blacksmith had used less than a third of his strength to forge an object as fine as it could be. Yet it was more stunning than objects that had consumed countless amounts of steel and taken no less than dozens of master craftsmen to create. However, at this moment, Chen 14 didn't have the leisure to marvel at the absolute marvelousness of this kind of sword chi. At the moment of life and death, it was too late for him to mobilize the mana around him, not to mention sacrificing magic treasures and flying swords. The smear of fine sword chi easily tore through the barrier coalesced by his protective Fa jade, just like using a nail to poke a small hole in the wall. Whoosh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Chen 14 as his body flew out tens of feet away. Half a day later, Chen 14 struggled to get up from the ground, blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth, his chest rising and falling sharply, as if every breath carried a sharp pain. So close. Thanks to his timely reaction, he mobilized his sword chi to converge in his chest and abdomen at the last instant. It was just that although this wisp of sword chi didn't kill him, it also broke dozens of veins in his body, destroying most of his inner house. For ordinary cultivators, it is also no different from death. Chen Xiv's eyes were filled with indignation. Understanding that he had been set up, he took out a golden elixir from his storage ring and took it for himself, then dragged his steps a little bit to leave this place. Nan Yang, holding the candy man in one hand, Chen Shen couldn't help but frown lightly when he noticed the wisp of sword chi being released. Chen 14? So it was him. Chen Xian remembered this brat, the supreme genius who claimed to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with himself. At that time, Chen Xian had already been invalidated, and other than Mo Zhu, very few people on Tongtian Peak were willing to have contact with him anymore. At that time, Mochizuki often came to see him. Chen 14 then always followed behind Ma Zhu. I remember the first time I met with Chen 14. This kid was dirty and carefully followed behind Mo Zhu. Ma Zhu explains to Chen Xian that Chen Xiv's entire family was wiped out, and that he inadvertently saved him, and seeing that he was gifted, he took him back to the Green Cloud Sect. I hope Chen Xian opens the heavenly gate for Chen 14. The only way for mortals to cultivate is after opening the gates of heaven. However, not everyone has the qualification to open the heavenly gate, and even if they do, many people have died in the process of opening the heavenly gate. The majority of the disciples of Tongtian Peak were all opened the heavenly gate by Qin Xian for them back then. Chen Xiv's physique was special, and Mo Zhu was worried that if he opened the heavenly gate for him, it would cause irreversible consequences. Hence the search for Masterly. That is, if it was Mo Zhu's request. Chen Xian did not refuse and opened the heavenly gate for Chen 14. It's just that no one would have imagined that this is where things would be heading more than 10 years later. Chen Xian took a bite of the Candyman and did not take this matter to heart. With the moment they stepped into Nanyang City, the Wei family had already discovered their whereabouts. Within a short while, the Wei family head and a group of other people came to greet them in person. Chapter 69 Changes. Shilling, Nanyang. Lu Wuxin looked at the end of the street, but he was slow to see anyone. Wei Xian, the head of the Wei family, was much more calm in comparison. A few young juniors whispered, but they were also stopped with their eyes. It's still the family master who is calm. A Wei family junior looked at Wei Xian's back with adoring eyes. How else could it be the head of the family? Not to mention that our head of the family can be an old friend of Qin Xianli's for many years. An old friend? How come I don't know? One man was full of doubts. The family head used to fight side by side with Realistly. This you don't even know. Another young man named Wei said smugly. The family master's relationship with Zenith Li is deep. And back then, the family master even saved the young Zenith Li's life. What? It's obvious that family head and Realistly are sworn brothers who kowtow to the ground with one head. A few people were talking to each other about whatever rumors were going around. Now the younger generation was even more in awe of the family head. Wei Xian looked to the flirtatious woman on the side. How am I doing? The flirtatious woman hesitated. Very well, though he's been fiddling with the corners of his coat from the very beginning until now. You have also merely changed 18 pieces of clothing and 20 pairs of pants from morning until now after hearing that you were going to meet Qin Xian. If I dress like this, will it make Realistly think I'm a bit too frivolous? Or else I'll change another one. Dang it, you're too tense. Relax. Wei Xian smiled confidently. Am I nervous? It's only to meet Realistly. How could I be nervous? The charming woman's hand pressed down on his leg. Dong Jia, stop shaking your leg. The Wei family's descendants can all be watching you from behind. I know. They are all spreading the rumor that you and Realistly once fought side by side, and that you are good brothers with your heads knocking on the same ground. I think you should explain this rumor to them, the charming woman said. Rumor? I did once fight side by side with Realistly, and weren't you present at that time? As for any knock on the head good brothers, let them talk. Wei Xian's face was so smug that he was like a child. The flirtatious woman couldn't help but smile, but she didn't tear down her own husband. It's not true that they fought side by side with Realistly, except that they were all nobodies at the time, like big-headed soldiers on the battlefield. Chen Xian is the general who commands thousands of troops and horses. If that was the case, then everyone present at that time was considered to have fought alongside Qin Xian. Her own husband again regarded the Chen Xian as an object of worship, and she didn't know how many portraits she had at home. Most of them were paid for at a high price and consigned. Now, when it came to actually seeing Qin Xian again, knowing this news, it was even more so that he didn't sleep well for the whole night. As he was thinking about it, a figure came running in the distance. Father, mother. Wei Yingying ran this way excitedly with a piece of pastry in her mouth. Her face was flushed and she looked adorable with a little pastry crumb in the corner of her mouth. Lu Wuxin, who was dressed in white, saw that it was his own young lady, and his hanging heart finally dropped. As soon as the charming woman wrapped her own daughter in her arms, her eyes were full of doting and love as she gently stroked her daughter's hair. Where's Mr. Li? Where's Mr. Li? Unlike the mother, the father Wei Xian looked behind his daughter. Where's the other guy? Didn't you say that Mr. Li came alone? Where are the people? Wei Xian's face was full of questions. In his opinion, compared to his own daughter, it seemed that Qin Xian was a bit more important. Ying, where is Realistly? Wei Xian asked in a deep voice as he resisted the excitement in his heart. Wei Ying raised her head and said she wanted to take a good look at this Nanyang city, and told me to come back first to report peace to my parents. Wei Xian busily said, how can this work? How can we let Realistly wander around this Nanyang city alone? It's really rude and disrespectful. Quickly, call for Mr. Li. The charming woman stopped Wei Xian. Dong Jia, since Realistly has this idea, let's just let nature take its course. Available. Realistly has always been spontaneous. If you are overly enthusiastic, it will backfire. It was only after Madame reminded him of this that Wei Xian figured out the flavor. Yes. Thus, the Wei family couple took their own daughter back to the Wei family and first went to the ancestral hall to pay their respects to the many Wei family elders. Today is a family assembly. Not to mention that although Wei Yingying is not a daughter of the Wei family, but the Wei family for hundreds of years, the most talented Wei family children, by the Wei family elders' attention. Soon, the Wei family ancestral hall. Wei Yingying, who had changed her attire, was more like a family heir at this time, rather than a dirty Jianghu wanderer. The Wei family has big rules, and Wei Yingying finished her salute according to the rules. It was already half an incense stick later. Wei Yingying stood in front of the elders in a disciplined manner, thinking about it. 1 minute it's iced zucchini, the next it's sweet and sour fish, the next it's creamy pastries. What's going on? A Wei family elder stood up violently. Wei Yingying was startled when she thought she had been caught absent-mindedly. Ru Jin, why are you so flustered? Wei Tianji, the Wei family's second master, was slightly dissatisfied. The next moment, it wasn't just him. Another elder couldn't help but speak up. There's something wrong with Yingying. As soon as these words came out, the divine sense of all the elders probed over at the same time. It was reasonable to say that so many powerful divine senses, even if unintentional, would be able to harm an ordinary cultivator. Wei Yingying, however, only took a slight half-step back. Under the divine sense sweep, only Wei Yingying's whole body's orifices seen and chi and blood swimming around were seen. Wei Yingying was originally born with a natural martial body, and originally her body was like a mysterious land. Even though they knew that they were born with a martial body, the Wei family members were not able to do anything at all. Like the beggar who keeps the gold mountain and asks for food. Now the chi and blood swam within Wei Yingying's body like a rushing river, surging and smooth. A towering mountain of chiaroscuro, majestic and solid. The roots seem to go deep into the earth and are unshakable. Pale violet chi rose from this orifice like a mysterious aura that illuminated the entire body. This purple chi was like a link that connected all parts of her body together, making them harmonize with each other and work together to maximize their effects. There is even the spectacular sight of 100 rivers converging in the air vaporizing the great zephyr. The countless streams of chi gathered together and formed a powerful energy, and this energy filled the entire orifice, making people unable to help but marvel at it. The orifices in chi and blood are like a microcosm of the endless power and potential contained within the body. At first glance, the crowd couldn't help but freeze. How could there be such a change in just a few months? Wei Tianji, the Wei family's second master, was the first to react and grinned. Mr. Li, this is such a great gift. How should we be allowed to repay it? When he said that, the crowd came back to their senses. In a flash, he figured out that Wei Yingying was wandering the rivers and lakes these days, but she was following that famous Chen Xian. Isn't such a big gift a bit too much? Our Yingying is gifted and intelligent, and a person like Mr. Li, who casually gives a few pointers, will already benefit immensely. Not to mention what kind of friendship our family had that is with Mr. Li. That's just it. That's had a life and death experience. The Wei family elders who were present at that battle did not have people who were there and did not know the real situation. Just listening to Wei Xian once said that he had a great friendship with Chen Xian. Originally some elders were not convinced. However, at this point it is something that has to be believed. If he didn't have a deep friendship, could he instruct his daughter like that? For a moment, the gazes looking at Wei Xian all changed. Wei Xian nodded awkwardly. Exactly. Chapter 70, Fire Spirit Vein. Nanyang is an old city with streets lined with staggered rows of early spring and autumn period style buildings. These buildings have survived the vicissitudes of life, but are still well preserved, displaying their former splendor and glory. The streets are paved with green slate roads, and due to the age, the slates have been worn as smooth as jade. At the corner of the street, there was a quaint tea house. The signboard of the tea house is written with 4 big words, Qingfeng Tea House. Glittering, the tea house is filled with the faint aroma of tea. On the second floor of the tea house, a woman was playing the zither with a mesmerizing sound. On the second floor of the tea house by the window, a young man in green was listening to her playing. Chen Xian sipped his tea while listening to a small song. At this moment, the clouds are coming and going. The east is white, and the distant mountains are as white as a sea. The aftertaste is endless, and it's very pleasant. Ao Chun, the augur dragon that had taken human form on the side, was very uninterested in listening to the song, but he did not show it in the face of Chen Xian. Instead, he looked like he was listening patiently. A spring and autumn period ditty from Nanyang, lost for a long time. Chen Xian said to himself, I didn't expect to hear it here. Cough cough cough. To be able to hear that this is a ditty from the spring and autumn period. The footman is a man who knows his music. A gray-haired old man on the side said. Chen Xian smiled and nodded, his fingers gently rubbing a moss-covered stone. It was a stone he had unintentionally begged from the flying boat. It was covered with a mysterious power. Only for the time being it was unknown what exactly it was, and it looked like it needed to be refined with a Dan fire before it could be made to show its prototype. This was also one of the reasons why Chen Xian had to personally send Wei Yingying back to the Wei family this time around. Nanyang City has a fire spirit vein underneath it. This fire spirit vein was the source of life of Nanyang City and the soul of the city. It was like a fire dragon that snaked through the earth's veins. It was inaccessible to mortals and was an extremely sacred existence to the residents of Nanyang City. Mr. likes to listen to this kind of tune? Ao-chan remembered that several years ago he had a cousin who spent 100,000 taels of silver to buy a theater troupe in Jiangnan. I've heard that the troupe is extremely famous, so I'm sure that Mr. will like it. Thinking this way, Ao-chan had already decided that he would write to his cousin and ask him to send that theater troupe over. Chen Xian said, "I'll just listen to the music. I don't really understand anything too profound." Ao-chan glanced at Mr. and gave up the idea he had just had. Just then, there was a noise outside. "Get out! Out! All out! My son has wrapped up." Ao-chan looked toward the first floor, only to see several uniformly dressed boys barge in and begin to rush the guests. These boys were all strong, with menacing faces, and outnumbered. The guests on the first floor only had to eat a dumb loss, did not dare to say anything, and slipped away. The teahouse's junior was full of smiles as he apologized to the many guests. "Gu, I'm really sorry, I won't charge you this time. You can come back next time." Ao-chan greeted Xiao and said in dissatisfaction, "What's going on here? Who is it? The row is so big." Xiao hurriedly explained, "Gu, customer can't talk like that. This one is very important." "Oh, what's coming?" Ao-chan raised an eyebrow. "This is the son of our Lord Nanyang Prefect. The Wei family? Is the guest new to this Nanyang city? The Wei family is the Wei family, and Lord Bujing is a member of the imperial court." Ao-chan snorted coldly. "What kind of male is so rude, disturbing my husband to listen to the music? Sir, I'll go and drive them away." Junior heard this at first. "Ha? What kind of tone is that? Is it hard to believe that this is also a big deal?" Chen Xian said indifferently. "If you don't listen, then you don't listen. It's no big deal." Xiao heart breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Chen Xian still had to pay, he busied himself. "Guests don't need to pay. Our shopkeeper said that this meal is considered compensation." Chen Xian touched out a piece of silver, looked up at the woman playing the zither, and said to Xiao, "Nice song. Many thanks for the reward, master." Xiao plucked up his voice. The woman playing the zither dropped her gaze and looked towards Chen Xian with a faint smile. With that, Chen Xian left the tea house with Ao-chan. Outside the tea house, a teenager on a high horse sat proudly on his horse, dressed in a brocade coat and holding a horsewhip. He looked cold. He is the son of the Minister of Public Security. He hadn't noticed Chen Xian either, but the Ao-chan behind him had a truly outstanding temperament, making it impossible for anyone to not notice. The young teenager glanced at Ao-chan, and Ao-chan met the other party's gaze without fear. Neither side spoke, nor did either one avert their eyes at the first opportunity, until they passed by on the wrong side of the road. The young teenager turned his head and watched as the duo led the donkey out into the crowd. After recalling, "There doesn't seem to be such a person in this Nanyang city." Chen Xian touched his stomach and glanced at the sky, counting the time. "It's time to go to Wei's house." Wei house. When Chen Xian led the little donkey and Ao-chan to the door, the boy immediately recognized the duo. Wei Yingying told her father about Li Jinjin's dress code and physical features. Wei Xian immediately notified the mansion boy. "If there is a similar person to come to the Wei house, immediately pass the message." Not long after, Wei Xian and the others hurried to the door. At a glance, Wei Xian recognized Chen Xian. He took a deep breath, forcing his mind to stabilize, and with just the right amount of smile on his face, he took one foot over the threshold. Immediately after that, the other leg stepped out at the same time. To an onlooker, this was an extremely bizarre maneuver, because his left leg was still in the air, and before it even hit the ground, his right leg was already eagerly probing out. Immediately after the croak, Wei Xian sat on his butt on the threshold. Several people froze. Ao-chan frowned, thinking that this Nanyang people's welcome was quite special. "Ha!" Wei Xian smiled and explained. "Just now, I was a little exhausted from practicing kung fu to a sound place. I'm sorry for being rude." Unhindered, Chen Xian said, "Mr. Li has come uninvited to intrude." Realist Li is joking. "Your coming to our Wei family is really an honor for our Wei family. It's a great honor to have you in our house." With that, Wei Xian stepped forward and tightly gripped Chen Xian's hand. Ao-chan on the side frowned deeper. Does this man know how to behave? Chen Xian looked at Wei Xian's large hand, feeling the strength from his broad palm, the smile on his face unchanged. Hands? Real Li's hand. It was the hand of the Kendo Kaiser. Wei Xian himself hadn't realized that the handshake was a little too long. Luckily, the charming woman hurriedly stopped him. Realist Li, "I'm sorry for my rudeness, please come inside." The woman whispered to Wei Xian, "Pawnbroker, you are too rude." Wei Xian didn't seem to have returned to his senses and muttered to himself, "His hands are delicate, not like a swordsman's? How does it look like a woman's hand? TSK, worthy of being the Kendo Kaiser." Chapter 71. Chen Xian followed Wei Xian into the Wei family's lobby. Tea was served. Snacks were served, and after a brief chat, Wei Xian said, "This time my daughter has been saved and enlightened by a real person. I really don't know how to thank a real person." When it came to business, Chen Xian put down his teacup and stated that he would be staying at the Wei family for a while, and it needed an alchemy room, as well as the support of the Wei family's fire spirit vein. Of course, it won't be used for nothing. He was willing to provide the Wei family with some spiritual medicines and herbs as payment. Wei Xian didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. The several elders also did not have half an opinion. In their hearts, they were transmitting to each other, "Gentlemen, what do you think about this? For no reason at all. Why does Realistly need to use my Wei family and also borrow the fire spirit vein? How can we speculate on such characters?" An elder said, "Rumor has it that Real Li's cultivation has been abolished, and as I watched his breath around him just now, his injuries are not well and his cultivation has not been restored. Hidden in the body. Maybe we can't even see through it. In short, we must act cautiously. Going up the pole is not a trade. Do not show too much manipulation. If this offends the Qingyun Sect, it will not be worth the loss." The remaining few thought deeply. Realistly is joking. What remuneration or not? Realistly saved my daughter's life and showed her the way. This is already considered a benefactor. Since they are benefactors, they are family members. Speaking of which, Wei Xian pulled his own daughter over. "Quickly, go kowtow to your masterly." Several elders called out good guys in their hearts. "On the shamelessness is also you. People are borrowing the slope. You are giving some sunshine will shine. Give you a piece of grass can build a chicken nest. This is ready to worship?" At that moment, one of the elders' minds switched and said busily, "That's right, there's no need to be polite. Realistly will stay in the Wei family. No matter what time it is, Zenithly just stayed. May not be too accustomed to in my Wei family, so that I let that boy of my family move to Zenithly's yard, and it is convenient to take care of Zenithly on weekdays. If there's anything that Realistly wants, just command that boy of mine." The remaining few people looked at the speaking elder with astonished gazes. "Ha! You are a little too loud for your own good. Weren't you the one who said just now to be cautious and not to act too manipulative? I'm worried that there's something fishy going on here. You're turning the corner too fast, aren't you? You're just going to let your grandson go to be a companion to Realistly?" Although this large family is all surnamed Wei, there is always a proximity. Biological, first degree, distant, cousins. Now this elder had jumped the gun and offered to send his own grandson to Realistly. Anyone who's been there knows what that means. Wei Yingying followed Really for just a few months, and it was as if she had changed for life. Hundreds of rivers converge in the body, and the qi vaporizes the great zephyr. If his grandson then stayed so close to Li Jinjin. Good boy, no wonder you just told us to be careful. At this moment, several elders looked at that elder with indignation. The sharp look was as if he was looking at the defector who said he was going to go out and play, but ended up memorizing books behind his back. Hey, that kid from Lao San's family isn't very good with his hands. Either that or that granddaughter of my family should be the one to do it. Pretty and handy too. Upon hearing this, the third-ranked elder quit. Your granddaughter is smarter than my grandson? With your granddaughter's missy temperament, she will serve people? Don't rush the real person when the time comes. At this time a Wei family elder with a long beard and thin cheekbones said, "Ha ha, let Really laugh. The two of them are often like this when they are affectionate. It doesn't bother them." Immediately afterward, the words changed. "You two don't want to argue. I think we should do it this way. Let my third granddaughter take care of Realistly. My third granddaughter grew up in Kaitong with her mother and knows how to take care of people. No problem with her. It's a done deal." "Hey, what's the deal?" The remaining numerous elders stared at him fiercely. 3 cuts and no blood, what a ing thick skin. Talking yourself into a corner and setting things in motion? Ao Chun watched the scene with a smile, like watching a group of monkeys fighting for food. Funny, really funny. Chen Shen then did so, and temporarily stayed in the Wei family. The Wei family blocked the news, ensuring that the matter of Realistly coming to the Wei family would not spread. The time came to the next day. Last night, he had drunk a lot of fine wine with a few elders of the Wei family, and at the moment, Chen Xian was somewhat half asleep, unable to dispel the alcohol. The feeling made him linger. The small courtyard that the Wei family had arranged for him was clean and elegant. The sunlight falls warmly on the body. At this moment do not think about how the demonists of that devil religion in the end. Do not think about how the second elder of the Qingyun Sect is going to deal with himself. Do not think about the enmity and grudges. Just let the sun rise higher and higher. Let the breeze scurry around the bedroom and get comfortable and cozy. I sleep alone at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not a god. I'm a god. Realistly, breakfast is on the table for you. Outside, there were voices coming. Breakfast? Chen Xian remembered that someone had already sent it before. However, he didn't bother to think much about it. assuming that he had confused his dream with reality in a daze. After a little more sleep, I heard someone come to bring breakfast again in a daze. When Chen Xian woke up, he walked out to take a look. Nice guy, just see the tables all covered with breakfast. Some simply placed on chairs, cabinets. Obviously it wasn't a person who brought in breakfast. Chen Xian smiled. After having a breakfast, he had his subordinates help him serve the rest of the breakfast, and then he closed the door of the house and got ready to do his business. Kitchen. Which portion of breakfast did Real Li have? At this moment, the younger generation of the Wei family were all gathered in the back kitchen. Someone was disappointed and said, "Let me take a look. It's not my share. My share of Li Jinran didn't move." At that moment, someone shrieked out in alarm. "It's my share! It's my share!" Immediately afterward, he ran out the door, seemingly ready to report the good news to his parents. The rest of them left the back room with their heads hanging down. Inside the room, Chen Xian looked at the cauldron in front of him and couldn't help but reach out and tap it. How many years had it been since he had used this thing? Before refining it, he sent a letter to his good friend, Ghost Hand Divine Dr. Li Yangan. Make a sword out of a piece of paper and attach some sword energy to it. It was not true that Li Yangan was a physician, and he was also very good at refining treasures. The paper sword swept out through the window opening, then turned into a long rainbow that ran straight into the sky. Chapter 72, Chen Xian and dogs not allowed inside. Shilling, Yangan Township. To an outsider it looks like a mediocre town. In reality, someone had used a special method to hide the spiritual rhythm of the entire town, like layers of fog that spread out around a golden mountain. It was indistinguishable. Ghost Hand Divine Dr. Li Yangan was living in seclusion in this town, and in the middle of his medicine garden sealed by a secret method, a sign was erected. The sign reads, "Chen Xian and dogs are not allowed inside." At this moment, Li Yangan was busy in the middle of the medicinal garden. The herbs in the medicinal garden grew lushly, and various herbs gave off a tantalizing aroma. Li Yangan traveled through the medicinal garden, carefully observing the growth of each herb. He ran his hand gently over the leaves of the herbs, feeling their vitality, a pleased smile on his face. It was at this moment that Li Yangan violently sensed something. In the next instant, the old man's eyes shot out a brilliant light and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Grandma's leg. "Chen Xian, you bastard who gave birth to a son without an asshole. How dare you come back? I'll let you know today why the flowers are so red." The aura was Chen Xian's aura fine, but it wasn't Chen Xian himself, but rather a wisp of paper sword containing sword chi. Li Yongnan opened the letter and frowned. "Damn it! Stomping on the nose, bullying people too much. Stealing my spirit herbs and asking me to help refine a magic treasure. Master, where are you going?" The two spirit children under Li Yongman's seat who were helping to weed the grass asked curiously. "Going to the widow Wang's place at the head of the village to buy wine and drink again? Old me goes for revenge." Li Yanan's voice came out. At this moment, he already had 9 ways to get Chen Xian killed in his mind. 9 kinds. The Wei family, counting the days. This was already the 6th day of Chen Xian's seclusion. For 6 days, the Wei family had not seen Chen Xian take half a step out of his room, nor did they dare to disturb him. Even Little Donkey and Ao Chun had never seen Chen Xian once. Because of the mobilization of the fire spirit vein, the small courtyard was getting hotter by the day. Wei Xian strictly ordered the crowd not to disturb the great event of realistly, so the younger generation no longer dared to curiously approach. Just how to hide the Wei family, but cannot hide the same in the city of Nanyang. Bujum Wang Yunga. Wang Yunga was sent by the court to Nanyang as a parent official. Nowadays, although it is no longer the spring and autumn period, but the great families of the Shihua cultivation still possess a considerable amount of power and rule the world together with the royal family. This Wang Yunga is nominally the most powerful official in Shilin. In fact, the entire Nanyang city, as well as several cities around Nanyang, but none of them are under the control of the Wei family. Wang Yunga has always wanted his son, Wang Tingyu, to marry Wei Yingying, the daughter of the Wei family. This Wang Yunga's cultivation was profound, and his cousin was the current empress of Shilin. Wei's father, Wei Xian, however, strongly disagreed with the marriage. His own daughter was a 1 in a million cultivation seed. What kind of a commodity was his Wang Yunga's son? Just this word, but it is not good to say it explicitly. Plus this Wang Tingyu to his own daughter stalking. Today this Wang Yunga is to bring their own son. Wei Xian heard the subordinate report. Is that the two masters came on the very headache? Just tell me I'm not feeling well. AI. How is old brother Wei's body uncomfortable with this level of cultivation? Could it be that he is unwilling to see me? Before the words were out of his mouth, voices and footsteps sounded at the same time. Wei Xian forced a smile on his face and arched his hand at the visitor. What does Lord Wang say? It's just that I am indeed unwell these days, and I am worried that I have slowed down Lord Wang. Wang Yunga laughed. Where is my great niece? Missing these days. This kid in my house can't eat or sleep well. That is, he doesn't even have the heart to practice epiphany on weekdays. Wang Tingyu said. Uncle Wei, how is Ying? Is she alright? Nothing serious, just a little spirit. In the house to recuperate. The physician let her at home to recuperate, should not see guests. Wang Yonga said. It's just right for Tingyu to visit. The two of them are close. Wei Xian said in his heart. Ha, don't be a two-skin mother *******. Forget it, it's better to leave Ying alone. Wei Xian's tone was rare and strong. Now that Ying's body had 100 rivers converging and her chi vaporizing the great zephyr, it was best not to let outsiders know about it before it had taken shape. Again, he was instructed by Realist Li. Take a look at that thing of yours. How can it match my Ying? The three chatted uncomfortably for a few more moments. Wang Yonga realized that this Wei Xian was obviously different from the past. Elder brother Wei, I've heard that an honored guest has recently come to the Wei family's residence? An honored guest? There's no such thing as an honored guest. It's just a distant relative. Wei Xian tried to speak as easily as possible. Oh, a distant relative? Wang Yonga said. I've heard that there are some strange movements in the fire spirit vein recently? Just normal functioning. Wang Yonga leaned back slightly and simply stopped pretending. Elder brother Wei, you're dishonest. Such a big move to hide it from me. Wei Xian's heart thumped. I can't understand this from Lord Wang. What big action? Elder brother Wei knows it in his heart. With this riddle down, the two of them smiled and stared at each other, and for a moment neither of them spoke again. At that moment, an underling came hurrying. Master, there is a visitor outside. Oh, Wei Xian was delighted. It would be best to get rid of these two annoying people. What man? The subordinate said. I don't know. I didn't give my name, but it seems that I'm here to look for trouble. Looking for trouble? Wei Xian frowned. Let me go and see. If you'll excuse me, Lord Wang. Wang Yonga was worried that Wei Xian had discussed with his subordinates and deceived him, so he got up and accompanied Wei Xian outside the gate of the Wei mansion. Wei Xian. Wang Yonga's father and son looked at the bad old man standing outside the door. What about that turtle surnamed Li? Li? This Wei family, except for Lu Wuxin. Which one is not all surnamed Wei? How come they came here to look for someone surnamed Li? Wang Yonga looked at Wei Xian thoughtfully. Could this be the guest of honor? What kind of honored guest is worth hiding from the Wei family? Wei Xian's heart simultaneously muttered. This old man wouldn't be here to find Realist Li, right? Nowadays, the only person in the house with the surname Li is Li Zhenran. Nanyang Wei family, are you Wei Xian, or Wei Maku? Wei Xian said. Wei Xian is my grandfather. Wei Mao is my father. My grandfather has passed away 20 years ago. My name is Wei Xian. I am the 11th head of the Wei family. Li Yangon snorted coldly. The Wei family is truly inferior to one generation, sparing Wei Xian's even better temper. His face was a bit ugly at the moment. Li Yangon walked straight to the mansion. Where is the kid surnamed Li? I felt his aura. Wang Yonga looked at Wei Xian in surprise and said, Elder brother Wei, this is... The Wei family supported several generations of monarchs during the spring and autumn period, although their power declined after the spring and autumn period. However, there weren't many people who dared to speak like this to Wei Xian, the Wei family's head. Wei Xian also looked uncertain, but he was certain that the other party knew Realist Li. And listening to this tone, it seems that the relationship with Realist Li is not ordinary, so he didn't stop the other guy. Is it possible to be a hidden master? Chapter 73, Refining. Surname Li, you get out of here. You dare to steal the spirit grass and don't dare to come out? Li Yangon was furious. He followed the scent and came straight to the courtyard where Chen Xian was staying. Wei Xian looked at Wang Yonga, Wang Tingyu's father and son, who followed him aside. This is trouble. Rumble dash. Right at that moment, the roof inside the house in the courtyard was suddenly blown open. In a flash, tiles were flying and dust and smoke filled the air. The monstrous heat suddenly rose, and the surrounding area was like an infinite sea of fire. The scorching heat filled the air as if it was going to burn everything to the ground. The true fire sprang out of the Dan furnace like a fiery dragon, roaring toward the sky. Li Yangon, get your ass in here. Chen Xian's voice rang out from the room. I really want to sew up your kid's mouth with a needle. Begging for a favor and acting like a grandpa. Even though Li Yangon said so, his hand movements were not slow at all. A strange light quickly flickered around his body, which was like a barrier that separated the surrounding space. That light gradually spread out and formed a complete boundary. With that, Li Yangon leapt into the room. Chen Xian, nappy your grandma. What the hell is this? What kind of magic treasure is this? You took this broken cauldron to refine this kind of magic treasure. That's why I came to you. The sound of two people conversing rang out. The corners of Wei Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Broken cauldron? Learning that Realist Li is going to refine a magic treasure. The Wei family had taken out the highest grade cauldron, but it turned out to be a broken cauldron in the other party's eyes? Li Yangan, Chen Xian? At this time, the aside Nanyang Buzheng minister Wan Yongda keenly captured these two names. These two names are not common as thunder. Ghost Hand Dr. Li Yangan, Sword Dao leader Chen Xian. Is this possible? How could these two characters appear in the Wei family at the same time? With the same name? Elder brother Wei, it's me who underestimated you. I think we need to have a good chat, Wang Yongda said. Wei Xian laughed. After a few more days, the Wei family's grand formation has been activated. Now, this can't be hidden in any way. All the people in the Wei family could not ignore the changes in the Wei family. The entire Wei family is as hot as a furnace. Cultivators with cultivation are okay, but ordinary subordinates without cultivation can't bear it at all. So these people had to leave the Wei family for the time being, and most of the Wei family members were naturally reluctant to leave, which was a rare sight. These changes quickly attracted many cultivators in Nanyang City, as well as some sects and loose cultivators around Nanyang City. A pair of Dharma eyes swept over, wondering what this Wei family was up to. So, another half-month passed. The Wei family has been completely unable to accommodate a single person. The mountains and rivers of intent appeared like substance, and in the eyes of some of the cultivators of the upper three scenarios, at this moment, the entire Wei family seemed to be burning in flames. It was not a fire of substance, but a fire in imagery. The onlookers couldn't notice it, but in the eyes of the many elders of the Wei family, even a huge Dan furnace imagery could be vaguely seen. The surrounding flames took on a strange reddish-gray color. It was not as blazing and eye-catching as ordinary flames. Instead, it appeared to be somewhat gloomy. This was the result of the fusion of the Dan fire and the fire spirit vein. Li Yangan mobilized the Dan fire in his body, and although there was a boundary he had set up around him, as well as the protection of the Wei family's big formation, but even so, the eerie flames still caused a palpitation. It was as if it was an underworld fire from hell, capable of burning everything. Even though the crowd knew that the flames they were witnessing were merely illusions of intent, but they still couldn't contain their inner fear. At this very moment, the precious gate of the Great Tao in Li Yangan's body was wide open, and the Dan fire kept surging out from within. The five scenic cultivators envisioned the Tao and forged the treasure gate of the Great Tao within their bodies. The cultivation of the divine aptitude starts from the Great Tao, and the door of the Tao is cast above the Sea of Yuan. As for Li Yangan, he has long since jumped over the five scenes, and his internal aptitude is the Dan fire that how many alchemists can only dream of. The moss-covered stone spun rapidly as a blazing fire burned, the flames licking the air and giving off a scorching aura. In this sizzling environment, everything seemed to become distorted, and only that mysterious power remained steady in it, constantly operating. Mother ********. The rapidly rotating stone continuously absorbed the Dan fire inside Li Yangan's body, like a bottomless pit. Li Yangan's face was hard and he was struggling. Seeing this, Chen Xian's hand made a spell. Li Yangan watched him move and snapped to attention. You're not going to use the Samadhi flame, are you? Chen Xian's divine ability then had one door, which was the Samadhi true flame. The world only knew Chen Xian as the leader of the Sword Dao. In fact, those who know him well know that this guy is simply a monster. Not only the sword path, just take out any one of them and make it difficult for the next person to look at his back. The Heaven and Earth Dan flame was the fire of heaven and earth that was nurtured by the spirit of heaven and earth. Whether it was alchemy, refining magic treasures, or killing the enemy, it was twice as effective. However, all of these heaven and earth fires were extremely violent, and if one was not careful, they would set themselves on fire. That's why not only alchemists, but also many cultivators wished to have a flavor of Dan fire. But how rare is this Dan fire? The name of the Dan fire that Li Yangan obtained was Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Flame. It is created by gold, wood, water, fire and earth, the 5 elements of energy attributes gathered together. After the 5 elements attributes are shown to be mutually exclusive. From the earth to produce gold, gold to produce water, water to produce wood, wood to produce fire, successive phases and appear in the alternation of heaven and earth to form the flame. Back then, Li Yangan had to die 9 times in order to obtain it. It has also been a source of pride for Li Wingan throughout his life. It wasn't until he learned that Chen Xian had carried his own flavor of Dan fire within his body from the moment he struck out that his mind completely collapsed. 3 flavors of true fire coalesced from the clear chi after the beginning of heaven and earth. It was a far cry from his 5 elements flame of heaven and earth. Naturally, Li Yangan wanted to be the cloud himself and the other party to be the mud. But unfortunately it was just the opposite. It was just that Chen Xian rarely used true flame. For one thing, he was too strong. Strong enough that external means would only be troublesome for him. Secondly, for the path of alchemy, Chen Xian was not interested, nor did he have the energy or need. At this moment, Li Yangon watched Chen Xian's dharma changes and couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Are you sure you can control the 3 flavors of fire in your current state? Chen Xian's current realm was at most a 6th scenario, and it was not supported by the root bones. If you can't control the 3 flavors of true fire, the true fire will storm out. Who knows what will happen? Don't worry, Chen Xian said confidently. The kid has never been this confident, and he certainly never disappoints. Li Yongman put his heart down. Before he was done, he heard the other man say, "To die together. Get out. Get the old man out." Li Yangon yelled. Chapter 74, Refining What? Wang Yonga was basically certain that it was Chen Xian and Li Yangon that were in the Wei family. It was just that he couldn't figure out, even if he broke his head, how the Wei family got involved with these two. Although the Wei family has existed since the spring and autumn period, it is an ancient family. It is also considered one of the upper 3 in Xiling, but that's just the Xiling. Looking at the 8 wastelands of the 9 states, his Wei family is nothing. But those two, Ghost Hand Dr. Li Yangon, Sword Dao leader Chen Xian, the 2 of them would not even be in the eyes of the Emperor of Xiling. No wonder this Wei Xian changed his previous attitude. Wang Yonga's heart is a little difficult. He was originally determined that the Wei family did not dare to turn the tables with him, wanted to use the relationship of the imperial sister to facilitate the relationship between his son and Wei Yingying. However, if this Wei family really has a great relationship with that Chen Xian and Li Yangon, they really don't dare to act rashly. That said, this magic treasure has been refined for so long, why is there still no movement? That Wei family's mansion no one is close to. It is also good that the Wei family has many houses, otherwise this many people at once really do not know where to stay. Finally, after 6 months, that night, the sky above the entire Nanyang city suddenly showed endless visions. The clouds in the sky looked like they had been plucked away by a giant hand, revealing a clear blue sky. Sunlight poured down from between the clouds, illuminating the city like it was daytime. In the midst of this brightness, a haze of light rose from the mountains surrounding Nanyang city and rushed into the sky. At the same time, pleasant Dao sounds rose from the sky without a source, like heavenly music, revitalizing one's mind. These Dao sounds were crisp and pleasant, like wind chimes, making people want to stop and listen. Amidst this strange sight, the faces of the people of Nanyang city showed a look of horror and awe. They didn't know what it was or what it meant, but they could feel a divine power permeating the air that made people want to kneel down and worship. In this weird atmosphere, time seemed to stand still. There was only the haze of light and the roiling Dao sound rising and echoing, immersing the entire Nanyang city in a mysterious atmosphere. Wei Yingying pointed in the direction of the Wei family's mansion. "Father, is it true that Li is about to leave the gate?" Wei Xian stared wide-eyed, feeling the marvelous aura between heaven and earth. Probably so. The people of the Wei clan were beaming with joy, as if they had succeeded in refining their own magic treasures. This Nanyang city is bustling with activity. A Wei family elder stroked his beard and joked. Around Nanyang city, dozens of strong auras drew closer to Nanyang city from all directions, and divine sense and dharma eyes probed at the same time. Ha ha ha. It is truly an honor for all of you Taoists to come to my Nanyang city at the same time. Wei Xian's figure appeared in midair and arched his hand to the arriving crowd. Divine Will Sect, Fengqing Sect, Tianshi Sect, Xuanxiao Sect, almost all of the dignified figures from the entire southern clans of Xiling had come. Family Master Wei, what exactly happened in this Nanyang city? That's right, it looks like there's some kind of treasure present? Tell us about it. Just what kind of person is casting spells here? Family Master Wei has to give us an explanation. A few people spoke up. It was really because the changes in this Nanyang city were too amazing. Wei Xian explained. It is too high people, borrowing my Nanyang fire spirit vein to refine the magic treasure. Now this change, probably the magic treasure has been successfully refined. A tall man? What high person? What kind of magic treasure was made? This is not convenient to disclose, Wei Xian said mysteriously. The crowd looked at his smug expression and couldn't help but feel some envy and jealousy. But they didn't press this Wei Xian any further. Look at this, weather is really a piece of heaven and earth creation of things manifested. This Wei family climbed the high branch. No one is stupid enough to do that. Ao Chun was delighted and patted the little donkey's butt. Brother donkey, Mr. Li is coming out. The little donkey tugged at the clothes draped over his body and raised his head to look in the direction of the Wei family's main residence. Nanyang, inside the inn across the street from the Wei family. Inside the room, a middle-aged man looked at his companion coldly and reprimanded. It was hard to get the news of Chen Xian. The second elder gave a deadly order that the assassination could only succeed and not fail. Everything needs to be done with caution. The young man's face was filled with disdain as he said, "That man was too arrogant. I merely stepped in to teach him a lesson. It'll be bad if Chen Xian detects it. It's just a wasted man. Last time he had the blessing of the true dragon. This time I'll try his weight." The young man was only 40 years old, yet he was already a sword cultivator of the 7th realm. It was natural to be high-minded when one could be called a cultivation genius. He was even exceptionally recruited by the second elder into the shadow hall of the law enforcement hall. The middle-aged man raised his head to look at the vision that filled the sky and said in a low voice, "I guess Qingyun's seclusion is coming to an end. I don't know what kind of thing he's refining this time. Remember to be fast and accurate in your assassination later. Never give the other party a chance to counterattack. Don't worry, my sword won't come out a second time," the middle-aged man once again urged. Qingyun is not a very human being. Do not be careless. He really didn't understand why the second elder would send out such a young man. The younger generation who hadn't seen Qingyun before were completely unable to comprehend that guy's terror, always thinking that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Qingyun. However, the middle-aged man had no doubt about the young man's strength. Wei family, main residence. It's a done deal. Li Yangon exhaled heavily. How could it not have occurred to me that this refining was half a year's worth of time? His grandmother, Li Yong'an's eyes widened. Let's see what kind of this has been refined. The fire and haze faded, revealing the object as it was. A sword embryo. Damn it, it's still a wreck. Li Yangon cursed. Only the sword embryo, not the sword body. What the hell is this? Qingyun was calm and reached out to hold the sword embryo. It's the mule or the horse that goes out for a ride. With that, the body swept out, leaving the range of the Wei family's great formation and the boundaries set up by Li Yangon. With the sword embryo present, the original haze and Dao sound then disappeared, and the sky, which was originally like daytime, was suddenly covered in dark clouds. The point of light in the center of the robotic cloud grew larger and brighter, so bright that it stung the eyes. Dozens of purple lightning bolts tumbled through the clouds, and the lightning bolts emitted a purple light that illuminated almost the entire Nanyang city. The wind is blowing and the trees are shaking with a sasha sound. In the next moment, the lightning in the air was interspersed with gusts of wind, striking at Qingyun with lightning speed, the sword embryo in his hand to be precise. Chapter 75. Buzz Dash. The thunderbolt fell directly on top of the sword embryo, and the powerful energy impact caused the entire sword embryo to tremble violently, as if it was about to be burst. Qingyun held the hilt of his sword with a death grip, trying to control the sword embryo from being destroyed by the power of the lightning tribulation. However, that thunderbolt had already recognized the sword embryo in his hand in general, continuously releasing powerful energy, wanting to shatter it. Qingyun felt the destructive power contained within the thunderbolt, his knuckles whitening from overexertion, the veins on his arms bulging out like a worm. His eyes stared deathly at the sword embryo in his hand, as if he wanted to transfer all of his power to it. The sword embryo trembled ceaselessly in Qingyun's hands, emitting a low buzzing sound as if protesting against the oppression of the thunderbolt. Qingyun could feel the powerful energy contained in the sword embryo. It was a power he had never seen before, as if it was capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. This was still just the sword embryo, not even the sword body. A smirk surfaced on Qingyun's face. Inside the inn, the young sword cultivator raised his head and stared dead at the scene, the sword intent in his heart seemingly unable to be held down. Don't be impulsive. The middle-aged man held down the other man's hand. At this moment, under the baptism of the thunderbolt, if they were to venture out, not only would they not be able to kill Qingyun, they might also be mistakenly injured by the lightning tribulation. What the hell is this guy refining a contraption? Surprisingly, it can attract a thunderbolt. The young sword cultivator was filled with excitement. That sword embryo snatched the creation of heaven and earth. If it came to his hands, stop looking, the middle-aged man said. The young sword cultivator hummed lightly. Hey, it's just a few more glances. Could he still not discover me? Do not belittle Qingyun. The middle-aged man couldn't help but lecture. You youngsters are so high-minded that you look down on this and that. That Qingyun, even if his cultivation is wasted, is still not something that ordinary people can compare to. Ha! The young sword cultivator laughed coldly and shook his head, but he completely scoffed at what the senior said. This middle-aged cultivator was more than 300 years old, and only managed to be among the 7 scenarios. How can you compare it to yourself? The middle-aged man's face showed anger, but it was not good to snap now. Purple thunderbolts fell again and again, and the sound echoed in the air for a long time. It was a mysterious and majestic power, as if the anger of the universe was roaring. The entire Nanyang city was like a weak and pathetic beast prostrate on the ground. Finally, with a ray of cold light rushing up to the sky, most of the robbery clouds were washed away without a trace. The young sword cultivator's upper dantian offered up a flying sword, which transformed into a silver dragon in a flash of streaming light. Come on. It's gone? The young sword cultivator raised his head and looked at the original direction of Qingyun, but at the moment, there was not a single silhouette. The divine sense was about to be released when suddenly the air stagnated. There was a purple flash of electricity in the air. The middle-aged cultivator let out a low cry. Not good. Chen Xian's figure appeared in midair not far from them. What's the name of the Green Cloud Sect? The corners of the middle-aged cultivator's mouth twitched, and his voice couldn't stop trembling. Former Silver Sword Peak disciple, and later Third Hall Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Chen Xian lifted up the sword embryo, and there was only the embryo, not the sword body. Yet no one will doubt the power it contains. But instead of dropping his sword at the first opportunity, he raised his eyebrows. Come. The middle-aged cultivator froze, then immediately reacted. Mana power rose around him, and he offered up an innate talisman, a 7th-grade top-grade magic weapon. Soon, it formed a similar protective mountain formation golden flowing light boundary within a few feet of itself. That top-grade magic weapon was even engraved with talismanic seals. This magic treasure was definitely an immortal heavy treasure of extremely uncommon quality. The young sword cultivator couldn't help but be shocked even as he watched. Being older is not a bad thing in a sense. It was even deeper than these young cultivators. It was only a pity that with Chen Xian's sword embryo swinging so much from top to bottom, the magic treasures, talisman seals, the golden flowing light array, and the middle-aged cultivator were all divided into two halves. The young sword cultivator's eyes were wide with rage as he watched the middle-aged cultivator who had been rambling to himself just moments ago die. Only one sword. Buzz. The benthic flying sword emitted a buzzing sound. Fear. The opponent hadn't even made a move yet, but his own sword path had actually faltered, and his sword heart was clouded with dust. Today, even if he escaped, he was afraid that he would fall off the realm. The young sword cultivator's eyebrows violently bit through his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Fingers pinched the sword trick and let out a low roar. Spell it out. In the next moment, his eyes revealed a look of despair. The head left the body directly, leaving only the body to plant forward. In a trance, it seemed as if the words of the middle-aged cultivator who had admonished him earlier were ringing in his ears. Be careful to surround Chen Xian. Be careful. Be careful by all means. Young men are high-minded, and this casualness will kill you. Chen Xian returned to the Wei clan's main residence and nodded as he looked at the sword embryo that had been baptized by the thunderbolt. Nice treasure, but it's a defective one, and a matching blade needs to be found. With that, he looked at Li Yangan. This time the treasure refining is thanks to you. Thanks, brother. Li Yangan collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes like a yellow girl who had just been spoiled. I had thought of coming here to fight Chen Xian to get my spirit grass back. As a result, he didn't ask for the spirit grass back, not to mention that he also smoked the magic treasure for half a year for others for nothing. It's a loss of a lady and a loss of a soldier. Chen Xian, you goddamned bastard. Stealing my spirit grass and asking me to help you refine a magic treasure. What kind of words are these? Old me back then was not still helping you to try the medicine for free, and did not yet manage to ask you for payment, and to help you hunt ferocious beasts, and to help you develop the blessed land. You said something about zero risk, high recovery, low investment last time. Let me throw tens of thousands of spirit stones. How did it turn out? Chen Xian then detailed what he had done for him in previous years. Li Yangan silently turned his body around, his back to him, speechless. Chen Xian put away the sword embryo and left the Wei family's main residence. Congratulations to Realist Li on his release. Congratulations to Zenith Li for successfully refining the treasure. Congratulations. The Wei clan crowd congratulated Chen Xian. Chen Xian also clasped his fists and returned the salute. I've bothered you a lot these days. Not to mention borrowing the fire spirit vein over the past 6 months. He also occupied the Wei family's mansion. The people of the Wei family were forced to leave the main Wei family residence and move to live elsewhere. But for the Wei family, this was a great thing. Real people in this place refining treasure. Not only cohesion of the surrounding aura. Spiritual rhyme and Taoist sound is in this place for a long time. The benefits for the cultivators of Nanyang City do not need to be said. What's more, in the eyes of outsiders, they had climbed the high branch of Realist Li. In the future, no matter who is against the Wei family will have to weigh. As for what exactly is the refining of a treasure, although they are curious, they also know that this matter cannot be asked more easily offended. At that moment, a figure sprinted in the distance. Zenith Li, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you. It was that Wang Yunga. Chapter 76, Unbecoming a Son. Really? Wang Yunga came running from a distance. It is truly a blessing for our Nanyang city that Realist Li is able to come here in a big way. And this is? I am Nanyang Prefect Wang Yunga. And this is my canine son Wang Tingyu. Wang Tingyu looked at Chen Xian and always felt that something looked familiar. Then he looked at Ao Chun, who was on the side. More than half a year ago, I met Ao Chun at the Qingfeng Tea House. At that time, in order to obtain the heart of the red-sleeved girl of the Qingfeng Tea House, he himself had chartered the entire tea house. He also had the guests in the tea house kicked out piece by piece. Among them were Chen Xian and Ao Chun, who were listening to the song. Maybe Chen Xian has already forgotten about it. Wang Tingyu held on to his luck. I've met realistly. Chen Xian had since recognized him, but he didn't say much. He naturally wouldn't bother more with a junior over a small matter that was so long in the past. Wei Xian said, in order to congratulate realistly on his release, we must celebrate today. During the banquet, the elders of the Wei family took turns to toast Chen Xian. Chen Xian came to the rescue. Wang Yongge's face was bitter as he watched Chen Xian act intimately with Wei's family, looking again at Wei Yingying who was burying her head in her food. This was the first time he had seen Wei Yingying in over half a year, only under a pair of legal eyes. Wei Yingying's body, the qi and blood swam around like a rushing river, surging and smooth. The majestic snow-capped mountains of the Sea of Air are majestic and solid. The roots go deep into the earth and cannot be shaken. Hundreds of rivers converge. The air vaporizes the great zephyr. After these half a year of cultivation, Wei Yingying's qi within her body had become more solid. TSK. Wang Yongge stood up excitedly, then quickly calmed down. He now finally understood why Wei Xian had intentionally not allowed himself to see Wei Yingying during this period of time. So it was. So that's how it is. This Wei family has really climbed the ladder. Thinking of this, Wang Yongge glanced at his own son who was staring at the ass of the Wei family's maidservant, and was furious. Ouch! Wang Tingyu rubbed the back of his head. Father, what are you hitting me for? Beat you? I want to beat you to death. You worthless piece of... Dad, what's wrong with me again? Wang Tingyu frowned in dissatisfaction, his sight unintentionally glancing at Wei Yingying who was eating a pastry. Slightly damp, long, dark hair was draped casually over her shoulders, and she wore a pink sari, with her slender, tender white calves hidden under the table. The pink face was delicately red, the watery and clear eyes, plus an innocent smile. Wang Tingyu gulped. Father, hurry up and help me talk to the Wei family about marriage. Say, it's a wonder people are looking at you now. She didn't look at me before. Wang Tingyu said. Father, our family is backed by the Empress. Your eyes are blind. Can't see this relationship between people and realistly. Wang Tingyu was puzzled. Realistly is powerful. But can he be more powerful than the Empress? Wang Yongge said in a deep voice. Empress Mother, Empress Dowager, was once a suitor of realistly. Put. Wang Tingyu spat out a mouthful of wine. What? Auntie is. Keep your voice down. Don't talk nonsense about this to the next person. Wang Tingyu nodded his head like garlic, and his gaze toward Chen Xian changed. He couldn't imagine how his aunt, who he remembered as gorgeous, could be involved with this man. After a series of trivial matters, Chen Xian roasted the fire in the house. It was near April when he refined the magic treasure, and now most of the year had passed. It was nearing winter again, and the wind was howling outside. Chen Xian looked at the drifting snow outside the window and took a sip of hot tea. Ghost hand Dr. Li Yangan was lying on the ground on all fours. Chen Xian kicked him with his foot, and the guy rolled around, unwilling to bother with him. Seems to be sulking alone. Chen Xian said, let me tell you something serious. Li Wingan didn't take the tangent and flipped another circle. Chen Xian said, the woman's body is gone. Li Yangan was stunned, then sat up violently from the ground. What? There were still a few women who could make Chen Xian care. I went to the returning ruins, and her body is gone. Chen Xian said indifferently. Li Yong'an said in a deep voice, who else knows about that place? Just me. Could it have been taken away by a cultivator who inadvertently barged in? No, that prohibition probably hasn't been undone in this world except by me. Li Yong'an was silent again. She, resurrected. Probably. Li Yong'an sighed softly. It just died down not many decades ago. There weren't many things in this world that could make Li Yong'an show his sorrow, and that Demon Sect demoness happened to count as one. The sea of blood is heaving and swept away, and the air is cold with 1,000,000 swords in the 9 states. That demoness was simply a nightmare for countless cultivators in the 8 wastelands of the 9 states, and countless people had died at her hands. Li Yong'an lifted his pants, got up from the ground, and looked out the window. What are you going to do now? Chen Xian looked at the other party's exposed half-ass. Big brother, keep your pants up when you talk. Come on, down to business. What are you going to do? Chen Xian spread his hands out. What can I do? I'm in this state now. Take it as far as it goes. You should find a piece of root bone now. As long as you're around, that demoness will be able to kill her again even if she comes back to life. Where's the easy way to find roots that fit me? Li Yangan said. I have a good idea here. What? Li Yangan, true dragon of the Western Sea. The dragon bone of a true dragon is more than suitable to replace your root bone. That old dragon. I've long looked at him with disdain. Chen Xian rolled his eyes. He knew that Li Yangan was joking. The old dragon was a good friend of the two for many years, since it was impossible to kill the dragon to take the bones. Anyway, I'm going back. Don't come looking for me if nothing happens in the future. And remember that if you're caught by that demoness, don't give up my location. Anyway, if she does come back to life, the first thing she should do is seek revenge on you, and I'll have time to run," Li Yong'an said and turned to leave. At that moment, Chen Xian suddenly reached out and pulled him down. "What for?" Li Yong'an turned his head. "After stealing so many spirit grasses from you before, and letting you help me refine my magic treasures for most of the year, I'm weirdly embarrassed to let you go like this." "Oh," Li Yong'an raised his eyebrows. "Ha, your kid's conscience is still intact." A few moments later, Li Yong'an was wearing a pair of pants and his body swept into midair. The clothes, storage ring, and shoes were all taken by that asshole. Is this a human thing? Chen Xian, not a proper son. Chapter 77. The Wei family. Wei Xian paced back and forth in the room. The flirtatious woman looked up at him. "What's going on here?" "Dang dang," Wei Xian said with slight annoyance. "What else could it be?" "Naturally, it's about Realist Li." "Really? What happened to Real Li?" "Realist Li won't just leave after refining the magic treasure." "What else? Could it be that Realist Li could still stay in the Wei clan all the time?" "Boss, I know what you're thinking, but where can we fit a big Buddha in this small temple?" "Forget it, I'm not talking to you, I'm going to check it out." Wei Xian arrived at the small courtyard where Chen Xian lived, and a group of young Wei family children had long gathered outside the small courtyard to look curiously. "What are you looking at?" "Watching the big girl take a bath." Wei Xian kicks a kid in the ass. "Second uncle, you're too biased." "Right, only allowing Ying to follow Realistly. A few of us can't even look at him for a few moments." "That's right, only the officials are allowed to set fire to the people." Wei Xian was good-tempered and loved to play around with these juniors in his day-to-day life, so these young men of the Wei family get along with him privately as if they were buddies, and say whatever they need to say. "Cut the crap, disturbing Realist Li's purification. Let's see how I'll clean you up," someone asked. "Family master, are all the stories you told us when we were young true? You really are a good brother who knocks his head to the ground with Realist Li. That's for sure." "You think I'm bragging?" "Family master, really? How come I saw your nervous hands sweating when you were chatting with Realist Li before?" A person teased. "Screw you, that Realist Li doesn't know me well enough to specially train my Ying. Can he stay in our Wei family for half a year to refine magic treasures?" Several people nodded thoughtfully. Wei Xian snorted coldly and walked towards the small courtyard where Chen Xian lived with his hands behind his back. Brotherly, as if to prove his relationship with Chen Xian, Wei Xian purposely changed his address from Realistly to Brotherly, appearing a bit more intimate. "Brotherly." Just a few shouts in a row and no response. Wei Xian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Brotherly, I'm coming in," he said, gently pushing the door. The door was ajar. Wei Xian walked into the house, but realized that there was no one in the house. A storage ring and a letter were left on the table. Good writing, worthy of Mr. Li. A moment later, Wei Xian reacted. This was the goodbye letter, and in the storage ring were some thank you gifts left behind by Realist Li. A few young men from the Wei family who were guarding the letter outside only heard a cry of alarm from inside the house. "Whoa whoa whoa, oh ha. Several people looked at each other. What's that sound?" Wei Xian looked at the spirit grass on the ground and stared wide-eyed. Fire Yang spirit leaf, snow jade bone ginseng, jade dragon fruit, extremely cold Ganoderma, ice and fire snake scale fruit. Wei Xian was so excited that he danced around Nanyang City, in an alleyway outside the Wei family's mansion. Wei Yingying was holding a large cake and eating it, her brows and eyes all smiling. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Chen Xian smiled and touched her head. "Realist Li, where am I going to find you when I miss you in the future? We'll see each other if it's meant to be." Croakta. The little donkey spread its hooves and ran furiously all the way above the official road. Chen Xian sat on the donkey's ass, his body constantly undulating. Wei Yingying nodded and lowered her head to continue nibbling on the cake. Scoffs, laughs. Yummy. Green Cloud Sect, Tontian Peak, somewhere in the middle of a cave. Put. Chen 14 spat out a mouthful of blood. This injury was really too serious, and I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to recover for a while. The sword wound had reached deep into the roots and was so destructive that even the slightest mobilization of aura would bring about a burst of heart-rending pain. "Damn Chen Xian, it's a sign of incompetence to only curse." A calm voice suddenly sounded. Chen 14 jerked his head up. "Who?" In the darkness, a familiar figure appeared. "Second Elder?" "No need to stand up." The second elder waved his hand. "Chen Xian successfully refined a treasure in Nanyang, and according to my estimation, he's not far from regaining his cultivation." Chen 14 clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "What does this matter have to do with me? Whether it matters or not, you know in your own heart." Once that guy regained his cultivation and returned to the Green Cloud Sect, he would once again become that all-important existence. Even if you take a step back and he doesn't bother with you about these little things. But at that time, the senior sister you cared about the most, do you think she'll still take care of you again? With Chen Xian around, do you think you're still that one-in-a-million genius in the eyes of others? Chen Xiv's eyelids twitched as he said in a low voice, "Second elder, if you have something to say, just say it straight. There's no need to bend over backwards with me, and there's no need to irritate me. Didn't you once say that you would surpass Chen Xian?" The second elder teased. Chen 14 stared at him grimly. "So the second elder came here this time just to purposely irritate me? The second elder has arranged for so many sieges, and I've heard people from the sect say that the second elder has been very displeased with Chen Xian since the time he was initiated. At that time, when Chen Xian was expelled from the sect, it was also the second elder's handiwork. New grudge, old grudge. If Chen Xian recovers his cultivation, he will surely be the first to find you to settle the score." Ha ha ha, the second elder laughed. "That's right, when that Chen Xian regains his cultivation, the first thing he will definitely do is kill me first, so I've come to find you. Me? I won't be his match." Chen 14 lowered his head. Unlike the young sword cultivator who assassinated Chen Xian, that young sword cultivator was in his early 40s when he entered the 7th scenario, high-minded and proud, not putting anyone in their place. But it was precisely because Chen 14 was an even more genius existence than him that he was able to understand the terrifying nature of having recovered even a tenth of his cultivation. "You are no match for him, but only for now," the second elder said. "I'll train you from today onwards, and I'll be able to give you all the resources you want to get. You want me to kill Chen Xian? When you have the strength to stand before him?" "Yes." Chen 14 did not hesitate. The second elder smiled faintly, as if he had already guessed this result. Reaching out and pinching in the air, a pill appeared in the middle of his fingers. "Creation pill. It can help you recover from your injuries." Chen 14 was startled. 7th grade spiritual elixir of creation. Although it was a 7th grade, yet it was rarer than an 8th grade spirit elixir. It can help cultivators recover from injuries and enhance their cultivation, and is even rumored to be able to produce white bones from the dead. "Take it." Excitement flashed in Chen Xiv's eyes. "Many thanks to second elder." Chapter 78 Fuguang Forest. "This chicken leg is mine. Don't take it from me." Hey, the more spiritually intelligent you are, the more disobedient you are. Who the hell is Big Brother? In the cave, Chen Xian and Little Donkey were fighting over the last chicken leg. Ao Chun frowned at the scene, then nodded thoughtfully. "Well, that's how down-to-earth Mr. Li is. What's that saying? Grounded. The way is simple. That's how it is." In the end, this battle ended with Chen Xian giving Little Donkey a hug. Chen Xian gnawed on a chicken leg, his face smiling as he reached out to add another handful of firewood to the fire. Ao Chun looked at the map in his hand that he had plucked from a loose cultivator. "Makoto, if we use the art of flying lift, we might be able to get to Fuguang Forest faster. There's no rush. There's no harm in walking all the way there," Chen Xian said indifferently. The floating light forest was located at the edge of the Shiling territory, and it was a mysterious and dangerous place. Because of the intertwined spirit veins, there were many demonic beasts in this forest, as well as ferocious beasts. Chen Xian was going to the Fuguang Forest. For one thing, I had heard it said that there was a lake in the center of the Fuguang Forest. The lake was blue as jade, like a sapphire set in the forest, glittering. When the sun sets, the whole lake landscape painting, clear and elegant, long rhythm. Chen Xian wanted to check it out. Secondly, he wanted to collect some beast cores of ferocious beasts. These beast cores contained the power and essence of the ferocious beasts. If they could be fused together and then perfect the sword embryo, then the sword would be able to possess even more power. The outskirts of the Fuguang Forest. A young cultivator tugged at a young girl and took a deep breath as he looked at the ancient tree in front of him. "Brother, are we really going to cross the Fuguang Forest?" the young girl asked with some concern. The young cultivator said, "The deadline for enrollment in the Northern Fall Sect is approaching, so we can only take the risk of going through the Fuguang Forest. Or else if we miss this time, we'll have to wait for another 4 years. 4 more years and you'll be over age." "Brother, I won't go. In case if I meet any danger in the forest." "What are you afraid of?" "I have my brother." Just as the two of them were talking, a few figures rapidly approached not far away. "The two of you look like you want to help the light forest?" The leader looked at the brother and sister duo with a smile on his face. The young cultivator looked at the other party warily. "Yes, what is your business?" "Ha ha, don't be nervous. We mean no harm. We're from the Fire Bear Mercenary Group. My name is Zhang Dali, and we've come to the Fuguang Forest to prepare for hunting spirit beasts. My name is Lu Lingwang, and this is my sister Lu Linglin." Lu Lingwang said, "You two are going to break into the Fuguang Forest?" Zhang Dali frowned slightly. "I'm afraid it's a bit dangerous." Lu Lingguang hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Zhang Dali nodded. So that's how it is. Since you're going to the Northern Fall Division, then it's just right to travel with us. Are you all going to North Fall Division as well? We happen to be on our way to be able to send you out of the Fuguang Forest. Otherwise the two of you are unfamiliar with the forest, and the slightest mishap will jeopardize your lives. Lu Lingguang was delighted. Then thank you very much. Several people traveled along, and Zhang Dali and the others from the Fire Bear Gang cooperated well with each other and had deep cultivation. The few spirit beasts they met were effortlessly taken down. Zhang Dali was a warm-hearted person, and followed this young sibling pair along the way, talking about the Fuguang Forest, and about the Beilu Shifu sect. Brother Zhang, then what exactly is your cultivation level? Lu Lingguang asked. Ha ha ha, kid, remember, don't just ask this question when you meet someone in the future. It's taboo. Oh, Lu Lingguang nodded his head like garlic. Don't look at him like a little adult in front of his sister. But in reality he was only 3 years older than her. The Lu family was originally a cultivation family as well, but it was a pity that it had long since fallen by the time it reached him. Therefore, Lu Lingguang was considered half a casual cultivator, and no one instructed him in cultivation after the age of 10. At this moment, it was hard to meet a warm-hearted cultivator, so naturally, he had to ask a good question. Brother Zhang, you're a martial artist, aren't you? Right. Zhang Dali nodded, revealing the robust muscles of his small arms. With that, the hand was violently prodded out. There was a dull thud in the air. Lu Lingguang didn't react at all until Zhang Dali waved a flower-spotted snake in front of his eyes. Lu Lingguang gulped. This, Zhang Dali laughed. A demonic beast of the fourth scenery has a great flavor. 4 views. You just grabbed it in your hand? Lu Lingguang looked at Zhang Dali incredulously. A demonic beast of the fourth scenario. For Lu Lingguang, meeting it was almost certain death. Kid, you're still too young to dare to trespass into the Fuguang forest with this level of cultivation, a hoarse voice behind him said. It was an old man in the group with a gauze wrapped around his face and a cane. Ha ha, young people are fearless, a young man in the team said. The young man's name is Jin Hu. Even though Lu Lingguang was young, he was no cutie pie. After a few days of contact, one could tell it was among this line of people. Golden Tiger and a group of people were the real Fire Bear Gang, and this young man named Golden Tiger had a high status in the Fire Bear Gang. Lu Lingguang heard someone call the Golden Tiger young master, so it seemed like the only possibility was that it was the young master of the Fire Bear Gang. The few people led by Zhang Dali, on the other hand, had another purpose. However, these things Lu Lingguang just put it in his heart and did not say it. Golden Tiger said, several people, another 4 or 5 days of light, will be able to reach the center of the Fuguang forest, just that the ferocious beasts over there have deep cultivation. We generally do not dare to approach. Zhang Dali nodded. Tough on young Master Jean. My father said that it's our Fire Bear Gang's honor to be able to help a few of you, but we can never afford a word of thanks from seniors. The old man with a bandaged face spoke hoarsely. Don't worry, you Fire Bear Gang will not be spared after this is accomplished. A smile appeared on Jean Hu's face. A few days ago, Zhang Dali and the others approached their fathers, wanting them to help lead the way to the Fuguang forest. Jean Hu did not know their true identities, but from the fact that his father, who had always been overbearing and tyrannical, was groveling in front of a few people from the other side, as well as the strength he had shown in the forest in the past few days. These people were by no means unusual. They did not avoid the Lu Lingguang siblings when they spoke. Lu Lingguang's heart was overwhelmed with excitement, knowing that he and his sister had most likely met some mysterious higher power. A few days later, Fuguang Forest Center, Innate Non Lake. Rumor has it that the innate Nonghu is a manifestation of the innate Nongshui. It is the peach tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots in mythology. Sensing the essence of 10,000 seas and gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Calendar 10,000 years only to be able to condense a drop of the divine water. This water is the essence of Nona water. A drop can be transformed into rivers, seas and lakes. Lu Lingguang, Lu Linglin, brother and sister. The people of the Fire Bear Gang, including Golden Tiger, looked incredulously at the scene in front of them. It was also the first time they stepped into the center of this Fuguang forest. Snake, Lu Linglin exclaimed. Only dense snakes appeared around his feet. He, these little snakes are nothing. Look at that. Zhang Dali laughed and looked ahead. The crowd followed the direction of his finger. Only a giant python was coiled around the innate Nani lake. Its body was massive, nearly 100 feet long, and its entire body appeared a deep blue color, flickering with dots of light. The scales all over his body were hard and smooth, and each of them shone with a mysterious light. Lu Lingguang opened his mouth wide, looking at this scene that he had never dared to imagine even in his dreams. Chapter 79, Sangryu. Lu Lingguang couldn't move at all. His body was frozen in place, as if he had been immobilized, pale and bloodless. Sweat was all over his forehead, face, and body, and his clothes were already soaked through with sweat, clinging to his skin and sending a chill down his spine. The massive python in front of him was bigger than all the creatures he had seen in the first half of his life combined. Not only him, but even the Fire Bear Gang's Golden Tiger and the others also had an expression on their faces. Snakes! What a big snake! Zhang Dali smiled. That's not a snake. It's a phase willow. Sagittarius? Lu Lingguang hadn't heard of what this was. Instead, it was the young master of the Fire Bear Gang, Jin Hu, who explained. The Sagittarius, a snake with 9 heads, is rumored to have eaten countless people, and wherever it goes, it turns into a swamp. The water it spews out is worse than a flood, bitter and spicy, and if you eat it, you will die. Lu Linglin grabbed onto her brother's hand and sat on her, but as her feet went limp, the Golden Tiger stared blankly at the massive python in front of him, then looked at Zhang Dali and the others. These guys are going to hunt the Sagittarius. Is that possible? A couple of them together are probably just people's after-dinner desserts. Now is not the time. Zhang Dali raised his head and glanced at the sky. Waiting for the occasion of the full moon is when that Xuanxiao is at its weakest. Above the mountain path, among the dilapidated temples, a bright light cut through the night sky like a sharp sword, tearing the darkness in half. In the next moment, rain poured down like a waterfall into every corner of the forest. Clatter. Kid, remember, once you meet this kind of rain in the floating light forest, you must avoid it. Don't think that you can ignore it just because of your cultivation. It's not a trivial matter for cold to enter your body. Zhang Dali's voice rang out. Of course, when you reach our realm, you naturally don't have to worry about these things. Lu Lingguang nodded. Big brother Zhang, I understand. The temple door was pushed open by Jin Hu. Quite unexpectedly, there were 2 men and a donkey sitting inside the temple. In the center of this floating light forest, there were actually people. Golden Tiger said, 2 fellow Taoists, meeting each other is fate. I've met you 2 in the Fire Bear Mercenary Corps. Whenever he meets people, he is 3 times smiling, which is the way his father taught him to treat people. Never get too big for your britches. There are people out there. What's more, how could a character who could enter this position in this floating light forest be a small person? Chen Xian nodded slightly with a smile. Roast the fire together? Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. Although Golden Tiger's cultivation was not as good as Zhang Dali and the others, he did not need to roast fire to keep warm. Chen Xian looked painfully at the little girl Lu Linglin, who was frozen to the side. Her cultivation was still shallow, unable to withstand the piercing cold, and her body was drenched by the rain. Her lips were purple, and her body was trembling unceasingly. Come on over. Lu Linglin hesitated for a moment until her brother Lu Lingguang gently tugged on her hand. It was only when she dared to walk over and sit by the fire that she have a cup of hot tea to warm your body. Chen Xian poured her a cup of hot tea. Lu Linglin whispered a thank you. The tea that Chen Xian had made this time was not made with spirit medicine, but rather, he had casually dabbed and pinched grass along the way in the floating light forest, mixed with some tea leaves bought in Nanyang and brewed. Ordinary cultivators can also drink. Don't worry about not being able to afford it. Lu Linglin drank a cup of tea and soon felt her body warmer. Thanks a lot. It's okay. Are you hungry? Lu Linglin hadn't reached the time to dispel the grain yet, and she had lost her dry food earlier, and had only eaten 2 wild fruits in 3 days. You 2 little ones are in for a treat. Chen Xian smiled as he took out a small iron pot. Gingerly, he took out another cut of salami, which was brightly colored and had a tantalizing aroma, as if it were tempting his taste buds. Then he carefully took out a few more leaves. The leaves were tender and green with crystal clear dewdrops, as if they had just been picked from the field. Take out some more seasoning items from the storage ring. Chili powder, pepper, saltpeter, soy sauce, vinegar, everything you need. Looking at the crowd, he couldn't help but frown. Who's a good cultivator that would have these things in their storage ring? There was limited space in the storage ring, not to mention for cultivators. There are just so many essentials to carry with you. Spell weapons, spell talisman seals, pills, spiritual medicine and herbs. Where would anyone go to the trouble of loading up on these condiments that the common folk need? Of course, the man in front of me is a special case. Soon, a burst of flavor emanated from the pot. The flavor was rich and mellow, as if wafting from childhood memories. Lu Linglin couldn't help but purse her lips. Ha ha, can you share a bowl with me as well? Zhang Dali laughed. Self-explanatory. Zhang Dali took a big sip. TSK, not bad, not bad. Then, he discussed the matter of hunting that Xuanxiao with several people. Tomorrow is the full moon, so everyone be cautious and don't be impulsive when the time comes, the old man with a bandaged face said. Zhang Dali said, it's foolproof. After searching for several years, I finally found a method that can restrain the phase willow. I'm still a little uneasy in my mind. I don't know why. The person who spoke was a swordsman holding a sword. The sword in his hand seemed to have sensed his emotions as well, trembling slightly and emitting a low resonance. That Xuanxiao was injured 100 years ago, plus the full moon. This time it's guaranteed to be foolproof. Zhang Dali was very optimistic. No intention to disturb. It's just that Xuanxiao isn't some kind of evil demon, and has been sheltering many villagers since the spring and autumn period. As long as the villagers believe in it, it protects them from the pains of war, and in a way it's doing good. Just as Zhang Dali and the others were chatting furiously, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. The gazes of Zhang Dali and the others simultaneously looked towards Chen Xian, who had opened his mouth, and the atmosphere around them suddenly changed. In the square, Zhang Dali and the others were concerned about the presence of Chen Xian and Ao Chun. That's why several people had been using the heart lake to transmit sound. But how could they be known by the other side? Chen Xian simmered the soup to himself. Zhang Dali said, "The footman understands that Xuanxiao very well." "Not quite, but close." The old man with a bandaged face spoke. "Is the foot considered to be interceding for that?" Chen Xian smiled and shook his head. "You guys misunderstood. I just saw that you guys have good hearts and are not great traders, so I wanted to give you a heads up. I'm just afraid that you'll be killed by that Sagittarius and give up your lives for nothing." Chapter 80 Taoist Rune Weapons. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dali and the others frowned even more tightly. That Xuanxiao lives like a fossil, with a deep cultivation. Several of you. Chen Xian turned his head and glanced at them. You few are no match for it. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was able to appear here with an inscrutable appearance, and the party didn't know what means they used to spy on the sound of their heart lake. At this point, according to a few people's temperaments, they would have slapped the table long ago. That's a bit early for a foot to be saying that. "We have come here with 10,000 preparations," one of them said, his voice low and strong, seemingly full of confidence and determination. "That's it. Don't worry about the foot. Just wait for us to take off the head of that Xuanxiao." Chen Xian nodded with a smile and said no more, minding his own business as he drank the delicious salami and vegetable soup. Zhang Dali seemed to feel that his companion's speech was a bit heavy with gunpowder, so he arched his hand. "Thanks for the kind words, Foot." These few people looked at each other, just in case, and stopped using the heart lake to transmit their voices. The storm ended the following day, and the dim twilight, gradually pressing down, the heavens and the earth stitched together. The bandaged old man raised his head to look at the moon in the sky and spoke in a deep voice. "We should go." Zhang Dali reached out and rubbed Lu Lingwang's head. "Kid, wait for us here with your sister for a while, and come back to pick you up when we're done." Siblings Lu Lingwang Lu Linglin obediently nodded their heads. As he left, Zhang Dali glanced at the duo of Chen Xian. It seemed that they were worried that they might be unfavorable to Lu Lingwang's siblings, so they set up a confinement. "Keep this China cup and break it once something happens." Zhang Dali again uneasily handed Lu Lingwang an object. He was originally a warm-hearted Lu Lingwang. This kid's age is similar to his son, so since more care, what he had handed over to Lu Lingwang was considered a good life-preserving magic treasure, and he had originally thought of giving it to his descendants at home after he returned home. After they left, Ao-chan asked curiously, "Sir, is Xiang Lu the legendary ancient beast?" "That's it. They're going to round up Sajiri? Is this going to work?" "Naturally not. Wouldn't that be giving up their lives for nothing?" Ao-chun said. "But Mr. has already reminded them of the good intentions. Losing their lives isn't so bad, but letting Ayanami teach them a lesson is, and it's not a bad thing for them." Chen Xian said carelessly. Today, the full moon. As night fell, the sky gradually tinted a deep blue, the innate non-lake. The Sagittarius was perched on the shore of the lake, its massive body squirming slightly. The scales shone brightly in the moonlight, each piece like a fine work of art. At that moment, Xiang Lu's head suddenly lifted up, and the color of scarlet flickered among his huge pupils. Its eyes swept around, eventually resting in the midst of the bushes not far away. Roar dash! A figure suddenly leapt up. Zhang Dali's imposing fist blasted out, and the vast and powerful fist force struck out with a loud bang. As the wind of the fist reached it, the surrounding air violently exploded, and the weeds and gravel in a radius of tens of feet were all directly shattered into pieces. The soil rolled over, like a giant dragon cracking the ground with a horrifying sound. The two majestic forces collided together, emitting a low muffled sound. In the next instant, a stream of light plummeted down from the clouds, and even the dark clouds within dozens of feet of the surrounding area sank downward at the same time. Sagittarius roared and fought to lift, the pressure above him not diminishing in the slightest. The sword's shadow transformed into a thin white curtain of light, emitting a loud and continuous boom. The ground was as if it had been slashed by a huge sharp blade, leaving a gully a foot deep and shocking to the eyes. A bright light suddenly lit up around that swordsman, like a bolt of lightning or a silver dragon rising into the air. He dodged quickly, but he was still hit by a powerful submerged force that sent him staggering backwards. At the same time, he used the momentum of his backward movement to shake his arms, and his figure retreated violently. It turns out that I'm using the momentum of this full moon to take advantage of the opportunity to surround and kill me. Ayanami grunted coldly. You human cultivators, what else do you know besides scheming? The old man hoarsely opened his mouth. Your demon race is physically strong and naturally nourished. How can we human cultivators compare? The only way to have a fighting chance is to carefully plan. As he spoke, he saw 5 people standing in different directions. Each hand held a long spear, which was densely packed with runic seals, flowing with a certain luster. The lance was densely packed with runic seals, flowing with some sort of luster and carrying a murderous aura, letting people know at a glance that it was a murderous weapon. The long spear in Zhang Dali's hand has the word Jinyu written on the secret text. The words above the secret texts in the hands of the others, however, were all different. Colors vary. Some are pure green, some are spotless white. A long spear sealed with runes cut through the sky, and in the void, there was a faint fluctuation. It started with no signs, but it quickly erupted, with a rainbow-like aura of deathless solemnity contained within the gun's momentum. As this fluctuation grew larger, a stern wind followed. The strange thing was that the shot, as if it wasn't pointed at any one target, was randomly pointed forward. Anything that gets in its way is effortlessly torn apart. The 5 lances suppressed Sagittarius' raging aura to death, and the space around them began to distort. The gusts of wind grew stronger, and the tearing force increased, and a crack appeared on the ground and in the sky. That lance seemed to be able to maximize its power under the full moon. On the other hand, Sagittarius was suppressed under the dual might of the round moon and the lance, and he could not raise his head at all. Zhang Dali was delighted. Work harder, to be able to kill the great demon Sagittarius. It's not worth all the effort we've spent. In the next moment, the 9 heads of Sagittarius opened their bloody mouths at the same time and sucked violently. Those 5 long spears sealed with runes seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, flying towards Xiang Lu's mouth. This sudden turn of events caused the 5 cultivators to be shocked, and they hurriedly exerted all their power to try to retrieve the lance. But Ayanami was too powerful for their efforts to be of any help. This Sagittarius is using a wonderful magical power similar to a kind of dry land in the sleeve, and its bloody mouth can receive all things of yin and yang in heaven and earth. Those 5 Taoist talismanic weapons engraved with runic seals, lances that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and specialized in hunting Sagittarius, or easily absorbed into Sagittarius' body. The 5 watched the incredible scene. Roar dash! With the loss of that Taoist talismanic weapon, the 5 people were as badly hit. Chapter 81, The Oath Not to Kill. In the night sky, the scarlet moon hung high in the sky like a brilliant ruby, emitting a mysterious and fascinating light. The colors were bright and deep, as if dyed by blood. Under the moonlight, the surrounding scenery was also tinted with a faint red color, making it look especially weird and mysterious. The trees in the forest were also illuminated by the moonlight, and their shadows were cast on the ground like a group of dancing monsters. Roar dash! A loud roar rang out in the moonlight. The huge 9-headed body was as if it was a monster that had been alienated by the red moon. Knock! 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 Zhang Dali's heart felt as if it was going to jump out. Shangliu's huge tail swept towards Zhang Dali. Among the 5 people, the only one who still had any strength left to fight was this martial artist Zhang Dali. He fiercely stepped forward with his foot, and with a frontal punch, he hardened himself against his opponent's huge tail. Powerful chi surged out crazily from his fist, and he was actually able to hit that Shangliu giant tail backward in this state. Ayanami looked at him playfully. Zhang Dali clenched his teeth. His feet rose up from the ground, his body not retreating but advancing, charging forward in large strides. He shouted angrily, his voice resounding through the clouds like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Immediately after that, another fist was swung out, smashing into the head of that sinister beast with infinite power. The fist slammed hard into its skull with a dull thud. In another moment, Zhang Dali, who could no longer mobilize a trace of chi and blood, stood up with strong support. There wasn't a good spot of skin left on his body, and he forced himself to swallow the mouthful of blood that rushed to his throat. Losing. A total loss. That Sagiri was toying with them from start to finish. The full moon was Sagiri's weakness, but that was in the old days. With the key metamorphosis of the Sagittarius following, it has long been able to change this full moon. With the help of the blood moon, he gave himself a stronger power. Ayanami stuck out his blood-drenched tongue and licked his lips. These 5 lances taste good. Claptrap. As Shangliu moved, Zhang Dali clenched his fists, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. I promised that guy Qinxian that I couldn't take the initiative to kill anyone, but this is something you guys attacked me for beforehand. If I don't kill you guys, You'll have to kill me. And that won't be a violation of the oath. Oops, annoying. Nope. I've got to see if there's any evil in you guys. Sajiri's scarlet eyes rolled as if they could distinguish between good and evil in the hearts of people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Show me the good and evil in you guys. Grandma's leg. Are you still a cultivator or not? Your cultivation is already like this. And you're even learning how to help an old granny walk. Shangliu looked at Zhang Dali in exasperation. I can't believe you haven't done bad things. Spying on the widow next door taking a shower? And stealing homework from neighborhood kids. You mother asterisk 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 Sagittarius angrily flung Zhang Dali away, cursing under his breath. A body of cultivation all for nothing. Have this cultivation who do not do something bad. You can be good. Just do these trivial chicken skin. Shangliu gave up on Zhang Dali. This kid was simply an oddball. Soon, though, the curses rang out once more. Your kid has been cultivating for 500 years and has been in seclusion for 450 years. This life has been in vain. As for you, mother asterisk 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 you live to be 100 years old before setting foot on the path of cultivation. Before 100 years old, you are working as a governor. The mother of a penny is not embezzled. What the do you do as a governor? Ayanami was so angry he was practically frantic. Get out! Get out of here! All of you! Chen Xian, this turtle's son. If the old man's previous character, he would have swallowed them long ago. Not a single one left. Who is it? Who's cursing me? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ayanami's body was stunned. This familiar voice. Sigma. Zhang Dali was thrown to the ground by Xiang Lu and struggled to get up from the ground. That voice, does it sound familiar? It's the voice of the man in green from the temple. The old man with a bandaged face warned weakly. Zhang Dali suddenly remembered that it was that person's voice. W. All 9 of Sajiri's heads simultaneously wore a horrified expression. This voice. Chen Xian. It must be him. Shangliu was so flustered that it didn't know what to do. And at this moment, if it probed a little, it would soon be able to lock onto Chen Xian's location. It's just that Sagittarius is now 9 gods away, prostrate on the ground, covering his head with his body. It's like the next moment you're going to take a cue from an ostrich and burrow your head in the dirt. What? You got a problem with me? The voice rang out once more. All 9 of Sajiri's heads shook at the same time, and all 9 mouths opened at the same time. No, not at all. Realistically, who doesn't know that you are a greatly good person? Your kindness is the moonlight in the dark night, lighting the way for those who walk at night, like the warm sun in the cold winter, giving some warm light to those who are cold. It is the breeze of the summer heat that gives the sultry people a hint of expectant coolness, so that I can get a long and touching and warm stay in the 100 turns of life. At this moment, the 5 people who were seriously injured on the ground were in a daze. For a moment it was impossible not to lose expression management. Aha! What the hell? This guy all of a sudden, what's going on? Shangliu lowered his head. How did you find the time to come to this floating light forest? Nothing, just wanted to come and see you. The corners of Xiang Lu's mouth twitched as he greeted Chen Xian's ancestors in his heart. You cursing me again? Xiang Lu snapped. How could that be? How could I possibly go and scold my beloved realistically? Well, that's good. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I feel like you've gained weight again, and your strength has increased quite a bit. Now you're not even afraid of the full moon. Shangliu smiled awkwardly. It's all because of the good cultivation of manservantly. How come I heard that recently manservantly has suffered some injuries? Has it gotten better? Well, it's nothing big, just looking for you to practice. Sajiri's expression suddenly changed, and he almost didn't faint directly on the ground. Egu, realistically you must stop teasing me. Where am I your opponent? You'd better go find someone else. I've converted to my Buddha and vowed never to fight with my hands again. Hearing this, Zhang Dali and the others showed bitter expressions. Li Jinran? Really? Ayanami carefully showed his head. Gone? Ayanami exhaled heavily, cursing the godforsaken asshole guy. Then, it pranced around on its own and burrowed into the innate nonpareil lake. Suddenly, it turned its head to look at Zhang Dali and the others. Count yourselves lucky. Spare your lives today. I made an oath not to kill. I'll laugh at your treasures. Ha ha ha. After laughing out arrogantly, Sajiri's huge figure disappeared into the middle of the lake. The 5 Zhang Dali people looked at me and I looked at you. Inside the temple, Zhang Dali and the others helped each other back to the temple, originally thinking to thank that mysterious person properly. However, there were only Jin Hu, Lu Lingguang and others inside the temple. Chapter 82 Staying in the Floating Light Forest. Where is that high person? Zhang Dali said in a deep voice. A tall man? Lu Lingguang reacted that the other party should be talking about the young man who used a small iron pot to simmer preserved sausage and vegetable soup. Gone. Gone? When? It was not long after Brother Zhang and you left. Golden Tiger couldn't wait to ask, Brother Zhang, you guys, what's going on with you guys? Shang Liu. No one answered him, but he could guess the outcome by looking at a few people's expressions. What else did that high person say? A swordsman asked, enduring the pain in his body. Jin, who shook his head and looked at Zhang Dali and the others in surprise. How did the name change to higher power all of a sudden? What's going on here? Instead, it was the younger Lu Linglin who remembered. Right, that person also left one thing behind. What? Zhang Dali. 5 people spoke in unison. There was no need to mention the cultivation of the person who could scare Xiang Lu into holding his head. I really looked away yesterday. The other party must have long ago seen that they are not the opponent of that Shang Liu, and only then spoke out to remind. Lu Linglin carefully took out a piece of salami and said, here. He left the salami. Except what about salami? Nope. Didn't say anything? Lu Linglin thought for a moment. He told me that the mystery is hidden within it. Oomph. What wonders? Could it be an immortal showing the way? The 5 looked at each other with surprise and doubt in their eyes. The so-called immortals pointing out the way refers to the fact that when practitioners such as demons, monsters, gods and Buddhas meet a real Taoist master, they can ask for some advice, and get a high person to point out the pronouns. If you can get this opportunity, will be like the purest cream. Most of the future cultivation will benefit greatly, as if in the darkness to see the light. At the moment, they scrutinized the salami as if it were a precious treasure. Golden Tiger and the rest of the Fire Bear gang tried to hold in their laughter. Lu Linglin looked at Zhang Dali and the others with this look and didn't dare to say that she actually thought that the man was just telling himself the ingredients of the salami. Floating light forest. Chen Xian selected a place with relatively flat terrain. This is the place. Here? Ao-chan looked around suspiciously. Is he going to build a cave here? Chen Xian crossed his arms and raised his head to look at the clear sky. The sky is as clear as a piece of blue paper. A few thin clouds to be melted by the sun, slowly floating with the wind. Donkey, plow the pit. Ao-chan and I will cut the wood. The corner of Ao-chan's eye twitched slightly. Chopping wood? Ah! The little donkey yelped up to the sky and spread his hooves and began to furiously paw at the ground. Within a moment, a large hole appeared in front of the duo. Ao-chan followed Chen Xian and quickly chopped a lot of wood back. When he returned, the little donkey had dug the big pit to a depth of 10 feet. Chen Xian rolled up his sleeves and smiled lightly. Don't look at me like that. I'm an expert builder. Ha! The sun is slowly sinking in the west. Soon, a decent cave was so present. Chen Xian took out various supplies from his storage ring. With that, he slumped back in his chair, made himself a cup of hot tea, and sipped it with a smile. Very nice. Ao-chan sat on a chair, frowning as he surveyed the cave in front of him. Mr. Lee is really a great way to go. Go on. Chen Xian waved his hand. Today's task for you is to hunt 23rd Scenic Strength Fierce Beasts and 10th Scenic Fierce Beasts. Ao-chan raised his eyebrows slightly, not caring. His cultivation was in the 6th scenery. One step at a time. Even a subtle difference in equal realms is a difference of clouds and mud, not to mention the difference in cultivation by a full jing. Sir, why don't I just go and kill some higher-ranked ferocious beasts? One step at a time. Ao-chan hesitated slightly. Then I'll go, sir. Remember to proceed with caution. Chen Xian said leisurely. There are many ferocious dangers in the floating light forest that you wouldn't expect. Ao-chan did not show his original form, but instead performed the art of flying towards the forest. The moon rises high. A few hours later, Ao-chan brought back the beast cores of more than 30 ferocious beasts. Sir, I'm back. Well, next time remember to bring the carcass back with you. That meat is very tasty. Yes, sir. Day 2. 10-5 Scenic Fierce Beasts and 3-6 Scenic Fierce Beasts. Ao-chan still didn't care. Although he himself was the strength of a 6th Jing, he was confident that dealing with a 6th Jing ferocious beast would not be a problem in the slightest. It's nothing more than a little more effort. Only, Ao-chan soon realized that he had thought too simply. After all, it was a 6th Scenic Fierce Beast with a strong body. And it's not like this is his home ocean. If that alone is even. He was caught alone with the 6 Scenic Ferocious Beasts. And even if he was out of shape, those 6 Scenic Ferocious Beasts wouldn't be a match for him. However, the bottom line is this. Once he entangled himself with the 6 Scenic Fierce Beasts, he would not be able to resolve them for a while, and would soon attract the other fierce beasts in the forest. Sometimes they would be attacked by several 6th Scenic Fierce Beasts at the same time. And they had even encountered a 7th Scenic Fierce Beast. Ao-chan had no choice but to fight and retreat. In the first few days, Ao-chan was able to hold on. After all, he possessed a true dragon bloodline, numerous magic treasures, and a deep heritage. It just couldn't be helped that Chen Xian asked him to hunt ferocious beasts every day. leave the magic treasure here. And from now on no magic treasure is allowed to be used. Chen Xian enjoyed the warm sunlight and said carelessly. Ao Chun was stunned. Not, you don't use magic treasures? Even if he used a magic treasure now, he had been struggling to support himself for the past few days. What's more, he's not allowed to use magic treasures, and he has to bring back the corpses of ferocious beasts. Mr. This, Ao Chun looked at Chen Xian with difficulty, and finally gritted his teeth and went anyway. Soon, the day passed. Today Ao Chun came back much later than usual. Chen Xian tossed the roasted ferocious beast meat to the little donkey. You guys, you can really eat. Did I raise a pig? The little donkey looked down and just ate the meat, not bothering with him. With me these days, you have also learned quite a few spells. Tomorrow you will also follow Ao Chun to round up the ferocious beasts. The little donkey raised its head sharply and looked at Chen Xian in surprise. Boom! Just then, there was a loud bang from outside the cave. Immediately after the bruised Ao Chun dragged his steps back, and before he could take 2 steps, his body went limp and collapsed on the ground. Sir, I'm back. Chapter 83, A Heavenly Character. Ao Chun woke up inside a huge mound. The dirt pit was soaked with potion, stinging his skin with a jolt of pain, and he couldn't help but let out a groan. Thank you, sir. Chen Xian was roasting the meat of the ferocious beast that Ao Chun had brought back. Nourish yourself well. This potion is good for your body, especially after exhaustion. The corner of Ao Chun's eyes trembled slightly. Could it be that Mr. was practicing himself these days? Chen Xian said. Well, the beast cores are all broken, so pay attention next time. Hearing this, Ao Chun looked at Chen Xian with some grudges. How? Why do you have the feeling that the other party is a pickpocket landlord and you are a short-order laborer being squeezed? Chen Xian put the beast core away and said indifferently. Tomorrow, when you hunt the ferocious beasts, bring the little donkey along. Ao Chun was surprised. But that little donkey is only 2 Jing's cultivation. Take it with you. He was still a little concerned about himself, let alone with a drag. Ao Chun sighed heavily. Don't ugh. Chen Xian took a bite of the roasted meat and revealed a satisfied expression. Young people smile a lot and good luck comes naturally. Ao Chun had a bitter face and forced out a smile. Where was he to laugh now? A few more days passed. Ao Chun was lying on all fours inside the cave, with a lifeless face. Anyone who knew him well would be shocked to see him again. Her Highness Ao, who had always been exquisitely groomed and dressed beautifully, at the moment wearing a tattered, spotless white coat stained with his own blood, and the saliva of ferocious beasts' blood. His hair was a mess like a chicken nest, and even his ass had several holes in it. Dying. Ao Chun rolled over. In his impression, following an immortal. The immortal shouldn't just randomly enlighten him and then he himself would be enlightened on that and get the true meaning of the great Tao. Either that or give yourself an elixir and thereafter soar to great heights. Why has everything changed for you? Now he himself is either getting beat up or on his way to getting beat up every day, wandering on the edge of life and death. Have you completed today's mission? Chen Xian handed him a cup of hot tea. Ao Chun could barely even lift his eyelids. Mister, I'm afraid I can't. I'd like to rest for a day. These days, it's pretty much back to back. There is no day off. Chen Xian nodded. Good. Seeing him agree, Ao Chun was delighted. Then, he heard Chen Xian say, then let's start by hunting 10-3 scenic fierce beasts today. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, ugh. Day by day, Ao Chun came back each time with a wound on his body. Sometimes the little donkey dragged him back. Sometimes it's a dragon and a donkey climbing back together. Chen Xian usually spends his days either researching how to make better tea or lying on a chair huffing and puffing. On the contrary, he also liked to call little donkey and Ao Chun up at dawn, so that they could go out and hunt ferocious beasts. Then he went back to his own and went back to huffing and puffing. The angry little donkey and Ao Chun scratched their heads. 6 months later, one day, Chen Xian left the floating light forest with the little donkey and headed to the town closest to the floating light forest. Prepare to buy an alchemy furnace and refine beast cores to make up for the sword embryo's flaws. People come and go in the town, and 90% of the people who can live here are cultivators. Mercenary groups made up the vast majority, specializing in hunting ferocious beasts in this area. Therefore, this place sells spiritual medicines and elixirs, especially healing medicines. Chen Xian walked into a store and browsed through the alchemy furnaces in the store, picking out the right style. By the way, do you take things from ferocious beasts here? Collect. The shopkeeper nodded. Teeth, hides, and bones are all collected. Clatter. In the next moment, countless parts of ferocious beasts were almost piled up in half the room. An overwhelming smell of blood made people dry heave. Oh no, what the is this? A few hours later, the shopkeeper finally calculated the price of these ferocious beasts. He handed Chen Xian a storage ring. Inside is your spirit stone, and this storage ring is considered a gift. Chen Xian glanced at this storage ring. It was made from spirit-infused stone marrow that had been refined by the thousands, but it was not of high quality. Thanks to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper rattled his abacus without looking up. Which mercenary group are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? You look strange. A new mercenary group? Sort of. The shopkeeper frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of any new mercenary groups being formed recently, not to mention that the pattern of mercenary groups in the surrounding area had long been settled. Chen Xian didn't pick a satisfactory alchemy furnace and glanced at the endless stream of pedestrians outside. Is the town always this busy? No. There's an auction today. It only happens once a year. So it is. Idle as he was, Chen Xian left the merchant's store and asked about the place of the auction meeting. The Fire Bear mercenaries. Young Lord Jin, who looked at the month's incomings and outgoings, when his father walked in. Father, our spirit stones for this month. No sooner had his words left his mouth than he suddenly noticed several people behind his father. There were 4 people in total, with a woman in the center draped in a black robe that covered most of her face. The temperament of all 4 was not bad, and Jin, who quickly recognized the storage ring worn on the finger of one of the old men. The Jade Spirit Ring, a ring of this quality. Even if he was the young master of the Fire Bear Mercenary Corps, had only seen it in books. And then look at the father's demeanor. This groveling look. Jinho had just seen his father's face a few days before. That was in the face of Zhang Dali and others. And now these guys are. This is Inuyasha Jin, who has quickly met several seniors. Jin, who hurriedly bowed respectfully. An old man indifferently said, the auction is about to start, so it's better to go quickly. You don't have to worry. The locations have all been set, and I've also spoken with the people at the auction house, so I'm sure I won't return empty-handed. This is not necessary, the woman with the black cloak said. Father, let me go out. It's for me to practice. If everything goes well, what's the point of practicing, whether or not this thing can get to my hands? It's better to rely on my own efforts. Father Jin laughed. This young lady is really knows how to endure hardship. The heart is disdainful out loud. I have not heard of anyone who goes out to practice with 3 protectors. This way. Jin, who whispered to his father. Father, these people again. Who are the gods again? Father Jin took a deep look at the backs of a few people and stretched out his hand to point to the sky. Heavenly. Chapter 84, The Royal Family of Xiling. Remember to be on your best behavior and follow through. Father Jin exhorted his son Jin, who nodded his head in a chicken-pecking style. Understood, father. I'll perform well. Jin, who quickly followed. However, he was stopped by the indifferent-eyed old man who reached out his hand, and that powerful aura made him feel a sudden shiver in his soul. Stay away from my lady. Hey, there's no need for that. I also happen to have more contact with ordinary people. Common, ordinary people? Being an ordinary person yourself? Golden Tiger revealed a few helpless expressions, but thought so. In the other party's view, he was not just like a mole cricket. The black-robed woman said indifferently. Father said that I lacked experience and how to get along with people, so it looks like it's time for me to study and learn. An old man said, Miss, the auction is not that close to here. I'll summon my seat to come. Uncle Gong, I've already said that this is a training exercise. What's the point of finding such a flashy seat? Yes. With that, the black-robed woman left the house and stepped onto the 9-horse-drawn seat. Purple beaded curtains cascaded down from the top of the sedan chair, and dazzling red patterns covered the entire body of the sedan chair. The 9 steeds were not mortal, their physique and demeanor exuding a mysterious aura, as if they carried some kind of mysterious power. The fur is as soft as silk and shimmers like a golden satin shimmering brightly in the sun. The horse's hooves are studded with jewels and radiate brilliance. Then each gemstone is worth the January income of this Fire Bear gang. The black-robed woman nodded and said thoughtfully, well, a carriage like this would not attract attention. Golden Tiger, oh, is she kidding? Unobtrusive? How can a carriage like this be unobtrusive? The 9 golden steeds let out a long whine up to the sky, and then galloped away wildly. The people on the street looked over in disbelief. Auction. This fellow Daoist. Mounts cannot enter the auction. The little donkey is anxious to scream straight. The old man is not a mount. Is the big brother's little brother. Chen Xian laughed and stroked the little donkey's head. That's okay. You can eat something outside and I'll be out soon. Entering the auction. Chen Xian followed the guidance of the number plate and sat in the back seat. This one seat would cost 100 medium-grade spirit stones, not to mention the seats further ahead. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've been to an auction. What fun things did you meet at the auction back then? Chen Xian gradually fell into reminiscence. In the past, he remembered that the old men in the village always liked to reminisce about the past, reminiscing and ranting at the same time. One thing can often be told 7 or 8 times. Each time, he or she ran away in disgust. When I slowly got a little older, this was a little more understandable. When I was young and freshly dressed, Everything was new, and I was passionate and energetic in everything I did. Then after all that, along with the baptism of time and the familiarity of everything that feels familiar, that longing is lost. When I look back, my older self sees my younger self on the street corner. Memories as far as the eye can see. The heart's desire is all over. The noisy sounds of the young people in front pulled Xuanxiao out of his memories. A smile of excitement and anticipation on his face. This place looks so grand. It's not in vain that we've saved up spirit stones for so long. We must buy the spirit restoration pill this time. Are you sure we have enough spirit stones? Probably. The rejuvenation pill should rarely be bought. At that moment, a waiter approached. I'm really sorry. You two forgot to pay for your seats. Seat fees? We paid it. The two of you just paid the entrance fee. This is the seating fee. The two young cultivators looked at each other. Entrance fee? There's such a thing. How many spirit stones? This seat of yours costs 150 medium-grade spirit stones. What? The two were shocked. So expensive? If they paid this seat fee, where would they have enough spirit stones to buy the spirit restoration pill? They paid for their seats. I paid for them. A gentle voice suddenly sounded behind him. The two looked back at the same time and saw a young man in a green shirt serving them spirit stones. Many thanks, Senior. The two spoke in unison. Xuanxiao nodded and waved his hand. Practice hard, boys. One of them revealed an extremely bright smile. Thank you, Senior. And I also wish, Senior, that you go forward and make a name for yourself on the road of cultivation. Going forward and making a name for yourself? Xuanxiao smiled and shook his head. A few moments later, there were more and more people at the auction venue. Miss, let's go to the box. It's a mess here. It's okay. I don't need to be special. Just plain and simple. Just sit here. The woman in the black robe glanced at the golden tiger on the side. Sit down, golden tiger, and tell me something interesting about this place. Thanks, Ms. Lin. Jean, who carefully sat down next to the other man. He already knew the other party's last name, which was Lin. There aren't many big surnames with the name Lin. There are even fewer people who can make their father treat them that way. The Fire Bear Gang's sphere of influence wasn't just in the town here, but around the entire floating light forest. The members of the gang, as many as 10,000 people. It's bigger than the average family power. My father used to serve in the military of the Xiling dynasty, and then he resigned and returned to his hometown before he developed this Fire Bear Gang. And then look at the other side of this pie. This going out. Then there's only one possibility. The Xiling royal family. The Lin family. Jean, who took a deep breath. Accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. The slightest carelessness is the disaster of extermination. Golden Tiger looked around warily, worry flooding his heart. That's the next best thing. If this princess gets into an accident on their turf, he couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences. Senpai? Golden Tiger suddenly spotted Xuanxiao sitting on the side. Previously, when he had traveled with Zhang Dali and the others to the floating light forest in search of Shangliu, he had met Xuanxiao once in the broken temple. Xuanxiao nodded slightly. Young Lord Jean. Hello again. Yeah. Jean, who thought about all the things that happened that day and looked at Xuanxiao, then at Miss Lin on the other side. The man on the left was the high person that Zhang Dali and a few other upper three scenic powers were talking about. The person on the right was the Princess of Xiling. Never in my life did I think I'd get this kind of treatment. This is your friend. Can you introduce me? I'd like to meet more friends from the general population as well. The corners of Jean, whose mouth twitched slightly. This is fellow Daoisli. Fellow Daoisli, this is my friend Miss Lin. Xuanxiao nodded slightly as a greeting. Princess Xiling, who was hidden under the black robe, faintly said, Reward. The old man rose and handed over a golden spirit stone. Xuanxiao froze. Golden Tiger's eyes widened. Golden spirit stones. It was a bit too much, and he was busy whispering. Ms. Lin, you'll scare people like that. What's wrong? Wouldn't this happen between normal friends? Of course not. There wouldn't be anyone who would be fine with giving a golden spirit stone to someone they met for the first time. Oh, Ms. Lin drifted off. I see. Give some more. In the next second, Xuanxiao received many other grades of spirit stones. Is that right? Ms. Lin asked seriously. Jean, who twitched inwardly. The heir to the sinful empire. Xuanxiao smiled helplessly and bitterly. This interlude passed quickly and the auction officially began. Chapter 85, Planning for the Future. The spacious and bright auction hall was packed with people in clamor. In the center of the hall was a huge booth with various precious items on display. The atmosphere of the auction was exceptionally lively, with the sound of numbers being raised and bids being made. Sometimes an ordinary item can be hotly contested, with prices climbing ridiculously high. Those precious items, on the other hand, attracted the attention of countless people, and the bidding sound was higher than a wave. The scene was very hot. In one corner of the auction, The young girl clad in a black cloak rubbed her chin with her fingers, lost in thought. It seems to be considering what object to shoot down. The golden tiger at the side inquired in a low voice. Miss Lin, is there anything you have in mind? The objects in this auction, naturally, could not enter the eyes of the young girl. However, both for the experience, the young girl hesitated slightly, and her gaze landed on a Linglong soul lamp that was being auctioned. Looks good. That's it. 400 medium-grade spirit stones once. 400 medium-grade spirit stones twice. The young girl looked at the sign in her hand and raised it without hesitation. 400 spirit stones. The host reminded. This fellow Daoist. 400 spirit stones have already been bid. 400 top-grade spirit stones, the young girl faintly said. As soon as these words came out, countless gazes converged. Even the host, who had seen a lot of scenes and was able to handle them with ease, could not help but be stunned. The Linglong soul lamp is fueled by the souls of ferocious beasts, and has a certain effect in the midst of the mists. Not much of a role normally. More often than not, it was of decorative significance, so the price was very reasonable at 400 or 500 medium-grade spirit stones. If it wasn't for a special need, no cutie would pay a high price for this thing, with the exception of today. Of course. Good. Congratulations to this young lady for obtaining the Linglong soul lamp at a price of 400 top-grade spirit stones. The host sounded unusually enthusiastic. Jean, who sighed silently. How nice to have these 400 upper-grade spirit stones for himself. All evil rich people. Only then did Xuanxiao take one more look at the black-robed girl, under a pair of Dharma eyes. The black robe that masked his own aura was naturally of little use. Quite a bit of the deceased. Soon enough, a new object was served on the auction table. The auction proceeded methodically, and in the end, Xuanxiao was able to purchase 2 Xuanli Ding furnaces at a price that wasn't too exorbitant. The auction ended, and Xuanxiao had just walked out of the auction venue. The black-robed woman was seen in full view of everyone, getting into the middle of a luxurious carriage pulled by 9 high-headed horses. Jean, who busily followed, not forgetting to turn his head to bid farewell to Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao only thought of it as watching an interesting play, and brought the little donkey around the town again before returning to the cave that he had temporarily plowed out in the floating light forest. Inside the cave, Ao-chan reclined on a chair and crossed his legs, leisurely sipping his tea and watching the clouds roll in the distance. Well, that's the way one should live. There is no tiger in the mountain. The monkey is the king. This chair is so comfortable no wonder Realistly is willing to lie on it. That little Lee, go hunt 10-5 scenic fierce beasts and 5-6 scenic fierce beasts today. Ao-chan followed Xuanxiao's tone and said to himself, well, I think it's okay. Ao-chan laughed. Ha ha ha, if you think it's okay, I think it's okay. Suddenly, Ao-chan was stunned. Then, silently, he stood up and walked out with determination. The little donkey's mouth made a giggling sound. Xuanxiao picked a suitable place and set the 2 cauldrons down. The 2 cauldrons were not enough, and the beast cores that Ao-chan brought back were naturally not enough either. Xuanxiao roughly estimated that he wanted to use the refined beast cores to make up for the flaws in the sword embryo. The number of these beast cores had to be large enough, and the cores were extremely difficult to store, and would rapidly decrease in value with the passage of time. Fierce beasts to ferocious to rigid, and since the young body soul tough, its beast core is its essence. Used to fuse the main killing sword is more than suitable. Hunting ferocious beasts in the forest was too slow and the cycle was too long. That was why Xuanxiao had a plan very early on. Using the spectral heavenly light 7-leaf flower that he had snatched from Liangan as bait, he would attract the ferocious beasts and then kill them all in one go. Only before that, there was a need to purchase a sufficient number of cauldrons, as well as a reserve of spirit stones. The cauldron needs a spirit stone in order to drive it. And when it comes to refining beast cores, these are essential items. Donkey, take notes on our future plans. The next days were as usual. Ao-chan went out every day and crawled back with his injuries every day. Xuanxiao chose a buyer and sold all of the beast cores that he had accumulated over half a year in exchange for the cauldron. Of course, I didn't forget to replenish some of the seasonings like oil, salt, vinegar, and tea that I was running out of. Donkey, we'll have barbecued meat this evening. The marinated beast-ape meat should already be flavored. The little burro smiled happily. Back in the middle of the cave, Ao-chan had already returned. Not only did he come back, but he brought an extra person with him. It was the girl with the surname Lin that he met at the auction venue half a month ago. The young girl sat on a stone bench, looking around curiously, and when she saw Xuanxiao, her eyes lit up slightly. My common friend, we meet again. Xuanxiao smiled helplessly. What kind of strange way of greeting was this? Ao-chan explained. I stumbled upon her in the forest and saved her in passing. Where are the others around you? Xuanxiao asked. I snuck out. Why? For practicing on your own. As she said this, the young girl puffed out her chest with great pride. Ao-chan hummed lightly, Little girl, be a little self-aware, okay? If you hadn't met me, you'd have become a meal for the ferocious beasts by now. The young girl looked at Ao Chun with some displeasure. Chen Xian took out the grill and casually said, just stay here for the night, and send you back when it's all light. The young girl nodded. Thank you, common friend. Chen Xian automatically ignored the latter epithet, and before long the cave was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. The young girl looked at the chopsticks in her hand. No white jade chopsticks? Zeton inlaid with gold and jade? Green jade inlaid with red gold chopsticks would be fine. Ao Chun raised an eyebrow. Love it or hate it. Looking at the other party, Ao Chun seemed to be seeing his once pretentious self, and couldn't help the fire coming up. Aren't you going out to practice? How come you can't even stand this bitterness? The young girl hesitated for a moment, then picked up the food with her chopsticks and took a small bite. Your surname is Lin. What is your full name? Chen Xian asked. Chapter 86, The First Beauty of Xiling. Rimmon, the young girl replied. Who is Zhao Ruxue to you? Lin Mang looked at Chen Xian in surprise. It's my mother consort. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she realized she'd said the wrong thing. He should not address his mother as mother consort, so he was busy changing his tone. You knew my mother? Well, used to know. Chen Xian nodded. No wonder he had the appearance of a deceased person. So he was the daughter of a deceased person. Not only do they look alike, they have similar personalities. Even leaving the blessings of her family to venture out on her own was exactly like her mother when she was young. On the side, Ao Chun's eyes rolled slightly. Zhao Ruxue? He couldn't be more familiar with that name. The first beauty of Xiling, the most skillful empress of Xiling through the ages. Examples of empress dowagers multi-politics within a dynasty are not uncommon. Mostly, the old king died early and the new king was young. The empress dowager's mother's family was so powerful that she began to intervene in political affairs and sway the dynasty. However, as in the case of Xiling, the emperor was alive and well, and it happened that the two saints were in the court. The emperor and empress sat side by side and ruled the world together, which at one time was a wonder to behold. Young Ao Chun had with 3 or 5 friends, the company into the mausoleum, just to see the legendary first beauty of the mausoleum side. However, before they could enter the Xiling capital that time, they were discovered by the Qin Tian supervisory cultivators, who taught them a hard lesson. Later, this matter was known to his father, who felt that Ao Chun was too disgraceful to the Western Sea Dragon clan, and beat him severely again. Ao Chun has a vivid memory of the incident. I want you to forget who I am as a princess, and get along with me as normal. Lin Meng said as such. Ao Chun snorted, no longer bothering with this little girl. So what if she's the princess of Xiling? He himself is still the grandson of the true dragon of the Western Sea. Xiling is only a district of a few hundred years of dynasty. His own grandfather that is a true dragon. The West Sea Dragon clan is not a district of a dynasty that exists for 100 years can be compared. The next day, Chen Xian then left the cave with Lin Meng and returned to the town. How is your mother these days? Is she well? My mother consort is in good health. How did you meet my mother consort? Lin Meng was a bit curious. Many years ago, when she wasn't empress of Xiling, Chen Xian recalled the girl who used to always follow his ass and yell that she wanted to marry him. Lin Meng looked Chen Xian up and down. No matter how she looked at it, she didn't look like she could know her mother. Otherwise how would she live in such a shabby cave? Since you are acquainted with my mother consort, I'll talk to the people when I get back and ask them to give you a better place to live. Lin Meng said very seriously. Chen Xian smiled and shook his head. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the distance. The spirit trees in the forest fell down with a crash, and the birds and beasts scattered in all directions. A hanging eyes white tiger that was more than 10 feet tall appeared in the forest. The tiger's body was snow white, without a single stray hair, and its eyes flashed with a cold light that chose to devour people. The 9 white tigers. Roar dash. The sound of a tiger whistle suddenly rang out. Chen Xian's eyes glazed over. Run! He grabbed Lin Meng up with one hand and jumped onto the back of the little donkey. The little donkey spread his hooves and ran wildly away. The 9 unearthly white tiger's figure was like electricity. The little donkey spread its hooves and ran off furiously, its hooves leaving the ground as if it were going to fly. Hair danced in the wind, eyes wide, nostrils flared, breathing heavily. The 9 phantoms white tiger's figure was like electricity, and his body seemed to be flashing with a silver light, like a shooting star crossing the night sky. What was that? Ferocious beast, the 9 specters white tiger, Chen Xian said. Is it great? It's awesome. The 3 of us aren't enough to make it dessert. Lin Meng, does it know that my father is the emperor of Xiling? Chen Xian was infuriated and laughed. Emperor of Xiling? Even if your father is the king of heaven, this beast will still eat you. In the next moment, the wings of the white tiger of the 9 Sephiroths unfolded, covering the sky and radiating endless majesty and power. Donkey, hurry up! Chen Xian simply jumped down, holding the donkey in one hand and carrying Lin Meng in the other, and performed the art of divine traveling. His footsteps were light and steady, and the wind blew his lapels. A powerful energy shock poured down, all of which were skillfully dodged by Qin Xian. Twice it grazed the corner of Lin Meng's shoulder and landed, the tremendous aftermath nearly shaking her to unconsciousness, her soul trembling. This is what it's like to be close to death. Lin Meng was in a trance. Even yesterday, meeting the ferocious beast whose strength surpassed hers, she still thought she still had a fighting chance, but now that she was facing this 9 Spectres white tiger behind her, she had no doubt that once the other party caught up with her, she would surely die. As a royal princess, she experienced this feeling of despair for the first time. Qin Xian was fast. A man and a tiger, one in front of the other, passed through the forest. Miss! At that moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Purple lightning spurted out and landed on the 9 Spectres white tiger, but it didn't even manage to hurt its fur. 3 figures fell from the sky, going to intercept that 9 Spectres white tiger. Lin Meng was overjoyed. It's saved. One man held a long spear, its body flashing with lightning as it stabbed at the 9 Spectres white tiger. The other wielded a huge sword with a cold light flashing on its blade, slashing at the 9 Spectres white tiger's legs. The last person made a seal with both hands and mouthed the words, and a blue curtain of light appeared in front of the 3. The white tiger of the 9 Sephiroths roared. Its wings flapped, and the wind whistled furiously. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spewed out a black flame that attacked the 3. Fire roars out with the wind. Rumble dash. Lin Meng's smile didn't last long because soon the 3 were defeated one after another. The white tiger of the 9 Sephiroths stepped on the fiery flames, and the tip of its nose spewed out intense white gas. An old man with thin cheeks violently bit through the blood on the tip of his tongue and stopped in front of him, driving the talismanic treasure. All of a sudden, the light around him was dazzling, and the crystals flowed. The white tiger of the 9 Sephiroths fiercely slapped out with a claw, and the vast flames seemed to release a flood. That old man's talismanic treasure was as fragile as paper. Lin Meng's beautiful eyes stared blankly as she muttered, "Impossible, impossible. You're cheating." "I didn't. I clearly saw it. I saw it too. I testify." "You don't give a here." The 9 heads of Ayanami looked at the huge chessboard drawn on the floor and argued for a moment. Suddenly, one of Ayanami's heads turned and stared off into the distance. "What's going on?" "Li, Qin Xian." Sajiri's complexion suddenly changed. One could only see Qin Xian carrying a girl in one hand and a donkey in the other as he darted towards himself. Ayanami took a deep breath. Then without hesitation, he turned his head and ran. "Help! I've killed a rare ancient beast." Chapter 87. A swordsman has only swords. No need for women. Ayanami will never forget that summer. Early summer sunlight filtered down through the dense layers of branches and leaves, and the ground was covered with shimmering spots the size of copper coins. The cool breezes of midsummer blow away sizzling anxiety. Xianglu stared at the human cultivator who appeared in front of him not knowing how to die. "Come to bring yourself food again?" Sajiri snorted coldly, full of disdain. The man wore a straw hat, his left hand pressed against the hat curtain, and the thumb of his right hand gently pushed the scabbard open. "My name is Qin Xian," Xianglu coldly said. "There's no need to tell me your name. There are not 1,000, but 800 people of your caliber who have died under my father's command." That young swordsman laughed. "My name is Qin Xian, and I will be a very famous swordsman in the future." That summer was the happiest summer in Sajiri's life. After that, he would think of that swordsman named Qin Xian whenever it was summer. At this very moment, Xianglu looked at the nightmare man, fuming madly running towards himself, and without hesitation turned and ran, hating that his parents had 4 less legs. "Help! I'm a rare ancient beast. Don't kill me, Ayanami." The 3 Dao protectors who were protecting Lin Meng were all shocked when they looked at the frantically moving Xianglu not far away. A single 9 Spectres white tiger was already like that. Now I've actually met the legendary Sajiri again. Soon, though, they realized something was wrong. Why does the Xianglu look so flustered? The 9 Sephiroths white tiger was originally no longer prepared to chase after him. Although Qin Xian couldn't beat that 9 Spectres white tiger right now, the other party couldn't catch up to him either. The white tiger of the 9 Sephiroths quickly realized this, and just now it was already chasing after him at full speed, but it could never cross that distance. So when the 3 Dao protectors appeared, it quickly redirected its target to them, ready to swallow them up. Who knows? Just then it suddenly felt an aura that made its soul tremble. Ayagi! Out of instinct, the 9 Spectres white tiger stifled its head and ran wildly. Around the largest peak in the floating light forest, 3 powerful auras chased each other. Ayanami was completely unsure. What's going on? Why does Qin Xian suddenly want to me? What's wrong with me? Did it suddenly look at me the wrong way? The 9 Spectres white tiger's limited intelligence was even more unable to figure out the cause and effect. Although Xianglu was the topmost existence in the floating light forest, He had never hunted a single ferocious beast and never interfered in the affairs of the floating light forest. Why are you suddenly chasing after yourself today? Ow! The white tiger of the 9 Sephiroths raised its voice to the sky. The 3 protectors of the Tao looked at this scene in the distance, each of them dumbstruck. What is this? Kids playing chase each other? Lin Meng was gripped in Chen Xian's hands, not daring to say a word as she stiffened in fear. Sajiri's scent was to her as if this entire sky was pouring down on her, leaving her unable to breathe. It was unknown how many times more powerful than the 9 Spectres' white tiger. Zenithly, spare your life! Sajiri yelled as he ran, not daring to stop at all. Ho 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 dash! The roar of the white tiger of the 9 Sephiroths sounded at the same time, as if to say it's none of my business. A few moments later, Chen Xian stood not far away and watched as Xiang Lu and the 9 Spectres' white tiger spun around and muffled their heads, nodding his head thoughtfully. Then, turning around, he walked away. Small town. Remember, act cautiously in the future. The Jianghu is not as fun as you think. Reward. Chen Xian smiled and waved his hand. Alright, put it away. The 3 Dao protectors arched their hands and thanked Chen Xian. Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. Shilling will definitely repay you. I'll take my leave. Lin Meng said. I still don't know your name? Chen Xian hesitated slightly. My Dao name is Xiang. Xiang? Not many people knew the Taoist name of Chen Xian. And at that time there was a period of time when he broke into trouble and used this Taoist name to frame others. But that Taoist who was really called Xiang, his lifespan ended early. Farewell. A few days later, Shilin capital, the Imperial Palace. Yanfu Palace. The palace is furnished with magnificent thrones and screens, and looks particularly solemn. A huge pearl hung high above the roof of the hall, gleaming and illuminating the entire hall. Yanfu Palace was originally the Empress bedchamber. It was only with the dramatic increase in the Empress's status that Yanfu Palace, like Zhengda Hall, became a place where political affairs were handled. Princess Lin Meng changed into a gorgeous dress and knelt on the corridor of Yanfu Palace with her hands held high and a depressed face. 2 ministers, a minister of war and a minister of the household, came out from the palace after deliberations and slightly arched their hands when they saw the princess. Greetings, Your Highness. Both of the older ministers had smiles on their faces, knowing that it was the princess who had caused trouble again. Another half hour of work passed. The drowsy Lin Meng suddenly shook her body, stretched her arms out straight, and raised her head to look accusingly at the mother consort in front of her. The first beauty of Shilin, the queen of Shilin, Zhao Ruxue. The woman had a faint smile between the corners of her willow eyebrows. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her jade-like face exuded an austere aura. The figure was tall and slender, with a slim waist and delicate curves, a gorgeous robe with beautifully embroidered patterns and motifs, emphasizing her nobility and elegance. Mother consort, I was wrong. Wrong? This one almost cost me my life. Keep holding it up. Why is this Rui so heavy? Mother consort? Zhao Ruxue let out a light snort. You can't support yourself after adding some spiritual energy, and you still want to go out and practice? If I hadn't called my protector to accompany you, now you and I would have been separated in yin and yang. Yes, it's still Mother Consort who is thoughtful. Lin Meng bristled. I heard from the protector that you met Sagittarius in the floating light forest? Yes. I haven't seen it in a long time either. Zhao Ruxue said faintly. Mother Consort knows Ayanami? It was a long time ago. I don't know if it remembers me. To be able to come back alive under Shangliu. You are a girl with a great life. Who was that person who saved you? Where is it practicing? He has a cave residence in the floating light forest, but it's very shabby is all. And his Taoist name is Xiang. Xiang? Have someone check it out. It's to thank people. Zhao Ruxue turned around and was about to fold back into her chambers. He also told me that he knew Mother Consort. And Mother Consort doesn't remember? Recognize me? Zhao Ruxue suddenly stiffened. Purple, Xiang. She jerked around. And what did the man look like? Lin Meng then described Chen Xian's appearance roughly. Zhao Ruxue a trance. Half a moment back to God? And lowered his head and smiled gently. Oh, it really is him. What? Mother Consort you remember? Well, it's someone Mother Consort used to know. Lin Meng asked curiously. I thought he was telling lies. Mother Consort, how do you know him? Zhao Ruxue revealed a meaningful smile. That's a long story now. A very long story? But he lives in a cave, eats roasted meat, and uses those same chopsticks. How did Mother Superior become friends with him? When Mother Consort knew him, he was the #1 swordsman in the world. With one sword in his hand, no one in the world could stop him. That good? Yes. Zhao Ruxue's brows and eyes were all smiles, and she couldn't help but reminisce about the past. I, Zhao Ruxue, swore that if I wanted to marry, I would marry the most powerful person under the sky. Chen Xian, I will marry you. Chen Xian inclined his head slightly and said coolly, Swordmen only have swords. They don't need women. Chapter 88, waiting for the spring breeze to whisk the earth away. Mother consort, tell me about it. Lin Meng's eyes were filled with curiosity. Zhao Ruxue rubbed her own daughter's head. The corners of her lips pursed up slightly as she stared blankly into the distance. It's like traveling through time, space back to where it once was. I, Zhao Ruxue, will only marry the most powerful person under the sky, so I'm going to marry you. It was snowing heavily, and the girl clad in a snow-white robe stood in the middle of the wind and snow. The young man in a green robe looked back and shook his finger. Very pretentiously, he said, a swordsman doesn't need a woman, just a sword. At that time, Zhao Ruxue was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. During the spring and autumn period, clans conquered each other and chaos reigned. The Zhao family was second to none in this area of Xiling. It just hadn't flourished since ancient times. Several great clans secretly teamed up with the devil cult and took advantage of the Zhao family's deployment of manpower to go out bloodshed of the Zhao family's original home, while the demon cult rounded up the remaining members of the Zhao family. The Zhao family, which had flourished for a while, died in this way. Aside from a few branches that had managed to escape, Zhao Ruxue was the only full bloodline of the Zhao family. Chen Xian brought this Zhao Ruxue, who was being hunted down by all the great clans, to Fu Liuzhou to look for a certain elder of the Zhao family who had left for many years. After that, it's 100,000 miles. The young girls were all following behind that genius swordsman named Chen Xian. From the flowing river south, the smoke-covered house to the desert sea, Chen Xian was realizing his sword by the river, and his sword's shadow flickered. Young girls, on the other hand, are singing by the riverside, slogging through the desert, against the heat and sand. The young girl's face was dusty and her lips were dry and cracked, but her eyes remained determined and she followed the swordsman closely. Huge waves dance with the sea breeze on a beach where the sea winds are howling. The young girl's clothes were wet with seawater and her hair was blown about by the wind. The stalls selling ravioli on the east side of the small town are doing a brisk business. The young girl ate 3 bowls of ravioli in one sitting. She ate so well that even those who weren't hungry would get hungry watching her eat. On a normal day these things would never even cross her eyes or move her mind at all. This noodle is not good without scallions. Chen Xian grabbed her a handful of white and green scallions and sprinkled them into the bowl, and took the small porcelain bottle containing chili oil and put some into the bowl. The young girl sucked in a mouthful of the filling broth from the small ravioli and held it in her mouth. The soup rolled back and forth on his tongue, the slightly spicy broth tingling his taste buds and making his tongue a little numb. But the scent that filled her entire mouth prompted her to resist taking another puff. Not far away, a happy family passes by, the youngest son riding on his father's neck with a Candyman in his hand. The young girl watched the scene for a moment before tears barred their way down into the bowl. Wait, I'll kill them. She looked toward Chen Xian. You're good. What can I do so you can help me get revenge? Chen Xian said indifferently. Doing nothing. I'm only responsible for protecting you, not to mention that you have nothing to offer me. In January, in the Qingyun Sea, they encountered a joint siege by the evil cultivators of the Demon Sect and several great clans. That time, the young girl felt she was bound to die. She's carrying the Zhao family's secret treasure. For the sake of this secret treasure, the Demon Sect had deployed 3 peak 7 scenic cultivators from the 3 branch sects, as well as more than 100 elites. In addition, several great clans had placed 4 flying boats across the surface of the Qingyun Sea, blocking their path of retreat. Hundreds of cultivators, ready to strike at any time. The only reason why he did not immediately attack and kill was because he was concerned about Chen Xian's status as a great disciple of the Qingyun Sect. This matter is a personal grudge between us and the Zhao family. I hope that the Qingyun Sect will not interfere. In the distance, someone shouted, if you hurt your foot by mistake, it will not be our fault. The one who shouted was Ling Yun of the Ling family, gifted with extraordinary talent. He had entered the middle third scenery at the age of 20. He has a high status in the Ling family. Not in my offense, just that although the Qingyun Sect is large, we are by no means small people. I still hope that the foot will be divided into a lightweight. Yes, we don't want to make an enemy of the Green Cloud Sect, but if we insist on doing so, there's nothing else we can do. On the other side, the people in the devil cult were stupid. What's the point of wasting words with him? Simply kill them together. Foot can hear. Today is the foot will be killed here. Forgive that the Qingyun Sect will not dare to do anything. I see that the foot and the girl are just casual acquaintances. Why should we risk our lives for each other? Why don't we make friends? That is, the Zhao family is dead. Even if you save that girl, she won't be able to repay you. The crowd, you and I, urged or pressed, sang red or white. Zhao Ruxue smiled bitterly as if she had resigned herself to her fate. This is as far as it goes. If there is truly an afterlife, I will repay your kindness. The young swordsman said calmly as he sat at the bow of the boat with his sword crossed over his chest. People don't have an afterlife. Not to mention I said I'd watch your back on this journey. and I won't go back on my word. Zhao Ruxue was stunned. Why? Why help me? Because of the promise. Zhao Ruxue looked at him dumbfounded. In reality, she didn't have a very deep friendship with him. It was only while running for his life that he happened to meet this swordsman who was drinking wine and lying asleep in the treetops. The swordsman casually remarked as he listened to her story. Then I will send you to the elders of your family. A sword was sheathed, and the sword light was blotted horizontally. There was a sound of waves like a million horses running between the waves of the sea. At that time, Chen Xian's cultivation wasn't top-notch, and the later Zhao Ruxue had seen many people who were even more powerful than the Chen Xian at that time. But never again did she see the one sword strike that had amazed her all her life. The setting sun gradually gathered its rays, and like a big red lantern with a soft flame of light, it hung on the edge of the sea and the sky. Chen Xian, drenched in blood, turned his back to the setting sun and sheathed his sword. Go. Zhao Ruxue nodded heavily. Then later, Zhao Ruxue found her family's elder who had been hidden for many years. Step by step, he grows and develops his power in this cruel world of immortal cultivation. He eventually rejoins the Zhao family and avenges the extermination of the family back then. Years later, another snow day, she was reunited with Chen Xian. She got her revenge. He has also long been the world's #1 swordsman. Another snow day. The wind. It's blowing hard. Snowflakes fluttered through the air like torn cotton wool, drifting down in all directions without purpose. It's been a while, he said. Yeah, Zhao Ruxue said with a smiling face. After years of absence, the girl's face had long since lost its former childishness. With skin as bright as snow and eyes as picturesque as yours. A pear blossom in spring with rain. Add a fraction is too long. Subtract a fraction is too short. Powder is too white. And vermilion is too red. A lotus-like smile bloomed at the corner of her lips, and a pair of starry eyes drew attention in this smile. Are you already the #1 swordsman in the world? Chen Xian looked at the sword in his hand and said indifferently. Almost. I haven't been able to find an opponent for a long time. So you're going to marry me? We had a deal. The woman suddenly came closer, almost pressed against him. Chen Xian gently knocked her on the head. Don't talk yourself out of a non-existent agreement. The woman's willow brows slightly wrinkled, revealing an aggrieved expression. If someone familiar with it saw it, they would be surprised. Zhao Ruxue, who usually killed and supported an entire family, would also reveal this kind of general look of a small woman. Have you forgotten? We agreed that I would marry you if we met again. Dreaming in broad daylight. When did we ever say that? That day, Zhao Ruxue invited Chen Xian for a drink at the best restaurant in Shilin. The next day, Chen Xian left. Zhao Ruxue kept sending him outside the city, watching his back. She figured that if the other guy turned around, she would pester him to marry him anyway. But Chen Xian didn't turn around even once. Just like his sword, it goes forward and never looks back. Zhao Ruxue took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to shout. Where are you going? We're not on our way. Chen Xian waved his hand. See you in the Jianghu. There will always be encounters, and there will always be partings. Zhao Ruxue revealed a touch of bitterness and lowered her head. A few years later, the Zhao family's power had threatened the Shilin royal family. The conflict between the two sides is growing, and all the other clans are watching. For the sake of her family not to repeat the same mistake, Zhao Ruxue chose to marry Emperor Shilin. On the day of the wedding, Chen Xian was supposed to ask for a cup of wedding wine, but Zhao Ruxue refused. Zhao Ruxue yelled at Chen Xian from the attic. It's fine for anyone to come, just you can't attend my wedding. Ah, Chen Xian was unsure. It's not enough. Drinking a cup of wedding wine isn't even possible. It's not like I'm not going to pay my share of the money. I don't care. You're not allowed to come. Why? Give a reason. I'm going in this capacity to give you face, lest I be bullied by my in-laws in the future. Don't you care? You're not allowed to come to my wedding. I'm in charge of my wedding. Chen Xian naturally didn't understand the small minds of women. He had traveled a few days to attend her wedding, and in the end, he had only ended up drinking a mulled wine in a restaurant, and angrily deciding to cut ties with this guy. Leaving the restaurant, Shilin capital. 3 parts of spring color and 1,000 thin rains. Sir, wait a moment. Junior walked out. A guest asked me to leave you a note. Oh, Chen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He opened the note and it was in Zhao Ruxue's handwriting. When the spring winds are gone from the earth, you must remember to go to your white head with your sweetheart. Chen Xian smiled faintly and said to himself, Happy wedding. His figure faded into the snow. Mother consort. Mother consort. Lin Meng called out a few times. It was only then that Zhao Ruxue snapped back from her distant memories. Mother consort, tell me a story about what you were doing before. Zhao Ruxue knocked her on the head again and reprimanded. Kneel here properly. You made a mistake and still want to hear a story. Zhao Ruxue walked out of the hall and looked at the scenery outside the hall. The grass grows and the warblers fly. The silk tapestry brushes the embankment. Sunny and green. Bright and warm spring sunshine. It's springtime again. When the spring winds are gone from the earth, you must remember to go to your white head with your sweetheart. She murmured softly. What are you thinking about, mother? The maid on the side was a descendant of the Zhao family and had been serving Zhao Ruxue, so she was naturally close. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would certainly not dare to raise their voices to inquire about their master. No, nothing, Zhao Ruxue smiled faintly, with a bit of sentimentality in her smile, just thinking of a friend from a long, long time ago. What kind of friend could make the queen miss? A very handsome friend. Floating light forest, Grand Canyon of the Sands. A figure appeared inside the canyon. A pen clutched in his hand as he scribbled on the ground. Who? Chen Xian wiped his sweat. So tired. In the past, when you were strong, you only needed a sword. Not anymore. Alchemy, writing talismans, and laying down talisman formations all had to be used one by one. A talisman master, who puts the aura of heaven and earth into ink and fights with talismans. The rune paper was activated and the runes on it were stimulated, thus releasing a powerful energy. In this process, the talisman master needs to integrate his willpower and emotions into the talisman paper in order to maximize its power. The talisman masters who had entered the Tao with talismans had mysterious means though, but they were not invulnerable. They were relatively weak and needed to rely on the power of rune paper and runes to protect themselves. The advantage of making a rune array is that you can store enough aura beforehand. This way, it can be called upon at any time during a battle to engage in some form of combat, without the need to temporarily draw aura from heaven and earth. It's just that making charms requires one's mind and emotions to be incorporated into it, and it's extremely energy consuming. Chen Xian had been drawing this talisman one after another for the better part of a year. The pen and ink were not ordinary pen and ink scents, but the number of talisman masters was scarce. The number of spirit ink and pens in the town was therefore also small and the quality even less. Chen Xian would just have to make do with what he had learned from the world's #1 talisman master. That old guy was an old fart, and the talisman was like a finely crafted work of art to him. If that old man knew that he was using this kind of brush and ink, holding this kind of mentality, and drawing talismans in this kind of place, probably cursed himself. Chen Xian stretched his back. It looked like it was time. Since yesterday, most of the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts of the floating light forest had coincidentally gathered in the Golden Sands Grand Canyon. In the center of the canyon, Ao Chun couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the gathering of demonic beasts. At this point, it is impossible to escape no matter what. It was estimated that it would become a meal for the demonic beasts in a matter of moments. Ao Chun looked at the blooming fairy flower in the center. The 7-leaf flower of the pixie heavenly light is what attracted these countless demonic beasts and ferocious beasts to come. Soon, these less intelligent demonic beasts inevitably fought within the canyon. Because of the talisman array that Chen Xian had set up, these demonic beasts could not rush into the center of the canyon for a while. Still, in Ao Chun's opinion it was only a matter of time. Chen Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. Well, it should be about time. The sky was dark and cloudy like 1,000 horses, and on the horizon, there were already a few scattered and short flashes of lightning. Only that low, continuous buzzing could be heard coming from the distant sky. Timing and people. Everything is ready. Chapter 89 Rune Formation. The torrential rain poured down, and the rune formation activated instantly with it. Today's celestial sign of fluorescence guards the heart. Half a year ago, while staying in the floating light forest, Chen Xian had then predicted today's scene, and coupled with this heavy downpour of billions of raindrops falling from the sky, it was the perfect timing. It's hard to come by in 1,000 years, and it just so happens that you've stumbled upon it. The formation was accomplished. The torrential rain was like millions of sharp blades, cutting through the air with ear-piercing sounds that seemed to cut the entire canyon into countless pieces. They intertwine and entwine with each other as if they were an abstract painting that dazzles the eye. The rune array shone with a strange light, like the stars in the night sky. In the center of the runic formation, Chen Xian held the spell and recited words under his breath, as if he was having a conversation with the forces of heaven and earth. Speaking of which, this was the first time Ao Chun had seen Chen Xian strike. He was standing right behind Chen Xian and was not affected by the power of the runic array, but he could still feel the massive power, causing his heart and soul to tremble more than just a little. On the other hand, the demonic beasts that were within the range of the runic array's waves were torn apart a few times like thin paper. There wasn't even a wail in the violent trembling of the earth. Falling on the rock walls of the canyon, the rock walls shattered in pieces. Falling on the spirit wood that covered the sky, the spirit wood turned into wood powder. Rumble dash. Ao Chun looked at a peak 7 scenic demon beast that had once chased after him under such terrifying might. That demonic beast hadn't even chirped a single sound before it was instantly sliced into mush by the raindrops. The wind is dying down and the rain is slowly stopping. Chen Xian put away the spell, and the light of the runic array gradually dissipated. Ao Chun was still immersed in the shock of what he had just seen, and he stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The ground was full of wreckage and red with blood. The Sagittarius hiding in the innate nonpareil lake shivered. F.A. What's going on? Son of a goddamn Qin Xian. I wish you to have a son without an asshole. The outskirts of the floating light forest, the young master of the Fire Bear Mercenary Corps, Jin Hu, was preparing to head out to hunt the ferocious beasts with his crowd. Young lord, what are the identities of each of those tall men who came the other day, as well as that girl in the black cloak? That's right, tell us about it. We're all dying of curiosity. Golden Tiger laughed. Didn't I talk to you boys about what happened to Big Brother Zhang and the others the other day? But that mysterious tall man who cooks salami and vegetable soup in a broken temple. You haven't said anything about that. That man. Ah, the first time I saw him, he was not an ordinary person. Golden Tiger added to the conversation. A man said, it's possible that high person is still in the floating light forest right now. Why don't we go and try our luck? In case we can meet a chance. Yeah, you won't need any chance if you can walk deep into the floating light forest and still be alive. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a violent trembling of the ground. What's wrong? What's going on? In the more than 10 towns surrounding the floating light forest, countless cultivators had similarly discovered the situation. The roar continued unceasingly. Heavy rain fell from the sky. The sky looked like it had cracked open, and the entire floating light forest was in a state of panic. On the distant horizon, a sun was about to set. In the middle of the canyon, one by one, the beast cores were received by Qin Xian in his storage ring. It took 2 days and 2 nights of work just to collect these beast cores. The residual power of the runic array did not dissipate, and the surrounding ferocious beasts did not dare to approach. After a careful count, there were a full 40,000 or so beast cores. With these 40,000 or so beast cores, Chen Xian returned to the cave. Today's cave was filled with large and small cauldrons. Chen Xian closed the door with a wave of his hand. This seclusion was several months, during which several accidental leaks of the Samadhi true flame occurred. Rumble dash. Sagittarius cautiously poked his head out from within the innate nonpareil lake. What is this Chen Xian up to again? Turtle. After ruthlessly greeting Chen Xian's ancestors in his heart on a daily basis, Shang Liu drilled back inside the water mansion from the shore again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ao Chun nibbled on a carrot and looked at Chen Xian's treasured copy of past events in the land of sticky rice and the Red Chamber Spring Dream Outreach. He had always had a disdain for these books with their colors. It's just that he can't stand the boredom anymore. Every day, apart from going to hunt and kill ferocious beasts, he would be practicing inside the cave, or play chess with a burrow. Finally, with a loud bang in the cave, Chen Xian, who had been in seclusion for nearly half a year, finally reappeared in front of Ao Chun and Little Donkey. Ao Chun was delighted. Sir, you've finally come out of the gate. Yes, it's been a tiring time for me, and hard work for you all. Chen Xian reached out and rubbed the little donkey's head. Did you succeed in refining it, sir? Ao Chun asked expectantly. Naturally. Chen Xian carefully scrutinized the sword embryo in his hand. This was the tens of thousands of beast cores that he had used to refine, and after countless times of burning, forging, and polishing over the past half a year, he had ultimately made up for the flaws in the sword embryo. The surface of the sword embryo was as smooth as a mirror, showing a mysterious silver glow, as if it was condensed from the purest substance in the universe. In Chen Xian's eyes, this sword embryo was no longer a simple weapon, but a work of art that contained infinite power. He could feel the even more powerful energy surging in the sword embryo, as if it was ready to erupt at any moment. Chen Xian said thoughtfully, not bad, refilling the sword would be perfect. He looked at Little Donkey and Ao Chun again. The little donkey didn't need to say much. His cultivation level had already climbed to the 3rd scenery. The 3 flowers gathering essence, cultivated to the state of realization, awakened the natural aptitude. The power of the spells was initially revealed, and the derived divine sense probed all things in heaven and earth and imperialized the magic treasures. It's just that the little donkey, right now, hasn't found a suitable magic treasure to refine. As for Ao Chun, after this half a year of tempering, the body is more powerful. Not to mention that even the bottleneck of the peak of the 6 scenes that has not been broken through has shown signs of a breakthrough. Chen Xian handed him a top-grade infant cultivation pill. The infant cultivation pill can wash the tendons and marrow and strengthen the yuan ing, making it easier to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. The difference between different alchemists making the same kind of elixir is the difference between clouds and mud. The subtle differences, reflected in the elixir, would be magnified hundreds, thousands of times. And this pill in Chen Xian's hand was one that he had forcibly snatched from Li Yong'an. Li Yong'an's alchemy skills need not be mentioned. after returning to the Western Sea Cave, cultivate properly in seclusion, and the impact is expected. After these half a year of refinement, repairing the damage left by your previous failed impact. Remember that the path of cultivation should not be rushed. The embankment of 1,000 miles collapses in an ant-hole. Ao Chun's eyes lit up, and then he reacted. Sir, is letting me go? Chen Xian said. After bringing you out for so long, it's time for you to go back. Mr. I. Chen Xian waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank the owner of this elixir. With that, Chen Xian added to the burrow. Donkey, pack up the house and get ready to go. Where are you planning to go next? Sir? Ao Chun asked. Chen Xian said. There's no rush. Let's go say goodbye to an old friend first. The innate non-lake. Sajari, who was sleeping, shivered hard and woke up violently from his dream. What's going on? Suddenly there was a bad feeling. Chapter 90, the sky does not cover. The earth does not carry. The death of a thief. In the lake of the preternatural knowns, Shangliu burrowed into the middle of his cave within the lake. What's this pang of unease that I've been feeling since just now? This floating light forest, could there still be an existence that would make you uneasy? Not to mention that it wasn't there before, but it is now. Could it be that Gai Qinxian is trying to do something to me? I heard he has a hobby for food lately. Could it be that you want to eat steamed nine-headed Sagittarius? When he thought of this, Sagittarius got a nasty chill down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. As if to confirm his thoughts, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside the water mansion. Knock knock. The sound sounded as if it was smashing on his heart to Sajari. Knock knock. The knocking at the door grew more urgent. Sajari held his breath, not daring to move a muscle. Hello, Ayanami. I know you're in there. Open the door. Chen Xian's voice came out. Sajari's heart stuttered and he coughed softly, pinching his nose and changing his voice. Hello, I'm Ayanami's cousin and Ayanami isn't home. Cousin? Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. Open the door, or I'll smash it. Ayagi had no choice but to harden his heart and open the door with a fawning smile on his face. Ha ha, what a rare guest. Rare guest. Where's your cousin? I seem to have heard your cousin's voice just now. Chen Xian teased. A distant relative. She's shy and can't meet strangers, so don't meet her yet. Please come in. Li Jinran. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he surveyed the water mansion in front of him. Well, not bad. It's okay. Don't sit down. Sir, stand up. No, you brush your teeth and drink tea and tea. Ayanami smiled awkwardly. Chen Xian took a sip of his tea. Don't be nervous. It's not like I'm here to beat you up. I just had to find and say goodbye to you. You're leaving. Sajari's eyes were wide and his heart leapt with excitement. So much so that he was close to setting off a whip in celebration. This ancestor is finally gone. Oh, that one is the Aquadan, right? Your kid even used it for decoration. Hey, adamantine bracelet, golden gourd, red gourd, these two gourds, but the old man of Een Mountain's favorite magic treasure. When I think about it, it was a lot of effort to refine these two gourds. It took 1,000 years of waiting for the gourd to blossom and bear fruit, followed by countless precious materials and careful refining before they were finally refined. Demon beckoning and demon binding. The demon invoking streamer, as the name suggests, is a magic treasure that can summon demons. As soon as it is sacrificed, it emits a dazzling light that releases the demons sealed within the banner to fight for it. The demon binding rope, on the other hand, was a magic treasure that could bind a demon. As long as it was thrown, it would automatically wrap itself around the demon's body, making it unable to move. These two magic treasures cooperate with each other. One traps the demon and the other subdues it, both of which are powerful tools for subduing demons. There's also the mountain and river map, the immortal chopping flying dagger, and the invisibility charm. Oops, there are so many good things. Why do you have all these treasures? Sajari gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. It was all given to me by them of their own accord. There's no way to have good fellowship. Of course it was active. It just hung that old man from Een Mountain and beat him for 3 days. And the other party took the initiative to give the treasure to itself. Definitely active. Oh, which one does the real person see? Then it will be given to the real person. Ayanami said with great bravado. If realistly sees them all, it doesn't matter if he takes them all. He knew that with Chen Xian's cultivation, these treasures would definitely not be able to enter his eyes. In case Chen Xian casually returned another gift to him, it would be a heavenly opportunity for him. We'll talk about that in time. I came to you today for a drink. Do you have any wine? Yes. Ayanami nodded like garlic. Come on, only drink today. Ayanami took out the fine wine he had been saving for a long time. A few jugs of immortal wine went down, and they all drifted a bit. When friends are together, all are happy, and drinking must be thorough. I'd rather let my stomach drink a hole in my heart than leave a crack in my feelings. A few hours later, They both wrapped their arms around each other and wailed about their hardships over the years. Drink and talk and drink, drinking to each other, borrowing a cup of old wine to talk about the old things in the heart, the pain in the heart to take out in the night sky under no one to dry cool. Raise a glass to the moon, drink to the moon, drink with the breeze, and use the silver moon as a lamp. Speak with wine about your pain, speak with wine about your life. 5 days later, Ayanami woke up from his hangover. Looking around, he realized that Chen Xian had already left. The floating light forest was also devoid of the other party's scent. Gone? 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of Sajiri's eyes. It's been a long time since I've had a drink like this with an old friend. And it's been a long time since I've opened up so much. In fact, when I think about it, there don't seem to be many old friends that I've gotten to know over the years. If it weren't for Qin Xian back then, he wouldn't have converted himself. I'm afraid it would have long since been disallowed by today's righteousness. Oh, my God. Ayanami sighed heavily. The next time they met, they should be thankful. He himself never seemed to have thanked Realist Li. Back then, in order for him to have a place to stay in this 8 wastelands of the 9 states, Li Zhenran was under no small amount of pressure. He himself, on the contrary, saw him, as if he had seen a ghost. Is not a little too hurt Li Zhenran's peace of heart. Thinking of this, Shang Liu turned to look at his cave. The next moment, more tears erupted from the corners of his eyes, like a flood leaking. Woohoo! Chen Xian, you filthy beast. The sky does not cover and the earth does not carry. A thief who deserves death. Only to see that the originally opulent cave was empty at the moment. Ho 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 ho. West Sea, Dragon Mansion. A few dragon sons and daughters had a rare gathering to drink and chat. As soon as cousin came back, he went into seclusion. I see that this time there is hope for a breakthrough in the bottleneck. I haven't seen him since my grandfather's birthday. Where has cousin Ao Chun been practicing these days? How is it that in just less than a year, there are signs of a breakthrough? You still don't know. Grandfather let him follow Chen Xian Li Jing'an to go practice. There is Li Jing'an pointing cultivation since it is soaring. Grandfather is so biased. How come I don't get my turn at such a good thing? Come on. With this elm brain of yours, you can piss off Realist Li alive by following him around. That's right. Only cousin Ao Chun's cultivation has reached the 6th scenic view early in the few of us. And if he can really break through to the peak of the 6th scenic view, I'm afraid that it's really possible for him to become a true dragon just like grandfather at that time. Didn't I hear that Qin Xian's cultivation has been nullified? Who knows? As they say, there are still 3,000 nails in a broken boat. Who can say about such characters? As soon as the words fell, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded. Chapter 91, Death to all of you. In the cave, many aquatic races looked at the source of the sound in dismay. With the deafening sound of the dragon's roar, Ao Chun, who had appeared in his original form, suddenly leapt out from within the water mansion. At this time, Ao Chun was even larger in size, and there was already the beginnings of a dragon's horn above his forehead. The body shimmered with gold, and each dragon's scale was as smooth as a mirror. Ao Chun's face showed fervor, this feeling of going forward. Fantastic. On the dragon chair, the old dragon who was dozing off slightly opened his eyes, and the tip of his nose spewed out a majestic breath. Looks like another favor is owed to that guy. Many of his peers looked enviously at Ao Chun, who was roaming the skies. Quack-a-doodle-doo, quack-a-doodle-doo. The sun was high above the hillside. The little donkey dragged Chen Xian upward cheerfully step by step. Chen Xian lay on the back of the donkey, covering his face with a straw raincoat to ward off the sunlight. A man and a donkey singing a merry little tune. The sunlight was filtered by the cascading leaves on both sides, leaking onto Chen Xian's body into a faint, round, gently swaying halo. It's time for the burrow to choose a magic treasure for you, Chen Xian suddenly said. The burrow had already reached the cultivation level of 3 Jing at this time. The power of the spells was initially revealed, and the derived divine sense probed all things in heaven and earth, and could imperialize magic treasures, cultivate to the peak of the 3 scenes, the 3 flower gathering essence, and attain the realm of realization before you can awaken your natural aptitude. The most important thing now was to choose an innate magic treasure for it. This is crucial for future development. For example, a cultivator who chooses the most powerful flying sword in terms of killing power to become his or her own sword is known as a sword cultivator. Those who choose rune seals are called rune masters. In addition, there are many more, which are uniformly called chi practitioners. Of course, this doesn't mean that talisman masters can't use swords, and sword cultivators can't use other magic treasures. On the contrary, most cultivators would have other means in addition to their native objects. Sword cultivators also use talismans, and talisman masters also wear swords. Sometimes the rune master's sword may be even more powerful. Of course, there are very few cultivators who specialize in one path in order to pursue a purer Tao. What do you want a nativity? The little donkey nibbled on a carrot, cocked his head for a moment, fished out a silver ingot, and hemmed and hawed. I love it. You can get a lot of carrots for this one. Where do you have silver as a nativity? No talent. Qianxian slapped its head. Above the official highway, people now and then clapped their horses. The splashes of dust caused Qianxian to frown slightly. He saw an old man hurrying along with his stretcher and shouted, "Old man, how do you sell cucumbers?" The old man's stretcher was full of watery cucumbers. The old uncle turned around with a smile and had his young grandson, who was following along, take 2 cucumbers and hand them to Qianxian. Don't pay for it, take it and eat it. Thanks a lot. Qianxian also gave a nonchalant thank you, and then shared the cucumber in his hand with the little donkey. By the looks of you, you're going to Chongqing? Qianxian said. Yes, Shiling Chongqing, I want to go and see the prosperity of Chongqing nowadays. The old uncle laughed. Kid, Chongqing is prosperous, but that's for the rich. It's not a problem. It's good to see the scenery of Chongqing. Further on, a night's work, the landscape was suddenly foggy. Vaguely you can see the silhouette shadows of the mountains in the distance, and in a trance, the whole world seems to be filled with fog. What's with all the fog? The old man looked around worriedly. Trapped along with them was the group of men rushing to the new head of the Ministry of War, Zhang Shun, who had come to Chongqing with his family. What's wrong? Zhang Shun, who stepped down from the carriage, frowned and looked around. Master, it's fogging up. There is something odd in this fog, Zhang Shun said. Ferocious beasts sealing the road. This kind of thing would even happen around Chongqing, the capital city of the Western Mausoleum. It could be seen just how rampant this ferocious beast was in Shiling. For the dynasty, how to maintain the official roads of the huge region that are open to each other is a top priority. Smaller dynasties, or more mountainous regions. From time to time, ferocious beasts would block the road and attack passers-by and officials. Master, it is expected that an official soldier will come soon, so don't worry. Rumble dash. On the side of the mountain path, there was a roaring sound that suddenly rang out. The boulders rolled down. Master, the old butler standing beside Zhang Shun fiercely struck out, and the boulder was utilized with subtle spells, not less than 10,000 pounds of force. The old steward shattered 3 boulders in a row and let out a low cry. Protect his lordship. Several masked black-robed men appeared in the fog and attacked. Zhang Shun rebuked. Bold outlaws, this official is the Empress Mother's recommendation. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderbolt brushed against him. The carriage beside him, even the carriage with the 2 valuable horses, were all reduced to pieces. It's you who kills. Master, go. Immediately, a family servant grabbed Zhang Shun and fled into the distance. Zhang Shun quickly came back to his senses. This new head of the Ministry of War was just a line away from death, but there was not the slightest fear. But instead, he was cursing. You grandmother's legs. I was recommended by the Empress Mother to be the head of the Ministry of War. Are you all those old ministers in the court sent to murder me? I'm going to tell the Empress Mother about this and exterminate your 9 clans. Zhang Shun's voice quickly moved away. Damn, what a run. Several black shadows fell. The Queen's men are on their way. No more chasing. Old man, a rabbit, go back and resume your orders. I wanted to disguise it as a ferocious beast attack. I'm afraid I'll be punished again this time, the man in black said, inclining his head towards Qianxian in the fog. Qianxian begged another cucumber from the old man, eating the cucumber and watching this suddenly staged drama, having already brainstormed an entire storyline. The old man selling cucumbers has long been scared silly, holding his grandson hiding behind a rock and shivering. Kill them, don't leave them alive. Yes, Qianxian didn't expect to watch the drama and suddenly see it on himself. When the old man heard this, his heart almost stopped beating in fear, and he was busy putting his head down to kowtow. Good men, we know the rules, and I won't say a word about what happened here. Count yourselves unlucky, a man in black said indifferently. The old man's heart went cold. It was over. Gentlemen, my granddaughter is still young. Let my granddaughter go. Do me a favor and spare my life. The man in black didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and with a single strike, he wanted to result in the other party's life. This kind of thing is so lighthearted that it is not necessary to say how it is possible to leave anyone alive. The old uncle was lying on the ground, shivering, protecting his granddaughter with one hand, his mouth full of words begging for mercy. I don't care if anyone is listening. I read until my mouth is dry. The old man suddenly realized something was wrong and cautiously lifted his head up. The fog around them had cleared and there were several more bodies on the ground. The man in black who was going to kill them to silence them just now was killed first at this moment. Even the young man who rode the donkey with him had disappeared. The old uncle froze for a moment, then hurriedly picked his flat burden, recited Amitabha Buddha, and ran away with his little girl. Chapter 93, For the World. Shiling, Chongqing. Qianxian raised his head and watched as an eagle swept past the sky over the large city. entered the city through the gates. The little donkey's eyes were wide open. It was the first time it had seen such a bustling scene. It's not something that can be compared to Nanyang and other towns that I've been to before. Although Shiling's national strength is not comparable to that of Deyi, but this Chongqing is notoriously prosperous. It was bustling with people coming and going. Just walked a street. Tea houses, restaurants, brothels, casinos are seen all over. The little borough looked curiously to the east and to the right. It was drizzling when they entered Chongqing. The rain in Chongqing is like silk, light and fine. You can't hear the pattering sound, nor can you feel the drenching sensation of a downpour. It fell to the ground as if the sky had rained down a kind of wet smoke, without shape or rattle. Chen Xian casually bought an umbrella on the street and held it up like this. The little borough was dead set on getting one too. One person and one donkey then held an umbrella and walked in this smoky and rainy Chongqing. Chen Xian rambled. When I first came to Chongqing, it wasn't called Chongqing, but was collectively known as Xiling. But Xiling isn't a country, it's just the name of the region. After the end of the spring and autumn period, several major families in Xiling joined together, which led to the creation of Xiling in this so-called Chongqing. Chongqing is much like Jiangnan in day, with misty rain, gurgling streams, and green stone roads reflecting white walls and tiles. The beauty with the oil paper umbrella leaves shallow footprints on the green stone path. Beauty? Where's the beauty? The little donkey's eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Xian laughed. The beauty of Chongqing is not as good as Jiangnan, but the food in Chongqing is several times better than that in Jiangnan, so we're going to have enough to eat here these days. By the way, I'll find another nativity for you. There's no rush to slink around. Take your time. It's like living again and enjoying it. So it was a day of eating and drinking. Chokio's mountain boiled goat, crab stuffed orange, plum soup cake, and 5-spice cake. It was late when I walked out of the last restaurant. Chen Xian and Little Donkey were both holding their stomachs. Chen Xian was holding a cup of ice-cold yuanzi, which was made of ice, glutinous rice, and milk, deliciously sweet and refreshing. Chen Xian led the donkey leisurely to the top of the archbridge and looked down. Only a fishing boat rested on the lake with several relaxed white cranes on board, one occasionally seen flying over the water. When Chen Xian stopped to watch for a moment, a cultivator flew by with his sword, disturbing the white crane and ruining the scenery. Chen Xian frowned slightly at the cultivator's back, but did not do much. Picked an inn, negotiated a price and stayed. Moon Star. Chen Xian opened the window of the inn and sat cross-legged by the window. One of the lanterns hanging outside had gone out for some reason. Chen Xian gave a distant twist to the distant sky, as if he were borrowing this moonlight and plunging into the lantern. In an instant, the light reappeared among the lanterns. The landscape has its own spirit. The people have their own spirit, and each place has a different spiritual charm, all of which need to be sensed in detail. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze traveling through the infinite darkness as if he saw the distant sky. There, the bright moon hung high, as if smiling down on the world. The moonlight was like water, spilling over his body as if it had infused him with a mysterious power. He twisted his fingers gently, the light in the lantern flickering as he did, as if resonating with his mind. The light was getting brighter and brighter, as if it was going to light up the entire dark night. Under the light of the lanterns, Chen Xian saw the spiritual charm of the landscape of the entire capital of Xiling. The mountains are rolling, as if a giant dragon is coiled on the earth. In addition, there is the spiritual charm of the people. Those great figures in history, their thoughts and spirits seem to have left a deep mark on this land. Chen Xian operated the everlasting Tao scripture. The technique he majored in was originally the Green Cloud sect's 12 scrolls of green clouds. The scripture of the Tao of eternal life was the Dai of the 5 mountains of the returning market, which he and the demoness of that demonic sect had accidentally broken into. He was suppressed by the heavenly prohibition in Dai, and in order to break through the confinement, he forcibly learned the gongfu recorded in the mountain. Accumulate turbid qi in your body and break through the confinement. It's just that this technique doesn't have a name. When he initially learned it, there was nothing special about this gongfu, and it was all inferior to the martial arts of Wudao learned by Jianghu martial artists. Chen Xian didn't care after he broke through the confinement. It wasn't until later that his own cultivation was abolished. His meridians and roots were destroyed, and his Qihai Snow Mountain was reduced to pieces. The demonic soul in his body was condensed, so he couldn't use any of the techniques. Originally, Chen Xian had already lost all hope. Who knows? This gongfu is as usual, a little bit of accumulation. Chen Xian then named it the Eternal Life Taoist Scripture. I am afraid that I will not be able to practice the door technique to the top in my life, so I named it Everlasting Life. I'm afraid that only those who have lived a long life will be able to cultivate to the point of perfection. Xiling Chongqing, the Imperial Palace. Yanfu Palace. The newly arrived chief of the Ministry of War, Zhang Shun, along with the rest of the 10 or so arriving officials, were currently preparing to receive the queen's reception in Yanfu Palace. It was only when the people chatted that they learned that many of them had been intercepted on the road. Egu, Lord Lu was so miserable. His entire family of 13 died on the road. Yeah, lol. Upon hearing this sad news, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. Zhang Shun's face was grim, not having thought that the struggle in the courtroom had been so severe. Shiling's court. The two saints are at the court. The empress's power grew, and more civilian officials, through the empress's recommendation, were elected to the court as officials. At the same time, supporting the scattered cultivators has greatly dealt a blow to the power of the gatehouse families, causing more and more people to be dissatisfied. No one needs to think about it to know that if you can do something like intercepting and killing an official to exterminate 9 families, there must be someone behind you. The power of the Empress Dowager, several big families, and the old ministers in the court. It's not looking good. Soon, the palace maid led the crowd to the inner hall. Greetings, Empress. The crowd saluted in unison. Zhao Rushue faintly said, no need to be polite. This journey has been hard on you all. I know all the things. This time it was this palace that was negligent. The past cannot be admonished, but the future can still be pursued. I'll take care of my dead colleagues. You have a long way to go. Understand? For the sake of the countless people of Xiling. For the sake of Xiling no longer being like it is today. I understand. I will do my best and vow to die in return for the Emperor's favor of lifting me up. Zhao Rushue waved her sleeve robe. It's not about repaying me and remembering that you guys came out as officials. When you go out to work, you do it for the world. Not for the king. For all the people. Not for one name. The crowd looked grave and respectfully said, yes. Chapter 94, A Trip to Chongqing. Summer is long. After staying within the inn for less than 2 days, Chen Xian brought the little donkey to a mansion in the northern part of the city. This small mansion was bought long ago when he came to Chongqing. I wonder what's going on now. The small yard was not as barren and overgrown as one might expect. Instead, it was tended to. Chen Xian didn't need to think to know who did this. He turned his back on the small mansion and gave a distant arch to the distance. It's been hard on all of you. How about a cup of tea on me? A few moments later, a voice came from the distance. Thank you for your kind words, Your Excellency. We are on official business, so we apologize for not being able to follow your orders. Farewell. Chen Xian then did not force himself to stay and once again arched his hand. With that, he turned his head to the little donkey. Stay here for some time before you leave. The sun is setting, the people are fading, and the rain is coming down. Wisps of smoke rose from the mansion. Chen Xian opened the steamer and the aroma of steaming rice hit his face. Well, not bad, not bad. Chen Xian nodded with a smile. In the alley, 2 men walked up to the door with umbrellas. The young woman in green stood in front of the door. Your Highness, I will not enter. Knock knock. The door is unlocked. Come in. Chen Xian's voice came from inside, as if he had known that she would come. The woman in white then gently pushed the door and walked in. As soon as I entered, I smelled the aroma that filled the room. The little donkey blinked and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman. Sit down for a while. The food will be ready soon, Chen Xian said without looking back. The woman in white was well behaved, and when she did, she found a chair and sat down. If it wasn't Zhao Rushue, who else could it be? Zhao Rushue rested her hand on her cheeks, her eyes somewhat mesmerized as she looked at the busy figure in the kitchen. In no time at all, a small 4-sided table was filled with dishes. All are home cooking. Steamed fish, plucked groundnut, schmaltz soup, dried Chenggang pork. Zhao Rushue looked at the dishes in surprise, completely not expecting Chen Xian to run to the kitchen to cook. It's even done in style. Chen Xian raised a cup filled with yellow wine. Thank you for taking care of the house for me. Don't mind if I treat you to a meal. How do you cook? Learned that a long time ago. Zhao Rushue sighed silently. Yeah, we haven't seen each other for a long time. It feels like we don't even recognize you anymore. Zhao Rushue only felt as if the Chen Xian in front of her had turned into a stranger. The aggressive aura he used to have disappeared without a trace, replaced by a gentle, calm aura that made people feel at ease and comfortable. There was no longer the coldness or detachment in his eyes that he used to have. Time, really, changes a lot. Asterisk. Chen Xian suddenly noticed Zhao Rushue's bulging stomach at this time. As if she could see his concern, Zhao Rushue laughed. Don't worry, with my cultivation, this yellow wine of yours that isn't half as vintage doesn't have half the impact. It's my fault for not preparing the wine. Zhao Rushue finished the wine in her cup in one drink. How come? It's reasonable that I should treat you. Thanks to you, saving my daughter. Besides, this Xiling is still my territory, so I'll treat you when the next time comes. Come on, taste my handiwork. Zhao Rushue took a bite of the dish and savored it, nodding appreciatively. Well, good. She thought back to the old days when she was on the run, when she was starving and clamoring for food. As a result, Chen Xian had gotten her a grilled fish, and it was so bad that Zhao Ruxue almost didn't spit it out, finally forced it down to survive. Come to think of it, how could the world's greatest swordsman cook? But now, Zhao Ruxue quickly ate the bowl of rice cleanly. How many months? Chen Xian looked at her stomach. It's almost time to give birth, Zhao Ruxue said without any semblance of emotion. This time the people from the Qingyun supervisor said it's a boy. Chen Xian heard a few other meanings. Zhao Ruxue faintly explained. Having a boy will be good. The throne won't be someone else's. The first 2 times I had an accidental miscarriage. This time absolutely nothing can happen. Chen Xian teased. It's just different to have a throne to inherit. Zhao Ruxue smiled bitterly. Now that the struggle in the Shilin courtroom is exceptionally serious. Without a son there is no basis for settling down. With that, she glanced at Chen Xian. If only I were you. One for all. It's pouring outside. Zhao Ruxue held up her umbrella. Let's go first. Good. Zhao Ruxue looked back. Chen Xian ate his fill, yawned, and laid back on the chair as if he was preparing to take a nap. Zhao Ruxue closed the door to her room. The woman in green said, Your Highness, is this the old friend you spoke of? Yeah, but he's changed a lot, to the point where I don't recognize him anymore. Time changes many things, and there is no need for the maiden to be concerned. Meddling? Zhao Ruxue smiled faintly. Does she still care? Maybe a little. When she was young, Zhao Ruxue always felt that marrying Emperor Shilin was the regret of her life. There would have been no feelings between the two parties. It was purely a marriage of interests. But as she rose in age, she was getting over it. If time could really be redone, really let her choose again, she would also definitely still choose to marry Emperor Shilin, both for the sake of the family and for yourself. She and Chen Xian had never been on the same page since the beginning. I'm afraid that Chen Xian has been clear about this for a long time. That was why Chen Xian had never treated her as anything more than a friend with no other feelings. Chen Xian woke up with a start and glanced at the sky outside. It's about noon. I have nothing to do but sleep soundly in the east window. The sun is already red. He stretched and briefly washed up before heading outside for an early lunch. The little donkey fiddled with the copper coins and silver, and Chen Xian knocked its head. No luck. Just then, a commotion was heard in the streets. Immediately afterward, there were officials and soldiers clearing the streets. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. All to the side. Hey, what's going on here? You don't know yet. I heard that General Xian Yuan has entered the capital with the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. What do you want to do in the capital at this time? Who knows nah? The man lowered his voice. The Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager are in a big mess with those old ministers. This General Xian Yuan is the Empress Dowager's nephew. Will there be a big mess this time? Ha, what kind of mess is it? It's hard not to dare to kill the queen? Shoo, soon. The ground gave a slight shudder. The sound of horses' hooves came from far away. Chapter 95, Travels in the Longjing. Cavalrymen clad in runic armor, from far to near, ran through the streets in perfect unison. A horrifying scene. Chen Xian retracted his gaze, settled the bill, and then took the little donkey to skulk around and continue strolling in Changjing. Changjing, the first building in the world. Chen Xian pointed there and said, We'll eat here tomorrow. Shilin, the world's first building. Everyone knows. It was the fact that many famous cultivators would come specifically for the fame of this first building in the world. The price is naturally unusual. Chen Xian counted the spirit stones in his hand. Probably enough for a meal. It's just that to eat here, you need to make a reservation in advance. How many of you, sir? When do you want to eat? 2 of you, 1 donkey each, would like to eat tomorrow. The woman dressed in all pink wasn't surprised to hear that the donkey had to eat too. Dare I ask where fellow Taoist cultivates? May I have a name? Oh. Chen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. You still need these for dinner? The pink-clothed woman's smile remained unchanged, but it was also evident that the other party should have never been to the first floor of the world. Guests don't know. The first floor of the world no longer receives ordinary people now. Only cultivators who have reached a certain realm are qualified to enter it. Or are you the son of a certain family gatekeeper? Or a family member of a prince? Chen Xian scratched his head, not realizing that after many years of his absence, the first floor of the world had changed so much. Unfortunately, I'm neither. I'm sorry, I may have wasted your trip. The pink-clothed woman still spoke politely, and didn't make a 180-degree turn in her attitude because of the other party's identity. Since this was the case, Chen Xian had no choice but to leave with the little donkey. Looking at the backs of 1 person and 1 donkey, a young junior came over and said, Sister Guan, this kind of person is poor at first glance. Why do you bother with him so much? The woman in pink jabbed her finger hard at Junior's head. You. Change this problem of looking down on people and never look down on anyone. Alright, Get to work. As he was talking, a man with straw shoes walked in and said to the woman in pink, "What did the man with the donkey just say? Dare I ask who you are?" The straw-shod man revealed the belt plate at his waist. The woman in pink looked at the other side in surprise. Someone from the palace? At night, Chen Xian's hut welcomed a guest. The little donkey opened the door, and it was the pink-clad woman who had received them at the first building in the world. The pink-clothed woman made a graceful bow. "I'm looking for realistly." The little burro called back. Chen Xian walked out and was somewhat surprised to see the pink-clothed woman. "What's the matter with the girl?" The pink-clothed woman said. "I'm really sorry for what happened during the daytime. The first floor of the world feasted on foot, and I hope that foot doesn't take into account the previous suspicion." Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly figured out the key to this. He was not a coy person, and immediately agreed. "Then I'll be polite. Soon, the people a donkey to the first floor of the world." That young junior saw it from afar and immediately came over, changing his previous attitude. "Guest, you're welcome upstairs. The elegant room upstairs has been prepared long ago." Unconsciously, sweat trickled down from the young junior's forehead as he watched the back of this man and donkey. "I say, Sister Guan, what exactly is this man's background that he would allow the Empress' subordinate golden guard to step in?" The pink-clothed woman snorted lightly. "I've told you, don't look down on people with your dog's eyes, thanks to the fact that you weren't allowed to receive them yesterday, or else you have to offend them. And at that time I'm afraid you won't even have enough to pay for your 10 lives. The young junior smiled awkwardly. Sister Guan is right in her lesson. I'll definitely change. In the elegant room, delicate dishes were placed on the table like pieces of art, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The delicacies of the first floor of the world is not only the enjoyment of taste, but also a visual feast, such as a picture scroll showing in front of you. Each of the specialties is an item of spiritual charm and is worth its weight in gold. Chen Xian took a taste, the fresh seafood jumping on his tongue, the delicate dessert melting in his mouth. Each dish seems to push the limits of the taste buds. "Well, it's true that it's expensive for a reason." The burro nodded approvingly. Changjing, the Imperial Palace, the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The first minister of the cabinet, the second minister stood in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside the large Taihe temple, there was not a single palace maid or eunuch, and it was empty. The only thing that penetrated it was the cool breeze. The two walked into it companionably. Inside the dimly lit palace, there was a figure sprawled on top of the throne like a mess of mud. "Ah!" The figure's mouth emitted an unnameable sound, and gusts of stench filled the palace. Both the first and second auxiliaries were frowning. Ever since His Majesty the Emperor failed in his quest for immortality half a year ago, he has become the ghost he is today. "I'm afraid I don't have long to live. Where in this world can there be true longevity? Even the lifespan of the 9 scenic immortals is limited." "Empress, how is the situation over there?" An old voice rang out. "As usual," the second assistant said. "It's just that with General Xianyuan coming to the capital, the Empress is indeed quite vigilant. The widow will explain this matter to her," the first minister said. The Qintian supervisor said that in less than a month, the Empress will give birth. The atmosphere in the hall felt like it had frozen. The Emperor on the throne said in a deep voice, "All arranged?" "Yes. Go mother leave son." The Emperor sighed softly. "Why would I want to do that? Except that once I die, I'm afraid the world will be surnamed Zhao. Your Majesty is all for the sake of the Xiling world." "I understand." The families behind the first and second auxiliary are both big names in Xiling. Now that the Empress has reformed, supported the scattered cultivators, cracked down on the gate valves, and fostered the commoner clans, the blow to them is fatal. They can't wait for the queen to die. It's just that in the past, the Emperor has always supported the Empress. Fortunately, the Emperor's life is now at stake and understands that if he dies, then the Empress will surely take control of Xiling. Ahem. There you go. The Emperor waved his hand. "Yes, Your Majesty, take care of your dragon body." The Emperor shook his head, knowing full well that he would not have long to live. The first minister and the second minister retired and left, and were walking to the entrance of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Emperor's voice sounded once more, as if he had made some important decision. "Or, it's better for the mother and child to die. Not one of them." "Yes." After the two left, the Emperor looked at the jade pendant in his hand and sighed silently. Back then, when he saw Zhao Ruxue for the first time, he felt that the other party was amazing and swore to marry her. Even though he knew full well that Zhao Ruxue had never loved him and that it was nothing more than a mutual union of interests, it was only because he was the emperor that he could marry Zhao Ruxue, and because he was an emperor, he was doomed to not be able to embark on the path of cultivation, and even if he relied on elixirs to sustain him, his lifespan would only be a few hundred years at most, doomed to not be with each other for the rest of their lives. Another misadventure, a thought that turned him into this ghost. Zhao Ruxue. Zhao Ruxue, he chanted softly. You and I will be together again for the rest of our lives when we get to the ground. I have wronged you in this life, but who made me the emperor? There's no way around it. I can't keep you alive. I can't keep you. Chapter 96, The Undercurrent of the Chongjing, the first building in the world. Both Xuanxiao and Little Donkey had good appetites. There wasn't much left of the delicacies on the table. That was the case. Xuanxiao even had the remaining dishes loaded up. Go back and eat it with rice and vegetable broth or dip it in steamed bread. It's just as delicious. The meal has already been paid for, the woman in pink said. If you find it delicious, you are welcome to come back another time. Xuanxiao nodded. Then you are welcome. It was drizzling outside, and the rain in this Chongjing never ends at once. Some people simply walk down the street without umbrellas and with reckless abandon. It's you. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke out to greet Chen Xian. Chen Xian followed the sound. It was that new minister of war, Zhang Shun, whom he had met earlier on the road. It's you. I didn't expect to meet again here, Zhang Shun said. Chen Xian nodded slightly. What? Recognize, a fellow officer aside said. Zhang Shun said, it's nothing, just someone I met by chance on the road. With a fawning smile on his face, the young junior sent Chen Xian out a long way before turning back. Zhang Shun glanced at that junior in surprise. He naturally knew a thing or two about the reputation of the first building under the sky. How could you be so enthusiastic about that man? Wow dash. Shiling Shitaquan. Lin Meng looked at the huge idol within the Taoist temple and pondered. Master, do you think the old ancestor of the Chaotian temple really ascended to become an immortal? If he became an immortal, where does he live? What if he's lonely with no one to talk to? The old Taoist priest's eyes were tightly closed and he didn't say a word. Long ago, he had gotten used to the problem of his disciples' IQ not being online. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Meng was the princess of Shiling, the real daughter of Empress Zhao Ruxue, the old Taoist priest wouldn't take her as a disciple. From today onwards, you will not leave the Chaotian temple. The old Taoist priest suddenly spoke out. Why? No reason. The old Taoist priest's hand squeezed a spell, and a prohibition was reinforced on his body. Although Chaotian Guan was the state religion of Shiling, it did not interfere in the internal matters of Shiling. That means that no matter who is the emperor, as long as it is still Shiling, Chaotian Guan will not intervene. The old Taoist priest seemed to have known that the struggle within this Shiling had reached its most intense moment. Either you die or I live. If that Zhao Ruxue lost, I'm afraid this only daughter of hers wouldn't be able to survive. For the old Taoist priest, this was after all a disciple who had kowtowed to her and paid proper respects. I can't stand by and watch Lin Manbai die like this. For the next few days, Lin Mang would just have to stay in this Chaotian temple. She had also thought of escaping, but whenever her body left the Chaotian temple, she would be yanked back hard by a pair of large invisible hands. So, it was only depressing to be inside the Taoist temple. On this day, Lin Mang was wandering around the Taoist temple. From a distance, he saw a man and a donkey coming toward the Taoist temple. Lin Meng's eyes lit up as she took a few quick steps and was surprised. It's you, my common friend. Are you here specifically to see me? Unfortunately not. Chen Xian smiled faintly. So what are you doing here? Looking for a friend. But not you. Lin Meng raised a willow eyebrow. Then who are you looking for? Is that old man Red Goddess around? The Red Goddess? You know my master. Lin Meng was surprised. Sort of. Where is he? As he spoke, a Taoist priest had already noticed the situation over here and came over. This fellow Daoist, may I ask what is the reason for coming to my Chaotian temple? Please find the Red Goddess. Looking for my master? The Daoist looked Chen Xian up and down. Dare I ask your name? Or if you have a Daoist name? My Taoist name is Xiang. One moment. Soon the Taoist priest went and returned. Fellow Daoist Xiang, my master has an invitation. Lin Meng curiously looked at Chen Xian's back, knowing his mother consort again and being acquainted with his own master. This person didn't look as if he was simply more than his ordinary friend. Thinking of this, Lin Meng quickly followed. When he came to the hall where the Red Goddess was practicing, Lin Meng was asking Chen Xian how he and mother consort knew each other. Your mother consort didn't tell you? Chen Xian asked. No. Lin Meng shook her head. My very mysterious friend. Just tell me. From ordinary friends to mysterious friends in one fell swoop. You go and copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times. The Red Goddess's voice came from within the hall. Lin Meng was startled. Master, go! Lin Meng gave Chen Xian an aggrieved look and turned around to walk away lost. Chen Xian patted the little donkey's butt, signaling for the little donkey to go ahead and play. Before walking into the hall himself, the Red Goddess turned her back to him, still sitting motionless on the futon. Why are you suddenly idle and come to Chongjing? Chen Xian casually picked up the tangerine offered in the temple and ate it in a dignified manner. Just skulking around. Since I've come to Shiling, How can I not come to Chongjing? Since I came to Chongjing, I naturally came to see you. The Red Goddess spoke in a calm tone. Not purposely here to intervene in the affairs of the Shilin court? It just so happens. Chen Xian had also heard some of the rumors over the past few days, so he knew a bit about the situation today. Right. By the way, I'm looking for a favor from you. Do you have any more of the refined magic money there? The Red Goddess said. What? Chen Xian's gaze looked towards the small donkey outside the temple. Find an innate magic treasure for my newly made good brother. Dharma money is copper money that has been embedded. It can be crafted into a magic weapon to function as a demon remover. There is a magic weapon called Money Sword, which is a weapon made of money. There is also an ornament called Wudi Qian, which is a common and simple magic weapon that can block the evil spirits, prevent villains, drive away demons and evil spirits, and promote wealth. Among them, the Dharma money of Chaotianguan is the most outstanding, the Red Goddess said in a deep voice. Okay, I can give you some, but you have to do me a small favor as well. Say, the Red Goddess opened her eyes in a rare moment, her cloudy orbs turning slightly. Shilin is going to change. Chaotianguan is not good at meddling in this. Zhao Rushue can't die. Chen Xian ate another lychee. What? They really dare to go after the Empress? Maybe. I've heard that the Emperor and Empress are very much in love. Would the Emperor agree to them doing this? What if the whole thing was planned by the Emperor? Chen Xian said carelessly. This girl will always cause trouble. The Red Goddess smiled. Now is not a maiden. Now is the mother of a country. The Imperial Empress who can decide the life and death of countless people with a single move. Chen Xian also sighed with emotion. Yes, it went by so fast. I remember being that tall and a child at that time. And now her child is so big. Chapter 97. It has been raining for half a month in a row in Chongjing. Chen Xian was holding an umbrella and carrying a food box in his hand. Yo, we meet again. Zhang Shan came face to face carrying his youngest son. You live here too? It's no coincidence that we're neighbors. Does Lord Zhang live here too? Zhang Shun sighed. Alas, I don't know how expensive it is when I'm not at home, and I don't know that the prices in the capital are surprisingly high when I don't come to the capital. If it were not for the court succor, I fear that I could not even afford to buy a house with the salary I have earned over the years as an official. Chen Xian said. Lord Zhang is a clean official, which is a blessing for the people. Returning from the Chaotian temple, Chen Xian muttered to himself. This red god fairy is so stingy, coming all the way here and not even treating me to a drink. You still have to cook for yourself. Chen Xian sat in front of the stove, pulling the bellows, making a clear and melodious sound. Smoke rising. The wind is sent along a cylinder made of rolled up iron, under the grate of the stove, to blow the stove to help the fire. Under the blowing of the wind, the fire jumps happily, burning the cool water in the iron pot and heating up the rice in it. Chen Xian recalled an old gentleman's words to him when he was traveling in the Jianghu before. As the saying goes, between heaven and earth, is it like a livestrong? Void and unbending, moving and more out. The general idea is, so is not heaven and earth like a bellows? It is empty but not deflated, and the more it is agitated the more wind there is, and the more it is born. This is also true of cultivation. The small courtyard was only an alleyway away from the main street, and the sounds of pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages outside slowly entered his ears. The plum rain clears up and the summer winds subside. This is the time for emotions and this is the time for days, and there is nothing to do with the little gods. Unfortunately, in the middle of such a good day, it was on the side of Chongjing's darkness. Knock knock. There's a knock on the door outside. The little burro opened the door, and outside stood a rather gallant young man. The queen asked me to bring some specialties from Chongjing, the young man said in a deep voice. Ah. The young man sized up the little burro and walked in. Have all the stuff from the wagon brought in. Chen Xian glanced outward. The young man arched his hand. My name is Prohan Yiyuai Feilin Lang Maolan, by order of the queen to send specialties from Chongjing to the real person. Hard at work. Is there any wine? Yes. Nagakio's famous plum wine. Plum wine is too sweet. I prefer shochu. Maolan said. The empress has specially instructed that the sweetness in the plum wine be removed, and that some additional other ingredients be added. Chen Xian nodded. Thank you. Maolan clasped his fists. I will take my leave. No delivery. Maolan retreated into the alley with a flick of his sleeve. Go! Maolan was neither a great name nor the son of a famous family. He was able to take the identity of a slave, and at a young age, he was promoted to the Prohan Yiyuai Felinlang. Thanks to the political reforms of the current empress, there are many people like Maolan in the court who are die-hard loyalists of the empress. Otherwise, Zhao Rushue wouldn't have sent him to do such a thing. For the next few days, Maolan pinched her time and came to deliver things to Chen Xian. None of them were expensive, but they couldn't be bought anywhere else, and were only abundant in Chongjing. This was very puzzling to Maolan. Let's say that this person's status is expensive, but the Empress Mother sends unusual objects, basically nothing valuable. But to say that this person has little status, the things sent to him these days are all carefully selected for him by the Empress. But although Mao Lan was puzzled, he also knew that to do things in the palace, ask less and do more of this. The distant attic is covered in smoke and rain, sometimes hidden, sometimes appearing, and the eyes are confused. The attic was originally where Princess Lin Meng lived. However, at this moment, Lin Meng was meditating in the Chatian temple. Empress Zhao Ruxue did not return to the palace today to deal with some matters, but her body was suddenly unwell, so he came close to the place where his daughter was staying. And who would have thought that by evening the queen would be a sign that she was going to give birth? The change came unexpectedly. According to the estimation of the Qingyun supervisor, the Empress delivery was already 2 months ahead of schedule. Now it's actually half a month earlier than the time estimated by the Qingyun supervisor again. This Zhao Ruxue, who was known as the White Sword Immortal, came to the weakest moment in her life. The Zhao family's own maid, who had been serving on his left and right, seemed to have realized that something was not right. Immediately sent several ways to notify Changqing at the same time. Jingzhaoyi, the official position of Jingzhaoyi, who ruled the capital, was extremely important, and Changqing's Jingzhaoyin was promoted by Zhao Ruxue, belonging to the Empress's die-hard loyalty. The second team notified Qiu Ben's family to send support quickly. The third group of men went to the capital to mobilize the Golden Guard, and at the same time met with His Majesty. However, the three parties were dispatched, just like muddy cows into the sea, and there was no news at all. The green-clothed maid quickly sent another letter with her flying sword, but once again, she did not receive a reply. Cousin, what's the matter? No reply yet? The other maid, also a child of the Zhao surname, was a close friend of the Empress. At this moment, he was also full of anxiety. No, something happened? The green-clothed maid said in a deep voice. How is the Empress? The Empress is in premature labor and pregnant with a spirit child. The situation is a bit dangerous. The green-clothed maid suddenly gripped her sword tightly, her eyes heavy. The street's verdant stone paths glowed coolly under the rain. On this silent night, a continuous sound of footsteps broke the tranquility of the ancient town. In the rainy night, groups of tiger and leopard riders wearing black masks disguised as Jianghu Hanzi closed in on the attic. The footsteps were getting closer and clearer. In the rainy night, these footsteps were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. As the footsteps approached, the friction sound of the sharp knife slowly drawing out of its sheath also reached people's ears. The sound was like a cold wind, blowing people's eardrums, as if they could foretell that a bloody killing was about to take place. Without a word, these elite troops disguised as jungle hombres walked through the streets, their footsteps echoing in the rainy night. The exuberant chi and blood of the military martial artists vaporized a large amount of rainwater in an area. Cousin, go protect the Empress. The rest of you guard here with me. Yes. The green-clothed attendant took out a golden elixir from her inner ring. A golden elixir that could briefly raise a cultivator's realm to the 6th scenic yuaning stage. It is just that the damage to the cultivator's body is extremely great, and his cultivation is afraid that he will not be able to refine it further in the future. Chapter 98. What goodies have been sent again? Chen Xian asked with a smile. These are fire crystal persimmons from Chongqing, picked fresh yesterday, Mao Lan said. Chen Xian casually picked up one, pinched the handle with one hand, and gently pinched the thin skin with the other hand. Now the bright red gravy, swallowed in the mouth, the juice into the throat. The taste is wonderful. Well, good. Mao Lan is quite depressed. Their own halaprosan Yiyuai Feilin Lang, these days, but it seems to have become a small two in the restaurant running. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave. Mao Lan was vaguely disturbed today and wondered what was wrong. This morning, the left and right 1,000 bull guards of the Golden Guards took a large portion of the Golden Guards to the outskirts of the city, saying that they had to deal with the matter of the ferocious beasts trapping the road. This is a matter that was not under the jurisdiction of the Golden Guardians, but there's an edict with the Empress Phoenix seal. Mao Lan served as a pro-honor Yiyuai Felinlang. The capital's intelligence, everything is under his control. However, since midday, Mao Lan had not heard from the Empress. This kind of thing, though, happens occasionally in normal times. But somehow, Mao Lan always felt wrong today. It's always unsettling not to confirm it in person. Mao Lan walked down the alley and knocked on the door of the next room. Next door lived Zhang Shun, the head of the Ministry of War, and likewise a close confidant of the Empress Dowager. Before long, Mao Lan met Zhang Shun. Elder Zhang, the Empress is visible today. No, but what happened? Mao Lan didn't answer his question and continued. Are there any recent movements in the Ministry of War? What exactly is Lord Mao trying to say? Mao Lan was hesitating to voice his doubts. At this time, the door to the small courtyard was pushed open, and Chen Xian walked out with his umbrella. Geez, that came fast. A friend of mine was just telling me that your queen mother is in trouble. When these words came out, both Malan and Zhang Shun were stunned. What? Malan said eagerly, is the news reliable? When did it happen? It should be reliable. The guy's a solid human being except for being a little stingy. Chen Xian was naturally talking about the red god immortal, who didn't even treat himself to a glass of wine. Senior Zhang also begs you to quickly go to the Ministry of Military Affairs and mobilize its men and women, as well as informing the Zhao family at the same time. You guys split into 2 groups and go outside the city. Tell the left and right 1,000 Bulgards lords that the Empress is in trouble, and tell them to return to the capital immediately. The other group goes back to the Golden Guards and transfers all remaining personnel. Malan quickly reacted and quickly made the appropriate arrangements. Chen Xian looked toward Malan. Can I trust you? Malan was puzzled by this question and frowned. What does the foot mean? Chen Xian said. Some of the people on the road will be troublesome. You need to help me out. I can't strike too many times, but there will be many more of them. I see you're good. How's that? Malan gripped the saber at his waist tightly, looking at the other party with an unusually determined look as he asked rhetorically, can I trust you? Zhang Shun was full of doubts at this moment. He didn't understand how someone he met by chance on the road would know about the Empress, much less how the Empress could suddenly be in trouble. It is just that since it was the Empress mother's close friend Malan who said it, then this matter, whether it is true or false, should be taken seriously. The raindrops hang together like a big net in front of your eyes. The green-clothed maid's hand holding the long sword trembled. These people in front of him were all martial artists honed by life and death on the battlefield, and the weapons in their hands were not ordinary, and the qi and blood surged under their skin like a raging beast. Compared to the carefully cultivated qi practitioners, these martial artists, although short-lived, were indispensable fighting forces in the dynasty. Martial artists are much simpler to cultivate, consume less treasure, and don't need to be nurtured as carefully as qi practitioners. Even if you die, you don't feel sorry for yourself. Occasionally, a strong martial artist can emerge from the bones of 10,000 men and women. The green-clothed maid looked at the corpses at her feet and said in a deep voice, do you people know what the crime of regicide is? You think the court will spare you. The Zhao family will spare you. Being used as a sword in the hands of others and still not realizing it. An elite tiger leopard rider sneered. After tonight, there will be no more Empress Dowager in Shilling. How dare you? Cut the crap. Just when some of the frontmost elite tiger leopard riders were about to swarm up, suddenly, it was like a thunderbolt rising from the ground, exploding in the silent night sky. The original encirclement that was as solid as an iron barrel was actually hardened and torn open. A blurry figure was seen breaking in like a ghost, as if it was in no man's land. Malan held a talismanic sword and killed his way through the many martial artists. The talisman blade in his hand was a talisman treasure refined by the Chao Tianguan. On the occasion of the Empress's birthday, Chao Tianguan offered this talismanic sword and many other treasures to the Empress. The Empress in turn gave this talisman to Malan herself. Malan was stained with a lot of blood, and had encountered no less than 4 interceptions along the way as he killed his way from the south of the city. The tunic had long been tattered beyond recognition, and the broken strips of cloth fluttered about Malan's body like a tattered flag. And at this moment, Malan did not hesitate to tear away all of this broken veneer. As the tunic was torn away, it revealed the soft gold silk armor worn on the inside of the body. The soft armor shimmered with a dazzling golden light, and each gold wire was tightly intertwined, forming a sturdy barrier that protected his body from harm. The glow of the soft armor illuminated the darkness around him, making it impossible to ignore his presence. The Golden Guards are here. How dare you and other petty criminals attack the Empress? Come up if you're not afraid of death. Malan roared, his voice resounding like thunder. The crowd took a slight half-step back, seemingly shocked by the other party's aura. However, the next second in the shadows several more powerful breaths fell on Malan. Malan's pressure multiplied at that moment, and the stone slabs under his feet quickly cracked because of the huge force. Ta-da-da-da. Slight footsteps in the rainy night went unnoticed by anyone. The young man in the green coat followed the path Malan had broken through and walked straight to the door. Then he crossed his legs under the roof and just sat down. Maureen? Some people recognized this cold-faced young man, the guy who had been known as the human slaughterer since his rise as a slave at the border. Relying on his military achievements, he has killed his way to where he is now. What are you afraid of? There's still a way back at this point? Kill! A commander roared lowly. A large number of Jingwei martial artists did not hesitate to swing their butcher knives and rush forward after hearing the order. Even if the reputation is loud and clear, it is still meat under the chaos of the sword. Maureen is young, but that doesn't take away from his strength. Just like Qin Xian back then, there are always some heavenly talents in this world. As the talisman blade swung, pounds of qi and blood gushed out. The runes on the talismanic blade shone with a strange light, intertwining with the gushing chi and blood to form a bizarre and spectacular picture. Chapter 99, State Your Name. Mulan's eyes were cold as he waved his talismanic sword, and the crowd rushing toward him fell in unison like wheat in a field. For a moment blood and flesh flew everywhere. Blood and corpses intertwined. Guts and limbs scattered everywhere, staining the rainwater red. The talismanic sword flickered with a mysterious light, and there was simply no one on the ground. Yet the crowd was still coming at him like a tidal wave. I don't know how long later, Mulan panted as he looked at the enemy in front of him. His afterglow saw that the young man who had accompanied him was pulling out an object wrapped in cloth without slowing down. Chen Xian unwrapped the cloth little by little, revealing the sword embryo inside. It is ancient looking and has no blade. Only the hilt of the sword makes it look very strange. Mulan, it's great to be among the middle three sceneries in your early 20s. Although he took the short path of martial arts, he was able to reopen the path and step into the path of a chi practitioner, with an open road ahead. Now that you are lost, there is still a way to live, and the adults love you enough to allow you to live. The speaker was hiding in the shadows, just in case he didn't meet people with his real face. Mulan coldly grunted, but already knew the identity of the other party and cursed. Old scholar He Xiaodong, if the Empress hadn't opened the imperial examinations back then, you'd still be raising pigs at home. The Empress even lit the lamp for you herself. When you're an official, you don't know how to return the favor. Fish and flesh the people, and go horizontally across the countryside. The Empress is mindful of her kindness back then and will only repatriate you to the countryside. You're a man with no shame, a phallic rat with teeth, a man without stops, and if I were you, I'd hurry up and clip my pussy mouth and get out of here. Mulan cursed a lot in one breath. Being exposed in front of so many people, He Xiaodong, who was hiding in the shadows, was immediately infuriated and his figure exploded away. Kid, you seek death. Mulan violently stabbed forward with his runic blade. Buzz! A flash of sword shadow swept out from He Xiaodong's sleeve, and with a buzzing sound, the flying sword broke through the air. The shadow of the sword, like a nimble dragon, weaved between the water splashes, leaving behind a silver trajectory. The rune blade, on the other hand, was like a ferocious beast, opening its fangs and lunging in its face. The moment the two collided, the crunching sound was as deafening as a thunderclap. Blood immediately flowed from Mulan's tiger's mouth and he retreated several steps. After stopping the sword, the two sides collided once more at an extremely fast speed, emitting a series of noises. Some of the martial artists who were close by were shaken back and forth, blood flowing from their ears. Arrogant! He raised both eyebrows and clamped the talismanic knife in his hand. At the same time, the sword light spun and went straight for Mulan's throat. It was about to end this kid's life right away. In the next instant, the rainwater around them scattered in all directions. He Xiaodong's body suddenly stiffened. Mulan's eyes flashed with surprise, not understanding why the other party suddenly stopped. He didn't think the other man had a clear conscience, though. Mulan reacted quickly and lashed out, thrusting the talismanic knife into his opponent's throat. It was only then that Mulan noticed that He Xiaodong had a tiny red dot on his brow at some point. That red dot was the root cause of his fatality. Mulan froze and subconsciously turned his head to look. Chen Xian was seen tapping on the hilt of his sword and mumbling something under his breath. Mulan looked at the other party in surprise. It was him who made the move. Chen Xian dropped the sword embryo onto the ground, and the sword embryo landed as if it had merged into the land, suddenly disappearing. In the next instant, with Mulan as the center, a brilliant sword light suddenly erupted from a place 10 meters away from his east side. A wail rang out, and a silhouette was shot out from the ground by sword light. It was a man wearing a cloak and mask. Mulan's back was covered in cold sweat, so close to himself. Yet he had never felt this aura. It was only at this moment that he noticed the strength of the man's aura, and I'm afraid that he suddenly struck. One would definitely die by this man's hand. Chen Xian reached out, and the sword embryo returned to his hand. He brought it back across his chest, a frank and discreet gesture, as if he had slept soundly for a few moments and woke up to casually pick up a cup of tea and take a sip. It occurred to Mulan that this man might be strong. After all, he was the one the Empress had specifically instructed to look after. But I didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. He did not know the cultivation level of this masked man. But that old scholar He Xiaodong was not an ordinary cultivator. He is known in Xiling for his cultivation of the vast and profound qi. And his cultivation is profound. But he was killed by the other side with a sword. The 10 or so strong people hiding in the shadows finally noticed something wrong with this person. Some of these 10 or so people were cultivators that the empire had specially trained in the military, and had been secretly transferred into the capital early on for this night's plan. Some of them were the reclusive powerhouses of the Xiling family, and these people had long since stopped asking about things in the family and didn't often show their faces. The cultivation level was also extremely deep, so it was more than appropriate to do this kind of thing. Empress Zhao Rushue's reforms had greatly touched the interests of these great families of theirs, and had formed an undying feud with them. Others are top powerhouses dependent on the royal family. For the sake of this night's action, the plan could be said to be foolproof, transferring the strongest people around Zhao Rushue, because Zhao Rushue herself had a strong cultivation. The sword in her hand, the long snow sword, was incomparably sharp, and few people could block it. So tonight's opportunity is absolutely unique. Just because there are many people doesn't mean they're strong enough, and there are too many people. At this moment, facing the unknown powerhouse, he instantly killed the old scholar He Xiaodong, as well as the masked powerhouse. None of the people hiding in the shadows chose to make the first move, instead hoping that the others would make the first move and test the waters for themselves first. Who are you? Advise your foot to mind your own business. The one who opened his mouth was an elder from the Xiao family, one of the three upper families of the Western Tomb. The old fox was neither prepared to make a move, but felt that he couldn't delay any longer, and that the delay would lead to a change. So the idea was to use words to scare the other person away. Chen Xian faintly said, "Not really idle. The one inside is considered my sister, right? Although it always gives me trouble, but being a big brother can't ignore it." To Chen Xian, Zhao Rushue didn't seem to be some sole bloodline of the Zhao family that carried a blood feud, nor was she the current empress of Xiling, just the one in the depths of my memory, draped in a white robe, standing on a snowy day with a handful of snot and tears crying to myself, "Big brother Xuanxiao, can you cook better? It's so hard to eat, sister?" The crowd was puzzled. With this battle at hand, isn't it clear to you? Foot, do you have to meddle in my Xiling's affairs? Speaking as the chief eunuch of the Xiling Han Pen, driving the Xiling eunuchs for more than 30 years, he knew the small mind of these people. Cold snort in his heart, the breath in his body condensed ready to strike. Everyone knows the strength of this Deacon Han, known as the oldest ancestor of the 100,000 eunuchs, and because he liked to wear a green coat, the people in the court liked to call him Han Qingyi. His power was so overwhelming that onlookers secretly said he was the shadow emperor of Xiling. Seeing Chen Xian's breathlessness, Deacon Han said in a cold voice, "Come, today I'll see how good you can be. Thinking you can hold us off all by yourself, my lords? Let's try him out first. But let me also remind you that no one should think of a way back today. It's now or never." Deacon Han's words gave a wake-up call to the people who each had their own thoughts. Yes, Han Qingyi is right. It's either you or me at this point. Let's not each hide our petty thoughts. Big guys. The remaining few thought deeply. Deacon Han no longer hid his breath. Deacon Han, don't kill nameless people under my command. Report your name. P.S. Hiding here shouldn't be discovered by my co-workers, always reading my novels, making me afraid to write. I want to change my account, and then realized I don't have another account. And the other one was dismissed as a pervert for writing novels with colors. So that's all that's left. I'm quite sorry for everyone. In short, a word thank you for supporting the author for so long. The author will update seriously in the future. Lastly, I'm begging for a 5-star review. Chapter 100. Changjing. The rainwater on the periphery of the attic, as if disturbed by some invisible force, began to become as dance-like as it beckoned to tilt. They jumped and twisted as if in a mysterious conversation with unseen forces. The path of the rain no longer descended in a straight line, but showed bizarre curves and arcs that seemed to follow some mysterious pattern. In this marvelous scene, several fluctuations that no one could see or even detect began to coalesce in the aura of heaven and earth. These fluctuations were like invisible tentacles, silently reaching out to the surroundings. Their presence could not be detected by the naked eye, but the faint shock they brought could be felt. It was as if the mysterious forces of the universe were weaving an invisible net around the periphery of the attic, enveloping everything in it. This was an aptitude that Deacon Han was proud of. 100 rivers converge, noiselessly. Even the more than 10 strong people who were hidden in the shadows did not notice until the time when the avatar was formed. It's like a spider weaving a web. The Xiao family elder thought to himself, Han Qingyi's divine ability is really not simple. To come up here and use a divine ability. It looks like Han Qingyi has also sensed something unusual about this person. Others were secretly staggered. It is said that Han Qingyi has no rivals in the middle 3 scenes. And now it seems that this statement is true. Report your name. Deacon Han said in a cold voice. Han Qingyi. Do not kill nameless ghosts under my command. My name is Li. My name is Xuanxiao. And my Taoist name is Ziyang. Li, Xuanxiao? Han Deacon was about to do it, but suddenly froze. He quickly smacked the meaning of those 3 words. Not only him, but also the 10 or so strong people in the dark were also stunned. Who? Deacon Han cupped his hands together and was slow to make his next move. His eyelids fluttered lightly. It was at this time that he remembered that Empress Dowager and Chen Xian did have a few moments of affection when they were young. Murphy. Deacon Han frowned. staring at the airy, green-clothed man sitting under the eaves of the room. He had indeed seen Chen Xian from afar many years ago, only that his memory had long been somewhat blurred. The other party's appearance really did bear some resemblance to the vague person in his memory, who, the hearts of the people, including the Xiao family elder, were shocked beyond measure. Chen Xian. Chen Xian gently stroked the sword embryo. I wonder if Mr. Li is considered a nobody in Han Qingyi's opinion. Deacon Han's face was so grave that it seemed as if he could wring water out of it, and his mind was racing. Outsiders say that Han Qingyi, the Shadow Emperor of Xiling, is arrogant and domineering, with extremely cruel methods, but only very few people knew that the head of these 100,000 eunuchs was loyal to the Xiling royal family. In Deacon Han's opinion, if he didn't have this layer of identity, the arrow was on the string. Even if he were to strike a stone with an egg, he would still have to fight that Chen Xian and die without regret. But if it was really Chen Xian, how could the Xiling royal family afford to offend him? Buzz off! Malan felt the sharp water droplets leaving tiny openings on his body, and the gold silk soft armor that was originally invulnerable to swords and spears and could not be broken by magic treasures was easily cut through by the breath contained in that water droplet. Han Qingyi really lived up to his name, and he already felt a great deal of pressure even before they exchanged blows. Han Deacon's pen said in a condensed voice, "Realistly, why do you need to intervene in my Xiling's affairs? How about leaving here? The reason has been explained to the footman, so how about you all just leave? There is nothing more to talk about. Either they back away from here today and abandon the program, otherwise, they would only be able to break through Chen Xian's barrier." After a brief moment of hesitation, Deacon Han vaguely recited a certain magic word under his breath and withdrew the divine ability that was originally poised to be launched. He can't make the call on something this big. There were already people in the dark who had quickly entered the palace, and the palace was in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Several important ministers who were loyal to the royal family, as well as 2 offerings, and the heads of 2 of the upper 3 families, Xiao and Zhou, were all here. The forbidden guards in soft armor hurriedly came and informed of the situation at hand. Li, Xuanxiao. Several people were shocked and glanced at each other. The second assistant waved a wisp of his beard. These days, the Empress did let Malan of the Golden Guard to look after a person. And the Empress even personally picked out many objects of her choice. It's just that it's all specialties of Chongqing, date cakes, plum wine and whatnot. I then didn't care. Hearing him say that, several people couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. If they chose any rare treasures for the other party, they would in turn not care. Rather, these unusual things are reminiscent of ordinary people have money these things can also buy. Where to let the queen personally selected. That Chen Xian naturally does not look at Xiling's magic treasures, talismanic weapons. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. How does a guy who guards a mountain of gold bend down to pick up golden peas off the ground? Is it really Chen Xian? The Zhou family head frowned. How did Chen Xian come to Xiling? A green-robed old man snorted coldly. Humph. So what if Chen Xian? This is Xiling. A strong dragon still can't suppress a snake in the ground. The green-robed old man was one of the highest-ranking offerings in the Western Tomb, and had already served 3 emperors in succession. Unlike the green-robed old man's tough attitude, the remaining few people could not help but hesitate in their hearts. The Xiao family head hesitated and said, "Rumor has it that Chen Xian was kicked out of the mountain sect by the Qingyun Sect. I wonder if it's true or not." "If it's true," another donor said disdainfully, "could the key to this matter be the Qingyun Sect? Chen Xian isn't much more terrifying than that Qingyun Sect. Rumor has it that Chen Xian's cultivation is still wasted, so who knows if it's true or not. Just go and try it." At that moment, the chief minister, who had been silent, said quietly. At these words, the crowd fell silent. As the old saying goes, ignorance is not a good thing. In the cultivation world, the stronger the strength, the less likely they would be to make a move. It rains when the sky is wild, and it wreaks havoc when the people are wild. What's more, having reached this realm, they all deeply understood that cultivation was not easy. Who would want to cut off their path to immortality and let their cultivation go down the drain just because of certain things? It would have been fine if it was someone else, but it was that Chen Xian, the cultivator of the lower 3 sceneries. Facing Chen Xian dared to slash, without hesitation, with his sword out. Because they're young, they're just looking for a quick fix, and they barely bother to calculate the consequences. Hence the term rash. After a long moment of silence, the chief confessor spoke faintly. He, Deacon Han, was a dog by the late imperial master's side back then, and now it's time for him, the dog, to fight for the royal family. So let him give it a try. Chapter 101, above the first line. Han Deacon raised his head and looked at the rain. Raindrops the size of soybeans fell from the sky. Deacon Han's real name is not Deacon Han. His last name is just Han. The real name himself did not know that the late emperor's master was within the royal residence. He's nothing but a urinal-wiping lackey. It was only when the late emperor's master took pity on him that he went to the late emperor's master's side to serve him closely. The late emperor's hands have broken all the meridians, so he can't lift his pen. Han Biaopen then on behalf of the late emperor master pen. Over time there will be Han Biaopen's name. Then the late lord went. Han Jiwen had guarded the late emperor's tomb for 10 years, and was also a loyal man. It is just that during the period when Han was in charge of the eunuchs, he loved money and was bloodthirsty and good at killing, so his reputation was extremely bad. Humph. Deacon Han snorted coldly. These assholes didn't dare to make a move, so they let themselves take the lead and probe the other side. Deacon Han knew that these people were using him as a sword, but he had to do it for the sake of the royal family. Once the opportunity was lost today and that Zhao Rushue was allowed to react quickly, there would be no turning back. Over the years, the forces gathered around Zhao Rushue were also not to be underestimated. It's been a lot of work for this opportunity today. An opportunity like this never comes along. He took a step forward and cast the divine ability that was originally hidden in his surroundings once again. I've heard that Zenith Li's cultivation is profound, so I don't think we'll take the liberty to ask for some lessons. Chen Xian knows not to look at the other party's words politely, but when it comes to moving their hands, the other party is not polite at all. In the dark, more than 10 auras were either east or west, or floating in the clouds. All of them were dumbfounded. Although he didn't make a move for the time being, it was just because he was afraid of his name. If Chen Xian showed the slightest bit of cowering or was unable to defeat that Han Deacon, they would swarm him in an instant and tear him to pieces. Retreat behind me, Chen Xian said to Maolan. Maolan hurriedly pulled the green-clothed attendant to retreat behind Chen Xian. Han Jiwen claimed to be unrivaled within the middle 3 scenes, and in the early years, he even relied on his innate aptitude 100 Chuan Huiyu. Even more so, he crossed the border to kill a 7 scenic cultivator. Countless cold air currents wrapped along the rainwater like maggots in the Tarsus, interacting with the surrounding aura and creating a marvelous resonance, as if it was the tiniest sound in the universe. Yet it was able to cause an uproar in the depths of the cultivator's sea of consciousness. In this silent rainy night, this fluctuation began to slowly converge, gradually forming a huge energy field. The aura in the energy field was constantly surging and condensing, as if it was breeding something. The same 6 scenes, A.O. Chun, who possessed a true dragon bloodline, was completely inadequate in the other party's hands. This is the gap. The same realm is also divided into strong and weak, and very often is the difference between heaven and earth. Chen Xian gently exhaled a breath, and it seemed as if white sword chi coalesced above the sword embryo to form the sword body. Deacon Han could sense that Chen Xian's realm today was only stuck at 6th Jing, and his aura was even weaker than that of an ordinary 6th Jing cultivator, not to mention comparing it to myself. However, he did not underestimate Chen Xian because of this. On the battlefield, hubris is the greatest enemy, not to mention the one facing Chen Xian. Who knew if the other party had intentionally suppressed their realm because they didn't draw attention to themselves, as Han Deacon's divine ability was no more than a few inches away from Chen Xian. Chen Xian's figure did not move as he straightened his line and handed out a sword. A majestic sword chi, like a torrent, rushed on. Just one sword seemed to have set up a small heaven and earth sword formation in the surroundings. In an instant, Deacon Han's figure swept out more than 10 feet away. Above a line, the sword light shone like a blazing sun. Looking again, that Han's physical body had been completely destroyed by the sword chi, leaving only his head to fall in the rain. This Han Qingyi, who claimed to be invincible in the middle 3 scenes, the leader of the 100,000 eunuchs, flashed a final light in his eyes and his lips quirked in his last moments before he died. The late Emperor, Wei, I'm sorry. It seemed as if time stood still for a moment around them, but time doesn't really stand still. One move killed Han Qingyi. The result was expected, yet still shocking. The 10 or so breaths hidden in the dark suddenly disappeared in the next moment, also fleeing in all directions, not daring to stay a moment longer. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a few people had a grave expression on their faces, and they knew the outcome at the same time that Deacon Han was killed. What kind of cultivation? I can't tell, but this sword must be reserved. His cultivation is not crippled? There are still 3,000 nails in a broken ship, against you and me. So what if my cultivation is ruined? The Zhou family head said mockingly. The green-robed offering said in a deep voice. The protectorate formation in Chongjing can suppress cultivator realms. Although His Majesty's life is at stake, he is still able to manipulate the golden armor divine soldier. We have combined our efforts to surround and kill. That Chen Xian is nothing more than a paper tiger. He must have been physically injured. Otherwise there would never have been rumors of his cultivation being nullified. The green-robed confessor swept a glance at a few people. How? Several people looked at each other. After a long time, the Zhou family head took the lead and stood up, arching his hand towards the crowd. then turned around and walked out of the Taiha temple. Subsequently, the Xiao family had also got up and left without saying a word. Just kidding. His own family has been around for thousands of years. Is it necessary to take that risk? That the queen reforms, and they still have a way to live, but it is a less comfortable life. But if you really want to join forces to surround Chen Xian, both the cost and the consequences are more than they can afford. Leaving aside the question of whether or not it would succeed, Chen Xian had made an unparalleled achievement. If we kill him, how will we explain it when it gets out? What's more, there are many people who have been favored by Chen Xian, and how many hermits and great powers are his closest friends? Not to mention the distant past. Yan Qing, the emperor of that great Yi, had a very close relationship with Chen Xian. Great Yi is now a powerful nation and wants to move north to engulf Xiling. Was worried that there was no excuse to go to war. A bunch of cowards. The green-clothed confessor roared angrily. The great cause of Xiling will be ruined in the hands of people like you. The Zhou family head and the Xiao family head left the palace together, muttering in their hearts, "You're not a coward? Go ahead and bet yourself that his cultivation will be ruined." Chen Xian slowly rewrapped the sword embryo in a cloth before placing it in his arms. The sword embryo couldn't be included in a nascent ring or storage bag, so there was some trouble keeping it. The 10 or so strong men left, but the army disguised as Jianghu Hans in the rain didn't disperse. They only followed General Xuan Yuan's orders, and these people tended to be more effective at times than the life-thirsty chi practitioners. Only, they didn't kill them immediately either, and the officer's face held a few confused looks, not understanding why he hadn't given the order yet. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves came from the street. Ta-da! Chapter 102, The Sky Clears Up in Chongqing. Hurry! Hurry! Zhang Shun's voice suddenly rang out. This new chief of the Ministry of War, with the edict in his hand, shouted, "Nobody move! Nobody move! Violators will be killed." A large group of troops from the Ministry of War quickly surrounded this place, and the icy cold Shin crossbows were aimed at these tiger and leopard riders who were dressed up as Jianghu Hans. At the same time, the golden guards outside the city hastily withdrew from outside the city. How is it? How is it? Is the Empress Mother unharmed? Zhang Shun asked hurriedly. Malan nodded and looked inside the attic before pulling his gaze back. Thanks to Really, after delivering specialties from Chongqing for so many consecutive days, how could one not expect that this person would be the famous Chen Xian? Molan's mood was extremely complicated at this time. Chen Xian forced a smile and tried to stand up, but there was hardly any strength in his body. Taking the life of that unrivaled Han Deacon who was known to be unrivaled in the middle three realms with a single sword was not a very easy thing for Chen Xian nowadays. Deacon Han's senses hadn't been wrong. Chen Xian's cultivation level today hovered around 6 Jing at most. Not to mention that it was still in a situation where the Qi Si Snow Mountain was destroyed, and there were no roots or bones in the body, and the meridians were broken. Although the meridians were being repaired with the help of the demonic soul, it would take a long time. Fortunately, it was a heavenly talent, and even more fortunate to have this yet-to-be-formed sword embryo in his hands today. Chen Xian understood that he couldn't show half a bit of cowardice, and even more so, he couldn't strike out too much to let those old guys from Xiling see the cracks. Chen Xian scratched his head. It's so tiring to kill people, it's better to sleep. After another moment's reprieve, he managed to stand up, supporting his weak legs. Bam! Chen Xian pulled out another object from his pocket, a rattle, and handed it to Maolan. Take the trouble to give it to your queen mother for me, a gift for her child. Maureen took the rattle. Chen Xian put his hand to his mouth and gave a loud whistle. A short while later, a large gray and white donkey came bumbling along wagging its tail. Chen Xian sat on the burro. Let's go. Zhang Shan looked at Chen Xian's back and said to Maolan, Lord Mao, what is going on? More on that later. As the night deepened, Chen Xian returned home, bracing his body to eat a pot of scallion noodles and 2 pieces of steamed cake in a strong manner. That's when he laid down on the bed and fell asleep. After last night's battle, I'm afraid Chongqing won't be peaceful for a few days. Chen Xian knew that he was about to witness history once again as he sat in the tea house on the long street, listening to all sorts of whispers. Xiao'er poured him a cup of tea. 2 days later, the emperor of Xiling fell ill and died in the palace. The queen's newborn son succeeded to the throne, and because the son was young, the queen was in charge of the entire court. Several of the emperor's adult royal sons were controlled as much as possible. Tension pervaded Chongqing, and the sound of horses' hooves constantly echoed through the city. Soldiers frequently traveled between the streets, their faces tense and their weapons in hand, as if foreshadowing an impending war. As night falls, the cold wind whistles past, wrapped in the heaviness and sadness of the years. In this dark night, from time to time, a human head fell to the ground. Blood splattered on the cold ground, like a blooming flower, piercing and bizarre. Buzz dash. The burro's eyes were fixed on the mana money floating in the air. Its eyes revealed a sense of determination and longing. As if in this instant, the entire world was left with only this magic money and its eyes. Pulled by some force in the air, the mana money left a line of trajectory in mid-air. Shortly thereafter, the fiat money made a shuddering sound and lost all control and fell to the ground. The burro suddenly seemed to shrivel up and his ears drooped. Without lifting his head, Chen Xian said, "Practice well. To refine a magic treasure, the unity of mind and spirit is not an easy task." The little donkey purred. Chen Xian's gaze fell outside the window. It finally stopped raining in Chongqing and the sky cleared up. The chaos belonging to Chongqing is gradually subsiding. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. These days had also seen Chongqing through. It seemed like it was time to leave. Green Cloud Sect, back mountain. Above the lake, the bodies of the 4 law enforcement hall disciples froze in place. The Sea of Qi Snow Mountain was sealed, and the breath no longer flowed in the meridians. A thin layer of ice crystals covered their bodies, but it blocked all their movements. Next to the lake, 3 other disciples were surrounding one person. That person was no one else but the disciple of Tong Tian Peak, Chen 14. The 3 of them each cast a spell. Several talismanic swords crossed the air, as if they were soldiers poised for battle, surging towards Chen 14 the moment they heard the horn. One person sacrificed a magic rope, and the rope suddenly stretched to a length of tens of feet and wrapped away. The other person's technique was such a stroke from top to bottom that there was a sudden and bright falling thunder from the sky. Chen 14, who was at the center of the attack, made a sword point with one hand and attached it to his back. In the next instant, there was a clang and a dragon's roar. Chen Xiv's body was immediately enveloped by green-colored swordlight, and it seemed as if a radiant immortal sword could be seen being offered up in a vague manner. However, there was no solid body of the sword, and the green light flickered as if a green dragon was hovering around Chen Xiv's body. A few moments later, the 3 were defeated. Snap! The second elder couldn't help but applaud, his face beaming with joy. Not bad, not bad. In just half a year, you've mastered the Qingping immortal sword. Although the Qingping sword is slightly inferior to the Qingyun Sect's town treasure, the Qingyun sword, it is also an immortal sword of extremely high grade. Rumor had it that the Qingping sword was an immortal sword that the old ancestor of the Qingyun sect had found in the middle of a long river. This sword floats above the horizontal surface, hosts the flowing waves, and follows the wind to mo tilt. Come and go, let nature take its course. A bit of verdure dissolved in the undulation, and because of the shape of a mountain waterfall, the Yangtze River, although the ups and downs, but no interruption of the signs of stagnation. The Qingping sword named after this. In just half a year, Chen 14 was able to switch out his sword intent without sacrificing his Qingping sword. It was worthy of being a heavenly pride second only to Chen Xian. The second elder said, "You will definitely win the top spot in this Dragon Gate assembly." Chen 14 arched his hand and said, "Many thanks to the elder for cultivating him." The Dragon Gate assembly was a great event for cultivators. Originally, it was the Qingyun sect and a few closely connected sects that gathered to compare cultivation levels, discuss the Tao, and talk about the next cooperation. Later on, the Dragon Gate assembly slowly expanded, and some other sects also participated. Then later on, some casual practitioners would also participate. By now, it has become one of the biggest events in the central state. For those who won the top spot, receiving a reward was secondary. The most important thing was to be able to make a name for the clan and themselves. The second elder said, "The Dragon Gate assembly is still 3 months away, and someone has come to report that there are signs of revival in the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm in the northeastern part of Xiling. Before the Dragon Gate assembly, I'll have a few disciples accompany you on a trip to the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm. One is to have some experience, and the other is to gain some more benefits for the clan and brush up on your merits, so that when the time comes, they won't say anything because the Qingping sword lets you use it." Yes. Chapter 103, Guanghun Sect. How's it going, junior brother? Chen 14 had just returned to Tongtian Peak. Senior sister Ningying then took his arm with a smile on her face. "The second elder values you. Even the Qingping sword has been given to you. In a short while your cultivation is going to surpass senior sister's. Senior sister is afraid that she won't be able to beat you." Ningying was currently at the early stage of the 6th Jing, while Chen 14 was at the peak of the 5th Jing. Chen 14 smiled faintly. A senior sister is always a senior sister. In fact, Chen 14 wanted to say that even now, Ningying wouldn't be his opponent. The Qingping sword was in his hand, along with Chen Xiv's own talent and strength. Even if they were separated by a realm, Chen 14 was certain that he could defeat Ningying. "By the way, Junior Brother Sword Pavilion has a mission. How about you and I carry it out together?" Ningying said. "No, the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm is about to open, and the second elder asked me to go to the Mystic Realm for some training." "Oh," Ningying's eyes lit up. "Then it's just as well I'll go with you. Senior sister will escort you. Others don't have this treatment." Chen 14 smiled and kept quiet. It wasn't that he didn't know what senior sister Ningying had in mind. He had heard people say that when Chen Xian gained power, Ningying followed behind Chen Xian like a follower, calling out to senior brotherly in every breath. When Chen Xian was later scrapped, Ningying immediately cut herself off from the other party. Now that he saw that his cultivation talent was outstanding, he flattered himself again. Oh, yeah, Chen 14 rather despised this kind of person. Compared to Ningying, one's own senior sister, Mo Zhu, didn't know how many times better. Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Ningying immediately pouted. What? You're not willing? No. Since senior sister wants to go, then let's go together. Ningying spread a smile that was just right. Good. Then it's a deal. After the two agreed, Ningying left. Chen 14 looked at Ningying's back and shook his head with a cold smile. When he came to the place where senior sister Ma Zhu lived, he didn't see the other party's figure. Ever since he had been injured by Qin Xian's strand of sword qi, senior sister Ma Zhu seemed to be avoiding herself both intentionally and unintentionally. Could it be that his peeking at the letter and teaming up with the second elder to ambush Qin Xian were all known to senior sister? Chen 14 clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with a hint of loss as he opened his mouth. Senior sister, tomorrow I'm going to the Purple Cloud Mysterious Realm, and I might not be able to return for a few days, so I've come to say goodbye to senior sister. There's no echo. After waiting for a few more moments, Chen 14 had no choice but to turn around and leave. The western tomb. Clatter. The oars cut across the river, leaving a long trail of water. The river water is crystal clear. The fish are swimming happily, and the trees along the river are lush, giving it a peaceful and mysterious feeling. Chen Xian stared at the fish in the river and narrowed his eyes slightly. For another moment, he flicked his wrist. A bright silver line then cuts out in the sunlight and a large mackerel lands on the boat. The boatman laughed. Goo, but a good fish catcher. How many fish have you caught in this short while? Chen Xian glanced at the fish baskets, which were already filled with large and small fish. The boatman said, I've got some home-brewed soy sauce here. The fish soup stew is so flavorful. When Chen Xian heard the boatman say this, he rolled up his sleeves and picked a medium-sized bluegill, and simply processed it and put it in the boat's earthen pot to prepare fish soup. When the water was hot, poured some of the boatman's boasted great sauce into it. He also took out chili peppers and other seasonings from his nascent sack to make the fish soup even more delicious. It didn't take long for the scent to waft out. Well, the boatman didn't brag. Chen Xian nodded. The boatman laughed. This sauce in my house is a craft passed down from my grandfather's generation. Chen Xian took a bite of fish and placed it in his mouth. The meat of the fish is already tender, and the flavor is enhanced by being infused in the sauce. Chen Xian paired it with some more refreshing vegetables, which added a bit more crispness to the flavor. So he gave the boatman a bowl. How's that? The boatman nodded approvingly. Not bad. In one gulp, he ate the whole big bowl with soup and meat. Chen Xian and the sauce on the basis of the addition of some. Ordinary people rarely used seasoning products. The flavor is naturally more delicious. How do you do it? With a flick of Chen Xian's hand, several exquisite vials appeared on the small table. Smiling, how about trading these seasoning items with the boatman for the recipe for the great sauce? The boatman said bashfully, what exchange or not? It's not something valuable. You want me to tell you just. Chen Xian was still in the boundaries of Shilin now, only that he had left Chongjing. He had heard that the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm was about to open, so how could he miss such a sight? Drop by the secret world and see if you can find the object of your choice. The Purple Cloud Mysterious Realm, named for the purple clouds that always filled the sky above it, was rich in spiritual herbs and spiritual minerals, but it was also coiled with many ferocious demonic beasts. Chen Xian and the donkey sat squatting at the stern of the boat, gulping down the fish while looking at the blue waves rippling on the river like a huge green emerald. Flowers fill the islet, wine fills the OU, and freedom is found in the waves of 10,000 hectares. One fish was obviously not enough, so Chen Xian stewed two more. Then, while gorging on the delicious fish, at the place where the water and the sky meet, a painted boat came slowly, as if it were a fairy boat sailing out of a fairyland. The painted boat was decorated with lanterns. The top was painted with yellow lacquer, and the pillars of the boat were carved with beams and painted with phoenixes, which made it look particularly gorgeous. The women on the boat all covered their faces with light veils and war robes, as beautiful as fairies descending from the earth. At the end of the boat, there is even a beautiful singing girl playing the piano. The sound of the piano is melodious, as if the music of the sky. People are intoxicated. The people of the Guanghan sect. The Guanghan sect was famous for being full of female cultivators, although it was not considered a top sect. However, its women cultivators often go down the mountain to seek Taoist couples that can be dual cultivated, so there are quite a few loose cultivators boarding the door of the Guanghan sect, just to find a Taoist couple. The Guanghan sect wasn't really close to Shilin, and this time, so many people came at once, The probability was that they were here for the purple cloud mystic realm. Yo, this man is quite handsome. The woman cultivator looked towards Xuanxiao with peach blossom eyes. It was the first time for the boatman to see so many women in revealing clothes, so he couldn't help but blush and burn, and his eyes would have been squinted together by the sea breeze. At the moment, it was staring round. So beautiful. Each one is like a heavenly fairy. Fellow Daoist is also going to that purple cloud mystic realm? Why don't we travel together? How boring this journey is. With our sisters accompanying us. Accompanying fellow Daoist to relieve your boredom. That's it. Several people were talking, and two of the women even intentionally unbuckled their shoulder straps, revealing fresh, jade-smooth shoulders that made people salivate. The boatman swallowed furiously, and without looking the oars nearly fell into the river. What's this for? Is that how city people play these days? Xuanxiao smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Daoists, only then I won't bother. The boatman's eyes widened as he turned his head to look at Xuanxiao, thinking to himself, you can even put up with this. It's close to shouting he doesn't want me. P.S. 4 more. Extra for 5 stars, asterisk. Chapter 104, Purple Cloud Secret Realm. These women are all cultivators? After the Guanhan Sect's boat sailed away, the boatman couldn't wait to ask. Xuanxiao nodded. The boatman swallowed. One is a handsome-looking man. Xuanxiao laughed. Pretty? I think it's just average. Rouge and vulgar. You haven't seen anything prettier yet. The boatman did not believe it, thinking that the other party was deliberately boasting. Half a day later, the boat arrived at the river. Xuanxiao said goodbye to the boatman and put the recipe for the sauce into his nascent sacred ring, leading the little donkey straight to the place where the aura converged most obviously. There are countless treasures and secrets hidden in that mysterious realm. Every time a secret realm was revealed, it would attract forces from all sides to fight for it, and they would pay any price for it. So, there were always passing cultivators along the way. There were casual cultivators, and there were also groups of cultivators wearing uniform clothing, which looked like they should be disciples of clans, or sects. Xuanxiao wasn't afraid of missing out on the opening of that secret realm, and leisurely made his way through the forest. The little donkey's hooves croaked to the ground. Little donkey cultivation faster. To the peak of the 3 scenes, will be able to morph into a human language. Hey, by the way, are you a male or a female? Male and female? Ah. The little burro barked. What do you want to do? Purple Cloud Secret Realm. The entrance to the secret realm wouldn't have a fixed place, but it would be in this area and there would be no mistake. So there were quite a few cultivators who purposely brought with them a physiognomist who practiced the secret art of feng shui, or a cultivator who had practiced the secret art of feng shui. Strive to be the first to discover the entrance to the secret realm. By entering the secret realm first, one would be able to take the initiative, and no one wanted to be left behind. At this time, the Twin Mountains located in the northeastern part of Xiling. The Twin Mountains are divided into 2, one high and one low and wide, adjacent to each other, as if they were a pair of brothers, hence the name Twin. At this moment, the Twin Mountains, which usually saw no people, were full of cultivators. Some cultivators were walking in the mountains. Some had already found their preferred location and were waiting for the secret realm to open. Those who were a little smarter used the art of flying lift and floated in mid-air, waiting for movement from below. Once the secret world opens, make sure you can be the first to find out. It's just that the forest is full of birds. Some cultivators have grievances with each other, and now that they have met here, they put a few harsh words to each other in consideration of the overall situation, and then they no longer take care of each other. After all, what was more important now was to enter the secret realm and seek the treasures. Some of them got so emotional that they hit each other hard. Fabulous treasures were thrown about and streamed in. The rest of the group was on the sidelines to talk it out. Some cultivators know each other. It is inevitable to say hello and exchange pleasantries. All in all, a nice hot scene. Xuanxiao found a position against a boulder and sat down, carefully sensing the unique aura of this place. There are also grades and attributes of auras. For example, the 5 elements of essence, the essence of the sun and the moon, and the corpse chi and death chi, etc. There are clear and turbid, and there are differences in strength and weakness. Cave Heavenly Blessed Land is a high-quality cultivation place where spiritual chi gathers, and the next best thing is the spiritual chi in the secret realm, which helps cultivators to rapidly improve their cultivation. The secret realm of this place was about to open, so the auras were converging, and being able to sense the aura, the speed at which it is absorbed, and the quality of it varies from person to person. Some people will not be able to appreciate the difference in the aura. To put it in layman's terms, wild boars can't eat fine chaff. Just as Xuanxiao had a number of cultivators also gathering at this place, a familiar voice came from the side. Fellow Daoist, we meet again. It was the female cultivator from the Guanhan sect from before. Xuanxiao nodded. Seeing that the other party was like this on her own, the female cultivator stopped pestering her and turned to strike up a conversation with another cultivator. Ningning looked at the cultivators below. Junior brother, we're here. So many people. Chen 14 carelessly swept a glance without the slightest care, not putting these people in his eyes at all. There were several other people traveling with Chen 14, all of which were disciples that the second elder had specially dispatched to come and escort Chen 14. Soon enough, someone recognized the logo of the Green Cloud Sect. In the last few years, Chen 14 has been in full swing. Several times he participated in the tournament and won the top spot in the younger generation. There have been a number of people who have known him since. So it's fellow Daoist Chen of the Green Cloud Sect. Fellow Daoist Ning, I'm polite. Farewell, Elder Zhao. The visitor's name was Zhao Wu, was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, with a cultivation of peak 5 Jing. This time, he came to the secret realm and brought several disciples from the Heavenly Saber Sect with him. According to the rules of the cultivation world, 5 Jing would be enough to open a mountain and establish a gate, and only when you reach the 6th king can you start a sect. Zhao Wu looked at Chen 14 in surprise. Fellow Daoist Chen. Fellow Daoist Chen's cultivation has reached the peak of the 5 Jing. He remembered that the last time he saw Chen 14 was a few months ago, and at that time, Chen Xiv's cultivation was still below his own. In just a few short months, he had already risen to the peak of the 5 scenarios. Chen 14 smiled faintly. Senior Zhao has a good eye. The corner of Zhao Wu's mouth twitched slightly. He had worked hard all his life. Now there is no hope for the road ahead, and it is only now that we have managed to reach the 5 views. And the other party was only in his 20s and had already stepped into this realm. Scary as hell. Fellow Daoist Chen has an unlimited future. It's beyond our reach. I'm really envious when I see it. Ningning laughed. My family's youngest senior brother has extraordinary talent. There aren't many people in this world. Senior Zhao doesn't need to be bothered by this. What's the old saying? People get killed and goods get thrown away. Zhao Wu laughed awkwardly. Yes, extremely. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Chen. Fellow Daoist Chen, the future is boundless. The rest of the cultivators came to greet him at this time. It was well known that the Green Cloud Sect was the leader of the world's righteous path, cultivating to the peak of the 5 Jing at such a young age. This kind of character will surely be a famous person in the future. There's no harm in mixing it up in any way while it's still up and running. Chen Xiv's ambition was high, and with a light smile on his face, he returned the salutes one by one. Guanhanzong has met fellow Daoist Chen. A touch of darkness floats in. Ningning detected the hostility and secretly glared at that Guanhan sect female cultivator. The female cultivator pursed her lips and smiled. How is it that this Taoist friend is so hostile to my slave when we first meet? Vixen, stay away from my senior brother, Ningning said. Yo, it's not like I said I was going to rob him. Look at you being impatient like that. The surrounding cultivators laughed darkly. Chen 14 was blissfully unconcerned about the quarrel between the two of them, and the way the people around him looked at him caused him to feel nothing other than some inner pride. In his opinion, these people were nothing but mediocre and insignificant to his own recognition. Just then, he saw that the distant cultivators were all converging on a single place, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. Chapter 105, You've worked hard. Mr. Li. Chen Xian. Who? Chen Xian. Hurry, Chen Xian is coming. More cultivators gathered over, talking and looking curiously, wondering what was going on. What's going on? What happened? The secret realm opened. A casual cultivator pulled a person in and asked impatiently. I think I heard that it was Chen Xian who came. Li, Chen Xian? The Chen Xian from the Green Cloud Sect? Exactly. Go and see it quickly. A group of cultivators clattered and converged in a certain direction from all directions, quickly attracting more cultivators, all subconsciously assuming that the secret realm had opened. Even if it's not a secret place, it's still a great place to go. Not too long ago, beside the boulder, Chen Xian looked around at the stream of people gathering over and smiled helplessly and bitterly. OMG, how did it come to this? The cause of the matter still had to start from half an incense stick ago. Half an incense stick ago, Chen Xian was sensing the changes in the spiritual rhythms of this place beside the boulder. Suddenly, an extremely loud voice caught his attention. Not only him, but even the gazes of the other surrounding cultivators looked over. Mr. Li. It's Mr. Li. It was a rather fat-looking man with round eyes, shouting at the top of his voice. The Hanyo's name was Guli, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect is well versed in the art of medicine. The Divine Known Sect master had been taught earlier in his life by following the ghost hand divine physician Li Yong'an, and had been saved twice by Chen Xian while traveling the rivers and lakes. This sect master was also a person who knew how to repay kindness and went back and created the Qingyun Sect. Then he had two huge stone statues carved, one of Li Yong'an and one of Chen Xian. Of course, The idea of using these two names to make a name for themselves while deterring other forces was not ruled out. All Qingyun Sect disciples had to worship the stone statues of Li Yongyan and Chen Xian in addition to their masters before entering the sect. After initiation, there is also a great worship in the clan every 5 years. Make a holy cow of it. At this moment, this Guli recognized Chen Xian at a glance. Guli brought a few divine Qingyun Sect disciples with him, and without saying a word, they flung themselves onto Chen Xian's knees, as if he was afraid that people wouldn't know. He yelled at the top of his voice. With Chen Xian's popularity, a group of people clattered around in half an incense stick of effort. Chen Xian was a bit embarrassed, always feeling a sense of pooping being surrounded by others. Come on, quickly get up. What's the point of kneeling me? Non-relative. In front of them, these Qingyun Sect Hans kowtowed their heads to the heavens, causing the ground to shake slightly. Zenith Li, you have shown a heavenly favor to our Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect will never forget it. Guli shouted loudly, afraid that the bystanders wouldn't hear him, obviously on purpose. He was a smart guy, and didn't mind the strange looks he got from the crowd in plain sight. Some of the surrounding people could not help but have the three-word Qingyun Sect in their hearts, fearing that if they really had a conflict with Qingyun Sect in the future, they would have to weigh the weight in their hearts. Guli continued to roar. Really? In the 36th year of the old calendar you fought the 7 devil sects offerings in the upper Devil Valley, chopping off 6 and escaping 1. In the 40th year of the old calendar, you crushed the beasts with 1 man and 1 sword, destroying the Beast King and solving the disaster of destroying the country. In the 42nd year of the old calendar, the world fought against the devils, and you controlled the world's cultivators to eliminate the devils in one fell swoop. The following year, when you killed the demon emperor and ended the chaos, everyone in the world owed you a favor. If you say that to anyone, you will not be able to get angry. Chen Xian silently covered his face. ****. Embarrassing. Even though all of these things were done by myself, why was it so embarrassing? That Guli somehow managed to talk with tears running down his face. Li Zhengrong, you have wasted your body for the sake of the world. When he was in the depths of his emotions, he almost didn't faint straight away. The remaining few Qingyun Sect disciples were also beating their chests. More and more people converged over, and almost all of the cultivators who had come to the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm curiously came over, all of them looking unsure of what was going on. There was a lot of talk. Chen Xian stared at the ground, itching to find a crack in the ground at the moment. Let's take a look at Li Zhengrong. For the sake of the living, for the sake of the natural born, boiling his body, look at the gray hair on Li Zhengrong's head. That's the result of real Li's labor for the peace of Kyushu, and we haven't even said the simplest of thank yous. Chen Xian took a deep breath. Is this any different from mass pooping? He suddenly regretted it. Regret saving that little brat from the Qingyun clan back then. Good guy, I saved you. And now your disciple is avenging you, isn't he? With that, Guli turned his head and shouted to the crowd. Look at you all, the once great hero of the world, now appearing here. Surprisingly not a single person has come over to give thanks to Realistly. Say thank you to Realistly for your hard work. The crowd was speechless. Chen Xian. At this time, a white-haired old man walked out. Really? You have worked hard. Back then, the devil cult exterminated my clan. I thought there was no hope for revenge in this life, but it was you who exterminated the devil cult and took revenge for us. The white-haired old man was already in tears as he grasped Chen Xian's hand. Chen Xian said in his heart, it doesn't have to be like this. Why hasn't this goddamned secret realm opened yet? My face won't allow me to stay here any longer. That's Senior Brotherly. On the outskirts of the crowd, Ningying was slightly startled to see the man in the center. Just now, I heard someone say Qin Xian, but I didn't expect it to really be Qin Xian. Seeing that familiar figure again, Chen 14 clenched his fists, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chen Xian inclined his head slightly, precisely sensing the killing intent. Chen 14? After being hit by his own move, not only did his cultivation not regress, but he broke the boundary. Sure is a genius. Ningying hesitated to go up and say hello. Now that Chen Xian's cultivation has been restored, she glanced at Chen 14, sensing that the aura on her senior brother was not quite right. And look at that expression, that angry gesture. Could it be that senior brother has some sort of beef with senior brotherly? Ningying looked confused. Forget it, let's not do this. He had already offended senior brotherly many years ago, and he was afraid that it would be too late to redeem himself. It's not good to offend both sides. Hey, what is Realistly doing here in the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm? I don't know. The Heaven and Earth Mystic Realm has restrictions. Cultivators above the 6 scenes of the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm can't enter even if they suppress their own realm. Rumor has it that Realistly has been seriously injured and fallen off his realm since that great battle. Could it be true? It seems like it might be true now. Or else why did Realistly come to this secret realm? No wonder we haven't heard of Realistly in all these years. Chapter 106, A Fight for Life and Death. Chen 14 suddenly snapped out of it as he listened to the onlookers' comments. Since he had come here, it meant that Chen Xian's strength today was only in the middle 3 sceneries. The cultivation level had not yet reached the upper 3 scenes. And the roots and bones, the Sea of Qi and the snowy mountains are all gone. Looking at Chen Xian, who seemed to be star-crossed at the moment, Chen 14 seemed to recall the scene when his senior sister's mind was all over his body. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, he stepped forward. Senior? Ningying was confused. Shidoshi, Chen 14 had already squeezed into the middle of the crowd, his aura exposed around his body, stern as a sword. The cultivators next to them detected this aura and turned their heads to look at each other in surprise, seeing that this person was so young, but his cultivation was incomparably deep. They could not help but be staggered, and they all made way. Which one is this again? Qingyun Sect Chen 14, early 20s, middle 3 sceneries. The man burst out. This difference between man and man is greater than the difference between man and pig. Who says it isn't? With Chen Xiv's appearance, many people's gazes were once again attracted to him. He walked to Chen Xian with large strides. Chen Xian raised his head and looked at him. Chen 14 said in a cold voice, Chen Xian, the Dragon Sect competition is about to begin in a few days. Do you dare to fight me in a life and death battle in the Dragon Sect competition? When these words came out, the crowd was first stunned, and then many of them revealed shocked expressions. What? A fight to the death? Aren't the two both disciples of the Green Cloud Sect? And isn't that Chen Xian, the eldest senior brother of Tongtian Peak, the senior brother of Chen 14? When the rest of them reacted, their expressions grew more and more brilliant. Challenging Chen Xian? It's a travesty. It's still a fight to the death. Isn't this looking for death? Anyway, this one sentence kind of sucks up all the attention and makes you think. Chen Xian, do you dare? Chen Xian froze. He had thought that the second elder in Chen 14 might still go after himself and make another mess, but it didn't occur to me that Chen 14 would blatantly pull this stunt. A fight to the death? Seriously? Hasn't that sword taught you a long lesson yet? Chen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Chen 14 said in a deep voice, I haven't forgotten. I remember it all. This time I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Will you take the life and death fight or not? Why should I fight you? Fighting with a junior. People will say I'm dishonorable even if I win. Ha! If you're afraid, just say so. Chen 14 snorted coldly. You and I are both clear about your current cultivation. Otherwise you wouldn't have come to this purple cloud mystic realm. You and I are now half a catty versus 8 tails. A fair duel to determine a winner. This statement was heard clearly by the people around. You look at me. I look at you. It looked like this Chen Xian's cultivation being abolished was not just a rumor. No wonder there hadn't been half a bit of news about Chen Xian all these years. But how did the disciples of this Qingyun sect implode against each other? You guys still don't know? I have heard that Chen Xian has been swept away by the Qingyun sect? What? How is that possible? That Chen Xian had made an unparalleled achievement. Half of the credit for Qingyun sect being able to have this position today was attributed to Chen Xian. How could you sweep Chen Xian off his feet? At that time, my cousin was in the middle of the town below the Green Cloud Sect's mountain, and it was rumored that the Green Cloud Sword even stormed out at that time. When was it? Tell me quickly. Chen Xian's cultivation has been nullified since that great battle. This isn't a rumor. It's true. Even the devil's gas into the body, rumored to be about to turn into a devil who subverts the 9 states, which is why the Qingyun sect has not come out for 30 years. Later, the Qingyun sect disliked its bad luck and expelled it from the mountain gate. This Qingyun sect is so not something. Who says it isn't? Using people toward the front and not toward the back. TSK, I have to do this kind of thing behind someone's back. And the Green Cloud Sect still claims to be the leader of the righteous path. The Dragon Sect competition? If Chen 14 didn't say anything, Chen Xian had nearly forgotten about it. It's a good idea to check out the action. Just, a fight to the death? Are you sure? Chen Xian asked, as witnessed by all the Taoists present. I, Chen 14, hereby make a blood oath to fight Chen Xian to the death in the Dragon Gate competition. Shidoshi, Ningying wanted to go forward to stop them, her face full of anxiety. How could she not have expected to meet Chen Xian here? Much less that junior brother Chen 14 would suddenly propose a life and death fight with senior brotherly? In the early years of the Dragon Gate competition, it was just a cutthroat competition. Then as more people attended, there were inevitably 1 or 2 mishaps. Then later, the rules were patched up one at a time, which led to life and death fights. Both sides made a blood pact, not involving any other people's grudges, only to divide life and death in the ring. It wasn't that Ningying didn't trust junior brother Chen 14. Chen Xiv's talent could be described as terrifying, not to mention being invincible in the same realm. Even killing others across realms was not difficult for Chen 14. In his early 20s, he had already reached the middle third realm. His future was unlimited. Otherwise one would not have rushed up to get close to people, winking and acting cute. Just, Ningning understood Chen Xian better. Chen 14 had never seen Chen Xian at his peak, but Ningning had witnessed her, the eldest senior brother of Tongtian peak. Throughout. Genius? A genius was merely the threshold that stood in front of Chen Xian. How many geniuses had there ever been? Which claimed to be invincible? Invincible in the same realm. So-and-so king? So-and-so god of war. As a result were not all defeated in Chen Xian's hands. It would have been fine if Chen Xian's cultivation had been destroyed, but now Chen Xian was recovering from his injuries, even if he has not fully recovered. Is it possible to just touch the porcelain? Senior brother. Don't mess around. Ningning assumed the stance of a senior sister and turned her head to look at Chen Xian again, a look of embarrassment on her face. Senior brother. You don't mind. What's senior brother? He has long since ceased to be a member of the Green Cloud sect. Chen 14 angrily rebuked. Ningning was startled by him. The overpowering aura made her body tremble. Her blood seemed to freeze, and she didn't dare to move a muscle. He himself, a sixth scenic cultivator, had been ruthlessly suppressed by the momentum of a cultivator one realm below him. Chen Xian, you have long since ceased to be a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Now fighting me to the death is not considered breaking the rules of the Qingyun Sect. Okay, I promise. Promised. What the hell is going on here? There was an uproar. The crowds of onlookers were so close to applauding as if they were watching a big show. They had long forgotten about the purple cloud mystic realm and watched this big drama that reversed and then reversed again. And even this big drama even had a follow-up. The life and death fight of the Dragon Sect competition. Just then, the earth shook as if a sun had leapt out of the dust. A strange aura burst out, and in an instant, the entire world seemed to become bright. The light was like millions of sharp swords, piercing the dark night sky and illuminating the entire earth. In that light, there seemed to be a strange power surging. It was an ancient and mysterious power that contained endless wisdom and energy. It filled the air and made people feel relaxed, as if they were in a mysterious world. Secret Realm. The Purple Cloud Secret Realm has opened. Saturday. Regular readers should know by now. Bath away. Let's see if we can add more tomorrow, depending on whether we add the clock or not. If we can hopefully click our little hands and give a 5-star review. Chapter 107, Top Grade Spirit Vein. The opening of the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm had temporarily interrupted the drama, but this Dragon Gate competition's life and death fight was sort of set in stone. I'm afraid that after the end of the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm, this news will spread throughout the world. Chen Xian left the Qingyun Sect. Chen Xian's cultivation was truly wasted. Chen Xian and fellow genius disciple Chen 14 will fight to the death in the Dragon Gate competition. Either news is shocking enough. At this very moment, there were quite a few people who were still immersed in the scene of the party, savoring the information that had yet to be digested, especially Gully from the Divine Farmer Sect, and the remaining few disciples from the Divine Farmer Sect. They were originally thinking of getting close to Really. Who knew that the plot had suddenly taken a sharp turn for the worse? It wasn't until the Purple Cloud Mystic Realm had opened for a while that Gully and the others came back to their senses. Purple Cloud Secret Realm. The sky was covered with purple clouds, as if a beautiful painting was unfolding in front of us. Chen Xian stood on top of the hillside, gazing into the distance, his heart filled with emotion. Then he took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air of the place, as if he could smell the aroma of flowers and plants. Chen Xian's mood was not affected in the slightest by what had happened just now. Once upon a time he had never noticed that the beauty in the isolated secret world was hardly earthly. The sky was as blue as a jewel, and the sun shed its warm and soft rays, illuminating every corner of this secret place. The mountains loomed in the distance, surrounded by clouds and mist, and the spirit trees were lush and vibrant. The waterfalls cascade down like the Milky Way, with splashing and crystal clear water, adding a spiritual beauty to the whole secret place. How come I didn't realize it was so beautiful here before? The mountains are cool and full of fruit just ripening, the red fruit hanging on the branches. In the sunlight, as if beckoning smile, Chen Xian and the donkey strolled along the mountain path, in no hurry to find any treasures in this secret realm. Feeling the cool breeze on your face is extraordinarily soothing. Two loose cultivators passed by not far ahead. At that moment, a mischievous monkey jumped from a tree and landed in front of the duo. It blinked its eyes, as if begging for it. The two loose cultivators were instantly on guard, their hands pinched with spells, ready to strike at any time. However, they soon realized that the monkey didn't mean any harm. Go go go! Off! A loose cultivator waved his hand in an attempt to drive it away. The monkey was unrelenting, still coming closer. Get lost! A loose cultivator casually threw out a stone. The monkey shrieked and jumped into the jungle. It just didn't take long for it to pop back up. The loose cultivator impatiently whipped out a spell that pulverized a tree stump where the monkey was. The monkey fell into the forest again, this time not daring to come out again. By the time Chen Xian and the little donkey came over, the monkey had re-jumped out again. Chen Xian saw that the monkey was interesting and quite spiritual, so he fished out a few spirit stones from his pocket and handed it over. The monkey flung the spirit stone in disgust. Chen Xian touched out 2 more pieces of salami. Monkey's eyes lit up and he took the salami and nibbled on it. Immediately afterward it quickly climbed the tree and disappeared into the thick woods. Chen Xian did not care and walked with the little donkey for a few steps. Suddenly there was another monkey call from behind. Several stone-like objects were thrown in front of Chen Xian's eyes, and upon closer inspection it wasn't any stone, but a single top-grade spirit stone. Chen Xian raised his head and looked curiously at the monkey in the tree. The monkey let out a squeak and danced around, seemingly signaling Chen Xian to come with him. Chen Xian is a little curious. This all the way to follow this monkey through the forest, around the lake. An hour later, walked into a cave. The entrance to the cave is extremely hidden and would be difficult to seek out if the monkeys weren't leading the way. The cave is extremely deep. 7 turns and walked for a long time, the eyes suddenly bright. This place was actually hiding a spirit vein, so it was no wonder that this monkey had top-quality spirit stones in his hand. Chen Xian's mouth made a slurping sound as he remembered the 2 loose cultivators from earlier. If they hadn't chased the monkey away, this spirit vein would have been theirs. It's a shame, it's a karmic word after all. Even if the edge arrives, it's still a question of whether or not you can catch it. Just like those 2 loose cultivators. If they could find this spirit vein, they were afraid that they would wake up laughing in their dreams. A top-grade spirit vein can open up a greater likelihood of top-grade spirit stones. The value goes without saying. Chen Xian didn't have too many emotional changes. After all, he had seen the world, and wasn't so happy to see a mere top-grade spirit vein that his teeth were exposed. But it was a bit of a shock. I had come here with the intention of wandering around for a while. As a result, it didn't take a moment's work to find a top-grade spirit vein. That would piss people off if they said it. Just before he could be happy for a while, Chen Xian suddenly sensed someone coming. 3 men and 2 women, likewise brought here by a monkey. Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. Hee hee, these monkeys are so funny. Ha ha. A top-grade spirit vein. It's a top-grade spirit vein. A cultivator in gray robes filled his eyes with light. A top-grade spirit vein. If this was brought back, it was estimated that the family tree would have to open a single page for himself. Pure. A very pure top-grade spirit vein with very few impurities. This will be really developed. A female cultivator said excitedly. As the saying goes, no wealth can't support the way, and it's hard to leave the support of such possessions as spirit stones in the process of cultivation. With this spirit vein, even a fool can pile up cultivation for you with spirit stones. 3rd sister, thanks to you. I didn't expect this monkey to have this ability, one of the oldest men said. The 5 of them had known each other in their early years. Some were casual cultivators, while others were family sons and daughters, and because of their similarity of interest they had formed a brother and sister with different surnames. This time, when he came to the secret realm, he wanted to take his chances, but he didn't expect his luck to be so good. Penis, what are you doing? The white-clothed cultivator turned his head, revealing a cold smile and undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The oldest Han was stunned, and without reacting at all, he had already had the talismanic knife thrust into his throat, severing his life. At that moment, 2 more soft cries rang out. It turned out to be the youngest sister of the 5 who killed the other 2 in a sneak attack. In a short moment, only the youngest little sister, and the white-clothed cultivator who was the 2nd oldest in line, were left in this cave. 2nd brother. Big brother treats you well, never imagined you'd be so cruel. Ha ha, you're not so bad. 5th sister, but 4th sister saved your life, and you're willing to do the same? The woman snorted coldly. Ha, cultivation is all about fighting and robbing. You and I both know the value of a top-grade spirit vein. Chapter 108, Life is short and long. 2nd brother, how about you and I split this spirit vein equally? The woman said tentatively. The white-robed man laughed. 5th sister, equal share? I'm really afraid that you'll give me another stab in the back. You're not as strong as me, so why don't I just kill you? The woman's eyes were cold. 2nd brother, your cultivation is deeper than mine. It's not true, but wanting to kill me isn't an easy thing. Rabbits bite when they're anxious, so I won't blame my younger sister for what I did at that time. Even if I can't kill you, I'll have to make you pay. The white-robed man was completely unconcerned and said disdainfully, compared to a top-grade spirit vein, I can completely afford these prices. The atmosphere inside the cave seemed to freeze, and in the next moment both sides cast their respective spells, making deadly moves without leaving any room for maneuver. 1 incense stick of work later, the woman's head was separated from her body, which was mostly destroyed. and she stared at it unwillingly. The white-robed man wasn't much better, bruised and battered, holding onto the rock wall. You, how dare you use poison? When he finished speaking, a large amount of black blood eventually gushed out, and he died in no time. None of the 5 actually managed to walk out alive. Shortly after they died, there was a sudden rustling of footsteps in the cave. Immediately afterward, countless monkeys poured out from all directions, and they darted to the corpse, and immediately afterward they reached out and began to tear the flesh and blood and bring it into their mouths. The sound of chewing echoed through the cave, chilling. When the little donkey saw this scene, it fearfully hid behind Qingyun. Trembling, Qingyun shook his head. He had seen this kind of scene many times. It was common in the cultivation world for people who called themselves brothers and sisters one second to kill each other the next. I just didn't expect these two to end up together in the end. The woman, at the last minute, desperately tried to inject a lethal poison into the ergo in her mouth. It just so happened that Qingyun's nascent ring and storage pouch were not of a high grade, and did not have enough space to hold such a large amount of spirit stones. Then he took the 5 people's Nagara rings and storage bags, and took all the spirit stones from the spirit veins, which was quite a rewarding harvest. The monkeys hiding in the cave didn't lay a hand on them either. They weren't very strong, so they never came into head-on conflict with other creatures. Seeing that all the spirit stones in this cave had been taken, these monkeys left the cave as well, looking for the next location to go. An hour later, Qingyun and the little donkey left the cave. In the middle of the air in the distance, there were cultivators fighting with each other, and sounds of abuse came from them. Nothing more than saying who saw this treasure first in the clouds. Qingyun lazily ignored it as he and the little donkey continued to traverse through the forest. In this mysterious secret land, time seemed to have lost its definition, with night and day intertwined, making it impossible to tell when this moment actually was. The sky is unpredictable, sometimes cloudy, sometimes sunny. The chase between demonic beasts and cultivators never stops. Sometimes, a huge demonic beast would be seen weaving through the jungle, its figure as swift as a gust of wind, making it impossible to catch. And sometimes 2 or more cultivators would be seen facing each other in the air. They were holding magic weapons and confronting each other, anger and killing intent flashing in their eyes. Sometimes, they would also meet cultivators who would invite Qingyun to go along to kill the demonic beasts guarding their treasures. All of them were politely declined by Qingyun. On the shores of the secret lake, the water is so clear that it looks like a mirror reflecting the sky and the shore. The flowers and plants around the lake sway in the wind and give off a fresh fragrance. Everything here seems so serene and peaceful, as if in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of before. The little donkey ate the grass on the bank, crunchy and delicious. Qingyun sat, facing the lake, murmuring to the vast lake, "Life is short and long, but we do not realize that glory and blight are counted, and that gain and loss are hard to measure." Years ago, when Qingyun was at the temple, the words of that old bald ass are still ringing in my ears. You can't read when you're not allowed to, but when you're not allowed to, you'll be able to get through it. What is the reason for the monkey's monasticism? To live forever, to attain the way, to appease injustice, to stand on that supreme height. Qingyun gradually withdrew his gaze. He looked above the lake. Just then, a huge water monster broke out from the lake, and 3 figures left the lake at the same time. Qingyun unclasped the oil paper umbrella he was carrying in time to prevent the falling water from drenching himself. "Fellow Daoist, can you help us out and kill this demon together? And we'll split the treasure in this water," one of them shouted. "Big brother," the short-haired man hurriedly transmitted his voice with the heart lake. "At the moment the situation has not reached the point of 10,000 critical points. One more person will have to share a share of the treasure. Will not it be cheaper to the other side? No matter. The important thing right now is to kill this demon. Find a wrongdoer to contribute. When the time comes we are 3 against 1. This person is no match." The short-haired man said straight in his heart that it was still his big brother who was witty, so he followed suit and shouted, "Fellow Daoist, there is a secret treasure hidden under this water mansion. We can definitely subdue this demon with our combined efforts." Whoops, the man just shook his head lightly. Then with a look of "what's it to me?" he turned and walked away without hesitation. There seemed to be a hint of complaint in his expression, as if he blamed them for spoiling the view in front of him. It's a long way to go, and there's no specific direction. With only the clear wind to guide him, Qingyun went with his heart. The road ahead was getting narrower and narrower, and the trees on either side were getting thicker and thicker. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of a fresh breeze. Qingyun was in a trance before he noticed that his surroundings were already surrounded by mist. There were quite a few cultivators gathered here, wandering around in the mists. Qingyun listened curiously. It turned out that someone had sensed that there should be some kind of treasure hidden in the mist, only that every time they intruded, they would wander around in the mist and end up back at the original point. The more this happened, the more one felt that the fog was absolutely extraordinary. Only no one could get a glimpse of what was going on, and neither spell had any effect. There should be some kind of profoundly cultivated fog demon in this fog. No, no, this is a prohibition of heaven and earth. A cultivator shook his head and said, I think it's some kind of rune formation. The crowd argued endlessly, and there were constantly cultivators who came and disbelievingly broke in, but they would appear in the same place in no time. Chen Xian found it interesting. This mist was neither a rune formation nor a prohibition, and there were no mist ghosts in it. Go on, check it out. Chen Xian casually picked up a fallen spirit wood and reached out to pinch it in the air. Fire shone above the spirit wood, breaking through the mist around him. Samadhi, then go forth and see. Chapter 109, White Jade Ginseng Fruit. Chen Xian raised his torch and led the little donkey into the mist. The crowd looked at his back and some recognized him. It's real Chen Xianli. The crowd was overjoyed. Realistly has come to the secret realm as well. At a glance you're lagging behind in information. You don't know what happened before the opening of the secret realm? What happened? Let's talk about it later. Hurry up and follow realistly. At this time, the dark night was lonely and so quiet that you could hear the sound of a heartbeat, as if the whole world was asleep. The rain had just stopped and the air smelled earthy, a mixture of grassy scents and dampness that was both refreshing and somber. In such a dark night, the fog was thick and the shadows flickered. The figure at the very front, looming in the mist, seemed as if it would disappear at any moment. A cold wind was blowing through the crowd, causing them to shiver involuntarily. It was reasonable to say that with their cultivation level they definitely wouldn't feel the cold, but on the contrary, they felt it stinging their bones. The only one who moved forward without fear was that figure. The pace was firm and strong, as if nothing could stop him from moving forward. Keep up. Why does this footpath feel so long to me? Well, where is everyone? People are gone. Why can't we catch up? Where are the others around? Soon enough, those who had followed Chen Xian into the fog went their separate ways. Chen Xian closed his eyes and walked with his heart as his footsteps flattened. After an indeterminate amount of time, he opened his eyes. I saw a tall tree not far ahead, its leaves swaying gently with the breeze. A full, dripping fruit hangs from it in a tantalizing creamy white color. Chen Xian smiled faintly. There really is something good. White Jade Ginseng Fruit. The white jade ginseng fruit is milky white in color and shaped like a baby. The flesh of the fruit is fresh and sweet and melts in your mouth. Even more amazing is that the fruit contains extremely pure 5 elements of spiritual power. No matter what spiritual roots of people, take all the benefits. For mortals, the white jade ginseng fruit is even more effective in prolonging life. The most famous place for this white jade ginseng fruit to grow is White Jade Peak. The mountain peaks towered into the clouds. The seasons were like spring. The scenery was picturesque, and at the top of the White Jade Peak, a rare spiritual fruit grew. The white jade ginseng fruit. Every season when the white jade ginseng fruit was ripe, countless immortal cultivators and mortals would head to the White Jade Peak in hopes of obtaining this precious spirit fruit. Later, the White Jade ginseng fruit on the peak of White Jade Mountain was robbed to extinction. Within the 9 states, their whereabouts are rare. I didn't expect to see it again today in the purple cloud mystic realm. The samadhi fire burning above the spirit wood gradually went out. Not bad, not bad. Let's eat. Chen Xian patted the donkey's ass. The burro barked and plucked one off without eating it himself first, instead handing it to Chen Xian. Well, it didn't hurt you for nothing. So one man and one donkey sat down under the tree and nibbled on the fruit. The fresh and sweet flavor of the fruit instantly fills your mouth and melts in your mouth like silky smoothness. Each bite is so sweet and flavorful that you can't stop thinking about it. The little donkey ate 2 of them in a row and felt that he couldn't get enough and wanted to eat more. But Chen Xian stopped him. You can't eat anymore. It's not good for your health if you eat too much and can't digest it. Everything has to be done in moderation. It's not good to go too far. The little donkey watched with some depression as Chen Xian ate 6 fruits in a row in one breath. Chen Xian said vaguely, "Your big brother, I'm fine. Big brother, I'm an immortal body." He patted himself on the back and picked one to continue eating. For a cultivator of the middle 3rd realm, eating so much white jade ginseng fruit in one sitting would not only waste the fruit, but would also cause the energy in it to overflow in the body, making them feel physically ill. Not to mention the lack of Qi Si Snow Mountain and root bone. Even the meridians hadn't fully recovered yet. I'm afraid that only Chen Xian wouldn't care about this, and would still be able to absorb every bit of the energy in it. Chen Xian was eating vigorously when he suddenly heard a voice from the side. Aha! Don't eat me. The little donkey really couldn't help his craving, so he ran to avoid Chen Xian's direction and was about to steal another white jade ginseng fruit, all in the mouth. But at this time that white jade ginseng fruit suddenly stretched out arms and legs, against the small donkey's upper and lower teeth, while the mouth swelling shouted, "Don't eat me." The little donkey was shocked. The fruit could talk. I saw that white jade ginseng fruit wailing, "Don't eat me, don't eat me." Chen Xian looked over curiously. knocked the little donkey's brain, and took a closer look at the white jade ginseng fruit. The white jade ginseng fruit has taken shape? He had once read in an ancient book that there were examples of the white jade ginseng fruit taking shape in ancient times, but that's all just rumor and has never been documented in recent times. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I can't help but be a little curious. Let go of me. Let go of me. Chen Xian tugged it up with 2 fingers and asked with a smile. What's your name? Hachi. Hachi? How long have you been here? Hachi broke his fingers. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, many hundreds of years. You're the only one who's transformed? Hachi nodded. If you've transformed, why are you still staying here? Little Bardo pointed to his tail, where there were traces of being connected by vines. Only today I just severed the connection. The secret realm was not easy to open. Thinking of escaping resulted in you guys catching me. Hachi wanted to cry without tears. Then you're really unlucky. The value of the transformed white jade ginseng fruit can be worth this whole tree of white jade ginseng fruit. Whoever sees you will definitely not let you go. Chen Xian revealed a bad guy-like smile. Woo woo. Hachi was so frightened that he cried out. Please don't eat me. I'll be a cow for you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Don't eat me. Chen Xian found this little guy quite interesting. Okay, so first do 500 push-ups. Ha, 299. 300. 301. Chen Xian crossed his legs and leisurely ate the fruit while counting. Hachi tired panting. Animal, hundreds of years of not seeing the big, it's still personal. Big brother, I know a place where a secret treasure is hidden. I'll take you there. Okay? Well, do push-ups first. There's no rush, Chen Xian said indifferently. Hachi only felt his eyes darkened. The secret treasures don't even want it. The little donkey yelped in disbelief, its eyes glowing at the sound of the secret treasure. Chen Xian smiled without explaining. The transformed white jade ginseng fruit had spent too long in the tree and was used to the spirit tree delivering energy to it. If you go out in this condition, you'll probably faint in no time, so let it get used to it now and save yourself the trouble. The little donkey came closer to smell the odor on the white jade ginseng fruit. It smells good. Couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick it. Hachi wants to cry. What kind of breed are these two guys? P.S. Failed to add a clock. Added the clock. Pain in the ass. I've been wronged by alcohol and sex. Chapter 110 Ice Blood Crystal. Where do you want to go? Hachi, who was about to escape, was once again grabbed back by Chen Xian. Hachi turned his head and smiled awkwardly. I'm not trying to escape. I'm peeing. Ha. Chen Xian pressed his fingers slightly against its small head. If you run away now, 80% of you will meet other cultivators. Others aren't as nice as me. I know. I'll just take you to the treasure first. Its favorite part is the treasure hunt. Senior brother, do not be impulsive. Roar dash. The northern part of the purple cloud mysterious realm, the land of wind and snow, demonic beast Ice Bear King, peak of 6th scenario. Ningning did not expect Chen 14 to take the initiative to meet the Ice Bear King. The wind and snow scattered in all directions, solidifying the surroundings as if they were frozen, only to see Chen Xiv's figure flickering, dodging the Ice Bear King's attack, while the long sword in his hand waved, a sword chi chopping towards the Ice Bear King. The Ice Bear King roared, his body's cold aura overflowing, freezing all those sword chi in the air. Seeing this, Chen 14 stepped on the void and charged towards the Ice Bear King. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Ice Bear King and stabbed out with his sword. The Ice Bear King extended his bare paw, trying to block the strike. However, Chen Xiv's sword was incomparably powerful, directly piercing through its bare paw and thrusting into its body. Before Ningning, who was on the side, could show a happy face, that Ice Bear King didn't care and suddenly swung out a palm. While forcing Chen 14 back, he flung the Qingping sword away, and the wounds pierced by the sword chi rapidly healed, with only residual blood. Chen Xiv's face changed slightly as he drew back sharply. The Ice Bear King wouldn't let him off easily, and opened his giant legs and chased after him. Ningning knew that it was not good, so she hastily shot out, and a spiritual power pike shot out, striking the Ice Bear King. However, this strike was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Not only did it fail to stop the Ice Bear King, but it enraged it instead. The Ice Bear King turned to pounce on Ningning, his mouth spewing out a piercingly cold mist. Ningning couldn't dodge in time and was enveloped by the cold mist, screaming out in desperation, Shidoshi! It was just that Chen 14 was not affected by her in the slightest, and even more so, he had no intention of pulling back to save her. Recalling the Qingping sword back into his hand, roar dash! Ningning was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, and the coldness entered her body, forcing her to sacrifice an innate object before she was able to get out of the trap. Looking at the cracks on the elemental object, Ningying's heart ached as if she were cutting her flesh. She glanced resentfully at Chen 14 and muttered in a low voice, "That cold-blooded bastard." Chen Xiv's eyes were focused as he dealt with the strong enemy in front of him with all his might. He knew the power of the Ice Bear King and feared for his life if he didn't deal with it carefully. On the way out, the second elder had spoken to himself. If one met an Ice Bear King in the Purple Cloud mysterious realm, especially one whose cultivation was in the middle third realm, he must kill him and obtain the crystal of ice blood within his cave. Chen Xiv's spiritual root belonged to the rare first-grade spiritual root, the innate sword body. He was born with the ability to sense the aura of heaven and earth. Auras that were esoteric and unfathomable to others would be clearly reflected in his vision. Cultivation was as natural to them as breathing, and their understanding and comprehension of the way of the sword was far beyond their peers. Just the Qingping sword is after all an ancient immortal sword. Long time use will be sword intent backlash. A large amount of ice blood crystals could perfectly compensate for the damage that the Qingping sword brought to itself, which could not be considered unimportant. Therefore, for Chen 14 to further master the Qingping sword, he had to fuse the crystal of ice and blood. However, it was extremely rare for the Ice Bear King to cultivate to the peak of the 6th scenery because of his special physique. The ice blood crystals it breeds are even rarer in the world. So naturally, Chen 14 would not let go of this opportunity. While Ningying was in the distance, her heart was filled with indignation. She secretly vowed not to bother with this brat in the future. But soon, she regretted it. Must let Chen 14 coax himself. Right at this moment, Chen 14 caught a break in the Ice Bear King and stabbed it in the vitals with his sword. The Ice Bear King let out a roar of pain and collapsed to the ground. Chen 14 sighed in relief and walked over to the Ice Bear King. However, it was discovered that the Ice Bear King's corpse was gradually dissipating, eventually turning into a wisp of cold air. Chen 14 was startled in his heart, realizing that this Ice Bear King might not be a real entity, but rather an illusion created by some sort of divine spell. He turned to look at Ningying and found her looking at him with a surprised expression. Chen 14 reacted furiously and dodged to avoid. However, he was ultimately a step too late and received a solid slap from the Ice Bear King. This palm was like a giant mountain pressing down on the top, and its force could destroy everything. Chen 14 felt as if he had been hit by an iceberg. The entire person flew backwards, his body arcing through the air as blood spurted out of his mouth like a blooming blood flower. Immediately afterward, he fell heavily to the ground, feeling like his sternum was going to be crushed, and gold stars were shooting up in front of his eyes. The Ice Bear King's attack did not stop. Its huge bear paw once again slapped at Chen 14 as if it wanted to slap him into meat paste. Chen 14 rolled on the ground, trying to dodge the fatal blow. His fingers traced the ground, leaving a deep groove. Just in the nick of time, a silver-colored light blossomed out from Chen Xiv's chest, resembling a bright star. This light quickly spread out, forming a circular shield that enveloped Chen 14. The Ice Bear King's bear paw slapped on the shield with a dull thud, but the shield didn't shatter. Instead, it bounced back the Ice Bear King's power. The Ice Bear King was bounced off by the force and took a few steps backward. A hint of surprise flashed across its eyes, as if it hadn't expected Chen 14 to have such an undercurrent. In a moment, one person and one demon fought together again. In the middle of the Ice Bear King's cave, a palm-sized hole suddenly appeared in the ice-covered ground. A figure drilled out immediately afterward. The transformed white jade ginseng fruit Zaihachi gently exhaled a breath and looked at the ice blood crystals inside the cave and softly spoke. Luckily not at home. Immediately after that, it placed all of the ice blood crystals in the cave into its nascent sacred ring. The earth-shattering sounds of fighting outside the cave resounded continuously. Sometimes spells landed on the ground and shook the cave. Without a moment's work, the ice blood crystals inside this cave were empty. Hachi took a deep breath, and with his fully loaded nascent sacred ring, he redug into the ground with a leap. Chapter 111, A Waste of Time. Cough cough cough. The Qingping sword lost control and landed powerlessly on the ground. Chen Xiv's face was pale and his body was unusually wretched. Good thing it was him who won. The corpse of the Ice Bear King was not far away. This peak 6 scenic demon king, in his own land, possessed a geographical enchantment. Surprisingly, he lost to a 5 scenic cultivator. Not to mention the 5 Jing. Even a few 6 Jing cultivators had once teamed up to surround and kill, but they were all countered by the Ice Bear King, and in the end, only one of them escaped. It was evident that Chen Xiv's strength was terrifying. Ningying looked at this scene and was secretly shocked. Only now did she realize that today's Chen 14 had long since surpassed herself. Although he himself was a 6th scene, he would definitely not be a match for Chen 14. With this kind of talent, if nothing goes wrong, his future achievements will never be lower than Senior Brother Li's. Senior, are you okay? Ningying decisively threw the matter of Chen 14 not saving himself just now to the back of her mind and turned to care about the other party. Chen 14 did not even look at the other party as he kicked the corpse of the law enforcement hall disciple on the ground away with his foot. He then took 2 healing pills and 1 chi replenishing pill for himself and quickly walked inside the Ice Bear King's cave. Ice blood crystals. Ice blood crystals. If the 6 scenic upheaval Ice Bear King was able to breed a large number of ice blood crystals of excellent quality, this trip would not have been in vain. As for the other things in the secret realm, they were worthless. Ningning frowned slightly as she glanced at the corpse of the law enforcement hall disciple on the ground, not realizing that Chen Xiv's heart would be so ruthless. Anyways, this was also a disciple of the Green Cloud Sect, not to mention that it was because of Chen 14 that he died. Ningning suddenly had some regrets that she had perhaps chosen the wrong person. She began to doubt her previous judgment and began to question whether she really understood Chen 14. Such a cold-blooded person. Even if one were to become a Taoist couple with him, how could one expect him to be the slightest bit gentle with oneself? Half as bad as Chen Xian. He shouldn't have made the cut with senior brother Li so early in the first place. It's too late for regrets. Ningning didn't forget to take the Ice Bear King's beast core, as well as some other parts. Peak 6 scenic rare demon beasts. All of their bodies are treasures. How can it be? How can it be? Just then, Chen Xiv's roar suddenly came from within the cave. Ningning walked over suspiciously. What's wrong? Junior brother? Chen 14 looked at the empty cave in front of him. The only thing on the ground was 1 or 2 missing ice blood crystals with impurities. It is obvious that there should have been many ice blood crystals placed here, but now there is nothing. Chen 14 couldn't believe his eyes. The probability of meeting the Peak 6 scenic Ice Bear King was 1 in a million. It took another effort to kill it. Yet in the end it was a wasted effort. The secret realm. Somewhere. Hey yo. Hachi took out all of the ice blood crystals in his nascent sack. I have brought you treasures. Chen Xian picked up a piece of ice blood crystal and looked at it. TSK. Ice blood crystals of such high quality are not often seen. Ice Bear Kings were already rare. And a middle third realm Ice Bear King was even rarer. Sort of a nice treasure. It was just that this thing was only precious to cultivators who wanted to learn the sword, and was insignificant to cultivators who majored in other spells. In the process of a sword cultivator's realization of the Tao of the sword, it was inevitable that he would be injured by the sword intent, and the sword intent would directly injure their meridians, which were basically irreversible after causing damage. Generally cultivators would choose to use elixirs to compensate for the damage, and it was also the norm for sword cultivators to carry injuries in their bodies. There are only a few existing spiritual herbs and medicines that can treat the meridians, and all of them are precious and unusual. The ice blood crystal is one of them. Little 8 said, after collecting the things, you guys can't eat me. Chen Xian laughed. Now that I have something, I can also eat you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hachi's eyes widened. Sure enough, the time for the opening of the secret realm was neither long nor short. Sometimes the mountain wind wraps around the fog and the chill is disturbing. Sometimes the hot sun hangs overhead and the heat is unbearable. Sometimes the rain pours down. The morning dew is heavy, and it drips along the curved arc of the weeds, falling to the ground in shattering open. Where to? Hachi, who was about to run away, hemmed and hawed and turned his head. I'm going to take a piss. Go on. Hurry back. Chen Xian continued to sit in meditation with his eyes closed. After melting all the ice blood crystals together, he enjoyed a large amount of white jade ginseng fruit again, and specially prepared 3 tonic medicines stolen from Li Yong'an, all of which were 7th grade elixirs. This tonic was like a magical catalyst that accelerated his body's recovery process. The meridians, which were already in the process of recovery, slowly began to become smooth under the nourishment of these rare ingredients. During this process, Chen Xian's body was like a city being rebuilt. Each meridian was like a road, while the ice blood crystals and white jade ginseng fruit were the building materials, which were skillfully fused together to build a healthy and powerful body. Over time, the city grew strong and durable. The meridians that were originally not smooth due to stagnation were now gradually regaining their usual smoothness under the effect of the tonic. The river was torrential and majestic, flowing at an astonishing speed to deliver life force to the corners of the body. Chen Xian then supplemented it with the eternal life Tao scripture. That's when the sun came out. The sun illuminated the mountains in the distance, and the light gradually descended to illuminate a cloud, making them as soft as cotton candy. The trees were also illuminated by the sun, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze. It's all so beautiful. Chen Xian opened his eyes and groaned softly. The broken meridians were not fully restored, though, and it was like a big road that was not only blocked all over the place, but also had breaks in the middle. However, that blocked meridian, at the moment, was unobstructed, which was already considered a very good gain. Again, with the help of divine sense, he internally explored the Qi Si snow mountain in his body, like a spring shoot that had sprouted its head. Where is little 8? Chen Xian asked. Still not back? The little donkey barked. Don't worry about not being able to run. It has been following it. In a short while of work, A face of aggrieved Hachi was sent back under the wraps of FHN. The little burro proudly retrieved his law money and gave it another hard lick on the face. It's so fragrant. Hachi rubbed the saliva on his face in disgust. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What else can you do besides rubbing drool on my face? When the little donkey heard this, he immediately opened his mouth and bit. Oopsie daisy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Chen Xian smiled helplessly. With two little ones around, there's no fear of feeling like one person is alone. After Chen Xian drank every drop of the soup in the iron pot, he put away the iron pot in front of him. Leave me a mouthful of soup. I was wrong. Don't eat me. Not far away. Hachi's voice rang out. Chen Xian hummed a small tune as he stepped forward. Don't worry about 1,000 miles. There is a wind of arrival. Chapter 112, Transformation. The purple cloud mystic realm had already closed, and the exit was filled with an aura of mingled blood and decay. Some cultivators were full of joy, obviously harvesting a lot. Naturally then there were those who looked dejected, their hands empty, even with bruises all over their bodies. Some of the more tragic ones directly put their lives on the line in them. Never able to return to their hometowns, Hachi stood at the edge of the cliff, crossed his arms and took a deep breath as he shouted, "Ah, my Hachi is finally out. This is the outside world." "Ah," Chen Xian said. "You may leave." Letting me go?" Hachi wondered. "Yeah, not planning on eating you either. Go ahead." Hachi was delighted. "Bye." With that, he turned and ran outside. Chen Xian looked at its back. "The journey is far. Be careful." As if Xiao Hachi was afraid that he would back out, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Chen Xian smiled. This little guy. Not a moment later, he suddenly raised his head and saw a demonic beast in the air rising straight into the sky. That demonic beast's mouth was clearly Hachi. "Ah, help! Don't eat me!" Hachi resisted to the death, not allowing himself to be swallowed by this demonic beast in one gulp. In the next moment, a dazzling line of fire pierced through the demonic beast's body. Hachi let out another ouch, his body plummeting straight down. Chen Xian reached out and caught it. "Oh, scared me to death. I thought I was really going to die this time. I've told you to be careful." Chen Xian placed it back on the ground, signaling that it could continue running. Hachi looked left and right, shaking off the drool that had run down his body with palpitations. It raised its head again and looked towards Chen Xian. "I don't want to go. The outside world is too dangerous," Chen Xian said indifferently. "But you can't go back either. The secret realm is already closed." Little Hachi flattened her mouth and suddenly hugged Chen Xian's thigh. "I want to follow you." Chen Xian smiled and pinched its fleshy cheeks. "Not afraid I'll eat you up? I trust you, and the fact that you make good soup." Saying so, he did not wait for Chen Xian to agree. Hachi then jumped down. "I'm going to go play with the donkey. The burrow is in seclusion. Don't disturb it." Chen Xian yanked it back. The little donkey had eaten the white jade ginseng fruit in the secret realm and was currently trying to digest the energy in his body. "I'm afraid that it will soon reach the peak of the 3 scenic view and be able to transform into a form. I wonder what the burrow will morph into." Chen Xian was somewhat curious. After a few more days, a roar suddenly erupted from the cave. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the transformation thunderbolt. The little donkey is preparing to cross the threshold. Not all spirit beasts, when they reached the 3rd scene, could transform into their forms. Only a spirit beast with outstanding talent like the little donkey could transform into a form when it reached the peak of the 3rd realm. But there were only a handful of such examples. Hachi's eyes were filled with curiosity as he saw the scene for the first time. Although it was older than even Chen Xian, it had been in the tree all its life and had no spirit. If you counted from the time it was born spiritually, it was only a little over 10 years old. Rumble dash. Suddenly, a bright light cut through the night sky, followed by a loud bang as if the sky was falling. A roar emanated from inside the cave. The little donkey's figure scurried out from the cave and met the thunderbolt. Without the slightest intention of retreating, lightning fell solidly on it. Roar dash. Wow, donkey is fierce. Hachi's mouth was wide open. After a long time, the smoke filled the air as if a fog had dispersed. In the haze, an upright figure appeared. Chen Xian was delighted. "Donkey, you've successfully transformed." Although Hachi was unsure of what was going on, he nevertheless clapped and shouted along. "Ah! Why can't you speak human yet?" Chen Xian frowned slightly. Murphy didn't adapt for a while. In the next moment, the smoke cleared, revealing the burrow's true colors. Only a naked human body appeared in front of their eyes, and then they looked up. "It's a donkey's head." "Ha!" Chen Xian's eyes widened. How did this burrow take shape and morph into this ghostly form? The donkey's head is unorthodox. Ah! Chen Xian was helpless and really didn't have the eyes to see. The little burrow ran to the creek, looked at his reflection, and let out a horrified yelp. "Who is this ugly bastard?" It covered its eyes and scattered its legs. Chen Xian comforted the little donkey for a good while before the fellow finally accepted reality. Green Cloud Gate. Who allowed you to make the unauthorized decision to fight Qin Sheng to the death? Now that things have gotten out, my Qingyun Sect has become a complete joke. Inside the Great Hall, Chen 14 knelt in front of the temple. Qingyun Sect's current sectmaster, Forgotten Love Taoist leader. This person, who had already cultivated the Taishan Forgotten Love Tao to the ultimate realm, was unusually angry at this moment. Chen 14 dared to angrily rebuke his senior sister, Ning Ying, and dared to scoff at any elder's words. When facing the master, he did not dare to refute a word. The Forgotten Love Taoist master angrily smashed the valuable jade cup into smithereens. Now that the matter of Qin Xian's expulsion from the sect had been rumored, the impact on the Qingyun sect could not be said to be insignificant. The person who had made an unearthly achievement was expelled from the sect in such a dignified manner. Qingyun sect's reputation and word of mouth had hit rock bottom overnight. Even Chen 14 went so far as to offer to fight Qin Xian to the death, making a blood oath in front of countless cultivators. The Forgotten Love Taoist master was both angry at Chen Xiv's nonsense, but in fact, it was more of a venting of the depressed fire in his heart. Originally, there was a complete set of complete plans to expel Qin Xian from the sect, falsely accusing Qin Xian of poisoning and stealing treasures, and expelling him from the sect for justifiable reasons. However, it was accidentally discovered that Qin Xian's injuries were recovering. Thus, the Forgotten Love Tao Lord made an urgent adjustment to block the news of Qin Xian's expulsion from the sect, overturning the original false accusations and allegations, and he sent someone to search Qin Xian back to his master's school, after searching in vain, for the sake of the Qingyun sect, in order to prevent Qin Xian, who had recovered from his injuries, from retaliating or doing something unfavorable to the Qingyun sect. She then acquiesced to the second elder's assassination plan, who knew that time and time again the assassination had failed, not to mention that now Chen 14 had added fuel to the fire, bringing this already unclean matter out into the open. It's really ironic. At this moment, Dao Father Forgetfulness just had the heart to even kill this beloved disciple. After a long time, Dao Father Forgetfulness spoke in a deep voice. Effective immediately, you are punished not to take half a step out of Lei Wuya, and not to stay out of the master's order. Lei Wu Cliff was where the Green Cloud sect punished their disciples. The sect leader rests his anger. The second elder was busy stepping forward to round off the situation. But Chen 14, he has already made a blood oath with Qin Xian. Although 14 is reckless, he is also doing it for the sake of Qingyun sect. The Forgotten Love Taoist master said in a cold voice. What blood oath? It doesn't count if I haven't given my word. Chapter 113. But the second elder wanted to say something else, but he had already been interrupted by the Forgotten Love Taoist. Don't say any more. It's not enough to be humiliated, but you have to go to some life and death fight. Fighting to the death between fellow disciples and letting people go to see the joke is. The second elder knew that at this moment, sister sect leader would never be able to listen to the words of the others. Master, I have the confidence to kill Qin Xian. At this moment, Chen 14 raised his head violently and said forcefully, Shut up, master, don't you want Qin Xian to die? The second elder's eyebrows trembled as he looked at Chen 14 in surprise. This kid is looking for death, right? This kind of talk can't be said in public. Master, I will definitely be able to kill Qin Xian. Qin Xian won't be my opponent. His current strength is only in the middle third realm, with no roots or meridians. I will be able to kill him and get rid of this great danger for the clan. Taoist Forgetfulness snapped. Qin Xian is a disciple of the clan. You have lost your mind and are talking nonsense here. Could it be that master doesn't want to kill Qin Xian? Could it be that master wants to see Qin Xian return to the top? The aura within the great hall suddenly turned cold, and the blood of the few people present seemed to freeze. They felt a desperate pressure in an instant, as if the end was near. Under the shroud of this pressure, the few people present dared to move easily, fearing that their movements would draw the attention of this pressure. Chen Xiv's body crept even lower, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, his forehead veins bulging. The Forgotten Love Taoist master's gaze was like an ice-cold knife, cutting every inch of his body. Chen 14 clenched his teeth, as if his body was about to be crushed by this powerful pressure in the next moment. Master, don't hold on to those ridiculous fantasies. Master, you call me ridiculous. 14 Arrogance. Why don't you thank the sect leader? The second elder gave a low shout. Now that the sect leader was in this situation, Chen 14 still dared to talk back. Chen 14 strongly supported the pressure on his body. Qin Xian has completely broken with the Qingyun sect. After suffering this great humiliation, does master still think that Qin Xian will be able to return to the Qingyun sect? The first thing I would do if I were Qin Xian to regain my cultivation would be to destroy the Qingyun sect. Now that all the cultivators in the world knew that Qin Xian had been expelled from the Qingyun sect, is master teacher confident that he can defeat Qin Xian in his prime? Chen 14 said word for word. Now that I have this certainty that I can kill Chen Shen and remove this future great danger for the Green Cloud sect, I still hope that Master Sire will fulfill me. After a few words, there was no more sound in the hall. The forgotten love Taoist master's face was cloudy, and the rest of the people didn't dare to say a word. After a long time, Tao Master Forgetfulness let out a cold snort. What certainty do you have in killing that Chen Xian? By virtue of the Qingping sword in Disciple's hand. By virtue of Disciple being able to kill the peak 6th Jing Ice Bear King in the middle of the secret realm with his 5th Jing cultivation. By virtue of Disciple. As long as there are enough cultivation resources, I am certain that I can break through to the 6th scenic view within the next few moments. Chen 14 raised his head and stared fearlessly into the eyes of Tao Master Forgetfulness. I still hope that my master will fulfill my wish to kill Chen Xian above the ring in a way that is convincing to the people of the world, in an honorable manner. Another long time passed. Just when Chen 14 thought that he would not be able to hold on, the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. Chen 14 exhaled thick breaths in large gulps. His body was covered in sweat, and his body was helplessly paralyzed on the ground. The bet was right. Chen 14 knew he had gambled right. Whether it was trying to drive Chen Xian out of the sect or plotting to murder him, it was all because this high and mighty master sect master was behind it. 3 months, you're sure? As long as there are enough resources, Disciple is certain to break through to 6th Jing. Chen 14 was confident. Tao Father Forgetfulness looked deeply at the other party and said nothing more as his gaze fell back on the second elder. The second elder raised his eyes to meet his, reading the meaning of the sect master's sister, and nodded slightly. A moment later, the forgotten love Taoist master turned around and left. Not another word was spoken. The second elder straightened his back and waved his hand, signaling the few people in the hall to leave first. Then he said to Chen 14, "Come with me, audacious brat. You're not afraid that the sect leader will kill you." The corner of Chen Xiv's mouth revealed a cold smile, propping up the bold and starving the timid. 2 months later. Well, Chen Xian exhaled a long breath and raised his fishing rod. A mackerel was then yanked out of the water. A short while later, Hachi sniffed the fish soup that was simmering in the pot. This smells really good. Chen Xian laughed. Fragrant, isn't it? I traded this sauce from a boatman. I've never smelled anything so good. Hachi nodded like garlic as it held the pot with both hands and poked its body inside. Chen Xian turned his head and said, "The donkey is eating." Ah! The little donkey had transformed into a human body with a donkey's head and was practicing spells next to him. This appearance was a bit ugly, but it was undeniable that the control of mana became even more perfect after transforming into a form. It was now able to manipulate the 3 mana money perfectly. Moreover, after taking human form, the body refining technique that he had learned before could also come in handy. Tiger Demon Fist. Little donkey swung out his fist and made a tiger-like sound. Roar dash. That's pretty diligent. A short while later, the little donkey ran over and served a bowl of fish soup, sniffed the smell, then sniffed Hachi aside. So he reached down and yanked Hachi up, placing him in his own bowl to soak for a few moments before tossing him out. The little donkey nodded in satisfaction, drinking the fish soup with Hachi's flavor beautifully. Hachi was so angry that he went straight to beat it with his own fist. Bastard! What do you take me for? Do you think I'm a condiment? It was just that its fist seemed to be scratching an itch for the little donkey. Hachi was furious. Bastard! I'll fight you. Seeing that he couldn't defeat it, Hachi went back to find Chen Xian to do it for him. Teach me. I'm going to storm this guy. Be well. Chen Xian agreed carelessly. He reined in the fire, and the samadhi fire under the iron pot cooked the fish at an appropriate temperature. Stewing fish soup with foreign fire. This kind of thing seems simple, but in reality, it required a precise grasp of foreign fire. The temperature of the foreign fire is much higher than ordinary flames. A little inattention, not to mention the fish, the iron pot, which was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary, would be burned to powder. So during the process, one must be fully focused on controlling the size and intensity of the flame. This kind of perverted to the extreme control is rare in the world. For Chen Xian, cultivation bears all things, and all things can be cultivated. At that moment, the little donkey reminded, "Don't forget the agreement with Chen 14. Chen Xian then remembered. Yes. He promised that kid that he would fight to the death with his opponent in the Dragon Sect competition. I'm afraid that by now this matter has already spread. Chen Xian put down the bowl of soup and took another large bite of the sweet and delicious fruit. Trouble, but where did that kid get such a big grudge against himself? Chen Xian was somewhat puzzled. Well, it's about time to go by the count. Let's go. Not long after, Chen Xian sat on the ass of the donkey and leisurely headed off into the distance. 4 shifts. No need to quit drinking. I'm such a little genius. 5 stars to go. Chapter 114, No Complaints. Green Cloud Gate. With the sudden resounding of a loud and clear voice within the Tongtian Peak, countless gazes were attracted to it. A wave of anticipation surged in people's hearts, wanting to know which of their fellow disciples had made a breakthrough in the realm. The voice was like heavenly music that resounded through the clouds. What's going on? Someone else made a breakthrough? A sixth scenic junior master said in a deep voice. His gaze was cast in the direction of Tongtian Peak, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. As far as he could remember, no one seemed to fit the bill. Either they have already transcended this realm, or they have no hope at all and are still lingering in the lower three sceneries. On this day, above the Qingyun Sect, purple chi was coming from the east. A vision was born across the entire Qingyun Sect, as if a purple dragon was meandering in the sky. The entire Qingyun Sect was enveloped by this strange sight, causing one to feel a divine aura. At this moment, the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect were also attracted by this strange sight, and they all stepped out of their rooms to look up at the sky. Their faces all showed looks of surprise and awe, as if they had seen something incredible. Some disciples even began to pray silently, hoping to be blessed by this purple energy. The vision of purple chi coming from the east surprisingly lasted for several hours in the sky above the Qingyun Sect. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a figure slowly emerged. He stood at the pinnacle of Tongtian Peak, overlooking the entire sect with a majestic aura, like a high mountain that one could not ignore. His gaze swept over the crowd as if he was looking at a group of mole crickets, even those elders whose cultivation was stronger than his. The offerings, it made no difference. Chen 14. People's gazes instantly focused on Chen 14, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Breakthrough! Someone trembled as they shouted out the words, their voice filled with excitement and ecstasy. And that voice brought everyone back to their senses and started whispering, wait, didn't he just make a breakthrough some time ago? Someone suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. This one sentence caused the originally noisy crowd to quiet down all of a sudden. They all knew that Chen 14 had just broken through a realm not too long ago, and now, he had unexpectedly broken through once again, within half a year, spanning an entire realm. 6 scenes, someone nagged to himself, his voice filled with horror and envy. They couldn't imagine how Chen 14 managed to span an entire realm and reach the realm of the 6 scenic realms in just half a year. What kind of talent and hard work was required for this? Chen 14, on the other hand, did not notice the reactions of the people around him. He was just immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, feeling a powerful force that he had never felt before, as if the entire world was under his control. He knew that this breakthrough was a turning point in his life and the beginning of his journey to the top. Green Cloud Sect. Inside the main hall, the forgotten love Taoist master opened his eyes slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes as well. It really came true? A whole realm in half a year. The second elder joyfully said. Sect leader. 14. This brat's future accomplishments are unlimited. It's even better than Chen Xian ever was. Without saying anything else, Dao Father Forgetfulness walked to the doorway and turned his back to the second elder, his eyes looking deep into the clouds above. The second elder then lowered his voice again and said, Sect Master, this time we will definitely be able to kill that Chen Xian. Junior brother, congratulations. Ningning ran from afar with an excited look on her face, but before he could get close, Chen Xiv's figure had already disappeared in place. Ningning froze and subconsciously turned her head to look around, after making sure the other person has left. Ningning was so angry that she stomped her foot and whispered, This guy, Tongtian Peak. Chen 14 was ecstatic and went straight to the place where his senior sister Maju was staying, and couldn't wait to be the first to share this good news with his senior sister. He walked through a quiet bamboo forest, the sunlight pouring through the gaps in the leaves, creating a patch of light. Right at that moment, a sword light suddenly shot through. Chen 14 reacted extremely quickly and dodged sideways. Spiritual bamboo within a straight line tipped over in droves. Who? Chen 14 felt the chilling killing intent. Who would have the audacity to kill the Green Cloud Sect? He fixed his eyes and saw a figure dressed in white slowly walking out of the bamboo forest. Chen Xiv's heart sank. Senior sister. Mo Zhu held his sword, his eyes cold. Why are you doing this? Senior sister, I've broken through the 6th scenery. Back then, you stole my letter and exposed Master Li's whereabouts to the second elder. I just think you are still young, do not understand the world, and the second elder of the high position of power you do not dare to offend him. Now you're openly proposing a life and death fight with senior brother Li. You know that his root bones are destroyed and his meridians are all wasted. What are your intentions? Mochizuki said one word while rapidly approaching with his sword. Chen 14 quickly stepped back. Senior sister, I'm doing this for the Green Cloud Sect. For you. Good one for the Green Cloud Sect. Mochizuki's killing intent was on display. If it wasn't for senior brotherly wouldn't there be the Qingyun Sect today? Wolf Cub, I really shouldn't have saved you in the first place. And even more so, I shouldn't have let senior brotherly open the heavenly gate for you, not having thought of raising a scourge. Chen 14 looked at Emoju incredulously. Senior sister, you want to kill me? If I don't kill you, should I let you kill senior brotherly? The longsword approached. Chen 14, however, gave up his resistance and fiercely fell to his knees, lifting his head to look sincerely at this woman who had once saved him at the time of his greatest despair. Senior sister, you saved my life. If you want to kill me, 14 will never complain. 14 recognizes that he has not done a single thing wrong, and what he has done has no selfishness. It is all for the sake of the Green Cloud sect. Mori's cold light was against his throat. In that case, a strange light flashed in Mochizuki's eyes. The next moment, a cold aura flashed. Chen 14 was startled and avoided the sword with an extremely subtle stance. His eyes filled with disbelief. It was both angry and horrified. You're really going to kill me? You're really going to kill me? Maju laughed coldly. Didn't you say absolutely no complaints? Your life was saved by me, and your heavenly gate was opened by your senior brother. Now, I will waste your cultivation for my senior brother. Chen 14 felt the icy killing intent, and he clearly knew that his senior sister was not joking. Chapter 115, Dragon Gate Competition. Clang, came the sound of a sword, a clear and pleasant sound. Chen 14 sacrificed his Qingping sword in panic. I never thought that senior sister would actually choose to kill herself for Chen Xian. The two long swords clanged and entangled together, sparks flying and sword chi flying. Although Chen 14 was in pain, his strikes were not half as ambiguous. The Qingping sword danced as if it were flying, like a green dragon hovering in the air, waiting for an opportunity to move. In contrast, Maju's sword was like a wild horse that had gotten out of control, galloping and wild and unbeatable. Each impact of the two swords made a deafening noise. Chen Xiv's heart was beating fast and his breathing became rapid. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He had to go all out in order to block Moju's attack. Unlike Ningying, as the eldest senior sister of Tong Tian Peak, Moju's strength was unfathomable. Back then, at Tong Tian Peak, she was only weaker than Chen Xian. Chen 14, who had just stepped into the sixth scenario, would never be a match for Moju at this moment, no matter how outstanding his natural talent was. Chen 14 also understood this very well, so the party exchanged hands. His aim then was not to defeat his opponent, but to escape while he had the chance. Seek the blessings of the elders and masters. However, Maju did not give him the slightest opportunity to do so, not to mention escaping. Even if he was slightly distracted now, he could have been killed by the sword. Chen 14 clenched his teeth. Senior sister, do you really not care about past friendships? Affection? Mochizuki snorted coldly and ran his sword technique. In the next moment, the sword blade easily broke through Chen Xiv's defense and was about to go straight into his sternum. Done. Just when Chen 14 was in despair, a figure suddenly stopped in front of Chen 14. It was actually that Ningying, and Moju was in a hurry, so he had to deflect his sword and avoid the other party's vitals. Although Ningying had a protective magic treasure, the difference in cultivation was too great, being directly penetrated by the blade of the sword through his body. Even if he avoided the vitals of his body, he was afraid that he would still be injured. Ningying sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chen 14 was surprised and delighted, and without the slightest hesitation, he took advantage of this moment. Immediately, he offered up a high-grade divine royalty talisman and instantly disappeared into the middle of the bamboo forest as a wisp of fresh wind. Mochizuki hastily swung out a sharp sword chi to pursue him. Only yet, the other party still escaped. Moju was furious and sneered as he looked at the injured Ningying on the ground. What an affectionate little senior sister. Ningying said weakly, Senior sister, you mustn't lay a hand on a fellow disciple. Senior brother, are you alright? Don't, master brother. People have already run away. What? Ningying's brows furrowed as she turned her head to look with difficulty. Fruity is really gone. Asterisk. Ningying gritted her teeth. She didn't expect this guy to be really so cold-blooded and desperate. Mochizuki backhanded a palm. Ningying let out a cry of surprise and was sent flying several feet out. Her eyes blackened and she directly fainted. Maju knew his little sister's mind too well. This little senior sister of hers, although she was young, her mind was extremely deep. Back then, when he saw that senior brotherly was in full swing, he pestered him all day long. When elder brother is wasted, he is quickly and immediately set aside again. Now that I see Chen 14 is gifted, I'm rushing to run to someone else. Now that he expected that he would not kill her, he took this opportunity to sell Chen 14 a favor. Otherwise, with this girl's mind, how could she give up her life for that Chen 14? It didn't take long for two law enforcement hall elders to come to Tongtian Peak with several disciples. Chen 14 had already informed the second elder of this matter. The second elder quickly had someone take control of Moju and handed him over to await the sect leader's disposition. After all, it was the sect leader's favorite disciple, and the second elder didn't dare to do anything. In the end, due to accidentally injuring a fellow disciple. Ma Zhu was punished by being confined for 300 years. There were only less than 7 days left before the Dragon Gate competition. Dragon Gate City, which was the closest to this Dragon Gate stone monument, was bustling with activity at this time. The gates of this small city seemed to be a barrier, separating the hustle and bustle of the Jianghu from the chaos of the world. When stepping through the gates of this city, a unique atmosphere comes over you, as if you have traveled into a world full of swords. The people of the city were either carrying swords, wearing Taoist robes, or followed by ferocious beasts. The eyes were firm and composed, and each of them exuded an ineffable aura that was not to be underestimated. It was as if they were in charge in this small town. Chen Xian led the donkey, and with little aid in tow, he thus walked into it along with the flow of people. Take a stroll through the city and soak up all that it has to offer. The rustic eaves and tiles against the people counting swords and knives give this small town a quaint Jianghu atmosphere. It's like a scene from a book, where you can hear the stories of the Jianghu in those years and see those love-hate relationships that used to happen here. The story has heroic feats, villainous plots, the sweetness of love and the pain of hate. Have you heard? The matter of the Green Cloud Sect. It's not even new. I've heard about it 800 times from my neighboring village's second grandpa's daughter-in-law's brother's neighbor's big yellow dog. There's a new version of the story. What version? Chen 14 has broken through to the 6th scenery. What? Isn't he Gokyo? Otherwise, how would people dare to have the nerve to offer to fight Qin Xian Sheng to the death? Tisk, they're all brothers from the same sect. They have to kill each other and make outsiders look at them as a joke. This Qingyun Sect doesn't know what it's thinking. Who says it isn't? Hey, who did you bet on? What? Bet on what? Ha, you still don't know? It's already opened. Who wins and who loses between Chen Xian and Chen 14? Really? That and false. Just as a few people were talking, that's when a half-dozen kids came running over to the, do any of you know where my big brother is? A few people looked at the kid, a young Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain. Who is your big brother? The kid slapped his chest and said with great pride, my elder brother is naturally Chen Xian, the world's sword Dao leader. A few people looked at this kid in surprise. Your elder brother is Chen Xian. Then who are you? My surname is Lin. My first name is Dowling. This child was no other than Lin Dowling, who Chen Xian had sent all the way to Longhu Mountain. The young girl behind her wearing a Taoist robe was, since it was Qi, who Taingyou had entrusted to Chen Xian's care. Archie was wearing a Taoist robe and had a good face. She reached out and skillfully grabbed Lin Dowling's ear, nodding slightly at a few people. Sorry to interrupt. Ouch. Mama. It hurts. Big sister, lighten up. Lin Dowling's agonized voice rang out. Archie's strength was strangely immense. He couldn't break free at all, and could only be dragged forward by the other party. I mean, don't you worry about it. What if Big Brother loses? Without looking back, Archie said, he's not going to lose. Chapter 116, Dragon Gate City. The first moment Chen Xian appeared, he received attention from all walks of life. Food, lodging, but not a penny to spend. It's all about the best house and the best meals. The original inn was so packed that not a single guest room could be vacated. Once the innkeeper realized it was Chen Xian, he immediately temporarily vacated a room. Good wine and food were brought into the house in no time. I know you like peace and quiet and don't want to be disturbed. The innkeeper had a smile on his face. Chen Xian gave his thanks. The burro resumed his human form, smelling the fragrant beef soup in the pot, and out of habit, he grabbed Hachi and dipped him into it. Hachi clasped his hands to his chest with a depressed look on his face. It seems to have long since gotten used to it and stopped resisting. Shhhhhhh. After soaking for a while, the burro picked up the beef soup and drank it in one go, smashing the flavor with intent. Why does this beef soup smell funny? The burro just took it as a specialty here and didn't think much of it. Hachi saw this scene and revealed a scheming smile. It plopped down its meal quickly and ran off to study its feats, muttering to itself, when I've accomplished my feat, I'll make sure to stew you up and make soup for you. Chen Xian was dripping with contentment after drinking and eating. He lazily flopped down on the bed, feeling the softness and comfort of the mattress. He inhaled deeply, smelling the fresh scent emanating from the wood of the bed. It was the scent of small leaf rosewood, elegant but not pungent, making people smell it and feel happy. The scent reminded him of his childhood. In those days, my father delivered wood to the town lords. When he comes back, he'll bring him a small section of a tree branch. His father told him that it was xiaoya zitan, a very precious wood that only the rich and powerful could use. Chen Xian did not know what preciousness was at that time. He just thought that the scent of this wood smelled good and was comforting and pleasing to the senses. In fact, better smelling and more precious wood than this. Chen Xian did not know how many Chen Xian had seen later on, but he alone loved to smell this smell of childhood. Bet 3,000 top grade spirit stones. Zenith Lee wins. I'll bet 500. Chen 14. Ha! Bold enough, but realistically has never been defeated. There's a first time for everything, isn't there? There's a new generation in the river and a new generation in the old. That said, this Qingyun Sect is really something. Who says it isn't? There was a lot of talk and a lot of noise outside. At this moment, the main character, Chen Xian, was lying on his back on a large, cozy bed, enjoying the peace and quiet. This is much more comfortable to sleep lying on a tree branch. In no time, Chen Xian fell into a deep sleep. The shadow of the afternoon window in spring is long, and everything is restful after a good night's sleep. There are still a few days before this Dragon Gate conference. Chen Xian was since going to take a good walk around the area. Touring the mountains and playing in the water was not a form of cultivation, and it was even Chen Xian's greatest interest at this time. Naturally, it was inevitable that we saw many people we knew, so we had tea together and chatted about the current events. What's more, with the chatty Hachi, and the donkey who loves to practice at his side, he won't be bored. On this day, when I was about to go out of the city, I saw that the entrance to the city was bustling with activity. Chen 14 entered the city along with the second elder, and a group of disciples. These disciples were dressed in civilian clothes, so no one recognized them as disciples of the Qingyun Sect at first glance. It's been a long time since I came to this Dragon Gate city, the second elder said indifferently. Chen 14, however, was in no mood to enjoy the scenery around him and grimaced. The second elder saw his thoughts and said, "The way of cultivation seeks an unrelenting and open heart of the Tao. You already have a knot in your heart, and now all you have to do is get rid of it." Disciple understands. The second elder smiled. Also, it's just a woman. When you cultivate the righteous path in the future, you'll have all kinds of women. At that moment, a group of young men and women, dressed in uniform, were seen crossing the street. Walking at the front was a youth riding a huge black tiger. Tall, straight and handsome, he held a long spear, the tip of which flashed with a cold light, as if he was ready for battle. The black tiger was also exceptionally majestic, its fur as smooth as silk, its black fur shimmering in the sunlight, and its eyes revealing a sense of pride and might, as if to tell people that it is the dominant force in the land. Following the black tiger was a young girl who followed a few feet long crimson serpent behind her, and she had a beautiful and delicate figure. The originally bustling, busy street with people coming and going suddenly became unusually quiet. People's gazes all looked in the direction of the city gates in unison, as if they had seen something terrifying. Immediately afterward, a commotion began in the crowd, with children and adults ducking to the sides. Why is this group so arrogant? A casual cultivator recognized the group and whispered a few words into his companion's ear. TSK. No wonder, the street was already busy, and in the midst of the chaos a child was pushed and shoved to the ground and had his foot stepped on, crying out in pain. The black tiger, who walked at the front, stared at the girl with a flash of cold light in her eyes. The girl was so scared that her face turned pale, and when she looked up at this huge thing, she didn't even dare to cry. Chen 14 glanced at it and quickly withdrew his gaze. The second elder snorted lightly. A second-rate clan is still so arrogant. Just that even though he couldn't look down on this bunch of guys, the second elder wasn't going to pay any attention to them. Striding ahead, Chen 14 did not care about such idle matters since the black tiger suddenly flicked his tail, which was 100 times more powerful than a steel whip, pumping the air with a buzzing sound. It didn't take much thought to realize that the girl would surely lose her life once the two sides made contact. Seeing this scene, the owner of the black tiger didn't have any intention of stopping it, as if he had long been accustomed to it. The people around them looked on in secret. Just then, a slight change that did not attract attention suddenly occurred. The merchant caravan's flag flying in the air, as if it had been slashed by an invisible sharp blade, silently snapped in two, as if it had never been intact, and a tiny blade of grass, blown away by the wind, was split in two in an instant. The section was neat, as if it had been split by the sharpest knife or axe, without the slightest burr. The black tiger's body suddenly froze, and its steel whip-like tail stopped. The next moment, the entire body was split in two. The blood seemed to slow down by half a beat, before it gushed out like a gushing spring. The owner of the black tiger, the tall man with the gun, watched this in shock, his voice filled with shock and anger. "Who? Come out!" he shouted. Several of his companions around him also took defensive stances, their nerves tensed as if they were ready to deal with a sudden battle. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. The tall man with the gun almost gritted his teeth. This black tiger was a spirit beast that he had raised since his childhood. Now, it's surprising to be killed by someone somehow. The tall man's anger was palpable as his gaze swept over the crowd and then landed on the girl. It was instantly clear that someone was protecting the girl. The tall man cocked his gun, actually aiming it at the child in a toothless manner. The crowd secretly despised it in their hearts. Just at the moment when the tall man was about to strike, he was violently stopped by an old man in green. "Uncle Sherfu, shut up!" The green-clothed old man backhanded him with a slap, sending him flying more than 10 feet away. With that, he arched his hand and faced the crowd. "I hope I'm not to be blamed for the impudence of my juniors and for impinging on my seniors." But no one replied. And the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. After waiting for a while longer, the green-clothed old man hurriedly left with his descendants. There are people outside of people, and there are mountains outside of mountains, and it's just a matter of fooling around on weekdays. When it comes to this Dragon Gate city, the place where cultivators from all over the world converge, it's a case of not knowing how to die. After quickly striking out, Chen Xian had already left the city. That is, he was preparing to go for a stroll around what the locals called a certain scenic spot to go. P.S. I'll see if I can get 4 shifts tomorrow depending on my status, depending on whether I go to karaoke tonight or not. It's annoying that writing a novel is always discovered by friends and acquaintances. My mom let me die, and read my novels to friends and relatives on New Year's Eve. Chapter 117. The Dragon Sect Grand Competition has officially begun. The fog was exceptionally thick today, and the entire city was shrouded in a hazy veil. Chen Xian left the door not too early or too late, and it was business as usual. It's like going out for a walk. Dragon Gate Immortal Terrace, which was a very spacious square that could hold 10,000 people. At the center of the Immortal Terrace was a high platform with a huge stone statue. The statue was dozens of feet tall and solemn, overlooking the entire square. The eyes gleamed as if they were watching everyone who came here. The statue's appearance was smooth and finely carved, with every detail coming to life as if it were about to jump out of the stone. At the feet of the statue, a flock of white pigeons circled as if paying homage to the statue. The entire square was enveloped by a patch of spilled sunlight, giving it a sacred feel. Chen 14 raised his head and looked at the statue, his fists clenched with a crunch. To be able to make him so angry. How could that statue be anyone else but Chen Xian? The second elder said indifferently. Chen Xian won the top spot here at the age of 18, and since then, there has been no other winner in this Dragon Gate competition other than him, until his cultivation was abolished. Anger won't help. You need to make this statue change into yourself. Understand? Chen 14 said in a deep voice. I understand. The Green Cloud Sect's people are here. Where? Where? It's that group over there. The young man in the center is Chen 14. He's Chen 14? At this age, it's already a 6th view. I would have no regrets in death if I could reach 6th view in my life. The crowd was talking. Why hasn't real Chen Xianli appeared yet? These past few days, Realist Li has been eating and drinking in the city. And the last time I saw Realist Li eating dim sum in a tea house. Yes? Chen Xian walked down the street. It was foggy today. The fog in the streets was so thick that it was like a white veil that gently covered the houses, trees and pedestrians. Figures weaved through the mist, sometimes clear, sometimes blurred, foggy and silhouetted. It is as if you are in a mysterious fairyland, giving you a feeling of transcendence and a different flavor. Big brother, are you sure you can finish off that guy? Little Hachi already knew about the whole thing, and at this moment, he lay on Chen Xian's shoulder and asked curiously, I guess so. He's pretty good too. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Chen Xian smiled faintly. Big brother, I should be a bit more powerful. Big brother is mighty. I'll give big brother a boost. All the way to the Dragon Gate Immortal Terrace. At the moment it was so crowded that it was too many people to count. As far as the eye could see, there was a large, dark and countless area. Most of them were from cultivation sects, or families, and they were easily recognizable. Most of these people did not have umbrellas, and the rain dripped from their heads as if they did not feel it. In addition to the Jianghu people, there were also some merchants in the crowd, wearing gorgeous clothes and holding umbrellas, as well as a handful of people watching. Some of the people from the big families were more gorgeously dressed and had a more elegant demeanor. They walked slowly through the crowd with umbrellas, as if showing their status and position. I don't know who shouted, Real Li is here. This voice was like a stone suddenly thrown on a calm lake, and the crowd suddenly stirred. People stretched their necks, wanting to catch a glimpse of Realist Li. Some of them were busy standing up excitedly and kept looking. The crowd clattered and parted the way of its own accord. It's Mr. Li. In the crowd, Wei Yingying was chewing on a delicious pastry, when suddenly her eyes lit up and she was about to rush over, but she was violently grabbed by Lu Wuxin behind her. Miss, don't be rude. At the same time, also captured was Lin Dowling. Big brother, it's big brother, don't make a mess, Archie said faintly. Her hand gripped Lin Dowling's hand like an iron vice, making it impossible to break free. Chen Xian was, for a moment, a little less adapted. Wherever he went in the past, he was this much in the limelight. Later on, his cultivation was abolished, and after being alone for a long time, he was a bit uncomfortable with the solitude at first. Wherever you go in the Green Cloud Sect, you won't be cared about. and you'll slowly get used to it. Now that I'm back to my old self, I'm actually starting to feel uncomfortable again. Chen 14 and the second elder's gazes were unanimously cast over. Chen Xian glanced at them unconcernedly before his eyes swept through the crowd again, seemingly as if he was looking for someone. Soon, he found the person he was looking for, because the man was waving to himself. The crowd looked over at the same time, and when they saw the person clearly, they felt nothing strange about it, as if it was a matter of course. It was one of the clans sitting under one of the few pavilions. In the midst of this Dragon Gate Immortal Terrace, except for the Green Cloud Sect, there were only a few clans and families that were qualified to sit among the pavilions in the first row of the Immortal Platform. Northfall Division, Jiangli, Chen Xian of the Qingyun Sect, Jiangli of the Beilu Sect, Tainyo the Blacksmith, and Yen Cheng, the Emperor of Deyi, are known throughout the world for their friendship when they were young. It was reasonable to say that although the Dragon Gate competition was important, it was not so important that Jiangli would personally come. After all, Jiangli was now the most highly placed immortal official of the Northern Fall Division, like the head of the Green Cloud Sect. Except for certain important resolutions, it is not usually done in person, not to mention Jiangli himself. Therefore, some people speculated that Jiangli's personal visit this time was entirely because of Chen Xian. Chen Xian walked over with his donkey and Hachi and very naturally sat on her side. Introducing the donkey, Hachi, this is my friend Jiangli. Hello. Hachi waved her hand in a friendly manner. Jiangli looked at them both. A transformed white jade ginseng fruit? That's rare. Make an offer and sell it to me. Xiao Hachi's face turned white and he hid behind Chen Xian in fear. Chen Xian laughed. Don't scare it. It's timid. Sir, hello again. Chen Xian looked behind him. A woman in green on one left and a woman in white on the other. That green-clothed woman he had seen before was called Ji Lingchen. He followed him for a long time in the middle of the Western Sea, begging for a life-saving elixir for his elder sister. Mister, I haven't thanked you for saving my life, the woman in white solemnly said. It must be that she was the senior sister that Ji Lingchen had spoken of. Chen Xian waved his hand, not caring. Pulling a handful of melons from his pocket, he shared some with Jiangli. As usual, it's going to be a while before the bout starts grinding. Chapter 118 Black Heart, Black Hands. The Dragon Gate Grand Competition could not be a mere competition, which was evident from the composition of the participants. In addition to the various loose cultivators in the rivers and lakes, the sons and daughters of the clans, there were also quite a few great families as well as the royal family that would also send people to participate. Although these great families were usually hidden from the world, their strength and depth should not be underestimated in the slightest. Therefore, this Dragon Gate competition was also an excellent opportunity for all the great sects as well as clans to communicate with each other and discuss matters. There was some irreconcilable business going on. To avoid more bloodshed and casualties, they will also find a middleman with enough weight to mediate. And just in this Dragon Gate competition, each of them will send out their family's favorite children. No life and death, just a win/lose. PFFFF. Chen Xian leisurely spat out the melon rind. A generation of newcomers. This Chen 14 is really good. In the younger generation, there won't be a single person in the Northern Drop Sect who is his opponent, Jiangli said indifferently. Chen Xian also said, not bad indeed, but he said that not only is he going to fight you to the death, but he's also going to participate in the Dragon Sect competition and win the top spot before that. That's pretty confident. He is thinking that besides you, no one in the same realm is worth his extra effort. After a pause, Jiangli continued, I do think he looks a bit like you when you were younger, only with too much hostility. After another while, this Dragon Gate competition that had gathered as many as 10,000 people finally began. The representatives of the major sects took turns to come forward and say something, followed by the first round of the competition. According to the rules of the Dragon Gate Grand Competition, those who participated in the Dragon Gate Grand Competition would first compete for a leader. That wasn't the end of it, and the next people who had grudges, or who had privately agreed to face each other, went up on stage. The first two disciples to take the field. One was a Xianbao Pavilion cultivator specializing in boxing. One was a cultivator of the Divine Will sect, practicing the art of sleeping. As the first cultivators to appear, the cultivation of the duo was naturally not weak, and the fight was very ornamental. As Chen Xian watched this scene, the cries of the crowd that came through became blurred. One could only hear that voice getting farther and farther away, getting lighter and lighter, and eventually disappearing into the drizzle. And the entire world seemed to be left with only the two people on the Dragon Gate Immortal stage. Their figures flickered above the immortal terrace like two shooting stars intersecting in the night sky, their figures flickering and moving as fast as phantoms, making it impossible to see their movements. The moves are also getting more and more skillful in this tense atmosphere. The fine rain also seemed to become denser and more urgent, as if it was adding more variables to the contest. It didn't take long to separate the winners from the losers. No one fell, and the two of them bowed to each other, then left each other. Hachi looked cloudy. Big brother. Who won? Chen Xian pointed at the Divine Intent Sect cultivator. Hachi's mouth was open. Oh, it's awesome that you can win even if you sleep. Most of the people who fought were of the same realm, and even if there was some difference in cultivation, they would occasionally be wiped out in the middle of a fight. Every bout has a not so small stakes. Overall, there was nothing too remarkable about the first day's bouts. It wasn't until the second day that Chen 14 of the Green Cloud Sect made his appearance, defeated the promoted Divine Will Sect disciple with 2 moves. Then he easily beat the young master of the returning to the first floor, shattering his own life object and breaking his sternum. Zhongli said, hostility is really too heavy. Heart black, hand black. As to give people into such a well, on the ruthlessness of young Yu, can be far worse than him. Chen Xian laughed. When wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. If I was like him when I was young, how could I have survived until today? In the 28th match, Chen 14 wins. The sound traveled a long way, and some people ran from around the Sendai to the outer gate, and the crowd immediately stirred. Another win. How many wins has this been in a row? And isn't this just the beginning? Gu, losing again. I thought that Qingyun Sword Sect's person could win. No one has been able to take more than 3 moves yet. Now that the rules of the bet have been changed. Changed to what? Now that all the bets are on Chen 14 to win, the bet can only be changed to press Chen 14 to win within a few hands. There's still that kind of play. Not really. At that moment, someone hurriedly came with a royal sword and shouted, Chen 14 will face Wei family's Lu Wuxin in the next match. The crowd was restless again. Lu Wuxin is finally on. Give me pressure on Lu Wuxin 500 top-grade spirit stones. Hey, haven't you always been the one to say you want to pressure Lu Wuxin? The man gave an awkward smile. Originally I thought so, but this Chen 14 is a bit too popular. Lu Wuxin has stepped into the 6th view for a long time. Chen 14 has just stepped into the 6th view. According to reason. That's what I'm most afraid of, by the way. On the Dragon Gate Immortal platform, Chen Xian looked at Chen 14 who was standing on top of the platform. Chen 14 had already swept through the others without making a single sword strike from start to finish. If Lu Wuxin lost again, he was afraid that no one would dare to compete with him again. Others are competing, but Chen 14 does not distinguish between light and heavy. Sometimes the hand was heavy. The disciple of the Cloud Smoke Sect was directly beaten and shattered his Jindan, nearly dying. The Cloud Smoke Sect's people didn't dare to say anything in the face of the Qingyun Sect and had to swallow the bad breath. Chen 14 raised his head and unapologetically looked straight at Chen Xian, who was sitting in the pavilion. Chen Xian looked at him with a smile. I bet 10,000 top-grade spirit stones on you. To the side, Zhongli said indifferently. Aren't you afraid I'll lose? Zhongli was unconcerned. From the day I met you, I've never seen you lose. I'm thankful to Fairy Jiang of the Northern Fall Division for holding such great confidence in me. As he spoke, Lu Wuxin was already on the stage. Chen 14 took a few rare moments of seriousness. Lu Wuxin. Not bad. You and Chen Xian are the only ones who can claim to be my opponents in this tournament. Lu Wuxin snorted coldly. You can cancel your life and death fight with realistly, because you will lose here. You can try. Chen 14 stepped forward. Willow Heartless has a great reputation. Although Lu Wuxin was not surnamed Wei, he was a disciple that the Wei family had focused on cultivating. It was also the most gifted disciple of the Wei family in 100 years. Even the Xiling royal family wanted to have this person, going so far as to offer conditions that were beyond the reach of the Wei family. Just Lu Wuxin remembered the Wei family's kindness of a meal back then, and was unwilling to leave the Wei family no matter what. His reputation for loyalty and bravery was widely spread for a while. Lu Wuxin offered his flying sword, his eyes glaring. Who do you think will win? Zhongli asked. Chen Xian thought for a moment. From my point of view, 4 or 6. Willow Heartless 6. Chen 14 4? On the contrary, Zhongli said. Although Chen 14 is also a 6th Jing, his cultivation is not as good as Lu Wuxin. Chapter 119, Never Lost. The amount of plates opened by Chen 14 and Lu Wuxian was second only to the life and death fight between Chen Xian and Chen 14. It's not just monks who are betting. There were also merchants and businessmen who specialized in getting rich by dumping spirit stones, as well as some sects and clans, all of which would have specialized people to assess the results before the bout and make the final bets. Even certain large clans would secretly place bets out of the influence of their reputation, unbeknownst to anyone. There were once people who thought that the person who won the spirit stone was an insignificant minor character, so they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to intercept and kill him. Who knew that a kick in the teeth was in order? There are quite a few casual cultivators who even bet their entire fortune, and there are not a few cultivators who became rich overnight. When there are bouts, there are winners and losers, and when there are winners and losers, There are bets. This has been the case since ancient times. There were quite a few people who were not qualified to go forward to watch the battle, and they could only wait for the results of the bout in the tea house outside, or under a tree, or gathered in a clearing. Some people were silently praying that the side they supported would win. Some paced restlessly, constantly looking at the clock, wishing it would go by faster. Under the tree, people sat around, sipping tea and talking about the bout. Some of them were experienced veterans who had their own unique views on the victory or defeat of the fight, while others were novices who came to watch the fight for the first time and were full of curiosity and anticipation for the fight. Hoo! Finally, someone hurried out of it, a little sweat breaking out on their forehead. Win! Who won? The crowd spoke in unison. Chen 14 has won. Head of the school. As soon as these words came out, some people were immediately pained. Some people stood in place incredulously, and some people cried out in shock. Chen 14 won. The man shouted loudly in excitement. The Dragon Gate Immortal stage was already divided between victory and defeat, and the surroundings were silent. Everyone knew that since Chen Xian, the Qingyun Sect had produced another heavenly pride named Chen 14. However, no one had expected that this heavenly pride would be so powerful. There were some old men present who couldn't help but recall how similar Chen Xian was back then when he first emerged. Lu Wuxin lost. His body was covered in sword wounds, dripping with blood, and a bitter smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Everyone could see that even if he had tried his best, he could not change this cruel fact. Lu Wuxin's hand holding the sword trembled as he stood up with difficulty, his body shaking as if he would fall at any moment. He refused to be assisted by bystanders and left the center of the immortal terrace one step at a time. Chen Xiv's gaze swept towards the crowd once again, seemingly not ready to step down, waiting for someone to continue challenging him. Next, he trailed off. However, Lu Wuxin was defeated. Which other one would be willing to go up? It's embarrassing to go up there. For a moment, no one responded. The previous Dragon Sect competition's leader was Lu Wuxin, hailed as the young generation, the first person who deserved it. Rather than now, no one thought that they would definitely lose to Lu Wuxin. It was just that Chen 14 had won this one too smoothly, and everything fell into place, beating Lu Wuxin almost without any power to fight back, causing the remaining people to lose the idea of competing with him again. Chen Xiv's gaze looked straight at Chen Xian, and the gazes of the crowd followed suit. The next is the main event, the stormy battle of life and death between the two top disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Snap! A smile appeared on Second Elder's wrinkled face as he took the lead in applauding for Chen 14. The applause was crisp and loud, like brilliant fireworks blooming in the night sky, breaking the silence around them. Under the leadership of the Second Elder, the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect behind them stood up. The applause was like a raging wave, one wave higher than the other, as if it was going to drown everything in this heaven and earth. The eyes of the crowd were filled with admiration and gratitude as they looked at Chen 14 with eager anticipation. It's like witnessing the rise of another great power. Go back. With today's competition over, Chen Xian was ready to head back to the inn. I've seen enough good theater today, and tomorrow I'll be a part of it. Zhongli nodded and didn't say anything more. No words were needed between the two. After Chen Xian left, Ji Lingchen behind Zhongli couldn't help but ask, Master, can Mr. Li win? She had absolutely believed in Chen Xian, but after watching that Chen Xiv's performance today, she couldn't help but feel skeptical in her heart. It was really because the shock that Chen 14 brought to her was too great. Chen 14 was almost always a second kill against anyone. In previous years, the Dragon Gate competition was held to compete for the top spot. It will take a few days at least, but this Chen 14 in just one day, hit no one dared to come out. Zhongli said indifferently, to be honest, I'd rather see Chen Xian defeated. After all, I've never seen this guy's face when he loses. Has Mr. Li never lost? Never. Returning to the inn, Chen Xian ate his dinner as usual and practiced for a while before lying on his bed and smelling the fragrance of the small leaf rosewood. The next day, as promised, he appeared at the Dragon Gate Immortal Terrace. He had previously promised a deathmatch with Chen 14, so naturally, he would not break his promise. Chen 14 arrived early. He stood in the center of the Dragon Gate Immortal platform, the sculpture of Chen Xian, which had collapsed at this point. It goes without saying who did it. Chen Xian's expression did not change much when he saw the scene. On the contrary, an old man who usually cleans the statue was so angry that he pounded his chest and held a mop stick. So he wanted to rush up to fight with that Chen 14, but fortunately he was stopped by others. The old man cursed, and it took two men tugging at him to drag him away. Unconscionable contraption. That statue of Li Jinran was even knocked down by you. My God, old master. The old man's ears were so backward that he couldn't hear what the others were saying. Chen Xian looked at him, and that old man's eyes were not blurry behind his ears as he stared at Chen Xian. Immediately afterward, it screamed, "Real Li has descended to the earth. Real Li has descended to earth. Real Li is going to descend." Chen Xian smiled helplessly as he stood in front of the immortal platform. The stone tiles of the immortal terrace could be transformed into their original form as long as they didn't turn into pieces. The stone tiles have been used for centuries. Chen Xian tentatively stepped on the stone tiles of the place with his foot. How many years ago it had been since he had last stood here? He could somewhat forget. Ever since he stepped into the seven scenery, he had not participated in the Dragon Gate competition. His thoughts seemed to have returned to many years ago, when he had first represented the Green Cloud Sect in the Dragon Sect competition. The first time a big girl gets married, the heart is excited, looking up at the bright sunshine, thinking about the future, thinking about the future. At this moment, Chen Xian looked at the bright sunlight, and everything was as if it was yesterday. If the spring breeze has the intention of pitying the flowers, can I be allowed to be a teenager again? Chapter 120, Duel of Life and Death. The sunlight shook Chen Xian a bit, but he had no intention of blocking it. Chen 14 was already standing in front of him. The surrounding cries were like a mountainous roar, as if the entire world was cheering for the two of them. Chen Xiv's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up as well, and he felt his hands shaking a bit, but he still gripped the hilt of his sword tightly to keep his emotions from showing. When he was in the Qingyun Sect at a young age, he had listened to the legendary stories of the so-called senior brother Li. At that time, he followed behind his senior sister Ma Zhu, often in the most remote part of Tongtian Peak. Watching this young man, from his senior sister, he learned that the young man was Chen Xian. However, it was far from the rumored sword Dao leader who was unstoppable in the world with one sword in his hand. At that time, Chen Xian fell into the lowest period of his life, drinking and getting drunk all day. Few people would purposely come this far to see him, except for senior sister Ma Zhu. For some reason, Ma Zhu gave Chen Xian all of his tenderness. From that time on, the seeds of resentment were planted in Chen Xiv's heart. He trained desperately to improve his cultivation, but senior sister's eyes were on that invalid from the beginning to the end. Chen 14 consoled himself, waiting for one day, waiting for the day when one surpasses everything that person ever did and stands at that highest peak. And right now, this is the only chance he has in his life. Clang! The dragon roared, and the sound resounded through heaven and earth. Along with this dragon's roar, a radiant green immortal sword was offered up like a dazzling green sun, illuminating the entire sky. The immortal sword exuded a greenish-colored light all over its body, and the light seemed to contain endless spiritual power. The body of the sword was engraved with mysterious patterns and motifs, which seemed to tell the history and legend of the immortal sword. Qingping sword! Someone exclaimed. It can't be faked. It's the Qingping sword. Zhang Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Qingyun Sect is really willing to give up, but it's worth it to make the best use of one's talents. From the beginning to the end, Chen 14 did not offer up the Qingping sword. The only battle was with Chen Xian, and right at the start, he had chosen to sacrifice the Qingping sword without hesitation. He viewed Chen Xian as a heart demon, but had never underestimated the other party. Chen Xian deserves his sword. Chen 14 held the sword in his right hand. His left hand made a sword technique, along with a finger pointing out. A mournful whistling suddenly sounded around him, and from the center of his eyebrows, two more rays of light flew out. After detaching from his divine orifices, it revealed its original form in the air, which was actually two thin swords breaking through the air like lightning. The blades of the swords flashed with a cold light, like two silver dragons, snaking and flying in the night sky. It was so fast that the blade tore through the air. The crowd was shocked to see this scene. This kid even had two more instinctive swords. How many cards did he hide? Chen Xian's pupils shrunk slightly as he flicked his finger. Two wisps of sword chi were spat out. The silver sword chi seemed to have transformed into tangible blades in the air, colliding with Chen Xiv's two peripatetic swords, emitting a series of crisp and clear sounds. Clang clang clang. Soon, it left countless traces of sword chi whistling through the immortal gate terrace, and Chen 14, who was in the middle of the sword blade storm, looked at the two strands of sword chi spat out by Chen Xian and snorted lightly in disdain. To use two strands of sword chi against his two native swords, I really don't know if I should say that he was too big for his britches, or if he really thought that he could deal with himself in this way. With a clear chant, the Qingping sword vibrated out of its sheath. Immediately afterward, there seemed to be two overlapping circles in the pupils of Chen Xiv's eyes, flickering with a strange light. When he opened his eyes again, the whole world seemed brighter, and he was able to see farther, even through the surface of an object, to see its internal structure and energy flow. The pupils took on a deep purple color, as mysterious as the nebulae in the universe. Heavy pupils, and it was a natural heavy pupil that didn't require any acquired cultivation. Regarding this secret of Chen 14, only a very few people, including senior sister, knew about it. Heavy pupil. It's heavy pupil. someone exclaimed. Born heavy pupils, also known as born Taoist eyes. When Chen 14 was angry or agitated since he was a young boy, the light in his heavy pupils would become even more dazzling. It was impossible to look directly at him, as if his eyes contained endless energy. In addition to the visual oddity, the heavy pupil also possessed a strong spiritual power, able to influence the thinking and emotions of others through the light emanating from his heavy pupils, and even able to control the actions of others. In battle, he can use the power of his heavy pupils to confuse his enemies and throw them into confusion and fear, thus achieving victory. Just born heavy pupil is too rare, very easy to attract prying eyes. That's why even if someone has natural heavy pupils, they rarely live to adulthood. At this moment, the crowd present looked at the heavy pupil power emanating from Chen 14. Many people can't see straight, and some were even directly shaken by the aftershock. Born with heavy pupils able to see through the origin and see through falsehood. At this moment all the movements were retarded many times in Chen Xiv's eyes, and all the trajectories were clearly arrestable. In the distance as fast as flying arrows flying birds seemed to stop. Hovering in the air of the Dragon Gate Immortal Terrace immortal sword movement also slowed down. Mother asterisk. Even the several old men who had always been unperturbed couldn't help but burst out. Just how many hidden treasures does the sun still have? This is too much of a demon. Chen 14 came forward to kill, and the Qingping sword came out of his hand, hovering only within 3 feet of his circumference. Clank! Chen Xian gripped the hilt of the sword, and as his fingers traced across the vein sword, it was as if the sword had a solid body. The sound of clanking and storming suddenly resounded like thunder, more than tens of times louder than the sound of flying swords colliding in the air. While Chen 14 was harnessing the 3 flying swords, he operated the Gong method 12 scrolls of the Green Cloud Sect. All of a sudden, the aura in his body turned into a great river, surging and surging, with an appalling aura. As for the Chen Xian in front of him, his pitifully weak aura was as if it was an insignificant stream. That's too big a gap. Ji Lingchen of the Northern Fall Division had his mouth open. The gap didn't even need any cultivator with deep cultivation. As long as it was a cultivator it could be seen with the naked eye. The auras of both sides were simply like clouds of mud. Ji Lingchen looked at his master Zhongli, who was calm and relaxed, without any change in his demeanor. At this moment, the people present looked at this scene and couldn't help but be secretly staggered. Especially those who bet on Chen Xianshang. This was Chen Xian's biggest shortcoming today, fully counting even if it was a 6 Jing cultivation level. However, the Qi Si snow mountain in his body was destroyed, and he was unable to condense a large amount of spiritual qi. Even if there was a method to condense it, nowadays his meridians couldn't run such a huge amount of aura. What's more is that he doesn't even have a root bone right now. As the saying goes, qi into the bone is immortal bone. Bone is the root of the form. That is, they don't even have the most basic root bones, let alone anything else. Therefore, Chen Xian could only mobilize a feeble amount of power to fight against it, and each of Chen Xiv's swords condensed the strength of 10,000 pounds as his aura surged. While combining strength, his movements were as fast as lightning, as fast as a hurricane, as fast as if he was floating in the light. The footsteps seem chaotic, but in fact, they all follow a wonderful rhythm, like a dancing fairy, but also like a ghostly fluttering. The figure left a trail of residual shadows on the Immortal Gate Terrace, dazzling the eyes. The next moment, his face twitched slightly. Surprisingly, the other party's sword chi was like a slap in the face. Chen 14 was stunned, not reacting at all. With many enchantments on him, how could he not expect to be huffed in the face with a sword just like that? P.S. Went to sing karaoke, still a 4-shift hardworking the author. It's not too much to ask for a 5-star review. I'll see if I can add more tomorrow. I have a gym appointment with my boss. My belly is getting bigger. I'm going to ask my boss to hire a fitness trainer. I'll rub it in. Chapter 121, the most exquisite and unparalleled sword technique. Got himself smacked with a sword. Chen 14 was a bit confused, then shocked and angry. And it's still a direct whoop in the face. What's going on? How could the other party just whip his sword in his face so easily? The sword chi up there was weak and pitiful, and in order to break through the protective chi around his body, the sword chi was neutralized to the point that very little was left. Therefore, Chen Xiv's cheeks were only slightly red, and he didn't dare to imagine that if this sword had been sharper, one's entire head, presumably, would be cut off. Chen Xiv's heart palpitated as he looked incredulously at Chen Xian, who was not far away. Although the opponent's moves were incredibly subtle, his breath was pitifully weak. What's going on? I don't know. Just now. It seems like I saw realistically hit Chen Xiv's face with his sword. How is that possible? If that were the case then wouldn't Chen 14 have perished long ago? The crowd was talking. I really thought I saw it, but it was just his shadow. So fast I didn't really see it. Unlikely. Before the words were out of his mouth, there was another blow. Look! The man almost jumped up in excitement. It did hit. Many people were stunned. Chen Xian's sword landed solidly on Chen Xiv's body. There wasn't much majestic sword chi, just a few strands, and even had to split some of it to melt Chen Xiv's muddy sword chi. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to land on his body at all. Compared to Han Qingyi, the head of the Xiling eunuchs who had been killed by Chen Xian's all-out strike with all the strength of his body, Chen 14 was clearly stronger. And even though the two were in the same 6 scenarios, they were barely on the same level. Chen Xian was also very clear that it was impossible for him to kill Chen 14 with an all-out strike like he did against Han Qingyi. That would not only fail to succeed, but would instead be decimated by Chen 14 due to his inability to follow through. So one could only land the sword on the opponent's body again and again with a subtle sword technique. Chen Xiv's eyes widened as his heavy pupils exerted their maximum power, and his divine sense was like a large net covering his surroundings, capturing Chen Xian's every action. However, the next moment the sword peak still landed precisely on his body. Chen 14 was shocked and furious, although the fused sword chi did just as little damage to him, but this kind of shame, as well as a sense of powerlessness, made his heart very nasty, and his face couldn't help but begin to twist violently. It's like being tortured by mosquitoes in the middle of the night. It was clear that he was so much stronger than his opponent, and it was clear that he could slap it to death with a single slap, but it just buzzes in your ear, leaving you with nothing to do but rage. Swordsmanship, just swordsmanship, but it is the most exquisite sword art in the world. Chen 14 desperately resisted, but was never able to block the other party's sword, his own attacks either falling short or being pushed away by the other party with the 4-2 caddy method. Within a short period of time, Chen 14 was unexpectedly hit by dozens of swords. Chen 14 panicked in his heart. The other party's sword chi is indeed pitifully small, just the accumulation of a small number of people, water dripping into a stone, rope sawing wood. The strands of subtle sword chi landed on his body, and Chen 14 soon felt the pain coming from his body. The crowd watched the scene with dumbfounded amazement, as if they were watching an extremely subtle performance. Chen Xiv's face was soon red and swollen. Each time the other party's sword was like a slap on his face, and there was nothing he could do about it. Not just his face, but the skin on his body had been beaten black and blue by now, with bruises and blood everywhere. This feeling of powerlessness only appeared in his childhood when he watched his village being casually destroyed by passing cultivators. From that point on, he secretly vowed never to let the same situation happen to him again. He then joined the Qingyun Sect and embarked on the path of cultivation, traveling all the way to the top of the world. Peers can only look up to them. After many years, he once again experienced the feeling of powerlessness he felt then. The left side of his face was soon swollen beyond recognition, and his eyes were squinted into slits, as if he couldn't see anything anymore. You coward! Chen 14 shouted angrily, and the specially refined stone bricks under his feet turned into pieces in an instant. The two life swords hovering in mid-air emitted a buzzing sound. The sword light flourished, shattering the 2 wisps of sword chi that Chen Xian had transformed into. Clang! There was a loud sound, like an angry dragon hissing wildly, and the sound moved the 9 heavens. Chen Xiv's human sword was united, and his sword was like a wild dragon, rushing out and roaring as it lunged towards Chen Xian. Endless sword chi was crazily released, and the breath swept through like a hurricane. The astonishing sword chi tore through everything around it, almost about to reach the crowd watching the battle. Several cultivation seniors hurriedly stepped in and cast spells around to shelter the entire Dragon Gate Immortal platform. The crowd lost their colors, and one of the 6 scenic chi practicing seniors had most of his lapel torn open. But fortunately, another person hurriedly stepped forward to take his place. Chen Xian, however, was unperturbed, no longer using his sword embryo to fight against him, and turned his body around. He kept gesticulating with his hands in front of his chest, vaporizing a Taiji diagram, and reciting words under his breath, his voice low and melodious, as if he was reciting some kind of mysterious incantation. The sword chi came surging in, like a fish that had crashed into the middle of a fisherman's net. In an instant, the sword chi was like waves, and the large net trembled violently under the impact of the sword chi, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. However, a critical point was always maintained, perfectly controlling the sword chi. It's the Taiji guiding technique. The first person to recognize Chen Xian's spell was one of the certain sect masters of Longhu Mountain. He watched as Chen Xian performed the Taiji guidance technique, a technique he could also perform without much difficulty. As a matter of fact, as long as one was a disciple of Longhu Mountain, they basically knew this technique. But if someone else were to ask him to mimic what he was doing now with Chen Xian, he would definitely give that one a big mouthful. Taiji guiding technique, as the name suggests, is a technique that uses softness to overcome hardness and stillness. Its essence was to use spiritual energy to counteract or neutralize the opponent's attack so as to protect oneself. However, in order to use this technique, one must have enough spiritual energy to support it. The Qin Shen on the field at the moment was as if he was using an ordinary fish net to catch a dragon in the sea. This sect master of Longhu Mountain was not a bit surprised when he saw that his sect's arts were so exquisitely performed by the other party. This was not surprising. To think that back in the day, what the major sects were most afraid of was Qin Shen looking at their own native techniques. Whatever it is, but let him sweep it up. The next day, it will show you in style. By the third day, people had come to a new understanding. By the time the fourth day rolled around, its subtlety had far surpassed that of anyone in the sect, ruthlessly hitting everyone in the sect in the face. Chapter 122 Sword Dao Avatar. Chen Xian's body floated away like a light feather. In the next moment, the wrapped sword chi burst open abruptly, as if a brilliant and colorful light illuminated the entire sky. The sword chi crisscrossed across the sky, creating a beautiful and spectacular scene that one could not help but marvel at. Chen Xiv's sword fell short again and again, and his opponent slipped like a mudskipper. Chen Xiv's two instinctive swords hanging in the air, as well as the Qingping sword in his hand. His sword art thought that he had long since refined the pinnacle of his realm. Sword chi into silk, with mana to the sword pill stretch into a fine silk like hair, seemingly soft, but in fact there is a vast amount of mana through the sword silk. Not only is the sharpness incomparable, see the blood to seal the throat, the mana on it even has the magic to break the enemy's magic treasure prohibition of the mystery. But it didn't do any good. The sword he was so proud of broke in front of his opponent, one after another. The sword peaks landed on his face, chest, wrists, ribs, belly, knees, ankles. Every inch of his body was scratched by the sword peaks, leaving a scar of varying depths. Jiangli said indifferently, "What a good seedling. But unfortunately, it's a pity that his opponent is the one who stands at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He's still far from hot enough." The second elder watched this scene with an iron expression on his face, and at this time, he suddenly remembered the words of the old sect master who had evaluated Chen Xian's swordplay back then. No one has ever been there before or since. Chen 14 felt fear, the fear of death, but death was slow to come. It's like a sword hanging over one's head, making one's heart tremble all the time. Chen Xian's sword chi was too weak and too little, and each time was not enough to kill him, only leaving some tiny wounds on his body. However, these wounds grew and grew larger over time. It was like countless tiny insects crawling on his body, constantly eating away at his flesh. In the beginning, these wounds were just some small abrasions, and to Chen 14, they were simply irrelevant. But, as time went on, the wounds began to get deeper and bigger, like a dull knife that kept cutting into his body. At such times, or prefer to use a sharp knife to be killed by a knife, so as to be more painful. Chen Xiv's skin was torn, his muscles were strained, and his bones were shattered, each attack causing him immense pain. By the end of the day, intense pain was coming from all parts of his body, like countless needles were sticking in his body, making it unbearable for him. His body had become crippled and every movement brought endless pain. Blood constantly flowed from the corners of his mouth, and the light within his eyes had become dim. Chen Xiv's two instinctive swords fell down one after another, and he took a few steps back, struggling to open his eyes to look at the blurry figure. It was only at this moment that he finally understood. The words "the most accomplished swordsman of all time" carry a lot of weight. The sword chi that Chen Xian could support was becoming less and less, and his sword, which only had a hilt, was originally able to maintain a length of several feet, but now it's less than a foot. However, even so, it still hit Chen Xiv's body everywhere again and again. Chen 14 frantically drained the Qi Si snow mountain in his body and drew energy from it. He exhaled roughly with a big mouthful of air. His body was in a sorry state, but he had found hope. No matter how exquisite the opponent's sword technique was, he himself, relying on his thick skin and flesh, would definitely be able to drain the opponent's remaining aura alive before he collapsed. Except the reality is the opposite. Finally, Chen 14 could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. His face had long been deformed. Bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead, and his lips trembled while his body trembled uncontrollably. Hands clenched, nails sinking deep into the flesh. It's over. It's all over. It was all too long and too short for Chen 14. He confidently broke through the 6 scenes, carrying countless secret treasures, and easily won in the immortal stage all the way through. He was about to prepare for a sensational life and death duel with that Chen Xian here. He had thought that he might lose, but he would never have thought of losing so badly. There are some things that can only be understood by experiencing them firsthand. Chen 14 finally understood at this moment why those who had seen Chen Xian at his peak could not help but praise the terror of his natural talent and the strength of his strength whenever that person was mentioned, whether it was his enemies or those he had favored. Chen Xian took a step towards him, Chen 14. You can't lose. Right at this moment, in the silent battle viewing platform, the voice of the second elder of the Green Cloud Sect suddenly resounded through the clouds. The veins on the second elder's forehead rippled, as if he could not help but enter the battle in Chen Xiv's place. Chen 14 has passed this hurdle, and thereafter the road ahead is open. You are the only legend after this. Have you forgotten your elder sister? Have you forgotten the village that was slaughtered at the drop of a hat? This world is all about strength. You don't want to be bullied. You don't want to lose the one you love. Put your best foot forward and defeat this person in front of you. Chen Xian's figure enveloped Chen 14, only that he did not strike again, only quietly watching him. Chen 14 felt as if his body was going to be torn apart. The pain was like a million knives cutting into his body. His eyes began to blur and there was a buzzing in his ears. He used his last ounce of strength to squeeze out all the energy in his body. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had seen something interesting. In fact, he was running out of stamina. But it wasn't until this moment that he finally felt a wave of something else in the other party. Prolonged breakthrough. Jian Li nearly lost his voice. Good boy. Under Chen Xian's airtight sword technique, this son's comprehension of the Tao of the sword had unexpectedly risen to the next level. It was as if the phoenix had risen from the ashes, breaking through the shackles of swordsmanship. It wasn't just Jian Li. Some of the cultivators present with high levels of cultivation were able to see this change. The second elder was overjoyed and cried out in excitement. Qingyun sword body light suddenly enlarged dozens of times. The surrounding people can only feel the white light in front of their eyes. In that instant, it was as if Chen 14 had become one with the Qingyun sword. His mind became exceptionally calm. With only his sense of the sword and his understanding of heaven and earth, he felt the divine power of the Qingyun sword, an unparalleled power that seemed to be able to slice through the heavens and earth and shatter the void. Thoughts gradually immersed in the world of swords. He saw countless sword shadows and felt the sword's intent. The light of the Qingyun sword gradually converged and became more introverted, but the people around them were able to feel the powerful force, as if the entire world was enveloped by the will of the sword. Comprehend the Qingyun sword avatar, sword heaven and earth. Chen Xian smiled faintly. That's more like it. Chapter 123. Victory and defeat have been decided. The Dragon Gate Immortal Platform, at this moment, had long been broken. The ruins of Sendai look even more bleak and sad under the sunlight of the setting sun. After Chen 14 forcibly pulled Chen Xian into the small world of the sword domain of the Qingyun sword, only a few people present besides Jiang Li and the second elder were able to catch a glimpse of it. What's going on? What happened? Don't yell. It's embarrassing. Wei Yingying asked curiously. What's going on here? No one from the Wei family replied. With their cultivation level they simply didn't know what was happening. That's why the crowd looked at Lu Wuxin in unison. Lu Wuxin clasped his hands to his chest and stared at the center of the battlefield with a cold face. Lu Wuxin had lost the match not long ago and was inevitably in a depressed mood, so all the people of the Wei clan didn't dare to strike up a conversation with him. The second elder of the Green Cloud Sect was even more afraid to even breathe at this moment. Chen Xiv's clinical breakthrough was simply beyond his imagination. If he won this battle, then in the future, his achievements would definitely not be inferior to Chen Xian's. Dying at your peak, I think that's a good way to die. A soft murmur suddenly rang out. The voice would not have been captured by a mindless person. However, just a few moments later, Chen 14 and Chen Xian appeared in the center of the Dragon Gate Immortal stage at the same time. Chen Xiv's entire body meridians were broken, as if it was a puddle of mud. There was no difference between it and a dead person. The victory has been won and lost. Compared to the last match, where Chen 14 faced off against Lu Wuxin, there were no mountainous applause and cheers this time. The whole place was so quiet it was as if you could hear a pin drop. Chen Xian walked over and aimed the tip of his sword at Chen Xiv's throat. Don't! Right at that moment, the second elder roared out anxiously. The Qingyun sect had utilized countless resources to cultivate a Chen 14, with the law enforcement hall under the charge of the second elder contributing the most. Not only did the second elder view him as a sword in his hand to kill Chen Xian, he also viewed him as the hope for the future of the Qingyun sect. Chen Xian's departure represented the disappearance of the Qingyun sect's topmost battle force. If Chen Xian were to set himself up again, who else would be able to fight against him? In the second elder's opinion, the only one was Chen 14, a scenic sword cultivator in his early 20s. Prodigious enlightenment. This kind of character was the absolute pillar of the Qingyun sect's future. If he died, the Qingyun sect's loss would be too great. The law enforcement hall's loss would be too great. All that investment he made up front will go down the drain. Most importantly, there was no longer any means to contain Chen Xian. Don't! So at this moment, the second elder couldn't care less about face. Xuanxiao, you are also a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and even more so, Xiv's senior brother, so there's no need to bother with a junior. Chen Xian inclined his head, looking towards the other party. It has been a long time since I have seen the second elder. The old man still seems to be this virtuous. It's not your style for Xuanxiao to fight with a junior. You win. There's no need to drive him to death. Leave him alive. The second elder smiled in a pretense of ease, as if he understood Chen Xian's style of doing things very well, and as if there seemed to be no contradiction at all between the two of them. After a pause, he added, "Many Taoists know how powerful you Chen Xian are. The child is young and unintelligent." After saying that, he did not forget to give Chen Xian a leg up. I can tell that Xuanxiao left a backhand. Although he is no longer a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, he still has feelings for the Qingyun Sect, and the Qingyun Sect will always be your home. The crowd took a look at this scene, and all of them stared wide-eyed, fearing that they would miss this wonderful scene. At the same time, their hearts were in their throats. Really? Won? Well, it should be. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Xian was standing above the battlefield at the moment, the tip of his sword staring at Chen Xiv's throat, most of the people in the room would not know whether the battle was won or lost. The second elder was staring at Chen Xian in death, but in reality, he was already secretly mobilizing his mana, insisting on killing Chen 14 if Chen Xian was undignified. Even if I had to give up my old face today, I would still have to save Chen 14, as long as he made a move. The current Chen Xian would not be able to kill Chen 14 the moment he made a move. The only person present who was a threat to him was Zhang Li. As long as he didn't lay a hand on Chen Xian, Zhang Li of the Northern Fall Division would never fall out with the Qingyun Sect. With this in mind, the second elder finally put his heart down a bit. Chen Xian smiled faintly and moved away from the tip of the sword, casually placing the sword embryo back into his pocket as he turned around and walked away. The second elder heaved a sigh of relief, and his body instantly moved to Chen Xiv's body. In his hand, he cupped a golden elixir that was enough to bring people back from the dead, and he was about to take it for him. But suddenly his movements froze and he stared incredulously at Chen 14. The crowd of onlookers had mixed looks. Just like that? Wasn't it a fight to the death? Isn't it true that only one can survive a life and death fight according to the rules? Someone said. Ha, what do you know? A person of realist Li's realm would not bother with a junior. That's true. I know a bit about real Li, and have long guessed that this is the outcome. TSK, if I had stabbed him with my sword, this son's talent would have become a big problem for me in the future. That's the difference between you and real Li. Lin Dowling looked at the scene openly and said with some disappointment, "What is Big Brother doing? If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze." Ah Chi said, "What do you know? This is mastery. You are always so childish." Lin Dowling glanced at Chi, turned his back to him, and poked his tongue out provocatively. Archie clasped his hands in a mature manner. Before the words were finished, a violent shout of anger to the extreme came from the field. "Chen Xian!" The sound shook the sky. The second elder's eyes widened in anger. The crowd looked at him quizzically. What was wrong? A breeze blew, and he saw the lower half of Chen Xiv's body begin to turn into pieces. Not just the lower half of his body, but his entire body was like sand, easily blown away by the wind. That was the result of the Qingping sword avatar, the sword domain. From the moment he came out, he was already lifeless and could not be saved by the great immortals. The second elder hadn't thought that it would turn out like this, and thus lost his mind in a violent rage, reaching out to cast a spell to kill Chen Xian. Only in the next instant, a figure arrived in the air. Zhang Li blocked in front of Chen Xian. Even if it's a fight to the death, how can you settle scores afterward? Second elder, you've lost your temper. Northfall Division, mind your own business. Zhang Li crossed his sword in front of his chest and said blandly, "This idle matter is something this seat is partial to." The second elder was so angry that he was going crazy, but it was clear that this Zhang Li was an extremely troublesome character. Not to mention the stares of countless people all around us. Chen Xian, however, didn't even return his head, tucking in his own sword hilt as he leisurely walked back. Looking at this scene, Lin Dowling looked at Qi and laughed. "Now what?" Ah Chi nodded and said thoughtfully, "Cutting off the roots. Big Brother did a good job." Lin During, huh? How did you change your attitude so quickly? PS, 288 a private lesson. Too expensive. But the coach does not know who. We cannot directly say give me a female coach. Take your chances. Chapter 124, Borrowing Another's Bone. The second elder bellowed, "How dare the vertical sun!" A piece of dark light was offered from the second elder's hand, like a ferocious beast, opening its bloody mouth and devouring anything that dared to stand in its way. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed the limits of space and arrived in front of Chen Xian. There was no doubt that today's Chen Xian would never block this strike. Rumble dash. Zhang Li at the same time shot out against the sky upwards and slapped a palm force, breaking through the air and going, instantly breaking the piece of dark cloud that came running. Borrowing the Dragon Sect Grand Competition. Today I would like to learn the might of the second elder of the law enforcement hall of the Green Cloud sect. The corners of the second elder's mouth twitched slightly, but at this moment, he was slightly calmer. It's neither a yes nor a no. The promise was made that either winning or losing no longer meant anything to him. Chen 14 was already dead, not to mention the fact that he had set up a fight to the death. No matter what, he could no longer openly retaliate against Chen Xian in public. He just couldn't swallow the anger if he didn't say yes. Elder Xian Miao, don't be angry. At this time, a fellow elder who was traveling with the second elder spoke out to persuade him. Since it's a fight to the death, there's no reason for my Green Cloud sect to disown it. Eventually the second elder slammed his eyes shut and turned away with his arms folded. The remaining disciples of the Green Cloud sect had different expressions. Chen 14, what to do? A disciple asked tentatively. He was going to say what to do with Chen Xiv's body, but when the words reached his mouth, he realized that Chen 14 had long since been reduced to pieces in the avatar and was blown away by the wind. Let's go. There aren't enough people to laugh at. That elder sighed softly. Soon the news spread like the wind, and the winners were naturally happy and smiling, but only few dared to bet their entire fortune on this match. So even when you lose, you don't despair. After all, a former Sword Dao leader was facing off against an unrivaled genius of the current generation. This was more than many people knew, and no one dared to assume that either side would win or lose at all. It was just estimated that soon, the cultivation world was afraid that a huge storm was about to rise. At this moment, the people who presided over the Dragon Gate competition in this generation looked at each other in dismay. Only the day before, Chen 14 had just crushed the crowd with his invincible demeanor, winning the Dragon Gate competition. Today, it was turned into a handful of dust on top of the Dragon Gate immortal platform. Big brother, what cowhide? I want to be like Big Brother in the future. Inside the inn, Little 8 fought to pat Chen Xian on the back. Chen Xian looked at the picture in his hand that was wrapped in a black substance. The substance gave off a bright and dazzling light. Like a shining star, divine light poured down from that substance, as warm as sunlight and as soft as moonlight, illuminating the whole house. Little 8 and the donkey simultaneously felt a powerful divine aura, which caused them to feel incomparably shocked and in awe. Their gazes coincidentally focused on the substance in Chen Xian's hands. Chen Xian gently stroked the substance in his hand, feeling the faint pulsations coming from it. He could feel that it contained a powerful energy. This is the root of Chen 14. Chen Xian had taken his opponent's root bone at the last moment, only to be a step too slow in the end. There was a deep sword mark above the root bone, like a blemish on a work of art. One rat turd spoils the broth. Changing root bones is not an easy task. 9 deaths, and even if it succeeds, the roots and bones repel and cannot be fused with the rest of the body. So there are very few examples of success. Even if the root bone replacement is successful, the example of surviving is even more has never been heard of. No one usually does this kind of thing. It pays off. Except for the devil's cult, which has its own set of evil ways to kill people and take their bones. Big brother, what is this? Hachi asked. Root and bone. Root bone? Chen Xiv's roots. What do you need his roots for? Mending my roots. Chen Xian truthfully said. It's just that right now, this root bone is a bit ruined, and he needs to be patched up some more. Chen Xiv's root bone cannot be said to be good. It should be described as excellent. Just because the roots are good, the cultivation is not necessarily deep. Just because you have poor roots doesn't necessarily mean you're weak. There were not a few people who were not limited by their qualifications to raise their cultivation level, and who had reversed their heavenly destiny so that they were not bound by their heavenly qualifications. It is just that if there is not even a root bone, that is, even the most basic foundation is gone, how should a higher pavilion be built? Suddenly, Chen Xian felt some emotion. Having a demonic soul in his body, with the help of the demonic soul, he was able to cultivate. Now it's killing people for their bones. Why is he becoming more and more like a member of the devil's cult? Chen Xian rummaged through his nascent sacred ring for a long time before finally turning up an object. It was a treasure chest that Ayanami had offered to give him. That's right, active. The interior of the treasure chest was engraved with countless star inscriptions, and the time had been extended countless times, so no matter what it was, it could be protected here. Chen Xian placed the root bone in it and retook it back into his nascent sacred ring. It's a shame. Chen Xian shook his head. What's the pity, big brother? Chen Xian didn't say anything and used his hand on his head to look out the window, closing his eyes to feel the breeze gently brushing by. The Dragon Sect Grand Competition had already ended. Only the storm didn't stop there. The next day, Chen Xian met with Jiang Li. I wanted to invite her for a meal, but Fairy Jiang hadn't eaten or drank anything since she had started the valley. Even some grains that contained aura, she did not move a single bite. Old friends meet briefly and part again. The two seemed to be long accustomed to it. Teary eyes and clinging to each other was not the style of the two. They are all of a spontaneous nature, and they will meet again if they are destined to. Chen Xian stuffed 2 consecutive cabbage-filled buns into his mouth, and there was a bowl of radish and vegetable soup in front of him. Zhang Li was sitting right across from him, his hands forming seals and placing them on his lap, his eyes slightly closed and his lips tightly shut, the polar opposite of his image. Where are you going to go next? Gingerly asked. Collect the 5 elemental auras and patch up the defects in Chen Xiv's roots and bones. Mending the root bones? The requirements for the purity of the 5 elemental auras are very harsh, so I have something to do again for the time being, Chen Xian said indifferently. Be careful of the people from the Green Cloud sect. I reckon that the people from the law enforcement hall will go after you again. What do we do after collecting the 5 elements of aura? Chen Xian remembered the missing woman's body. Do something you want to do. After, again. Good. Chen Xian went to settle the bill. The 2 of them separated. One to the west of the city and the other to the east of the city. Chapter 125, The Ascension Platform. 9 states, 8 wastelands, one of the 8 wastelands, the land of the southern wasteland. In the midst of the wild and ancient times, tribes abound. In this marvelous land, the plains are vast, like the breast of the earth, with open arms, embracing the sky. The mountain peaks are beautiful and craggy, like the backbone of the earth, towering into the clouds and piercing the sky. The river rushes endlessly, like the blood of the earth, running through the north and south, nurturing all things. Iron horsemen crisscrossed the grasslands, their armor shining with a cold light, and their murderous aura was chilling. On the horizon, a vast expanse of buildings, which upon closer inspection are revealed to be a towering castle, stretched out in a stunning array. It was a large tribe with a population of tens of millions of people who thrived and prospered in the land. It is the most powerful tribe in the southern wasteland. At this time, the people of the entire tribe came out of their homes in droves, their emotions overwhelmed, as if a divine power was guiding them. They are either in the tribal streets, on top of a ridge, or on the banks of a river. Wherever they were, they knelt with their hands folded in reverence, calling out some complicated name under their breath. It is a unique language belonging to the tribe and is their way of communicating with the gods. Today the tribe's old ancestor, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, was going to use the ascension platform that existed in the tribe to ascend and go away on this. More than 1,000 wizards from the tribe had come out of their homes and gathered outside the peak. They were dressed in full regalia and holding flowers to see off their old ancestor. Within the mountain peak, the ancient ascension platform towered over the clouds. The main body of the ascension platform was a huge stone platform, circular in shape and about tens of feet in diameter. The surface of the stone platform was as smooth as a mirror, without any imperfections, as if it was carved from a block of natural jade. Around the ascension platform, there were 4 tall stone pillars that held up a huge waffle. The top of the huagai was a sharp conical shape that stuck straight up into the clouds, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Around the huagai, countless bronze ancient lamps hung, illuminating the entire ascension platform. Under the light, the ascension platform looked even more mysterious and solemn. Beneath the stage of the ascension platform was a bottomless abyss. In a solemn atmosphere, the old ancestor walked onto the ascension stage. It was a guy with an incomparably large body, more than 10 feet tall, with red hair all over his body, wearing a huge armor and a third eye on his forehead. Since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, the number of 10,000 years had already passed. He wasn't the most talented of his peers, nor was he the most powerful among them, but he was the most patient and the most tolerant among them. Even when the tribe suffered several massacres in the process, he didn't even step in. So what if you're invincible? From time immemorial, had he seen fewer invincible people? Let's not talk about the distant ones, but let's talk about that Chen Xian from the central state. 1 man, 1 sword. The sword picks the 8 wastelands of the 9 states, and no one is out of his league. But so what? At the end of the day, wasn't it still falling off the realm and becoming a wastrel? The only one and only one. Getting to the point where you can have a chance to see the wider world. He slowly raised his head and looked up at the boundless sky, his eyes revealing perseverance and boldness. Beneath his feet was the towering ascension terrace, as if it were a ladder to the sky. In this moment, his heart was beating like a drum, as if the whole world was waiting for him to make a choice. In this life, he has experienced the vicissitudes of the sea and witnessed the wasted years and the changes in the world. Geometry when young and frivolous. Chasing the footsteps of the dream has never stopped, crossing the vast ocean, climbing the towering peaks, facing countless challenges and difficulties. Today his soul still burns brightly. Facing the sky, he felt a powerful force, as if it was a call from a deeper place that guided him to fly forward. He took a deep breath and then took a firm step. I don't know how long it took, but the wizards beyond the peak looked at me and I looked at you. None of them knew what was going on. After all, this was the first time ever that the clan had ascended. After waiting for 3 more full days and nights, Many of the clansmen fainted due to physical exhaustion. Just then, a light went on in front of the Grand Wizard's eyes. Can't feel it anymore. Can't feel anything. Before, there was the scent of the old man, but now it's all empty. The Grand Wizard turned to face the crowd and finally bellowed. Old Ancestor ascended successfully. For a moment, the entire tribe was abuzz. Congratulations to Old Ancestor on his ascension. Congratulations to Old Ancestor on his ascension. The calls of countless people rang out at the same time, their voices resounding in the middle of the wilderness. Like a wild storm, it swept over this desolate land. However, unlike the mountainous cheers outside, at this moment, the flying immortal terrace, a lonely figure lay on the flying fairy platform. His body trembled violently, and his eyes widened as he stared somewhere in the air, swallowing his last breath unwillingly. If it wasn't that Ascension Realm ancestor, who else could it be? One moment, he was the toast of the town. I didn't expect this moment to turn into a puddle. Middle states. Big brother, Big brother. Lin Dowling and she had purposely excused themselves from the division commander who was leading the team at Longhu Mountain this time and had come to visit Qingyun. Lin Dowling knew that his big brother liked good food, and bought enough 4 roasted chickens, good wine and meat. The 2 little guys made their way to the inn where Qingyun had stayed, and happened to meet a woman with a stunning face. The woman, 8 years old, clutched a handful of round beans in her hand and crunched them in her mouth. Her beautiful eyes blinked, staring at the roasted chicken in Lin Dowling's hand, as if she had seen some treasure. Lin Dowling's eyes lit up at the beautiful big sister. Bumper to bumper. Just strike up a conversation with someone. Only then did he learn that the woman's name was Wei Yingying, and that she had also come to find Qingyun. As she watched the scene, she raised her foot and gave Lin Dowling a kick. Hurry up and call someone. Lin Dowling covered his buttocks and walked to the door and knocked. Big brother, big brother. But no one answered for a long time. Archie pushed open the door, but where was the shadow of someone inside the house? It was already empty. Just left a note. Cultivate well and abstain from pride. In midair, a small donkey in human form with a donkey's head. On his feet were 2 Dharma coins, and on his back he carried Qingyun. Qingyun patted the head of the fine big donkey as if he was patting a watermelon in the ground, and by the sound of it, he knew that it was a crunchy melon. Nope, it's a brittle-ass head. Placing the blue-bound book on its head, he dipped his pen in the ink and began to write and draw on it. He patted the burrow on the head. Be steady, don't keep wobbling. Big brother, what are you drawing? Maps. Maps? First stop goes here. Qingyun nodded with his pen. Where is this? Hachi wondered. Qingyun explained. The southernmost Dan Cave Mountain in Central State is a famous divine mountain. Rumor has it that the mountain is covered with gold and silver jewels, and that there is Dan water that originates from here and flows northward. The mountain is inhabited by a divine bird, the phoenix, which usually only cultivates in the Dan Cave. To find the fire aura, this was the preferred and unbeatable place. Chen Xiv's roots were good and under Qingyun's compulsion, the metamorphosis was accomplished at the last minute. I didn't expect that the proximity would be cheap for Qingyun instead. If he then made up the 5 elements of aura to compensate for the flaw of that one sword mark, everything would be perfect. Big brother, what is aura? Aura is the essence of all things. Aura exists in all kinds of objects. Qingyun explained without lifting his head. Going deeper, each cultivator's own aura has subtle differences. The reason is that after entering the body, Reiki will gradually combine with its vital essence and blood to form a unique essence blood Reiki with personal characteristics. So everyone's aura is the same, yet different. Hachi shook his head, not sure if he understood or not. Qingyun had already been able to feel the presence of aura since he had just emerged from his mother's womb. You don't have to be taught these things to sense them. Cultivators, spirit animals, and spirit weapons along with cultivation and warmth. Its internal aura gradually undergoes a qualitative change and evolves into an energy core. For example, the inner elixir of a cultivator, the animal core of a spirit animal, and the weapon pill of a magic weapon. The practice goes a little deeper, and then there is going to be an even bigger change. When you open your spirit, you are a newborn. The core of the beast breeds the spirit of the beast. The core artifact pill of a magic treasure opens the spirit, which is the artifact spirit. Qingyun glanced at the donkey at his hip. According to this speed, I'm afraid that it will take a decade and a half to arrive at the southernmost Dan Cave Mountain in Central State. Qingyun said. The next stop will be when Yuan building first, looking for a southbound flying boat. The faster ones will be able to arrive in a year or 2. When Yuan Lu, in the beginning, only had a few treasure pavilions. Originally, it was a place to supply monks traveling from the south to the north to trade. Later the scale gradually expanded and became the most favored place for casual cultivators. Here you can receive all kinds of quests, earn spirit stones, or exchange them for all kinds of cultivation resources. Little 8 said, Big brother, I want to cultivate. If you practice, you have to read more. I don't want to read. I can't read. Chen Xian learned his tone. I'm not teaching you slowly. I'm so tired. Is there a way to become immortal in one step? No. I don't want to cultivate immortality. Little 8 hung his head once. Chen Xian nodded thoughtfully. Let your donkey brother sober you up. Ah. As soon as little donkey heard this, he grabbed Hachi with one hand and kneaded it in his hands like dough, finally giving it a ball. Thrown out hard and flew back again not long after. After some maneuvering, Hachi was already dizzy. It took Hachi a moment to recoil and exclaim, "Stinking donkey! You remember, when 8th master I'm accomplished in my cultivation. I'll make sure to boil you up and stew you. You don't have enough cultivation, and you dare to speak harshly?" Little donkey takes a deep breath and delivers another flurry of King's Punch. Hachi was beaten to the point of ouch and couldn't beat the little donkey, so he was furious, simply reaching out and violently stripping the little donkey of the only pair of pants he was wearing. Ah! Little donkey covered his crotch with one hand and yelled up to the sky. Hachi turned and fled. Chen Xian watched the scene with amusement. The sun rises and the moon sets. 3 months later, when Yuan Gu, it was cloudy and stood between a stretch of green hills and emerald mountains, hidden from view, as if it were an illusion in a fairyland. The scattered cultivators passing by could already be seen around from time to time. Seeing a donkey-headed fellow carrying a man is a really odd shape. To enter the Wen Yuan Pavilion, one had to pay 200 medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Xian paid the spirit stone and walked all the way over. Little 8 and the donkey followed behind Chen Xian as they looked around curiously. Everything here seemed so new and mysterious, as if they had entered a whole new world. Hachi's gaze fell on an ancient bell tower that towered over the city, its face engraved with dense characters and patterns. Instead, the burro looked toward a huge bookshelf filled with a dazzling assortment of books and artifacts. Chen Xian brought little 8 and the donkey into the hall of the Wen Yuan Pavilion. Would you be so kind as to ask if any flying boats have passed by recently? Go to the south. In one breath, the receptionist said 3 flying boats that were going through recently. Chen Xian chose one of the flying boats at the end of the line that was closest to the Dan Cave Mountain. In addition to the spirit stones that would have to be given to the flying boat at that time, there was also a 30% handling fee that needed to be drawn for the Wen Yuan Pavilion. Chen Xian didn't care about this amount of spirit stones. Immediately afterward, he gave the little donkey and little 8 some spirit stones, allowing them to go and casually stroll around and buy some things of their choice. Little donkey and little 8 cheered and ran off with the spirit stones. Chen Xian ordered a pot of clear tea and found a place to sit down and sip it. Taking out a book casually from his nascent sack, he leisurely flipped through it. At this time, the breeze gently brushed by, carrying the remaining warmth of summer. This place has a convergence of spiritual qi, beautiful mountains and rivers, green trees, and birds and flowers. Chen Xian took a deep breath, savoring it all. Where on earth is not a landscape? Just been quiet for a while. Then he saw the little donkey running back in a hurry. What's going on? When Chen Xian saw his appearance, he knew that something was wrong. However, this place was Wen Yuan Pavilion, and it was not too daring for anyone to cause trouble here. Therefore, Chen Xian didn't care too much. When I asked, I realized that Hachi had been taken by someone else. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, let go of me. Let go of me. Hachi was tackled by a black-faced man, unable to struggle. Mother, how scary is this fruit? It doesn't look good at all. The boy frowned in disgust. The beautiful woman on the side said eagerly, this is called the white jade ginseng fruit, is very rare. Look at this fruit that has already taken on a human form. It is even more of a masterpiece among masterpieces. Beautiful woman face excited. She was lucky to have seen this white jade ginseng fruit when she was young. But this white jade ginseng fruit that has become a form is unheard of. I have only heard the elders of my family mention it in passing. The beautiful woman's pretty face is even a little twisted at the moment. How would not have thought that today for the first time along with their own house to this Wen Yuan Pavilion will be able to run into this transformed form of white jade ginseng fruit. What was even more fortunate was that this white jade ginseng fruit was actually on a lower 3 scenic transformation donkey demon. Madam, this matter, it's better to inform the master about this. This beautiful woman was usually used to being bold and bossy at home, and the guards beside her knew better. To be able to show up here with a transformed white jade ginseng fruit, I'm afraid it's not an ordinary person, and that donkey might have gone back to look for help. P.S. 2 chapters today, but still 6,000 words. Don't want to split the chapter. The coach is a 6'8" pure man. Bump, asterisk. Dish. Day 281. Suddenly lost motivation to work out. Chapter 126, Suppressing the Realm. Come on. That beautiful woman was about to pull her own child away. Then he saw the donkey demon from earlier running back in a hurry. When the beautiful woman saw that no one was following behind the other party, Her almond eyes glared and her hanging heart was released. You donkey demon. This madam remembered that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so she let you live. But I never thought that you would still dare to come back. Ah! The little burro brayed angrily. Hachi yelled, Donkey save me. The beautiful woman gave the guards around her a wink and the guards immediately stopped in front of this donkey demon. The beautiful woman pulled her own child and spoke casually to the guard. Don't beat them to death. Just half a death. The beautiful woman had just taken her child no more than 2 steps when her body suddenly froze. Not only her, even the black-faced attendant who had been escorting at her side also stiffened. 2 Yuan pavilion guards wearing white patterned brocade coats, one after the other, blocked the beautiful woman's path. You guys? Who are you guys? The young guard arched his hand. I'm a grade B guard of the Yuan pavilion. A Taoist friend said that you're here to injure people and seize treasures, so we've come to find out what's going on. The beautiful woman turned back and glared fiercely at the donkey demon. At that time, directly let the people to kill it would be good. What wounding in taking the treasure? This lady doesn't know. Get out of the way. The young guard, however, had no intention of giving way. Please cooperate, fellow Taoist. That beautiful woman raised her eyebrows horizontally. Do you know who my master is? Dare to block this lady's path. Don't you want to live? Seeing this, the black-faced family slave at the side, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly and advised in a low voice. Mistress, madam, this is the Yuan pavilion's guard. We'd better return the treasure. This woman didn't know the power of Yuan pavilion, but this black-faced house slave knew it very well. The beautiful woman's face sank, and she immediately turned back to give the other party a slap. How dare you? The master was insulted. And you, a lackey, instead of standing up for the master, your ass sat on that end instead. The black-faced slave had no choice but to go forward. Seeing this, Yuan pavilion's guards were no longer polite. Immediately, one person easily restrained the black-faced house slave, and one person controlled the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was so angry that she screamed madly, and the child who was less than knee-high beside her wailed, Master! Master! Do you know who my master is? The black-faced house slave's face became even darker. Not long after, the lord in the mouth of this beautiful woman came in a hurry. Only instead of giving the beautiful woman the boot, he slapped the other side. Chen Xian quietly flipped through the booklet for a short while. The little donkey then held hands with Hachi and happily hopped back. Back? Aha! Hachi happily said. Big brother, you are not seeing it. That scene just now was soothing. Chen Xian said indifferently. Understand this time? Got it. Hachi nodded heavily. In the future, I will definitely cultivate properly and not be bullied by others. Aha, the little donkey said in agreement. Chen Xian said without lifting his head. Making trouble in Yuan pavilion is quite a brainless one. So let's wait for them to come and apologize to us. As expected, it didn't take long. The woman with the red, swollen and crying face, and the old master she spoke of, then came with a few guards from Yuan Gu. That woman had completely lost her previous arrogance at this moment and lowered her voice to admit her mistake. I think I must have gotten a lesson from Yuan Gu, but also in the mouth of my own master to understand just how much trouble I have caused. In the end, as a rule, they were compensated at 10 times the price of the looted item. Just then the transformed white jade ginseng fruit is also 10 times more expensive price. Afraid to sell them cannot afford to lose, so Hachi just had to have the entirety of their carry-on. 8 days later, the flying boat that Chen Xian and the others were to take finally arrived. Hachi looked up, his eyes widening as he jumped up and down excitedly and yelled, Ah! In the distant sky, the flying boat was like a lonely bird, breaking through the heavy sea of clouds. Chen Xian shouted, Depart! Set sail! Green Cloud Gate! The news that Chen 14 had been killed in a life and death competition had long since traveled back to the sect. I'm afraid this is the biggest blow the entire Green Cloud sect has ever seen. The matter of Chen Xian being kicked out of the sect had already spread, and even dogs who had just stepped into the cultivation world knew about it. Anyone who heard of this matter would have to spit and curse the Green Cloud sect for being unkind. What's more was that in the past, the Qingyun sect had occupied a unique position, largely because of that unrivaled Chen Xian. After the end of that world-famous battle, Chen Xian lost all news and was largely unknown to the outside world. However, based on the Qingyun sect's Chen Xian alone, these few words already carried enough weight. Anyone who acts has to weigh it. And how many of the proud sons of heaven had squeezed their heads to want to travel to the Green Cloud sect for the sake of not just a few of these? Nowadays, everything has changed. Psychologically, this Green Cloud sect would not have that huge oppressive feeling it once had. It even made jokes about fellow disciples killing each other. Now the most gifted disciple of the Qingyun sect, Chen 14, was still dead and turned into dust in the life and death fight. It was undoubtedly another major blow for the Green Cloud sect. And so these days, it seemed as if the Green Cloud sect was shrouded in a layer of gloom. However, At this moment, the sect leader of the Qingyun Sect, the forgotten love Taoist leader, did not have the time to worry about these things. She sat on the top of a mountain with a bright, big sun hanging overhead. A pure aura emanated around his body, and a power he had never felt before surged to his heart. A power that was like a torrent that instantly surged into his limbs and bones. The body emitted a dazzling light, and his aura climbed, as if he was about to break through the clouds. If any of the other elders of the sect were present, they would definitely be surprised and delighted. The bottleneck that the forgotten love Taoist master hadn't broken through in years was about to break through. Just the next moment, the forgotten love Taoist master did not hesitate to pinch his hands together. The surrounding grand formation that had been set up long ago turned rapidly. The runes flashed and glowed. At this moment, it was as if the forgotten love Taoist master had become one with the entire grand formation. The great formation deadened the realm on her. After an unknown amount of time, the forgotten love Taoist master finally exhaled slowly. The aura on her body was hardened and suppressed with the help of the rune formation and her own power. The forgotten love Taoist master reared up with a grave expression on his face. Chapter 127, Heavenly Fortune. Ascension? In the 8 wildernesses of the 9 states, there has not been any record of a single successful ascension of a Taoist monk since the ancient times. This is not because of anything else, but because since ancient times, that demon cult woman then began to frantically hunt Ascension realm cultivators. Once a cultivator sets foot on the Ascension, the number 1 lunatic of the 9 states, who claims that the sea of blood is heaving and swept away the world, it would then step in to intercept and completely obliterate it. Because of this, no cultivator in the 8 wildernesses of the 9 states had succeeded in ascending so far. Until 30 years ago, when the world was raised to fight the devil, Chen Xian had killed the demon cult woman. Subsequently, Chen Xian's cultivation, who claimed to have 8 out of 10 points of the world's qi, was abolished. Since then, there have been arithmeticians who have lived for 1,000 years. It was calculated that by now all the world's fortunes had been returned to the 8 wastelands of the 9 states. In less than 100 years, the 8 wastelands of the 9 states will give birth to several, or even more than a dozen people who will ascend to immortality. It was only then that many cultivators dared to break through the realm, praying that their cultivation path would be further advanced. Now, Dao Master Forgetfulness was also about to break through the realm and ascend. However, at the last moment, she forced herself to use the Qingyun Sect grand formation, as well as her own strong strength, to suppress her realm, even at the cost of irreversible damage to his body. Obviously the devilish woman is dead. Without realizing it, the forgotten love Taoist master's entire body was already wrapped in cold sweat. What's going on? This kind of evil chill, at her realm, naturally wouldn't happen for no reason. Impossible. That woman is clearly dead. Clearly killed by Chen Xian, she muttered. Ming Ming, it's hard to believe that. She really hadn't seen the woman's body. Not just him. No one under the heavens had ever seen the woman's body except for Chen Xian. Could it be that she's not dead? After thinking of this possibility, this sect master of the Qingyun Sect, who had always been light-hearted in his heart, suddenly changed in demeanor. In the front hall of the Qingyun Sect, several elders were waiting here for the sect leader. The Green Cloud Sect elders were divided into 2 groups. One set of them were the provider elders of the Qingyun Sect, who were not cultivated in the Qingyun Sect since their childhood, but were the mainstay of the Qingyun Sect at one time, and had made great contributions to the prosperity of the Qingyun Sect. For the prosperity and development of the Green Cloud Sect, he would give everything he had. On the other hand, the other group was the Qingyun Sect elders who had worshipped in the Qingyun Sect since their childhood and walked step by step up to the position of elders. Going to the word offering. At the moment, the number of elders at the moment all belonged to the former, being the long unseen offering elders of the Green Cloud Sect. A few of them were even elders of the forgotten love Taoist master. Alas, Chen 14 is dead, and now the rumors outside are flying all over the place. Our Qingyun Sect has lost face this time, the third confessor said indifferently. One dead genius doesn't matter. Does the Green Cloud Sect still have fewer geniuses? The fourth confessor said disdainfully. Fourth elder doesn't know. This Chen 14 is no ordinary genius. A sixth Jing in his 20s. A little cultivation might be the next Chen Xian. Ha! I shouldn't have used such tactics to drive Chen Xian away at that time. Forget about how this sect leader is. The 3 confessors were indignant. Alright, the Grand Confessor glanced at the third confessor. What's the use of talking about this when it's already happened? One dead genius doesn't matter. What matters is Chen Xian. If I say, the fourth confessor said, why don't we just kill and get it over with? How do the people of the law enforcement hall do things? Kill? How? Hasn't the rumor made enough noise now? The fourth confessor said in a cold voice, after this seat dies, let him flood the heavens. It's better to have a rumor go viral than to leave a scourge behind. Either you don't do it or you do it all. Since this forgetfulness decided to give up on Chen Xian in the first place, he shouldn't have let him leave the Qingyun Sect alive. It's too late for anything, the fourth confessor said. Late? Take advantage of the fact that Chen Xian has not yet recovered. Before he could finish his words, he saw the forgotten love Taoist master walking slowly. Master. Find. The several elders were stunned. It was rare to see the sect leader lose his temper. Find Chen Xian. Who? The wind is very boisterous today. Chen Xian sat on top of the flying boat and looked into the distance. The flying boat pierced through the clouds and traveled at high speed above the sea of clouds, as if it was a silver dragon, soaring between the skies. Hachi and the donkey felt the speed of the flying boat and their moods surged. Aha! Quite a few people looked sideways. Chen Xian laughed. Keep your voice down. Don't affect the others. He had a small table in front of him and was delving into the tea ceremony. This is a book on the tea ceremony from that beautiful woman's family. According to the rules of the Wenyuan Pavilion, the beautiful woman's family had to compensate Chen Xian for the entirety of their belongings that they were carrying with them. That includes this book. The content wasn't that profound. It was just that Chen Xian was more curious. A few missing tea-making ingredients were also made up at Wenyuan Gu. 3 cups of tea were brewed at this point and tasted pretty good. Hachi ran around the flying boat and came back panting, grabbing a cup of tea and drinking it into his mouth. Big brother, I saw a good thing. What? Get over here and look. Hachi and the donkey forcefully pulled Chen Xian to a corner of the flying boat with one on the left and one on the right. Big brother, look. Hachi pointed at a huge structure below the clouds. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. It's me, the looming, gigantic statue of a man with his sword pointing to the heavens. The figure was tall and upright, with a majestic momentum, as if the whole world was under his feet, as if he was going to challenge the dome of the sky and fight against destiny. Big brother is so powerful. Ha. Chen Xian scratched his head and smiled in embarrassment. Big brother, this statue is huge. It wasn't like he hadn't seen Chen Xian's statue before. He had seen it once in the middle of the mountains, but that was a god statue. Such a big statue of the first time. The visual estimate at least to have dozens of feet high. There's so many more down there. Hachi's mouth dropped open. The waves lapped at the shore and the pier was packed with people who gathered like ants. The men were dressed in different clothes, but their eyes were focused on the statue that stood in the distance in the center of the sea. The huge statue stood in the center of the sea, towering over the sea as if guarding it. With a yell from an old man, the sound of a huge horn rang out like a war drum. People bowed to the statue in unison, their expressions solemn, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Sail away. Countless ships converged on the pier. They were of all sizes and shapes, densely packed together as if they were a fleet about to go on a journey. Ready to go. With a loud sound, countless ships set sail. Chapter 128, allowing you to become a god. Big brother, why are these fishermen worshipping you? Why do we have to sail after we worship you? Hachi's tiny head was full of doubts. A mesmerizing smile appeared at the corner of Chen Xian's mouth as he lowered his head as if he was reminiscing about something. The sea breeze is rough and the waves are rolling. You saved them. Do you want them to be grateful and borrow the power of incense to cultivate? Chen Xian closed his eyes and ignored the red-robed woman in front of him. The woman in red favored teasing him, holding a dogwood in her hand and rubbing the tip of his nose back and forth. Chen Xian was a bit annoyed by this and opened his shiny eyes to stare at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. How could he have imagined that he had been ordered to come to this place to get rid of the ferocious beasts? I ended up meeting this woman again. Why do you always think so darkly? Help out when you can. With one casual favor from me. Their parents will not lose their sons, their children will not lose their fathers, and their wives will not lose their husbands. Ha! Hypocrisy. You just want the power of incense, don't you? It is reasonable to say that only Buddhist monks and some goblins and wild monsters can cultivate with the power of incense. You, however, have collected the best of the 100 schools, and you can also cultivate by borrowing the power of incense. You want to become the sea god of this area, and you are secretly laying out a plan, aren't you? Chen Xian was a bit impatient. Yes, alright, I just want to become a sea god and be subject to the power of incense. Who would have thought that the woman in red shook her head slightly when she heard this? Well, you're not like that. Chen Xian laughed at her exasperation. Wasn't it just now that you said I had ulterior motives? The woman in red leaned her hand on her chin and slightly raised her nice eyebrows. You'll admit it when I say so? You're not a little cutie. Chen Xian. Kyushu doesn't allow guys who call themselves gods. She turned her words around. However, this honored one can make an exception for you and allow you to become a god. She stood up and turned her back to the great sun, as an emperor is giving orders to his subjects. At that moment, Chen Xian was surprisingly skeptical in his heart. Is this woman having some kind of brain problem? Big brother, Hachi's shout pulled Chen Xian out of his memories. Big brother, Why do they worship you? Your elder brother is the sea god to come, Chen Xian said. He didn't realize that after so many years of being wasted, the people of this sea still regarded him as a sea god. It's amazing that it's never changed after all these years. Poseidon? What's Poseidon? It's the gods of the sea. The flying boat quickly left the area, and Chen Xian didn't want to explain anything more as he went back to the house to rest. Xiaohachi looked at Chen Xian's back. Just how fierce did Big Brother used to be? Brother Donkey, we really followed the right person. The little donkey nodded as well, and with that it too went back to the house with its books in hand. Hachi shook his head. I'm not afraid that the donkey will fight, but I'm afraid that the donkey will read. Immediately, he too shook his ass and bumbled along. Donkey, wait for me. Because of the small amount of spirit stones given, the place to stay was a large bunk. The same 4 or 5 casual cultivators who lived in the big pass store. At this moment, a black-clothed casual cultivator was urging several other casual cultivators to act together. My name is Lu Liang. Are you going to the final destination of this flying boat? The Dan Cave Mountain in the southernmost part of the central state? It's not safe there. I've heard of a number of casualties there. Why don't we all travel together as a group and take care of each other along the way? It was a casual couple, a man and a woman. The man, with his rounded looks, looked over at the more spiritedly dressed woman, as if waiting for the other to take an idea. The spirited woman arched her hand. I'm Li Tong. This is my man Wei Yong. Since fellow Taoist Lu said so, then we'll travel together. Lu Liang was old-fashioned. His cultivation was quite good, and he spoke appropriately, and soon the few people in the same room decided to travel together after arriving at the Dan Cave Mountain. This fellow Taoist? Lu Liang finally looked towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian heard a few people talking and hesitated slightly. My name is Li. It's not boring to travel along the way. What's more, he hadn't been to Dan Cave Mountain and didn't know where the road should go. Need someone to lead the way and save you the trouble. Lu Liang still wanted to say a few more words to Chen Xian, but when he saw that Chen Xian had already closed his eyes and placed his hands in front of his knees, he was meditating and practicing with his eyes closed. Lu Liang also had no choice but to go back unhappily, and he glanced at the donkey demon and little 8 beside Chen Xian. He could tell that the donkey demon, although weak, possessed the potential to become a great demon. What is that Hachi? He, however, couldn't tell. At this moment, Little 8 and Little Donkey were sitting beside Chen Xian on the left and right. Chen Xian's voice rang clearly in their ears. When counting the breath, the thing to be aware of is on the breath. Counting the breath in your mind and listening to the breath with your ears. With full concentration, the mind is focused as if a hen is hatching an egg. Hachi and Little Donkey froze at the same time. Chen Xian continued. If a distraction occurs during the counting of breaths, then immediately withdraw the intention and start counting from the first weight. Breathing should not be short, but continuous, slowly lengthening the time used for each breath, driving the chi of the whole body. Little Donkey and Hachi listened verbatim. A few months later, Dan Cave Mountain. The flying boat slowly descended, and the many cultivators on the flying boat had long since gotten bored of staying. Seeing that the flying boat had finally arrived at the place, one was filled with joy. Lu Liang gathered several people in the same room together and raised his voice. All of you come to this Dan Cave Mountain. Are for the fire aura to come? We have never known each other before. The sky south and north to meet his fate. There is a difficult, everyone will help a hand. He's a natural-born leader. The crowd nodded in agreement. After disembarking from the flying boat, one could only see that there was not a single cloud in the sky, and the blazing sun was so high that the fiery sunlight was shooting straight down, suffocating people. The ground beneath his feet rolled as if scorched with a burst of heat. It was worthy of being the place with the strongest fire aura in the central state. There were many ways to take fire aura. Killing ferocious beasts on the Dan Cave Mountain and obtaining beast cores from them to extract fire aura. This is the most direct way, but also the most dangerous. The higher the strength of the ferocious beast, the higher the purity of the fire aura, or extracted from the spiritual plants in this place, which is a safer way, but also the most time-consuming way. It takes a lot of time and effort because of the long wait to harvest. The crowd traveled all the way. Among them, Lu Liang had obviously been to this Dan Cave Mountain before. Taking the crowd to avoid the dangerous areas, he prepared to adopt the method of rounding up the less menacing ferocious beasts. Lu Liang said, when the time comes, we will need everyone to work together. That's natural. Li Tong, the female cultivator in that Dao couple, patted her majestic chest. The group, led by Lu Liang, traveled through the cave mountain for more than a month, and actually collected quite a lot of fire aura without much damage. On this day, while resting at a mountain spring, Chen Xian sat beside the mountain stream, carefully sensing the changes in the aura of the heavens and earth. Lu Liang walked over. Fellow Taoist Li, you've worked hard these days. I'm in the middle of it myself. It's not considered hard work, Chen Xian said indifferently. Lu Liang laughed. This January we also collected quite a lot of fire aura. It's not clear who contributed more or less. In order to avoid hurting the peace, I'm thinking that we'll split these fire auras per head. What do you think, fellow Taoist Li? These days, Lu Liang realized that amongst the several people, Chen Xian was the most stable and trustworthy. So the first time to come to its consultation. No need to count my share. Lu Liang was stunned. That thing that I inquired about from fellow Taoist Lu earlier. The phoenix that resides in this Dan Cave Mountain can be determined to be in this area? Probably. Who can say about this kind of thing? If the phoenix wants to hide its breath, it's not like anyone can find it. Lu Liang looked at Chen Xian suspiciously. Fellow Taoist Li, this trip came. He had wanted to say that he hadn't come on this trip to look for the phoenix. However, he felt that it was a bit outrageous, so he did not say it. P.S. Opening practice. First day of chest practice, and then press a back at night. It can't be more comfortable. Chapter 129, Fire Aura. I don't care about anything else. This wisp of fire must be mine. We contribute the most as a couple. The female cultivator named Li Tong held her talismanic weapon, the 3-panel axe, in front of her chest, with a look of determination. Do you and your husband and wife contribute the most? Do we, the two brothers, contribute less? I say let's a few of us make peace. And make peace. Louis sold the peace offering. It's just that this kind of talk is kind of useful before. But if the benefits are too great, there's no point in doing it again. At this moment, a group of people were in the middle of a cave. A bouquet of flowers containing pure fire aura was right in the center of the crowd. The fire aura contained in this flower was more precious than even 10 times more fire aura they had collected along the way. How it is divided becomes critical. That ferocious beast in this cave. If it were up to you guys alone, you would have filled someone's stomach long ago. A man holding a wolf-tooth rod snorted coldly. His body was obviously carrying injuries. The ferocious beasts in this cave were exceptionally ferocious, and he had carried them hard several times. Which won the crowd a chance? Li Tong said disdainfully. If it weren't for the fact that several of us have exhausted our means, just with a reckless person like you? What did you say? Try that again? Dare to touch my woman looking for death. Li Tong's Taoist looked coy, but when it came to the critical moment, he was not a wimp at all. The man with the wolf-toothed stick said angrily. Then we'll see underhand. Who's afraid of who? LV Liang smiled sarcastically. I say everyone, we're not doing any good arguing like this. Do we have to make a lose-lose situation? LV Liang, you shouldn't be a peacemaker either. Lu Liang looked at Chen Xian in distress. Fellow Taoist Li? Fellow Taoist Li? Chen Xian raised his head. He was playing chess with the little donkey. Xiaobao Lao was pointing at the side, and received 2 eye cannons from the little donkey, and was still yipping and yelling. The atmosphere on this side of the room contrasts sharply with the saber rattling on the other side. Fellow Taoist Li? There's no need to count my share. You guys can just split it amongst yourselves, Chen Xian said indifferently. Several people looked over in surprise. This person was strange from the start, as if he hadn't come here to seek fire aura, but to swim here, without fighting or grabbing. It's a share of fire aura that you can't even look at. Originally, the crowd thought the guy was keeping quiet and wanted a big share at the end of the day. Who would have thought that the other party would not even want this purity of fire aura surprisingly? However, it was in their favor. One less person to share it with couldn't be better. The crowd then began to argue again. Take this next step. Listen to me. Listen to me. The little burrow reached out to stop Hachi. Hachi jumps up and pokes it in the ass. The two guys combined their efforts to not be able to play Chen Xian, and before they could finish playing, they had already begun to grumble at each other. Chen Xian used a chess piece made of stone and knocked on the stone wall. Okay, hurry up and get off. While their side was a small fight, the other side came close several times. Fortunately, in the end, the fuss was spared, and it was agreed to wait until we got out before making a final decision. Why is this cave so deep? Lu Liang curiously said. The group followed the cave where they had found the fire aura flower, and as they made their way forward, the cave opened up more and more. The originally dark environment became bright, and the stalagmites and stalactites on the cave walls gradually became visible. The group moved forward cautiously, the path in the cave gradually flattening out, and the pace picking up. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of them, and the crowd stopped in their tracks and looked ahead warily, only to see that there was a huge cavern appearing in front of the cave. Cave set in caves. A dazzling light shone in this cavern in front of him, and something seemed to be pulsing in the light. Only in the center of the cavern, a huge fire aura flower was in full bloom, and a dazzling light shone from the flower, illuminating the entire cavern. The petals were brightly colored like blood, as if they were condensed from the purest element of fire. Each petal contained endless energy, like magma in a volcanic eruption, blazing and dazzling. The fire aura emanating from the stamens was even more dense and abnormal, suffocating people. When the crowd saw this scene, they froze and couldn't say a word. This fire aura flower was even more powerful than the previous one. Surprisingly, ecstasy appeared on the faces of the crowd as they stared at the blooming flower with wide eyes and dead eyes. Even Lu Liang was so excited that his face twitched slightly. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment they were actually at a bit of a loss for words. Big brother, after traveling for so long, how come we didn't get anything? Little Aid asked with some loss. The little donkey is also curious and asks if we don't want fire aura. This looks good, why don't we grab it and run? Chen Xian casually surveyed the cave in front of him and said carelessly, if you're looking for it, you should also look for some good fire aura. It's useless to ask for these rags. These words were thanks to the fact that no one else had heard them, or else they would have heard them and feared that they would have given him a big blank stare. Just then, Hachi suddenly barked, big brother, it's hot, so hot. It suddenly jumped up on its feet and finally simply jumped onto Chen Xian's back. The little burro looked at it quizzically. Xiao Hachi is a white jade ginseng fruit incarnation, born and raised in the earth, and is especially sensitive to the changes in the earth's veins. Rumble dash. Right at that moment, a huge heat swept in like an angry wave. In an instant, the entire cavern seemed to be plunged into a sea of fire, and the boiling heat wave distorted the air around them, suffocating people so much that they couldn't breathe. The crowd intuited that their skin was seared raw, as if they were going to be roasted. Sweat gushed out like a spring, instantly soaking his clothes, and his eyes became blurred, everything becoming hazy and unreal. The several people of Lu Liang immediately felt an unprecedented fear, wanting to escape, but there was nowhere to run. This fear was like an invisible hand tightening around their throats. The heat around them seemed to thicken and tighten around them. Amidst the boundless heat, a shadow seemed to appear. The voice rang out like thunder. Disturbing this seat's cultivation. What offense should you take? Lu Liang held back his fear. His teeth couldn't help but chatter as he had the deepest cultivation amongst the crowd. Having disturbed Senior's cultivation, we will retreat. Phoenix, Phoenix. The crowd could not stop trembling in their hearts. Chapter 130 Fire Aura arrives. Phoenix. Seeing the silhouette of that gigantic shadow, the thought popped into the minds of the crowd unanimously. I don't know why. It is reasonable to say that there are quite a lot of flying bird-type ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in this Dan Cave Mountain. They also only saw an outline, but that divine and powerful aura conveyed that message to them in a very domineering way. This is the Phoenix, and nothing else is possible. Always getting stumbled upon by accident. Looks like it's time to change places again. The voice muttered. The Lu Liang crowd could not wait for the other party to hurry up and leave. Now they only felt as if their life essence was going to be roasted. Just then, a figure walked up to the crowd. At this moment, although there is no fire, but in the eyes of the crowd, this place has long been a big fire. Everyone seems to be burning with desire. The crowd barely opened their eyes, blurring as they watched Qin Xian make his way forward. A moment of both admiration and concern. Admire the fact that the other man had the ability to stand up at a time like this, and not only to stand up, but to move forward. However, he was afraid that the other party would thus annoy this legendary ancient relic species. The Phoenix. Dan Cave Mountain covers such a magnificent area. Where would be a bad place to go? This Phoenix is living in such an inconspicuous cave, and it should be their bad luck. I thought it would be a long search, but I didn't think I'd meet you here. Chen Xian's voice intermittently reached their ears. It became more and more blurry before Lu Liang's eyes, and in the end he could hardly see anything at all. Dark as it was, divine sense was even more like being sealed with shackles. It was all he could do to remain conscious, but after a while, he was so muddled that he almost fell asleep in general. The rest of them had also fainted long ago, with only LV Liang still able to support himself, but it wasn't long before he closed his eyes as well. When I woke up again, I didn't know when it was. Lu Liang looked at the rest of the people in confusion, and the rest of the people had the same expression, completely unaware of what was going on. Chen Xian sat not far away, a fiery red stream of light condensing in his hands. That was the essence of the fire aura. This fiery red stream of light was like a tiny sun, radiating fiery energy. The light illuminated the space around them, allowing a powerful heat to be felt. Chen Xian's palm trembled slightly, as if he was controlling the power of this mass of flowing light. His fingers moved gently, adjusting the shape and size of the stream of light, and with each subtle adjustment, the light of the stream of light became more dazzling and fiery. Lu Liang, Li Tong, and the others could barely look directly at the fire aura. They were all speechless with shock. At this moment, it became clear in their hearts why people couldn't look at the fire aura they saw along the way. In front of this fire aura, anything before was bull ******. The two flowers containing fire aura that they had fought over just now were even more worthless at this moment. It seemed as if red light was coming out of everyone's eyes, even if their bodies were a bit weak at the moment. However, after seeing that wisp of fire aura, each one of them seemed to have eaten some kind of great tonic medicine. Lu Liang was finally a bit unable to resist his curiosity and asked, "Fellow Daoist Li, is this the fire aura you want?" Chen Xian nodded and pocketed it. "Yes." Lu Liang pursed his lips and swallowed. "Phone, that was the ancient beast phoenix in the square?" "Yes." Lu Liang didn't expect the other party to answer so bashfully. "Then this fire aura? It's a strand of its essence blood, counting as the purest fire aura in the world." Hearing this, the crowd secretly smacked their lips as if they were listening to a storyteller telling a tale. Lu Liang's eyes rolled slightly. Murphy, it was given to you by the phoenix?" The crowd suddenly lit up, finally asking the right questions. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. "No, I'm the one who managed to ask for it." "Huh? You asked for it and it gave it?" Li Tong was curious. "It's kind of a waste of words. It owes me a favor from before, and today it's settled." Once this was said, the rest of the people did not say much. "We have all practiced for many years. We are all foxes of 1,000 years. Not some little cutie." What weight this statement carries is more than clear to everyone. No one dared to think anything else about this wisp of fire aura. Even at this moment, this fire aura was like a tasty meat bun placed in the middle of a group of vicious wolves, and the many vicious wolves didn't dare to come forward to take a bite. So there's only envy to be had. Chen Xian saved himself the trouble with a few words. He wasn't afraid that a few people would try to assassinate him. It was mainly to save himself the trouble. So arching his hand and bidding the crowd farewell, he said, "The item has arrived, so I will not stay much longer. You all will meet each other in the future." The crowd froze, and then they arched their hands to bid farewell to him. Chen Xian, however, didn't dawdle and turned around. Which mighty senior is this?" The wolf-teeth stick man with the hottest temper among the crowd asked cautiously at this moment. "Who knows? Big brother, you're so fierce that you've gotten your hands on the fire aura just by talking." Hachi didn't mince words in delivering his horse's ass. Chen Xian proudly puffed out his chest and laughed. "Nothing more. Your big brother, I just have more friends." Chen Xian also didn't expect to get the fire aura so quickly. That phoenix has always been extremely deep in hiding, and had thought that he would be looking for a while longer. It could be a year or two, or it could be longer. Who knew that in just 2 short months, they would accidentally meet each other? "Big brother, you said earlier that phoenix owes you a favor. What favor does it owe you?" Hachi asked curiously. Chen Xian scratched his head. Actually, it was years ago that I beat it up," Hachi guessed. "And then you became friends? Without a fight? And then I said I'd wait a few more years and beat him up again. And then I forgot about it and didn't. So that means he owes me a favor." Chen Xian scratched his head and smiled shyly. Hachi, the little donkey, is also surprised to look at Chen Xian. "Bandits, see, you have to give a thumbs up." Another few days later, Chen Xian left the Dan Cave Mountain with the donkey and little 8. "Big brother, where are we going next?" "I've made an agreement with Phoenix to go back to town first and come back to us when he's finished with some things." Chapter 131, let's not go through with it. The nearest town in the Dan Cave Mountains. Chen Xian and the others had been living here for over half a month. The town was close to the Dan Cave Mountain, and the interior of the Dan Cave Mountain was rich in fire aura, and there was even a phoenix living in seclusion. That's why the climate here is extraordinarily hot. Sometimes the temperatures are so high that it's really not unusual to see a few fainting people on the streets now and then, especially little 8, who was particularly sensitive to the changes between heaven and earth. All day long it shrank listlessly into a ball, and would not wake up, no matter how much it was played with. "The only time you show your head is when you eat," little 8 asked slyly as he sipped the ice water that Chen Xian had paid a high price for. "Big brother, when do we get out of here? I thought I said I'd wait for Phoenix to come back." Chen Xian, on the other hand, slowly ate his ghee mountain mixed with ghee and ice water. Because of the freezing, the crispy mountains set well, crystalline and majestic, decorated with colorful trees and fake flowers. It really looks like a white and magnificent snow mountain from afar, delicious and aesthetically pleasing at the same time. "Melt in your mouth, sweet and creamy." "But it's been over half a month," Chen Xian faintly said. "There's no rush. What will come will come." He won't go back on his word. After a while, Chen Xian realized that Crispy Mountain had already finished eating. The point is that this little donkey and Hachi are too edible. He then decided to go out and buy some more, placing them in his storage ring and storing them first. These days, apart from practicing cultivation, Chen Xian was just wandering around the town as usual. Within half a month, I'd become quite familiar with the place. Chen Xian had just left the door when he met 2 disciples of the Qingyun Sect's law enforcement hall head-on. It wasn't that Chen Xian recognized their faces. Disciples of the law enforcement hall hardly showed their true faces. It was just that Xuanxiao had dealt with them long enough that this bit of concealment could not escape his eyes at all. The two disciples were slightly stunned to see Xuanxiao's expression, but they quickly reacted as if nothing had happened. It was just that subtle fluctuation in breath that the onlooker couldn't detect at all. The two disciples brushed past Xuanxiao and quickly hid themselves again at the street corner. Xuanxiao, I didn't expect to meet him here. The two disciples had originally come to this Dan Cave Mountain to carry out a certain secret mission, and they had already received the news from the Qingyun Sect a few days ago. Not only them, but the law enforcement hall disciples lurking all over the place had all received the news. Once Xuanxiao is found, report his whereabouts immediately. I'll follow him, and you inform the Dovecot. Dovecot is the collective name for the secret contact points of the law enforcement hall in various places. It's hit the jackpot this time. The law enforcement hall had a clear directive that any disciple who discovered Xuanxiao's trail would be rewarded with 2,000 merits. All the merits of the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect could be exchanged for substantial rewards. 2,000 merits. This was a large reward, comparable to completing an A-ranked mission. You guys did hit the jackpot. Suddenly, a voice rang out interrupting the two. The two disciples dressed as ordinary casual cultivators were both startled. In an instant, they had given up the idea of resisting. Li, senior brotherly, ask and tell, lie and shoot yourselves. Xuanxiao's tone was not heavy, but the two disciples felt waves rising in their hearts as they listened. How did you find me? Unintentionally met. Xuanxiao nodded thoughtfully. It looked like the Qingyun Sect did not know of his whereabouts at the moment. The second elder still wants to kill me? Yes, no, yes, is it or isn't it? Don't lie, but if you lie, you can be sensed in the Heart Lake. The sect leader is looking for you, while the second elder instructed that after meeting you, he would immediately notify the pigeon room to send cultivators of 6 scenic scenery or higher to round you up. Xuanxiao was a bit surprised. Sect leader seeking me? Seeking me for what? I don't know the specifics. I just know that the sect master has something to discuss with you. Consult with each other? Xuanxiao patted the two on the shoulder. I have nothing to say to her. Having said that, he found it somewhat amusing. The sect leader and the second elder ordered at the same time. Yet you guys only follow the orders of the second elder. It seems that the second elder has managed the law enforcement hall well all these years. Before the duo could savor the meaning in those words, Xuanxiao had calmly left. The two disciples behind him, in an instant, had their breath broken and died. Xuanxiao turned to the small store he frequented that sold Crispy Mountain, and the owner was a casual cultivator. These days, Xuanxiao came often, and that was how the two of them came to know each other. While talking, he loaded up the mountain of crisps he had bought. Returning to the inn where he was staying, Xuanxiao's mood was not affected much by meeting the two law enforcement hall disciples. He was just a little puzzled as to why the forgotten love Taoist master had suddenly sought himself out. Perhaps it was to lure himself in so that he could easily take a shot at himself. He didn't think much of it, and whatever he was going to do, oblivion was no longer involved with him. Xuanxiao slowly ate the crispy mountain he bought. After a few more days, Xuanxiao finally received news from the Phoenix. Following the other party's guidance, he made his way to the depths of the Dan Cave Mountain. On the way, a demonic beast or ferocious beast also did not meet. Unimpeded. Think as also the Phoenix do the trick. When we got to the place, we realized that this was a huge lava spring. A fiery red figure then bathed in the middle of the magma spring. Although the figure was humanoid, it had no features, only the outline of a humanoid, and its entire body was wrapped in fire. Come on down. A dip is especially nice, the man said. Hachi's expression changed for a moment as he looked at the tumbling magma. Comfortable? I'm afraid this is going to hiccup and catch cold if I jump. Don't worry, it won't die. The man seemed to have seen Hachi's concern. The burrow was also full of resistance, and just then Xuanxiao behind them helped them out. In 2 kicks, the 2 little ones were kicked into the middle of the lava. The burrow and Hachi screamed with open teeth and claws, like drowning men flailing in lava. But in no time, they realized that they weren't melting, but instead, being wrapped in lava was an extremely comfortable thing to do. This magma is evolved from the Earth's center fire, and it is only after thousands of years of research by our Grand Duke Feng that the power of the Earth's center fire and it is not allowed to spread, and there is no need to mention the benefits to you. Xuanxiao explained. Where do you go these days? With that, Xuanxiao also jumped into the magma. The Phoenix said, didn't you want to collect the 5 elemental auras? Now the fire aura that was forced out of my body has already been divided into a strand for you, and another strand of gold aura has gone for you. With that, he waved his hand, and a strand of golden light that twisted like a ball of thread appeared in front of Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao calmly said, you went to the Shaking Light Holy Land? Well, fought them, swapped 3 moves with each other, and won this golden aura. The Phoenix spoke easily, but Xuanxiao knew that it was arduous. He wasn't bashful about it either, and accepted it openly. I'll owe you a favor without saying more than thanks. Then let's make a deal. When you regain your cultivation, you must help me ruthlessly clean up that second elder of your Qingyun Sect's law enforcement hall. Oh, Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. How come I don't remember you having a grudge against him? Years ago, Phoenix was full of resentment. Chen Xian smiled faintly. There's no need for you to say anything about this matter. He and I'm afraid we're going to be immortal. The Phoenix has been in seclusion for a long time and is not aware of the outside world. Chen Xian didn't explain much and simply said, he had to seek death himself, and he's looking for trouble from me 3 times. This is treating me like a clay figure to pinch. Did Chen Xian have any resentment towards the Qingyun Sect in the first place? To say that there wasn't any would be impossible. It's just that even though people swept him off his feet, they had the grace of nurturing him after all. Good riddance, and never meet again in the mountains. However, I didn't expect the second elder in Chen 14 and the others to chase after him and not let go. Good, since we won't let him live in peace, we'll all stop living. Chapter 132 Ascension Pill. Hachi in the burrow lay leisurely in the lava. The burrow kept exhaling, his chest heaving. It was like a clear stream flowing through all the meridians of the body, and soon one felt a sense of unprecedented relief and vigor. Wow! The little donkey yelped up at the sky. It was naked and lifted the 1,000-pound boulder over its head with one arm, and slowly lowered it again and raised it high again. Hachi was sitting on top of the boulder it was holding, meditating with his legs crossed. Although it has not been exposed to cultivation, but thousands of years of nourishment, itself is a priceless treasure of great value. The operation of the cultivation technique was just like eating and drinking water. Brother donkey, the two of us will always be good brothers. Hachi shared a piece of meat with the donkey. The burro nodded. Aha! Practicing to the point of sexuality. The little donkey roared. Tiger demon fist. One punch broke that boulder into pieces. Hachi let out a cry of surprise, like a puddle of mud being directly pasted onto the stone wall. A moment later, the very elastic body returned to its original shape. I'll fight you to rip your donkey balls off. A relationship that hadn't been good for just a moment collapsed in an instant. Zip la la. Chen Xian brushed a layer of sauce onto the grilled meat on the iron frame, making the meat taste even more delicious. The phoenix stared at the roast with some grudge. It is an ancient relic species, born with its own fire in its body. Mortal objects but anything close to it will be burned to ashes. As long as they stood towards the crowd there, ordinary people and some cultivators with low cultivation levels would also flare up one by one. That's why the Phoenix clan had to live in seclusion and not make contact with the outside world. Come. Chen Xian picked a piece of roasted meat with the tip of his sword before sending it to the phoenix's mouth wrapped in warm breath to keep it from being roasted by the temperature surrounding the phoenix. Phoenix asked, his mouth open and smacking his lips. Chen Xian was like a breeder who fed the beasts in the cage. Phoenix said, this goodbye, and do not know when I can see again. You walk alone in the Jianghu, be careful. When have I ever suffered a loss? Chen Xian smiled faintly. A few days later, Chen Xian and the little donkey, Little 8 bid farewell to the phoenix and set off on their journey once more. The phoenix, on the other hand, finds a new place to fall into a deep sleep. Put! A heartbreaking voice suddenly sounded. 2 bloody figures fell from mid-air. Immediately after that, several figures clad in black robes appeared in the surroundings. Where's the stuff? Since the people of the Green Cloud sect are so unethical, we will definitely tell our master when we return. You think you still have the life to go back alive? An old voice rang out. Hand over the treasure, and I'll give you a way out alive. The figure on the ground said in a cold voice, handing over the treasure is even more of a death. Do you think I'm a little cutie? This seat will make your life worse than death. The black-robed man raised his hand, and countless tiny chills drilled under the opponent's skin like knives. In an instant, a chill that penetrated the marrow of the bone swept over, as if it was going to freeze the entire soul. The other man shuddered in pain and screamed in agony. After a few times of this, the man could no longer support himself. 2 7th-grade high-grade spirit pills. It's not worth the seats trip. Your master's father was thoughtful enough to unexpectedly let the 2 of you carry this elixir, and he went off on his own to lure this seat away. He grunted coldly. Master, how is our master? Dead. After saying that, he was unwilling to talk any more nonsense with these 2 people who were going to die. Immediately, someone behind him stepped forward and began to skillfully operate it. First, the true fire burned the flesh of the 2, and then used the soul-breaking bead, the residual soul of the 2 into the soul bead. Make sure that no one will use the soul invocation technique to bring back the souls of the 2. Immediately waiting for the soul-breaking bead to extinguish the remaining souls of the 2. The 2 would completely lose all traces of themselves in the world. The law enforcement hall has always been rigorous and considerate in its work. Otherwise, once things were revealed, the impact on the clan's reputation would be too bad. Congratulations to the second elder for obtaining this spirit elixir. Several black-robed men knelt in unison. The second elder waved his hand, suppressing the joy in his heart. Things that have not yet been accomplished. We need to hasten to have the 2 spirit pills refined to achieve the 8th grade, so that we can help this seat. Pills were extremely rare when they were on the upper 3rd grade. Even though it was the Green Cloud sect, it wasn't an easy thing to get one. Top alchemists were extremely scarce talents in all major sects. The second elder wanted to move from the peak of the 8th realm to the soaring 9th realm this time. Trapped in this realm for over 1,000 years. This time, 2 7th grade ascension pills were present. Even though it was called the Ascension Dan, it didn't really allow people to ascend. Not to mention that the 2 Dan are just fledglings. It needs to be refined even further. And only when it reaches the 8th grade. Only then can it be truly called an Ascension Elixir. An 8th grade elixir that already had a legendary spirit that could help one break through the 8 scenes. This time, the one who refined the 7th grade Ascension pill was a hidden alchemist living in the mountains in Central State. Just refining a 7th grade elixir was definitely something that couldn't be hidden, attracting the attention of all parties along with the celestial phenomena. The disciples of the law enforcement hall branch of the Qingyun Sect who were in the area were the first to discover the clues and notify their superiors. The law enforcement hall was ordered to secretly monitor various sects and imperial dynasties. Later, the second elder took control of the law enforcement hall. It then began to intentionally monitor high-level alchemists from all over the world. This time, when he heard of this news, he immediately brought people in person to kill and seize the Dan. You will return to the clan in small groups without attracting attention, and 2 of you will follow me. Yes. After the second elder finished speaking, he took a step forward. 2 months later, after these days of recuperation, Chen Shen felt that his physical condition had improved significantly. He could feel his meridians recovering faster, and his connection with the heavens and the earth became even closer, clearly feeling the majestic yet ethereal power between the heavens and the earth. This power made him feel that his body had become lighter, as if he was able to merge into heaven and earth at any time. No longer, as before, as if you don't melt into the world. In addition to the restoration of his meridians, Chen Xian had also discovered that his divine sense had also changed greatly. At this moment, he quieted his mind and gathered his spirit. His thinking became clearer and his body became more permeable. The sensation of being able to feel his every cell breathing in the aura between heaven and earth made him feel very comfortable. With a thought, the divine sense reached outward, and wherever it passed, whether it was flowers, plants, trees, or the songs of birds, fish, and insects, it could be clearly seen and heard. High mountains and flowing water, green trees and flowers, birds and animals. The meridians were recovering, the Qi Sea and Snow Mountain were being recast, and one had already mobilized the 2 heaven and earth auras of fire and gold, and was just missing the 3 flavors. It will be a perfect complement to the root bone. A thriving, vibrant scene. Chapter 133, Going Out Without Reading the Calendar. Rumble dash. The flying boat shook violently as it passed over a certain land boundary. What's this for? Hachi scrunched his head up, ass in the air. The little donkey, on the other hand, somewhat fearfully wrapped its hands and feet around Chen Xian. Chen Xian said, "This is the flying boat passing through the teleportation array. Later on the time turbulence. It may be more bumpy, sit steady. Big brother, when are we going to get one that looks so cool?" Little 8 said. "Ha, we have one too. We'll show you this time." "Ha, where are we going this time?" "Back to the hill." "The hill? Our own mountain." Chen Xian laughed. The little donkey smiled and said, "Wait until you reach the hill. Let Zaya Hachi make you a suppressed daughter-in-law." "I'm a pure man," Hachi barked angrily. One donkey and one elf fought to a standstill, and it wasn't long before Hachi called for Master Donkey's mercy. Rumble. It was as if there was a sudden clap of thunder. The transmission array and the runes on top of the flying boat mirrored and resonated with each other, emitting a dazzling light like the twinkling of stars in the night sky. The energies between the two mingled with each other, forming a powerful energy fluctuation, as if it was a torrent rushing through the universe. Buzz dash. The little donkey yelled. "Someone's dead. Come check it out." I saw Hachi turn into a ball for a while, then into a puddle of mud, and then suddenly expand, like a ball of dough that is being kneaded hard. Chen Xian faintly said, "No harm done. It's just that little 8 has a keen sense of the changes in the heavens and the earth. It'll be fine after a while." The burro looked a little worried at what looked like a vigorous rubbing of Hachi. In an instant, the large flying boat suddenly disappeared in midair and once again appeared in the air somewhere. Hachi also stopped mutating. Late at night the heavens and the earth were silent. The flying boat stayed for a day, and one after another, people disembarked from the flying boat, while others boarded the flying boat. Chen Xian's eyes moved slightly. "Ha, the peak of the 7th realm. I didn't expect there to be this kind of character on top of this flying boat." Chen Xian's eyes brightened slightly with a golden glow, and again, that glow soon dimmed once again. born with Taoist eyes. The sun and moon are hidden within the eyes, reflecting the 1,000 worlds. Only non-sixth king or higher cultivators could not manage it. After briefly opening it, Chen Xian quickly retracted it again. That black robe concealed the other party's aura, and it was only in the instant that the born Taoist eyes opened that the other party was exposed to Chen Xian's eyes. Second elder, after noticing who the other party was, even the always calm Chen Xian could not help but reveal a stunned expression. What the hell? The second elder's cultivation had already stepped into the peak of the 8 scenarios a long time ago, and it looked like he had hidden his cultivation. He himself is not yet able to see through it at a glance today. It was just that the familiar scent and face of the other party could not be faked. It's a narrow road. Chen Xian gathered his breath and silently turned around to hide amongst the crowd. It's my bad luck to have met him here. With the second elder's cultivation, today's self was really no match. The second elder looked deep into the distance. Originally, his mind was filled with Chen Xian's affairs. If this matter is not resolved, it will remain on one's mind. However, nowadays, being able to successfully refine this complete ascension Dan became the top priority in the second elder's mind. As long as one stepped into the ascension realm, one's strength would change qualitatively. Returning to the house, Chen Xian instructed the donkey and little 8 not to run around. The two of them had shown their faces during the Dragon Gate Immortal stage, so don't be recognized by the second elder again. Hey, you kids don't have eyes do you? Hurry up and apologize to me. In the doorway of the pass-through store, a loose amendment tugged at a man angrily. This loose cultivator's temper was already hot, and he had just been showing off the shoes that his Taoist couple had hand-nailed to him with the people in the same room. Just went out the door and got stomped on. The other guy, however, didn't even fart, and instantly got angry, yanking the guy by the collar and babbling on and on. The man was dressed in a black suit with an ordinary appearance, and his eyes slightly condensed as he said in a cold voice, "Get loose." Not loose. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with killing intent, as if he was about to strike the next moment. It was just a gathering of people watching from all around. Chen Xian took one more look. It was a good thing I didn't look at it, but I was surprised again. The black-clothed man's disguise naturally could not be hidden from his eyes. The left guardian of the devil's cult. I'll be there. The personal son of the third contribution elder of the Hall of Elders of the Devil Cult, known as the Third Highness of the Devil Cult. Back then, the demon religion was destroyed. This person escaped, and then did not know where to go. The reason why Qin Xianji was so impressed with him was because he had fought with the other party himself. At that time, he himself was still a nameless junior. But in one night, he killed the disciples of the Demon Sect in 3 cities who fled and died. This famous Third Highness of the Devil Cult came at that time by Starry Night. Originally, he had wanted to rely on his own strong strength to directly obliterate Qin Xian. Even with a single finger, this honored one can exterminate you with just a blow of dust. Chen Xian still remembered the words of this Third Highness now. Who knew that he would be beaten the hell out of by Qin Xian and end up with only one finger left? However, this Third Highness was not useless, and the fact that he was able to escape from under Qin Xian's sword in the end was evident of his strength. Later on, this Third Highness was beaten to the point where his Tao heart collapsed, and then later on, Chen Xian would not know the outcome. Now that we haven't seen each other for years, the demonic cult has been destroyed. The other party's cultivation increased instead of decreasing, and even more so, I didn't expect to meet here. Chen Xian. Ha, the sky is closing in on me? Didn't you read the calendar? How come I met 2 people in a row today who are eager to eat their own flesh and suck their own bone marrow? Before the other party could discover him, Chen Xian turned around and left. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Not much, less talking. Chen Xian returned to the house. Ying Jie's gaze landed on the crowd and his brows furrowed slightly. What's going on? There's something familiar about the scent. Asterisk 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 ing hell. Hurry up and apologize. Ying Jie retracted his gaze and stared icily at the dying man in front of him. He stopped paying attention, pushed his way through the crowd and left. The man was still chattering away in the background. That night, the man's body was thrown under the flying boat and died without a sound. Inside the room, Chen Xian was quite a bit depressed. It's a big world. How's this for a coincidence? When the little donkey and little 8 saw that Chen Xian did not look quite right, the two of them also stopped making noise and stayed aside obediently. Don't go out for a few days. There are enemies on the flying boat that we have to deal with. Big brother, is it powerful? Hachi asked tentatively. It's alright. That is, the people in this flying boat combined probably don't even give the 2 of them a fight. Chen Xian said indifferently. Chapter 134, even earthworms must be split vertically. Your Highness, here out of the mountain. The old elder told us to keep a low profile. Inside the room, white jade lamps illuminated the small space as if it were daytime. Ying Jie said in a cold voice. I don't know about this kind of thing yet. This guy saw death on his own. He looked at the jar in his hand. The man's soul had been extracted by them with a special technique and was contained in this jar. Ying laughed coldly. How does this taste? After the 79 days, the flavor will be gone. Like the pickles. When the time comes, I'll eat you alive a little bit. The man's soul still retained its consciousness, so it could clearly hear what Ying said. Don't you still have a Taoist couple? Did your Tao couple give you these shoes? When I find her, I will refine her into a human puppet. The soul in the jar struggled violently. Ying revealed a cruel smile, then raised his head and swept his eyes. You guys, go out and take a look. A few of the men looked puzzled. I met a familiar aura on the flying boat today. It's a bit strange. You guys go around and see if there are any suspicious people. Yes. Ying frowned slightly, recalling the strange feeling he had during the daytime. Intuition told him something was wrong. Perhaps he had been a little too careful in staying out of the mountains for so long. In the meantime, you two go take a look. The second elder suddenly opened his eyes. Elder, what's wrong? Nothing. Something doesn't feel right. The two law enforcement hall disciples looked at each other and said in unison. Yes. A cold aura shot out from the second elder's eyes, his divine sense covering the entire flying boat. Every move of the flying boat was under his surveillance. The two law enforcement hall disciples were dressed in black robes as they made their way along the flying boat. Those few devil disciples were also searching along the flying boat, their gazes and divine sense scanning over the passing cultivators. They didn't know exactly what they were looking for, and were very puzzled in their hearts. Xuanxiao sat by the window of the room and looked down. Soon, the two groups of people in the crowd were spotted. These two groups of people were interesting. They walked along the flying boat and soon met. Also almost instantly, both sides realized that something was wrong with the other. A few people were all heartbroken, not to mention sneaky. The law enforcement hall disciple stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Dare I ask your name? The devil disciple said in a cold voice. And who are you? Is it your turn to ask us? Ha! What a mouthful. A disciple reached out and cupped his hand. Green Cloud Sect. A devil cult disciple suddenly looked tight. That Qingyun Sect disciple snorted coldly. How dare you be so arrogant even knowing that you're from Qingyun Sect? The Demon Sect disciple clenched his fists. Back then, when the Demon Sect was overthrown, the Qingyun Sect took a lot of credit, especially Qingyun Sect's Xuanxiao. Therefore, the people of the Devil Sect hated Xuanxiao, including the Qingyun Sect. So seeing the Qingyun Sect disciple since the fire, plus this Qingyun Sect disciple in front of himself, this arrogant energy, if it were normal, they would have been out for a fight. Just, now that they've just left the mountain. Not to mention that the world is not the same as it was when they were there. Just had to hold back. Let's go back and report back to His Highness first. The leading Demon Sect disciple thought darkly in his mind, then turned around and left. The disciple of the Green Cloud Sect snorted coldly. So it's a goon softy. Although the devil disciples were harboring anger in their hearts, they had no choice but to endure it. Just a few steps away, he suddenly received a blow to the head. It was a piece of ink stone, smashed squarely on the head of the leading demonic disciple, doing little damage and pulling full of insults. At the same time, a voice rang out. Goon! Why don't you dare to fight us? The Demon Sect disciple turned his head and stared dead at the Qingyun Sect disciple, the killing intent in his eyes already completely concealed. Those two Green Cloud Sect disciples were also confused, and they had no intention of making a move. The second elder was only asking them to probe the situation, not to pick a fight. Who threw this ink stone? It was just that this expression of theirs, in the eyes of the Demon Sect's disciples, the mocking meaning was even more obvious. It's like a kid from the same village bullying another kid, throwing a rock violently over while someone's house is moving forward. When the other turned around, he himself whistled as if nothing had happened, provocatively pulling full. Seek death. This kind of insult is something that can't be tolerated no matter what. Above the wrist of the leading disciple of that demonic sect, a stream of light suddenly shot out, and it was a hiltless talisman sword. It's small and thin and ridiculously fast. The Qingyun Sect side reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, the wound was still bleeding. That Qingyun Sect disciple was terrified afterward. He was half a point away from taking his life. He didn't expect the other party to come down so hard. Good thief, looking for death. In an instant, the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. The disciples of the Green Cloud Sect executed the Green Cloud Sword technique. Their swords were powerful. The Devil Cult disciples, on the other hand, used bizarre devilish techniques, and for a while, light flashed and vigor overflowed. Xuanxiao watched the battle from a high place with a rather nice expression. He threw the ink stone just now, adding to the fire. Little Donkey and Little 8 also watched the scene with joyful smiles. Big brother, good tactics, dog eat dog. The battle below intensified, with deaths and injuries on each side. The cultivators on the flying boat scattered in all directions as if they were fleeing. Xuanxiao let out a TSK. None of them are weak. The cultivation of these two groups of people were not weak, and the guards on the flying boat could not intervene at all for a while. It wasn't until the two powerhouses sitting in the flying boat stepped in that the situation was stabilized. Chen Xian sat inside the house, leisurely sipping his tea. When the good show was over, it was time to close his eyes and continue practicing. Second Elder, it's the remnants of the demon cult. Although they tried their best to hide it, they couldn't escape our eyes. Demonism? The Second Elder frowned. How long had it been since he had heard news of the demon cult? Could it be that he was running towards the Ascension Dan in his hand? The Second Elder snapped. Meanwhile, in the other house, Ingli frowned tightly. Someone from the Qingyun Sect? Could it be that they have discovered their whereabouts here and have come to surround and kill them? Second Elder, gathering men now? The disciple from the law enforcement hall asked. The Second Elder's eyes rolled slightly. No, hurry up. The Ascension Dan is related to their own big plans. Absolutely cannot be half an accident. Who knows what attempts the devil religion has this time. Cultivation is like walking on thin ice, and one must not be sloppy. Go, Ingjie said in a cold voice. Your Highness. Just like that? A few devil cult disciples were indignant. You can't get carried away. These people can't say they're prepared. Yes. So, into the night. The Second Elder of the Qingyun Sect and the Devil Sect should have a heart-to-heart and quickly left the flying boat. Chen Xian, who was sitting inside the room, raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. He knew the character of these two too well, and being able to do something like this was completely within his expectations. Ing was originally arrogant, but after being repaired by himself, he has become a coward. That Second Elder is even more flat. Life never make a mistake. Kill the soul. Ashes have to give yang. As for the people at home, not to mention, even the earthworms in other people's homes have to be split vertically. Chapter 135, Zhenlai Shan. Half a month later, somewhere in the 9 continents, the Second Elder came alone to the depths of the cave, unlocked the restraints, and made his way forward. Second Elder, 2 guard disciples jumped out from the shadows. Has there been any recent developments? Elder, there is nothing abnormal. The Second Elder nodded and walked straight in. The cultivation levels of the 2 disciples were not low, both above the early stage of the 7 scenery, and there were also 12 golden armored rexes made with the puppetry technique at the bottom of the ground. The outer perimeter was matched with a large formation, and such a configuration could not be described as luxurious. Deep in the cavern, chains on all sides trapped a man. As the Second Elder approached, the cloaked man let out a roar. Take it easy, take it easy. The Second Elder spread out his hand, revealing 2 7th grade ascension pills that had yet to take shape. 2 7th grade ascension pills. Help me one last time. I want an 8th grade ascension pill, and I'll let you go afterward. The man cursed. Damn it, what's the difference between your words and a fart? Which time didn't you say this is the last time? And then you say, next time. For sure, this time is really the last time. As long as I advance to the Ascension realm, there's no point in me keeping you locked up anymore. The man laughed coldly. If you're damn well going to keep me after you advance to the Ascension realm? The Second Elder said indifferently. You don't seem to have any other choice but to trust me. Although your youngest daughter is not gifted, she is now a grandmother, and the family is happy. You don't want her life to be disturbed. Facing the other party's angry eyes, the Second Elder didn't care. As usual, just say what you want. He placed 2 Ascension Dan in front of the man's eyes. An 8th grade elixir is not something that can be refined just by saying it, let alone an Ascension elixir that captures the creation of heaven and earth. That's up to you. The cold wind whistled by, like a merciless knife, cutting the earth into countless pieces. Everything became frozen and silent, as if time had stopped. The donkey cart drove slowly, its wheels crunching on the frozen earth, as if it were saying something to this desolate land. Inside the donkey cart, Chen Xian yawned. The car was warm and cozy, and the trip was long, but not at all lonely. The mountain Chen Xian was talking about was a peak hidden between the clouds in the distance. The peak is called Qianlai Mountain. Money coming in? Wouldn't that be rich? Hachi asked. Chen Xian laughed. I forgot the original name. The mountain was given to me by someone who asked me to come up with a name, so I just said that in passing. Big brother, someone else is sending you mountains? Yeah, said I'd save it for me to start a clan later, but I haven't used it since. There's an earth aura there? Not only is there an earth aura there, but there's also a fallen mountain god. After speaking, Chen Xian muttered to himself. You won't be mad at the old man for not bringing him any wine this time back. When I reached the foot of Qianlai Mountain, I saw people carrying baskets and burdens all the way down from the mountain from time to time. At the foot of the mountain, there are also people who set up stalls here to sell tea to drink. At 2 cents a bowl. It's not too expensive. The guest doesn't look like a local. Coming here to enjoy the scenery? The old man selling tea said in a casual tone. Are there quite a few people who come here to see the scenery? Chen Xian asked rhetorically. The old man said, Qianlai Mountain here is a major road. The scenery is good, and there are few wild animals in the mountains. There have been no beasts attacking people so far. So many rich and noble families like to come here to set foot in the spring. At this point, the old man paused and continued. Have you ever heard of a friar? Chen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. I've heard of it. Why? These cultivators cultivate by borrowing the creation of heaven and earth, and they are said to be able to fly into the sky and enter the earth, cut down demons and eliminate devils, and move mountains and fill in seas and oceans with everything they can do. Think about it, it was such a character that was thrown down from the mountain for spreading wildness here in Qianlai Mountain, not to mention the other rattlesnakes, bandits, and wild beasts. The old man looked rather smug as he said this. It's even. Even the Sui dynasty doesn't dare to touch it. At the other table, a few people dressed in white couldn't help but frown slightly when they heard this. These people are the disciples of the Qingyun supervisor of the Sui dynasty, and this time they have been ordered to come to investigate the bottom of this Qianlai Mountain. Originally, this mountain, Qianlai Mountain, was out of their monitoring range. However, some days ago, a disciple of the Qingyun supervisor was severely beaten up by the people on this mountain in Qianlai Mountain. The disciple wouldn't stop, and that's what drew the attention of the Chinatown supervisor. This investigation did not know, but only found out the weirdness of this Qianlai Mountain. That's why a few disciples of the Chinatown supervisor were dispatched. The group went up the hill in succession. Chen Shan looked at the winding mountain road beneath his feet. At this time, the cold winds were chilly, and the forest was wrapped in snow, but it was not bleak. The feet landed on the snow with a crisp sound. Where does the Taoist practice? A Qingyun supervisor disciple in white clothes inquired. His name was Wen Yuan, and he was the leading disciple this time. Chen Xian said indifferently, where is not a place of cultivation? Originally a loose cannon. Fellow Taoist, do you know the origin of this Qianlai mountain? Wen Yuan said, know some, but not much. Why? Not much, Chen Xian said carelessly. Fellow Taoist is a member of the China Trust? Wen Yuan nodded and didn't hide it. This spirit monster beside you, Taoist friend, is it some kind of spirit fruit transformed into a spirit monster? A female disciple among the disciples of the Qingyun supervisor suddenly said. Precisely, Chen Xian also did not hide anything. As soon as these words came out, many of the Qingyun supervisor's disciples' eyes lit up and glanced at each other. Spirit fruit transformation essence monster. The degree of value and preciousness need not be mentioned. There were a few young disciples who didn't seem to know the value of this and whispered. When Yuan glanced at Chen Xian with surprise on his face, but did not think much of it. Just then, when Yuan suddenly stomped the ground with his foot, call the land of this place. When the words were spoken, they were already followed by the words, using the art of detaining the gods. Immediately, not far away, a puff of green smoke rose. A small old man with a bearded rickety back appeared right in front of a few people, being forcibly summoned by the other party's god detaining technique. The land seemed to be a bit confused and hurriedly arched his hands in greeting as soon as he opened his mouth. Greetings to a few of the immortals. Greetings to a few of the immortals. What's your name? The name of the little god is Zhou Guosher, a woodcutter from the town of Shuiyuan at the foot of the mountain, who became the land of this place because of his unfortunate fall into a cliff and died. When Yuan said in a questioning tone, there is no mention of your name in the book of office of the Ministry of Rights of the Great Sui, nor is there any clear record of any land in Qianlai Mountain. The little god doesn't know either. Lan's expression was a bit unsightly. Chen Xian also looked at the scene curiously. This land was naturally unrecognizable to him. You don't? Then who do you deal with on a regular basis? It's the mountain god of Qianlai Mountain. The mountain god? Take us to him. Yes. The land saw that several people were imposing, and were by no means idle, so they naturally did not dare to be slow. Chapter 136, The Mountain God. Land spoke carefully to Fumiyuan and the others. You, who are a landowner, don't even liaise with the official people of the Sui dynasty? The land compensated with a smile. Supreme Immortal, I'm just a small land, a frog at the bottom of the well. How could I know so much? After I died, the Lord God of the mountain asked me to become land, and I did, and I don't know anything about the rest. When Yuan asked, do you know about the matter of a disciple of the Qingyun supervisor who was at Qianlai Mountain some days ago? I know, but I didn't realize that he was a disciple of the Qingyun supervisor. It's just that when he came to Qianlai Mountain, he Start what? Lan smiled awkwardly. He's got his eye on a married man and wanted to have a dewy love affair. People don't do it. As Lan spoke, he noticed that Fumiyuan's face was a bit hard to look at and immediately closed his mouth. Go on. The Lan's body shook. Then some conflict erupted between the two sides, and the matter was learned by Lord Mountain God, who immediately beat that superior immortal to the point of breaking all his tendons and bones, and threw him off Qinlai Mountain. How dare you! No matter how wrong the disciples of the Qintian supervisor did things, it was not his turn to deal with them. It shook elder brother Zhang's Qi in Snow Mountain, and he's afraid that he won't be able to cultivate in this life. Immediately, that rather handsome-looking female disciple of the Qintian supervisor angrily said, "The land only felt sweaty and had a premonition of great trouble. Find that mountain god first," Wen Yuan said in a cold voice. The group followed the land all the way forward. Chen Xian, along with little donkey and Hachi, followed at the very back, just to save themselves the trouble of looking for that guy. Soon, they found the mountain god that the landlord had spoken of. It was a scruffy to the core old man, just lying on the ground, his head leaning against a rock, the wine gourd at his waist all wrapped up in pulp, emitting a strange odor and snoring loudly. The female disciple of the Qintian supervisor frowned slightly. "This is the mountain god of Qianlai Mountain? Yamagami-sama." The land stepped forward and called out a few times before finally awakening the mountain god. "What the?" The mountain god reached up and scratched his ass with a look of impatience. Land whispered a few words. "Qintian supervisor? What bull Qintian supervisor? I don't recognize it. Let them go back where they came from." After saying that, the mountain god turned his head and was ready to go back to sleep. Now a few disciples of the Qintian supervisor couldn't help but get angry and were about to snap, but they were stopped by Wen Yuan, who was leading the way. "My name is Wen Yuan, the capital supervisor of the Qintian supervisor. And you, fellow Daoist, are you the mountain god of this Qianlai mountain?" The mountain god didn't bother with him. "Capital supervisor? I think this old man is just looking for a fight." When Yuan sank his face, "In any case, it's only fair that you, Dao friend, should give me a word back." The mountain god was full of impatience. "This place is not under the control of your sway. Go back and ask your old supervisor. Don't disturb my sleep here. The old supervisor has long been in seclusion for many years. Do you know our supervisor? Get lost." The mountain god wasn't going to say anymore. "If it was before, I would have punched you to death." At this moment, even when Yuan's best temper couldn't help but get a little fired up. "I have been polite again and again, yet you are so rude and unreasonable. Do you know that this is the territory of the sway?" Wen Yuan took a step forward with an imposing presence. Seeing the bad situation, Lan subconsciously took a step back and whispered, "Lord Mountain God, these are the people from the Qintian supervisor of the Great Sway. We should still be more polite." The mountain god lost his patient annoyance and raised his ass. "Qintian supervisor, when is it the turn of these boys to talk to my old man here? Mother her. I think you guys are tired of living." Just as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he suddenly froze. A man in the crowd was waving to him. "Say whatever you have to say. It's best not to make a move," Chen Xian said indifferently. The crowd from the Qintian supervisor turned their heads to stare curiously at this loose cultivator they met halfway. "Just explain it to the person. There's no need to get physical." When Yuan looked at Chen Xian and then at this scruffy mountain god, unexpectedly, this mountain god, who had been grumpy just now, suddenly had a patient annoyance at this very moment. "Qianlai Shan, that guy is the mountain master." The mountain god pointed at Chen Xian. "Qianlai Mountain is not under the control of your great sway, so go back and ask your old supervisor for specifics, or else go ask your family's state master." When Yuan said in a deep voice, "Is there an official seal? An edict of pardon and sealing? It's been said that Qianlai Mountain is not under your sway jurisdiction. There's a farting official seal, an imperial edict." Fu Miyuan frowned tightly, hesitating for a moment. "This explanation, I'm afraid, is not enough to convince us." The female disciple suddenly spoke. "And then there's the matter of you injuring our senior brother Zhang a few days ago." "That's right," a few of the others chimed in. Although they also somewhat despised what senior brother Zhang had done, it was after all an internal matter within their Qintian supervisor. "How can you be bullied by an outsider now?" The mountain god scratched his head vigorously and suddenly stood up. As soon as he stood up, there was nothing special about him. At most, he was a bit tall, with a somewhat long neck. On the contrary, he was extremely thin, like a bamboo pole, as if a cold wind could blow him away. The female Qintian supervisor frowned and pinched her nose in disgust. A smell. In the next moment, he saw that scruffy old man stomp his single foot, and the aura around him changed abruptly. Majestic chi and blood power gushed out like a tidal wave. His body was like a balloon about to explode, and the blood vessels under his skin bulged out one by one, like an earthworm wriggling, eyes wide, eyes seeming to bulge out, glittering with a choice light. Steeply, several Qintian supervisor disciples, including Wen Yuan, did not dare to breathe. Their bodies stood stiffly in place, their minds blank. Is that explanation enough? When Yuan's teeth chattered, and it was only after a long time that he came back to his senses with an arch of his hand. Elder, excuse me, get out. Yes, when Yuan stopped talking nonsense, turned his head and left with the rest of the Qingyun supervisors who were already scared silly. They walked fast and eventually simply changed from walking to running wildly. Land looked with some amusement at the crowd that had darted away, flaunting themselves along the way. But when he met the god of the mountain, he got scared. Looking at Chen Xian again, this is the mountain lord that the mountain god spoke of? The scruffy old man was back to his previous self, slouching and collapsing to the ground. Finally remembered you still have this hill? I almost forgot. It's been hard on you these days. Bull ********. Go eat some rice. The mountain god glanced at the land. Prepare some meals and good wine to welcome back the master of our Qianlai mountain. Yes, Land hurriedly agreed. These two newly acquired minions? The mountain god glanced at the donkey and Hachi. Well, sort of. Let's talk about it while we eat. Chapter 137, Who refines the ascension pill? To be honest, the food on the hill at Qianlai is really not that great. Although many people come here to visit the mountains, there are no proper temples for the gods of the land and the mountains. Naturally, there is no place to burn incense. Plus this place is within the administration of the Great Sway. Mountain gods and lands that have not been enthroned by the Great Sway are not allowed by the government to post portraits and publicize them. Plus, this mountain god did nothing but sleep and drink the whole day. And unless someone caused trouble in this place, he didn't bother. That's why very few people know that this Qianlai mountain, there is also the existence of a mountain god. Tell me, what's gotten into you, kid, all of a sudden? Do you want to come back here to retire? Or are you ready to start a sect and go against his Green Cloud sect? The mountain god took a sip of wine. Chen Xian narrated the whole thing. Came looking for you for Earth Aura. The mountain god who guarded the mountain for Chen Xian was named Lu Wu. It was the mountain god that suppressed the Ascension platform. With an Ascension realm cultivation. It was only back then that the demoness of that devilish religion was held down with one hand and whacked on the ground, and then swaggered and seized the Ascension platform. After that battle, Lu Wu then no longer have the heart of the road, reduced to a beggar, all day eating and waiting for death. It was later picked up on the street by Chen Xian. Chen Xian and him agreed to exchange 3 punches, and if Chen Xian won, Lu Wu would go to Qingyun Sect. The result was unsurprising. Lu Go was once again beaten up and unable to find his way out. Only in the end, the Green Cloud sect did not accept Lu Wu. In the end, Chen Xian asked Lu Wu to come to this Qianlai mountain to be a mountain god for himself. The body of the mountain gods under the sky are all with Earth Aura. However, as the Ascension realm since childhood to guard the Ascension platform, Lu Wu said, the Earth Aura it contained. I'm afraid that the whole world would not be able to find a more pure one than this. After hearing that Chen Xian needed Earth Aura, Lu Wu didn't hesitate and immediately forced out a strand of pure Earth Aura from his body's essence. 5 elements aura. 3 of these auras, fire, earth, and gold, are effortlessly obtained. Nothing more than walking more and talking to old friends. There is no making a scene to dramatic effect, making a scene that turns the river and the sky upside down. Nor did they seek revenge to hunt down and secretly take it. The treasure hunt, go through all the twists and turns and finally obtain Reiki. Rather, it was unusually smooth, like going to an old friend and asking for an unusual object, rather than the 5 elemental auras that were forced out of the essence. How's it going? Are you going to organize this mountain of yours this time when you come back? Chen Xian laughed. Naturally I have this preparation. I can't let you keep watching here. I'm going to build a few houses here, then start a sect, and then collect some disciples. Speaking of this, Chen Xian's words changed. However, there's always the need for me to recover my roots and have a little bit of strength. Hey, painting me a big picture here again, Lugo said somewhat grumpily. Every time, Chen Xian said that he would definitely do it next time, but it turned out that it wasn't definitely either time. This time it's for real. You build the house first, so that you don't have to recruit disciples to look shabby in the future, and people won't want to come. Lu Wu stared into Chen Xian's shiny eyes. Boss, give a deadline. Chen Xian said, at most 1 year. Water aura and wood aura. You can ask the old dragon in the West Sea for them. As for wood aura, it will be a bit difficult. Never mind. Let's get you guys a place to sleep first tonight. Lugo stood up. Chen Xian was slightly taken aback. That's a strange thing to say coming from you. And a place to sleep? Of course. Lugo seemed to be feeling a bit insulted by this. You think I've been drinking and sleeping and farting here for all these years? It looks like I have underestimated you. Chen Xian laughed. That's who I am. Walking. Lu Wu led Chen Xian to a mass grave, and he casually swept his hand. Feel free to rest. Which grave pit do you choose? I'll save the best for you. Chen Xian. Into the night. Chen Xian used the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed. The stars were like jewels, dotting the night sky, glittering faintly as if they were telling an ancient story. Chen Xian folded a piece of yellow paper into a paper crane, dipped it in spit to stick the paper crane together, and then pulled out a piece of his own hair and wrapped it around it. Go on, go to the West Sea and find the old dragon. Hachi is crammed into a grave pit with the burrow, and he doesn't dare sleep alone. So they called each other donkey, and soon they were as good as buddies. Brother, is this our home? It's a bit down and out. Yes, but it'll be fine soon. Money comes to the mountain. Money comes to the mountain. Money will come soon, Chen Xian said indifferently. The little donkey brayed merrily. Money, money. Hachi followed suit. Chen Xian thought this was really good. If there is sleep in the mountains, the pillow is the moon and the cover is full of stars. At this moment, it's not. The next day, Chen Xian got up early. He took Lu Wu to the river to take a bath. This guy's body was really stinky. So stinky that people almost didn't dare to come near. He was then given a change of clothes and had his hair cut himself. Big brother, be careful. Chen Xian held the sword embryo in his hand and waved it over Lu Wu's head. In a short while, Lu Wu's entire body looked much more refreshed. Little burrows and land carrying wood from the forest kept going by. You're not in a hurry to seek wood, Aura? Lu Wu was puzzled. There's no rush. Chen Xian sat down on the ground, concentrating on drawing a diagram of the house's construction. It won't be too late to seek wood, Aura, when the old dragon sends me water, Aura. Lu Wu looked at the model drawing of the house drawn on the paper and couldn't help but look at Chen Xian one more time. Why does it feel like you've changed so much since I haven't seen you in so many years? Yes? Lu Wu teased. Cooking, painting, and architecture are all well versed in. Didn't you used to be so focused on cultivating the path that you didn't listen to what was going on outside the window? Chen Xian smiled, but did not say anything more. Within a few days' work, a wooden house appeared in the middle of the mountain mansion. Soon there was a second and a third room. Chen Xian, Lu Wu, the landlord, plus little donkey and Hachi. It's a pleasure to build a house during the day and drink and eat meat at night. That is, they no longer have to sleep in the grave. On this day there was a fire set up in the house and snow drifting outside. The barbecue meat is making a loud noise, and 3 or 5 friends are having a drink. Rumble dash. The sky in the distance suddenly seemed like a thunderbolt had risen from the flat earth, shaking the sky and the earth. The sound was like 1,000 armies galloping past, and like the wind and thunder roaring from the 9 states. All of a sudden, the sky and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds changed. Chen Xian frowned slightly and muttered, "Who is refining the Ascension Dan? This afternoon is a vacation." Baths. Chapter 138, Out of the Gate and Into. Rumble dash. This heaven and earth vision attracted many cultivators. The thick clouds contained endless energy, tumbling and surging as if they were the deep breath of the universe. Each rise and fall brought a burst of Dan Ray, which landed in the same spot again and again, as if they were attacking something, and as if they were searching for something. Many of the surrounding casual cultivators, mountain gods, city lords, and clans, all detected the aura. Such Dan Lei must be refining pills above the 7th grade. For a moment countless divine senses, or figures silently probed over. In the middle of the cave, the second elder's eyes widened in anger. Blowing up the furnace is just blowing up the furnace, and you're making such a big commotion. Are you afraid that others won't know? The pimply-faced Dan Master, who was trapped by the chains, said helplessly, refining this kind of Dan pill, and you still want to do it quietly? Dream on. You wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? The second elder stared at the other party's cloudy eyeballs. The dancer snorted coldly. You can also choose not to believe me. When he finished, he fiddled again. Luckily, the Ascension Dan wasn't damaged. It just blew up the furnace. Continue refining. I estimate that it will still blow up the furnace. It must be at least double digits. The corners of the second elder's mouth twitched slightly in flesh. How could a cauldron that could qualify to refine an 8th grade elixir be an ordinary cauldron? The value of this tripod furnace was self-evident, and now the other party had even casually said that they would continue to blow up, and the number to be blown up still starts at double digits. Dan Master said, Ascension Dan, this kind of heavenly life-changing things, is not to say that the refining achievement refining, this is all still just the beginning. All kinds of top materials, spirit stones, you have to be ready. The second elder's face was extremely ugly. His figure suddenly rose up from the ground, and in the next instant his entire body arrived above the clouds. Senior brother, what's going on in this realm? The female cultivator with her feet on a flying sword looked curiously at the mountain range below. It's Dan Lei. Someone should be refining Immortal Dan. The senior brother in her mouth was full of excitement. Go, senior sister will take you to see more. Yes, the siblings were talking and laughing as they headed down. Only the next moment, the female cultivator's body froze as her senior brother's head sliced past her. Before she could react, her body had already been hardened into a puddle of bloody mud by the second elder. In the middle of the distance, a silhouette sensed the change and went suddenly. The second elder didn't go after the enemy, and he stopped striking after scaring off the crowd. After waiting for a while longer, the second elder seemed to be still a bit uneasy and inspected around again. The figure flashed and transformed into 8 figures going in all directions. The peaks and forests are rolling. The river is continuous and rough, and the sun is sinking into the earth in the distance, blood staining a piece of the mountains and rivers. All the sights were in his eyes. On the way, there were a few other cultivators who watched the fun and didn't run until now, so they were destroyed by the second elder in passing, still killing souls and leaving no trace. He then toured several mountains in a row. The second elder was extremely cautious in nature, and in his life, he wouldn't leave himself open to half of the hidden dangers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so obsessed with hunting down Xuanxiao. It suddenly stopped atop a mountain peak. The second elder's gaze pierced through the layers of clouds and mist, breaking through the illusion and looking towards Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao. The second elder's face suddenly changed. He hadn't expected to meet Xuanxiao here at all. The second elder didn't hesitate, much less think about it, and blasted over with a palm while falling from the air. Just then a figure leapt out, and the two powerful forces collided with each other, stirring up a gust of wind. The leaves of the surrounding trees were rustled as if cheering the fierce battle. The second elder stabilized his stance and gazed at Xuanxiao, a sardonic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Senior nephew Li, it's really been a long time." Xuanxiao made a tsk sound from his mouth, stepping on dog right out of the gate. "It's my turn to be unlucky. Tendu, help me. This is a real surprise." After searching for so long, there was no whereabouts of Xuanxiao. Now that he didn't have the heart to look for it himself, he met it by accident instead. It's pretty much a mindless mess. Today's Xuanxiao would definitely not be a match for himself. The second elder once again cast a spell and attacked Xuanxiao. For a time, the wind and clouds changed colors, and the mountain peaks trembled. Luwu blocked in front of Xuanxiao and threw a punch. The second elder did not panic and pinched his hand as a mysterious light surged forth. The light transformed into a shield and easily blocked Luwu's attack. Rumble. A muffled sound like thunder exploded. Luwu took a deep breath. His body was like a balloon about to explode as the chi and blood rushed around him. The second elder felt the life force in the air. It was an invisible force, yet it was everywhere. He looked at the slim old man in front of him with some surprise. So strong. Luwu let out a low roar. The rocks under his feet shattered, and his whole body stormed with crackling sounds. The wind of the fist shot straight out in a long line as far as 100 feet, and the surrounding space was instantly torn apart with a sharp whistling sound. The second elder's eyes widened as he was instantly penetrated by a punch. In the next moment, avatars appeared on all sides of the second elder, and they descended over Qianlai Mountain in an instant, uniting with his main body. The second elder's eyes were sharp as he held up a crystal droplet in one hand. Between thoughts, countless grievous souls cried out, emerging from the depths of the water bead. This Tao magic treasure had absorbed the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the mortal world, and had been condensed for a full armor of time. It was able to defile the breath of the cultivators, specializing in dealing with these cultivators who cultivated the physical body. At his peak, Luwu was the only Ascension Realm mountain god in the world guarding the Ascension platform. It was only after being brutally beaten by the demoness of the Devil's cult that he was devastated and his Taoist heart was shattered. His cultivation had fallen again and again, and now he naturally wouldn't be a match for the second elder. However, the second elder would definitely not be able to take Luwu for a while. Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes slightly and pinched his hands together. The key to the fight. The fight is the word fight. Skillful victory is the top, dissipation is the middle, and powerful crushing is the bottom. Formations, spells, magic treasures, all things are not complete. There must be a ray of hope under the catastrophe, from the chance to break the situation. In midair, a cultivator at the peak of the 8 scenarios and a former Ascension Realm mountain god fought against each other. Luwu gathered a huge aura above his single fist, and a white light covered the sky. Above his fist, the white glow grew brighter and more piercing. It was as if a star had blossomed in his hands. The sky was suddenly bright and dark, and it seemed that all the surrounding space was affected by this aura. The wind and clouds changed color. The wind howled, and the entire Qianlai mountain became unstable, as if an apocalyptic holocaust was about to descend. Chapter 139. The second elder watched as the technique he had just performed was broken by Luwu with a single punch, but his gaze did not rest on Luwu, but instead stared at Xuanxiao on Qianlai Mountain. Southeast orientation. Qiangua. 3 points of the Zhunhe phalanx. Shrink back. Get to the end of the phallus and don't get contaminated by his scent. You have the 7 passions of the first armor, and I have the Buddha's fire to burn my karma. Xuanxiao muttered Buddhist sounds under his breath, condensing a golden ball of Buddhist fire with his true chi. But it was not the second elder who threw it at him, but Luwu. Lu Wu spread the astral energy around him to accept the Buddha flame, which spread around him. This fire is capable of burning the enemy's body and soul, as well as incinerating the enemy's karma, causing them to suffer from karmic flames or turn into ashes. Although the Buddha flame that Chen Xian was exerting nowadays was not enough to pose a threat to the second elder. However, under Lu Wu's intentional acceptance, the Buddha flame was able to remove the defilement from his body. With Chen Xian's help, the two sides fought back and forth for a moment. Qianlai Mountain was hit and hard razed to the ground. However, fortunately, in the next moment, as Lu Wu's mountain god's power was unleashed, Qianlai Shan is once again as good as new. Senior nephew, what the hell is going on here? Outside of Qianlai Mountain, the crowd of China Trust shivered. A few days ago, a group of Qintian supervisor disciples led by Wen Yuan suffered a defeat on Qianlai Mountain and returned to the Qintian supervisor resentfully. Wen Yuan is not convinced, looking for a lot of Qintian supervision within the paperwork and information, but are not a clue, and asked many elders of the Qintian supervision. All of them do not know what Qianlai Mountain is a place. Could it be? Is it possible that that man lied to me? But it wasn't like that mountain god was bluffing when his aura erupted from his body. As Wen Yuan wondered, it so happened that a senior uncle from the same sect asked him what happened. Wen Yuan then told the truth. After hearing this, senior uncle smiled faintly, guessing that his own nephew had been hoodwinked. It was just as well that he had nothing to do. So he said, "Let's go. Senior uncle will go with you to take a look." Wen Yuan reminded, "Senior uncle, that mountain god doesn't seem too ordinary." Uncle Shifu shook his head, not caring. How powerful can the mountain gods within the Great Sway be? It can't go up to the sky. This master nephew of his own was still too young after all. He chuckled. Don't worry about it. When the others heard the news, they all asked to go along. They were all intimidated by that mountain god's aura last time and felt a bit humiliated. Especially the disciple who tried to molest a married woman on the mountain before. Directly by that mountain god hit the body Chi Si Snow Mountain waste. This life is afraid that cannot cultivate. So the group, led by this senior uncle, headed towards Qianlai Mountain in a furious manner. Only, just after arriving at the foot of the mountain, the present scene erupted. A peak 8 scenery, a former Ascension Realm mountain god. The two fought with no small amount of intensity. When Yuan and the others hid at the foot of the mountain and shivered. Master nephew, senior nephew, what the hell is going on here? Uncle Shifu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face pale. The corner of Wen Yuan's mouth twitched, thinking, if I knew, would I have needed to bring you here? The senior uncle felt a bit humiliated as he tried to stop his body from trembling, but the raging aura pressed down on him so much that he couldn't even straighten his back, and his body instinctively trembled violently. Wen Yuan's teeth chattered as he looked at Lugo's figure in the distance. Senior uncle, it's the mountain god I told you about. Uncle Shifu will beat Wen Yuan to death. Mountain god? Who is a good mountain god to have that kind of strength? That one is the mountain lord. Wen Yuan pointed again at Chen Xian who was further away. Uncle Shifu didn't want to say a word more at this point. Damn it! Where in the world did these gentlemen come from? On the other side, although Lu Wu was strong enough to be tough, coupled with Chen Xian's assists, but the second elder wasn't some mediocre person, or else he wouldn't be in charge of the law enforcement hall. Peak 8 scenery, a cultivator with half a foot in the Ascension realm. Lu Wu's cultivation has fallen badly. Hard fight is not the second elder's opponent. With the passage of time, soon the balance of victory is tilted toward the second elder. The second elder held a ball of spinning spells with a grim expression. Today next year will be the anniversary of your death. Lu Wu was trapped in place with a round mantle covering his head, and golden light enveloped Lu Wu's circumference. It looks like it's trapped in a circle. In reality, what trapped Lu Wu was the small world within the round bowl. Chen Xian, however, was unperturbed and pointed his finger at the sky. Check it out. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning illuminated the area briefly in ghastly white. The second elder looked at the night sky that was torn apart by thunder, which roared like the wrath of the sky god, shaking the entire sky. In the midst of this thunderous sound, there was a hidden dragon's roar. The voice was low and mysterious, and this dragon's roar seemed to contain a supreme power that could not help but inspire awe. Without looking, it was as if one could feel a giant dragon appearing in the clouds, weaving in and out of the darkness. It roared and radiated endless majesty. Its scales shimmer with lightning and its eyes are as bright as stars. Roar dash! The second elder violently struck a palm into the air. The next moment, his body was involuntarily pressed downward. The true dragon of the Western Sea. The second elder's face was a bit ugly. I'm the second elder of the Qingyun Sect's law enforcement hall, and the Western Sea doesn't want to be enemies with the Qingyun Sect, right? The sound of rumbling thunder came from among the clouds. The West Sea is naturally unwilling to be an enemy of the Qingyun Sect. It's just that the Qingyun Sect has now dared to blatantly go and kill the once world leader? The second elder gritted his teeth. He was fine dealing with a Lu Wu. However, if they were to deal with the true dragon of the Western Sea, they would not be able to do so. Not to mention the fact that it was Lu Wu and the true dragon of the Western Sea combining their efforts. The second elder sneered and said to Chen Xian, "Senior nephew, you really have made some good friends. Senior uncle is too kind." Good. A hint of sternness flashed in the second elder's eyes. "Senior nephew, don't worry, we still have the time to meet again." After saying that, the second elder left the place. "Senior uncle, that's a real dragon." Fu Miyuan stared. "Ha, ah." A few disciples of the Qingyun supervisor were like little white rabbits that had mistakenly entered a wolf's den, staring with eyes and heartbeats beating, looking at this succession of things that were enough to startle their jaws off. What kind of god is the owner of this mountain? God knows. What does that man look like? Uncle Shifu asked. Forget it, it's just the look of a very ordinary cultivator. Now that doesn't seem ordinary, does it end? The crowd at the Chinatown looked as if they had witnessed a great show, and, certain that nothing more was going on, quickly fled as if they had been pardoned. 2 shifts today. False author, not in good shape today. True author, woke up in the middle of the night yesterday at a bathhouse by the owner and ended up having a late night snack with a group of people I don't know, drinking until 4 o'clock. Chapter 140, The Glorious Empire. The Great Sway. Qingyun Supervisor. The Qingyun Supervisor is responsible for monitoring cultivators in the territory of the Great Sway. The second elder of the law enforcement hall was fighting with Lu Wu, and with such a big commotion, it was impossible for the Qingyun Supervisor to not notice unless he was deaf and blind. After Wen Yuan and that blindly meddling senior uncle and the others returned to the Qingyun Supervisor, they were immediately questioned by the higher-ups. What exactly is the background of this Qianlai mountain? Surprisingly, it is not within the landscape frame of the Great Sway. Did you guys see it clearly? Is that really a real dragon? Wen Yuan and the others nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic. The scene was fresh in their minds. Lord Supervisor, how so? Uncle Shifu asked. Lord Supervisor has been in seclusion for a long time. How can we disturb his old man because of this? The second prince is here. At this time, suddenly a disciple of the Qingyun Supervisor came to report. Now that the emperor of the Great Sway was seriously ill and the king of Qi was supervising the country, it was natural for the second prince to ask about such a big thing that had happened. Hey, don't cheat, don't cheat. I'll repent one step, the old dragon insisted. Chen Xian said, falling without regret, landing on the ground. No way. Back then a few national players couldn't get under you. What's wrong with you making me step? Money comes to the mountains. Chen Xian and the old dragon played against each other. Lugo sipped his wine and watched the battle from the sidelines. Soon, the old dragon was defeated. The old dragon collected his son somewhat dejectedly and looked at the wretched battlefield, unable to hold back a sigh. Chen Xian laughed. It's been so long, and I don't see any half improvement in Dragon Monarch. The old dragon's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of hot air. Any more nonsense and I'll fight you. You can't beat me now. Chen Xian smiled without saying anything. At this time, Lu Wu said, getting down to business. That second elder of the law enforcement hall is going to step into the Ascension realm by refining the Ascension pill. The old dragon waved his hand. So what if he's in the Ascension realm? Old me is going to him over right now. Chen Xian hurriedly stopped the old dragon. The older this old dragon gets, the more temperamental he becomes in turn. It wasn't that he doubted that old dragon could get the second elder killed, but old dragon's identity was different. The leader of the Western Sea Dragon clan. If he openly killed the second elder of the Qingyun sect, this is no small matter. Once the war started, the Western Sea Dragon clan was afraid that there would never be any peace. Chen Xian did not want to cause his old friend's family to be unsettled because of himself. So just let him go? Lu Wu said. If this guy enters the Ascension realm, I'm afraid the first thing he'll do is kill you. Chen Xian said indifferently. Don't worry, the Ascension realm isn't something you can enter just because you want to. Not to mention that I will kill him before that happens. There's nothing you've ever wanted to do that you haven't been able to do. I believe you. At nightfall, Chen Xian spread out his palms. 4 rows of the purest aura spun rapidly above his palm, emitting a dazzling light like 4 bright stars twinkling in the night sky. There was still one last line of wood aura missing, and when it was complete, the root bones would be replenished. It's just that wood aura can't be easy to find. The purest wood aura, by and large, is on top of the willow wood that has become essence and lived for 10,000 years. It's also good to find. It's just a bit more travel. Chen Xian was in no hurry. The second elder had stepped into the peak of the 8 scenarios 800 years ago and was still stuck in the soaring 9 scenarios. Wanting to make a breakthrough is not something that happens overnight. The following day dawned. Hachi and the little donkey were galloping up Qianlai Mountain. Little 8 waved his hand. At that time, when the boss becomes the king of the mountain, the two of us will be the left and right protectors. The little burro brayed with delight. Hachi continued. When the mountain grows gradually, we'll build a glorious empire in the future. And Big Brother must lead us to restore the glory of the Jing demons and defeat the human race. When the time comes, I'm going to marry 100 grannies. After such a long time, Hachi could understand the meaning of the little donkey's words, and it frowned. What do you mean? Take a wife? The little donkey quirked its mouth proudly, unwilling to explain more to Hachi. Suddenly, the little donkey became alert and stared not far ahead, only to see a group of people coming this way deep in the forest. The little donkey steeply transformed into human form, revealing a full body of tendon flesh. Who are you people? Hachi lay on the shoulder of the little donkey and shouted loudly at the visitor. Go back and tell your family's mountain master that the king of Qi of the Sui dynasty, along with the minister of rights, have come to pay their respects to the mountain, someone said in a loud voice. Hachi and little donkey looked at each other. Obviously, neither of it knows what a big sway is. As for the king of Qi, and the minister of rights is even less known. May I ask if the mountain master is at the mountain? At that moment, a fluttering gentleman walked out. Since it is the king of Qi who is now the supervisor of the Sui dynasty, my boss is at the mountain. What do you want with him? Hachi said back. And please take the trouble to lead the way. Hachi whispered to the donkey. How? Now there are people to find our big brother. After all, our good days are in the back. Hey. Aha. Anyone who wants to see Big Brother in the future will have to go through both of us. When Big Brother builds his empire, we both control the court and have power over the country. Ha. The little donkey followed suit, baring his big teeth and giggling. The brothers put their arms around each other's shoulders. The king of Qi couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at the two guys in front of him who were caught up in their fantasies. What does this mean? Could that sperm be the white jade ginseng fruit? At that moment, one of the offerings beside the king of Qi sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A transformed white jade ginseng fruit. Rarely rare. What kind of character is this mountain lord? The king of Qi frowned and couldn't help but become more curious in his heart. When he found Chen Xian, he was on the mountain directing the old dragon to add more water to his mountain. Come on, spit over here. The water rushes this way. Gently, but don't destroy this mountain range of mine. The old dragon's huge body, with only one corner exposed, opened its mouth. The spring cascades down from the top of the mountain like a silver ribbon, glistening with dazzling light. A descent through the dense woods of Qianlai Mountain, jumping over steep cliffs, and eventually surging into a deep pool at the foot of the mountain. Chen Xian nodded thoughtfully. Mountains and waters rhyme with each other. That's good. The king of Qi brought a group of people, which are all significant figures in the Sui dynasty, and they are all dumbfounded at this moment. It was a rare scene to have a true dragon personally add water to his mountain. The king of Qi took the initiative to speak. I, the king of Qi of the Great Sui, have come to visit the mountain master at Qianlai Mountain. Chen Xian inclined his head slightly. I am the mountain master of Qianlai Mountain. The king of Qi has come to visit. I've missed out on welcoming you. Chapter 141 King of Qi. King Qi and the rest of the group looked at the combination on the hill. A real dragon who is arranging the landscape. A fallen mountain god who leans against a tree and drinks. A land. A mountain lord in green clothes. Nothing special. There was also a burrow. A transformed elf. The houses are simple, so I hope you won't mind. Chen Xian poured a cup of tea for the king of Qi's few people and did not put on any airs of being a worldly superior. The king of Qi laughed. Mountains are not high, and water is not deep. The minister of rights deliberated for a moment. I have yet to ask the mountain master his honorable name? Chen Xian knew where the few people were coming from and explained. My surname is Li. My name is Xuanxiao. This mountain was agreed upon with me many years ago by Gaozu of the Sui dynasty, and since I have not taken care of it for many years, I have left it here. Gaozu? King Qi frowned slightly. Before he could figure out the flavor, the few people around him had already changed their faces. But Qingyun Sect's Chen Xian, realistly? An offering asked tentatively. It's me, but I'm no longer a disciple of the Green Cloud sect. With a clatter, several people all stood up, arched their hands in greeting, and said in unison, Makoto Li, I'm polite. I've taken the liberty of being rude in the party. The king of Qi was also an afterthought. He didn't react until the enchantress next to him gave him a gentle tug. I've long heard of Zenith Li's great name. I'm honored. Chen Xian said. I will have to deal with you all in the future, so please take care of me. King Qi and the others only nodded their heads in agreement. I had prepared some words before I came, but now I can't say a word in this situation. They all guessed that the owner of this mountain must be not to be underestimated and come from a great source. Who knew that his imagination was too weak after all? The Sui dynasty was founded less than a century ago, and its heritage is extremely shallow. It's simply no better than some of the great families and sects. Where could one come into contact with a figure like Chen Xian? However, Chen Xian didn't have the intention of slacking off because of this. Back then, he was still on good terms with that great Sui Gaozu. Besides, this mountain of his own, in the territory of the great Sui, it is inevitable that he will have to get along with the other side in the future. After the king of Qi and the others left, within a few days Qin Xian said goodbye to Lu Wu, the old dragon king, and took little Eight and the donkey to temporarily leave Chenlai Mountain. Still need to find the last flavor of wood aura. Realist Li was kicked out of the Qingyun Sect, and I didn't expect that he would come to our place. King Qi said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I have heard that this Chen Xian is the one who has made an enmity with the Qingyun Sect, and has even killed one of the most talented disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Now that Chen Xian has appeared in the Great Sui, will it cause the Qingyun Sect to misunderstand something?" As the future emperor of Sui, he had to worry. Qingyun Sect is the leader of the world's righteousness. How can Sui offend? It's both a risk and an opportunity. What chance? If we can hook up with Chen Xian in the future, and Chen Xian opens a sect in the territory of the Great Sui, this would be more precious to the Great Sui than digging up a few spirit veins. But didn't the rumors say that Chen Xian's cultivation had been nullified? Sooner or later there will be a time to recover. God bless my Sui. King Qi took a deep breath. Second Elder. In the middle of the cave, two disciples from the law enforcement hall stood in front of the second elder. The second elder opened his eyes and muttered, "I should have thought of that. Should have thought of that." Confused, a disciple said, "Second elder, since we already know Chen Xian's whereabouts, why don't we just kill him? He was guarded by someone and couldn't lay a hand on him, and the disciple sent to follow him was also killed. Wouldn't that be even worse to do in the future? I know where he's going." A faint smile appeared at the corner of the second elder's mouth. "He's going to collect the 5 elements spiritual qi." And some time ago 2 Pigeon Room disciples from Dan Cave Mountain went missing. The Phoenix, who lived in seclusion on the Dan Cave Mountain, fought with the people of the Shaking Light Holy Land. The mountain god on Shenlai Mountain was called Lu Wu, a mountain god who had once guarded the ascension platform and carried the purest earth aura. Now the Dragon King of the Western Sea has come in person. The 5 elements of aura, flush with the 4 elements. Now it's just missing the wood aura. The law enforcement hall of the Green Cloud sect has branches and pigeonholes all over the world, grasping the world's intelligence. The law enforcement department knows when there's a problem. Once the second elder combined the news he had previously received, he thought of the key to it. Without this skill, he wouldn't be able to take charge of the law enforcement hall. Wood aura. Finally he's going to seek wood aura, to find that 10,000-year-old willow tree. I'm going to personally supervise the refining of the ascension pill here and can't get away, so you two go ahead. The 2 disciples looked embarrassed. This, second elder, we're afraid that we're no match for him. Chen Xian had abused 6 scenic cultivator Chen 14 at the Dragon Gate competition. Beating the other party without the ability to fight back meant that his cultivation and strength was afraid to have recovered to the 7th scenery or higher. Although the 2 were both 7 scenic cultivators, 2 against 1, they appeared to have the advantage. However, they weren't foolish enough to think that they could kill Chen Xian under equal cultivation levels. Didn't tell you to kill him. Go ahead and find that willow tree and warn it not to do what it shouldn't. Will it listen to us? The second elder snorted coldly. It dares? To make an enemy of the Green Cloud sect. It doesn't want to live. That spirit wood is cautious by nature, since it does not dare to offend Qingyun sect because of this matter. Yes, go on. Heavy snowfalls have eliminated all bird sightings. The carriage galloped quickly down the road. This stallion, which was several feet tall, had a golden horsehair that danced with the wind in a majestic manner. Inside the carriage, a handsome man in a jacket insisted, "Father, I'm going to marry her." Humph, marry her? The heavenly pride of the sect is actually going to marry an ordinary woman. Do you know what that means? Across from the handsome man was a middle-aged man. It was none other than the contemporary patriarch of the 10,000 Sword Sect, and this handsome man in front of him was his son, the disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect who was most expected to take over as the next generation's patriarch. But now, he was actually going to marry a laywoman without any semblance of cultivation, with an ordinary family lineage and even a very ordinary appearance. This caused the 10,000 Sword Sect's patriarch to be very puzzled as to where his own son had gone wrong. Obviously from a young age he has received his own near-perfect upbringing, whether in terms of personality, character, talent, but on the contrary, the patriarch felt that he had forgotten to set the right aesthetic for his son. I'm going to marry her. Nothing matters. I'll give up everything for her. Giving up everything? Including giving up who you are now. Giving up everything you have? Yes. Chapter 142 Willow God. Do you know what the price of your withdrawal from the 10,000 Sword Sect is? Remove your cultivation and be reduced to a mortal. The handsome man said in a deep voice. You're willing to be reduced to an invalid? Not an invalid. A mortal. I'm not happy at all now. Father, you don't understand me at all. The handsome man's eyes were filled with sadness as he looked out of the carriage. Look out there. Look at all these people. The sovereign pulled back the curtain of the carriage and pointed to the poor people outside. Without the shelter of the family, without your cultivation, you'll be like them, out there in these cold winter months leaning on foot, enduring the cold winds whistling. Do you think you'll be able to accept this kind of life? Or do you think you're going to let your future wife enjoy this life as much as you do? The handsome man stiff-lipped. We could buy a wagon. Like that. The middle-aged man looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but laugh. That's not a carriage. That's a donkey cart. You can't even tell a donkey from a horse. And you still want to be immortal. The middle-aged man continued. Do you know why they chose to use donkeys to pull their carts? It is simply because ordinary horses are too expensive. That is, they cannot afford even the most ordinary horses. If you look at the horse that pulls the cart for you, the clawed yellow flying lightning from Yunzhou, a steed costs thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Not to mention ordinary people, even some loose cultivators and clans couldn't take them out. The speed of the clawed yellow flying electricity was even faster than the speed of an ordinary 3 scenic cultivator. Let alone that donkey. You don't feel that speed when you're sitting on a donkey cart. Much less when you're sitting on a cart and you can get to where you want to go in a very short time. Not only are you slow on a donkey cart, you have to endure the wind and snow and bumps along the way. Do you think it's going to be very pleasant for the person sitting in the donkey cart? They were wearing thick clothes, but they still couldn't carry the cold, so they could only shiver and wish the donkey carts were faster. Don't think these are just little things. You'll understand when you lose them. The handsome man hung his head silently, as if his heartstrings had been touched by the words. It also seemed to be immersive. Being transported to the man on the donkey cart. The handsome man suddenly frowned. Father, the middle-aged man said with some impatience. What are you trying to explain again? Isn't that donkey cart going a little too fast? Heavy snow filled the sky. Claw yellow flying electricity galloped in the snow. Speed so fast that the surrounding scenery were turned into a stump. Nothing at all could catch up with its speed except the sound of the whistling wind. The donkey cart behind them, however, was following closely behind them, and the distance was surprisingly getting closer and closer. This time, even the middle-aged man couldn't help but frown as he stared at that one donkey cart. The speed of the opponent, a little too fast indeed. Clawed yellow flying lightning picked up speed. The donkey suddenly frowned, then changed into a donkey head and body. His legs were powerful, and the wind and snow behind him suddenly became even more violent. This scene caused both the father and son of the 10,000 Sword Sect to be stunned. The little donkey gave a low growl and pulled the donkey cart along at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, he was walking side by side with the clawed yellow flying electricity. The handsome man looked at the man on the donkey cart. Well, it's a little hot. Chen Xian picked up a slice of shabu-shabu and ate it into his mouth. The little donkey turned his head and grinned at the clawed yellow flying electricity, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and then he once again increased his speed and flew away. In almost a blink of an eye, it surpassed them. The handsome man took a deep breath. Father, this donkey cart, it's super fast, super cool. Middle-aged man, Soon the donkey cart was backed up again. Chen Xian poked his head out. Please ask for directions. Which way does the road to Yin Mountain go? The middle-aged man froze for a moment, then pointed the way. Many thanks, Chen Xian nodded. The handsome man smelled the aroma of the hot pot and couldn't help but purse his lips as he looked at the boiling water and tossing lamb. Go burros. The little donkey dejectedly shook his head at the clawed yellow flying electricity, as if to say you can't. Cheerful voices in the distance. Big brother, how long before we get to the place? At this rate your donkey brother. A few more days. Come up here and rest if you're tired. Little burro. I'm not tired. The handsome man stared at the scene in a daze for a long time before saying, Father, this is the kind of life I want, not a stagnant and deadly cultivation. The middle-aged man was silent in response. And, Dad, that donkey runs really fast. Shady Hill. In the middle of a huge fortress, an ancient tree that had survived to the present day from the ancient times grew here. The ancient tree was originally an ordinary willow tree, which was nourished by the essence of the sun and the moon for many years, and gradually became spiritually intelligent. Ancient chaos ensued. In that chaotic world, even the ancient relic species with strong physiques had only a few survived, such as the Shangliu and the phoenix, and this willow tree unexpectedly survived. Not only survived, but even grew stronger after being nourished by the corpses of countless legacy species. Nowadays, it even has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, and under its shelter, A fortress strong enough to radiate the entire Yin mountain flourishes to this day. The willow tree shades the sky, and underneath it is a short old man with half-squinted eyes, surrounded by a few children at play. The old man was Yanagami, and the children around him unashamedly called him by name and played around him. He didn't care, and had a goofy smile on his face. Suddenly, the willow god's gaze changed slightly. Right at this moment, two cultivators who had come with their swords appeared in midair. Foot, is this the willow god? The old man straightened his back. It's me. You're the people from the Green Cloud Sect. He recognized the robes worn by the two cultivators. Soon enough, he put back the branches that covered his surroundings, pushed the child beside him out of the way, and hurried over, with a fawning smile on his face. Oy vey, who was I then? So it's a disciple of the Green Cloud Sect. Ah, a great honor to be here. I'm sorry to welcome you. The two law enforcement hall disciples slightly stared at each other. They were all a little surprised at the Ryujin's attitude. It was important to know that this willow god was the only remaining spirit plant that had survived from the ancient times to the present day. Not to mention them, I'm afraid that the sect leader will have to give him 3 times the face when he sees them. So how can he treat the two of them so politely? Egu, the two lords, please come in quickly. No need to be polite. It's just like being in your own home when you're here. Ha ha. Ryujin's face was full of creases as he laughed. The two disciples suddenly remembered what the second elder had said before they left. Humph. That Ryujin is the goon of goons. Let alone fight you guys. He could continue to pile on a full smile if you went up there and gave him 2 mouths to feed. I've never seen a strong person like him who's a wimpy as hell in my life. The willow god and the second elder were completely two extremes. The second elder believed in killing the whole family and cutting the grass without leaving any roots. Ryujin, on the other hand, survives by being no threat as long as I offend no one. Even if he met a cultivator of the lower 3 sceneries, even if they asked him to lick their shoes, he would still do it. One of the things he always said was, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the young, don't fool the middle-aged, don't fool the old. Anyway, just don't bully anyone. Chapter 143 Negotiations. Quickly serve tea to the two young friends. The cottage is simple and thin, please do not blame. Do not blame. In the fortress, Lucian personally served tea to the two law enforcement hall disciples. Seeing him in this state, a strange feeling arose within both disciples. Obviously, they have lived for tens of thousands of years, with deep cultivation and strong strength. How do they look like this? When they remembered the second elder's undisguised disdain when he mentioned this Lu god, these two disciples understood. No wonder the second elder looked down on the other party. Who could look down on anyone else with this look? How has the body of the sect leader of the Green Cloud always been? I can't leave this Yin mountain due to geographical restrictions, so I haven't been there to say hello. Recently, it was still the forgotten loved Taoist master who took over the position of the sect leader, but he had someone go and send a thin gift for the Green Cloud sect. I'm ashamed to say it. Thanks to senior's concern, sect leader has always been well. Is the second elder well? Good peace. The great confessor is well. Be well. Where's the second offering? Also the law enforcement hall disciple frowned slightly, gradually becoming a bit impatient. Ryujin quickly noticed the change and didn't continue to ask, but nodded and smiled. It's good that everything is at peace. The world can only be at peace when the Green Cloud sect is at peace. That's what I'm relieved about. The law enforcement hall disciple ignored the other party's horse's ass and directly stepped into the main topic. This time it was the second elder of the law enforcement hall who sent us here with something to remind the willow god. Ryujin was sitting upright, as if he were a child who was waiting for an adult to teach him. Ho dash! The wind howled, the trees shook in the gale, and a branch was like a wildly dancing whip lashing through the air. In the fortress, the law enforcement hall disciple put down his teacup and faintly said, Ryujin, Ryujin? Ryujin looked back. Are you saying, Chen Xian has fallen out with the Qingyun sect? Yes, we are under the orders of the second elder. If Chen Xian comes to claim the wood aura, I hope that Lucian will keep an eye out. Ryujin's face was in a difficult position. I say, what do you want me to do about this kind of thing? I can't afford to offend that Chen Xian. A law enforcement hall disciple said in a cold voice. Chen Xian is already an invalid. What are you afraid of? Egu, it's all written like this in the novels. Are there fewer people who change their destiny against the will of heaven these days? I've lived a little longer. What haven't I seen before? What a reject who was withdrawn from the marriage. Years later cultivated the Tao and destroyed the whole family of others. That Chen Xian's cultivation is now wasted. So if he recovers in the future, who's to say? The willow god said with a sobbing voice, going so far as to shed tears of aggravation. When the law enforcement hall disciples saw him in this state, their hearts were both angry and amused. This one is a real wimp. Good. Then you could have given him the wood aura. Another disciple sneered. As long as you're not afraid that the second elder will be furious and come to settle the score with you. Ryujin went straight from the stool, sat on his butt, and cried out in tears. My goodness gracious. This day can't go on. What did I do? I stayed out of doors all day, honestly, and offended no one. What are you looking for me for this kind of thing? I'm nobody to offend. The two law enforcement hall disciples had impatient faces, and it was only at this moment that they deeply understood why the second elder despised the other. The mud man still has 3 points of fire it. The piker is still angry, blood splattered 3 feet. This one is good. There is only one way to deal with such people. Pow! A disciple slammed the table and said angrily, the Qingyun Sect is already at loggerheads with Chen Xian and are incompatible with each other. We have already brought our words to the table. If the Lu God is bent on going against the Qingyun Sect, then please be my guest. The Willow God's face was pale. At this time, the voice of another law enforcement hall disciple was much softer. We can fully understand God Willow's concern. It's just that Chen Xian's cultivation is now wasted. While the second elder and the Green Cloud Sect were in their prime, it was possible for Chen Xian to find trouble with the Willow God in the future. But if we offend the Green Cloud Sect, the Green Cloud Sect will now look for trouble with the Willow God. When he said that, he paused, letting the Willow God savor it for a moment before continuing. If the Lu God is worried about Chen Xian's retaliation, I do have an idea. Why don't we take this opportunity to turn Chen Xian? The disciple made a head-chopping motion. Once again, Ryujin was so startled that he couldn't speak a complete sentence. Since you're so worried, why don't you just get rid of him so you won't be in a dilemma? The Willow God said. So what's the excuse? Getting rid of Chen Xian is not a trivial matter. That disciple laughed. That's not simple. Yin Mountain is so big, with so many different strongholds and forces. Chen Xian died on the way to Yinshan, killed by some enemy. Chen Xian had killed demonic sects and sword-picked many clans over the years. Were there still fewer enemies? The body was then destroyed and his soul extinguished. Who would have thought he was killed by you? Even if someone asks you, you just bite the bullet and say you don't know anything. And who can do anything about it? Saying that, he touched out 2 soul destruction beads that the law enforcement hall used exclusively for their missions. Use this to extinguish your soul, silently, and make sure no one finds a clue. Willow God drifted off and took the soul destruction bead and looked at it carefully. This is the soul destruction pearl? He then seemed to make up his mind of some sort. I understand. Don't worry. I can still carry this matter. The law enforcement hall disciple nodded in satisfaction. The second elder will be very happy. The Willow God shook his head and murmured. Happy? He's afraid he won't be very happy. Ryujin muttered to himself. 2 law enforcement hall disciples died on the way to Yin Mountain. Their bodies destroyed and their souls disappeared. If the Green Cloud Sect people come and ask about it, I'll just say that I haven't seen the 2 of them at all and don't know anything about it. Anyway, Yinshan was so big that there were quite a few people who had a grudge against Qingyun Sect. What's more, the Qingyun Sect Law Enforcement Hall has an even worse reputation. Who doesn't know that the Law Enforcement Hall has done all the bad things, and is one of the sharpest knives in the hands of the Qingyun Sect, and has offended a handful of people? If you don't know, you'll be killed in an ambush at Yinshan. Qingyun Sect can't come after me just because of this, right? The 2 law enforcement hall disciples froze. When Ryujin said this, he didn't even have his back to the 2 of them, so they naturally heard everything. Not to mention that this was the same plan they had just been told about by the Ryujin. The Willow God now retold it again, only changing the protagonist in the story from Chen Xian to them. You, how dare you? A law enforcement hall disciple's eyes widened in anger. Another law enforcement disciple stopped him and spoke to Lucian in a deep voice. Ryujin, that's not a very funny joke. Chapter 144, The Walled City. Hey, don't get excited, don't get excited. 2 little friends, don't get excited. The smile on Ryujin's face didn't change at all. The disciple from the law enforcement hall became furious. Excited? Lucian, are you threatening the Green Cloud Sect? Don't get me wrong. How's that for a threat? I'm ready to do it. You. The Willow God waved his hand, and thick willow branches suddenly sprang out from all directions. The law enforcement hall disciple made a sword sign with his hand. Buzz! A sword roar suddenly rang out. The human swords united and rushed towards the thick willow branch. That sharp sword chi seems to be able to tear apart all things in the world. Yet when it touches this willow branch, it seems to be like a flying insect that has fallen into a spider's web. The willow branch swung, emitting a brilliant light, and quickly wrapped the man's neck around it before flinging it violently. The man was then hardened and smashed into a large crater in the ground. More willow branches pouring in. That law enforcement hall disciple lost all ability to resist when he was entangled in the willow branches. Then his body dried up at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, and even seemed to have been sucked dry of all essence by that willow, becoming a dry corpse. The remaining disciples' eyes widened. not daring to think about the willow god who had a groveling face just a moment ago. At this moment, it was surprising that the outburst was a killing move. You dare to kill the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Aren't you afraid that the Qingyun Sect will step on Yin Mountain, kill your clan, and uproot you? Lucian smiled helplessly. Afraid? I'm naturally afraid, but there's no way out. Put. That disciple's body went limp as the willow branch ran through his body, blood popping out of his mouth. The power contained in the willow branch destroying everything inside him in almost an instant. From the very beginning of their meeting, Ryujin's coy demeanor had given them a misconception. Consider this Yanagami a tiger with its teeth pulled out. But they were wrong. Against them, this tiger had no use for teeth. With just one claw, they could easily kill them both. The willow god took out the soul destruction bead that the two of them had given themselves just now and extinguished their divine souls. This was followed by some powder. And wherever the powder went, the bodies of the two were rapidly eroded until finally there was no trace of them. Letting the willow branches give off their flavor cleansed some of the blood around them. After doing so, Ryujin breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a member of the clan walked in from outside. God Ryu, there's someone outside seeking an audience. Who? One man, one donkey, and one elf. And the man said his name was Qin Xian. It's coming fast. Ryujin wiped his forehead with his hand, though there wasn't a single bead of sweat on his forehead. Quickly, have the clan prepare the best wine and the best food. Yes, outside the cottage. Big brother, who is this willow god? Hachi nibbled on the wild fruits with a curious look on his face. Qin Xian said carelessly, of all the people I know, except for one woman, he has lived the longest. The burro looked curious. Who is that woman? Qin Xian smiled without saying anything. In a moment's work, Ryujin hurried out. Egu, Zenith Li really hasn't seen you for a long time. You've missed me. Real Li is really still graceful, completely unchanged. Qin Xian arched his hand and smiled. Farewell, Lu Shun. Realist Li, quickly come in. After a goodbye of many years, old me I really miss Zenith Li to death. Often waking up in the middle of the night crying because of this. As she spoke, Ryujin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Okay, stop pretending. It's not too tiring to pretend for so many years. Hearing Qin Xian say this, Lucian's tears welled up even more. It's true. I wouldn't dare fool anyone but you. After all these years, I dare not go west when you tell me to go east. I am a dog at your side. Oh faithful one. Darn it. Qin Xian hurriedly stopped him. You said that you're a dang willow god, and you're moving to be a dog for someone else. What's wrong with you? Makoto, although I've been deep in this mountain all these years, I've heard a lot about you, and when I think of all these difficulties that Makoto Li has suffered out there, Qin Xian looked helplessly at the tearful Lu Shun. This old guy should be made of water people, not some wood spirit. Hachi and Donkey looked at this so-called willow god with surprised faces. Big brother's friends, and they've seen a lot of them. Each one of them was a famous figure, and this Lu Shun was no exception. But like the other party, it was the only one in scorpion poop. The disciples from the Qingyun Sect's law enforcement hall have come? Qin Xian suddenly asked. Willow God's heart suddenly tightened and she stopped crying. Came and went. So you know what I came for? Ryujin rubbed his hands together nervously and hemmed and hawed. Makoto, don't worry, your business is my business. As for what law enforcement hall disciple, I don't know and I don't know. The young and beautiful women of the fortress lined up on either side, raising their hands high in the air, and each carrying a tub of milk wine in their hands. This is a welcome ceremony unique to the walled city. Hachi stared colorfully at these women in the mountains. Big brother, it's really pretty. Qin Xian knocked its head. Hachi had already begun to fantasize about Qin Xian building an empire in the future and his extravagant life with 3 wives and 4 concubines. 1 person, 1 donkey, and 1 elf each drank a large pot of milk wine before walking into the middle of the fortress. Soon, all kinds of rare delicacies were served into the middle of the cottage. All of them are fine demonic beast meat, nourishing great things. Qin Xian's 3 were not polite, and they threw open their arms and started eating. Master Li, eat slowly, tell me what you want to eat. We have everything here except dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm afraid I'll have to stay here on loan for a while during this period of time, so I'm troubling you. Lu Shun said. What trouble or not? Real person, aren't you burying me? This is your home. What borrowing? Qin Xian then didn't politely follow him. It was useless to be polite. Ryujin was such a nature. Into the night. There were no beds in the cottage, and the animal skins were draped over the ground to sleep. Looking up at the sky, the stars are so close as if they are within reach. Qin Xian lay on the animal skin, feeling the warmth of the earth and also the mystery of the stars. Thoughts drifted in this endless starry sky, as if they could touch the mysteries of the universe, and their hearts became calm and peaceful. Ho, 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 oh. There were animal calls ringing out with a sense of relaxation. Chapter 145 Integration. Xuanxiao looked at the starry sky for a while before sitting up. Little Donkey and Hachi were lying on all fours, sleeping soundly. Xuanxiao walked outside with his jacket on, and the evening breeze was brisk. The cloudy day is bright with pine and snow, and the streams and mountains enter the evening breeze. Xuanxiao took a deep breath and paced back and forth. It seems to be looking for the right place. Finally sit on the floor with your legs crossed, your body relaxed and focused. With a gentle flip of his palm, 5 different colors of aura manifested from his palm, as dazzling as a colorful neon rainbow. The 5 elements of the purest auras converged, and these auras intertwined and entwined with each other. It seemed to be doing a beautiful dance and emitting a dazzling light. Xuanxiao pinched his hands together. Use yourself as a furnace, your essence as lead, and your divine consciousness as mercury. He adjusted his breathing and let his mind gradually calm down. His hands kept changing spells as his body gradually heated up, a vein bulging on his arm as if it was about to explode. After a long time, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of strength. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and a mouthful of turbid air erupted from his mouth. The entire person's aura instantly became unusual. The 5 elements of aura rotated rapidly. At this moment, a small 5-colored vortex actually appeared above Xuanxiao's head, with a steady stream of heaven and earth aura being attracted to it. As time went on, the vortex got bigger and faster. I don't know how long it took, but the center of the vortex shot out a pillar of multicolored light that directly pierced through the clouds. At the same time, the winds around them were raging and the electricity was flashing and thundering. Xuanxiao closed his eyes tightly and channeled this powerful energy with all his might. He knew deep down that if he was not careful, he would be revolted by this power. A large tent in the fortress was led by this raging force and suddenly rolled up like a storm. The clansmen in the fortress did not go out to see what was going on because of this change, as they had prior orders from the Willow God. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the sky as a huge bolt of lightning struck Xuanxiao. His body trembled, but he didn't stop channeling the energy. Instead, he worked harder to control the power. As the energy continued to gather, Xuanxiao's body began to emit an intense glow. His clothes were blown around and his hair flew in the wind. Finally, the energy reached its peak. Xuanxiao opened his eyes and released all of his energy in an instant. Only a dazzling light shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. After the light disappeared, Xuanxiao sat panting on the ground, feeling as if his body had been emptied. Gradually, the wind stopped and the rain subsided. Roughing it, it's rough, Hachi called out anxiously. It woke up the little donkey with a kick, and then ran towards Xuanxiao. Big brother, are you okay? Xuanxiao grinned. Nothing seems to be happening now, but it's not over yet, so hurry up and run. Hachi looked back, only to see Donkey covering his crotch and running towards him with a murderous look on his face. Hachi twisted his head and ran. Xuanxiao smiled, looking at the 5 elemental auras that had initially coalesced together and continued to study them in detail. It looked like it would take some time to fully fuse them together. Rumble dash. Failed again. The second elder gritted his teeth, itching to skin this person in front of him alive. This invaluable cauldron had been exchanged by himself for 2 spirit veins and several pieces of 7th grade top quality. Yet less than a few hours were so easily ruined. The alchemist said indifferently. You should be thankful that these 2 ascension dan were not destroyed. The second elder said in a deep voice. If they are destroyed, your daughter's family won't be able to live either. Don't worry, I've got it covered. You must be sure even if you're not. This is the last dan furnace I could get that is qualified to refine the ascension dan. The alchemist stopped speaking. Only the chains binding his body trembled violently. As time passed, more than 2 years had passed. On this day, a big event happened at the same time in Central State. First, a powerful dan thunder converged somewhere. At the edge of that opening, the robber clouds tumbled and rolled like a piece of torn cloth, or like a giant claw trying to grab something. Those strips of cloth intertwined and twisted together, forming a huge vortex, and the center of the vortex, the black pale underworld loomed large, and the mutation of the robbing clouds became faster and faster, more and more violent. The point of light became bigger and brighter, as if it was an egg that was about to hatch and could break out of its shell at any time. The light illuminated the entire sky, making it impossible to ignore its presence. Before the crowd could be surprised by the change, Dan Ray, and with a Dan lay of this scale, what was refined was definitely not an ordinary elixir. The refining of the 8th grade ascension pill couldn't be hidden at all, and it soon attracted the attention of all the top cultivators, clans, and families. A strong aura surged into the air. If someone really succeeded in refining it and a cultivator stepped into the ascension realm, this would undoubtedly be great news. Green Cloud Gate. The third confessor sipped his tea with a satisfied smile on his face. Finally, we have lived up to our promise. If we can really step into the Ascension realm, our Qingyun Sect will have another Ascension realm cultivator. Yeah, the fourth confessor said indifferently. It's not in vain to give him so many resources. However, when countless gazes gathered in the same direction, right at this moment, a new change suddenly appeared in the mountain sky of Yin Mountain. This light shot straight up into the sky. It was so fast that in an instant the entire sky became as bright as day, and the stars became more visible. The aftermath rippled in the air for a long time, surprisingly illuminating the entire sky of Central State. It directly obliterated any trace left by Dan Lei. At this moment, it wasn't just those top cultivators who were startled, but countless cultivators within the Central State. At this moment, they were all staring at each other, and none of them were filled with shock. Inside the Green Cloud Sect, the several offerings all froze in their hands, their expressions unanimous. This is the Ascension Pill. How many grades of Ascension Pills did this kid refine to be able to cause such a commotion? A few people looked at each other in disbelief. Long gone were the bland looks of a moment ago, as the 5 elements of aura fused with Chen Xiv's root bones into Chen Xian's body center. Chen Xian's body became as transparent as a crystal, light emanating from every pore of his body and illuminating everything around him. His skin became as thin as parchment, and the energy inside his body could be seen surging through his skin. The eyes became like 2 bright stars, shining brightly, like a bright electric current coursing through his body. This light was not just a release of energy, it was a force of life, an existence that transcended everything. Rumble, a strike of divine lightning fell, instantly releasing a brightness that made people's eyes open, an exhalation of powerful energy, destroying the general. No matter what in the world in front of it can be easily pierced, broken, dissipated. Chapter 146, Fusing Root Bones. Rumble. The sky was dense with robber clouds. With a loud bang, a divine thunderbolt descended from the sky, as if it was the wrath of the gods of heaven descending upon the earth. Heaven's wrath. At this moment, countless cultivators throughout the entire Central State were in the same place. The pressure of heavenly thunder covered the area, causing everyone to feel an unprecedented fear. Under this terrifying heavenly might, the countless cultivators in the Central State were plunged into despair, feeling their insignificance and powerlessness, as if they were insignificant ants that could be devoured by this terrifying heavenly thunder at any time. The hearts were all filled with fear and awe, not knowing how to face this sudden disaster. This is the Ascension Dan. This is a mother ********************************* ing 8th grade Ascension Dan out of the world? Nope, it's the direction of Yin Shan. The several offerings of the Green Cloud Sect quickly locked onto the direction of the source of this energy. What about Willow? Is it that Willow tree? There's no way that Willow could have made so much noise. Rumble dash, divine thunder, heavenly punishment, merely restoring the root bones. Yet at this moment, it was as if the heavens were trying their best to thwart Chen Xian. The root bones fused little by little, and the heavenly thunderbolts landed on Chen Xian's body again and again. It seems to nip that possibility in the bud. Chen Xian clenched his teeth and resisted the baptism of heavenly thunder. His body trembled, his face paled with each heavenly thunderbolt he endured, but the determination in his eyes did not diminish at all. The countless people in the fortress all held their breaths and nervously watched all of this, seemingly secretly praying for Chen Xian, hoping that he would be safe and sound. Under the bombardment of heavenly thunder, the root bone finally completely disappeared into his body. However, the heavenly thunderbolts did not stop. They poured down like a raging storm, as if they would not rest until Chen Xian was struck down. Chen Xian tilted his head back to look at the sky, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He lifted the sword in his hand and chopped towards the heavenly thunder. Above his head, the heavenly thunder gathered into a ball, like a huge fist, and smashed towards him. His sword transformed into a ray of light at this moment and clashed fiercely with the heavenly thunder. Between the heavens and the earth, a shocking roar resounded. The light shone brightly, illuminating the entire night sky. People looked to the sky in horror, only to see Chen Xian's body looming in the light, not knowing if he was alive or dead. After a long time, the light gradually dispersed, and Chen Xian's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The roots and bones were fused, and the cultivation level directly stepped into the 7th scenery. Transformation of God. The Yuanshan manifests and becomes a Dharma body, which can possess its own laws. Ryujin gulped and nodded. That's right. It's this feeling of invincibility. It's all too familiar. Although it was merely a fusion of roots and bones, not returning to Chen Xian's peak 9 scenes, this feeling was too familiar. Chen Xian was as if he had been reborn, and he closed his eyes to carefully feel the power within his body. Cultivation without roots and bones is always like a castle in the air. Now that the root bones had been fused and baptized by the heavenly thunder, they had reached near perfection. Moreover, once the root bones were restored, His cultivation nowadays stepped into a large realm. 7 scenes of transformation, which meant that many of the divine abilities that couldn't be used before could now be used. The laws could probably be useful as well as some talismans. Chen Xian let go of his divine sense to carefully inspect all parts of his body, especially the demonic soul hidden within. After a few breaths passed, Chen Xian reopened his eyes. Take a step. The power to shrink the earth into an inch. The Tao melted heaven and earth, and its speed was more than a few steps faster than instantaneous movement as well as shifting. This divine ability required an extremely high level of sensing of the aura of heaven and earth, to become one with heaven and earth, and instantly cross billions of paths. It's done! It's done! The second elder held the 8th grade ascension pill in his hand, his face showing ecstasy. The 8th grade ascension Dan, although it was only a lower grade, was just as precious, not to mention that the 8th grade spirit Dan has a preliminary spirit. The slightest carelessness will be instantaneous escape. So the second elder only had to use the spirit cage to trap it in the middle of his hand. At this moment, his heart thumped like a war drum, no longer caring about the loud commotion just now. In the end, what kind of a mess it was. With the ascension pill, one's advancement to the ascension realm this time was completely expected. The alchemist that he had trapped for a long time was robbed by the Dan Thunder for refining the 8th grade soaring Dan. At this moment, like rotten mud, paralyzed on the ground, his body is scorched black, his breath is weak, and he seems to be standing on the edge of life and death. You promised me. The second elder sneered, but didn't bother with him anymore. Then he said to his 2 subordinates, watch him. Yes, you, asshole. Don't worry. Next time. The second elder held the ascension pill in his hand and his figure rose up from the ground, heading straight for the Green Cloud Sect. He was still a bit uneasy. The value of the 8th grade ascension pill was enough to cause a siege from other forces. This time, there couldn't be any half-assed accidents. So he had to return to the Green Cloud Sect now. Green Cloud Gate. At this moment, because of the change that had alarmed the entire central state, the Green Cloud Sect had entered a state of alert. All of the disciples stood at attention as the Green Cloud Sect grand formation slowly rotated. Tontian Peak. The red-clothed Mo Zhu raised her head, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she stared at the long-lasting breath in the air. Ning Ying and the others arrived a little later. She looked at Mo Zhu in surprise and whispered to her senior brother Chen Ping who was beside her. Wasn't she in solitary confinement? How did she get out so quickly? Chen 14 didn't die when he did. Ma Zhu killed Chen 14 in order to stop him from fighting Chen Xian to the death. As a result, Ningying intervened and let Chen 14 get away. Mochizuki was also punished for this by being confined for 300 years. How did you release it so quickly? Chen Ping said. Chen 14 are dead. And besides, what is the status of Sister Ma Zhu in the Tongtian Peak? And what punishment is not just over the top? At the mention of Chen Xiv's death, Ningying couldn't help but show a sad face and sighed softly. His previous efforts had all come to naught with the death of Chen 14. In the end, it was still that guy's fault for being too wild and having nothing better to do than to go and fight Chen Xiansheng to the death. The moment she thought of Chen Xian, Ningying became even more worried. Now that Chen Xian's cultivation was gradually recovering, it was only a matter of time before he returned to his peak. Ugh, at the beginning should not be on its that way. Ningying intestines are repenting. Just now regret has long been late. Second elder, Ling He, a disciple of Tongtian Peak, suddenly spoke out. At this moment, the Qingyun sect looked like a hedgehog that had shrunk into a ball, revealing spikes all over its body. It was forbidden for anyone to enter or exit at will. So at this moment, the second elder's figure stood out. Chapter 147 Interception. How did second elder come back at this moment? Someone was confused. Who knows? Fong, I heard senior uncle say that it was the second elder who succeeded in refining it. Refine what? What else could there be? The second elder has been trapped in the 8 scenic spots for a long time, and now he has obtained the ascension pill since then. That big commotion just now was the ascension Dan? A disciple frowned. Although they have not reached that realm, it is not like they have not seen the ascension Dan come out, which time there is no such a big movement. Great, probably. The crowd was talking. Green Cloud Sect. Inside the Hall of Elders, several elders were overwhelmed with emotion. Second elder is finally going to step into the ascension realm. TSK. Someone let out a disdainful sound. If there were so many resources tilted, I would be able to step into the ascension realm as well. I don't think so. It's just that we've gotten the ascension Dan, and these 8 characters haven't even gotten off the ground yet. The second elder has been at the peak of the 8 scenic realms for a very long time, and has been suppressing his realm without choosing to break through. So he must have a full grasp of the situation this time. Several elders had their own thoughts. Some were jealous, some were envious, and some were even more indifferent. The second elder arrived in front of the peak of the Green Cloud Sect and discovered that the Green Cloud Sect Grand Formation had been opened. He was about to have an opening made for himself. Suddenly a figure descended above the clouds. Chen Xian. The second elder raised his head and looked at the figure in surprise. How could Chen Xian be here? How did he dare? How did one not spot him in advance? For a moment, countless questions lingered. There was a majestic sword chi as thick as a Jiao dragon's body surrounding Chen Xian, and that sword chi was so powerful that it seemed to be able to slice through the void, sending shivers down one's spine. In the next instant, Chen Xian launched his sword. A sword split the sky, and the snowy, piercing light was like a shooting star in the night sky, brief and dazzling. His sword stance didn't have too many frills, it was just a simple slash. But this sword contained endless power and majesty. It was as if the entire world was startled by this sword, and the aura of heaven and earth converged on it. As this sword was swung out, the entire space seemed to be cut open, revealing a black crack. That crack was filled with endless sword chi, making people not dare to look at it squarely. The second elder's body also trembled violently with the swing of the sword, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. A magic treasure in front of him was penetrated as fragile as white paper. How possible? Seeing Chen Xian's figure once more at the Qingyun Sect was enough to cause the disciples of the Qingyun Sect to drop their jaws in shock. He actually witnessed Chen Xian handing out a sword to the second elder again. The innate Dao shone with a strange light in Chen Xian's eyes. He then used himself as the eye of the formation and instantly laid down a purple Qi Tong Tian formation. There is no need for any process, much less extra time. As the formation operated, strange purple Qi converged from all directions. Rainbow Jade Void Shen Heavenly Conducting Technique 6 Styles. This set of conducting technique a certain hidden family has inherited for a long time as an unparalleled technique, capable of drastically increasing one's combat strength in a short period of time. Performing the Great Lost Soul Perimeter Heavenly Protecting Qi in the Demon Guardian 2 Embodied Earthly Treasure Heart technique could give a great boost to spiritual power and physical power. At the same time, there was golden light emanating from within Chen Xian's body, the small ensemble of Voltron ancient Buddha avatars. It was a set of Gong methods that Chen Xian had self-realized after spending half a month in the Buddhist sect. That day, it caused the Deming Buddhist palace to shake, and a scene was vividly remembered. With a flick of Chen Xian's finger, a powerful wave of energy surged forward, leveling everything in front of him. The second elder felt threatened. He had thought that he might get into trouble by Chen Xian, who had regained his strength, but he definitely would not have thought that it would be now. It would also never have thought that it would be here. In front of the door of the Green Cloud Sect, a low roar came out of the second elder's mouth. He no longer stayed his hand, since the other party took the initiative to strike at him. No one would say anything if they killed Chen Xian themselves in full view of the public. Tai. The second elder pinched his hand, and his hands kept changing, extremely fast, as if he was weaving a magical scroll in the void. The next moment, a shocking scene occurred. In front of the second elder's body, a large mountain unexpectedly appeared out of thin air. The mountain was so high and majestic that it seemed to have traveled from another world. The mountain is covered with green trees, flowing water, and the precious light shines brightly, giving people a mysterious and solemn feeling. Against the backdrop of this great mountain, Chen Xian appeared exceptionally small. Rumble Dash, peak cultivator of the 8 scenarios against the 7 scenarios of the transformation spirit. The difference between the realms, especially the upper 3 scenes, the difference is a fraction of a millimeter. Even if they were at the same 8 scenery, at the same peak of the 8 scenery, a subtle difference could determine victory or defeat, not to mention spanning an entire realm. With a slight strike from a peak 8 Jing powerhouse, even a few 7 Jing cultivators combined would not be able to withstand it at all, not to mention rounding up the 8 scenes. It's even more impossible to fight one-on-one against one another. Like a rat meeting a cat, there is no way to fight back. But it turned out that this person was Chen Xian, an existence that had been evaluated as being unprecedented and unrivaled. All the heavenly talents of the entire 9 states and 8 wastelands combined were not even a fraction of what he was. With just one strike, the great mountain that the second elder had proudly refined with his heart's blood and spells for hundreds of years shattered at the touch of a button. Their eyes were wide and dumbfounded as they stared at the great mountain that had been broken open. Surprisingly, like tofu, it shattered into countless pieces at the touch of a button. It fluttered into the air as if it were a sparkling fireworks display. Sister, seeing a crumbling boulder flying this way, Chen Ping immediately blocked in front of Ningning. But before that boulder could wait for the Tongtian peak, it was crushed into pieces by the big formation. Ningning pushed Chen Ping away. What are you pretending? Chen Ping hemmed and hawed, but she didn't feel embarrassed either. Ningning, however, didn't have the heart to tangle with him at all. Her gaze fixed dead center on Chen Xian. The second elder's figure swayed, and before he could gain a foothold, his body flew out heavily once again. Fear, After so many years, he had actually felt the fear brought about by Qin Xian once again. Years ago, when he first met Qin Xian. At that time, Qin Xian had already been initiated for some time. At the age of 13, he had beaten a long-established disciple under the second elder's door to the point that his tendons and bones were broken and he was seriously injured. The cause was that the disciple had gone a little overboard with things when he was on a mission. The law enforcement hall disciples had always acted recklessly during that period of time. Not just him, but many others. Most people had gotten used to it, but that disciple did do something too out of the ordinary. After hearing the news, the second elder quickly rushed to the place of the incident. He looked at his disciple lying on the ground like a dead dog, and the teenager was holding a wooden sword. Standing calmly across from him, the second elder's heart was harboring a fire, and his chi was climbing. The disciples around them all felt the immense pressure. Their faces stiffened, and some of them couldn't even support themselves enough to fall to their knees. But the young man just stood there, letting many people with stronger cultivation than him not be able to support him. A pair of bright eyes unblinking staring at the second elder. One by one, the past was rehashed from the depths of memory. Chapter 148 Evil Souls Under the Sword. Without any hesitation, the second elder exerted his divine ability to unfurl his sleeves, his mana steaming around him. A heaven and earth wrapped around Qin Xian. The sun and moon are nowhere to be seen in this world, and the heavens and the earth are muddy. At the same time, self-locking the enemy's 7 apertures of divine consciousness. The eye cannot be checked, the mouth cannot speak, the ear cannot smell, the nose cannot smell. Qin Xian did not struggle and simply slashed down with his sword. This sword was like a thunderous thunderclap, carrying an endless might as it blasted toward this twilight deep little world. This small world was originally twilight, like a dying old man, lifeless. In a split second, heaven and earth changed color, and the entire world seemed to be torn apart by this sword. Light and darkness intertwined to form a colorful and dazzling picture. Snap! In the eyes of outsiders, the sounds of the divine ability breakdowns executed by the second elder kept ringing out, as if destroying everything, instantly destroying everything. Those transparent talismanic artifacts, like a piece of white paper, was easily pierced, shattered and dissipated. Qin Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, holding the sword in his right hand and pinching the sword trick with his left. A sword light stretched out flat in the air, like a long rainbow that ran through the entire heaven and earth, so bright and dazzling, as if it were divine light descending from the sky, illuminating the entire world. In that moment, time seemed to freeze and everything became still. There was only that one sword light, flickering in the air, emitting endless light. The second elder's body stood still for a breath, but he quickly reacted. However, it was already too late. His body was split in two. The second elder's face was stunned as he pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground, reciting words under his breath. As his words fell, a mysterious and powerful energy surged out from his body, quickly enveloping the entire battlefield. Under the effect of this energy, the recluse Jingqi Dongxian divine ability was stimulated to the extreme. The second elder's body began to emit a dazzling light as bright as day. A strange shield also appeared around his body, protecting him tightly. As the light shone, the damage to the second elder's body quickly was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. As if turning back time, all those wounds and scars disappeared in an instant, replaced by intact skin and muscles. Amidst the crowd's gasps of astonishment, the second elder's body gradually regained its vigor. Qin Xian smiled faintly, pointing one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. The transported armor Jingqi Dongxian Shintong. It was just that the divine ability he cast was the art of reversal. Instead of casting itself, it acted on the body of the second elder. Ah! The second elder let out a low wail. Those wounds that had originally recovered returned to their original form in a matter of moments. Qin Xian held his sword forward, and the tip of the sword shot out a strand of golden threads that instantly dispersed out in all directions, as if it were a brilliant firework blooming in the night sky, or as if the sky was full of stars flickering with dazzling light. The thread was as thin as a hair, yet it seemed to contain endless power. The speed was extremely fast, like lightning, instantly traversing space, making it impossible to avoid. Above the earth, an extremely long gully was cut out. The second elder sacrificed his entire fortune, 6 pieces of his original magic treasure. His feet stepped on the runic formation, and his body showed golden runic armor. Behind him was a brilliant starry sky, with countless stars shining brightly. These stars were like jewels set in the night sky, shining brightly, their rays intertwined as if they were countless stars protecting him. The bottom card is out. Whereas Qin Xian was merely a sword, it was that world's most exquisite sword Dao. In a blink of an eye, the wind rose above the Qingyun Sect and sword chi filled the sky. The sky is full of only sword light without stars, and the stars in the sky have been turned into sword light. First, the gold armor was broken, followed by the runic array. the last is to break the body and destroy the soul. The sword light penetrated the second elder's head, and his body trembled as he fell to both knees. The victory has been won and lost. Everyone stared in disbelief at a scene, while many more were completely unresponsive. Everything seemed long, but in reality, from the time Chen Xian had appeared until now, it had only been a short period of less than 10 breaths of effort. This was not supposed to be a battle that an ordinary cultivator could intervene in. The second elder died just like that outside the Green Cloud Sect. Chen Xian had returned, but he had not returned to the Qingyun Sect. Instead, he killed the second elder of the law enforcement hall with a single sword. Asshole. Immediately after that, a voice that sounded like a thunderous roar suddenly resounded within the Green Cloud Sect. Several figures leaped out one after another. Chen Xian didn't hesitate. Gentlemen, we'll see you again. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. If you want to leave, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Unable to suppress the anger in his voice, above the sea of clouds, a giant hand unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere, and the giant hand opened up to grab at Chen Xian. Sealed in the palm of his hand were densely packed runes that shone with a strange light. The light was like billions of stars shining at the same time, so bright and dazzling that one did not dare to look directly at it. Chen Xian knew that it was the Qingyun Sect's Hall of Offerings, the divine ability of the three offerings, the country in the palm of your hand. Even if Chen Xian was currently only at the cultivation level of the 7th scenario, this third provider still did not hold back in any way. The people of the Qingyun Sect were more than aware of Chen Xian's power. Chen Xian didn't run away at the first opportunity. There was no use running away. Even if one was able to move tens of thousands of miles in one step, even if it was hundreds of thousands of miles, enough to span a continent, it would not escape the three provisioners. Rumble dash. The third confessor was already certain that he wanted to capture Chen Xian in the center of his hand. Even how demonic and heaven-defying the other party was, he definitely couldn't escape from his own kingdom in the palm of his hand under the cultivation of the Seven King. Chen Xian was unperturbed and calm. His aura around him suddenly changed, sweeping like a storm and exploding like thunder. The devil's soul in his body shook violently, as if a ferocious beast that had been trapped for a long time had finally found a chance to escape. His hand made such a stroke from top to bottom that it looked like he had torn open space. An extremely deep rift just appeared out of thin air. It was the most mysterious place in the entire 8 wastelands of the 9 states. The Devil's Cave. So far, the total number of detected magic caves is 9. It has been sealed and guarded by practitioners for generations. The Devil's Cave was extremely dangerous, and cultivators were simply unable to walk in it for long periods of time. The only cultivator in the world who could walk in the Devil's Cave was the devilish Demoness. The most recent outbreak of the Devil's Cave was at the Jane family's Tangyuan Pavilion, and Chen Xian was present on that occasion. Not only was he present, but he also beheaded the yet-to-be-formed cave master of the Devil's Cave at the end. Chen Xian sensed the anomaly the moment he entered the Demon Cave. Within the Devil's Cave he was unaffected by anything, and it was reasonable to say that no matter any living being in the 8 wastelands of the 9 states, as long as it is not a thing of the Devil's Cave, entering the Devil's Cave is like being caught in the middle of a quagmire. But Chen Xian was like a fish out of water. He knew that this was the effect of the demonic soul in his body. After fusing the root bones, he had also discovered other uses for the demon soul, such as being able to open the passageway to the demon cave whenever and wherever he wanted. This is the ability of that which back then. Chen Xian raised his head and rushed at the 3 provider elders. See you later. With that, it disappeared into the cracks and vanished without a trace. P.S. Saturday. Between bathing or bouncing cha-cha-cha. Chose bouncing cha-cha-cha. The company's really not doing any work these days. I've got nothing to do. I'm sick of bouncing. It's too noisy, but the women in it are really good looking. It's painful and enjoyable. Last request for a 5-star review. Good night, everyone. Chapter 149 Old Ancestor Qiao Ming. There was a dead silence in the Green Cloud Sect. The third confessor stared at the second elder's corpse elder and let out a furious cry in exasperation. Asshole. The crowd stood frozen in place. The second elder died just like that. Not only did he die, but he also died at the entrance of the Green Cloud Sect. No backstabbing, no siege. It was just so bright and open in front of everyone's eyes, even right in front of the door of the Green Cloud. Ever since the old ancestor of the Qingyun Sect started the sect, even in the era of the raging Demon Sect and the turmoil in the 9 states, and it's never happened that way, not to mention killing the second elder of the law enforcement hall, not counting cultivation, a figure who could enter the top 3 in the ranking of real power in the Qingyun Sect. 7 scenes. This was still just 7 jing, and he dared to kill people at the entrance of the Qingyun Gate. If Chen Xian was truly allowed to recover from the time when he was at the peak of the 9 scenarios and swept across the world, then what the hell? Ningying took a deep breath, her face ugly. Suddenly I felt a little breathless. Today it was the second elder who was killed. Would it be himself tomorrow? In her opinion, to say there is a grudge. Chen Xian's beef with himself was probably even greater than the second elder's. Chen Xian had saved her life many times, and in the end, Chen Xian was in distress. She didn't fall on her sword, but she did act as a wall and alienated the other side. This is definitely ungrateful in the eyes of others. In senior brother Li's heart, perhaps his resentment towards himself far exceeded that of others. Now even the second elder with a high level of cultivation has been killed. So he himself, Ningying took 2 steps back, her heart beating hard, but the truth was, she was completely overthinking it. Chen Xian hadn't even thought about taking revenge on her, or perhaps Chen Xian didn't care about her at all. Just like what he said when he left the sect, he didn't want to have anything more to do with the Green Cloud sect. The Qingyun Sect had kicked him out, and while he didn't resent the Qingyun Sect, he didn't want to forgive either. It's just a big deal. From now on, you go your way, I'll go mine. However, this second elder was too black-hearted and venomous, repeatedly laying hands on himself, but no individual can stand it. Palm. In a flash, the figure of Tao Master Forgetfulness appeared next to the second elder's corpse. Where are the people? The third confessor murmured. Gone. Noiselessly, Tao Master Forgetfulness took a deep look at the second elder's corpse. After a long moment, she sighed softly. Finally, it's finally come to this. With that, she raised her head, her voice resounding clearly over the Green Cloud sect. Inform down that Qin Xian, a defecting disciple of the Qingyun sect, is resentful after his cultivation was abolished due to the great battle 30 years ago, and has colluded with the remaining members of the Devil Sect, plotting to kill the second elder of the Qingyun Sect's law enforcement hall with the intention of plunging the 9 states into turmoil once again. Anyone who is a member of the righteous path, kill them on sight. The crowd of the Qingyun Sect were all shocked, and only after a long time did they come back to their senses. As you wish, Master, the forgotten love Taoist master said in a cold voice. From now on, there will be no more Qin Xian in the Qingyun Sect, and there will be no more death. Inside the Devil's Cave, walking within the Devil's Cave was not an easy task. It was dimly lit and dark around them, and they couldn't reach out. Sticky as if wrapped in mud, slowly flowing underfoot, emitting a gurgling sound that makes one's scalp numb. The road was covered with all sorts of exotic plants that gave off a pungent, suffocating odor. In the distance, bursts of demonic sounds came from time to time. At times like this, it was useless to have a torch, and normal spirit fires were useless. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't see through the darkness around them. Roar! There was a low whistling sound that rang out suddenly, and with it came a pungent, fishy odor. Chen Xian's face remained unchanged as something huge approached him in the darkness. Chen Xian did not have the slightest intention of making a move, allowing that mysterious giant thing in the darkness to approach him, and finally simply face to face. It was just that Chen Xian still wasn't about to make a move. A moment later, the mysterious giant creature in the darkness seemed to have judged Chen Xian to be a creature of his own kind, so it turned around and walked away. The demonic soul spread within Chen Xian's body, suppressing the part that belonged to the others. With the help of his demonic soul, Chen Xian walked freely in the demon cave. Now, it was considered to have completely made a deadly enemy with the Qingyun Sect, and in the future, he was afraid that he would have to go through thick and thin. After all, he was a little too eager, and shouldn't have killed the second elder too early and torn his face off with the Green Cloud Sect. After fusing Chen Xiv's root bones and 5 elemental auras, and after being baptized by the Thunderbolt, he himself had only now recovered to the 7th scene. There were quite a few strong people who had stepped into the Ascension realm in the Qingyun Sect. For example, the third donor who had struck out at himself just now. It was just that if he didn't kill that second elder, when the second elder returned to the Green Cloud Sect and made a breakthrough in closed-door cultivation, he didn't know how many years would have to pass. Probably decades, possibly centuries. In his current state, it was impossible for Chen Xian to kill his way up to the Qingyun Sect, and being chased and killed by the other side for so long, it would be strange not to be angry in your heart. If I don't take this revenge, I will always feel that the Taoist heart is a bit unstable. After walking for a long time again, Chen Xian suddenly stopped. When he turned his head, he always felt that there were demons still following him in the darkness. The other demons had followed for a while and had the good sense to leave. Except for this one. It's almost time to get to the nearest exit of the Devil's Cave. Chen Xian slightly inclined his head and tore open a corner, then squeezed out. At the same time, a figure squeezed out, seemingly waiting for this moment. However, in the next moment, Chen Xian, who had prepared for this, made a sword gesture with his hand and slashed through the void. The demon's body fell to the ground and twisted twice, then quickly turned into dust and disappeared. Chen Xian closed the magic cave and looked around. Although he is out, but now he is in the place as half no. Don't look at yourself as having walked for only a few hours in the middle of the Devil's Cave. Yet among the 8 wastelands of the 9 states, it was possible that you had already crossed the ends of the earth and appeared in a certain place that you were completely unaware of. Is this? Chen Xian looked around curiously. The huge stone platform towered over the others, its surface as smooth as a mirror, without any imperfections. Surrounded by 4 tall stone pillars, it held up a huge waffle. The huagai stuck straight up into the clouds, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Countless bronze ancient lamps hung around, illuminating the entire ascension platform. Beneath the stone platform was a bottomless abyss. There was a huge figure lying on top of the stone platform, covered in red fur and armor. The third eye on his forehead is unusually conspicuous. Chen Xian froze slightly and looked at the other party in surprise. Diao Ming Ancestor, one of the 8 wastelands, the Cloud Wasteland, bawls out the old ancestor of the Ming clan, has long since stepped into the Ascension realm, just perennial seclusion. Chen Xian had also only met the other party once. Chapter 150 Success or Failure? Old ancestor Qiao Ming had long since died, but after all, he was an Ascension realm cultivator, and his aura was still roaming around. The Ascension platform? Chen Xian stomped his foot on the stone platform underneath his feet and quickly discovered the true nature of the platform. This is the Cloud Wasteland, bawling out the Ming clan. Chen Xian frowned slightly as he looked at Old Man Xiao Ming's corpse. Soon, he realized that Old Man Xiao Ming was killed at the last moment of his ascension, and it's been dead for a while. Almost at the same time, Chen Xian associated it with that Demon Sect demoness. Before this, countless cultivators in the 8 wastelands of the 9 states who were near ascension in the Ascension realm were killed by them. Now that the body of that demoness has disappeared, the old bawling ancestor who was close to ascension has been killed in his own realm. Speaking of which, this Qiao Ming old ancestor was similar to Lu Shen, with the word go accompanying him throughout his life. It is rumored that his tribe was slaughtered several times. This Biao Ming old ancestor hadn't even shown his face once, and was well versed in the meticulous path. Back then, Chen Xian represented the central state to pick the 8 wastelands with his sword. Countless Ascension realm ancestors of the draconic races successively made their moves, taking turns to challenge Chen Xian. Then later on, even when they realized that they were not Chen Xian's opponents, none of these old ancestors wimped out. After all, to be able to step into the Ascension realm and dominate in the desolate ancient, which one of them was not a dominating figure? If you wimp out, don't say you lose face. Even his own Taoist heart would be destabilized, so even if he knew he was not going to be defeated, he had to rise to the challenge. Only this one is a special case. Therefore, Chen Xian was extremely impressed with Old Man Xiao Ming, but I didn't expect to be killed at the last minute after a lifetime of living. Chen Xian patted Old Man Xiao Ming's body. It was just that he had forgotten to suppress the demonic soul down, and the demonic soul inside his body suddenly trembled violently. Chen Xian was in a trance and had a momentary lapse of concentration. The demonic aura spread out, and old Xiao Ming's Ascension realm body was demonically eroded. In a matter of moments, the body of the Ascension realm ancestor was eroded for the most part, transforming into wisps of black gas that surged into Chen Xian's body as if it had been devoured by a demonic soul to enjoy some sort of delicacy. Just as quickly, Chen Xian came back to his senses and could not help but frown slightly as he looked at the remaining half of old ancestor Qiao Ming's corpse. This is the devil's cult's technique of returning to lock up the soul and devour the blood, using the blood and flesh of the cultivators as capital to absorb them. They enhance their cultivation and strength. The stronger the opponent is, the more skillful one's Guizhong soul-locking and blood-devouring technique is, the more one's cultivation can be enhanced when absorbing it. Chen Xian hurriedly suppressed the demonic soul and sealed it within his body. The demonic soul is the coalescence of countless demonicine souls. Among them, the divine aptitudes of these countless top cultivators of the devil cult were inscribed within their souls, and as these nether souls coalesced, these divine aptitudes were integrated into Chen Xian's body. This time, Chen Xian unconsciously cast the magic sect's divine ability. Feeling the absorbed power, Chen Xian felt uncomfortable all over, his body experiencing a wave of vicious chills, as if he had eaten something disgusting. This kind of taste, he definitely didn't want to experience it a second time. Quickly digested the power, Chen Xian surveyed the surroundings, and with a flash of his body, he wanted to swipe out from the fly. However, boom! Chen Xian's body hit some sort of invisible barrier and quickly retreated back to its original position. Chen Xian was not surprised that there were confinements around the ascension platform. The level of the confinement was very high, probably a formation laid down by old Xiao Ming himself. It looked like he couldn't leave this place for the time being, and the Devil's Cave couldn't be opened again for a second time in a short period of time. Chen Xian was not in a hurry. Now that he had regained possession of his root bones, there was no need to purposely seek anything else. Then wait for the meridians, the Sea of Qi and the Snow Mountain to gradually recover, and the strength to return to the peak. These are just a matter of time. Chen Xian casually summoned his own eunuch chair from his storage ring, tea table, teapot, teacups and other objects. Not long after, Chen Xian sipped his tea and lay down on the eunuch's chair with half-squinted eyes. In a flash, half a month had passed. Cloud Wasteland, the Baoning clan. The Grand Wizard paced back and forth in the fortress. It has been a long time since the old ancestor ascended, and everyone in the clan knows that the old ancestor ascended successfully. But the Grand Wizard was muttering in his mind, for all signs pointed to it. Old ancestor doesn't seem to have succeeded in ascending. It was a guess he didn't dare tell anyone about, for this was news enough to upend the entire Baoling clan. Night. The Grand Sorcerer came silently to the outside of the Ascension Terrace. The Ascension Stage's confinement. The only people in the Qiaoming clan who could freely enter were the Great Sorcerers and the Elder Ancestors. But unless it was a special time, even as a Great Sorcerer he could not approach at will. The Grand Sorcerer cautiously approached the Ascension platform. There was a stone tablet in front of the Ascension platform. That was the usual means by which the Grand Sorcerer contacted the Ancestor. In the beginning, the Ascension platform was guarded by the Ascension Realm Mountain God Lugu, and then the Demon Sect Demoness blasted and hammered Lugu, beat the other party's Taoist heart to collapse, seized the Ascension platform and strut away. And then the Ascension platform was nowhere to be found and was inadvertently acquired by the Biaoming clan. Because of the need to guard the secret of the Ascension platform, the Biaoming clan used an extremely special method. Inside the old ancestor, there was no way to contact the outside world, and so the monument was erected. There were two pieces of this stone tablet, one inside the Ascension platform and one outside. The two monoliths are connected, even if they are at the ends of the earth. When one party leaves a mark on one upper monolith, the other monolith will be equally visible. If the old ancestor needed to command anything, he could contact the Grand Sorcerer outside through the stone tablet inside the Ascension platform. At this moment, the Grand Sorcerer looked at the message left on the stone tablet and couldn't help but be shocked. The old ancestor really didn't succeed in ascending. It was now inside the Ascension Terrace and had left a message for himself. The Grand Sorcerer rushed forward and looked at the message on the stone tablet. Food. Give me whatever tastes good. This one brief message left the Grand Wizard in two minds. A few breaths of silence could not be helped. The old man never mentioned such a need for food? The old ancestor had long been abstaining from food for I don't know how many years. So why would he suddenly want food? Could it be that old ancestor has failed to ascend and now has to rely on eating to replenish his strength? Thinking of this, the Grand Sorcerer hastened to write back on the tablet. With that, he quickly left the Ascension platform. Inside the Ascension Terrace, the meditating Chen Xian looked at the stone tablet's reply. The words within the 8 wastelands were not interchangeable. Not to mention the 8 wastelands, even 2 neighboring races within the Cloud Wasteland had different scripts. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to read a word of it. But Chen Xian understood it, genius as he was. Taking advantage of the time when the sword picked the 8 wastelands, he then learned the languages of all the great clans within the 8 wastelands with a population of over 10 million. The Grand Wizard replied succinctly, translating, understood, prepare at once. Chapter 151, The Great Tao Divine Power. The function of this stone tablet. Chen Xian knew that the stone tablet was vaguely interconnected with something after a slight trial and error. There are many similar treasures. So he tentatively left a message on the stone tablet, not expecting a reply so soon. It didn't take long for something to be brought in from outside. Demonic beast essence blood that emitted a powerful aura, round and lustrous beast cores, hard and unyielding demon bones, and fresh demon meat. These things were the most valuable parts of the demonic beast's body, and none of them were of low grade. Chen Xian even saw some never-before-seen secret spirit medicines and spirit herbs, and the Grand Sorcerer had quietly sent many of them. Chen Xian scratched his head. He had wanted the other party to just send some food. I didn't expect to be sent so much as a result. He thought about asking for help from the people outside through the stone tablet, but he couldn't just talk to the people outside. I'm not your old ancestor. Your old ancestor has already died on the Ascension platform. Let me out. He had appeared on the Ascension platform out of nowhere, and next to him was the corpse of the old ancestor from the other clan. Even if he had 8 mouths, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain it. Grand Sorcerer, does the old ancestor need anything else? Chen Xian, enough of the trouble. The Great Sorcerer frowned. Why was the old ancestor so polite? On weekdays, the old ancestor is not so good temper. The account of things completed without reward, not finished is not to beat or kill. This old ancestor of the Qiaoming clan had a bizarre disposition. The old ancestors of other people's clans were either carefully nurturing their offspring, or were dedicated to the development and expansion of their clans, or a cloistered retreat. And old ancestor Qiaoming also chose to cultivate in seclusion. Only his seclusion was not quite the same as others. On the one hand, they press their clansmen to help them cultivate. On the one hand, they are ignoring the clan in their time of suffering. When a member of the clan questioned him, he did not hesitate to wipe him out again to ensure his rule. But it's not clear what it is. His pack has gone through several massacres. Surprisingly, they ended up surviving and thriving each time. Even old ancestor Qiao Ming himself couldn't help but TSK when he looked at his growing clan after his closed-door cultivation was over. However, it was not long before old ancestor Qiao Ming attributed this matter to his own proper maneuvering in the shadows, and that was why the clansmen of the Biao Ming clan were more and more in awe of him. So at this moment, being able to receive this news from the old ancestor, one could imagine how excited the Grand Sorcerer would be. Inside the Ascension stage. Yummy. Chen Xian couldn't help but nod. The meat quality of the demonic beasts amongst this cloud wasteland was just different. For cultivators, demonic beast meat was a rare delicacy. This is because not only does it taste delicious, but it also contains a rich aura, which is of great benefit to cultivation. One of the biggest benefits is the ability to quickly fill up the rounded qi in blood, which is crucial for cultivators. The three categories of essence. Qi and God represent that essence is transformed by the absorption of aura. Qi is qi in blood, and God is divine consciousness. Only when there was sufficient qi in blood could one better cultivate the techniques and elevate the realm. However, as delicious as demonic beast meat was, the amount consumed should never be too much. This was because demonic beast meat contained a certain amount of spiritual energy, and if consumed in excess, it would cause damage to the body and even affect cultivation. Therefore, when consuming the meat of demonic beasts, cultivators must have a good sense of proportion, and should not damage their bodies by craving for a moment's deliciousness. In addition, cultivators need to pay attention to choosing the right demonic beast when consuming demonic beast meat. Different demonic beast meat contained different auras and had different effects on cultivation. Therefore, cultivators need to choose the suitable demonic beast meat according to their cultivation needs. At the same time, cultivators also need to pay attention to the quality of the demonic beast meat, and cannot choose those that are diseased or contaminated, so as not to cause damage to the body. But all of this is useless to Chen Xian. Just let go and eat. Chen Xian's gaze went back to the spirit medicine and spirit grass on the side, and he took it without judging whether it was poisonous or not. The poison did nothing for him anyway. Chen Xian savored it for a moment. It was probably some sort of medicine for healing wounds, and the effects were not bad. After a long time, Chen Xian seemed to be somewhat full. Close your eyes and collect your mind to calm yourself while you let this power digest in your body. It was only a dose of work before the message came again from the tablet. Grand Sorcerer, Old Ancestor, there is one thing I do not understand. Outside the Ascension Terrace, the Grand Sorcerer was filled with nervousness. This was the first time he had ever sent a question to the Old Ancestor. In the past, he naturally wouldn't have dared, and he certainly wouldn't have gotten the result he wanted. But now the situation was a bit different, and the way the Old Ancestor had spoken to himself earlier had given him a glimmer of hope. Chen Xian, what is it? I have a few questions about cultivation. What's not to understand? The Grand Sorcerer hesitated for a moment, but finally summoned up the courage to write out his question on the tablet. Chen Xian was bored within the Ascension stage anyway, and so it was this night. One is a former world leader. One was a great sorcerer from one of the communities in the Cloud Wasteland, sitting on the ground and facing the stone tablet. The stars were dotted and hung low in the sky as if they were within reach. In the silence of the night, time seemed to grow extraordinarily slow, and every minute became so long. The sound of bells and drums coming from the distance. The sound was clear and melodious, but with a hint of desolation and loneliness, like a lonely traveler wandering in the wilderness. The stars in the night sky became progressively thinner as the day wore on, and the river of stars in the sky grew brighter and brighter, seeming to light up the entire sky. Gradually the day finally dawned. The river of stars whitened, and the sky was fresh and bright. Only the exchange between the two didn't end there. The mood accomplishes a piece of heaven and earth, and the Taoist meaning is long and lingering. It was several days before the Grand Sorcerer finally took a deep breath. Phew! His face was full of joy, and his trembling fingers left a line on the stone tablet. Thank you, Elder Ancestor. No harm done. The Great Wizard went away in high spirits. Within the Ascension platform, Chen Xian also gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, seemingly somewhat tired. It's not like you're eating someone's food for nothing. Chen Xian rubbed his yang acupoints as his gaze once again fell on old man Qiao Ming's body. It seemed that it was because the party's discourse had triggered something within old ancestor Qiao Ming's body. Chen Xian walked over and took a closer look before realizing. It turned out to be a bone pattern in its body that was emitting light, and the unintentional argumentation had inspired the hidden divine power in the bone pattern. There was something interesting about the Ascension Realm Qiao Ming old ancestor's crushing divine ability. Chen Xian rubbed his chin with his hand, and could vaguely feel the power of this divine ability. The divine abilities of Ascension Realm powerhouses were almost always through their own unique understanding of the laws of the heavens and earth. and it was extremely rare to comprehend a great Dao divine ability that belonged to oneself. Chen Xian naturally also had his own great Dao divine power. It was just that that thing couldn't withstand himself in his current state. Moreover, he didn't mind learning one more divine ability. Everyone knew that he, Chen Xian, loved to learn. Thus, Chen Xian enlisted his divine abilities while waiting to be able to open the door to the demon cave once more. P.S. Every time I go, I swear I never want to go again. It's hard to stay up late and drink. Chapter 152, all the way forward. Chen Xian looked at this one huge meat leg in front of him. This should be the leg of some kind of elephant-type demonic beast. It's so big. Even Chen Xian could not help but sigh. Unlike the 9 states, the 8 wastelands were filled with demonic beasts, inhabited by all sorts of strange and powerful creatures, mysterious and dangerous. The leg of meat was roasted over the fire with a zippy sound. The fire was naturally not an ordinary fire, and an ordinary fire could not cook this demonic beast meat. Chen Xian ate the roasted meat beautifully and drank a small drink. Elder Ancestor. Another message came from the tablet. Grand Sorcerer, Elder Ancestor. The enlightenment that took place some time ago gave me some insights. Chen Xian, well, that's good. Grand Sorcerer, previously, the Hao clan already had 2 sorcerers step into the Ascension realm, repeatedly opposing us. I am no match for them. After the failure of the old ancestors' ascension this time, where should the Biaoming clan go from here? I am somewhat at a loss. Chen Xian, there is no need to be at a loss. The Qiaoming clan has no old ancestor, and you will be the old ancestor in the future. The Biaoming clan doesn't have any Ascension Realm powerhouses, so you are the next Ascension Realm powerhouse. Outside the Ascension Terrace, the Grand Sorcerer's face was agitated, and his breath caught in his throat. Grand Wizard, me? Can I? Chen Xian, don't rely on anyone. Follow your own path. Tell the disciples of the Qiaoming clan that from now on, the old ancestor will no longer bless them, and they can only rely on themselves. There's no turning back, just go all the way. Do you know why there are no Ascension Realm powerhouses in the Qiaoming clan for so long? Because you're so comfortable. You always think of an elder ancestor up there. Now the sky above you is gone. From now on you are your own sky. The Grand Sorcerer looked as if he had been enlightened and realized. Old ancestor. I understand. I comprehend. I know old ancestor's good intentions. Inside the Ascension Terrace, after Chen Xian had inspired the Grand Sorcerer, he resumed flipping through the book past events of the Red House Outer Stick Riceland. A classic that just doesn't get old. Like this type of book, Chen Xian had also bought a few others while traveling the mountains. However, I always felt that it was a little short of interesting, and I took the time to study the divine power of Old Man Xiaoming again, too without delay. The next day, word came that the great sorcerer of the Qiaoming clan wanted to challenge the Ascension Realm powerhouse of the Hao clan. It was reasonable to say that the Hao clan had been oppressing the Qiaoming clan for a long time. The Biaoming clan had been a soft target to be pinched by the other side. The old ancestor of the Biaoming clan didn't care either, so the other party didn't care either. Who knew that this time, the great sorcerer of the Biaoming clan was suddenly hardened, and the appointment was surprisingly a life and death game, the kind that doesn't end in death. It makes everyone a little less understanding. What's going on here? Why is this softies suddenly hardened? Not only the people in the Hao clan, the people in the Qiaoming clan were even more confused. However, someone with a good mind soon found out. The old ancestor of the Qiaoming clan had ascended some time ago. And this person, who was the number 2 person in the Qiaoming clan after the old ancestor, must have received guidance from the old ancestor. Or was that Biaoming clan's old ancestor who had ascended away prepared to use this as an excuse to go to war with the Hao clan? Otherwise, they wouldn't be so hardened to have a life and death duel with the Hao clan's Ascension Realm powerhouses. This time, the Hao clan's people were all guilty of muttering in their hearts. And surprisingly, none of them froze and went forward to meet the battle. It made the great sorcerer of the Balling clan scream for a while. The news came in, which made the Balling clan so excited. The Balling clan so excited. It wasn't long before the Grand Sorcerer swaggered back to the bombings and was warmly welcomed by the bombings. The Grand Sorcerer's face spread with a smile that he couldn't stop. This raised eyebrow feeling is a great feeling. He was energized and refreshed, as if he had gone up to a higher level, and his heart of cultivation had become more solid. Ascension Terrace. Grand Sorcerer, Old Ancestor. I went ahead to have a life and death duel with the Hao clan's Ascension Realm ancestors, and they wimped out. What Old Ancestor said was indeed right, and having figured it all out, I feel that the world is wide open. Chen Xian frowned slightly. Ha? When did I ask you to challenge the Ascension Realm ancestor of the Hao clan? Or was it a duel to the death? But luckily the other guy came back alive. Grand Sorcerer, is there anything else you need? Old Ancestor? Chen Xian, not for a while. These days, Chen Xian eats demon beast meat and drinks essence blood. Pounds of demonic power were continuously absorbed by it. These things are excellent tonics for recovering from injuries. Hiccup. As for this Qiaoming old ancestor's divine ability, Chen Xian had almost comprehended it these days. The essence of the avatar is the perception of the laws, or elements. For example, comprehending the method of folding space, comprehending the aptitude of shrinking the earth, and comprehending the method of spatial condensation. And old man Qiaoming's divine ability was the ultimate understanding of the martial way. Fist intentions formation. A spatial world is formed by countless mini spell formations, with the help of which the spell formations absorb endless stars, thunder and lightning yuan qi, etc. from the universe. The countless talismanic runic patterns in the fist intent kept changing and transforming into each other, while the runic text kept on being born and extinguished, emitting sounds and breath fluctuations like star explosions. Chen Xian paired it with another breathing technique between comprehensions. Join the fist of intent formation. Breathwork is the breathing of air with the aura of heaven and earth transformed into energy to support the outburst. Different levels of breathing techniques correspond to different attributes of heaven and earth auras of flesh, tendons, skin, bones, internal organs, spinal cord and brain in the world of heaven and earth. In this way, it was able to make up for some of the shortcomings of the divine ability of the fist intent formation. Not too much of a burden on the body. Chen Xian set up a boxing stance, his body energized. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and TSK twice. Not bad, not bad. This Qiaoming old ancestor's original divine ability that he has comprehended for so many years is truly not in vain. It wasn't long before the Grand Wizard came again. Old ancestor, what do you want to see me about? I'm going to pass on a divine ability to you. Ha! The Grand Sorcerer stared incredulously at the message on the stone tablet, his eyes wide. Ancestor imparted the avatar? All these years, let alone imparting divine abilities. The old ancestor didn't even leave a single hair for the clan. Not even a single hair. Chen Xian's thoughts, on the other hand, were that since he had already obtained someone's innate aptitude, he had not tucked it away like a treasure. By the way, then passed on to the descendants of this Qiaoming old ancestor. It is not in vain that I learned this divine ability of his. Thus immediately, Chen Xian taught the Grand Sorcerer this divine ability. However, divine abilities were not something that could be learned just because one wanted to, and he, Chen Xian, was able to comprehend the true meaning of divine abilities in a very short period of time. However, to others, this divine ability was a divine ability that old ancestor Qiaoming had comprehended only after a lifetime of enlightenment. Even if you break it into pieces and tell it to someone else, he won't be able to learn it. So after a few months, Chen Xian completely gave up on the idea. It's so stupid. Instead, they teach some other mind techniques, gong fu, that are suitable for each other. Chapter 153 Accidents. These days, several sorcerers of the Qiaoming clan had noticed the Grand Sorcerer's abnormality. Not only do they run to the Ascension platform from time to time, but they have many new changes on them. One could not help but wonder, could it really be that the old ancestor had left something behind for him after his ascension? The Grand Sorcerer told Chen Xian about the suspicions of the remaining sorcerers in the clan, and tentatively asked himself if he could tell the others about the gongfu that his old ancestor had passed on to him. Chen Xian didn't care too much. There's no need to hide it. Let it learn what it can. The Grand Sorcerer was overjoyed and thought this was some kind of unspoken secret. I didn't realize that the old ancestor's realm was so high. The basic reason why the 8 wastelands were called barbarians by the people of the 9 states was that most of the people in the 8 wastelands were not refined in regards to the cultivation method. Instead of sticking to the traditional way of cultivation, they cultivated by referring to the cultivation methods of demonic beasts. While the cultivators of the 9 states focused on cultivating themselves, the people of the 8 wastelands focused more on integrating with nature and communicating with demonic beasts. However, there are certain risks associated with this practice. Since the people in the 8 wastelands had not been trained in systematic cultivation, they tended to be rather rough and lacked details and techniques. This type of cultivation could allow them to gain great power in a short period of time though. However, it was also easy for them to fall into a bottleneck, making it difficult to further enhance their cultivation realm. Soon, Chen Xian's insights on the cultivation method. It was then imprinted by the Biaoming clan on top of a single beast bone, and it was estimated that it was about to be passed down for 10,000 generations. Chen Xian didn't care all that much about eating and drinking. There was just something boring about it. Kind of miss having Hachi and Donkey by his side. After some more time, it was finally time to reopen the door to the Devil's Cave. Chen Xian completed the last of the cultivation laws and left them to the Qiaoming clan. With that, the demonic souls surged out, and Chen Xian tore open the demonic cave. He was preparing to leave this place, and before leaving, he glanced back at the corpse of old man Xiaoming, as a way of saying goodbye to the other party. Suddenly, Chen Xian's eyebrows trembled slightly as the remaining half of that Qiaoming old ancestor's corpse began to gradually dissipate, as if it had turned into quicksand. At the end of the day there was only one golden, Ascension Realm cultivators, although they have not become immortal, but even after it died, the body it left behind contained the laws of his Tao, and was as powerful as ever. Dead golden bodies killing living cultivators was nothing new. So once an Ascension Realm leaves the world, there is never a lack of people to go to the means, get its body, used to refine superior magic treasure. Although this Qiao Ming old ancestor had failed to ascend and died here, yet his consciousness was still alive. These days, seeing Chen Xian dutifully teaching the Qiao Ming clan members, after realizing that there was no hope for his resurrection, this Ascension Realm Qiao Ming clan ancestor finally fulfilled his responsibility as an elder for the first time, turning his golden body into a golden Dan. He thanked Chen Xian. Chen Xian smiled faintly and left the place after collecting the golden elixir. Green Cloud Gate, the town below the mountain. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? You look sad these days. Qin Ping revealed a bright smile. Ningning didn't have the heart to talk to him. Senior sister, there's a recent mission. Let's go together. I'm not interested. On a mission? Ningning simply didn't want to step out of the Qingyun Sect right now. Now that Chen Xian had killed the second elder. And when will it come out against them? God knows. It was as if there was a knife in the middle of the sky, hanging right above one's head, not knowing when it would fall. Every moment made Ningning tremble with fear. Senior sister, what's wrong with you these days? Always absent-minded. Is there something on your mind? Chen Ping said with concern. Ningning blankly glanced at him without any good humor. You're really heartless. Such a big thing has happened to the Master Sect, yet you act as if you don't care about anything. The Green Cloud Sect had strict rules, especially Tong Tian Peak. A junior should never talk to his seniors like that. However, Ningning has always been arrogant, and her family is extremely prominent. Plus this Chen Ping often chased after her as before, so she simply did not put the other party in her eyes. Chen Ping knew that Ningning was referring to the matter of Qin Xian killing the second elder not long ago. He shrugged indifferently. There's a tall one to hold the sky when it falls. It's none of our business. Ningning was helpless and had no words to refute him. It was true that Chen Ping had nothing against Qin Xian, but she herself was different. Ningning sighed heavily and walked down the street absent-mindedly. Chen Ping chased after him. Senior sister, don't worry, even if senior brotherly comes back to seek revenge, you pout at him, and she won't lay a finger on you if she sees how cute you are. Ningning didn't bother with him. If it was before, she would have thought it was possible. But now, she had seen Chen Xian at the Dragon Sect Grand Competition and at the Violet Cloud Mystic Realm. It was just that the other party gave her a feeling that was extremely different. Chen Ping laughed again. Don't worry about it, senior sister. If senior brotherly really wants to lay his hands on you, there's still me. Ningning was really annoyed with this guy and sped up. Hey, senior sister, don't believe me. I'm no worse than senior brotherly. Chen Ping's voice sounded behind him. Suddenly, she froze slightly on her feet and raised her head to look at the familiar figure in front of her. Her face suddenly changed and her body felt like it was frozen. Senior Li. Who else could this figure in front of him be if not Qin Xian? Chen Xian was also slightly surprised to see Ningning. Himself. How did oneself unexpectedly come to the Green Cloud Sect again? Hell no. In order to escape the Qingyun Sect siege, he himself had escaped into the Devil's Cave. And who would have expected to walk out from within the Devil's Cave and return to the Qingyun Sect? This Devil's Cave is truly elusive. Ningning took 2 steps back. Her legs softened, and she unexpectedly fell to the ground without control. She didn't think that she could deal with Chen 14. Who had killed Chen 14 and exterminated the second elder in front of the Qingyun Gate, and who had left in a big way. Right now, master, sister. Chen Ping's words came to an abrupt end, blinking as she looked at Chen Xian in front of her, but he didn't look like he had met a ghost like Ningning generally did. Rather, it quickly responded with a smile on his face. Senior brotherly, long time no see. Chen Xian, however, didn't have the heart to pay attention to them at all. Make hand seals to regulate and control one's own soul, mind and the blood and energy of the outside world and the meridians. The 5 fingers of his hands represented the 5 elements evolving all things, and he formed hand seals to evolve the resonance of all things, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. The power increases, and the feet form lotus spells with their knots, speeding up movement. Avatar * shrinking. In an instant, the figure disappeared into thin air. Chapter 154, The Zone of Confusion. Senior sister. Chen Ping glanced at Qin Xian's departing figure, and a tsk sound came out of her mouth. Turning back, this time, he helped up his scared little sister, who was pale with fear. Don't kill me. Senior sister, no one is trying to kill you. Senior brotherly is gone. In the middle of the day, Ningning returned to her senses, her chest heaving. No. It was his way of threatening me by saying again that he could kill me at any time. He'll do it again. This is his revenge on me. Chen Ping scratched his head. You're overthinking it. Senior sister. I think senior brotherly shouldn't be so idle. It wasn't that Chen Ping was optimistic, but from his understanding of Chen Xian. How could a character at that level care about characters like them? Not to mention any deliberate retaliation against you and threats. Where do people have that kind of free time? It's a pipe dream. But no matter what he said, Nangying pressed on, trusting only her own judgment. The Imperial Sword fled back to the Green Cloud Sect. Hey, senior sister, wait for me. A long worm darted through the forest. Hachi, clad in a robe, sat on a tree looking away in a certain direction. Northwest, 20 miles. Ah! Little furry donkey first cast a channeling technique to control the mana money, and then attached a layer of essence of light technique to it. The long worm's head froze and its body twisted in pain. A few mana money shot through its body. The fiat money hooked up with each other, and the pain caused the long worm to struggle wildly. The little donkey transformed into human form with a bang, and then rushed forward. Up goes a flurry of tiger demon punches. Bang bang! The strong wind overflowed in all directions, and immediately the long insect's tendons and bones were broken, and the long insect hissed. In no time, the long worm was subdued by the little donkey. It was then that Hachi jumped out and punched and kicked the long worm. Hey yo! Soon, there were Willow God's clansmen running over, calling out to the heavens. Then together they joined forces to carry the long worm away. At night, around a huge fire, the crowd ate roasted longworm meat and talked and laughed. After eating the meat, they danced with gusto. Hachi dusted off the ash on his robe and sighed softly. The robe was given to him by a monk who was passing through the area and said that it was related to Buddhism. These days, it's not a bad time to be in Shady Hill. Eat, drink and play every day, but it's a shame Big Brother isn't around. Ugh. Listen to the Willow God said now outside the Qingyun sect of people are looking for Big Brother. Once found shoot to kill. Both Hachi and Donkey couldn't help but sweat for their Big Brother. It's been so long, how come Big Brother doesn't even have any news? Aha! The little donkey nodded sadly as well. Phew, it's not good to be sighing all the time. What do you know? Little 8 said without lifting his head. Without Big Brother, our brothers won't be able to be traitors. Can't be powerful and marry 18 concubines. The little burro nodded. So that's it. Hachi and little donkey blinked, and then were overjoyed. Big Brother, Chen Xian, who hadn't been seen for a long time, appeared in front of the two of them. The burro and Hachi pounced at once. Chen Xian laughed. The two little guys surrounded Chen Xian as jabbering a word, held back for a long time like. After hearing that Chen Xian had returned, the Willow God also rushed over. A mouthful of real Li has worked hard to kill the second elder of the law enforcement hall, really removing a major scourge for the people. Chen Xian thanked him, having bothered him much these days. Ryujin was busy saying it was nothing. Chen Xian arched his hand and smiled. I will be ready to take my leave. I owe God Lu a favor. In the future, if God Lu has any difficulties, just let me know. Well said. It's an honor for old me to be able to help realistly. It was because of the fear that the people of the Green Cloud Sect would come to the door and instead involve the Willow God and his clan. Thus, Chen Xian left on the second day with Little Donkey and Little 8. It's getting dark. The figure of the little donkey traveled through the forest. Big Brother, where are we going now? Back to our mountain? Hachi had an excited look on his face. Chen Xian yawned lazily. There's nothing more to find. Just walk around. Chen Laishan is definitely not going to be able to return now that he's made such a mess. It was a complete falling out with the Green Cloud Sect, which would not let itself go. Definitely put Chen Laishan under surveillance. And not just Chen Laishan. It was feared that those who were related to him and were close to him were presumably under the surveillance of the Green Cloud Sect. Which way? Chen Xian thought for a moment. Well, then let's go to the zone of chaos. Zhongzhou and Luozhou were separated by a sea. And this zone of chaos was sandwiched in the center of the two. The elemental turbulence therein was like the furious sea waves, rushing and intertwining with each other, forming all sorts of strange sights. Sometimes the place glows brilliantly and colorfully, as beautiful as a rainbow. At times, the place would appear as deep as a black hole, as if it could swallow everything, makes it impossible to predict what will happen next. In this chaotic area, there are people of all colors from 3 religions and 9 streams, and none of them is a saving grace. Chen Xian had chosen such a place after much consideration. First of all, this place would not be easily found by the Green Cloud Sect's people. Secondly, the zone of chaos possessed a wide variety of cultivation resources, and it was guaranteed that he would find something good that he could take the opportunity to heal his injuries and restore his cultivation. Finally, the zone of chaos has a unique landscape for touring. Brother, how do you like the flag I got? Hachi pulled out a big flag. The large flag was embroidered with the heads of Chen Xian, Hachi and the donkey. Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. Where did it come from? Hachi said. The girl in the cottage of Toru God embroidered it. Well, it looks good. Just. Chen Xian looked at the extraordinarily large head of Hachi on the banner. While compared to it, himself and the donkey were more like its little brothers. The little donkey frowned, as if it was also the first time he had seen this thing. He shouted angrily, "This son has a deep heart, not to be capped." Instantly, they wrestled again. Not a moment later, there was Hachi's voice. "Brother Donkey, spare your life. Donkey, spare my life." Chen Xian's hand made a sword sign, and a flash of sword chi surfaced at his feet. He turned to the two guys who were fighting and said, "Let's go." "Stop it." In no time, the figure emerged into midair. Hachi's nose was bruised and swollen, but he recovered quickly by relying on the elves. Holding that large flag in his hands, the flag is fluttering in the wind. It is inscribed with a few big words, "The Three Musketeers of the Cultivation World." Chen Xian was rather helpless. The sun was setting and the sky was tinted with haze. "Big brother, I heard the Willow God say that the Green Cloud Sect has released words to us. When are we going to take this revenge?" "Not now anyway. No need to take it to heart," Chen Xian said indifferently. A golden light spilled onto the earth, reflecting the figures of the three swordsmen of the cultivation world. From time to time, there was laughter. Chapter 155, Let Her Go. Green Cloud Gate. Nearly half a year had passed since the Qingyun Sect had gone all out in pursuit of Chen Xian, but there was no news at all. The disciples of the law enforcement hall scattered all over the place. Although there were many intelligence coming in, some people had spotted the appearance of a suspected Chen Xian figure. But ultimately, after confirmation, none of the information was true. If anything, the one that was most severely affected was naturally the Qingyun Sect's Tongtian Peak. The original peak master of Tongtian Peak was the Forgotten Love Taoist master, according to common sense. Later, the Forgotten Love Taoist master was promoted to be the peak master, and according to the words of the officialdom, it was a group of proud soldiers of the Tongtian Pavilion, and the old ministers under the late emperor's door. Elders of average seniority serving as peak masters were simply not qualified, nor could they suppress the disciples below them. But it was good that there was a Chen Xian. According to the scheme, it should be Chen Xian who should take over the position of the Tongtian Peak Master. In a few more years, forgetfulness retires. Chen Xian, as a matter of course, took over as the head of the Qingyun Sect, becoming the youngest sect leader of the Green Cloud Sect. But who would have thought that an accident would occur and Chen Xian would be invalidated? However, it was good that there was still Mo Zhu, although Mo Zhu was not as good as Chen Xian. But which one of his peers could match Chen Xian? Not to mention that Mo Zhu is likewise a personal disciple of the Forgotten Love Taoist master, with outstanding natural talent and steadfastness. Thus, Mochizuki became the next successor. However, since Chen Xian left the clan, Mo Zhu has been completely disappointed with Qingyun Sect. That is, he is not even interested in practicing, let alone managing Tongtian Peak. Then he made a big mistake by striking out at a fellow disciple. Thus, the few elders in charge of Tongtian Peak targeted Chen 14. This son had come out of nowhere, and in their opinion his talent was in no way inferior to Chen Xian. But who would have thought that there would be another accident again? The Dragon Sect competition. A fight to the death. Chen 14 was killed. This Tongtian Peak's successor was truly a series of accidents. Whoever is favored is out of luck anyway. Nowadays, although Mo Zhu had been exempted from punishment, he had long since lost interest in the Green Cloud Sect. The disciple Ningying was scared out of her wits and spent the entire day being suspicious, suspecting that Chen Xian would kill her. Chen 14 was killed. Disciple Ling he was quiet, with no flaws but not many strengths. Middle of the road. Disciple Chen Ping is oily, naturally optimistic and cheeky. The rest of the disciples are even worse. The disciples who had experienced that glorious era all felt that today's Tongtian Peak was so depressed. When I think of the time when Brotherly was there, it was thriving. Even though at that time there was a demonic sect outside and an internal enemy, Mo Zhu knelt in front of the Tongtian Peak ancestor shrine, and several Tongtian Peak elders' faces were so heavy that it looked like they could condense water. The face of the Forgotten Love Taoist master in the first seat was also a bit ugly. Mo Zhu, are you really going to abandon your division? Mo Zhu's determination is set, so I hope that the masters and teachers will fulfill it. Reasons? One of the elders said in a deep voice. What reason do you have that makes you even want to abandon your division? Inkbrush was silent for a moment. An elder clapped his hands. Is it because of that Chen Xian? Inkbrush remained silent. Mo Zhu, I'm warning you that Chen Xian is now a defecting disciple of the Qingyun Sect, so don't go down the wrong path. Ink Bamboo said. Ink Bamboo leaving the clan is related to Senior Brotherly, yet not related. Cut the nonsense here. This seat knows that you are very close to Chen Xian, but this seat would like to remind you that it was the Qingyun Sect that cultivated you all these years. Not him, Chen Xian. Ma Zhu suddenly raised his head. His eyes seemed to shoot out a brilliant light, his voice calm. Master's Grace Maju naturally doesn't dare to forget, but over the years the one who saved Maju's life in a critical situation was Senior Brotherly, and on the path of cultivation, the one who answered Maju's questions and solved his problems was Senior Brotherly. Even back then, when Maju was initiated, it was also led by Senior Brotherly. One of the elders flicked his sleeve and said in a serious tone, Maju, you're still young and do things thoughtlessly and impulsively. This seat knows that Chen has been kind to you, but when it comes to the issue of right and wrong, you need to think clearly about what you should and shouldn't do. It's not just you. Us old guys also have feelings for Chen. But what can we do? He colluded with the devil cult, brutalized the second elder in front of countless people, and killed his fellow disciples. We must then be righteous and not disregard the world for the sake of our own selfishness. Maju took a deep breath and looked at that elder with undisguised dislike, but did not retort again. Instead, he looked straight at Master Forgetfulness, who hadn't uttered a single word. Please be successful, Master. Moju's heart is dead, and he no longer has the heart to stay in the Green Cloud Sect. The elder who sang in blackface became furious. Maju, is it not possible that you want to go and seek out that Chen? Fall into the Devil Sect's traitor? Maju snorted coldly. If Seniorly is a demonic sect, then all the righteous paths in the world are demonic sections. You're bold. You're arrogant. Forgetfulness stared at Maju's eyes, and halfway through his eyes closed, he faintly said, since you have made up your mind, go ahead, Master. This isn't right. Several elders spoke out in surprise. Although there are examples of disciples quitting the clan, but that's all because a major fault was committed, or because of something else. The Qingyun Sect expelled him from the division, and as for a disciple actively withdrawing from the division, this was simply rare. Setting that precedent, that's not good enough. Not to mention the fact that it was still the Tongtian Peak's eldest senior sister, Mo Zhu. The impact was just too great. Forgetfulness, however, did not say anything else. She knew this disciple of hers too well. What is determined will never change. Disciple Maju kowtows. Leave the clan in secret and keep it quiet. Yes. Mochizuki turned around and left without any lingering. She hadn't taken anything with her either. She had come alone back then, and now she was leaving the Green Cloud Sect alone. Master. The forgotten love Taoist master raised his hand, stopping the others from persuading him, and faintly said, the resolve is set. It can't be stopped. An elder sighed heavily. In the future, what can be done? The remaining few elders were all gloomy. Whatever happens, just work together and do your best. The unforgiving Taoist master got up. Now that it's done, there's no turning back. Moju's figure was like a stream of light rushing straight down. She didn't know where to go either. She had no family, relatives, let alone any prominent clan. Even the name Moju was given to her by Senior Brotherly back then. Over the years, she had made the Green Cloud Sect her home. There's no going back now. Going to find my brother? Suddenly, she lurched. She sensed something was wrong. At the speed she was going she should have landed long ago, but the road ahead seemed so far away. Inkbrand raised his eyebrows slightly and looked around suspiciously. The country in the palm of your hand. When? By the time she reacted, it was too late. A few moments later, the third provider brought the unconscious Moju back to the Green Cloud Sect. Chapter 156. Rumble Dash. The wind and clouds changed color, and a vast and majestic sound of muffled thunder exploded. The entire heaven and earth was filled with a dull and austere atmosphere. Suddenly, a vast air-breaking sound resounded as the clouds around the east broke apart and a figure surged out. Densely packed flying swords, and cultivators with flying swords on their feet, and a flying boat broke through the sky to the west. There were countless cultivators standing on the boats, and these flying boats were like a bright star, shining with dazzling light, and like a flock of eagles with spreading wings, they soar between heaven and earth. Their numbers were increasing, densely covering the entire sky, causing one to feel a tingle in one's scalp. Kill! Sky-shattering shouts rang out as the flying boat group and the Imperial Sword group collided into one place. In the distance, three figures were staring unblinkingly at the scene on this side. Big brother, this is too hot-blooded. Hachi's mouth dropped open. The little donkey was equally shocked by the big scene. At this moment, Chen Xian had already changed his face from a youth to a white-haired old man. Conceal yourself in case you are recognized by others. This is the zone of chaos, and this kind of fighting with each other happens from time to time. Little 8 said. Big brother, then what do we do now? Should we go and tell them to give you face? Big brother, and ask them to stop fighting? Chen Xian nodded. Yes, you can. Go ahead and say it. Your donkey brother and I will prepare your coffin. So what do we do now? Watch the show. Chen Xian's small waist was crossed. The burro knew how to pass over the melon and peanuts. Hachi also understood and grabbed a handful for himself and ate it on his own. It resulted in a blowout from the burrow. There are no restraints in the zone of chaos, much less any so-called laws. There is some sort of unwritten rule that is believed in here. The two sides soon fought together. All sorts of flowing magic treasures were thrown at each other, and flying swords whizzed by in mid-air. Short and messy muffled grunts, streams of light swaying in all directions, stepping on broken magic treasures, flying swords being knocked away, messy silhouettes. In the end, they all turned into a whale. Hachi seemed to think it was a bit too gruesome and covered her eyes with both hands. Big brother, what are they fighting so hard for? Can't anything be said properly? Chen Xian said. It is precisely because negotiations cannot resolve the issue that they will strike. There is only so much food in total, and if one beggar eats it, the other will starve to death. If it's divided equally, everyone will starve to death. At a time like this, it's useless to talk anymore. The only way to survive is to fight in the winning side. Hachi didn't understand, and the burrow was thoughtful. The underdog is always the same. The battle lasted 3 whole days and 3 nights. Corpse after corpse descended downward from the air, and in the end, the side sitting on countless flying boats won, and the other party fled in a hurry. How could the group on the flying boat at this time be willing to let go? So one party fled and the other chased quickly shifted the battlefield. The breath flowed chaotically above the battlefield, and the smell of blood lingered. Little Hachi shivered and hid in Chen Xian's arms, burying his head underneath and only exposing his buttocks. I'm afraid. Chen Xian walked blandly through the pile of corpses. To him who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood, these were nothing but small scenes. The burrow wasn't afraid either, instead rummaging through the dead cultivator and touching the corpse. Rustling. Not far away, there was movement. There were shadowy loose cultivators who had the same idea as the donkey, and seeing that the two sides had shifted the battlefield, they quickly ran over to touch the corpse. However, this kind of behavior is a bit dangerous, because some cultivators are not dead yet. It is not guaranteed that they will suddenly give you a blow, and then they will take a small life. So these people are very wary. Hey, just take the stuff. What's the point of picking up other people's clothes? Chen Xian stopped a short loose cultivator who was touching the corpse. This short cultivator was lustfully going to pick the clothes of a female cultivator, and the key was that the female cultivator wasn't dead yet. I say postulant. Groping a corpse is groping a corpse. Tell us some rules. The short cultivator glared fiercely at Chen Xian. With that, twisted and ran. Chen Xian glanced at the female cultivator and picked up little eights but with his fingers, yanking it out. Give you a chance. Hachi looked at the elixir in his big brother's hand. Soon after, it butted over and gave the female cultivator that healing elixir to take down. Then, it came back with a bang. The female cultivator coughed out a mouthful of black blood violently and squeezed out a word from her throat. Thanks. The other party, however, didn't even look back. Chen Xian took the donkey and little 8 all the way to the zone of chaos. The zone of chaos is roughly divided into 4 regions: Luan Realm, Bahai, Jingtian, and Zhangyu Realm. Chen Xian chose Bahai, which was still considered stable. The guard at the door shot a glance at the 3 of them. New? Yes. Rules no? 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones for 1 person. Chen Xian handed over the spirit stones for admission. Wait, you donkeys have to pay too. The burro glared, and the donkey had to pay too. When Hachi heard this sound, he hid in Chen Xian's arms, not daring to make a single sound. Chen Xian didn't say anything more, and paid another 2,000 spirit stones with alacrity. Looking at their departing backs, the guard weighed the spirit stones in his hand and drew 500 of them and put them into his bosom. In the middle of Bahai, it wasn't as chaotic as the other 3 regions, but it was only relative. On the street, the 2 who met by chance looked at each other. What are you looking at? The other gibbered something under his breath that no one else could understand. The man couldn't understand either, but still raised his sword and slashed. I'll cut you. When really, it's all about the kill. Nope, not even a word. The rest of the people on the street seemed to have seen this sight for a long time, and no one even gave it a second glance. Soon, the bodies of the 2 were dragged away and the blood was cleaned up as if nothing had happened. Inside the inn, a woman suddenly stood up, drew her sword and killed herself. Blood splattered 3 feet, didn't know what it was for and didn't ask. The fellows took it upon themselves to drag the bodies away so as not to impede business. Chen Xian couldn't help but speak as he felt little 8 shivering in his arms. No talent. With Big Brother, I am not afraid of anything. Not afraid of anything. Little Donkey looked towards the crowd converging in one direction and curiously asked Chen Xian what was going on. There, the gladiatorial arena. Wanna check it out? Chapter 157. If you have nowhere to go, come to me. The gladiatorial arena. Crowded. In the center of the amphitheater, 2 cultivators were engaged in a life and death struggle. There were waves of cheers all around. Chen Xian squeezed in with Little Donkey and Hachi. This is the gladiatorial arena, and all 3 of the remaining regions have them, but Baha'is has the highest gold content, as well as the largest rewards. Chen Xian explained. My guy is on a 41-game winning streak. I told you he was good. Ha 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 ha. Not far away came the laughter of a fat cultivator. The man had a rich face and was surrounded by several other people who looked like they should be guards. Old Xia still has to be you. What a poisonous eye. The other man said. The fat man named Old Xia said. Ha ha ha. I paid a lot of money for this person. It is said that he used to be an alchemist, and was locked up in a secret place when he was found. An alchemist? Wouldn't it be a big deal to put it here? Oh, wasted. Can't refine Dan anymore. He said that he took the creation of heaven and earth and refined the Ascension Dan. It's impossible to refine Dan anymore in the future. Ascension Dan? The man laughed out loud. What a ing braggart. Old Xia also laughed, who says it's not. But killing is indeed a good hand. It's not in vain that I spent so many spirit stones. Look at the 41 consecutive victories. Big brother, isn't 41 consecutive victories great? Hachi asked. It's okay. Did you come here to fight? Aha. How many in a row? 666 in a row. Big brother. What a bull. Hachi and Donkey snapped their hands. Chen Xian smiled faintly. The record here is 700 consecutive victories. That guy is even better than Big Brother? Not really. I just thought a 660 win streak sounded very auspicious. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly to stare at the person in the center of the amphitheater and muttered. How did he get here? Asterisk in hell. Shirakura sat on his ass and wiped the sticky blood from his face. I thought that I would just help that second elder refine the Ascension Dan. Who would have expected that the other party would be that sentence again? Next time for sure. In fact, Shirakura had been prepared for this. Just how could he not have thought of the follow-up? The second elder was suddenly killed by Chen Xian, and he himself was unexpectedly caught by a passing cultivator. In order to refine the Ascension Dan, Baixong had sort of wasted this half of his cultivation, and now it's ing poisoned, with both hands and feet shackled and sent here as a slave. Thinking about the first half of his life, but never thought that the second half of his life was reduced to this. That's life. Fight. Keep fighting. Old Xia's voice rang out in the venue. Shirakura looked over at the dead fat guy who had bought him out. If it was in normal times, he would have crushed him with one finger. Don't ing rest. Keep fighting. Old Xia shouted. He had spent a full 50,000 top grade spirit stones to buy this person. It has to be won back today. Baixong cursed, and could only force himself to stand up and continue fighting. On this day, Bek Karama braced himself and defeated dozens more opponents, finally completing 100 consecutive victories. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. This one day earned me 30,000 upper grade spirit stones. Old Summer patted his belly with a joyful smile as he looked at the white barn locked in the cellar. Great job. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Master, should we give him some healing pills to deal with his injuries? The butler on the sidelines asked. Old Xia cursed. Dog brain. Healing pills don't cost anything? Mother her, making me do a losing deal? I say you ing dare to be a little more stingy. Baixong sneered. At least give me a drink. Wine. Wine doesn't cost anything. Old Summer was dismissive. A man who is going to die is still drinking. With that, he turned and walked away. Baixong cursed. Keep your spirit stones and bring them to your coffin. The night is few and far between. Drinking? Shirakura opened his cloudy eyes and looked at the blurry figure. You are? Oh, forgot. Chen Xian changed his face back to its original form. Shirakura froze, then grinned. Really? Brought you roasted chicken and wine. Chen Xian raised his hand. Cages and shackles were instantly unlocked. Baixong hurriedly picked up the roasted chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. How many years have I thought about this mouth? A mouthful of chicken and a mouthful of wine. After many years of not seeing the most gifted alchemist in Kyushu, how did he change into this demeanor? Baixong laughed to himself. What has the most natural talent? I think it's the most unlucky almost. What the hell is going on? Baixong, a member of the White Clan in the 8 deserts of the 9th state, known as the most gifted alchemist with a bright future. Even once the ghost hand divine doctor, Li Yangan, had come to him to ask for advice on the way of alchemy. It was a pity that this Baikura ended up being removed from the Bai family for the sake of a woman. It has been unknown since then. It was only after hearing Baixong's detailed explanation at this point that Chen Xian understood the cause of the matter. It turns out that Baixong's wife died early. Baixong has been depressed since then, and then because of the sneak attack of the people in the devil's religion, so that he was seriously injured. It was so hard to escape the pursuit, and he happened to stumble upon the second elder of the Green Cloud sect. I thought that this Qingyun sect is the leader of the righteous path, and its law enforcement hall second elder would help himself. Who knew that this person not only didn't help himself even if he didn't, but instead, after learning that he was the second youngest master of the Bai family, a renowned alchemist, instead, they went out and imprisoned him in a secret place. Bakura said, Mother her, that guy is so inhuman. You really relieved my hatred by killing him, so what brings you back here? Shirakura didn't even look up. Don't mention it. I'm really backed up on that point. Bah hi. Summer house. Old Chang. Old Zhang. Clean this place up. Old Xia shouted a few times, but no one responded, so he couldn't help but get angry. Where are the people? Dead. As soon as he opened the door, it was stormy and thunderous outside. Elemental turbulence. That's what it's like. A little bit of snow, a little bit of rain. A figure stood right in front of him. Old Xia was stunned. You. Shirakura takes a kick to the chest. Old Xia was so scared that his face turned pale. Someone come. Stop yelling. Shirakura sat bolt upright in his chair. Old Xia said, what do you want to do? Don't you break my stool. Be gentle. The price of this stool is not cheap. Akora laughed. The old man still cared about his chair at this point in time. Gah! Suddenly, there was a crumbling sound. The chair under Shirakura's but suddenly crumbled apart. Old Xia a burst of meat pain. Ega my 100-pair flower chair ah. It was obvious that the old man cared more about his money than his own safety. Shirakura kicked over the cabinet again, and several vases on the cabinet fell to the floor. Old Xia took a deep breath. Don't. Hakora lets out a bad laugh, incarnating a master cleanup artist at the moment. The sounds of clanking and banging rang out in the house, intertwined with Hakora's wailing. After a long time, Chen Xian yawned lazily. Where do you want to go next? Shirakura said, I want to go back to see my daughter. And then what? I don't know. Shirakura took a sip of Old Summer's treasured vintage. In fact, what he called watching was just a sneak peek. He didn't want to disturb the ordinary life of his daughter's family. Chen Xian picked up a jar of wine and headed out. Thunderstorms come and go. Suddenly, a voice came. If you don't have anywhere to go to Qianlai Mountain. My mountain is short of an alchemist. Shirakura looked up. Chen Xian had already walked away. If you go, give my name. There's a fallen mountain god there who's mean. A girl we met at the bar the other day asked us to hang out. I'm really looking at me. Ha 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 woman. Who made me so attractive? Ha ha ha. Chapter 158 Weapon Refining Workshop. Chen Xian brought Bai Tsang back to the inn he had rented. Hurry up and have someone prepare a bath. How long has it been since this guy took a bath? It's not an exaggeration to say that the aroma is wafting for miles. Hardly changed 8 pots of hot water, and the junior walked out with his nose pinched. It was so stinky. Chen Xian had someone prepare a new set of clothes and gave him some spirit stones as a traveling allowance. There's always something to buy when you go home to see your daughter. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can go to Qianlai Mountain. There's a mountain god there who isn't too good-tempered. So tell him you're my friend. Thanks. You're welcome. A few days later, Baixong left the zone of chaos. Chen Xian didn't really care if Baixong would go to Qianlai Mountain. After seeing off Shirakura, he had a beautiful breakfast with Hachi and the donkey. Food in the zone of chaos can be expensive for no other reason than the elemental turbulence and the unusual, changeable climate. Food can only be shipped in from all over, making it expensive. But there were cultivators on the other hand, who liked to satisfy their appetites. Chen Xian is one of them. However, there was a lot of food stored in the storage ring, so there was no need to spend money on it. For breakfast, we had noodle soup, where the noodles were pulled into thumb-sized pieces, boiled in water and seasoned. After cooking such a pot and eating it, Chen Xian lazily yawned, seemingly ready to just lie down for the day. The little donkey did not idly finish his meal, so he sat in place and practiced. Hachi sat side by side with him, but it didn't take long for the purring to start. Snowflakes fluttered outside, flurrying, and in no time at all the whole of Bahai became snow white. Chen Xian was quite idle as he walked out from the inn, landing on the snow one step at a time. Yellow dogs are white dogs are swollen. That's an apt description of the current scene. The streets were filled with cultivators holding magic weapons, and they walked hurriedly as if they were chasing something. Everyone's eyes revealed a cold, murderous light that made people shudder, and their bodies exuded an invisible pressure that seemed to warn the enemies in the shadows that they were not to be messed with. Chen Xian was an exception among these people. He was more like an idle old man who woke up from his sleep and walked the streets with a birdcage. Chen Xian's gaze swept over the various stores on the street, searching for the place he was going to. How can a cultivator not have a magic treasure in his possession? 90% of the previous magic treasures had been emptied out after that great battle, and the bottom card was out. The remaining 10% was handed over to the clan after seeing that there was no hope for his recovery and he was no longer able to manage it. Alchemy Workshop. Chen Xian sought out the place and walked straight in. Inside the workshop, a group of ferocious guards stared straight at Chen Xian. The shopkeeper stood in front of the high platform, showing only one head. This cabinet in front of him was made of spirit wood, and with the talismanic seals, it could withstand the full force of a peak 6 Jing cultivator. After all, this zone of chaos was not like an ordinary place. Smash and grab. It's all too normal. What can I get you? Blood leaf gold, white devil sand, you secret pulp, and purple god sand, geomantic green god's hoof. This should be at least 100 years old. Black mystery fruit kernel, misty metaphysical silver, 1,000 years of thunderbolt purple obsidian. Chen Xian said many names in one breath. And pure gel. The shopkeeper nodded thoughtfully. No problem, but so many things can be expensive. Price is not a problem, as long as the goods are good. Okay, hold on a second. There was no unnecessary nonsense. The shopkeeper was a connoisseur and could guess that the other party was going to refine magic treasures. Implements. Chen Xian then sat down, and someone served him tea. Chen Xian sipped his tea and nodded. That's not bad. While waiting, the door was kicked in with a bang. A couple of guys broke in. Get down if you don't want to die. As the sound rang out, several balls of fire suddenly shot in. Chen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly as he watched the scene. A man was in the lead, clutching a magic weapon in his hand with an aggressive air. Just before he could be arrogant for a moment, his head was pinched off. Soon, there were several more corpses in the place. I've given you a fright. The person who had brought Chen Xian tea earlier carried his head in one hand and apologized to Chen Xian with a slight bow. This scene is really bizarre. Soon, the shopkeeper reappeared in front of the counter. The things you asked for are ready. Where are the spirit stones? I don't have that many spirit stones. The shopkeeper frowned slightly. The man carrying the head also took a step forward at this time, his gaze sinister as he stared at Chen Xian. But I have something to pledge for the spirit stones. Chen Xian's words changed. What is it? Something of value. Naturally, the shopkeeper said expressionlessly. Yes, but, if the price is not enough, you can't leave this door today. Chen Xian smiled faintly, not caring too much. With that, he took out a few things from his storage ring. Mountains and rivers, chopping immortal flying daggers, and top-quality invisibility talismans. Some of these things were pinched from Sajari, while others were picked up from the Devil's Cave. The shopkeeper's face changed slightly as he stared at these treasures and couldn't help but move his throat. Without a doubt, each one is a valuable treasure. Fellow Daoist, these treasures? What? Give me an estimate, and exchange the rest for forged dust essence spirits. The shopkeeper was slightly stunned. So many forged dust essence spirits? The forged dust essence spirit is a necessary item required for forging a magic treasure. Yes, but so many forged dust essence spirits will need to wait some time. No problem. Only when the night was late did Chen Xian leave the smithy with a bunch of things. These things would probably not be available so quickly even in the workshop of a large sect. Chen Xian was preparing to refine a body-protecting magic treasure. In the process of refining a magic treasure, one needed to devote oneself wholeheartedly and not allow the slightest mistake. Every hammering and melting is like a game with destiny, and every success will bring the cultivator a refinement in his cultivation level. The journey was pretty smooth. No hijackers were encountered. After returning to the inn, Chen Xian was already preparing to refine it. And the main material for refining was the golden body of that Ascension Realm Xiaoming old ancestor. The golden body of the Ascension Realm. The body left behind by him also contained his great Tao laws, and even after death, it still possessed powerful might, and was a rare material. Chapter 159, Xiaomingding. Chen Xian broke the forbidden spell and entered the attic. Having set up the forbidden spell out of fear that the donkey and Little Eight would meet some kind of threat in his absence. Seeing that the little donkey was still in the middle of meditating and Little Eight was also huffing and puffing, Chen Xian did not bother them. Set the things on the table one by one, individually. After they are set up, he took a deep breath and adjusted himself, then began to devote himself fully to the crafting of the spell, strictly following the method of refining a magic weapon. He didn't dare to have the slightest sloppiness or omission. Time passes at your fingertips without you even realizing it. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the magic weapon, feeling every ounce of its breath with his heart and giving it life with his soul. Chen Xian chose a magic weapon that could be contained within his body, and then paired it with the Ascension Realm Elder Ancestor's golden body to refine and fuse it together. Elder Xiaoming cultivated the natural method of heaven and earth, which evolved through the cultivation method of spirit beasts. It was also for this reason that Chen Xian chose to use his golden body to refine this type of magic treasure to augment his own body, which was most applicable. The top grade of the forged dust essence spirit is thrown inside as if it doesn't need money. Big brother, what are you doing? At this time, Little Eight woke up and looked at Chen Xian curiously. Chen Xian said, "Where's the magic treasure refining?" Little Donkey asked if it would take as long this time as it did last time. Little Donkey remembered that the last time Chen Xian had refined a sword embryo in the Wei clan, it had taken several years. Chen Xian shook his head. No, it won't take that long this time. The donkey is about to reach the 4th scenery, right? Chen Xian said. Fate is not determined by heaven to become a Jindan. The Great Tao will begin its first exploration from here on out. I think that with your natural talent, Mao Donkey, it won't be a problem to create one of the strongest Jindans. It's true that this is true. Burros do have a special physique. Even in small mountain villages, where the aura is thin, a spirit can be born. He was taken out of the mountain village by Lin Dowling and met Chen Xian again by chance. The little donkey was unusually excited at hearing this. Tussling might be more suitable for you. Go to the gladiator arena and practice. Don't fight those life and death matches, lest you get killed. So little donkey took Hachi to the gladiatorial arena and signed up. The burro couldn't speak, and Hachi acted as a translator throughout. Can you fight? Other than my big brother. It's my donkey brother who can fight the most, Hachi said smugly with her arms around her chest. What? Ask my donkey brother to fight a few views of his opponent? Hachi looked to the burro, who grinned. 3 views of random hits. Hachi nodded and instantly ran over to the person at the registration desk. My donkey brother said he specializes in fighting opponents with a 5 Jing cultivation level. The little donkey stood at a distance, not even noticing the conversation over here. Hachi turned her head and gave him a reassuring smile. So not surprisingly, the burro was carried back on the first day. The next day, the little donkey's injuries healed at a staggeringly fast rate. This time the one lying on the ground was replaced by Hachi. After learning the truth, the burro popped Hachi hard and whacked him, and after some twists and turns, that's when he stepped back into the gladiator ring. As time passed, the prototype of Chen Xian's refined magic weapon gradually emerged. At this moment, he seemed to be one with the magic weapon, pouring his emotions and energy into it. Gladiator. Boom! The little donkey let out a long whistle to the sky. Another opponent was knocked to the ground by it. Asterisk. This donkey is fierce. 3 views to beat 4. It's been months in a row. Bet it all on the next hand. Although this level of battle couldn't enter the eyes of some cultivators, it was still very lively in the gladiatorial arena. The burro watched as another cultivator stood in front of him, holding a talismanic stick in his hand. The donkey shook his head, pointed his finger at the remaining 7 cultivators behind him who were stupidly impatient to get on stage, and hooked his finger again. Hachi shouted, "What my donkey brother means is for you all to go together." These words exploded in the crowd like thunder, and the whole place boiled over. Arrogant. The cultivator standing on the stage holding the talisman stick was filled with rage, feeling that his dignity had been greatly insulted. With a furious cry, he swung his talismanic stick, and then he struck fiercely towards the other party. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened, only to see that donkey leap violently, and with one punch, he actually knocked that cultivator rolling off the stage with his stick. The remaining 7 people were not idle people, and when they saw this, their hearts could not help but be shocked. The 7 looked at each other, and a tacit understanding was revealed in their eyes. Together, the 7 were by no means idle, and 2 of them were already at the peak of the 4 scenery. 7 against 1. The cheers around the gladiatorial arena grew louder. The fight gradually came to a stalemate. Although the burro is strong, in the end, it is still difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. On top of the battlefield, there were still donkeys left, as well as 2 peak 4 scenic cultivators and 1 3 scenic cultivator. This is an ass? It's too damn beatable. A 4 scenic cultivator gasped and stared at the burro not far away. We're the ones who win anyway. It's just not a very pretty win is all. Another 4 scenic cultivator said. The burro's body trembled slightly, every muscle tensed up, and his eyes glittered with determination. As the power continued to converge, the muscles around the burro's body popped up at the roots, as if they were energized by a powerful energy. The beating of those muscles was the pulse of life beating fiercely. Each contraction and extension was accompanied by an explosion of chi and blood, as if a blazing flame was burning inside it. Its breathing became rapid and forceful, as if it could hear the breath tumbling through its chest. At this moment, the burro displayed an unparalleled strength and tenacity. Take a step and break the scenery. Surprisingly, he had taken a step from the peak of the 3 scenarios to the peak of the 4 scenarios. Fate cannot be changed by heaven to become a golden elixir, and from then on, the great Tao will begin to explore for the first time. Boom boom boom. Crisp ringing sounds suddenly rang out, and the 3 cultivators' magic treasures shattered in an instant. The burro, whose height had steeply risen by more than 2 feet, brought a sense of oppression that was self-evident. On stage, Hachi looked at Donkey in surprise. It's over. I can't offend Donkey from now on. This gave himself a punch that had to be a straight-up reincarnation. As the burro stepped into the pinnacle of the four scenery, a vision suddenly appeared in the air somewhere in the Bahai. In that thrilling moment when the burro ascends to the summit of the four views. Meanwhile, somewhere in Bahai, a strange sight suddenly appeared in the sky. This mysterious vision was like a bright meteor that cut through the tranquil sky at an astonishing speed, like a beam of strange light that instantly attracted everyone's attention. People's eyes showed astonishment and curiosity, as if they were pulled by an invisible force, and they couldn't help but look towards that mysterious light. What the hell? Elemental turbulence again? Inside the inn, Chen Xian looked at the colorful three-legged round tripod in front of him, and the feet of the furnace imitated the four-legged square tripod, combining the softness of the round tripod with the rigidity of the square tripod. The dragon and horse on the lid of the furnace for the dragon head and horse body with flying wings. The furnace of the abdomen and feet connected to the tortoise. The furnace foot for the elephant trunk. Originally a 7th grade talisman treasure, it had been placed in the innate nonpareil lake to be refined by the ancient relic species Shangliu. Now that it had been re-refined by Qin Xian, and the Ascension Realm cultivator's golden body had been used as a guide. Since it was refined by the golden body of Elder Xiaoming, let's call it Xiaomingding. Chen Xian carefully introduced it into his body as if he was welcoming a precious newborn. He could feel the powerful force gradually merging with his body, like a torrent rushing into a dry riverbed. The moment the human tripod was united, his body trembled slightly, and his powerful strength was like a raging wave. At the moment the body was filled with a torrent of power, every cell cheering and sucking greedily at the powerful energy, feeling the power flow through his body, as if it had merged with himself and become a part of his life. Chen Xian's state of mind became incomparably calm, as if the entire world was just him and this powerful force. He could clearly feel the changes in himself. His body became tougher and his strength was climbing, one step closer to regaining his peak. Shortened. Sorry for today. Chapter 160, An Unexpected Old Friend. The burro and Hachi wrapped their arms around each other and bared their big teeth as they headed back to the inn. The burro took one step from the peak of the 3 views to the peak of the 4 views, achieved the strongest Jindan 4 sceneries. Hachi called affectionately with a mouthful of brother donkey. It was only when we walked to the inn that we realized the strangeness. Just see a cloud hanging in the air of the inn. Nowhere else but here in Child. The rain poured down. The owner of the inn was angry and cursed. Not far from the sun is bright, but this inn on the top of the rain pouring. When they got back to the house, Donkey and Hachi saw that boss was grilling skewers alone in the house. Well, back just in time. Big brother, you also know that brother Donkey has made a breakthrough, right? You're going to make a celebration banquet for brother Donkey? Chen Xian nodded and calmly said, it just so happens that there is a double happiness. Your big brother and I and brother Donkey broke through at the same time. The burro gave a puzzled look. Big brother, you broke through as well? Little 8 was curious. Didn't you just make a breakthrough in the Een Mountain Willow God's territory not long ago? Big brother? Another breakthrough. Chen Xian carelessly skewered the kebabs. After fusing Chen Xiv's root bones, Chen Xian had originally taken a step to recover to the peak of the 7th scene. This time, it was fused with a magic treasure refined from the Ascension Realm's golden body, the Qiao Mingding, smoothly assisting Chen Xian to step into the 8th scenic, fractal spirit realm. There were 3 sub-realms in the divine separation realm, Yangshen, Violet Mansion, and Immortal Bridge. Chen Xian is now a Yang God. Crush the vacuum to see the Yangshen, and go up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 ghosts. It could perform Dharma heaven and earth, countless times stronger than the Dharma body Dharma phase of the 7 scenes. Big brother, you've broken through the realm. Why can't you see that you're happy? Little 8 asked. Chen Xian smiled faintly. This taste of breaking through the realm was all used to before, and now it's merely a retread of the old path. Even if he regained his strength and took a step into the peak of the 7 scenic spectacles in succession, breaking through the realm again and returning to the 8th scenic Yangshan realm. For those cultivation powerhouses, this story is simply heavenly. Even if one possessed a magic treasure refined by an Ascension realm golden body, it would not be so. Even if the Tao heart was broken and fell off the realm, one would want to regain the realm. It's like retracing an unknown path. Not to mention the case of Chen Xian, which was just because he was Chen Xian. Kebabs today. They moved their stuff to the top of the loft and put up the umbrellas again. The sky was fluttering with snow 1 minute and rain the next. Fresh pieces of meat are skewered on aromatic bamboo skewers, and they roast over a blazing fire with mouth-watering sizzling noises and beads of oil leaping merrily. Each piece of meat is grilled to a golden crisp and has a tantalizing aroma that makes your taste buds rejoice. Looking at the scene of bubbling oil, I can't help but be filled with anticipation and satisfaction, and my mouth gushes in my throat. The inn towered over the clouds, as tall as a 5-story pavilion, and it was magnificent. Standing on it, the view opens up to most of the beauty. The view is breathtakingly beautiful. Not far down the street, there's hilarity to be seen. It didn't take long for people to kill each other, and I don't know what for. The fight was so intense, as if there was some kind of deep hatred. Chen Xian, Donkey and Little Eight were sitting in the attic, drinking wine and jerking off skewers. Watch the fight below. The clouds are rolling in, and it's so comfortable. Upon closer inspection, each person kills for a different reason. Some people do it because they see others being bullied and go out and murder them. Some people do it because they don't see eye to eye with each other. Anyway, each has their own reasons. The zone of chaos has never been the same, and it has never changed. There are fugitives here, people from the devil cults, and disciples hunted by the sects. Yo, another big beauty? It's beautiful. That body. Sheesh. At the entrance of Bahai, the guards couldn't help but let out a tisk tsk sound as they looked at the two young people, a man and a woman, who had just walked in. The gazes of the several guards were dead set on the back of the young female cultivator until they disappeared from sight. Such a beautiful woman is probably going to be targeted as soon as she arrives. Ha! The pretty ones can't be messed with. Otherwise they would have been captured and made into a furnace long ago. Ha ha ha. A few people let out a hearty laugh. Walking down the street, feeling the dark prying eyes, Qinping couldn't help but feel a chill. I say, senior sister, why do we have to come to such a place? This man and woman were no one else but Ningying and Qinping of the Qingyun Sect's Tongtian Peak. Ningying said, it's not like I asked you to follow me here. I can rest assured if you come alone. Qinping said, a few months ago, Ningying, who had been hiding in the Qingyun Sect, suddenly proposed to go out on a mission. Qinping felt that something wasn't quite right, and only after asking after her did she learn that her senior sister Ningying was actually going to seek out Qin Xian. Qinping's entire body was confused when she got the news at that time. What the hell? To find Qin Xian? Ningying is not because of the fear that Qin Xian want to kill her, so afraid to hide in the Qingyun Sect. The whole day God chatter. Even the master is worried about the broken heart of the Tao. It was hard to figure out how to go out, and the first thing he did was surprisingly to seek out Qin Xian. Qinping felt finished at that time. The senior sister was crazy. Who knew that? Ningying said. I'm looking for senior brotherly for something big. You don't have to care. Qinping was anxious. Fine. First of all, no matter what you're looking for him for, where are you going to find him? Right now the entire Qingyun Sect doesn't know where he is. Ningying only said that she might know, and that perhaps Qin Xian would go to that place. Qinping really couldn't rest assured, and could only use the name of carrying out the mission to follow. It was just that he had never thought that his senior sister would come to the zone of chaos. The zone of chaos? As the name suggests, it is full of danger and the unknown. A lawless place. In this zone, no one can care. Even if you die here, no one will probably find out. Not to mention Qinping and Ningying, the two disciples of the Qingyun Sect, plus the senior sister Ningying. This body, such appearance, as soon as it appeared, it attracted countless prying eyes. Qinping swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Senior sister, is senior brotherly really here? Probably. I've followed him here before. Ningying recalled that time, when Qin Xian was young but arrogant, and exaggerated 666 consecutive victories in the gladiatorial arena in the zone of chaos, directly convincing everyone. Qinping said in disbelief. Then why do you have to look for senior brotherly? Weren't you avoiding him some time ago? Not to mention the fact that senior brotherly is now wanted by the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 161. Senior sister. Why on earth? Faced with Qinping's follow-up question, Ningying did not answer immediately. Qinping didn't know why Ningying had suddenly transformed so drastically, which was natural. Ningying had finally come to her senses after months of painful thinking. Instead of waiting in fear for Qin Xian to come and take revenge on him, it was better to take the initiative. Of course, this taking the initiative did not mean that she was prepared to kill Qin Xian. That's not called being proactive. That's called worrying that you've lived too long. She wanted to go to Qin Xian and take the blame for her sins to settle the grudge between the two sides, and he told Qin Xian an important piece of news. She believed that as long as Qin Xian received this news, not so much that he would get back together with himself, but he would certainly not kill himself. This news, however, had to be told to Qin Xian as soon as possible. When Qin Xian found out about it from another source, this information about himself would have no value whatsoever. That was why Ningying had risked her life to come to this zone of chaos. With the understanding she once had of Qin Xian, she might find him here. Just then, the body of a female cultivator was thrown to the side of the road. This female cultivator, relying on her cultivation, broke into this zone of chaos all by herself. But in the end, it was a single force, and was found an opportunity to jointly give a siege. Not to mention that the body was also insulted. Qinping couldn't help but feel a wave of viciousness and quickened her pace. Senior sister, this place is too dangerous. As he walked into an alleyway, he was suddenly blocked front and back. Hey, brothers have followed you all the way. Qinping looked at the dozen or so big men. These people looked a bit familiar, as if they had all been seen on the street just now. These Hans held various talismanic weapons and gazed at the two of them wistfully. A quick glance showed that these people were old hands, attacking and killing newcomers to the city here from time to time. As for Chen Xian not being attacked by them, it was entirely because Chen Xian was lucky. Of course, technically not meeting Chen Xian was considered lucky for them. Moments later, Ningying and Chen Ping walked out of the alley. There were already a dozen more bodies in the alley. The two, no matter what, were also disciples of the Tongtian Peak, which had the strictest disciple intake in the Qingyun Sect. Not just anyone can touch the porcelain. Chen Ping tiptoed carefully with a look of disgust. Let's find an inn to stay at first, Ningying said. Good. The duo found an inn that was fairly decent. What? A one-night stay actually costs 100 top-grade spirit stones. Chen Ping opened her mouth wide in disbelief. It's just that you don't need this price even if you stay one night in the cave of Kyushu. It's all at this price. Love it or leave it. The innkeeper didn't raise his head, and he looked like he was in love. Chen Ping wanted to cut the price again, but Ningying had already paid. Stay for half a month first, and the shopkeeper will ask you about someone. Ningying gave some more spirit stones. Do you know Chen Xian? Who? The shopkeeper frowned. Chen Xian. The shopkeeper froze, finally lifting his head up and sizing up Ningying squarely. Chen Xian? Chen Xian of the Qingyun Sect? Yes, the shopkeeper said. Little girl, do you know what intelligence about Chen Xian is worth right now? Ever since the Qingyun Sect wanted Chen Xian, the price of information about Chen Xian has flipped hundreds of times. And with this amount of spirit stones, you still want to pry into Chen Xian's affairs? Ningying said indifferently. Spirit stones aren't a problem. As long as there are clues to him, I'll take them. Yes. The shopkeeper smiled mysteriously. Ningying and Chen Ping entered the room. Immediately after that, the donkey and Hachi went downstairs, because they had won consecutively for several months in the gladiatorial arena. Thus the donkey had ruthlessly earned a large amount of spirit stones. At the moment, it was about to take Hachi to the streets for a shopping spree. The two sides just missed each other, but even if they met, I'm afraid they wouldn't recognize each other. Just now it was still sunny, but now the snow was pouring down. Chen Xian took 2 sips of his wine gourd every now and then, his shoulders and head covered in snow. From the moment Ningying and Chen Ping stepped inside the inn just now, he had sensed the aura of the two. As the duo's senior brother, Chen Xian could not be more familiar with their auras. Through Ningying's conversation with the shopkeeper, he learned that the duo had come to find themselves. To hunt yourself down? But to come to yourself in such a big way, and to send these two? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Chen Xian was a bit confused, but he didn't think too much about it. The duo posed little threat to themselves. A narrow road between enemies. Chen Xian sighed with emotion, but he did not have any thoughts of going to find the other party. He came to this zone of chaos to escape a clean slate. Now that the people from the Green Cloud sect had discovered their whereabouts, it would be troublesome. Before one's strength was fully restored, it was better to hide as much as one could from those old men of the Qingyun sect. He closed his eyes and didn't think about the mess. A few days later, Ningying and Chen Ping had found nothing, not even a semblance of Chen Xian's whereabouts. Just as Ningying was greatly disappointed, the innkeeper suddenly told them that they had a clue. Subtime. Chen Ping rubbed her hands together, her small eyes darting around. This shopkeeper is godly, but just giving a message. Why do you have to come to such a place? The shopkeeper had news but did not say so explicitly, but told them the time and place to go as promised. It can't be. It's not going to be on us, is it? Chen Ping looked worried. Don't worry. I've asked around about this shopkeeper. He's very reputable, and he said he'd bring a man to see us. Who? I don't know. It couldn't be Senior Brotherly, could it? Ningying guessed. How could it be? The two were talking. A figure walked over. It was the innkeeper. Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone who will tell you where Chen Xian is now. What person? Chen Ping pursued. Don't ask too many questions. Just go. The shopkeeper walked in front of him. His speed was fast, and he walked for half an hour. The leaves around them rubbed against each other in the fresh breeze, making a crisp sound. Salsa. Chen Ping was in a trance and suddenly realized that it was not good. Elder sister. Trapped. His voice came to a screeching halt. A hideous and horrible bloody face and mutilated corpses came to Chen Ping in all directions. Countless bloody hands grabbed at him. Chen Ping's breath caught in her throat. She was trapped. Fell into the other side's trap. He gathered his thoughts and ran his fingers alongside his eyes. Breaking through the falsehood. Chen Ping looks hangdog and unreliable. In reality, which one who could enter the Tongtian Peak could be a simple character. Chapter 162 Big Brother Summoning Technique. Chen Ping broke through the illusion, only to realize that her body had been covered by vines. He wanted to break through the vines that bound him. Don't waste your breath. It's poisoned. The shopkeeper laughed grimly. He was very confident in his poisonous ways. coupled with the poison that he had given them over the past few days. After today's catalyst, along with his own poison array, the effect was immediately seen. To practice the Tao of poison is to not be able to fight with people in a righteous manner. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be a match for either of the two sides. But the cultivation world just doesn't lack examples of guttering. The disciples of the Green Cloud Sect dared to come to this area of chaos. You guys are really bold. I can smell that odor on you all with one whiff. Chen Ping's face was full of helplessness. He had felt that there was something wrong with things right from the start, and he blamed this naive senior sister of his. Senior sister, didn't you say that you've inquired about this shopkeeper from other people and that he's very reliable? The shopkeeper laughed. That's natural. Those who felt I was unreliable are all dead. There are no bad reviews. Chen Ping cursed. Grandma's leg. Ningying also looked desperate. Chen Ping forced herself to be calm. If you kill us, the Qingyun Sect will not let you go. It's not too late for you to turn back now. The shopkeeper laughed coldly. You're fooling a 3-year-old. I'll kill you all here. Who can know? He didn't want to say any more than that. It's a shame to kill the men, but it's a shame to kill the women just like that. Enjoy yourself after the poison is wasted. He was about to strike when suddenly there was a rustling in the bushes. In the next moment, a figure was directly sent flying. Ouch! Mama! It hurts me. Hachi was slapped into mud on the ground, but soon his body was extremely resilient and recovered. Immediately after that, another figure followed. A palm slapped Hachi flat again, then grabbed it in his hand and gnawed and bit it again. Brother Donkey, spare me. Brother Donkey, spare me. I didn't mean it. Donkey and Hachi have recently become addicted to the popular novels about grave robbers, and when chatting with others, they know that there are many cemeteries in this chaotic area. So the two of them had a bright idea and agreed to come here in the middle of the night to dig a grave. Halfway through digging, the burro got too tired and commanded Hachi to dig, eating the fruit leisurely himself. He ran off to poop. Hachi was furious that he couldn't sneak out of hiding and stab it in the ass from behind with a branch. The burro ended up finding it and furiously giving it another blowjob. That's what makes the scene. The burro raised his head to look at the three, grinned, and then prepared to leave with Hachi as if nothing had happened. Excuse me. The shopkeeper looked at the donkey and the elf. Naturally, he recognized that these were the tenants in the inn, and that the donkey among them had been winning in the gladiatorial arena for months on end. It's just that the elf, the shopkeeper, hadn't looked closely before. Now take a closer look. Hachi was previously covered by Qin Xian's body because he was carrying the precious jade Qin Xian had given him, shielding his body's qi. Feng, however, in the midst of the scuffle with the donkey, accidentally dropped Bao Yu. At this moment, the real body was seen by that shopkeeper. If it were anyone else, they would most likely not notice anything, even without Bao Yu. But on the contrary, the shopkeeper has seen a lot of knowledge. Other people do not know the goods, but he recognized that the sperm is white jade ginseng fruit at a glance. A transformed white jade ginseng fruit. Hiss! The shopkeeper sucked in a breath of cold air. Stop! He was overjoyed, and with a wave of his sleeve, a palm containing poisonous qi immediately grabbed at them. The burro and Hachi are naturally no match for him, and the burro doesn't hesitate to spread his legs and run. However, with its cultivation level in front of the shopkeeper, it was like a small child. The burro rolled on the ground a few times before barely standing up. It glanced at Hachi and unfolded its aura shield with both hands. Mother asterisk 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 her. It's no match. You go. It knows that Hachi is good at hiding from the ground, and this is the life-saving skill that comes with it after it opens up its spiritual wisdom. With Hachi's speed, he should be able to escape. Donkey! Hachi had tears in her eyes. The years of cold know the pine and cypress in times of trouble see true love. Do not look at the two of them usually play around to the moment of crisis but cannot hesitate to step forward. It's at a time like this, and you're telling me to get out of here. How can I go fast when I should be running? Hachia did not hesitate. A recluse disappeared without a trace. Burrows. It should have been eaten a long time ago. The shopkeeper didn't pay any attention to the donkey at all, and intuitively swept past the other party, dodging to chase after the escaping white jade ginseng fruit. Next moment, Big Brother summoning. Chen Xian appeared rather somewhat helplessly, looking at Ningying and Chen Ping who were not far away, and then at the shopkeeper. Yo, the shopkeeper still has the leisure to come out for a walk at this late hour? The shopkeeper frowned slightly, secretly pinching a talismanic jade as he looked kindly at Chen Xian. I can't see that you, Taoist friend, would dare to carry a transformed white jade ginseng fruit around so ostentatiously. Chen Xian said indifferently. It doesn't matter. There aren't many who recognize it anyway. The shopkeeper has a rare good eye. I have been reading books since I was young, and I was fortunate enough to have seen it in a book, and I thought it was just a legend, but I never thought that I would actually meet it. The shopkeeper spoke slowly and did not show any hostility towards Xuanxiao. In fact, the hands of the Fuyu is urging the emission of invisible and tasteless toxins, such as toxins spread to the other party's body, sealing the other party's orifices. Is the fish on the board? He wasn't good at fighting head-on, so he often showed weakness in hand-to-hand combat. The shopkeeper continued. When the water washed over the Dragon King temple, the family did not recognize the family. In that case, I'll pretend I didn't see it. So facetious? Naturally, one more friend is better than one more enemy. The shopkeeper laughed. Xuanxiao also laughed. Don't pinch that talismanic jade of yours, poison is of no use to me at all. The first time Xuanxiao was poisoned was by ghost hand divine Dr. Lianggan. That was the first and last time. The shopkeeper's face stiffened slightly. Then he turned around and ran without hesitation. His back spread out his wings, and his figure flashed away like lightning. In the next instant, this electric light was split in two in the air and landed somewhere in the forest. Xuanxiao withdrew his sword skill. Hachi crossed its arms proudly, as if it was the one who made the move, and deigning to run to the burrow again. Brother! The burrow swallowed it in one gulp. Ooh-hoo, brother donkey have mercy. Let's go. Get back. Xuanxiao stuck his hands in his sleeves and yawned lazily. Senior brother. Senior brotherly. It's senior brotherly, right? Chen Ping shouted. Xuanxiao didn't reply and scratched his head in some annoyance. Trouble being recognized. Senior brotherly, please don't misunderstand, I'm accompanying my senior sister to look for you. I don't know anything. Ningying took a deep breath and spoke weakly. Senior brotherly, I am specifically seeking you out this time. I have something important to say to you. Ink bamboo. Senior sister Maju. Xuanxiao originally had no interest in hearing her out, but suddenly heard her mention Emoju and instantly became interested. Mochizuki? What happened to Mochizuki? Ningying was concerned about the presence of Chen Ping and didn't continue on. After all, this matter was not known to several disciples of the Qingyun Sect. It was an untold secret of the Qingyun Sect, and Ningying had learned of it unintentionally. Xuanxiao waved his hand, and immediately, he heard Chen Ping let out a hysterical yell. Ouch! What's wrong? Why can't I see anything? Can't feel anything anymore? Hey, what's going on? Chen Ping exclaimed. It's over. My toxin has entered my body. Senior sister, quickly help me suck out the poison. Xuanxiao said to Ningying. I temporarily sealed his five senses. Say what happened to Emoju? Chapter 163, You're not worth my attention. Something has happened to senior sister Maju. Xuanxiao did not say anything and silently continued to listen. Ningying continued. Senior sister Maju disappeared some time ago, and the upper echelons said that senior sister Maju had gone into seclusion to cultivate. But I know that senior sister Maju was captured by them. Arrest her for what? Senior sister Maju wanted to quit the division. The elders naturally wouldn't agree, but senior sister Maju insisted. And when they saw that they couldn't change senior sister Maju's mind, they had no choice but to come up with this plan. Xuanxiao rubbed his forehead. This girl, at your age, you're still so naive. One didn't need to think about it to know that Maju's withdrawal from the division was definitely because of himself. However, he was a little curious as to why Ningying had traveled a long way to tell himself about this matter. He shot a somewhat puzzled glance at Ningying. Ningying's toxin had entered her body, and at this point, her body was paralyzed, and even her speech was a bit labored. It looks pathetic. Ningying was aware of Xuanxiao's doubts and spoke with difficulty. Senior brotherly, senior sister Maju and I have a deep bond, and senior sister is unwilling to see senior sister suffer, so she has come to tell me. Hearing this explanation, Xuanxiao could not help but want to laugh. Deeply emotional? You're so easy to talk to, aren't you? Who in the Qingyun Sect didn't know that Emoju and junior sister Ningying had always been at odds? Maju never got used to seeing Ningying's sympathetic appearance. Then later, when Xuanxiao's cultivation was abolished, Ningying saw that there was no hope for him to recover his cultivation, so she cut off her relationship with him. It was even more displeasing to Inkbrush. Xuanxiao rubbed his chin with his fingers. If you don't tell the truth, I fully suspect that this is a trap that the Qingyun Sect has set against me. He really couldn't trust Ningying. From Xuanxiao's perspective, if it was really like what Ningying had said, Emoju was under house arrest by the Qingyun Sect, then how could Ningying risk turning against the Green Cloud Sect by telling herself this news? Ningying's face changed slightly. Elder brother, Ying's words are true. Never dare to have half a sentence of falsification. Xuanxiao said indifferently. How can I trust you? Ningying bit her lip. This, senior brother, my character. She got halfway through her sentence and couldn't stop herself. His own character, even in his own eyes, is not very good, let alone for Xuanxiao. If you've come here to deliberately hoodwink me, then you've got a lot of nerve. Xuanxiao decided to scare the other party and force them to tell the truth. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Xuanxiao's body, Ning Ying's already white and delicate face was even paler at this moment, and she couldn't help but tremble, like stripping down and standing in the freezing cold. She understood very well that the Qin Xian of today was no longer the senior brotherly who had once treated her lovingly in the Qingyun Sect. At this moment, he was really going to make a move to kill himself. Chen 14, the second elder, is the best example. Chen Ping, who had her 5 senses sealed on the side, was still yelling and screaming in a somewhat comical manner. Senior, I'm sorry. Ningying hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but spit out the truth. Senior brotherly, you once brought me to the initiation and saved my life many times, and I abandoned you at the lowest point in your life. I'm sorry, I have a good face, tend to be aggressive, and like to climb up the ladder. I've lived in the Ning family since I was a child, and my mother was nothing more than a servant of the Ning family, and even after giving birth to me, we mother and daughter were bullied in the Ning family. Then I was chosen by you and entered the Tongtian Peak, and I swore that I would make a name for myself in this life and never live like that again. I used to follow behind my senior brother all day long, not because I liked him, but simply because I liked strong people. I followed you, that's why no one dared to bully me like they did before, and my fellow brothers and sisters in the Ning family are all in awe of me. The elders of my parents have turned 180 degrees toward me. But, then you had an accident, and then you were expelled from the division and your cultivation was restored, and killed Chen 14 and the second elder. I know you resent me more than you resent them. I was afraid you'd kill me, so I hid in the Green Cloud sect and didn't dare come out. These days I don't have the heart to practice at all. I have nightmares without a day's work, and I can't be still to practice at all. That's why I went out of my way to go behind the back of the Green Cloud sect to come and tell you about Senior Sister Maju's news. I'm scared to death, thinking about letting you spare my life. Chen Xian stood silently in front of Ningying, looking at this once naive and romantic junior sister. He remembered the first time he met Ningying. At that time, Ningying was young, but she could predict that she would be a beauty in the future. Although she was a child of the Ning family, except that she was not even dressed as well as the other subordinates. Ningying stood in the last row of her siblings of the same generation in the Ning family, her head lowered and very nervous. The rest of the Ning family was talking and laughing, looking like they were determined to win. Their examiner was Chen Xian, who was not much older than them at that time, yet was already in existence beyond their reach. Although there is no name of the Peak Master, but has the power of the Peak Master, in charge of the Tongtian Peak. With a single glance, Chen Xian spotted Ningying in the crowd. Ningying also raised her head at precisely the same time, and with 4 eyes facing each other, there was a future destiny. At this moment, Ningying was crying like a pear. Elder brother, I know I'm sorry, but I never meant to harm you, and I know I owe you several lives. I only beg you not to kill me. If I die, my mother will surely be bullied to death by several other aunts in the Ning family. After a long time, Chen Xian faintly said, you're overthinking it. I don't have you on my mind, much less trying to kill you, because it's not worth it. I don't hate anyone, and I don't want to kill anyone. Chen 14 and the second elder repeatedly tried to put me to death before I ended up like this. As for you, don't think so much, you're not that important. I thank you for what happened to Inkbrush, whatever your intentions were. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to Ningying and waved his hand to greet the donkey and little 8, who were watching the show from the side, just walked right on by. Ningying, on the other hand, stared at Chen Xian's back in a daze, 1,000 words welling up in her heart, but when they reached her lips, nothing could be said. She thought of a million possibilities, thought about how brotherly would retaliate against himself, how he would taunt himself and even swear at him. This is all acceptable. Yet nothing. Chen Xian was always at peace. He said you're totally overthinking it, and that you're not even worth caring about. Chapter 164, The Story of the Devil Sect's Protector Ying. Ah, help. Senior brotherly, I haven't done anything to wrong you. You forgot that when my butt was injured back then, it was you who personally gave me medicine. After your cultivation was abolished, we even stole a pumpkin together. Senior brotherly, Chen Ping shouted, her voice echoing in the night. Ningying, who was on the side, had a very complicated face. She really couldn't describe what she was feeling right now, having clearly unraveled her heart to Chen Xian. Ming spilled everything, obviously knowing that Chen Xian wouldn't be going to kill herself. She should be as relieved as she could be. But no. Instead she felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Ningying took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. It seemed as if he wanted to use it to exhale all the burden, but the weight on his body didn't diminish in the slightest. On the way back, little 8 and the donkey could clearly see that Chen Xian was in a somewhat bad mood, so just follow in silence. Chen Xian was indeed somewhat distressed at the moment. There's some trouble, although Mochizuki is not in danger for the time being. However, Chen Xian was more than clear about the methods of the Qingyun Sect. It is not guaranteed that after some time, they will want to kill and kill. Tisk, this girl. She always does things so impulsively and doesn't think of a way back for herself. Chen Xian sighed helplessly. Nowadays, although he had re-stepped into the 8 scenes, he was going to say that he was going to kill the Qingyun Sect squarely and openly and save Moju. It's really a bit delusional to think that you can just walk away. If he were to step into the 9th realm, he would have that certainty. Just for now, not to mention anything else, that Green Cloud Sect Grand Formation alone was enough for the onlookers to drink a pot of water. Against the Qingyun Sect Grand Formation, Chen Xian had a way. After all, he was partly to blame for the perfection of the Great Formation. He had to think of a way to lure those old guys from the Green Cloud Sect out so that he could do it himself. But how can we lure those old guys out? Just what kind of big deal can cause those old guys to come out? As he thought about it, he walked all the way back to the inn. Chen Xian suddenly remembered someone, the left guardian of the Devil's Cult. I'll be there. The personal son of the 3rd contribution elder of the Hall of Elders of the Devil Cult, known as the 3rd Highness of the Devil Cult. Some years ago, when he himself rode in a flying boat, he met this remnant of the demon cult back then on the flying boat, and one of the few important figures of the demon cult that survived the world. I also met the 2nd elder at that time, which was interesting. At this moment, Chen Xian suddenly remembered Yingjia. I'm not sure that's enough. After all, it was also the left protector of the demonic religion, although he was disabled by himself. However, at a later stage, because of the destruction of the demon cult, he managed to survive, and as a result, he took advantage of absorbing the golden bodies of several demon cult elders to force his way into the Ascension realm. And then, it was nowhere to be found. If the news of Yingjia reappeared in the world, the Qingyun Sect would definitely make a move. Now, the reputation of the Green Cloud Sect was in tatters. It must be used to make a big deal out of this and re-establish its prestige. But where is this Ying now? And how to lure him out? Soon, Chen Xian came up with a good idea. The Zone of Chaos, Pomp and Circumstance Tavern. This was the most prosperous street in the entire Zone of Chaos. The tavern is also the most famous and prosperous tavern in the entire chaotic area. Inside the tavern, the smell of alcohol and smoke was thick. The clamor of people and the crisp sounds of clinking cups and glasses intertwined to form a unique symphony. Chen Ping looked around. Then he took a sip of the spirits and deliberately shouted, "Have you heard? The devil cult protector should have reappeared in the present world." Ninging pursed her lips, obviously not acting as well as Chen Ping. Really? Really? Of course it's true. Some time ago, I saw with my own eyes people calling him Ing Deshanren. It's said that now that he's been converted, even the righteous are in awe of him. The corners of Chen Ping's mouth rose as she spoke spitefully. Ninging said, "That can't be right. I've seen this person. Ing, this person is extremely evil and does all sorts of bad things." Chen Ping slapped the table with a bang. "No way, I've seen it with my own eyes, and now people are reformed." According to reliable sources, he was an undercover agent for the righteous back then, and people were lurking. It's only in order to protect his personal safety and avoid retaliation by the remnants of the Demon Sect that he's been hiding his identity. For a moment, the noise in the tavern quieted. The only voices were those of Chen Ping and Ninging. Everyone pricked up their ears. Seeing the good effect, Chen Ping continued. This left guardian of the devil cult called Ying is actually a kind-hearted and upright person. His righteous behavior stems from his big heart. It is said that when he was just born, he displayed a distinctive kindness and generosity. When he was still at the age of wailing, facing his brother who was equally hungry as he was, he took the initiative to give up his mother's milk to his brother to drink. This small gesture may seem insignificant to the casual observer, but it is enough to highlight his selfless qualities and caring feelings for his family. By the time Ying reached the age of 2, he had begun to understand how to care for and look after others. He will offer to share his toys with his brother and will reach out a warm little hand to comfort other children when he sees them crying. Growing up, his kindness was like sunshine, warming everyone around him. The people around them were dumbfounded as they listened. Many of them had experienced the times when demonic cults were rampant. Now that the devil cult had been destroyed, the news of the devil cult could be considered the most eye-catching. Not to mention, it was also the famous devil cult protector Ying who was a big name back then. Chen Ping took a sip of her drink and cleared her throat. How righteous is this man? Mr. Ying? Ying's wife is as beautiful as a flower and is said to be the most beautiful woman on earth. Ying was drinking with someone in a tavern when he heard a passerby praising his wife's good looks. Immediately, he gave his wife away with a big hand. Seeing a beggar by the roadside, he immediately gave his entire fortune to the other side, without even blinking an eye. Then how did he end up going undercover in the Demon Sect? A drinker asked curiously. Chen Ping slapped the table, like a storyteller in a tea house. This customer, you've asked the right question. Today I'll tell you a good story about the legendary undercover experience of this Ying Great Goodman. Yes, Applause erupted around the room. For the next few days in a row, Qin Ping recounted the compiled story of Ying the great benefactor. The story is a tale of ups and downs, suspense and tears. Qin Ping is not a powerful family. His father is the one who said the book. Before he worshipped the Green Cloud Sect, he then followed his father's ass all day long and was therefore extremely talented. Because it was so hot, it caused the tavern to be filled to capacity. And even the tavern shopkeeper had specially set up a special seat for Qin Ping. Chapter 165. If there was a place in the Kyushu where news spread the fastest, it was undoubtedly the zone of chaos. It's a place that brings together people from all over the world. A mix of fish and dragons. And news spreads quickly like the wind. Kyushu. Somewhere. I didn't realize that this Jia was an undercover agent. It's really surprising. Undercover? Ik? Isn't he the left protector of the Demon Sect? I don't know how much blood is on his hands. One look at your ears lately. With that, the man pulled out 2 books. A book with a few big words written on it. The Devil's Cult should be taken, my 300 years of lurking. Another book is written uncovering the true face of the demonic sect's protector. Ing. Go back and watch it properly. I cried 3 times. Ha! At that moment, a guest at another table interjected. What's this? I cried 18 times watching this. It's so touching. Especially that part where Ing was tortured. The people in the devil's religion are really something. This singable spirit. Somewhere in Kyushu, a handsome-looking young man's face was filled with iron, and the cave was even more of a mess. Several attendants stood aside, not daring to say a word. Who the hell is spreading rumors that I'm a good person? That I'm an undercover agent of the righteous path? Don't let me know who it is. I'll kill him, break him into pieces. This person was no other than one of the remaining members of the demon cult, the left protector of the demon cult. Ing. People in the devil's cult, especially old-school characters like Ing. Whatever you say about them, call them devils, murdering demons, executioners, butchers. They don't hear it as a scolding, but rather they willingly feel it as a compliment. But if you say that they are great, good people, of good character, this was simply an insult to their character, negating all that they were as disciples of the Devil Sect. Several of the attendants looked at each other. They had heard these stories, not to mention others. Even they themselves doubted if this was true. After all, who has nothing better to do than spread this rumor? And the story stumbles and falls and is just wonderful. What's more, in order to dismantle the Devil's Sect back then, the righteous cultivators did send many undercover agents to the Devil's Sect. Left protector. Don't get excited. At this moment, a person within the cave who had quite a bit of weight in the Demon Sect leisurely opened his mouth. Today is a secret gathering of the remnants of these demonic cults. These days, they come here from all over. More or less, they have all heard the legendary stories about this devilish protector of Ing, and have even published a novel in words, which has always sold well. I see this matter as a rumor. Lord Ing has always been loyal, even if the Demon Sect is now weak. Lord Ing upholds the original intention of doing bad things. Exactly, I agree. But this matter, that was certified by someone from the Green Cloud Sect. The crowd couldn't help but fall silent at these words. Green Cloud Sect? That's the head of the righteous path. Not only is it certified by the Qingyun Sect, but there's even a critique from Chen Xian. A devil cult elder took out a shadow retaining stone. Retaining stones reveal images. Chen Xian gave a thumbs up. Ing am my close comrade in arms. A good brother to me. The crowd watched the scene incredulously. Ing Jia even took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. That demon cult elder added, this shadow retaining stone has been copied in many copies, and is now being sold in all major cities. The gazes of the crowd were surprised as they looked at Ing Jia. Chen Xian had even stepped forward and personally testified for Ing Jia. There was no need to say what position Chen Xian was in. Ing tried to calm herself down, almost gritting her teeth. Qingyun Sect, I am at loggerheads with you. A man can be killed but not insulted. Who are you to insult me for being a good man? I will do what I say I will do. Half a month later, 2 elders from the inner sect of the Qingyun Sect were attacked by Ing Jia when they were out on a mission. Luckily, he escaped in time and picked up his life. A few more days later, the Silver Sword Peak Master was sneak attacked outside by Ing Jia. The two fought for 10 days and 10 nights, and did not distinguish between winners and losers. However, this left protector of the devil cult seemed to be at a higher level of strength. Many years ago, the Silver Sword Peak Master had once fought with Ing Jia. At that point, it should have been slightly worse. At that time, the demon cult was in its heyday, and now that the demon sect was weak, the Silver Sword Blade Peak Master had fallen back. This once terrifying protector of the demonic sect had now appeared before the eyes of the world once again. The news spread like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. People's hearts will inevitably ripple, and all sorts of naysayers will follow, like a tidal wave. For a time, there was fear and turmoil. As the leader of the righteous path, Qingyun Sect's reputation had suffered a huge blow ever since Chen Xian had been expelled from the sect. Then disciple Chen 14 was killed. The second elder of the law enforcement hall was even murdered at the entrance of the Green Cloud sect. Now, it's the perfect opportunity to re-establish prestige. As a result, disciples from all over the world poked around to find out the whereabouts of this Ying. Shortly afterward, the news came. Even though Li was forced into the Ascension realm, counting as a half-step, he was still powerful. Plus, there was no telling how many remaining members of the demonic religion were behind it. Qingyun Sect didn't dare to be the slightest bit sloppy. If they let the other party escape this time, they also lost some of the disciples of Qingyun Sect. That would be a real loss of face for the Green Cloud Sect. Thus, after learning the news, several elders left the sect at the same time. Almost simultaneously, news of Chen Xian's presence in the zone of chaos spread. Forgetfulness Sect Master is in seclusion. Qingyun Sect Hall of Offerings. The three supply elders secretly left the sect with several disciples and headed straight for the zone of chaos. Green Cloud Gate. The breeze floats. The clouds and shadows float. The wind chimes make a clear and pleasant sound. Just like heavenly music. The great formation of the Green Cloud Sect, created since the founding ancestor of the Green Cloud Sect, and then it was perfected by various generations of ancestors, eventually reaching its peak in Chen Xian's generation. Even when he was facing a siege by 7 Ascension Realm Immortals of the Devil Sect, under the absolute disadvantage of the power of the Qingyun Sect, relying on the Qingyun Sect Grand Formation, he was still able to fight back and forth. It can be seen that the great formation of the Qingyun Sect is powerful, and the eye of the formation is also the key to the formation. In addition to the great power of the landscape of this Qingyun Sect, as well as the spiritual charm of the people of Qingyun Sect, the most crucial thing is the Qingyun Sword. When the Qingyun Sect Grand Formation was opened, not to mention outsiders, even the disciples of the Qingyun Sect were unable to enter and exit freely. At this moment, a figure clad in a black robe raised its head to look at the Green Cloud Sect. This was the time when the Qingyun Sect's Grand Formation was opened, and technically this was the moment when the Qingyun Sect's defenses were the most lax, because once the big formation is opened, it prohibits anyone from entering or leaving, so the patrolling disciples would be lax at this time, or sometimes there would simply be no patrolling disciples. Chen Xian took a step into the middle of the Grand Formation, and a crisp ringing finger sounded. A big stride followed, and the first line of defense that was supposed to keep him out was just allowed to go by. Immediately after that, the second line of defense that was supposed to cut him to pieces broke without a sound. Chen Xian entered the Qingyun Sect as if there was no one there, so he entered the Qingyun Sect in such a dignified manner. Where did everyone go to play on vacation? Now everywhere you go there are people. Everywhere you go you see pretty sisters. He. Chapter 166, The World's Sword Dao Leader. Green Cloud Gate. Despite the rumors that were swirling around in the outside world nowadays, however, the foundation of the Qingyun Sect had not been affected. Those rumors seemed out of reach for the ordinary disciples of the Green Cloud Sect. Chen Xian, Chen 14, Second Elder. Most of these names, for them, existed only in word of mouth. Occasionally, people passed through the clouds and mist in the air, and from time to time, people sped within the peak, their faces anxious, not knowing what had made them in such a hurry. Others pour out their love in secluded, picturesque places. As for the rest, it seemed to be none of their business, nor was it their turn to worry about it. A disciple hummed, crossed his legs and held a broom in his hand. He was talking about the legend of Chen Xian with the newly enrolled servant disciples. As he was talking, someone brought tea. That miscellaneous disciple shook his head. You guys, you haven't experienced that era. You're too young. The new disciple looked at the handyman disciple admiringly. That handyman disciple seemed to be very flattered and continued. Do you know why so many people from other famous sects came to our Qingyun sect the other day? Isn't it because of discussing the remnants of the demon cult? That guy called Ying Jie? There were also rumors before that Ying was actually a great person, an undercover agent of our righteous sect. So why did he suddenly attack our Qingyun sect again? Who knows, true or false? That miscellaneous disciple interrupted them. We'll talk about the matter of answering the call later. Let's first talk about why so many big shots came to Qingyun sect at this time. Isn't it just about the matter of the demon sect's response? Could there be something else? Of course there's something else. You guys are too naive. That handyman disciple smiled smugly. This matter is related to Chen Xian's defection. Ever since the Qingyun sect issued a wanted notice for Chen Xian, they have called upon the righteous paths of the world to collectively execute him. However, the other sects did not cooperate with the Green Cloud sect, and even secretly tripped over the Green Cloud sect. So I took this opportunity to invite many powerful people to come here to unify the external caliber. So it is, Green Cloud Sect, Main Hall, Qingyun Sect Master Forgetfulness Taoist leader is in seclusion. In the past, instead of the sect master, the one who should be in charge of the matter should be the second elder of the law enforcement hall. Now that the second elder had been killed, the remaining few elders of the elder hall, either they are not qualified enough, or they have been reclusive for many years and are unwilling to participate in affairs, or they have gone to round up the left protector of that demonic sect, Ingjie. So it was only the 3 offerings from the Hall of Offerings, along with a few peak masters, who presided over this assembly, and the people invited to this conference naturally had an unusual status. Either they were from the major top clans of the Kyushu, or they were important figures of the top imperial dynasties, like the Great Yi dynasty, which is the 3rd brother of the current saint, Yan Cheng. 3rd Prince Yan Li came. The rest of the sects were pivotal figures of the sect even if they were not patriarchs coming. It could be said that the most weighty forces within the Kyushu were all here. A casual word from some of them could be the downfall of a certain country, clan, or power. This meeting has been going on for more than an hour, but nothing has been discussed. The rest of them all had the same meaning. The extermination of the demon cult was the common goal of all the righteous paths, and everyone had to be executed. However, to say that Chen Xian was involved with the devil cult, not to mention the fact that they were also required to unify their voices and jointly crusade against Chen Xian, that would be a bit unrealistic. No one who has gotten to this position is a cutie. Chen Xian was considered to have a mortal enemy with the Qingyun sect, but he had no grudge against them. Not to mention, many of them had also received favors from the other party, or had fought alongside Chen Xian and had some sort of friendship. Now let them go on a crusade against Chen Xian and tell the disciples under their door that Chen Xian is deserving of death, and that they should all go together to kill him. What do they want? Not to mention the fact that Chen Xian was now recovering from his injuries, returning to the peak step by step. Let them offend Chen Xian? Just kidding. This is your Green Cloud Sect's business. Whoever wants to get involved can do so. The crowd then unspokenly refrained from talking about the matter regarding Chen Xian, tacitly pulling away from the topic. This Green Cloud Sect's tea is good. Well, it was pretty good. Gee, the teacups are pretty good too. Well, no, it's a real teacup-looking teacup. It's purely a lack of words. The several peak masters could do nothing in the face of this situation. The 3 confessors sitting in the center simply closed their eyes and stopped talking much nonsense with them. No matter what is said, these old foxes won't get involved until things come to fruition. Now there was a clue to Chen Xian's whereabouts. This time, in order to execute Chen Xian, the Qingyun Sect's Hall of Offerings had deployed 3 offerings, as well as dozens of elite disciples. 3rd Prince Yan Li took a sip of tea, looked left and right, and carefully opened his mouth. Have I heard that this Qingyun Sect has found Chen Xian's whereabouts? When these words came out, the crowd suddenly all fell silent, looking at Yan Li in surprise. Didn't we agree not to mention Chen Xian? The Silver Sword Peak Master slightly lowered his eyes, and in his heart, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. But on his face, there was no change in his expression. He just opened his mouth blandly. Yes, his person is now in the zone of chaos. A few of the donor elders have already brought their men forward. Really want to do it. The crowd couldn't help but be a little surprised, but they soon figured it out. After all, Chen Xian had killed the 2nd elder of the law enforcement hall at the entrance of the Qingyun sect, which was nothing short of a strange shame for the Qingyun sect. The Silver Sword Peak Master looked like he was winning. Don't worry, all of you. To get rid of the demons and defend the Tao, I, Qingyun sect, am obligated to do so. The crowd secretly glanced at each other, but none of them answered. Chen Xian can only be defeated by me. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, an ethereal figure swept in. The crowd sniffed and looked, but they actually saw a young man dressed in white robes descending from the sky. His surroundings seemed to be enveloped by a layer of clean white sword chi, resembling the stern wind of a mountain top. It was as if he was going to tear apart this heaven and earth, like an exiled immortal above the 9 heavens, and like a ghost in the midst of the earthly world, with a touch of mystery and coldness that you can't help but fall in love with. Why is he here? Jiesian Yuan, Yan Xiao. Before Chen Xian was even born, the title of the world's sword Dao leader had been Yan Xiao. Chen Xian can only be defeated by me. Yan Xiao raised his head condescendingly and aimed his chin at the people present. Chapter 167. Yan Xiao wrapped his arms around himself and raised his head proudly, like a swan. In his eyes, there was no one in this world other than Chen Xian who was worthy of looking at him with a proper eye. Where is Chen Xian? The 3rd confessor opened his eyes and looked at Yan Xiao rather amused. Dying soon. Dead? Yan Xiao snorted coldly. With the stupid pigs of the Qingyun sect, they still can't kill Chen Xian. Chen Xian can only be killed by me. Upon hearing these words, the 3 peak masters present immediately changed their faces. The 3rd confessor waved his hand. signaling the three to not get excited. What's the point of bothering with him? This Xuanxiao is a sword madman. Xuanxiao is a legendary figure, holding his sword at the age of 3. At the age of 10, he was enlightened, and in one careless move, his sword energy was released, directly killing his entire family. Not a single one of the 72 mouths is alive. After that, Xuanxiao went crazy. People are called sword madmen. It was not until he was 30 years old that he regained his sanity after being nudged. Subsequently, the road ahead was clear. At the age of 40, he was unrivaled in the sword Dao. The sect was then opened. However, his personality was just too bizarre, and all the disciples couldn't stand him, not to mention the others. So until now, this sect was only Xuanxiao alone. Xuanxiao had always called himself the leader of the world's sword path, and the others didn't disagree, and he was very arrogant, never looking at others squarely, until Qingyun used a wooden sword to teach him to be a man. After that, this Xuanxiao had identified Qingyun as his mortal enemy for the rest of his life. He was repeatedly approached for a duel, and in each case he was beaten. It wasn't until 30 years ago, after Qingyun's cultivation was abolished, Xuanxiao abandoned his sword and raised his voice to the sky. Painful. No more rivals in this life. With that, he threw the sword into the cliff, and thereafter stayed in seclusion. The rest of the people looked at this scene and were all sweating in their hearts. No dude, are you serious? Rivals? Why do you suddenly think you're good when you were beaten like a dog in the water earlier? It was only after Xuanxiao had heard that Qingyun's cultivation had recovered that he finally came out of seclusion and arrived late. Watch. You can't kill Qingyun, because the only one who can kill him is his only opponent in this life. Xuanxiao's head is tilted back in a weird position, yet no one felt anything strange. This guy was still in this state after so many years in seclusion. With this weird personality, it's no wonder no one wants to worship. The few people in the hall looked at the third provider. What do you mean you invited him here? Who's a good person to invite a cutie to a meeting? The Silver Sword Peak Master frowned slightly in disdain. In a few days, Qingyun's corpse will be brought back, so you can stay at the Qingyun Sect for a few more days. Xuanxiao mocked. After living for so long, your IQ is still stretched. You, the third confessor, once again stopped the Silver Sword Blade Peak Master, who was about to have a seizure. Then we will wait and see. Yanli frowned slightly. The relationship between the Great Ye dynasty and Qingyun was not ordinary, especially his royal brother, Yancheng, even more so, Qingyun's sworn brother. Who does not know that Qingyun, Yancheng, Zhongli, Tainyo, four people have a very shallow relationship, deep friendship? Just as the discussion was heating up in the main hall, Green Cloud Sect Handyman Peak, the journeyman disciple who was mouthing off to the new entry disciple, was suddenly called out by a disciple in charge. Hey, Lingyun, stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Hurry up and go to Tongtian Peak to work. No, just bull asterisk 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 there. The handyman disciple named Lingyun coughed lightly in embarrassment. What's that? My senior brother asked me to go on a secret mission, so I'll go first. Lingyun took the broom and just after a few steps, he called out to a disciple who was also wearing a handyman's uniform. Why do you look a bit familiar? That disciple replied back. Reporting to senior brother Ono A, I am a new disciple. New here? Come with me and get to work. Yes, elder brother. Thus, Lingyun led this new disciple to the back of the mountain that needed to be cleared. What's your name? Just call me Junior. Qingyun blurted out a nickname that he had once used when he was in the village. Junior? That's a pretty random name, Qingyun explained. Senior brother's family lives in a remote place, and his name is simple and good to feed. For Qingyun, entering the Qingyun sect wasn't a difficult task, and as for changing his appearance, blending in wasn't difficult either. The real difficulty is figuring out where exactly Mochizuki is being held. There are many places where the Green Cloud sect locks people up, and not only are there many, there are a few places where the defense is also very tight. Lingyun suddenly asked, will it float in the air? Elder brother. Senior brother won't be for a while. I knew it. Half of the disciples of the Handyman Peaks cannot be able to fly in the air. If the disciples who have just been introduced can fly in the air, it is unlikely that they will be placed in the Handyman Peaks. Watch this. Lingyun showed off as if he had cast a spell, then straddled the broom and inclined his head towards Qingyun. Come. Senior brother will take you to enjoy the scenery of the Green Cloud sect. Thank you, senior. Qingyun could only sit behind Lingyun's, but as the broom rushed up into the sky, go you. A fresh breeze brushed against his ears as Qingyun looked around. Not long after, the two of them arrived in the middle of Tongtian Peak. At this moment, inside the Tongtian Peak, Master Linghe was entertaining the juniors who had come with their family or division elders. Qinping and Ninging were among them, having returned to Tongtian Peak some time ago. Accompanying his senior brother Linghe, he was talking and laughing with the others. Chen Ping was a sociable person who was usually addicted to wine and didn't care about cultivation, and liked to make friends with wine. As a result, he was quite well liked, and was currently wrapping his arms around the Qingyun Sect's young patriarch. He was the young patriarch of the 10,000 Sword Sect is a different kind of person, obviously gifted, but he loves an ordinary woman, disgusted with the yin and yang of the cultivation world. Therefore, they share the same temperament with Chen Ping. Go! We must drink him for 3 days and 3 nights today. The 10,000 Sword Sect's young patriarch nodded with a faint smile. At this time, Chen Ping suddenly noticed that her senior sister Ningying seemed to have quite a lot on her mind, and could not help but whisper, "Elder sister, what's wrong?" It was reasonable to say that having returned from the zone of chaos, Ningying's knot in her heart should have been untied. So why was she still moping around? No, nothing. Ningying didn't tell Chen Ping the truth. She had already told Qin Xian about Emoju being trapped, and now it was up to Qin Xian to see what he would do. Seeing that Qin Xian had used a ploy to transfer away a few elders from the Hall of Provision and Hall of Elders of the Qingyun Sect, he wouldn't just barge straight into the Green Cloud Sect, would he? The thought was fleeting, and she immediately dismissed it. It won't. Even so, the strength of the Qingyun Sect was still strong, and there were still 3 offerings sitting on it. Qin Xian would never dare to do so. Right at this moment, Lingyun Tua of the Handyman Peak slowly landed on top of the Tongtian Peak with Qin Xian in tow. Qin Xian glanced at the lively scene on Ningying's side. Lingyun patted his shoulder and said in a tone of a man who had been there before, "Don't look. When you cultivate to the realm you will also talk and laugh like them." Yes, thank you for the teachings of senior brother. Chapter 168, The Dark Prison. Chen Xian followed senior brother Lingyun to the back of Tongtian Peak. Lingyun walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. Our job is simple. It's to clear the weeds and clean up the feces left behind by the spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden. Chen Xian nodded his head in agreement. I'm going to check it out later when you're done cleaning. Chen Xian continued to nod his head in agreement. Don't think it sounds easy, but it's actually very difficult to do, so I'll teach you well to learn it properly. Spirit Beast Garden. The grass is lush and vibrant and the air is filled with spirituality. Various exotic spirit beasts freely travel through the garden. They were either petite or majestic, each of them exuding a unique charm. In the center of the Spirit Beast Garden, there was a clear lake with water like a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The lake was surrounded by dense spiritual trees and grasses, providing a comfortable habitat for the spiritual beasts. There was also a mountain in the garden that had been moved over by Qin Xian in the early days. The mountains were jagged and densely populated with caves, making it a great place for spirit beasts to frolic and play. The spirit beasts of the Green Cloud Sect have all been carefully conditioned to be less wild and won't actively attack cultivators. However, it can happen and you must not be careless. Of course, when you are like me, you can stop worrying about it. Lingyun stood in front of these spirit beasts. He cleaned here from time to time and thus was mutually familiar with the spirit beasts. As soon as the spirit beasts saw him, they raised their heads and spread their legs to run towards him. Lingyun inclined his head and smiled smugly at Chen Xian. However, in the very next moment, he was surprised to find that these spirit beasts had rushed towards Chen Xian unanimously. They either jumped nimbly onto his shoulders or went joyfully to tug on his hands, with quacking rattles in their mouths, as if expressing some kind of intimacy and joy. Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a little itchy, a feeling that caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily hook up slightly as tenderness flowed from his eyes. Lingyun stared in disbelief at this scene. Chen Xian, on the other hand, used the heart lake to talk to these spirit beasts. Your boy finally came to see us. Gah! I've missed it. You kids are still alive. Heartless, what took you so long to get back? Chen Xian, gentlemen, let's catch up later. I have something important to ask this time I came here. If the Green Cloud Sect had anyone who was the most well-informed and the easiest to spy on, it would definitely be these spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Garden. They don't have much to do on a regular basis, and when they get together, they either fight or gossip. In his own unique way, he observed the Green Cloud Sect and felt everything here, so it's always good to ask them, what's the matter? Are you thinking of finding that demoness again? A monkey flirted with a sinking ship. Don't mention the pot that doesn't start. Qing Xianhu said. Why do you keep mentioning that woman? That's right. Little Lil, you ignore him. A few spirit beasts spoke up. Chen Xian somewhat helplessly interrupted them. Do you know where Emoju is now? Mochizuki? Speaking of which, it has indeed been a long time since I've seen that girl. Yeah, how long is it? I think the White Divine Beaver of the Silver Sword Blade mentioned something to me last time. One of the spirit beasts spoke weakly. Oh, Chen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. That spirit beast scratched its head with its hind legs. It just mentioned that. What did it say? I forgot. Why don't you go ask the White God Beaver? Thanks a lot. Chen Xian was about to turn around and leave when he remembered something from his storage ring and fumbled for some delicacies. I'll see you next time when I get a chance. This time I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Is there a chance we'll see each other again? Rats asked with a wink. That's right. Will I see you again? Plum? The rest of the spirit beasts were all looking at Chen Xian with bated breath. They were well informed. So naturally, they were aware of the matters between the Qingyun Sect and Chen Xian these days. There will be. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Ling Yun, who was at the side, was looking at Chen Xian in confusion. Chen Xian turned his head and asked, Senior brother, does Silver Sword Peak need to be cleaned up? Ling Yun froze for a moment before replying. It's needed, but it has to be cleared out of Tongtian Peak first. Chen Xian got the answer he wanted and casually threw the other party an illusion spell, sending them off with a beautiful dream. In his dream, Ling Yun dreamt that he had become an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Shortly afterward, he was spotted by the sect master because of his exceptional talent. Save the 9 states. Embrace your children and grandchildren left and right. Happy to have the corners of my mouth turned up. Bid farewell to the crowd of spirit animals. With that, Chen Xian left Tongtian Peak and headed straight for Silver Sword Peak. Silver Sword Blade. The mountain wall is steep as cutting, as if it is a huge silver sword straight into the sky, hence the name. Of the 7 peaks of the Qingyun Sect, Chen Xian was not only at war with the second elder of the law enforcement hall. Next is the Silver Sword Peak. In fact, it was nothing more than Chen Xian being too eye-catching, and throughout the ages, the elite have often been envied. Not to mention the likes of Chen Xian. Back then, the eldest disciple of Silver Sword Peak had always been proud of the group. He had never had any rivals among his peers, but because he was defeated by Chen Xian, who was more than 20 years behind him, his heart was broken from then on. The Silver Sword Peak master had held a grudge against Chen Xian since then. Along with that, the disciples of Tongtian Peak and Silver Sword Blade went toe-to-toe. Chen Xian smoothly entered the Silver Sword Peak Spirit Beast Garden. Because of the various clans that had come to the Qingyun Sect, and also because of this, the disciples of the Silver Sword Peak had entertained the disciples of other clans. This had saved Chen Xian a lot of trouble, all the way into the Silver Sword Peak Spirit Beast Garden. The Spirit Beasts of Silver Sword Peak. Chen Xian didn't want to be as good as the Spirit Beasts of Tongtian Peak. Therefore, he hid his aura and was able to avoid the Spirit Beasts with high cultivation levels. Only after searching for the White Divine Beaver did he quietly follow. The White Divine Beaver seemed to have noticed something wrong with the handyman disciple as well, blinking his eyes and scattering his legs in the next moment. However, Chen Xian had already grabbed it ahead of him. The White Divine Beaver could not struggle and was bound by Chen Xian's golden lock formation. You, who are you? How dare you attack the Great Master? Do you know who this Great Master is? Chen Xian pulled the small tail on his head, revealing his true colors. The White Divine Beaver sucked in a breath of cool air. Really? Chen Xian said in a calm tone. I don't have much time right now, so I won't chat with you. So tell me a little bit about where Emoju is? The White Divine Beaver was momentarily speechless. It understood this tone of Chen Xian's voice all too well. It was no joke, and swallowed hard. A few moments later, Chen Xian went straight to the dark prison of Silver Sword Peak. It was good to know the place, and it was basically just impossible to sneak into that part of the dark prison without a sound. As for the other laws, either impractical or too time-consuming, Chen Xian had the simplest and most effective method here. Dark prison. The peripheral disciple guarding the prison suddenly frowned as he looked at the silhouette that was walking this way not far away. They didn't have the first moment of alarm, because in all the years of the dark prison's existence, there hadn't been anyone who had escaped from the prison. Not to mention a situation where someone is openly robbing a prison. Plus the figure was just too blithe to give it much thought at all. Chapter 169. Hey, do you know who the newest person we've locked up in this dark prison is? The guard, clutching his sword and carrying weeds in his mouth, yawned. I don't know. Reveal a tidbit of information that you don't tell the next person. Not interested. It's interesting to hear. That disciple deliberately lowered his voice. It's the ink bamboo of Tongtian Peak. What? Her? Don't you dare tell anyone else. The expression of the disciple with the weed changed slightly. Why is she here? The original peak master of Tongtian Peak was the current sect leader, Dao Master Forgetfulness, and Sister Maju. That's the personal disciple of the Forgotten Love Taoist master. How could she be locked up here? The wind and water are turning. That disciple let out a sigh of relief and looked at the disciple with the weed in his mouth again. Senior brother Duanshuan, are you happy this time? The disciple named Duanshuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Happy? What am I happy about? Senior brother's grudge with that Chen Xian back then is now considered a great revenge. The disciple did not continue. Duanshuan was the eldest disciple of Silver Sword Peak back then, and has always been arrogant. Who knew that he was defeated by Chen Xian during the Qingyun Sect martial arts? And since then, His Taoist heart has collapsed. Thus Silver Sword Peak and Tongtian Peak had formed a feud. Now that time has changed. The two most outstanding disciples of Tongtian Peak, Chen Xian, was expelled from the Qingyun Sect, and Mo Zhu was made a prisoner. Fate is so strange. Thinking of those past events from years ago, Xuanxiao shook his head and sighed with emotion. It was just youthfulness at the time, and it's really childish when I think about it. Now that I'm older, I've had many more experiences. Duan occasionally remembers when he was young, when he was really arrogant, being defeated once. It was surprising that the Tao would be shattered. In fact, Xuanxiao's shattered Tao heart had gone through several stages. The first stage, after being defeated by Chen Xian, I was actually defeated by him equals a disciple who had just been initiated not long ago. What he is. Unbelievable. He must have moved the ball. I didn't play well. No way. Impossible. Continuing collapse in progress. The second stage, after knowing that Chen Xian had powerfully fought the Demon Sect elder, I seem to be okay again. The third stage, Chen Xian became the world's leader of the Swordway, killing the demoness of the Magic Sect, after no one in the past and no one in the future. I am the second person in the world. Does anyone have a problem with that? The two were talking in whispers when a figure suddenly came from the distance. Shift disciples? Xuanxiao clutched his sword and looked suspiciously at the silhouette that walked over from the distance without slowing down. It's not time for a shift change, either. Chen Xian stopped not far away. He had revealed his original appearance, no longer hiding his identity and aura. Chen Xian. The duo plummeted. The eyes of Duan Xian, who was still holding his sword and lounging around, suddenly released brightness. He quickly reacted, squeezing the sword technique tightly with both hands, gathering the power of his entire body at his fingertips and mobilizing the entire sword formation. Up! He whispered softly. Clang! The sword's roar was clear and loud, like the first shock of thunder, shocking the hearts of the people. Instantly, the sword light flourished, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire space. 12 flying swords appeared, and each sword seemed to possess life, flickering with a spiritual light. They echoed the will of their masters and displayed unrivaled might. In this light, that Xuanxiao figure became tall and majestic, as if he had become one with the sword formation. His eyes revealed his persistence and love for the way of the sword, and that emotion was like a burning flame, fiery and firm. At this moment, he was the master of the sword, and the sword was his soul. A few touches of surprise slightly appeared in Chen Xian's eyes as he had some impression of Xuanxiao. It's just that after that battle, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. However, now was clearly not the time to catch up on old times. Once he struck out, the Green Cloud sect would soon receive the news. A quick fight and a quick decision. Chen Xian's figure flickered and arrived in front of that Xuanxiao. Without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand, which seemed to possess endless power, and inserted it into the overpowering sword chi. The reddish aura that rose from the palm of his hand resembled a burning flame. Samsara fire. The true fire clashed fiercely with the green-colored swordlight, emitting a clanging sound. In the blink of an eye, he unexpectedly gripped one of the sabers tightly in his hand with speed and strength that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Buzz dash! Xuanxiao glared and sprinted back, pulling away from Chen Xian. Chen Xian held the saber and took a cursory glance at the saber. As he swung his arm, the sword blade drew a harsh arc in the air, chopping down randomly from top to bottom. In an instant, sharp air-breaking sounds rang out like thunder, deafening the ears and causing people to tremble. Sharp voice whistling, like the roar of an evil spirit, and like the cry of an eagle. The sword aura was wildly flourishing, up to several feet high, like raging angry waves piercing through the air, majestic and sharp. The power contained in this pillar of chi seemed to be able to destroy everything. At this moment, time seemed to freeze and space seemed to distort for it. The sword chi crashed into the sword formation of Dark Prison's defense. Instantly, the sword chi and the sword formation collided with brilliant sparks, as if stars were blooming in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. It makes one feel an endless shock and clash of forces, only to hear the boom 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 tearing sound rang continuously. The sword chi was like a bamboo, tearing the sword array to pieces in a few moments. Xuanxiao quickly pinched his spell, while the other disciple guarding the gate had long been deterred by the sword chi. Quickly informed the clan. Xuanxiao let out a low gulp. The disciple then reacted. However, it was already too late. The next moment the big formation was torn apart. Sword chi was like a dike of water pouring in. Rumble dash. Almost all the inmates inside the dark prison heard the violent commotion, and one by one, they lay on their backs at the entrance of the prison cell, looking curiously. The few disciples guarding the dark prison were stunned and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, there was a harsh It cuts through the silent air and gives you the creeps. Immediately afterward, ha 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 ha, roar, Roar wild laughter rose and fell, as if the evil spirits from hell were roaring. Numerous inmates are frantically banging on the bars of the cell, making a loud thumping sound, or banging his head desperately against the wall, as if trying to break through the cage of bondage, or open their mouths and let out all sorts of strange and horrible cries, as ferocious as wild beasts. These strange cries intertwined to form a terrifying symphony that filled the entire dark prison. Each voice was filled with pain, despair, and madness, as if the darkness inside the prisoner was screaming. It so happened that 80% of the disciples guarding the dark prison today were new disciples. Where had these disciples ever seen such a sight before? They were scared pale by the scene and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Just then, da-da-da-da footsteps sounded in the darkened porch. As that silhouette approached, the frenzied sounds around them suddenly quieted down.